You were clearly a rock genius who peaked at debut, yet at the age of 38, he was paralyzed by a stroke caused by excessive drinking. Helplessly, my daughter who bears an immense hatred towards you, staying at your best friend's villa with you. You have now embarked on the journey to cultivate the 4 heavenly queens, and the mastermind behind all this. She was none other than the original host's ruthless ex-wife who had abandoned her husband and child. The original host became wildly popular across the country at the age of 18 upon debut, but in the second year, he was seduced by his much older female agent. After fathering a daughter, the original protagonist began leading a stay-at-home dad life. As the glamour of stardom fades, coupled with mounting financial pressures, when my daughter was 8 years old, the female agent only left a message saying she was going to buy some oranges, then vanished without a trace. After experiencing this betrayal, the original host became a complete and utter alcoholic. From then on, 8-year-old Liu Ruyan not only had to cook for herself, still have to clean up the bottles for the original owner. You suddenly feel that the original owner was quite outrageous. What's worse, ever since his ex-wife left, women have constantly surrounded the original owner. They were all kind-hearted people. Not only did they take care of the original owner, but they also raised Liu Ruyan. It could be said that Liu Ruyan grew up raised on anti-bias meals. Recalling this, you grit your teeth in anger. This damn transmigration is just too absurd. You haven't enjoyed a single bit of luck. Now that you're paralyzed, the blame falls entirely on you. Lu Jun. A mournful cry echoing through the sky snapped you back to reality. You stared blankly at your daughter, Liu Ruyan. The daughter inherited her mother's appearance. Unbelievably beautiful. But at this moment, her breathtakingly beautiful face was filled with coldness. The teeth were clenched so tightly they made a grinding sound. You have no doubt she even harbors ill intentions toward you. After all, from Liu Ruyan's perspective, you're an absolute bastard. Lu Jun, why don't you just die? Liu Ruyan clutches your collar with both hands. He pulled you close to himself and said viciously, I already know how to live independently. The company also plans to have me participate in its center stage debut project. Let me debut as part of a group when the time comes. I could clearly live a good life by relying on my own efforts. Why do you have to come and ruin my life again? As she spoke, Liu Ruyan burst into tears. Why does it have to be you who's my dad? If you have any conscience left, you should go somewhere else. Can you please leave me alone? Listening to Liu Ruyan's complaints, you felt a myriad of emotions stirring in your heart. Don't blame her, blame that useless original master. But like smoke, can you take dad to the bathroom first to wash up? Liu Ruyan, after venting her emotions, I also smelled that scent. At the moment, I just want to abandon it without a second thought. But in the end, I still helped support you as we walked toward the bathroom. How can her slender figure possibly lift you up? Tried several times but still couldn't manage it. Dad, at least make some effort yourself. You'd be better off. You're innocent too. Now you're worse off than others. At least they have a smart wheelchair. Just as Liu Ruyan was gasping for breath, exhausted, just when you were about to be helped to the bathroom, two voices sounded simultaneously. A presence from the doorway. A girl about the same age as Liu Ruyan leans against the doorframe. She asked timidly in a soft voice, Ruyan, do you need any help? Another sound is the mechanical electronic voice in your mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on binding with the great entertainment system. Issuing the main mission for the contracted individual, Liu Ruyan. Become a top-tier megastar in Dragon Country. The fan base has reached 10 million across the entire network. Achieved the milestone of 100 million single-track plays. Before you could react, your mind suddenly felt a swelling pressure. Music theory poured in with brute force. Came back to my senses again. The girl who was just standing at the door has already walked over. Ruyan, it's uncomfortable for uncle to be supported like this by you. Don't poke his armpit with your sharp shoulder blades. You need to support him with your shoulder and back here. You recognize this voice as your daughter's roommate, Lin Wanxing, also a senior at Jinghai Conservatory of Music. Apart from the two of them, the villa also houses two other roommates of the daughter, Chu Nanchuan and Ren Xiyao. You only feel as if your armpit is resting against a soft pillow. Compared to your height of 1.85 meters, Lin Wanxing, standing at 1.65 meters, appears particularly petite. At this moment, you're pressing down on her like a mountain. The sense of guilt intensifies. His old face turns somewhat red. Liu Ruyan casually took hold of your other arm with ease, but he ignored Lin Wanxing's kind intentions, deliberately nudging your armpit with their shoulder blade. Then came a disdainful sneer. I didn't do anything to him. It was already an act of mercy toward him. Lin Wanxing said softly and tenderly, Ruyan, don't say that to uncle. No matter how bad he is, he's still your father. Liu Ruyan's face showed even more mockery. Is he worthy? I'd rather not have him as a father. I might as well have sprung from a rock. I've been without parents since childhood. Liu Ruyan's scolding grew fiercer, yet the glimmer of tears in her eyes shone brighter. Lin Wanxing had initially thought of persuading them. One could see the glimmer of tears in Liu Ruyan's eyes. In the end, I chose to keep my mouth shut. The scolding left your scalp tingling. A surge of fatherly love welled up from my heart, wanting to mend this already shattered father-daughter relationship. But it just so happens with this body of yours now. Can't do anything. The two of them helped you into the bathroom. After a moment of thought, Lin Wan replied, Ruyan, step outside. My daughter has grown up. It's also to avoid suspicion, leave it to me here. Liu Ruyan naturally wanted to leave. But how could Lin Wanxing possibly handle this situation? Wanxing, if anyone should leave, it's you. I'll just close my eyes and do it in a bit. That troublemaker, it's nothing serious. Lin Wanxing adjusted the water temperature with the shower head. My mother was also bedridden before. I just took care of her until she passed 2 years ago, so I'm familiar with these things. With you here, I actually feel a bit awkward. You should leave now, otherwise I'll feel embarrassed. Lin Wanxing clasps her hands together in prayer, pleading incessantly towards Liu Ruyan. Helplessly, Liu Ruyan had no choice but to agree to Lin Wanxing's request. Before heading out, she even remembered to glare at you viciously. He warned, Liu Jun, don't bully Wanxing. Hearing this, you're left speechless. Given my current physical condition, do I even have the capability? Snap! Liu Ruyan slammed the door shut with a heavy thud. While waiting outside the bathroom, a sharp, acrimonious female voice rang out. Liu Ruyan, did your father make a mess outside? What's that awful smell? Liu Ruyan cast a disdainful glance at the newcomer. It's her other roommate, Ren Xiyao. Is your mouth so foul because you smelled something you shouldn't have? Ren Xiyao was completely unfazed by the retort and sneered. Does your dad even have that capability? Trash daughter raised by a trash father. Don't forget, this is Nanchuan's villa. You made her villa so disgusting. When Chu Nanchuan returns from filming, TSK, even you will have to pack your bags and leave by then. I've already said hello to Nanchuan, and she agreed. I just brought my dad in, Ren Xiyao said with a triumphant expression. She definitely doesn't know the current situation. Nanchuan is the most fastidious about cleanliness. If she found out there's someone like that living in the villa, what do you think she'll do? Liu Ruyan bit her lip and replied, my dad is no joke, show some respect to him. After all, Liu Jun is my father, I can criticize him, but outsiders can't. Ren Xiyao still wanted to continue fanning the flames between Liu Ruyan. Lin Wanxing's voice came from inside the door. Ruyan, Yao Yao. Stop arguing. The moment Ren Xiyao heard Lin Wanxing's voice, she instantly exploded. Lin Wanxing was the darling of their dorm, adored by everyone who met her. Ren Xiyao bristled like a fluffy tabby cat, glaring at Liu Ruyan as she spat out each word. You called Wanxing to serve your father? Liu Ruyan, are you even human? Liu Ruyan knew she was in the wrong. She opened her lips but ultimately held her tongue. Just then, Lin Wanxing's voice called out from inside. Ruyan, come in for a moment. Help me support Uncle Liu. Coming. Liu Ruyan answered. She turned the doorknob, about to step inside. A figure beat her to it. Like a koi fish gliding through water, a face as delicate as a porcelain doll, radiant with a sweet smile, approached Uncle Liu Shan, who was wrapped in a towel inside the bathtub. Uncle Liu, I'm here to attend to you. Liu Ruyan was so furious steam seemed to rise from her head. This Ren Xiyao truly deserved every bit of her reputation sheep. She had to compete with her for everything. In the dorm, she fought her for snacks, sanitary pads, nail polish. Now she's even trying to take dad. If you like snatching things so much, I'll just give this dad to you. Chapter 3, Lin Wanxing, I'll take care of Uncle Liu. Lin Wanxing and Ren Xiyao helped Liu Shanjun to the living room sofa. Xiao, you stay here and look after Uncle. Ruyan and I will go change his bedsheets. Lin Wanxing wasn't just the little darling of the dorm, she was also its little mom. External affairs were always handled by Chu Nanchuan. Internal affairs fell squarely to Lin Wanxing, who managed the daily routines of 3 young ladies who knew nothing of manual labor or basic household chores. Without Lin Wanxing's care, leaving the 3 of them at home might just result in them starving themselves to death. Ren Xiyao pulled a jumbo bag of lobster-flavored potato chips from the snack cabinet and turned on the living room TV, which was airing a sitcom called Family with a damaged dad. She then happily plopped down on the sofa with her chips, treating the stiffened Liu Shanjun as a cushion and casually propping her feet on his lap. Ren Xiyao didn't treat Liu Shanjun like a paralyzed patient, but she certainly didn't treat him like a human being either. She shifted into a more comfortable reclining position, munching on chips like a gluttonous groundhog, her eyes glued to the screen. Liu Shanjun rotated the only 2 organs he could freely control, turning his gaze toward his daughter's college roommate. A flawless baby face, a blunt bob cut, and features so delicate she resembled a porcelain doll from an illustrated book. Her long, thick lashes, perfectly curled, were a dream come true for anime fans. Her small, delicate, pale pink lips made it hard to imagine the sharp, biting words that could come from them. Dressed casually for home, Ren Xiyao wore only a gray knit sweater. This garment, which accentuated her bear-like figure, combined with her reclining posture, highlighted her natural endowment to an unparalleled degree. Beneath the sweater, 2 white legs were boldly exposed to Lord Lu Shan's gaze. Not long, but plump, the kind you could sink your fingers into. A pair of snow-white feet rested on his thigh, crossing over his leg with unrestrained abandon. 10 toes like cardamom seeds, arches as white as crescent moonjade, soles blush like peach blossom petals. System, I demand 1 hour of full bodily control. Name your price. When the two women finished tidying Lord Liu Shan's room and emerged, they saw Ren Xiyao treating Lord Liu Shan with utter disregard. Liu Ruyan nearly strangled her, while Lin Wanxing frowned and murmured a reproach. Yao Yao. Don't bully uncle. Lord Liu Shan, no need. Your uncle remains steadfast despite his disability. A mere slight like this is nothing. If you dare, tell Ren Xiyao to double it. After being scolded by the two girls, Ren Xiyao reluctantly withdrew her feet. Still muttering under her breath, what's wrong with stepping on it? It's just sitting there and used anyway. Look at you, Liu Ruyan, being so petty. Ren Xiyao, you. Seeing the two about to quarrel again, Lin Wanxing stepped in as peacemaker. After calming them down, she hurried to the kitchen to prepare dinner for the entire household. A tantalizing aroma wafted from the kitchen into the living room. Liu Ruyan and Ren Xiao's eyes lit up simultaneously. Snail noodles. It's snail noodles. Gulp. The little glutton Ren Xiao even swallowed hard. By the time Lin Wanxing carried a large pot of snail noodles to the living room coffee table, Liu Ruyan and Ren Xiyao had already settled themselves obediently on either side of the table, each propped up with a cushion beneath their bottoms. Seated in a row, waiting for Mom Wanxing to serve dinner. These two useless little things couldn't even manage their own affairs. Lin Wanxing fetched 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen, distributing them to the girls. Each bowl held a runny yolk fried egg nestled at the bottom. Though time was tight and she'd only managed to prepare a large pot of snail noodles with seasoning packets, she still tried her best to make sure everyone ate well. To prevent Liu Ruyan and Ren Xiyao from fighting over the food, Lin Wanxing even scooped the noodles from the pot into their bowls first before handing them both simultaneously. Liu Shanjun, watching from the side, was left speechless. Lin Wanxing, you've spoiled these kids rotten. Fighting over food? A couple slaps would teach them a lesson. Picky eaters? Skip them a couple meals, and everything will taste delicious. The next moment, Lin Wanxing was already seated beside Liu Shanjun, bowl of snail noodles in hand. Her voice softened as she said, Uncle, I don't know if you like snail noodles. If you're okay with it, blink your left eye. If you don't like it, blink your right eye, and I'll go make noodles for you instead. Liu Shanjun frantically blinked his left eye. Lin Wanxing exclaimed happily, Ruyan. See? Uncle understands us. He'll definitely recover. Liu Ruyan rolled her eyes. He's only paralyzed in his body, not his mind. Let him stay like this. You have no idea how much of a jerk he becomes once he regains normal mobility. Ren Xiyao took a deep drag on her cigarette, her face glowing with satisfaction, her thin lips glistening with red lipstick. Unconvinced, she retorted, I'll be damned if I don't see just how much of a jerk Uncle can be once he's back to normal. I don't believe he can be more of a pain in the ass than you, Liu Ruyan. Lin Wanxing fed Liashanjin his snail noodles as she said, Ruyan, don't talk about Uncle like that. It'll hurt his feelings. I believe he wasn't very sensible before, but after this incident, he'll change for the better. Fine. You don't believe me, huh? Just wait until this old beast gets drunk again. You'll be the ones helping him to bed. Liu Ruyan stopped arguing with them. Time would reveal the truth. Changing the subject, Liu Ruyan slurped her noodles and asked, Wanxing, how's that e-commerce customer service job you interviewed for the other day? Honestly, you're wasting your talents working in customer service. With your voice and musical gifts, you'd fit perfectly in our company. Think it over. If you decide to, I can have my agent sign you. Ren Xiyao chimed in, equally indignant for Lin Wanxing. Exactly. Why waste your time as a customer service rep? It's grueling, exhausting, and barely pays. Wanxing, join me as a streamer. Trust me, money rolls in online. With your looks, you could just sit there doing nothing, and loyal fans would flood you with votes. Lin Wanxing was about to tell them about her job. Ruyan, Yao Yao. The company I joined turned out to be a phone scam operation. Within days of starting, the police raided the place. I even went to the station to give a statement. Luckily, I was new and knew nothing, so they let me go. What? The two girls looked stunned. Then they eagerly started pushing their earlier suggestion on Lin Wanxing. Lin Wanxing shook her head, declining both suggestions. She glanced at the paralyzed Liu Shanjun beside her and turned to Liu Ruyan with a proposal. Ruyan, I just heard you spent 3,000 yuan hiring a caregiver for Uncle. Could you hire me instead? Anything a caregiver can do, I can do. I don't mind helping Uncle with his personal hygiene. I only need 2,000 yuan a month. What? Before Liu Ruyan could respond, Ren Xiyao exploded. Why would you want to serve Liu Ruyan's father? That's too much for you to bear. It's not a sacrifice, Lin Wanxing shook her head. I used to take care of my mother this way. I actually enjoy the feeling of caring for someone. So, Ruyan, is it okay? If 2,000 isn't enough, I can take less. Liu Ruyan's face twisted with conflict. She did need someone to look after her good-for-nothing father, but the thought of her best friend, roommate, and little mommy taking care of Liu Shanjun made her feel uneasy all over. Liu Shanjun? He doesn't deserve such good food. After a long silence, she finally replied, Wanxing, I'll trouble you to look after this bastard for now. I'll keep searching for a nanny. Once I find one, I'll free you from this duty. And don't feed him so well, just keep him alive. He's a cold-blooded, ungrateful beast who betrays kindness with ingratitude. If you have a chance, slap him around a bit. That's the only way he'll feel satisfied. Liu Shanjun was horrified by what he heard. After all, I raised you, Liu Ruyan, with my own hands, cleaning your messes and changing your diapers. And this is how you repay me? The Liu family's misfortune, first bearing a son like me, and now a daughter like you. Lin Wanxing pressed her lips together, her smile as gentle as the first moon. She would never mistreat old Master Liu. On the contrary, she would care for him with the utmost devotion. She treated him as if he were her own mother. Lin Wanxing carried an unresolved emotional burden within her heart. She believed that her mother's untimely death was caused by her absence during her university years and her entrusting her mother to an unworthy person. This shadow had haunted her, repeatedly jolting her awake from nightmares. The appearance of Liu Shanjun, with his paralysis mirroring her mother's condition, caused Lin Wanxing to transfer her guilt toward her mother onto him. Mom! This time, I will take good care of Ruyan's father. Uncle Liu, let's work together. Miracles can happen. Will you fulfill Mom's unfinished wish for me? Chapter 4, The world knows only Mercury's chronicles, but I alone cherish the tragic beauty of the earth. The next day. 9 o'clock in the morning. Lin Wanxing gently woke Liu Shanjun. Uncle Liu, time to wake up. Liu Shanjun opened his eyes to find Lin Wanxing leaning over him, her face lit with a sweet smile. In terms of looks, Lin Wanxing wasn't the most beautiful in the villa, but she possessed an exceptionally soothing presence. Her oval face had skin so smooth it seemed to glow, fairer than snow. Her crescent-shaped eyebrows framed eyes that held a gentle, faint smile. She wore the most ordinary white short-sleeved t-shirt, its collar loosely gathered into a gentle curve. Her faded blue jeans were rolled up at the ankles with two casual folds, revealing faint blue veins on her skin. A high ponytail fell upon her snow-white swan-like neck, and in that moment, youth itself seemed to take on color. The girl before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the pale moonlight of his fading memories. Or perhaps Lin Wanxing was the embodiment of all the world's white moons, gentle, radiant, youthful, and young. Ugh! A sudden, sharp pain shattered Liu Shanjuan's reverie of his youth. He looked closer. His moonlight was pulling out his urinary catheter. Readers who've pulled catheter tubes before know the sharp sting, no need to elaborate here. After stashing the urine bag in the bathroom, Lin Wanxing returned to Liu Shanjuan's room. Uncle Liu. We won't need this thing anymore. From now on, if you want to use the small one, just blink your left eye. For the big one, blink your right eye. If you're hungry, blink both eyes. Don't be shy, your daughter pays me a salary. 2,000 yuan for services like Lin Wanxing's? Lin Wanxing, did you get caught murdering someone by Liu Ruyan? Lin Wanxing helped Liu Shanjun into his wheelchair and pushed him to the living room. Liu Ruyan had gone to work. Xu Nanchuan was filming out of town. Ren Xiyao had been streaming until 3 a.m. last night and was still asleep. In the vast villa, aside from Ren Xiyao, who was purring like a cat and wouldn't wake even if an earthquake struck, only Lin Wanxing and Liu Shanjun remained. For breakfast, Lin Wanxing cooked millet porridge, served with a steamer tray of soup filled xiaolong bao, and a plate of sweet and sour radish pickles she had made herself. Uncle, is this breakfast okay? If it is, blink your left eye. If you want something else, blink your right eye. Lin Wanxing, you're being far too kind to me. I might just take advantage of this. After breakfast, Lin Wanxing watched TV with Liu Shanjun, and just then, an advertisement for Center Position Debut Plan aired. This talent show selects trainees to form a debut group. From major entertainment agencies, 101 female trainees would be selected. Through rigorous rounds of competition and elimination, the top 11 would ultimately be chosen to form a group and debut. The most dazzling star among them would claim the center position in the girl group. Liu Shanjun recalled Liu Ruyan complaining to him last night about her company sending her to participate in this very show. Lin Wanxing chimed in, Uncle Liu, you probably didn't know, but Ruyan is going to be on this show. She'll be a big star soon. You have no idea how talented Ruyan is. She's a sensation at our school, excelling in singing, dancing, and rapping. A talent scout spotted her potential during freshman year and signed her to Shinda Entertainment. After 2.5 years of training, she's undoubtedly grown even more impressive. I'm confident she'll secure the center position this time. When mentioning Liu Ruyan, Lin Wanxing lifted her chin proudly, her expression mirroring that of parents boasting to outsiders about their child's wall-to-wall 3 good student certificates back in the day. Am I Liu Ruyan's father, or are you her mother? Before Liu Shanjun could recover from the awkwardness, a heavenly voice echoed in his mind. Side quest, help Liu Ruyan pass the auditions for center stage debut plan. Reward, 100 points. Regular task, compose a song and achieve pure enjoyment level performance. Task reward, 50 points. Liu Shanjun finally understood, this system was tailor-made for his daughter. These two tasks combined meant writing a song for her, getting her on the variety show, then making a stunning debut that would shock the judges, astonish the audience, and dazzle celebrities alike. She'd meet a rich, handsome guy, and from there, ascend to the pinnacle of life. After all, that's how it always plays out in novels. So it wasn't him who was chosen by the system, it was his daughter. But at least it was family. He and Liu Ruyan were bound by blood. Immediately, Liu Shanjun began blinking wildly at Lin Wanxing. Lin Wanxing saw this and panicked. Uncle, are you going to the big one or the small one? Or both? Don't blink so fast, I'll push you to the bathroom right now. Unable to speak, Liu Shanjun could only utter muffled denials. He tried to lift the only part of his body he could still move, his right hand, and began tracing strokes with his index finger. Lin Wanxing finally realized Liu Shanjun was trying to write something for him. After a moment's hesitation, she offered her right hand beneath his. Liu Shanjun used Lin Wanxing's right hand as paper, his own index finger as a pen. The soft pad of his finger brushed against the palm. Lin Wanxing's body trembled slightly. Uncle Liu's finger wasn't as rough as he'd imagined. Instead, it possessed a unique, extraordinary sensation. To use an imperfect adjective, it was gentle. The kind of gentleness described in the verse, "When I think of the gentleman, his warmth is like jade." Uncle Liu must be a man of profound emotional depth, she thought. Lin Wanxing bit her thin lips, realizing what Uncle Liu intended to do. Paper. Pen. Uncle Liu had something to tell her. Lin Wanxing hurried to the kitchen, grabbing a sticky note and a permanent marker from the refrigerator. She placed the sticky notes under Uncle Liu's hands and slipped the marker into his grasp. Bending down, her hands resting on her knees, she beamed like a flower and spoke softly, "Uncle Liu, whatever you need, please don't hesitate to ask." Liu Shanjun gazed at the girl, radiant as a sunflower, silently reciting a calming mantra. "If I dare to ask, will you dare to grant it?" He picked up the pen and began writing. When Lord Liu Shan finished writing, Lin Wanxing picked up the sticky note and instantly felt tears welling in her eyes. Her small jade-like hand covered her crimson lips as she stared in disbelief at the man in the wheelchair. The sticky note read, "Thank you, Wanxing. When everyone takes your kindness for granted, there will always be one person who feels overwhelmed by it. Uncle Liu, is this what Mom wanted you to tell me?" Liu Shanjun didn't know the mother Lin Wanxing spoke of, but a kind lie was enough to soothe the heart. He blinked, attempting to form a smile in response, but it proved futile. Yet in that very instant, Lin Wanxing's tears were already streaming down her face. She threw her arms around him, pulling Liu Shanjun tightly into her embrace. She wept uncontrollably. She understood Uncle Liu was a chance her mother had given her to make amends for the past. "Mom, I'll take care of Uncle Liu as if he were you. This time, I won't abandon you. I won't let anyone take you away from me again. Wanxing, Uncle can't breathe." Liu Shanjun tapped his index finger on the wheelchair, signaling Lin Wanxing to give him some space. Lin Wanxing finally realized she'd been holding him too tightly, even pinching Uncle Liu's head. Once freed, Liu Shanjun resumed his stroke-writing posture. Lin Wanxing tore off the first sticky note, tucked it close to her chest, then placed the sticky notes back under Uncle Liu's hands. This time, the sticky note displayed musical notes. Was Uncle Liu composing a song? Lin Wanxing's eyes widened in surprise, and she instinctively covered her mouth. Could Uncle Liu also understand music? The world knows only Mercury's chronicles, but I alone cherish the melancholy beauty. Chapter 5, The Little Imp Ren Xiyao. The production of a song encompasses composition, lyric writing, arrangement, vocals, recording, mixing, and mastering. Among these, composition reigns supreme as the soul of a song. A golden hit song endures through repeated lyric adaptations, renditions by singers from different countries, and performances on piano, guzheng, or swana, yet its essence remains undiminished. This is the greatness of composition. The song Melancholy Beauty that Liu Shanjun wrote for Liu Ruyan, while it may not be a timeless classic, remains one of his most cherished compositions. He used to only know how to sing, but after the system forcefully crammed knowledge into his mind, he gained the ability to compose. Like Kakashi, he could replicate it 100%. The melody of Melancholy Land played in his mind, and the pen in his hand transformed the melody into individual notes on sticky notes. Finally, he filled in the lyrics. The entire process took no more than half an hour. To Lin Wanxing, it was nothing short of a miracle. She wasn't unfamiliar with songwriting. All 4 girls in the villa could compose songs. But the difference between merely following and truly mastering is like crossing a chasm or a gulf, as vast as the sky and the underworld. Some people spend their entire lives struggling to cross that threshold. Lin Wanxing had never seen anyone write songs so quickly. To use an imperfect analogy, it was like a sudden rush. Inspiration just kept gushing out. "Uncle Liu, you're not pulling Wanxing's leg, are you?" With a hint of skepticism toward Liu Shanjun, Lin Wanxing picked up the stack of sticky notes, a full 7 or 8 pages written. "Tragically beautiful?" Lin Wanxing read the song title aloud, feeling a vague sense of awe. Such a poetic title, most tunes couldn't carry it off.
Lin Wanxing couldn't help but read on.
She skimmed through it once, her expression gradually growing serious. By the second read through, she found herself softly humming along with the lyrics. Once I was a restless river. Wandering through forests, I stumbled into your heart. These lyrics are truly exquisite. Lin Wanxing shot Uncle Liu a look of pure astonishment, then pressed her lips together softly. She never imagined Uncle Liu possessed such talent.
Lin Wanxing couldn't yet gauge the song's quality, as it hadn't been recorded.
At her level, she could read music and hum along, but her appreciation was limited. She could only confirm it was at least upper mid-tier, a masterpiece she couldn't compose even in 10,000 years. Beyond that, she felt unqualified to judge. Lin Wanxing shot another astonished glance at Liu Shanjun, who was already scribbling more words on the sticky note.
For Ruyan. Uncle Liu, you want Ruyan to use this song for the center position debut plan, right?
Lin Wanxing realized with a flash of understanding.
Wanxing, you're brilliant. You even beat me to the answer.
Seeing Uncle Liu Shan rapidly blink his left eye, Lin Wanxing knew she guessed correctly and flashed a delighted smile.
Uncle, you're so kind to Ruyan.
With such an original song to compete in center position, I can't imagine how she could possibly lose.
Liu Shanjun's left eye continued to blink incessantly.
Lin Wanxing's voice grew more envious.
I know, Uncle. I'll make sure to deliver the song to Ruyan in its entirety. Scratch, scratch, scratch.
The sound of frantic writing.
Lin Wanxing took the sticky note and instantly flushed. No.
I need to pee, Wanxing.
3 p.m. Ren Xiyao, whose biological clock was completely out of whack from her nocturnal lifestyle, got out of bed.
Her room was on the second floor.
Lin Wanxing shared the same floor. Liu Ruyan and Chu Nanchuan resided on the third floor of the villa.
As for Liu Shanjun, he occupied the storage room on the first floor, a small space originally intended for a maid or housekeeper. The room itself wasn't tiny, but it saw no sunlight. With Liu Shanjun now completely paralyzed and immobile, it was the only place he could stay. Ren Xiyao clattered down the spiral staircase. She headed straight for the refrigerator with practiced ease, opened the chilled compartment, pulled out a bottle of strawberry sparkling water, and gulped down half of it in one go. Then she let out a belch long and loud, completely mismatched with her delicate looks. Liu Shanjun was worried Ren Xiyao might pass out in front of the fridge. Clutching the remaining half bottle of sparkling water, Ren Xiyao showed no restraint whatsoever, immediately turning to her Wanxing mom for help.
In a sweet, clingy voice, she whined, Mommy Wanxing. Baby tummy's rumbling, rumbling baby tummy. Lin Wanxing's affection was genuine.
Even when this little drama queen acted this way, she remained gentle, replying, What does Yao Yao baby want to eat? I'll cook it for you, okay?
Yes. Ren Xiyao answered sweetly, holding up 2 fingers in a peace sign.
Baby wants 2 fried eggs.
The runny kind. All right. I'll make them right away. You stay with Uncle and watch TV for a bit. Lin Wanxing was like Doraemon, seemingly ready to grant any wish. Liu Shanjun felt annoyed on Lin Wanxing's behalf.
You're just way too indulgent with them. Ren Xiyao expertly pulled a bag of sour plum candies from the snack cabinet and began munching. The strawberry-flavored sparkling water paired perfectly with the tart plums, making her mouth water. She plopped down on the sofa, flipped the channel, and landed on her favorite show, Family, with a troublemaker dad, a family comedy with laugh lines so childish and awkward that watching it with Liu Shanjun felt like torture. But when Ren Xiyao shifted from sitting to reclining, once again treating Liu Shanjun like a mere prop, draping her snow-white legs over his thighs,
Liu Shanjun found the TV show utterly bland and uninspiring.
No, it was those legs that were both hilarious and inspiring. Before long, Lin Wanxing had prepared a bowl of noodle soup, its broth infused with 5 spice beef and garnished with a ring of scallions. She also pan-fried 2 sunny side-up eggs with runny yolks, placing them on a small plate with 3 drops of soy sauce drizzled over them. Knowing Ren Xiyao was lazy, he personally carried the tray to the coffee table, practically ready to feed her. But when she saw Ren Xiyao propping her feet on Liu Shanjuan's thigh, Lin Wanxing immediately frowned.
Xiao Yao. Why are you picking on Uncle Liu again? And why did you change the TV channel? Uncle Liu likes watching aerobics.
As she spoke, Lin Wanxing switched the channel.
5 women in yoga pants appeared on the screen. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. 3, 2, 3, 4. One more time.
Ren Xiyao looked thoroughly displeased.
Wanxing. Is that even a proper program for him to watch? How is this not proper? Uncle watching them do aerobics shows he has the will to bounce back. He can even write today.
Give it a few more days until his limbs recover a bit more, and I'll join him in his rehabilitation exercises.
Ren Xiyao was dumbfounded. Wanxing, do you really think yoga pants are for practicing yoga?
Ren Xiyao turned to the spectator, Liu Shanjun, slipped one foot under his clothes, and planted her foot on his stomach.
Her playful smile teased, Hey! Pervert uncle, in your condition, is watching this even useful? Ouch! Ren Xiyao yelped as if pricked by a needle, swiftly withdrawing her foot.
Gone was her earlier rebelliousness. She obediently climbed down from the sofa and sat on the coffee table, slurping noodles. Slurp, slurp. Ren Xiyao suddenly spotted a music staff book on the coffee table and immediately reached for it.
What's this? Lin Wanxing snatched it away. It's a song Uncle Liu wrote for Ruyan. Don't mess it up. What?
Ren Xiyao looked utterly incredulous, casting a suspicious glance back at Liu Shanjun.
Him? That pervy, uncle can write songs? Wanxing, you've got to be kidding me. It's true. And this song is actually really good. Ren Xiyao instantly perked up. She snatched the sheet music. Let me take a look.
Chapter 6, The Daughter Who Rejects Her Father's Love.
This sheet music was transcribed by Lin Wanxing based on Liu Shanjun's sticky notes.
The handwriting was elegant, the notes beautifully rendered. As Ren Xiyao examined the sheet music, she saw it was identical to Lin Wanxing's work back then. Her brows furrowed, and her expression grew solemn. She hummed softly along with the melody. After finishing the humming, Ren Xiyao tucked the sheet music close to her chest and declared shamelessly, "This is the song Uncle Liu wrote for me now." Liu Shanjun stared in stunned disbelief. Could such brazen audacity truly exist in this world? Lin Wanxing's lips curved into a smile as she unbuttoned her collar and retrieved the sheet music. "Xiao, you're still such a scoundrel.
Do you think I'm a boy? Girls don't have to worry about these things, and they can even." "Ow!" Ren Xiyao yelped in a high-pitched voice.
"Wanxing, you've turned bad.
Uncle Liu must have corrupted you. That lecherous old man. Ugh, ugh, ugh." Lin Wanxing tucked the sheet music away and spoke softly, "This is the song Uncle Liu wrote for Ruyan. It's a father's love, Yao Yao. You can't take that away. Is that so?"
A mischievous smile played at the corners of Ren Xiao's lips, like the wicked grin of a sandwich spread.
She silently thought, "Really can't take it? Then I'll have to challenge that."
Ren Xiyao suppressed the wicked thought. Returning to the coffee table, she finished the half bowl of noodles left behind and said to Lin Wanxing, "I've looked at this song. It's the kind I could never write myself. I hummed it once. The melody is great, the lyrics are great. Even if it can't be a lead track on a top-tier singer's album, it'd easily be a solid second or third recommended track.
For a second-tier singer? This song would be a surefire hit. Honestly, giving it to Liu Ruyan is a waste.
With that crappy voice of hers, she can't carry this song at all."
Lin Wanxing gasped in surprise. "Yao Yao, you think this song is that good?"
Ren Xiyao took a bite of her fried egg,
the runny yolk oozing out, and quickly sucked it up. "Mom's fried eggs are still the best."
Her face radiated contentment.
"You forgot? In our dorm, you sing, Nanchuan dances, and I critique.
Only Liu Ruyan, she seems like a jack of all trades, a hexagonal warrior."
"But really?
She's a jack of all trades, master of none. With her limited musical talent, she doesn't even know what makes the song special." "Ruyan isn't as bad as you make her out to be," Lin Wanxing whispered in her defense.
Ren Xiyao didn't dwell on Liu Ruyan's shortcomings. Instead, her curiosity turned to Liu Ruyan's father, Lord Liu Shan.
She picked up the bowl of noodles from the coffee table, turned around, and sat down on the cushion. Slurping noodles, she scrutinized the man in the wheelchair. She hadn't really looked closely before, but now that she did, this uncle was actually quite handsome. You could even say that with uncle's genes, Liu Ruyan's looks turned out all wrong. She wasn't short either. Even sitting down, she was nearly as tall as he was standing.
At least 185 centimeters, right?
Ren Xiyao reached out and lifted the hem of Liu Shanjuan's shirt. And there were 6 sharply defined abdominal muscles.
Smack!
Lin Wanxing slapped her hand away, pouting reproachfully, "Yao Yao, you're so cheeky. Even taking advantage of Uncle Liu like that." It must be said, those 6 abs were undeniably tempting.
But I, Ren Xiyao, wasn't desperate enough to take advantage of even a cripple.
Slurp. Slurp. She finished the last mouthful of noodles.
Ren Xiyao said, "Wanxing. Say, is it possible? Uncle Liu is playing dumb here? Could he be some underworld boss or on China's Forbes list?"
Then with a wave of his hand, he'd throw down 100 million or two, just to harvest the hearts of young girls like us.
"Uncle Liu, do you have it? If you really have 100 or 2 million, Yao Yao might just go for it. 1 or 200 million. I make keys. $3 each, $10 for 3. You want some? How many? 1 or 200 million. I have 1 or 200 million JC. Want some?" Lin Wanxing couldn't help but chuckle aloud. "Yao Yao, stop guessing wildly.
You're getting more and more out of hand."
Ren Xiyao pouted, "That's how it's written in novels." Fine.
Then you'd better take good care of Uncle Liu from now on. Once he recovers, he'll reward each of us with 100 million. Lin Wanxing joked as she gathered the dishes from the coffee table and carried them into the kitchen.
Ren Xiyao remained unconvinced, staring at Liu Shanjun, trying to find any trace of him being a super-rich tycoon.
But it was all in vain. In the end, even she gave up on this delusion.
A man who can't even hold his own, how could he possibly be a tycoon?
"Wanxing, I'm off to wash the tiles.
Call me for dinner." 6:30 p.m. The family finished their dinner. Ren Xiyao, I'm going live. She dashed upstairs. Liu Ruyan showed a hint of weariness. Tomorrow is the C position auditions. I'm going to take a shower and get some rest. Ruyan, wait a moment.
Lin Wanxing called out to Liu Ruyan, handing her the transcribed sheet music.
Ruyan, this is the song Uncle Liu wrote for you to help you pass the C position auditions. Will you forgive Uncle Liu? He truly loves you. Him?
Liu Ruyan clenched the sheet music so tightly her freshly done starry sky manicure pierced the paper. Staring at the paralyzed man, her voice dripped with hatred. He dares say he loves me? If he truly loved me, he wouldn't have missed a single parent-teacher meeting since I was 8. Take your charity and get out. Liu Ruyan flung the sheet music for tragic beauty hard into Liu Shanjuan's face. Covering her mouth to stifle sobs, she sprinted upstairs.
A loud bang echoed.
She slammed the door shut and never emerged again. Liu Shanjun never imagined Liu Ruyan's hatred for him ran so deep she rejected even the song he'd written for her. This was heartbreaking beauty, after all.
Do you realize what a tremendous opportunity you've missed?
Liu Shanjun was frustrated beyond words. Put aside our father-daughter grudges for now, he thought.
Why fight against money? Once you've made your fortune, won't you forgive your father for the sake of the money? And let's be honest, your father's system rewards depend on you.
Lin Wanxing picked up the sheet music with a lonely sigh, smoothing out the torn paper with all her strength. She understood Liu Ruyan, but she didn't support her.
Because she knew Liu Ruyan would regret it later.
The tree wants stillness, but the wind won't cease. The child wants to care for them, but the parents are no longer there. Ruyan, when you truly lose uncle, you'll regret it deeply.
Tap tap tap.
Ren Xiyao, who loved nothing more than a good spectacle, abandoned her livestream and rushed down to join the gossip.
No way. Liu Ruyan turned down a top-tier song like this? What a fool. Ren Xiyao giggled, licking her lips again. Uncle Liu, well, this is something your daughter rejected herself. I didn't force her, you know. So, can you give this song to Yao Yao now? You little vixen. Back off, you're making me dizzy with those 3060s. Scratch scratch scratch. Liu Shanjun put pen to paper.
Ren Xiyao picked up the sticky note and peered at it, pouting in displeasure.
What did Uncle write? Lin Wanxing curiously leaned in.
A gasp escaped her lips. She stared at Lord Liu Shan in disbelief.
It actually read, for Wanxing to sing. Chapter 7, Daughter won't sing, Bestie will.
Uncle's so biased, Ren Xiyao pouted in displeasure.
Yao Yao can serve you too. Yao Yao can wash Uncle's body too. You? I'm afraid you'd serve me away.
Lord Liu Shan had his own reasons for giving the melancholy land to Lin Wanxing. His relationship with his daughter, Liu Ruyan, seemed irreparable for the time being. But relentlessly trying to win her over wasn't in Liu Shanjuan's nature.
Women aren't won over by flattery, they're won over by attraction. If he became a better man, his daughter Liu Ruyan would naturally reconsider their relationship.
When you're poor in the bustling city, no one cares. When you're rich in the remote mountains, distant relatives appear. The saying was blunt, but the truth was undeniable. Only by making his daughter clearly recognize his value as a father could he possibly break through the barrier between them. His current goal was to make Liu Ruyan understand the true worth of this song, The Heartbreaking Land. It wasn't merely about showing off or humiliating her to make her regret her actions, it was also laying the groundwork for the next song. With Heartbreaking Beauty as a shining example, Liu Shanjun didn't believe Liu Ruyan could refuse as decisively as she had today. Lin Wanxing certainly adored Heartbreaking Beauty, but if she were to sing it, it would feel like stealing something that rightfully belonged to Liu Ruyan. She was about to shake her head in refusal.
Liu Shanjun continued scribbling on the sticky note.
Help me make this song a hit, so Ruyan won't refuse the next one.
Lin Wanxing saw the note and finally understood.
This revelation eased the guilt weighing on her heart considerably. Ren Xiyao spotted the note too and chuckled mischievously. Wow, uncle, you're so scheming. You sly green tea guy. Good thing you're scheming against Liu Ruyan. If you tried this on Wanxing, she'd be totally fooled.
Lin Wanxing was utterly helpless against this little vixen.
Over 4 years of college, she had grown accustomed to playing the role of the little mother in this dorm room. She never fought or competed. Whenever something good came along, she'd always give it to her roommate daughters. This time was no exception.
Yao Yao must want to sing it too, right? Lin Wanxing pursed her lips and said, Uncle Liu, sing it for Yao Yao.
She's a streamer, she's got a built-in fan base.
She'd make this song go viral way easier than I could. Woo, woo.
Liu Shanjun made sounds of refusal.
Simultaneously, he typed, you sing it you, like yin and yao, suit this song better.
Ren Xiyao graciously stepped aside at this moment.
She knew Lin Wanxing possessed the best vocal talent among the four.
The only problem was Lin Wanxing's stage fright. She trembled at the mere sight of a crowd, which had prevented her from entering the entertainment industry.
Ren Xiyao had always encouraged Lin Wanxing to become a streamer, not for any other reason, but because she regretted wasting Lin Wanxing's heavenly voice. A gift from God, don't let it fade into obscurity. Seeing Lin Wanxing still hesitating, Ren Xiyao didn't wait for an answer. She grabbed Liu Shanjun and practically shoved him toward the recording studio in the basement. Go! 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 Yao Yao, slow down. Don't trip Uncle Liu. Liu Shanjun nearly died of fright from this reckless girl. Was she treating him like a warhorse? They took the elevator down to the first basement level. Besides the gym, the wealthy Chu Nanchuang had also built a small recording studio in the basement for her professional work, with the renovation alone costing 6 figures. But Chu Nanchuang never used it once she ditched it midway to pursue acting instead. That spendthrift woman. The trio entered the studio, where Liu Shanjun arranged the music on the spot, directing Lin Wanxing and Ren Xiyao to incorporate various instruments into the song. A song with only vocals is called a cappella, one with just a single instrument is a solo. A complete song, however, inevitably incorporates numerous distinct instruments drawing from musical traditions across nations, such as the horsehead fiddle, guzheng, suona, and shakuhachi. Composition is the soul of a song, the singer is its physical embodiment, and arrangement is the icing on the cake. Chu Nanchuang's recording studio, though compact, was fully equipped with all the necessary gear, and all of it was top-of-the-line, high-end equipment. Liu Shanjun couldn't help but marvel once more at the sheer wealth of the sister he'd never even met. While electronic instruments couldn't quite capture the soul of live performances, neither Lin Wanxing nor Ren Xiyao were particularly skilled at playing instruments, especially guitars, and their abilities fell short of what the electronic devices could achieve. This made the recording process considerably simpler. Listening to Liu Shanjun's arrangement, the two women found his ideas wildly absurd, like something straight out of a fantasy. Ha! You can play instruments like that? Ren Xiyao was especially skeptical. Uncle, are you sure about this? Doesn't cramming a hi-hat into this IV chord progression feel like it's stealing the spotlight? Despite her doubts, Ren Xiyao obediently added the sound effect. Because Liu Shanjun could compose Heartbreaking Land, while she couldn't. His musical prowess was light years ahead of hers. Reaching the level of a #1 hit like Heartbreaking Land wasn't something that could be compensated for by sheer effort alone. It was like a math problem: if you couldn't solve it, you just couldn't. Under Liu Shanjun's guidance, the two girls completed the accompaniment for Heartbreaking Land in just 1 hour. All that remained was for Lin Wanxing to enter the recording studio to sing and record, with the final mix handled by the masterful Liu Shanjun. The finished product was ready. Ah! Ren Xiyao suddenly screamed. My livestream! Turns out the scatterbrain girl had completely forgotten about her livestream while gossiping, leaving her fans hanging. Only now did she realize her stream was still active. She dashed back upstairs in a flurry. Liu Shanjun and Lin Wanxing both shared a look of exasperated amusement, like parents watching their forever young daughter. Lin Wanxing still clung to a thread of anxiety, twirling her ham as she asked uncertainly, Uncle, do you really think I'm worthy of this song? I'm so afraid I'll ruin such a beautiful piece like Melancholy Beauty. But Liu Shanjun simply pointed his index finger toward the sky. Then he wrote on a sticky note, Wanxing, don't disappoint your mother's expectations of you. So Uncle really was sent by Mom to accompany Wanxing in her place, wasn't he? In that instant, Lin Wanxing's eyes welled up with tears. She pulled Liu Shanjuan's head deep into her embrace. Though the world kisses me with pain, I shall still repay it with song. Ren Xiyao rushed into her room. Sure enough, the live stream had automatically shut down after too long without activity. Grabbing her phone and live streaming stand, Ren Xiyao rushed back downstairs in a flurry. Halfway down, she suddenly remembered something. She dashed back upstairs, knocked on Liu Ruyan's door, and teased mischievously, Liu Ruyan. Wanxing and I are recording a song in the studio right now. It's that heartbreakingly beautiful song your uncle gave you. I wanted it this afternoon and pestered him endlessly, but he wouldn't give it to me. He insisted on giving it to you, you ungrateful girl. And now you've thrown it away without even looking at it. Liu Ruyan, you'll regret this. Only when Wanxing finishes recording Heartbreaking Beauty will you realize what a treasure you've missed out on. Oh ho ho! Ren Xiyao departed with a witchy cackle, leaving behind a trail of mischief. So damn mean. Chapter 8, My 38-year-old paralyzed uncle is a musical genius. Ren Xiao's online alias was Drink Before Yao Yao. A corny pun, with a hint of edginess. But her fans affectionately and aptly called her Milky Yao. With 180,000 followers on Douyin, Ren Xiyao was a minor internet celebrity. Unlike most female influencers who just sit there streaming to cash in on PK battles, Ren Xiyao sings, dances, and even plays the guzheng. Only then does she engage in PK battles. She doesn't just open her mouth and ask for money, she sells her artistry first before collecting rewards. She sells her artistry and earns her rewards. She earns her money with a clear conscience and righteous pride. So even when countless people call her an online beggar, Sister Yao remains unfazed, living freely and unapologetically. But today, Yao Yao isn't performing. She sets up her tripod, starts the live stream, and the camera shows a recording studio's mixing console. Yao Xiao sat atop the console, with the faint outline of a man in a wheelchair visible beside her.
Because Ren Xiyao had work to do, her livestream had a decent audience, consistently hovering around 200 to 300 viewers more than most million-follower beauty streamers. Earlier, Ren Xiyao had left them hanging for nearly an hour without a word, already stirring some resentment among her fans. The chat stream was filled with vulgar and offensive comments, too distasteful to read.
Finished catering to the big shot? Finished bathing him? The big shot you couldn't let go of? He's already taken care of it.
Ren Xiyao glanced at the screen, too lazy to explain.
In the internet world, you only need to master one thing: covering your mouth.
Either cover your own mouth and lie flat while being mocked, or cover your fans' mouths mute and block them all at once.
Talking more just invites trouble.
No one really cares how many bowls of noodles Liu actually ate.
Lin Wanxing had already entered the recording studio.
Headphones on, the recording mic was a Neumann U87 market price around 20k. Had to give props to that little rich girl, she really knew how to splurge. Lin Wanxing listened to the backing track through her headphones, finding her groove, while Ren Xiyao managed the mixing console, keeping things under control for Liu Shanjun. As for the livestream room, it was left running on autopilot, letting her fans play and mess around on their own. After an initial wave of teasing, Ren Xiao's fans drifted in and out. By the end, only about 100 die-hard supporters remained, the kind who'd watch her stream with rapt attention even if she left it running while she slept.
Flattery-filled comments from sycophantic men flooded the chat. Today you ignore me, tomorrow I'll still come looking for you. Tired of chatting with other guys? Yeah baby, give me your address, I'll buy you bubble tea. Protecting the world's best Yao Bo. Brothers, flood the chat and clear these comments.
If Lord Liu Shan had seen these comments, he'd be mocking them for a lifetime.
Is that all? Ren Xiao's not even giving you the time of day. Even a cripple like him is better than you lot.
But some fans, seeing a recording studio for the first time, were intrigued by this song, a departure from Ren Xiao's usual singing or dancing performances.
They flooded the chat asking, what song is she recording? Is Ren Xiyao recording it herself?
Due to the camera angle, the livestream only showed the mixing console. The recording studio, just a window away, remained out of frame. Ren Xiyao was also protecting Lin Wanxing. Before Lin Wanxing was ready to enter the streaming world, she wouldn't let her appear in her livestream. Even though she knew that Lin Wanxing's looks paired with her own would create an unparalleled duo that would definitely attract a huge wave of traffic, Ren Xiyao still didn't do it. By the end of the backing track, Lin Wanxing had found her groove.
Through the transparent glass, she flashed an OK sign toward Liu Shanjun.
The backing track resumed. As the intro began, a deep, heavy male breath echoed, blending with the acoustic guitar strings, a subtle touch from Liu Shanjun. Take the typewriter sound in Chapter 7 of the night, it grabs attention right from the start, offering a refreshingly novel experience.
The effect was undeniable. Ren Xiao's livestream chat exploded with question marks.
This intro was genuinely novel.
A blend of kick drum and snare drum beats followed. This is the magic of arrangement building anticipation.
A relatively stunning yet unconventional intro entices listeners to at least keep listening.
The task of keeping listeners hooked then falls to the singer's voice.
Once I was restless river water. Flowing through forests, I stumbled into your heart.
Liu Shanjun made the right choice. Lin Wanxing's voice stands uniquely apart among the four female singers.
Ethereal, heavenly, flowing like mountain springs, tinkling like wind chimes.
Highly distinctive.
Yet those three words represent the lifelong dream of countless singers, often serving as the ultimate testament to innate talent. The once boisterous livestream fell silent the moment Lin Wanxing began to sing.
Upstairs, Liu Ruyan also fell silent.
Ren Xiao's earlier provocation had infuriated Liu Ruyan so much she wanted to storm out and tear Ren Xiao's bear-shaped pillow cover to shreds. She unleashed a flurry of punches on the teddy bear pillow on her bed.
Bitch. Vile woman. Wicked woman.
Malicious big-nosed hag.
Spiteful little runt. Was Bear Big so great?
He wasn't even as tall as her. After venting her fury, Liu Ruyan finally felt slightly better, but she still felt curious about the recording Ren Xiyao had mentioned. Muttering to herself, the scraps I leave behind, you all treat like treasures. She silently opened Ren Xiao's livestream, peering cautiously through the cracks like a sewer rat spying from beneath a manhole cover. She was utterly convinced that Lord Liu Shan's song was pure industrial trash, a piece of junk unfit for public consumption. Yet she also dreaded the possibility that the trio might actually cobble together a song barely tolerable to the ear, leaving her face swollen from the slap of embarrassment. The moment Lin Wanxing opened her mouth, Liu Ruyan felt a chill run down her spine. It was as if the more she dreaded seeing something, the more it appeared before her eyes.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could that beast Liu Shanjun have composed such a melody? Plagiarism.
It must be plagiarism.
Drum beats pounded like rain in everyone's ears. The music scene in Dragon Nation today was all about R&B, blues, rap.
You play drums, cymbals, bass, you're an old-timer. But this high-frequency drumming and cymbal work unheard in ages instantly grabbed the ears of fans in the livestream.
Novel. Beautiful. Liu Ruyan's ears were even more attuned.
Beyond the drums, cymbals, bass, and guitar, she detected a bass piano and double bass in the accompaniment elements that evoked a profound sense of solitude. Closing her eyes to savor the sound, it felt like standing alone on the moon, perfectly matching the song's title, Desolate Beauty.
Such compositional and arranging prowess wasn't something even Professor Liu Shan could pull off effortlessly, let alone a professor from Jinghai Conservatory of Music.
It likely took years, perhaps even a decade, of occasional flashes of inspiration to craft a song like this. As the drumbeat grew increasingly urgent, like a storm gathering in the wind-filled tower, the audience knew the song was about to reach its grand climax, the chorus.
I've never seen a smooth hill. How to touch a blooming marsh? Whoa! Facing these 4 lines of lyrics, Ren Xiyao got goosebumps all over.
She looked in disbelief, not at Lin Wanxing, but at Liu Shanjun. This man was the soul of melancholy beauty.
Could it be, you really are a genius, uncle? How did you write a masterpiece like Heartbreakingly Beautiful? Ren Xiyao had ultimately misjudged it.
She had once deemed Melancholic Beauty suitable as a lead single for a second-tier singer, or perhaps a second or third track on a top-tier artist's album.
She had underestimated it. These 4 lines of lyrics alone are worthy of being the lead single on any Dragon Nation artist's album, any artist, regardless of stature. Only a divine album could surpass Heartbreaking Beauty. And it would have to be a song ranked extremely high within that divine album. Ren Xiyao shuddered, lifting her pale arm for Lord Liu Shan to see. The sheer power of his heartbreaking land had sent goosebumps across her entire arm, a mix of excitement and deep resonance. Great music transcends borders, even species. Even a dog would wag its tail in delight to truly beautiful music. Uncle, Ren Xiyao cooed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Good heavens! My 38-year-old paralyzed uncle is a musical genius. Chapter 9, Big Brother's Carnival. What's the name of this song? Whoosh! A rocket gift effect. Worth 1,000 Dragon Nation currency. Sent by Chi Delongqiang, a level 12 fan badge holder in Ren Xiao's livestream and a level 56 spender on Douhai platform. After the rocket, another dazzling carnival effect floated up. Whether the chat was filled with insults or flattery, Ren Xiyao seemed oblivious. But when big spenders showered gifts, Ren Xiyao saw through it all like a hawk. The moment the missile appeared, she slid on her knees before the camera with a snap, hands clasped, her voice sweet and melodious. May your fortune flow like the wind, your prosperity bloom like the moon, and your wealth multiply like the harvest. May your wealth, fortune, and longevity flourish, as enduring as mountains and seas. May you never worry about food or clothing, may you dwell in lofty towers instead of humble dwellings. May your business flow like the Yangtze River, may your life bloom like flowers on brocade, may great fortunes and small fortunes come your way day after day. This string of blessings flowed fast, steady, and passionate, his kneeling as sharp and crisp as a knife. Kidalong Dongxiang, residing in the Magic City, opened the gift interface and sent another carnival gift. He loved Neo Yao's crispness. Her kneeling was unambiguous, her congratulations fervent. Unlike some streamers who'd flash a sour face when you tip them, offering a lukewarm thanks for the carnival, big bro. Love ya, mwah. Making it seem like I owe her something. Spending is a favor, not an obligation. Of course, Chi Delong Dongxiang harbored a slight grievance toward Nio. This streamer just didn't know how to show gratitude to her big brothers. Otherwise, he would have long since become a level 60 spending tycoon in Ren Xiao's livestream. But this time, Chi Delongqiang wasn't tipping for Ren Xiyao. Or rather, that opening missile and carnival weren't for Ren Xiyao. He explained via a floating screen message, "This isn't for you. It's for this song. It's great. What's it called?" Below the screen, everyone started asking too. As audience interaction surged, Douyin's algorithmic promotion kicked in, pushing Ren Xiao's stream past the rare milestone of 1,000 concurrent viewers. While thanking viewers for their gifts, Ren Xiyao replied, "Thank you all for your gifts, brothers. This song is called Melancholy Land and hasn't been released yet. It's by a friend of mine, and I'll cover it in my stream soon. Newcomers, please follow me and send fan like cards. Yao Yao streams every night at 7 p.m. I'll be here to keep you company daily." Lin Wanxing's heartbreaking beauty moved everyone. Ren Xiyao, Liu Ruyan, and every viewer in the livestream. Only one person furrowed her brow. Though Lin Wanxing's voice was nearly heavenly, to Lord Liu Shan's ears, "Wanxing, you still need practice. Call Wanxing out." Ren Xiyao glanced at the sticky notes message, then at the deep frown etched on the uncle's face. She couldn't help but feel a pang of worry for her dearest friend. It was a reverence born from awe for Lord Liu Shan's talent. After Lin Wanxing emerged, she hurried over to Lord Liu Shan. Lord Liu Shan had prepared an entire sticky note full of guidance for her. Lin Wanxing studied it intently, offering no rebuttal or stubborn retort. From the viewer's perspective in the livestream, they only saw a pair of long, straight legs walk over to the wheelchair-bound uncle. As she leaned down, her ponytail gently swayed, and the creases in her white t-shirt sparked the viewer's imagination about the girl's figure. Another carnival gift floated by. Big Brother in the livestream flooded the chat. "Nio, let your friend show her face, and I'll send another carnival gift." On one side stood the Big Brother, on the other her best friend. Who was more important? Xiyao knew exactly. Crouching down to face the camera, she retorted, "Hey. That's really unfair. You're checking out other girls in front of Yao Yao? Does that mean Yao Yao isn't pretty enough?" It must be said, Ren Xiyao possessed a natural talent for flirting.
Her voice was so sweet it gave even Lord Liu goosebumps.
Absolute gold. Ren Xiyao knew Lin Wanxing didn't want to appear on camera, but she wasn't foolish enough to outright refuse her big brother's request.
If you're in the live streaming business, stop constantly trying to sabotage your own livelihood.
You expect to earn money without lifting a finger? Why not just sit on your ass and eat? If you're so principled, go ahead and disable the tip feature on your stream. Then I, Ren Xiyao, would actually respect you as a real man. Hypocrisy is worse than hypocrisy. I'm talking about you, Liu Ruyan. Ren Xiyao knew Liu Ruyan would never resist her curiosity and sneak a peek like a little sewer rat, tail tucked between her legs.
Right now, she must be regretting it so much her liver hurts. Don't get me wrong, friends might not know you, but enemies know you inside out. Right now, Liu Ruyan was seething with hatred, grinding her back teeth to dust. If only she hadn't picked a fight with Lord Liu Shan. Lin Wanxing, having received Lord Liu Shan's guidance, pondered it carefully before diving back into the recording studio.
Once, twice, 3 times. The notes on Liu Shanjun's sticky notes grew fewer and fewer. Uncle is so strict. Ren Xiyao stole a glance at Liu Shanjun beside her.
His stern expression, furrowed brow, piercing gaze, and sharply defined profile. At 38, Liu Shanjun was like fine wine. The more you savored him, the more flavorful he became. Ren Xiyao particularly loved seeing him when he was serious. It inspired awe yet ignited her burning curiosity.
This uncle must be an old man with many stories.
By the end, Lord Liu Shan was practically going over every detail with Lin Wanxing, word by word. Finally, just before midnight, the recording of Heartbreakingly Beautiful was completed. After listening to the mixed version of Melancholy Land, Lord Liu Shan knew it had reached Lin Wanxing's absolute limit. It couldn't be better, and that was the best it could be. But this was still his limit. Liu Shanjun had no idea how many words he'd written tonight, only that his sticky notes were nearly depleted and his right hand was trembling slightly. This body truly was useless. Did it intend to strip away even my final trump card, the Eagle's one-handed strike? With trembling hands, Liu Shanjun finally wrote a message for Ren Xiyao. Add ringing and siren sound effects at the how to touch the blooming marsh node. Ren Xiyao was nearly driven mad by Liu Shanjun's wildly imaginative arrangements. She had never encountered such a brazen man.
Tinnitus? Sirens? What sane person would use those 2 sound effects in a composition? Uncle, are you trying to ruin this song, Melancholy Land?
Yet, though Ren Xiyao was inwardly ranting and raving, she didn't dare utter a single word of protest. She obediently added the 2 sound effects as Liu Shanjun requested. Then, she picked up the headphones.
Dead silence. She was utterly speechless. Uncle, are you a god?
After recording Heartbreaking Beauty, she grabbed the master tape. Ren Xiyao was still buzzing with excitement, grabbing her phone and heading back to her room to livestream. Meanwhile, Liu Shanjun and Lin Wanxing clearly couldn't keep up with this madwoman's energy, both showing signs of weariness.
Liu Shanjun gave Lin Wanxing a wink with his left eye. Lin Wanxing understood. She helped Liu Shanjun to the bathroom in the basement.
Then she supported Liu Shanjun again. After all, Uncle Liu was different from Mom. Why did he need support?
Couldn't he aim by himself?
Chapter 10, uploading the final version of Melancholy Land to Douhai Music. After helping Uncle Liu Shan to bed, Lin Wanxing returned to her room with the master tape. She uploaded the master tape of Melancholy Land to the Dragon Nation copyright network.
When entering the copyright holder's name, Lin Wanxing froze.
She then got up and tiptoed to Lord Liu Shan's room, taking his wallet in the dark.
Uncle Liu snores in his sleep, such a good boy.
Lin Wanxing patted Lord Liu Shan's head from afar, then left the room with a satisfied smile.
Opening Liu Shanjun's wallet, she found it empty. Fortunately, the bank card and ID were still inside. Tucked in a pocket of the wallet was a yellowed photograph.
It showed a family of 3, a handsome man, a beautiful woman, and an angelically adorable daughter.
The little girl faintly resembled Liu Ruyan. This must be Uncle Liu Ruyan and their mother, whose identity they kept so secret.
Ruyan's mother was beautiful too, but Uncle Liu was even more handsome. It turned out Uncle Liu had gone through a rebellious phase with long hair. His youthful looks were truly otherworldly. Lin Wanxing found herself inexplicably reaching for her phone and snapping a photo of the image. Subsequently, under the name Liu Shanjun, he registered the copyright for Melancholy Land on the Dragon Nation copyright network. After completing the registration, she opened the creator platforms of major music apps.
Currently, Longwa has 3 major music platforms.
First was NetEase Cloud Music, catering to niche, artsy audiences and foreign music rights, holding roughly 20% of the Dragon Nation's music market share.
Second was Tencent Music, backed by the powerful Tencent Group.
With vast resources and an extensive catalog of songwrites, it featured nearly all of Longwa's top-tier artists and commanded around 60% of the market share. The third is the rising star Douyin Music, backed by the Douyin short video platform.
It primarily features viral hits from Douyin, dominated by covers and various adaptations, currently holding a 10% market share. The remaining 10% is shared among various other music platforms. Lin Wanxing hesitated over which platform to upload to. If she released everywhere, she wouldn't get streaming revenue, would likely miss out on platform promotion, and might even face malicious traffic throttling. These greedy capitalists were nothing short of bloodsuckers. After much deliberation, Lin Wanxing chose Douhai. First, it offered higher revenue 1 cent per full-length play. Second, unlike other platforms' mandatory 50-50 splits, its copyright contract allowed creators to forego some system promotion in exchange for a 20-80 split, securing 80% of the revenue. Lin Wanxing didn't know what future success Melancholy Land might achieve, but she believed that Liu Shanjun, the creator behind it, had limitless potential. Uncle Liu, it's okay. Even if Tragic Beauty doesn't go viral, it's definitely because I didn't sing it well enough, not because your songwriting skills are lacking. True talent will always shine through. Lin Wanxing registered as a creator on Douhai Music using Liu Shanjuan's information and linked his bank card. All future earnings from Tragic Beauty would flow directly into Liu Shanjuan's account. After completing these steps, Lin Wanxing uploaded Heartbreakingly Beautiful. She became its first listener. When she sang the line Flat Hills, Blooming Marshes, a sudden ringing in her ears and wailing sirens sent goosebumps crawling across her skin. I sing so beautifully. Uncle Liu's arrangement is amazing too. Suddenly, Lin Wanxing's face flushed. What about the lyrics? Lin Wanxing scolded herself. It was true that people with impure hearts even heard songs as dirty. She was definitely overthinking it. How could Uncle Liu possibly use lyrics as a metaphor? Humming softly along with the melody, Lin Wanxing suddenly recalled Ren Xiyao's playful remark to Liu Shanjun back then. Uncle Liu isn't pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, deceiving us innocent girls, is he? Lin Wanxing had dismissed it as a joke too. After all, had you ever seen a wealthy man who couldn't even afford to hire a caregiver? But for some inexplicable reason, Lin Wanxing opened her search app and typed in Liu Shanjun. Unsurprisingly, there were indeed celebrities nationwide sharing the same name as the old man, but none of them were him. Lin Wanxing let out a quiet sigh of relief. Good thing he wasn't. She shut down the computer. Lin Wanxing opened Douhai Music on her phone, slipped on her headphones, and selected Heartbreakingly Beautiful for repeat playback. She drifted off to sleep to the sound of her own singing. The next day, Lin Wanxing rose early to prepare breakfast for the entire household. Though she called it a large family, the villa housed 3 women and 1 man, each with their own wake-up time. Lin Wanxing rose around 6. Liu Ruyan rose around 8, leaving home at 8:30 to arrive at the office by 9. Liu Shanjun was woken up by Lin Wanxing at 9. As for the nocturnal Ren Xiyao, she rose at 3 in the afternoon. At 8:20, Liu Ruyan descended the stairs, freshly washed and made up. As always, breakfast awaited on the table. On the plate lay a fried dough stick accompanied by 2 fried eggs. Liu Ruyan frowned slightly. Lin Wanxing pursed her lips and smiled. Today's the day Ruyan auditions for center position debut plan. Of course we need a perfect score. Wanxing, you're so childish. Liu Ruyan teased, picking up the fried dough stick and taking a bite. Just for good luck. Lin Wanxing sat down across from Liu Ruyan and cut straight to the chase without beating around the bush. Ruyan, Uncle Liu sang that song Heartbreaking Beauty to me. Liu Ruyan shrugged indifferently, I know. That little Ren Xiyao already told me. Ruyan, you should listen to this song. I posted it on Douyin Music. After hearing it, you'll see Uncle Liu in a whole new light. He's truly a musical genius. Him? Liu Ruyan scoffed. He's nothing but a drunken, promiscuous animal. Every time she heard Liu Ruyan speak so disparagingly of her father, Lin Wanxing felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. You can't advise others to be kind unless you've suffered their pain. She knew she had no moral standing to demand Liu Ruyan forgive Liu Shanjun, but she also understood Liu Ruyan's hatred was a painful burden. And after spending the entire day with him yesterday, perhaps Uncle Liu really had turned over a new leaf. She wanted Liu Ruyan to give Liu Shanjun another chance. But clearly, Liu Ruyan was still seething. She swiftly cleared the table, grabbed her bag, slipped on her high heels, and announced, I'm off to work. Sitting in the taxi on her way to the company, Liu Ruyan swiped open her phone interface, launched Douhai Music, and searched for Heartbreaking Beauty. The first thing that caught her eye was that jerk's name. When Lin Wanxing registered her account, she had actually used Liu Shanjuan's real name. She tapped on the song's information. Composer, lyricist, arranger all credited to one person, Liu Shanjun. Performed by Lin Wanxing. Liu Ruyan had heard Lin Wanxing perform Tragic Beauty in yesterday's livestream and knew the song was truly exceptional, far superior to the quality of songs Xinda Entertainment had invested in for her. But Liu Ruyan had exited the livestream before it finished yesterday. She simply couldn't stand Ren Xiyao's smug, arrogant face. Moreover, even if she wouldn't admit it out loud, Liu Ruyan truly regretted missing out on Heartbreaking Beauty. Lin Wanxing had uploaded the final mastered version. It was a completely different level compared to the live-streamed recording. The moment it reached her ears, Liu Ruyan's brow furrowed.
Lin Wanxing's voice originally had an ethereal quality, but under Liu Shanjuan's guidance, it now carried a hint of smoky magnetism. Paired with that unbeatable intro, the first 20 seconds alone were enough to grab listeners' attention.
Unbelievable. Last night, Liu Ruyan had nearly regarded Heartbreaking Beauty as a well-crafted song. Yet after hearing just 30 seconds of the final version, she felt like a complete fool. This Heartbreaking Beauty wasn't merely excellent, it was a masterpiece. Chapter 11, Health Plus 1, Arms Regain Full Mobility.
After listening to the entire Melancholy Land, Liu Ruyan remained in a daze for a long time, until a jarring high-pitched sound came through her headphones, the automatic playback of the next track. After experiencing such heavenly music, listening to this new take on a classic old song felt downright unbearable. Especially nowadays, covers are just about showing off high notes as if whoever hits the highest pitch is automatically better, turning it into a pure high-note battle.
Noisy.
Liu Ruyan yanked off her headphones and stared blankly out the window at the bustling traffic, lost in thought.
To say she didn't regret it would be a lie. She could fool others, but she couldn't fool herself. But when did Lord Liu Shan become such a musical genius? Even her teachers at Jinghai Conservatory couldn't produce work this breathtaking. Aren't you just good at drinking, cursing, and sleeping? Who gave you permission to write songs?
Her own failure was painful enough, but her father's success felt like a dagger piercing her lungs.
She couldn't breathe.
But this song was sung by Wanxing. She had tried several times to coax Wanxing into becoming her colleague, even offering to write songs for her, only to be politely declined each time. She was just that kind of detached soul. Back when Auntie was still alive, Wanxing had been fiercely driven. But after Auntie passed away, it was as if all her spirit had drained away. She settled into being a mother to the three of them. Liu Ruyan felt deeply troubled. With Lin Wanxing's talent, she shouldn't have faded into obscurity like this. Fortunately, Lord Liu Shan had managed to lure Lin Wanxing out of her shell this time. It was arguably the only decent thing he'd done in 12 years.
Liu Ruyan bit her lip.
Though she still hated Liu Shanjun with a passion, her love for Lin Wanxing overshadowed that hatred. She reposted this song, Heartbreakingly Beautiful, to her social feed.
A friend sang this. So good. Love it 3? When sharing, she deliberately blocked Ren Xiyao and Lin Wanxing. Even if she was promoting Heartbreaking Beauty, she didn't want those two to know. Otherwise, that Ren Xiyao would find ways to mock her. Liu Ruyan shared Melancholy Land on her moments not to boost its play count, but to let her industry peers hear it. After all, her circle was quite influential. If any big names took notice of this song, skyrocketing success wasn't impossible. Upon arriving at the company, Liu Ruyan hadn't even had time to order an iced Americano before her agent, Sister Hong, pulled her aside. Ruyan. Today's the day for the center stage auditions.
Head to the makeup room to freshen up, then pick out a gown. We need to record your self-introduction video, plus separate videos for your rap, dance, and singing performances.
The company has high hopes for you.
I've invested a lot of resources in you this year. This opportunity was hard-won.
Otherwise, Wang Zihan would have snatched it up ages ago. You've got to make me proud.
Facing this talent scout, Liu Ruyan felt both gratitude and shame. Sister Hong had truly invested a lot of effort in her over the past 2 years. Yet she hadn't become the thoroughbred she was meant to be, failing to bring Sister Hong glory. This was likely the company's final chance for her. The thought made her bite her red lips, a pang of regret washing over her. If only she hadn't let her pride get the better of her with Liu Shanjun. If she could land Heartbreaking Beauty, not only would she secure her spot as the center position, but Sister Hong would also gain prestige within the company. While applying her makeup, a thought struck Liu Ruyan: what if she reconciled with Liu Shanjun? Ask him to write another song? The thought flickered in her mind for only a moment before she dismissed it. Even if I starve to death or live in poverty, never becoming a big star, I don't need Liu Shanjuan's charity.
9 o'clock in the morning.
Lin Wanxing woke Liu Shanjun up on time.
Liu Shanjun gave Lin Wanxing a wink with his left eye. Lin Wanxing immediately understood and led him to the bathroom.
Though it wasn't their first time, Lin Wanxing still felt a touch of shyness. After they emerged, Liu Shanjun took a sticky note and said to Lin Wanxing, "Wanxing, next time give it a shake.
Otherwise, there'll be residue." Eek. Another peculiar habit of a man revealed. After breakfast, Lin Wanxing washed the dishes and joined Liu Shanjun on the sofa.
Liu Shanjun watched aerobics videos in his yoga pants, while Lin Wanxing performed rehabilitation exercises on his paralyzed left hand. She had reviewed Liu Shanjun's medical report, which clearly stated that only the index and middle fingers of his right hand could flex and extend. Yet yesterday, Liu Shanjun had already written fluently with his right hand, proving his body was gradually improving.
At this stage, family companionship and care were crucial, along with rehabilitation exercises to prevent muscle atrophy from prolonged inactivity. Otherwise, even if motor function was restored, lasting damage could remain. Every act Lin Wanxing performed was observed by Lord Liu Shan.
Among all the gentle women in the world, Lin Wanxing possessed 12 measures of tenderness, while the rest of the world owed her 2.
Scratch, scratch, scratch. Lord Lushan's brush touched the paper once more. Wanxing, your dark circles are pronounced. Did you sleep poorly last night? Lin Wanxing massaged Lord Lushan's left hand and looked up to reply, I was up late yesterday registering the copyright for The Tragic Beauty and uploading the master tape. Go get some sleep. Lin Wanxing was indeed feeling sleepy, but if she went to bed, there'd be no one to look after Lord Lushan. Noticing her hesitation, Lushan Jun wrote, just sleep on the sofa. Place the TV remote under my right hand, I can change channels myself. Seeing Lin Wanxing still hesitating, Lushan Jun pressed further, go to sleep. Get some proper rest. If you exhaust yourself, I suffer too. You're not just sleeping for yourself, you're sleeping for me as well. This reasoning was so flawless that Lin Wanxing couldn't refute it. She immediately fetched a blanket from Lushan Jun's room, glanced at the ends of the sofa, then rested her head on Lushan Jun's thigh. The most comfortable pillow in the world is undoubtedly a human thigh. Especially when it belonged to someone close. Falling asleep to the familiar scent of that person brought a profound sense of peace and tranquility. Before closing her eyes, Lin Wanxing gently slipped Lord Lushan's left hand beneath the blanket, using both her hands to knead and massage it, performing rehabilitation exercises. Her heart gradually settled into stillness. Lord Lushan also turned down the television volume. Lin Wanxing's senses gradually blurred into a haze, her six senses seemingly reduced to only the touch of her hands. The contact with the man's palm made her increasingly aware of how long and slender Lushan Jun's fingers were. A phrase suddenly came to Lin Wanxing's mind, thinking of the gentleman, his warmth is like jade. Uncle Lu's hands felt like warm jade. After Lin Wanxing fell asleep, Uncle Lu watched aerobics while activating the system in his mind. Standard task, compose a song. Reward, 50 points. Achieve exquisite quality to exceed the task requirement. Reward doubled, 100 points. Lottery, Lord Lushan murmured silently. Congratulations, host. You have drawn physical health +1. Current physical health, 2 gained full control over both arms. A surge of warmth flooded Lushan Jun's arms, causing him to shiver involuntarily. The indescribable sensation felt like a pleasant tremor. As the warmth flowed from his fingertips to his shoulders, Lushan Jun tentatively raised his right arm. It moved freely once more. His left arm, however, remained wrapped in Lin Wanxing's blanket. Even though she was fast asleep, she was still playing with his hand in her dreams, doing his rehabilitation exercises. That wasn't fair. Let Uncle play with your hand too. Chapter 12, filming a short video for Ren Xiyao with Melancholy Land as BGM. What? Uncle's hands are back to normal? Ren Xiyao exclaimed loudly while eating her rice bowl. She seemed unable to process this explosive news for a moment. Lushan Jun could tell this girl was easy to please. He reheated the leftover lunch tomato scrambled eggs and braised beef brisket, poured it over white rice, and stirred it all together. She ate with great delight. Not a hint of disdain. Lushan wrote her a sticky note. Thanks to Wanxing for helping me with my rehab. Lin Wanxing was baffled too. She'd just taken a nap, and when she woke up, Uncle Lu was doing rehabilitation exercises on her hands instead. It could only be described as a medical miracle. You mean Wanxing massaged Uncle Lu, and he recovered? The scatterbrained Ren Xiyao crouched down and tried massaging Lushan Jun's legs, hoping for another medical miracle. Little did she know that the silk nightgown she wore today was exceptionally loose. Ample room, revealing every detail. Lord Lushan was utterly innocent. Damn neck, why won't you turn away? Oh right, he was paralyzed. Well, nothing to be done about that. This was the reward for the paralyzed uncle. Medical miracles are miracles, but this one was in the wrong place. Ren Xiyao nearly cracked open its skull with a fist, smashing it to pieces. Lin Wanxing was speechless, tugging at Ren Xiao's collar. There's a man in the house now. Don't dress so casually anymore. Go change your clothes. Truth be told, Ren Xiyao didn't see Lushan Jun as a man at all. To her, the old man resembled nothing more than an oversized action figure. She gritted her teeth. No way, I won't let myself get shortchanged. I'll make sure to get even. Lin Wanxing was utterly exasperated with this big silly girl. How could she possibly make up for this loss? Smack! With a light swat, the little mommy scolded her child sternly, stop being naughty. Go change your clothes right now. Or you won't get any dinner. Ren Xiyao fell for it hook, line, and sinker. I'm sorry, Yaya was wrong. After the little drama, Liu Ruyan returned home too. The family ate together. Lin Wanxing had made lychee and coconut milk dessert today. After dinner, the family gathered in the living room to watch TV, sipping the chilled dessert to wash away the lingering heat of September. Ruyan. How did the auditions go? Lin Wanxing naturally hadn't forgotten Liu Ruyan's big event. Liu Yan tapped her straw against the crushed ice in her glass, her voice tinged with anxiety. I don't know if I'll make it through. Lin Wanxing smiled gently. Of course you will. My Ruyan is amazing. Ren Xiyao tried to make a snide remark as usual, but Lin Wanxing shot her a fierce glare. Instantly, Ren Xiyao pouted and began slurping the tapioca pearls from her lychee milk. Little mom's biased, always favoring that Liu Ruyan. Swoosh. Swoosh. Liu Shanjun put pen to paper. Lin Wanxing took it and smiled. Ruyan. Uncle Liu says you'll definitely make it into the main competition. Liu Ruyan rolled her eyes dramatically. Who cares? In truth, Liu Ruyan had already qualified for the main competition, as Liu Shanjun had just received the reward for completing the task. Side quest: assist Liu Ruyan in passing the audition's 4 center position debut plan. Reward: 100 points. Quest completed. Once again, choose to use points to open a blind box.
Congratulations, host. You've drawn the skill, piano performance mastery.
Wasn't it supposed to be health points?
Come on, Tonesy, give me a +1 centimeter height boost.
I don't believe you can keep adding to my height every single time. Better than nothing, I suppose. Liu Shan felt rather lackluster. Ren Xiao's mouth was full of lychee nectar.
She gulped it down, her pale pink lips still streaked with bright yellow mango juice. Lin Wanxing tenderly wiped the residue from her lips with a wet wipe.
Ren Xiyao relished this babyish pampering.
Lifting her little chin, she said, Wanxing, tonight I plan to cover your song Tragic Beauty in my livestream.
As the original singer, would you like to join me?
Naturally, Lin Wanxing wouldn't join her for something like that. She gently shook her head in refusal. Though Ren Xiyao already knew the outcome, her face still wore a look of regret and resentment.
Upon hearing the words heartbreaking beauty, Liu Ruyan's expression froze momentarily.
Though the original singer was unavailable, she could still cover it in future competitions. Yet, since the song was ultimately panned by Lord Liu Shan, Liu Ruyan still couldn't quite get past that mental hurdle. It was like chocolate that tasted like you knew it wasn't, but you still felt repulsed.
When Liu Shanjun heard Ren Xiyao wanted to cover Heartbreaking Beauty, Sasa wrote, "Don't cover it. Tomorrow I plan to film a short video for you using this song."
When Lin Wanxing handed the sticky note to Ren Xiyao froze in place, her eyes wide like she'd discovered a new continent. She stared at her uncle in utter shock.
Wait, uncle, you can film videos? You're kidding me.
Ha! After all, he used to be the boss of a top-tier MCN agency.
His streamers had produced hundreds, if not thousands, of viral videos racking up millions of likes. Filming women?
That was his specialty. Beside her, Liu Ruyan was equally baffled.
When had her boozer dad started making short videos? She couldn't help but recall a major scandal that once rocked the entertainment industry. Could it be that you honed your skills by making that kind of video, Liu Shan? The next day. 10 a.m.
Last night, Lord Liu Shan specifically told Ren Xiyao to go to bed early, but she clearly didn't listen. Though she ended her livestream early, she stayed up watching anime in bed until 3 a.m.
Lin Wanxing had to drag her out of bed.
Brushing teeth, washing face, applying makeup. Though she called it makeup, it was merely a touch of blush on her cheeks and a swipe of gloss on her lips to achieve that dewy, rosy glow.
For Ren Xiyao, it was practically going barefaced.
And she had the foundation for it.
Even after pulling all-nighters day after day, her skin remained as dewy and delicate as a lotus blossom emerging from water, soft enough to break with a touch.
Some girls were blessed with such overwhelming natural beauty that it left others with no chance to compete.
Following Lord Liu Shan's instructions, Ren Xiyao donned a school uniform, the blue and white version, with a white bodice and a blue collar. This outfit epitomized youth.
Despite having a closet full of school uniforms to choose from, the old man had specifically picked this one.
Ren Xiyao pouted. She hadn't worn this hideous uniform since high school.
She'd bought it as punishment after losing a PK challenge for a video, then tossed it into the farthest corner of her closet. Yet here it was, dug up by the old man. While JK uniforms might catch perverts' eyes, they couldn't deliver the vibe Lord Liu Shan craved.
The true essence of campus youth in Longwa isn't about plaid skirts and white stockings, it's the classic blue and white uniform that reigns supreme.
Swoosh.
Written by Liu Shanjun. To Lin Wanxing.
Lin Wanxing picked up the sticky note and instantly flushed with embarrassment.
You'd look prettier in it than Yao Yao.
Ren Xiyao watched the two passing notes and clamored to see it too, but Lin Wanxing snatched the sticky note right out of her hand and crumpled it into a ball. Ren Xiyao pouted again, convinced they were gossiping about her behind her back.
Lin Wanxing was terrified.
There was no way she could let Ren Xiyao see what was written on that note, otherwise, her silly daughter would throw another fit.
Chapter 13, Uncle, how did you manage that?
The Yunqi Manor purchased by Chu Nanchuan was one of Jinghai City's most prestigious luxury residences, perched on the auspicious Dragon Vein land in the western part of the city. Its courtyards were deep and secluded, boasting the most magnificent greenery in all of Jinghai. Every corner of Yunqi Manor was a picturesque scene, perfect for photography. This time, Lord Liu Shan had selected a century-old locust tree crowned with a canopy of clouds, itself a signature feature of Yunqi Manor. Back in the day, the developer had shelled out a 7-figure sum just to acquire this ancient tree. Wanxing, I keep feeling like that guy's taking advantage of me, but I have no proof.
Ren Xiyao helped Lin Wanxing lift Uncle Liu Shan from his wheelchair, muttering to herself. Uncle Liu isn't that kind of person. He just wants to help you film a video. Lin Wanxing explained. Ren Xiyao knew that, of course.
But sometimes it felt good to be a smartass, and the more she did it, the better it felt. She was just a natural-born snark. The two women helped Liu Shanjun to the base of the locust tree, letting him lean against it. Only then could he stand upright.
This was the first time Lord Liu Shan had stood fully upright in Ren Xiao's presence. Wow! Uncle, you're actually this tall? Were you really good at basketball back in the day? Ren Xiyao exclaimed in surprise, immediately throwing her arms around him. She barely reached his chest. Late star, isn't the height difference between me and Uncle super cute? I wish Uncle were a gangster boss. He could totally charm a pure girl like me. Would you get a full back dragon tattoo? Then I'll wear Lolita outfits to match you. Smack! Lin Wanxing gave her a light smack. This little firecracker, just moments ago she was accusing Uncle Liu of taking liberties with her. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. You're lucky you didn't take advantage of Uncle Liu yourself. And you were hugging him? But this height difference was quite striking, quite visually appealing. This is precisely what Liu Shanjun needs. A short video anywhere from 15 to 30 seconds needs multiple elements to go viral: something stunning, a twist, a strong ending, and lingering resonance. The first three are manageable, but the last is the hardest. Visual appeal videos inherently have the first element: a good-looking face is traffic. If paired with a curvaceous figure, it's skyrocketing traffic. But such visual content has an extremely high floor and an extremely low ceiling. They may grab attention instantly, but like knowledge passing through the mind, they leave no lasting impression. Once seen, it's forgotten. Thus, a twist is needed to deepen the impression. The tall and slender Lord Liu Shan leaned against the locust tree, his sickly appearance accentuated by his illness. His white, loose-fitting shirt had 2 buttons undone, revealing a hint of his arched collarbone. Though this camera work is pretentious, some people just can't resist it. Take Ren Xiyao, for instance. When she first saw Lord Liu Shan's script, she bluntly called it an old man chasing after a young girl. At 38, she still indulged in her own schoolgirl romance fantasies. Yet when Lord Ruyan actually appeared in a white shirt, leaning against the locust tree, even she found her heart fluttering. It must be said, Lord Liu Shan was undeniably captivating. He radiated the novel hero vibe, the Qing-style version, no less, and for an inexperienced young woman like her, his charm was utterly devastating. Uncle, give me a hug. Ren Xiyao, clad in her blue and white school uniform, threw herself into Liu Shanjun's arms as scripted. Her arms wrapped tightly around his waist, her head nestled against his chest. In a flash of inspiration, she rubbed against his chest like a clingy little puppy. Her face radiated pure contentment. Today, she finally fulfilled a childhood dream, becoming the heroine of a young adult novel. All right. Stop hitting on Uncle Liu. Lin Wanxing pulled Ren Xiyao away and handed the filming phone to Liu Shanjun. Liu Shanjun reviewed the footage. Ren Xiao's embrace was tight and unreserved, holding him with no restraint whatsoever. He'd worried she might be awkward or shy. He'd been worrying for nothing. The footage looked as if Ren Xiyao had been planning this moment for ages and was finally getting her wish. Liu Shanjun then had Lin Wanxing shoot a few more close-up shots. Then he had Ren Xiyao change outfits. A white wedding dress would have been ideal, but she didn't have one in her wardrobe. Settling for the next best thing, she changed into a black strapless gown, paired with pointed toe stilettos and pearl earrings. She pushed him, now paralyzed in his wheelchair, slowly toward the ancient locust tree, its canopy still as lush as ever. Returning to this familiar place, everything had changed beyond recognition. Even Lin Wanxing, the cinematographer, felt a pang of bittersweet nostalgia when she witnessed this scene. Such is the regret of youth. No one knew what Ren Xiyao had endured to go from her blue and white school uniform to this black strapless gown. Just as no one knew how the tall, slender Rosen Cohen, who once leaned against the locust tree, ended up confined to a wheelchair. Ample space was left for interpretation, leaving behind lingering resonance. After filming this segment, the trio returned to the villa. The two girls, like loyal bodyguards, obediently sat beside the uncle with their stools, watching intently as Lord Liu Shan edited the video. Ren Xiyao watched as each segment of footage, shaped by Liu Shanjun's editing, sketched out the most concise story of youth. And when the BGM of heartbreaking beauty was added, Ren Xiyao couldn't help but exclaim, "Uncle, you're a genius." Melancholy Land, true to its name, embodied the essence of sorrowful beauty to the fullest. This predetermined the melancholy tone of this youth story. Yet the first half of the lyrics painted a summer scene of blooming flowers, mirroring the fiery embrace the two shared beneath the locust tree in their early days. Liu Shanjun applied a vivid filter, saturating the locust tree's green, the grassland's emerald hue, and their youthful vitality with rich, bold colors. This only made Ren Xiao's embrace all the more fiery and beautiful. Until the chorus kicks in. How to touch. Blooming marsh. Hey! The ringing in her ears blended with the wail of sirens. The story's visuals shift from summer green to winter sorrow. Black and white imagery. The female lead in a black strapless gown, the male lead in a white shirt. Her slender high heels, pearl earrings, and his wheelchair. A sense of brokenness washed over her. Ren Xiao's eyes redden, as if she truly embodies the female lead. This is the power of music. Without tragic beauty, this mere 30-second vignette would never have such profound impact. Uncle. You must have been in many relationships, right? Ren Xiyao uploaded the 30-second clip to her account and suddenly asked. Liu Shanjun couldn't answer. He'd certainly had his share of relationships, some heartfelt, others purely physical. But in the end, they were all just a few bumps in the road. Watching Ren Xiyao edit and delete in the caption box, struggling with words, Liu Shanjun reached out and took the phone. Ren Xiyao blinked her anime-like, sparkling eyes, hands braced on her knees as she leaned forward, watching word by word as Liu Shanjun typed into the caption box. Life's paths diverge north and south, you head toward Xiang, I toward Qin BGM, melancholy beauty. Click to publish work. Ren Xiyao fell instantly silent. Uncle, you understand regret. Uncle doesn't understand regret. Uncle just understands the twisted, sentimental nonsense of you young boys and girls, and that last shred of faith in pure love. At my age, true soulmates are those who understand with a single pat on the butt that it's time to switch study positions. Chapter 14, Ren Xiyao battles Liu Ruyan for daddy's attention. Liu Shanjun wasn't sure if this short video would go viral, but based on past experience, a substantive post from Ren Xiao's account could definitely drive traffic. Whether it would be a small hit or a big one? One could only say, plans are made by man, but success is in the hands of heaven. First comes fate, then luck, followed by feng shui, accumulating virtue, and finally education, but human effort has its limits. Lin Wanxing was preparing dinner in the kitchen, while Ren Xiyao kept refreshing the Douyin backend interface. She acted like it was her first time posting a short video. Every single like made her happy, and she felt compelled to reply to every single comment. Uncle, spread your legs, you're pinching me. Ren Xiyao lay her head on Liu Shanjun's thigh, still being picky. Ugh. Liu Shanjun gave her a gentle nudge and silently switched the TV channel to the mindless sitcom Family with a troublemaker dad. Otherwise, the double whammy of her demands might be too much to handle. 6 o'clock in the evening. Liu Ruyan returned home. The moment she walked in, she strutted like a rooster that had just won a fight, head held high and looking triumphant. Lin Wanxing giggled, covering her mouth, while Ren Xiao's face darkened instantly. Both knew that Liu Ruyan's triumphant demeanor meant she must have passed the auditions for center stage and officially joined the cast. But Liu Ruyan didn't share this joy with Lin Wanxing, nor did she brag to Ren Xiyao. Instead, she strode before Lord Liu Shan and declared haughtily, Lord Liu Shan, I made it into center stage without you. Put away your excessive paternal affection, I don't need it at all. Liu Shanjun was utterly exasperated. While he was a seasoned pro at appeasing women, coaxing his daughter felt like a maiden riding in a wedding palanquin, a first-time experience. How about I find you a stepmother to make up for your missing childhood? Liu Ruyan stared at the stunned Lord Liu Shan. For some reason, though she did come to flaunt her triumph, she felt not the slightest satisfaction after her show of force, only profound anguish. They were like two hedgehogs huddling for warmth. The tighter they clung, the deeper the pricks. Yet if they parted, they'd be helpless against winter's chill. After all, they were flesh and blood, an unbreakable bond. Liu Ruyan bit her lip and snorted coldly. See? That so-called fatherly love was nothing but an illusion. Now he wouldn't even offer a single word of blessing. Her lips pressed together tighter and tighter. Ren Xiyao, who had been resting her head on Lord Liu Shan's thigh, rolled over instead. Resting her chin on his thigh, she cooed in a high-pitched voice, Uncle. If Liu Ruyan won't be your daughter, I will. I'll call you Dad. Can you share some of that overflowing paternal love with me? Yao Yao loves singing too. Liu Shanjun nearly crushed Ren Xiao's little head between his thighs. This little vixen was useless at everything else, but she was the undisputed champion at stirring the pot. Sure enough, Liu Ruyan, the ticking time bomb, exploded instantly at Ren Xiao's provocation. Seeing Ren Xiyao shamelessly sprawled across her father's lap, a pang of envy stabbed at her heart. It had been ages since she'd been able to lie like that. Who do you think you are? She shoved Ren Xiyao aside and snapped, Ren Xiyao, have some shame. Pushed to the corner of the sofa, Ren Xiyao curled up like a victim of bullying, her voice pitifully pleading, but it was you, Ruyan, who rejected Uncle's fatherly love. How heartbroken he must be. I'm just a little girl picking up other people's trash. Liu Shanjuan's scalp prickled with horror. This little brat was defying the heavens. Only her full-powered self could possibly handle her. A naive girl like Liu Ruyan was no match for her. Sure enough, Liu Ruyan saw Ren Xiao's feigned pitiable expression and instantly lost her temper. Right. Even if I don't want it, you trashy girl can't pick it up. He's my dad, not yours. Uncle. Ren Xiao feigned fear, her small feet in white stockings lightly tapping Liu Shanjuan's thigh as she whined, Sister Ruyan is being mean to me. Liu Ruyan stared at this little schemer, feeling like she could strangle her right then and there. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Liu Shanjun scribbled on the sticky note, you deserve it. He even added 3 exclamation points. Liu Ruyan snatched it and burst out laughing. What did the old man write? Ren Xiyao snatched the sticky note, her face instantly darkening. She bit down on the man's arm. Dog uncle. At that moment, Liu Ruyan's pent-up emotions finally cleared like clouds parting. She gave Lu Shanjun a proud little snort. This time, you actually acted like a father. A father should stand up for his daughter when she's being bullied. A malicious stepmother type like Ren Xiyao deserves to be ruthlessly exposed. Enough. Stop this. Come eat. Gentle stepmother Lin Wanxing called out. Liu Ruyan pouted, but since Lu Shanjun had just avenged her so thoroughly, she helped him to the dining table. Spotting the bite marks on his arm, she snapped, Ren Xiyao, are you a dog or something? Don't you dare bite my dad like that again. Ha! I'll bite. I'll bite. Who was it just now saying, Lu Shanjun, I don't need your excessive fatherly love? Now you're all daddy, daddy. If Ren Xiao's singing skills matched even half her talent for sarcastic sniping, she'd have taken Longwo by storm long ago. The four sat down, and Ren Xiyao and Liu Ruyan continued their sharp-tongued sparring, laced with subtle jabs. Some of the choice words made his head ache. How could such language slip from a young lady's mouth? Under the table, Lin Wanxing squeezed Lord Lu Shan's hand and offered a light-hearted reassurance, Uncle, don't mind them. They're used to bickering, it won't break them apart. Who says that? Liu Ruyan and Ren Xiyao declared in unison. Simultaneously pointing at each other, they demanded, get out of here. Having made it into the main competition of center stage, Liu Ruyan would join the other girls for a week of intensive, closed-door training. That evening, Lin Wanxing helped pack her luggage like a doting mother. A mother worries even when her child is miles away. Lin Wanxing feared the training camp's food wouldn't suit Liu Ruyan's palate. This girl was such a picky eater. Seeing the faint trace of worry on Lin Wanxing's face, Liu Ruyan felt a warm surge in her heart. If only Wanxing were truly her mother. The next day, when Liu Ruyan descended the stairs, Lu Shanjun was already waiting in the living room. It was obvious as day that Lin Wanxing had ratted her out, telling Lu Shanjun about her training plans. Liu Ruyan said nonchalantly, why are you up so early? I'm not going to wait on you hand and foot. Lu Shanjun replied, I'll see you off. Who needs it? Liu Ruyan pouted. Lin Wanxing pushed Lu Shanjun along as they accompanied Liu Ruyan out of Yunqi Manor. Only after Liu Ruyan had settled into a taxi and driven away did the two turn back home. On the way home, Lin Wanxing leaned in and whispered, Uncle Liu. Ruyan seems to be slowly accepting you. Chapter 15, Uncle, write a song for Yao Yao too. Uncle Liu, please take a bath. I was too busy packing Ruyan's luggage yesterday and didn't get around to washing yours. Lin Wanxing fetched a change of clothes for Lu Shanjun. Lu Shanjun's wooden tub baths were no less than 80, if not 100. By all accounts, he should have grown weary of performing this routine service. Yet whenever he faced Lin Wanxing, he was utterly powerless. Lin Wanxing was the same. Though she put on a calm and composed front, the flush spreading to her ears always gave her away. After bathing and drying him off, Lin Wanxing dressed Lord Lu Shan in fresh clothes. Lin Wanxing sat down on the sofa, switched the TV channel to Lord Lu Shan's favorite aerobics program, then had him lie down, resting his feet on her thighs. Ever since successfully restoring movement to Lu Shanjun's left hand through rehabilitation last time, Lin Wanxing had made it a habit to help him with his exercises whenever she could. Lu Shanjun had protested, feeling too ashamed to accept such an outrageous favor. Yet the most gentle and easygoing girl in this villa was unusually stubborn about this particular matter. Uncle Liu could have his way about anything else, but not this. Massaging from his soles up to his thighs, Lin Wanxing would occasionally ask, can you feel it? The answer remained a shake of the head. It's okay. Uncle Liu, let's not rush. Your body is improving bit by bit. There will come a day when you stand again. We all need to have faith in ourselves, okay? Lu Shanjun was practically being coaxed into submission by Lin Wanxing. Lu Shanjun patted his thigh. Lin Wanxing hesitated for a moment before lying down. As Lu Shanjun gathered her dark hair between his fingers and let them glide through it, she closed her eyes in blissful comfort. This was Uncle Lu's little reward, she thought. Tap tap tap. The sound of slippers tapping on the floor startled Lin Wanxing awake from her unconscious slumber. Before her mind had fully awakened, she instinctively rose from Uncle Lu Shan's lap, swiftly pulling herself a body's length away and sitting upright at the opposite corner of the sofa. It looked exactly like someone trying to cover their tracks after feeling guilty. Uncle! Uncle! Lu Shanjun nearly suffocated from Ren Xiao's cloyingly sweet voice. It was that kind of soft, sweet, cloying voice, the kind you'd rather not hear, but once you do, you regret it. It's gone viral. It's gone viral. Ren Xiao handed her phone to Lu Shanjun, her face beaming with excitement. The short video we filmed went viral. Lu Shanjun took the phone and glanced at Ren Xiao's Douyin backend interface. Views, 1.505 million. Likes, 253,000. Comments, 13,000. Saves, 22,000. Just a minor hit. Look at you, acting so unambitious. Getting all excited over these numbers? You're not hanging with me anymore, you'd just embarrass me if I took you out. Here, Liashanjin was being downright inhumane. Ren Xiyao was indeed a minor internet celebrity, but even her best video only garnered 20,000 likes.
Her daily posts typically received 2 or 3,000 likes, and during off-peak traffic, triple-digit likes were common.
A six-figure like count in overnight?
That dreamlike sensation of skyrocketing overnight only those who've experienced it truly understand. Ren Xiyao could almost see the god of wealth beckoning to her. Ren Xiyao plopped down on the sofa, squeezing herself between Liu Shanjun and Lin Wanxing. Lin Wanxing nervously tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, which caught Ren Xiao's attention and sparked a flicker of suspicion.
What were you two doing while I was gone? Ren Xiyao asked.
Glancing down, she spotted a damp stain on Liu Shanjun's pants. She pinched a bit between her fingers and brought it to her nose to sniff. Her gaze instantly darted to Lin Wanxing, who hung her head in shame as if caught red-handed.
You little thief, Lin Wanxing. Stealing my spot.
Ren Xiyao giggled, wrapping her arms around him and teasingly added, Wanxing, uncle's legs must be quite comfortable to sleep on, huh? No, it's not like that, Lin Wanxing protested in a voice barely louder than a mosquito's buzz.
Liu Shanjun gave Ren Xiyao a light slap on the thigh. Even teasing your little mom?
You're such a little devil, Ren Xiyao. He handed her a sticky note. Open the back end for heartbreakingly beautiful. Lin Wanxing immediately pulled out her phone and opened the Douhai music creator backend.
Her expression turned pale with shock. This Melancholy Land has gone viral too.
The view count had already hit 100,000, and the number of comments was even more staggering than Ren Xiao's short video, garnering nearly 10,000 comments with less than a tenth of the views.
Moreover, another metric Liu Shanjun closely monitored was showing explosive growth. That was the number of times the song was referenced in other short videos. Simply put, videos like Ren Xiao's that used Melancholy Land as background music counted as one reference, and this was the track's first ever reference. Yet overnight, Melancholy Land had been referenced over 200 times, meaning more than 200 videos now featured its BGM. This was precisely Lord Liu Shan's objective. Music creators still don't take Douyin's music platform seriously enough. They perceive its user base as too small to gain traction. Although Douhai's short video platform boasts massive user numbers, creators can reference Douhai music tracks for free. This makes music creators feel exploited by Douhai short videos, further discouraging them from uploading songs to Douhai Music. But Liu Shanjun took the opposite approach. He encouraged Douyin creators to use the track extensively, building momentum for Heartbreakingly Beautiful first. Once its popularity soared, the money would naturally follow. In this traffic-driven society, traffic translates directly into money. This was something Ren Xiyao still couldn't grasp. Seeing that Heartbreakingly Beautiful had been referenced 200 times, she scrolled through the short videos using its BGM. Just as expected. Plagiarism, blatant plagiarism. They'd copied her viral short video frame by frame, not even bothering to change the shot composition. What infuriated Ren Xiyao most was the casting choices for their male leads. They were so unfit they wouldn't even be worthy of licking my uncle's toes. Report them. Absolutely report them. But Lord Liu Shan stopped her. No need. A viral video will inevitably get copied. You'll have to get used to it. Broaden your perspective. Get used to it? Ren Xiyao chewed on those words. So you're telling me you're still gonna film short videos for me? And he'll make me go viral? Ren Xiyao immediately latched onto Liu Shanjuan's leg, willingly becoming the little charm dangling from his thigh. A wise bird chooses the right tree to perch on. Chasing money isn't shameful. Plopping down on Uncle Liu Shan's feet, she wrapped her arms around his legs and pleaded, Uncle. Yao Yao wants to sing too. Write a song for Yao Yao, okay? Ding. Side quest activated, joy of helping others. Write a song for Ren Xiyao. Reward, 100 points. Chapter 16, Writing Jingwei in the Dead of Night, deliberately accidentally discovered by Ren Xiyao. Though he received the system quest, Liu Shanjun didn't want to agree to Ren Xiao's request so easily. Humans are a peculiar breed. Things that come too easily are often not cherished. Please, uncle. Ren Xiao, that little vixen, was truly clingy enough to drive anyone mad, and she knew how to play the victim. Perched right on his feet, clutching his legs, she gazed at him with such pitiful eyes, her large pupils glistening with the faint glimmer of tears. Any other man might have fallen for her tricks, but luckily, Lord Liu Shan's unwavering resolve forged through 2 lifetimes held firm. He forced himself to resist the urge to nod, remaining silent. Late star. Ren Xiyao threw herself back into Lin Wanxing's arms, her voice brimming with hurt and helplessness. Uncle is so unfair. He only spoils you. I don't like uncle anymore. Lin Wanxing's cheeks flushed slightly at Ren Xiao's innocent words. How could the word favor ever describe her relationship with uncle? That was far too improper. Gently combing Ren Xiao's dark hair, she coaxed and persuaded, Yao Yao. Uncle Liu isn't neglecting you. You're a music student too, you know songs like Melancholy Beauty are rare gems, not something you can just whip up overnight. You have to give Uncle Liu time to find his inspiration. No wonder she could charm even Lord Liu Shan into submission. Coaxing Ren Xiyao was child's play. After Lin Wanxing's soothing words, Ren Xiyao stopped pestering Liu Shanjun for this and that.
Instead, she stared at the rapidly climbing numbers backstage, giggling to herself.
That evening, Liu Ruyan wasn't home for dinner.
Without her usual lively counterpart to banter with, Ren Xiyao lost her appetite. She wolfed down her meal and dashed upstairs to start streaming. Today, riding the wave of short video popularity, Ren Xiao's livestream hit over 5,000 viewers. She knew how to seize the opportunity, performing a cover of Tragic Beauty during the stream.
Though lacking the soul of Lin Wanxing's version, as the first to take the plunge, Ren Xiyao still raked in a fortune.
In one night, she collected over 300,000 yuan in virtual gifts alone and gained more than a dozen new memberships. After taxes, she walked away with over 10,000 yuan. And this was just one live stream.
Unfortunately, such viral traffic is fleeting, with diminishing returns. The next stream won't yield such profits.
Only by continuously releasing new songs and ensuring each one is a smash hit can she sustain this momentum. Having worked in the internet industry for over a year, Ren Xiyao knew exactly how to play the traffic game. She's built her career by attracting followers with edgy short videos and monetizing her talent through live streams. After all, she's both beautiful and talented. She could have cashed in even more, but she just couldn't get past that mental barrier. She's already showing off her legs, but she still won't show cleavage. She sings, but refuses to dance provocatively. She calls everyone boss but won't stand up for the big shots or accompany them for full-service dinners. Her good wasn't pure enough, and her bad wasn't thorough enough. Ren Xiyao, you deserve to be poor your whole life.
Ren Xiyao cursed herself viciously.
After signing off, she walked downstairs, heading straight for the fridge with practiced ease, intending to grab a cold beer and some lemon chicken feet for a late-night snack. Irregular hours had thrown her biological clock into chaos, and insomnia plagued her nightly.
Without a drink and a snack, sleep remained elusive.
Just as Ren Xiyao was sneaking beer and lemon chicken feet from the fridge like a thief, she noticed a faint glow coming from Liu Shanjuan's room.
Is uncle still awake? A woman's curiosity is something even they can't control.
Holding her snacks and drinks, Ren Xiyao crept closer stealthily.
Liu Shanjuan's door stood ajar.
Through the crack, she saw him seated in his wheelchair, hunched over his desk. His pen kept landing on the music staff, then erasing and rewriting.
Is uncle writing a song?
Ren Xiyao gasped, covering her mouth with her hand.
In the dead of night, sneaking around alone in his room, writing a song. Who was he writing for? And who had made that unreasonable request earlier today? Uncle, you really? I'm crying my eyes out.
Uncle, your middle name is tough on the outside, soft on the inside. He swore he wouldn't write a song for Yao Yao, yet here he was, sneaking out of bed in the dead of night to compose.
Afraid Wanxing would get jealous, yet still wanting to spoil Yao Yao? In an instant, Ren Xiyao wove a tangled melodrama of love and jealousy in her mind. You've got to admire Ren Xiao's imagination.
The truth, however, was not only different from Ren Xiao's guesses, it was completely opposite.
That light was deliberately left on by Liu Shanjun for Ren Xiyao to see.
He had long known her habit of coming downstairs for snacks after finishing her live streams late at night.
Effort without results is futile. A deed only counts as done when others see it. Not only did Lord Liu Shan ensure Ren Xiyao witnessed his actions, but he also inadvertently revealed his painstaking efforts.
Uncle, you're such a fool. Ren Xiyao barged straight in, wrapping her arms around Liu Shanjun from behind. Her slender arms wrapped around his chest, her chin resting on his broad shoulder, her pale, delicate face pressed against his profile. She sniffed her sore nose. She protested on his behalf. Why did you do this? If I hadn't come down for snacks tonight, I'd never have known you stayed up writing a song for me until midnight.
But you come down for snacks every night at 3. Liu Shanjun paused his writing, inhaling the faint, sweet scent emanating from the girl. After a long moment, he wrote on the sticky note, "Don't tell Wanxing I stay up late."
Wanxing.
Always Wanxing.
Ren Xiyao pouted. In that moment, she admitted she was jealous. She retorted defiantly, if Wanxing can do it, Yao Yao can too.
Liu Shanjun smiled, neither confirming nor denying.
Here she goes with her little tantrums again.
Almost done writing. Either go back to your room and sleep, or stay here quietly and don't disturb me. Ren Xiyao naturally chose the latter.
In her room, she obediently watched the uncle write a song for her.
A sharp tearing sound.
The sound of a beer can being open. Ren Xiyao cutely flicked out her red tongue.
Uncle, I'm really hungry.
Liu Shanjun shot her a disapproving look and ignored her. But the sound of ice-cold beer gurgling down the young girl's throat stirred up Liu Shanjun's own craving for a drink. Truthfully, Liu Shanjun wasn't addicted to alcohol. Drinking was merely a palate cleanser before the main course.
Especially when women drank, they tended to loosen up a bit, shedding their usual coyness.
But this body was a genuine drunkard. He reached out his large hand. Ren Xiyao handed over the half-empty bottle. Watching the uncle guzzle it down, the amber liquid trickled from the corners of his mouth, cascading over his prominent Adam's apple. Who knew a man drinking could look so cool? Brr! With a loud belch, Liu Shanjun seemed to have unlocked his creative potential. Inspiration gushed forth like a spring as he continued composing songs while drinking, his pen flying across the paper. "Uncle, slow down," Ren Xiyao said with concern. "Drinking so fast, and it's so cold it's bad for your stomach. Here, have a bite of chicken feet." Ren Xiyao pinched a boneless chicken wing between her two slender fingers and offered it to him. The slight touch of fingertips against teeth that was called flirtation. When feeding him, Ren Xiyao would deliberately pause, letting Liu Shanjun bite her finger as if it were the chicken wing. Both tacitly accepted this level of intimacy. Until Liu Shanjun finished his final stroke. Ren Xiyao took the sheet music, covered in countless revisions. Jingwei? Chapter 17, Recording Jingwei, Heartbreakingly Beautiful goes viral. Jingwei? The next day at noon, Lin Wanxing held the sheet music and announced the song's title. Ren Xiyao lifted her little head, her pride almost getting the better of her. "Uncle wrote this song for me, it's just as good as Melancholy Land." Lin Wanxing furrowed her brow, ignoring Ren Xiao's showboating before her and instead casting a glance at Liu Shanjun. That single glance made Liu Shanjun feel a pang of guilt. Oh dear, why did this feel like getting caught cheating by the spouse? Ren Xiao, you're really putting on a show, aren't you? If Wanxing really comes after you later, I'll be on her side. Lin Wanxing wasn't particularly interested in songs, nor did she think Liu Shanjun writing one for Ren Xiao was a life or death matter. She was just wondering when Uncle Liu had written the song without her knowing. He must have stayed up late, writing it in the middle of the night. That disobedient Uncle Liu. How could his health possibly improve like this? But since Uncle Liu stayed up all night, she couldn't really do anything about it. She couldn't exactly sleep in the same bed with him to supervise him, could she? Lin Wanxing refocused her attention on the song Jingwei. "You and I first discussed the hall of cultivating the heart, then bow beneath the cascading waterfall?" Lin Wanxing furrowed her brow and glanced at Liu Shanjun with a hint of surprise. "Uncle Liu, is this really something you could write? If the lyrics for Melancholy Land were a perfect 10, then this Jingwei would be a negative score. What the hell is this? First discuss the hall of mental cultivation, then pay homage to the waterfall that drenches the body? What kind of nonsense is this? It feels like drunken gibberish thrown together without a care. Even if Yao Yao weren't me, you didn't have to be so half-hearted, did you?" As for Ren Xiyao, she also finds this piece woefully subpar. The entire thing reads like a delirious ramble, even nonsensical at times. But hey, it was written by the old man. Love extends to the crow, and a father's love for his son knows no bounds. Not a shred of criticism is tolerated. Jingwei is simply better than Kim 80. "Uncle, let's go record the song." Ren Xiyao pulled Liu Shanjun toward the recording studio. Liu Shanjun spent over half an hour finalizing the arrangement. Still electronic instruments, not a single acoustic note. It wasn't that Liu Shanjun didn't want to, but Jingwei was essentially a compilation of electronic instruments, even though its style leaned toward rock. But Liu Shanjun positioned it as cyberpunk electronic phantom sound. The lyrics for Jingwei were a complete mess, the kind even the original author couldn't write after downing fake liquor. Yet it was precisely this disjointed, nonsensical jumble of lines that captured the essence of Jingwei madness. Without this madness, Jingwei wouldn't feature 4 distinct melodies within a single song, each burning brightly on its own. After completing the arrangement, Liu Shanjun played the demo. Lin Wanxing grimaced in agony. What was this? The melody raged like an entire band performing a concert inside her head. Her limited musical knowledge struggled to deconstruct this Jingwei. In stark contrast to Lin Wanxing, Ren Xiyao. She swayed to the rhythm as if red and white celebrations collided in her mind, joyful gongs and drums preceding mournful suona flutes. The bride entered the spirit coffin, the groom became a paper effigy. Ren Xiyao had precisely grasped the soul of Jingwei, that unrestrained, carefree abandonment of others' fates. No wonder Ren Xiyao often boasted that while she might not be the best singer among the 4 girls in their dorm, her appreciation was undoubtedly the highest. She could strip away a song's superficial layers to reach its deepest soul. "Uncle, you're a true genius." Ren Xiyao wrapped her arms around Liu Shanjun from behind, sniffing his hair like a maniac, like a wild fox spirit, as if she could siphon his talent away. "But you're also a madman. You dare call me crazy? Get in there and sing." Center Position Debut Project, Jinghai Training Base. Liu Ruyan had only been training here for a day, yet she already missed home, longed for the snail noodles made by her little mom, Wanxing. Only after leaving home did she realize no one would spoil her like a child anymore. And the girls at the training base were all rivals. It felt like a palace intrigue drama. Each one was a master of subtle insults and veiled criticism. Some trainees who knew each other beforehand or came from the same agency appeared as close as sisters on the surface, yet behind the scenes, they were the most ruthless backstabbers. This included Huang Zihan, the junior who'd graduated from Jinghai Conservatory of Music with her. Senior sister this, senior sister that, but when she spread her legs, someone was always there to take care of her. At least Ren Xiyao was shamelessly brazen about it. Liu Ruyan couldn't be bothered with these baseless rumors. After finishing today's vocal training, Liu Ruyan sat on the floor of the practice room with her dorm mates, taking a short break before the upcoming dance session. Her vocal instructor was also an acquaintance, Professor Su Xiaofan from Jinghai Conservatory of Music. She was semi-retired, hired by the C Position program as a vocal coach. Though past 60 with streaks of silver in her hair, the veteran professor still possessed remarkable resonance. Her soprano voice was something Liu Ruyan could only dream of matching. A professor is a professor after all. Even in her later years, she was not someone a junior like Liu Ruyan could question. Though the vocal training session had ended, several trainees lingered, dragging Professor Su aside to ask about singing techniques. Professor Su shared everything she knew, believing these young girls possessed a far more earnest attitude toward learning than students at Jinghai Conservatory. Even if some lacked systematic training and their technical knowledge was lacking, at least they were eager to learn, unlike certain students at the academy who were like sitting on a gold mine yet content to eat cornbread. A familiar melody began to play. How to touch. Heartbreaking Beauty? Liu Ruyan glanced at her phone, thinking she might have accidentally pressed her playlist. But it turned out the music was actually playing from the phone of a trainee nearby. 3 girls huddled together, chattering away. Meishin, this song is super popular right now. I saw tons of people using it for Douyin videos. I already made one and posted it. This song is basically Dou Plus. Normally I only get a few hundred views, but using this song got me over 2,000. Really? I'll make one too. Too late. Just using the BGM won't get you views anymore. You need to come up with something new. Hey, did you guys see the first blogger who used this Heartbreaking Beauty as BGM? Let me tell you, the male lead in her video, Uncle Ching, is so handsome. The mention of a handsome guy instantly got all 3 of them excited, and they all wanted to see this Uncle Ching. Liu Ruyan sensed something unusual. Handsome Uncle Chang? Could it be her father? Liu Ruyan quietly edged closer. When she saw the trainee named Meishin search for Heartbreakingly Beautiful, the first link that popped up was the original singer on Douhai Music Liu Shanjuan's Heartbreaking Land. Whoa! Over 1 million plays? 200k favorites? 100k plus comments? She'd only been away from home for 2 days, and you guys had already conquered the entire Dragon Nation music scene? And the second result under keyword search was the last thing Liu Ruyan wanted to see. Drink before Yao. That damn account belonged to Ren Xiyao on Douhai. And the blogger Meishin mentioned was her. Clicking into the video. The blue and white school uniform accentuated Ren Xiyao's talent in such a stunning way. She'll work herself to death. Cut to a new scene. A man in a white shirt leaned against the ancient locust tree in Yunqi Garden. Wow, wow, wow. The 3 girls let out a chorus of giddy squeals. He's so handsome, so handsome. Just like a male lead from a novel. So charming, like one of those wealthy uncles. If he fancied me and tossed 2 grand at me, I wouldn't mind at all. Wow. Jiayu, you're so shameless. Does this male lead have a Douyin account? I want to follow him. Listening to her temporary roommate's wild fantasies about her own father, Liu Ruyan's eye twitched violently. Disgusting. Shameless. But her dad did have a certain charm. Ever since she was little, he'd always had women around him. What hurt Liu Ruyan the most was that Ren Xiyao's short video had racked up over 1 million likes. This has already become a massive hit. While her own failure was regrettable, Ren Xiyao's success made Liu Ruyan grind her teeth in frustration. Liu Shanjun, if you ever help Ren Xiyao film another video, I'll disown you as my father for life. The 3 girls chattered excitedly, repeatedly watching Liu Shanjuan's performance. They even shamelessly praised, Uncle Ching's acting is unbeatable. Having him play someone in a wheelchair, with that sorrow in his eyes, he really looks like he's paralyzed. Suddenly, darkness engulfed their vision. The 3 girls looked up to find Su Xiaofan standing before them. Their faces flushed instantly. The professor had overheard all their gushing remarks. The 3 girls stammered awkwardly, "Hello, Professor Su." Su Xiaofan, however, didn't comment on their remarks. Instead, she responded with humble courtesy, "Hello, students. Could you please play the full version of this song?" "Sure, Professor Su. I'll play it right away." Exiting the video, the first search result for the keyword was the original singer. Su Xiaofan saw the name Liu Shanjun and furrowed her brow, finding no memory of it in her mind. Heartbreaking Beauty began to play. The heavy breathing of a man immediately captured everyone's attention. A frantic drumbeat surged like the howling wind before a downpour. As Lin Wanxing began to sing, "Once I was a restless river." Chapter 18, the stern lord of Lushan, and Ren Xiyao, brought to tears by scolding. The song ended, its lingering notes still echoing. Su Xiaofan's expression turned stern. "Play it again." The 3 girls dared not refuse. This time, Su Xiaofan sat down on the floor with them. Sitting on the floor? Was this really the meticulous Professor Su that Liu Ruyan knew, the one who paid such close attention to every detail, even her hair, and placed such importance on decorum? Tap tap tap. Su Xiaofan tapped her fingers on the floor, keeping time to the beat of Heartbreaking Beauty. After requesting the song 3 times in a row, Su Xiaofan finally declared with lingering satisfaction, "This song is great." By now, trainees had gathered around in droves. Seeing teacher Su sitting on the floor tapping along to a song was like a knife to the back. It opened their eyes. They all asked, "Teacher Su, what makes this song so good? Tell us about it." "What makes this song great is that everyone who hears it says it's beautiful." The 60-something Su Xiaofan cracked a joke. The trainees weren't satisfied, and a chorus of Teacher Su rang out in a pouty tone. Su Xiaofan looked utterly helpless. "It sounds good, that's the best thing about this song. Do you think it's easy to make a song sound good? An old-timer like me couldn't write a song like this. How could that be? Professor Su is just too lazy to write them. Pardon my frankness, but even the 3 judges from center position would address you as senior if they met you." Some trainees spoke up in Professor Su's defense. Such trainees were called on point or high EQ. Unlike Liu Ruyan, though she didn't say it aloud, she secretly agreed with Professor Su's words. After all, times have changed. Su Xiaofan gave a polite smile to the trainee who spoke up for her and said, "I know my own limitations. The songs I write now, even I can't stand to look at them. One must accept their age. But I'm grateful that fresh blood is being injected into Longwa's music scene. Take this song, Tragic Beauty, it shows me that there are still people in this era who are seriously dedicated to making music." "Ha?" The students froze in unison. "Professor Su, what exactly are you implying? Before Melancholy Land, were there no musicians in Longwa dedicated to music?" The moment Su Xiaofan spoke, she realized her slip and quickly backtracked. "New singing styles like rap are excellent, approachable and full of vitality. I personally enjoy listening to rap in my free time." "Yeah, right. You're just spouting nonsense. Rap still struggles to gain acceptance in academic circles. To musicians of Su Xiaofan's generation, it's considered trashy and unfit for refined audiences." It was only because the musical taste in Longwa had taken a nosedive that rap managed to sneak in. Su Xiaofan couldn't help but look down on it from the bottom of her heart. Maybe she really is getting old, unable to keep up with the trends of today's youth, and unable to write songs as beautiful as Heartbreakingly Beautiful anymore. This thought brought a pang of sadness to Su Xiaofan's heart, and she silently left the rehearsal room. Liu Ruyan watched Su Xiaofan's slightly desolate figure retreat, her heart filled with mixed emotions. It felt as though Professor Su had aged overnight. After Professor Su left, the other trainees began chattering among themselves. Gone was the earlier enthusiasm of addressing her as Professor Su or Teacher Su with every other sentence. They were practically saying, "Old and stubborn, what a nuisance." As Liu Ruyan listened to their praise for rap and other new music genres, and their declarations that the works of the previous generation of musicians were outdated, she did not join in this debate between old and new. Her thoughts drifted to the paralyzed man. She wondered if Lord Lu Shan could rap. Did he belong to the new school or the old? At his age, he was practically an antique himself. Yunqi Villa. Not enough. Not enough. Ren Xiyao, what are you pretending? Who taught you to sing with that falsetto? If you can't sing it right, let Wanxing take over. In the recording studio, Lu Shanjun was pure terror. His words cut like steel blades, piercing Ren Xiao's heart without mercy. "Uncle, don't you care about Yao Yao anymore?" Ren Xiyao felt utterly wronged inside. Lin Wanxing kept trying to soothe her. Truth be told, she'd been thoroughly scolded by Uncle Lu that very night she recorded Tragic Beauty. The moment music came into play, the usually gentle and refined Uncle Lu transformed into a completely different person, becoming incredibly strict. If he could speak now, he'd probably be spitting fire. But Lin Wanxing found this side of Lu Shanjun even more captivating than usual. Talented men were all like this, they all had their little quirks and temper tantrums. Put nicely, they were rebellious, put bluntly, they were as stubborn as mules. The combination of Uncle Lu cursing in the recording studio and the usual refined Uncle Lu was the truest picture of him. Even Ren Xiyao had been reduced to tears by Lord Lu Shan. Watching her, the most carefree of them all, she lacked Lin Wanxing's formidable resilience. "Stop crying like a woman." "But I am a woman," Ren Xiyao retorted, her voice tinged with hurt. For the first time, Lord Lu Shan was at a loss for words. "Wanxing, push me to the music room." He then beckoned Ren Xiyao with a flick of his finger, signaling her to follow. The three entered the piano room, switching on the lights that flooded the space as bright as day. In the vast room, there was only one piano. Xu Nanchuan began practicing piano at 6 years old, achieving grade 10 proficiency. For her, the piano embodied her childhood. It was also because of the piano that she applied to the Conservatory of Music. Yet, for reasons unknown, she later turned around and became an actress. It could only be said that Xu Nanchuan's family background afforded her the luxury of making mistakes. As for Lin Wanxing and Ren Xiyao, they knew absolutely nothing about this aristocratic instrument. They'd never even touched a piano in this practice room. When Lu Shanjun lifted the piano lid and sat down at the keys, even seated in his wheelchair, he looked perfectly at home. His long, pale fingers seemed born for the piano. When it came to music, nothing Lu Shanjun did now could shock the two women. His musical talent existed on a plane they could never reach. Unlike Xu Nanchuan, Lu Shanjun possessed no formal certificates.
He knew through memory that his original self could play and play exceptionally well.
But 20 years without music had long since rusted his mind. Instead, after completing Liu Ruyan's audition task, he drew the piano mastery skill from the system.
The strings sang like mountain streams.
It was a chord progression from Melancholy Land.
Lu Shanjun used it to tune the piano.
The two women couldn't gauge his skill level, but the mere fact that he could play.
The two women exchanged glances, each reading a hint of admiration for Lu Shanjun in the other's eyes.
Until the melody took a sudden, sharp turn. Just moments ago, it flowed like a mountain stream, now it rages like a sudden storm. What had been the hauntingly beautiful Melancholy Land now became the disjointed and frenzied Jingwei.
Lu Shanjun wasn't playing the piano, she was smashing it.
Each strike of the keys felt like a life or death gamble. Amidst the tempestuous notes, they truly saw the bird Jingwei, transformed from the daughter of the flame emperor facing the raging sea and towering waves. Beak-clutching pebbles, she flew back and forth, time and again, filling the boundless ocean depths with those tiny stones.
If fate is unjust, then I shall seize its throat. When the piece ended, Lord Lu Shan was utterly exhausted. His white shirt was soaked through, clinging to his body and revealing the contours beneath. Drenched in sweat, his disheveled, damp hair stretched the tension to its limit. He tried to speak, but his throat remained too strained to make a sound. He beckoned Ren Xiyao over. With his finger, he traced a question in the palm of her pale, delicate hand. Understand? At that moment, Ren Xiyao remained silent, tears already blurring her vision. So uncle really wasn't just going through the motions with her. He truly understood her, which was why he created Jingwei, a song that screamed defiance at fate. Ren Xiyao pushed Lu Shanjun back into the recording studio, then ushered Lin Wanxing out. Wanxing, I'm sorry. With you here, I can't let go. Am I the third wheel now? Lin Wanxing frowned slightly. Still, she obediently left the studio, hearing the door lock behind her. The recording session stretched from evening until 2 in the morning. When the studio door finally opened, Lu Shanjun had completed the master tape for Jingwei. Ren Xiyao was visibly startled to see Lin Wanxing still waiting outside the studio. Wanxing, still awake this late?
Lin Wanxing naturally took the wheelchair from Ren Xiao's hands.
She replied calmly, just this once. Don't make it a habit. You've kept Uncle Lu up far too late. This is detrimental to his health. I can't allow that. So even if you're Yao Yao, you'll have to take a back seat this time. Chapter 19, Uncle Lu, I really must restrain you. Lin Wanxing brought Lu Shanjun back to the first-floor bathroom for a shower. To wash away Yao Yao's scent from his body. She didn't know how the two had recorded this version of Jingwei, but Yao Yao's scent clung heavily to Lu Shanjun. After returning to the room, Lin Wanxing massaged Lu Shanjun's arms and legs before turning off his light. Uncle Lu, good night. After uploading the Jingwei master tape to the National Copyright Network, Lin Wanxing didn't immediately release the new song on Douhai Music. This was specifically instructed by Lu Shanjun. They hadn't fully capitalized on the traffic from Tragic Beauty yet, and releasing a new song now would be pure waste. Moreover, this time he planned to shoot a short music video for Jingwei and release it on Ren Xiao's Douhai account as a teaser for the new song. After registering the copyright, Lin Wanxing sat on her bed, not intending to sleep. The room's lights were completely extinguished. Ren Xiao's rendition of Jingwei played through her headphones. You and I. First, let's talk about the hall of cultivating the heart. Then pay homage to the waterfall that drenches the body. A faint smile touched Lin Wanxing's lips. Though the lyrics made no sense whatsoever, under Uncle Lu's guidance, she somehow detected a touch of carefree charm in Ren Xiao's voice. That worldly detachment, let them slander me, hate me, deceive me, I'll simply let them be, leave them be, and laugh at them. Lin Wanxing leaned against the headboard, legs curled up, arms wrapped around herself, her profile resting on her knees as if embracing Lord Lu Shan. She wondered what kind of life Uncle Lu had lived in those 38 years before, to have composed both Melancholy Land and Jingwei. One song was bitter to the extreme, about love that could never be. The other, a song of carefree abandon, where self and world merge into nothingness. Lin Wanxing played Jingwei on repeat. It wasn't a great song, but Uncle Lu's arrangement was perfect, allowing Ren Xiyao to sing with that defiant, what the hell kind of love. The entire song was tense, like a Jingwei bird, flying higher and higher, desperately trying to pierce the blue sky. Even if it died and fell into the sea, it would die without regret. Brilliant! Without Uncle Lu's piano performance first conveying that hysterical madness, Ren Xiyao wouldn't have captured that feeling. If this song shines with 8 points of brilliance, Uncle Lu deserves all 10. Ren Xiyao owes 2 points. After listening for who knows how long, Lin Wanxing glanced at the time, 3:10 a.m. She removed her headphones. She descended the stairs. A sliver of light seeped through the door crack. Lin Wanxing pressed her ear against the door. It was Ren Xiao's soft, childlike voice. Uncle, you absolutely mustn't tell Wanxing that I snuck out to see you in the middle of the night. Otherwise, I'm dead. You're already dead. Lin Wanxing gently turned the doorknob and slipped inside. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. Lin Wanxing glanced over and saw Ren Xiyao in her pajamas, squeezed onto the cramped little bed alongside Lu Shanjun.
What was most unforgivable was that she was actually feeding Liu Shanjun alcohol.
Xiao, why aren't you asleep yet? Keeping Uncle Liu company with drinks?
Lin Wanxing's smile was chilling.
Ren Xiao's body trembled 3 times. Even Liu Shanjun felt a silent pang of sympathy for Ren Xiyao.
He finally understood, in this villa, among the 4 girls, it was Lin Wanxing who usually seemed the most reasonable, who was the true tyrant of this little group.
Wanxing, please hear me out. Ren Xiao blinked her large eyes, pleading pitifully.
Lin Wanxing remained silent, merely sitting down on the edge of Liu Shanjun's bed and patting her thigh lightly.
Liu Shanjun didn't understand the meaning.
Ren Xiyao lifted the covers and obediently crawled onto the bed.
Lin Wanxing politely addressed Liu Shanjun, Uncle Liu, could you turn your head away for a moment?
At that moment, Lin Wanxing radiated an aura of sacredness and untouchability in both her words and demeanor.
Even Lord Liu Shan felt a twinge of apprehension. He obediently turned his head away, yet a stray glance still caught Lin Wanxing lifting Ren Xiao's nightgown. Smack! Smack! Smack!
3 sharp slaps, each delivered with force. Ren Xiao instantly burst into tears, turning to Uncle Liu Shan with a look of utter grievance.
Uncle, please control this wicked stepmother of mine.
Lin Wanxing's face remained cold as she demanded, admit your mistakes and stand at attention when punished.
Will you still accompany Uncle Liu for drinks? No. Wanxing, Yao Yao was wrong. I'll never dare again.
Lin Wanxing set her down and waved dismissively.
Go back to bed. I'll take care of Uncle Liu. Oh. Ren Xiyao reluctantly replied. Take these beers and snacks with you.
After dismissing Ren Xiyao, Lin Wanxing turned to Liu Shanjun.
Liu Shanjun's heart skipped a beat. What? Wanxing, you're planning to spank me again?
Lin Wanxing smiled sweetly, leaning close to whisper in Liu Shanjun's ear, Uncle Liu, I really need to rein you in. When Lin Wanxing returned, she carried a set of bedding and made a makeshift bed on the floor beneath Liu Shanjun's bed. Liu Shanjun smiled helplessly.
This turn of events was quite out of the blue.
Lin Wanxing was indeed an easygoing girl, but she was exceptionally sensitive about her own boundaries, allowing no one to cross them.
And from Lord Liu Shan's observation, Lin Wanxing had only one absolute boundary, his health. 8 o'clock in the morning. Lin Wanxing was making egg-stuffed pancakes in the kitchen. She varied the breakfasts for Lord Liu Shan, afraid he might grow tired of them. But then, a voice call from Liu Ruyan came through on his phone.
Wearing headphones, she answered.
Liu Ruyan's anxious voice came through the earbuds. Did Liu Shanjun write a song for Ren Xiyao too?
Lin Wanxing couldn't help but press her hand to her forehead. But it wasn't beyond her expectations.
If she didn't show off, she wouldn't be Yao Yao. Yao Yao pestered Uncle Liu, and he couldn't resist her. Ren Xiyao wants it, so he gives it? Is Lord Liu Shan that despicable? Ruyan. Lin Wanxing frowned unhappily. You're Uncle Liu's daughter. You shouldn't use such words to describe him. Have you been corrupted by others outside? Liu Ruyan's face stiffened, too timid to retort. Seeing Lin Wanxing cower, Ren Xiyao thought, just because she's scared of Lin Wanxing doesn't mean I have to be? What if he refuses to make her snail rice noodles? She pouted and softened her tone. Fine, fine. I take back that word. But Lord Liu Shan shouldn't have written a song for Ren Xiyao either. Lin Wanxing smiled faintly. You don't want the song written for you, yet you won't let Uncle Liu write songs for others? There's no such thing as that kind of domineering logic in this world. Even under the guise of paternal love, such selfishness was unacceptable. If you want to sing Uncle Liu's songs, he'd be thrilled to have you. Liu Ruyan shot back with obvious disgust, I don't want it. I'd rather get eliminated from center stage than. Cut it out. Lin Wanxing intervened, saving Liu Ruyan from a future face that would surely swell from slaps. Her gentle voice flowed like water as she advised, Ruyan, don't be so absolute about everything. Always leave yourself a little wiggle room. Liu Ruyan loved hearing Lin Wanxing deliver life lessons in that soft, gentle tone. Because no one had ever shared such wisdom with her growing up. Even when Lin Wanxing lectured her, she actually felt happy. Alright. I'll listen to you, fine. Wanxing little mom. But your song Tragic Beauty is trending on Douyin. I keep seeing videos using it as background music whenever I scroll through short clips. That's all Uncle Liu's doing. Actually, the one who should be famous is you, Ruyan. Chapter 20, Regaining Speech, Liu Shanjun can speak again. You're the one who should have gone viral, Ruyan. If Ren Xiyao had said it, it would have been pure sarcasm. But coming from Lin Wanxing, Liu Ruyan knew she genuinely wished her well and felt sorry for her. Wanxing was too detached by nature, famed throughout the school as the ever-so-kind young lady who never knew the meaning of refusal. When interacting with them, she was like a mother, endlessly tolerant. Yet Liu Ruyan sensed a world-weary melancholy in Lin Wanxing. It wasn't until Liu Shanjun appeared that a spark of light seemed to finally ignite in Wanxing's eyes. Even if Liu Shanjun was indeed quite attractive, Wanxing shouldn't have been so indiscriminate. Liu Ruyan couldn't make sense of it. While preparing breakfast for Liu Shanjun, Lin Wanxing chatted endlessly on the phone with his daughter. It was all trivial chatter. How was life at the training center? Did the food suit her taste? Had she gotten along with the other trainees? Had she been bullied by any instructors or classmates? Liu Ruyan endured the chatter while reporting every minute detail to Lin Wanxing.
During her 4 years at university, Lin Wanxing's presence had largely filled the void of maternal love in her life.
Lin Wanxing's voice softened. When are you coming back?
I'll buy you cake when you return.
Mom treats me like a little kid.
4 more days. We have to record the first episode on the last day, so I might get back really late. You guys eat first. Lin Wanxing didn't say much, just uttered 2 words with unwavering certainty, I'll wait for you.
Liu Ruyan felt content and was about to hang up when Lin Wanxing asked, is the first episode an elimination round?
No. The first episode is class placement. We'll be divided into 5 classes A, B, C, D, and F based on ability.
Class assignments may change depending on subsequent competition results.
The elimination rounds start in the 4th episode, 101 contestants narrowed to 55, then 55 to 36, 36 to 22, and finally 11 members selected from the 22 to debut as a group.
Lin Wanxing considered this for a moment before softly replying, got it. Do your best in the competition. Yao Yao, Uncle Liu, and I will all be rooting for you. Your support alone is enough. As for them.
Liu Ruyan pouted, her voice tinged with prideful stubbornness, I don't need it.
She was just being stubborn again.
Lin Wanxing smiled helplessly.
As Liu Ruyan's physical training session began, she bid Lin Wanxing farewell and hung up the phone.
Having stayed up late the previous night, Lin Wanxing deliberately waited an extra hour before waking Liu Shanjun. She expertly guided him to the bathroom to relieve himself, then helped him wash up and eat breakfast. Then she pushed Liu Shanjun outside to soak up some sun. After returning, she performed his rehabilitation exercises. After lunch, she washed the dirty clothes. Then, Lord Liu Shan patted his thigh. Lin Wanxing felt a bit awkward but still rested her head on his lap. Liu Shanjun turned the TV volume down to a level resembling white noise. His right hand slid into Lin Wanxing's dark hair, his fingertips gently tugging at her scalp. Ouch! Lin Wanxing's body tensed, her fists clenched tightly, a small fong biting into her pink lips. The gesture carried a hint of intimacy. But Liu Shanjun showed no trace of awkwardness. Lin Wanxing, who had been stealing glances at his expression, gradually relaxed. Unbeknownst to her, she drifted off to sleep. Ding! Completed side quest, helping others reward, 100 points. Lottery! Congratulations, host, on drawing the skill, Silver Tongue, a skilled ventriloquist in the capital. Evening star. Wanxing. In the hazy darkness, Lin Wanxing heard someone calling her name by her ear. It was a man's voice. Slightly deep, warm, and melodious, like mountain springs flowing by her ear, or cotton swirling in her ear canal. A wisp of warm breath tickled her earlobe. Lin Wanxing couldn't help but let out a soft nasal sound. Then she snapped back to her senses. Opening her eyes, she saw only Lord Liu Shan gazing down at her, his smile as warm as spring breeze. Awake? Did you sleep well? Lin Wanxing nodded instinctively, then her pupils dilated as she sat up straight, startled like a frightened rabbit. Her face lit up with surprise. Uncle, you can speak? Yes. Thanks to you. It was your constant encouragement, Wanxing, that gave me the chance to recover. Lin Wanxing couldn't fathom why her rehabilitation work on Liu Shanjun's leg had restored his speech. It could only be described as a miracle. This only strengthened her resolve to continue his rehabilitation. Uncle Liu, what time is it now? Almost 3 in the afternoon. You slept for 2 hours. I was afraid you'd sleep too much and wouldn't be able to sleep at night, so I woke you up. Usually, a half-hour nap was enough for her. She must have stayed up late last night chasing Ren Xiyao, which was why she felt so sleepy at noon today. Speak of the devil. Uncle! Uncle! The lowly's high-pitched voice echoed from upstairs to downstairs. Sweet and clingy. Ren Xiyao, clad in her pajamas, flapped her arms like wings as she raced down the spiral staircase. Her carefree glee seemed to have erased last night's memory of being pinned to someone's lap and spanked. Uncle! Ren Xiyao darted between Liu Shanjun and Lin Wanxing with a thud. Sons stick to their mothers, daughters stick to their fathers, old sayings hold wisdom. Ren Xiyao grabbed her phone and showed Liu Shanjun her Douhai backend. Last night, she'd uploaded Liu Shanjun's frenzied piano performance of Jingwei to her Douyin account. Unexpectedly, it blew up. In just one day, the likes had already hit 500,000. Uncle, they're all asking about you. Yep, they. I'll admit it even if it's over in a second. Jaw-droppingly worth it. My virtue is preserved by my lack of money. As everyone knows, once a woman starts looking good, men are out of the picture. Lin Wanxing watched the women drooling over Liu Shanjun in the comments below the video, their greed insatiable. She frowned. She didn't understand some of the comments, but that didn't stop her from blocking those accounts. With a hint of annoyance, she muttered, why are these women acting so shameless? Getting all flirty through a screen? Don't block them, Wanxing. These are the easiest female fans to monetize, Ren Xiyao protested with a pained expression, snatching the phone back and muttering, it's clearly because you're too proper, Wanxing.
What did you say? Lin Wanxing frowned. Ren Xiyao dared not respond, instead leering at Lu Shanjun.
Her thumb pressed against one corner of her mouth while her index finger slid back and forth across the other. Shoo! A whistle sounded, accompanied by a lewd arch of his eyebrow. It was a vivid display. Ren Xiyao, I advise you to behave yourself, Lord Lu Shan warned. Ren Xiyao, however, pressed her advantage, leaning closer and clasping Lu Shanjuan's arm. She pouted, Uncle, you spoil Yao the most, right? So, could you sell me out? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Shanjun retorted loudly. He knew exactly what Ren Xiyao was up to. She was targeting him, trying to cash in on his popularity. It was as if Ren Xiyao had barely lifted her, but before Lu Shanjun knew exactly what she was about to pull. Just as Ren Xiyao was about to pout again, she suddenly snapped out of it. She exclaimed, Uncle, you can talk now? Chapter 21, signing Ren Xiyao under his wing to drain her. No doubt Yao took good care of the old man last night. He's so happy now, he can even talk again. Lu Shanjun pinched Ren Xiao's baby fat between two fingers, giving it a gentle tug as he teased with a laugh, Ren Xiyao, how come I never noticed you were this shameless before? Stealing credit from Wanxing too? Ren Xiyao grinned, gasping for breath, her words slurred, Uncle, tell me, did you enjoy the wine last night? The wine was average, but the company. Lord Lu Shan glanced down at the rather impressive sight. Truth be told, with looks and figure like Ren Xiao's, crawling into his bed to drink with him, well, it truly lived up to the saying, not the wine that intoxicates, but the man himself. Last night's drink wasn't just liquor, it was the world's unparalleled pleasures, a life lived to the fullest. Seeing Lord Lu Shan's pensive expression, Ren Xiyao turned to Lin Wanxing with a mischievous look and complained, Wanxing, Uncle's mind is full of dirty thoughts. Boo-hoo, I'm already tainted in his mind. You must discipline Uncle. Then, she found herself pinned across Lin Wanxing's lap, receiving 2 swats. Don't upset Uncle Lu, she scolded. You must be mindful when speaking to him. Wah! For the first time, Ren Xiyao truly grasped the meaning of the phrases in cahoots and in league with one another. Truth be told, given Uncle Lu Shan's personality, he and Ren Xiyao were actually kindred spirits. Lin Wanxing was far too proper. Sometimes, just seeing her made him feel uneasy, not out of fear, but because a sense of moral guilt would well up deep inside him. Ren Xiao's presence served as a lubricant between him and Lin Wanxing. When the atmosphere grew too stiff, this mischievous girl would appear, allowing him and Wanxing to team up to discipline her. She was the kind of kid you'd scold on a rainy day just because you had nothing better to do. After disciplining the child, Lin Wanxing made Ren Xiyao a bowl of pasta topped with a runny yolk fried egg. Ren Xiyao instantly forgot about the scolding, sitting by the coffee table and devouring it with relish. Behind her sat Lu Shanjun and Lin Wanxing, looking every bit like a family of 3. Sucking on her noodles, Ren Xiao's mouth never stopped moving. Uncle, she asked, I've already blown up 2 videos. Shouldn't we strike while the iron's hot and shoot the video forging way? I'm worried this wave of traffic will fade if we don't. Lu Shanjun lay back on the sofa, eyes closed as he pondered the strategy for Ren Xiao's Douyin account. His legs were propped up on Lin Wanxing's thighs as she performed his rehabilitation exercises. After a long silence, Lu Shanjun finally spoke. Yao, you have 2 paths to choose from now. One is to continue the old way. I'll shoot some micro-edgy videos showcasing your figure, and you monetize through live streaming. I choose the second path, Ren Xiyao declared without hesitation. I wasn't finished yet. Ren Xiyao licked the pasta sauce from her lips and gave a playful smile. Either path is better than the first one. But the second path is far more demanding than the first. I'm not afraid of hard work. Ren Xiyao leaned back, resting her head on Lu Shanjun's abdomen. He lowered his gaze, meeting her eyes as lightly as an anime heroine's. Her small, delicate pink lips still held a trace of sauce at the corner. He murmured, I only fear giving everything I have, only to find the outcome still unsatisfying. Humph. Lu Shanjun smiled warmly, like a gentle spring breeze, and flicked his finger lightly against Ren Xiao's pure forehead. So young, yet already pretending to be so profound. Unsatisfactory, sis? Wanxing mama, Ren Xiao whined, clutching her forehead with both hands, looking utterly aggrieved. Uncle always picks on me. Lin Wanxing smiled wryly. Uncle hadn't been wrong. Unsatisfactory, sister. Lu Shanjun shifted into a more comfortable reclining position and returned to the topic at hand. The second path is for me to help you build your Douyin account. We'll establish your persona tags, define your fan demographics, and monetize through both ads and live streams. Down the line, you could even sell products. But why would I go to all this trouble to build your account? What's in it for me? Lu Shanjun paused, his gaze settling on Ren Xiyao. Ren Xiyao met his gaze, swallowed hard, and tightened the neckline of her nightgown. Her voice trembled as she replied, Uncle, I won't sell my soul. I don't need it. My body, that's also out of the question. Wanxing would never agree. Lin Wanxing's hand paused mid-massage on her leg as she shot Liu Shanjun a slightly puzzled glance.
Liu Shanjun missed Lin Wanxing's subtle glance, interpreting Ren Xiao's refusal as a different kind of temptation.
Pressing his temples, he groaned, "What the hell is stuffed in your head all day?"
"I need money, money."
The mere mention of such a painful subject.
Ren Xiao's expression instantly hardened. She undid a button on her collar, adopting the demeanor of a streetwise rogue. "Uncle, I choose to sell my soul. Get lost." Liu Shanjun bellowed. "If you want me to write songs for you and manage your accounts, you'll have to sign with my company. Business is business, no room for sentimentality." Lin Wanxing smiled knowingly. Talk about business, not feelings. Ren Xiao hadn't expected Liu Shanjun to be this kind of uncle. "I thought of you as an uncle, but you actually want to be my boss?" Her fingers lightly brushed the second button. "Uncle, can't we really talk this over?" Smack! Lin Wanxing slapped her hand away. "What's the point? If you undo any more, everything will be exposed. Jokes have their limits, don't embarrass Uncle Liu with this sort of thing." With that, Lin Wanxing buttoned up the first one she'd undone. Based on Lin Wanxing's understanding of Ren Xiyao, Yao Yao was the classic type who neither wanted nor desired. She neither wanted to sell her body nor lose money. With her silver tongue, she manipulated people like puppets. This was a very bad thing to do. Moreover, Lin Wanxing didn't believe Ren Xiyao was a match for Lord Liu Shan. She didn't want to end up losing both the battle and the bride. She might end up losing the money and having everything else devoured by Uncle Liu. Business is business, best to keep it that way. Stepping forward decisively, she declared, "Yao Yao, I think Uncle Liu's proposal is sound. If you want him to help grow your Douhai account, sign with his company and let him take a cut. Otherwise, don't take advantage of Uncle Liu and Ruyan. Colluding, conspiring together. Uncle Liu's dowry money will have to be earned by me." Ren Xiyao pouted, inwardly grumbling. Ren Xiyao didn't immediately agree to Liu Shanjuan's proposal. If the uncle wasn't going to discuss feelings, then neither would she. After all, she was a minor internet celebrity with 200,000 followers who had turned down countless MCN agency contract offers simply because she didn't want to be exploited. If this uncle wanted to bleed her dry, she'd make sure it was on her own terms. She kept a straight face and asked earnestly, "Uncle, if you want to sign me, you'll have to give me some sweetness, right? Is there a signing bonus? How's the revenue split? How will the company's resources be allocated to me? Oh, and uncle, what's your company called? I'll register it right now." Chapter 22. After completing the hidden quest, Ren Xiyao becomes a contracted partner. Ren Xiyao still signed a contract with Liu Shanjun. She had no choice, she admired the old man's talent. Liu Ruyan's relationship with the uncle was so strained that she'd rather starve than sing songs he wrote. Lin Wanxing disliked being in front of the camera and dreaded crowded settings, making her debut impossible. So, it was settled Ren Xiyao would bear this burden. She would fully embrace Liu Shanjun's talent. "Uncle, it's fine. Yao Yao fears neither hardship nor exhaustion. Yao Yao has a good voice, go ahead and pour your talent into her. The more, the better, we'll take whatever you give." And Liu Shanjun didn't go too hard on her either, only taking 5% from Ren Xiyao. But it was 5% of the total income. For PK-style streamers like Ren Xiyao, income is almost entirely derived from gift donations. Douyin takes a 50% cut directly from gift revenue, while Liu Shanjun takes 5% of total income before Douyin's commission, effectively taking 10% from Ren Xiyao. This was already a generous gesture from Liu Shanjun. In his previous life, the commission rates for artists under his MCN never fell below 15%, and they were still deducted from the gross income. Otherwise, how would he afford to upgrade his car and buy villas? All capitalists, at their core, thrive on exploiting labor. Ren Xiyao cursed Lord Liu Shan as a heartless boss while pouting as she signed the 5-year contract. Her eyes fell on the client company's name, Evening Star Entertainment. Another wave of internal ranting washed over her. This guy really knows how to butter girls up, or to put it another way, he's a master at making girls happy. Ren Xiyao recalled a soap opera she'd watched before, where the male lead gifted the female lead an asteroid named after her. At the time, she thought it was so sweet it could give you diabetes. But later she learned that naming asteroids was an open market. Just 1,000 Dragon Nation currency could buy you a named asteroid, complete with a certificate. That was when the illusion shattered. Now, Liu Shanjun's move had her reliving that moment. Except this uncle was even more ruthless. He didn't spend a single penny. Just using a company name made Wanxing blush. This was the first time Ren Xiyao had ever seen that kind of girlish bashfulness on Lin Wanxing's face. Uncle Lin was too skilled. Wanxing was no match for him. Ren Xiyao felt it was her duty to guard her best friend's last line of defense. Coincidentally, Lin Wanxing was thinking the exact same thing. But her plan wasn't to help Ren Xiyao guard the final gate, it was to lock her out entirely. As for Liu Shanjun, he hadn't given it much thought at all. A ding sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden mission, the vile capitalist. Mission reward, contract holder +1, designated as Ren Xiyao. Contractee, Ren Xiyao. Height, 159.5 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Bust waist hips, 38D.
Main quest, achieve 30 million followers on Douyin account, 100 million video likes. Rewards, 100 million yuan Dream Fund master level proficiency in camera work, Photoshop editing, and PR video editing. Transfer all videos with over 10 million likes from Earth's Douyin platform +1 lottery draw guaranteed master level. Side quest, assist Ren Xiyao in producing a short video exceeding 1 million likes. Reward, 100 points.
System, you really hid this quest deep, didn't you? If I hadn't been determined to build something big and glorious here, would you little system have planned to hide from me, your host, forever?
Right now, what Lord Lushan needs most is points. Every 100-point reward directly impacts his future happiness.
Uncle. Ren Xiyao, having signed her contract, called out weakly, "Can you film the Jingwei short video for me now?" "We will. But not now. I need to write the script first."
Ren Xiyao froze at his words.
"Wait, uncle, are you going all out? You're writing a script for a short video?"
Lu Shanjun had put considerable effort into the Jingwei short video. After all, it was tied to points rewards. While the Jingwei BGM alone could easily rack up 1 million likes, Lu Shanjun felt it wasn't reliable enough. He decided to add a costume change on top of that. But a costume change alone wasn't enough. He also wove the lyrics of Jingwei into the background. Creating a viral short video isn't that hard, really.
First, it needs novelty, something people haven't seen before. Second, contrast shows something unexpected.
In his past life, Lord Lushan certainly had his flaws: gorging, gambling, womanizing, and drugs, embodying all 5 vices.
But anyone who breaks free from their toxic family background isn't a pushover.
Even confined to a wheelchair, crafting a viral video remains effortless for him.
First we'll go to Lingyin Temple, then to Baishangji.
Lin Wanxing and Ren Xiyao were both dumbfounded by Lord Lushan's plan.
"Uncle, it's just a short video. Is it really necessary?"
Ren Xiyao was baffled.
"Absolutely." Lu Shanjun was utterly certain. "Aim high and you'll achieve the middle, aim for the middle and you'll achieve the low.
We're using celebrity strategies to become internet stars. Even if you don't make it as a celebrity, you'll still be a star among internet stars." Ren Xiyao pondered thoughtfully, feeling that this time, selling herself might just be the right move. Lu Shanjun handed her the shooting script. Lin Wanxing and Ren Xiyao glanced at it.
Though they didn't quite grasp the concept, they were profoundly impressed.
Ren Xiyao bit her lip and whispered, "Uncle. At Lingyin Temple, before all the gods and Buddhas, I'll wear a silver black horseface skirt.
At Baishangji Waterfall, I'll wear a plain-colored Warring States robe. Are you sure you don't need me?"
Her voice trembled with embarrassment as she tugged at her pant leg, revealing a sliver of snow-white, delicate calf.
Was she asking if Lord Lushan didn't want to see a little more skin?
After all, both the horseface skirt and the Warring States robe were designed to cover her completely. But Ren Xiao's acceptable limit was just above the knee. Any higher and she'd refuse. Call it a perk, but it was barely above the bare minimum.
"Come here."
Lord Lushan beckoned with a flick of his finger.
"Lower your head." Smack.
His crooked finger flicked her forehead.
"Stop bringing those old borderline ideas into this. Borderline content might get you followers fast, but Douyin throttles traffic. Once you hit a certain follower count, you're dead in the water. Don't you get it? Douyin is pushing creators in a specific direction now."
Ren Xiyao clutched her pale forehead.
She shot Lin Wanxing a pouty look. "Look at your Uncle Lu, picking on Yao Yao again."
Lin Wanxing merely smiled.
"This wasn't bullying, it was discipline. If you dare show your calves now, won't you end up showing your thighs later?" Ren Xiyao pouted and asked curiously, "Uncle, what's Douhai promoting these days?" "National style." "National style?"
Ren Xiyao was a bit confused. "Setting things right," explained Lu Shanjun. "In the past, our nation's strength was lacking, so some people overcorrected by embracing westernization entirely.
This led to an excessive trend of idolizing foreign cultures domestically.
Truthfully, the moon isn't rounder abroad than it is in our own land. Rather than Douhai promoting traditional culture, it's more accurate to say that the awakening of domestic aesthetic sensibilities has forced the platform to start valuing traditional culture."
Lu Shanjuan's words struck Ren Xiyao like a bolt of lightning, bringing her to sudden realization.
She murmured to herself, "That makes sense. More and more people are wearing hanfu on the streets these days."
Chapter 23, The Mayan Skirt Girl Beneath the Wall of Celestial Deities and Buddha Reliefs. Let's get going.
Lin Wanxing selected a set of car keys.
"Not the Ferrari?"
Ren Xiyao asked, sounding a bit disappointed.
"That would be so cool." Lin Wanxing mimicked Lord Lushan, gently flicking Ren Xiao's forehead and chuckling, "How should I seat you? Tie you to the hood and drive off?"
It must be said, Xu Nanchuan was truly wealthy. A Rolls, a Ferrari, plus this Yunqi manor, just the fixed assets alone were worth 9 figures. And she came from a music academy background, switched to film mid-career, and landed the second female lead in her second project.
What kind of family background? This was a life script straight out of a drama. Lin Wanxing mapped out the route. Lingyin Temple wasn't far within Jinghai City, but Baishangji Falls lay outside the city limits. Covering both locations plus filming in a single day would be a tight squeeze. Let's stay overnight at Baishangji. But we absolutely must return tomorrow. I need to buy Ruyan a little cake, and we'll wait for her to join us for dinner. Ren Xiyao pouted, holding back the words yes or just being dramatic. She'd only been gone a week, and already they were throwing her a welcome home party. Besides Wanxing's mom, who else treats you, Liu Ruyan, like a treasure? Yao Yao wants a little cake too. Ask Ruyan to cut you a piece then. I want a cake as big as Ruyan. No way. Tomorrow's all about celebrating Ruyan. Can't treat everyone the same, gotta make special exceptions. Ren Xiao's pout stretched as wide as the sky. Mom Wanxing is biased. Faced with these two children who never seemed to grow up, even Lord Lu Shan felt exasperated on Lin Wanxing's behalf. Only Lin Wanxing possessed such gentleness and patience, consistently indulging the two young girls, Liu Ruyan and Ren Xiyao. If it were him, he would have long since resorted to the old adage, spare the rod, spoil the child. The silver-gray luxury sedan's double doors slid open slowly. Lin Wanxing and Ren Xiyao half-carried, half-supported Lu Shanjun into the vehicle. Xiao, you take care of Uncle Lu in the back seat, Lin Wanxing instructed after settling into the driver's seat and starting the engine. And no picking on Uncle, you hear me? How could I bully Uncle? I'm too busy spoiling him. Ren Xiyao stuck out her little tongue, slipped her right hand under Lord Lu Shan's clothes, and secretly pinched his abs. To women, a man's abs hold no less significance than a 36D bust does to men. It boils down to two words: authority. Ren Xiyao slipped into a blind spot, so Lin Wanxing didn't notice her move. Poor Lord Lu Shan, his temper was flaring up. Lingyin Temple was about a 45-minute drive from Yunqi Manor. They arrived at Lingyin Temple and parked the car. Facing the ancient temple, Ren Xiyao performed a proper Buddhist bow with all due reverence. Lord Lu Shan chuckled, you have faith? Not really. Better safe than sorry. What if the Buddha really does show mercy? Ren Xiyao was a master of calculation. Choosing to burn incense between school and work, choosing to pray to Buddha over relying on others or herself. Her motto? Leave it to fate. Lord Lu Shan didn't say much, merely handing Ren Xiyao the garment bag containing the horseface skirt. Go change, he said. Ren Xiyao rummaged through the paper bag and pulled out a long strip of white cloth. Doubts swirled, Uncle, what's this? To wrap the bear. Yours is too big, it might steal the show. Ren Xiyao had always prided herself on her natural gifts. Thanks to this extraordinary talent, Liu Ruyan would forever be beneath her. Now Lord Lu Shan actually wanted to wrap up her greatest asset? It was utterly baffling to Ren Xiyao. Lu Shanjun beckoned with a flick of his finger. Ren Xiyao obediently bent down and received a sharp flick on the forehead. Stop trying to skirt the rules. You need to shift your mindset. Fans love you as a person and your music, not just these two landmines. That thing is merely icing on the cake. With it, you have an edge over others. Without it, you can still break out. Don't get your priorities backwards. Each time she received a smack on the head from the uncle, Ren Xiyao experienced a jolting epiphany. Knowledge flowed smoothly into her mind. Lin Wanxing accompanied Ren Xiyao into the restroom and helped her change into a horseface skirt. When Ren Xiyao reappeared before Lord Lu Shan, she was breathtakingly stunning. The most flattering attire for Ren Xiyao was undoubtedly the Lolita dresses and schoolgirl uniforms favored by the white, slim, and youthful aesthetic. But that didn't mean Ren Xiyao wasn't beautiful in her horseface skirt. On the contrary, her exceptional natural beauty made her, in the horseface skirt, radiate the aura of a noble offspring, a golden branch and jade leaf, a distinguished lineage. Her lively eyes and baby-fat cheeks carried a hint of childlike innocence yet exuded an ethereal charm, perfectly embodying the mischievous little princess or the second young miss of a prestigious family seen in dramas. She was the sister-in-law's younger sister-in-law. Her sister embodied grace, while she embodied charm. Uncle, do you like it? Ren Xiyao sought out Lu Shanjun the moment she emerged, posing a question that was really just a plea for attention. Lu Shanjun naturally showered her with flattery. Yet as he spoke, his gaze kept drifting toward Lin Wanxing. In his eyes, Lin Wanxing was the most suitable candidate for the period costume. Lin Wanxing's bone structure embodied 4 words: national prosperity and people's well-being. Her features were perfectly symmetrical, devoid of any hint of coquetry. In ancient times, she would have been the undisputed choice for the empress. Lord Lu Shan had set his mind on it. Sooner or later, he would have Wanxing don that horseface skirt for him to admire to his heart's content. A beauty like a precious jade, her fair skin and delicate features exposed, naturally drew admiring, covetous, or envious glances along the way. Unaccustomed to such crowded settings, Lin Wanxing kept her head bowed, focused solely on pushing the wheelchair. Ren Xiyao, however, embraced it all. She was born to flaunt her splendor. It proved the saying true: if you don't return home in glory, what's the point of wearing fine clothes at night? If I'm blessed with such beauty and don't flaunt it, isn't that a waste of God's gift?
Liu Shanjun stared at Ren Xiao's smug, self-satisfied expression and felt an urge to slap her. The trio didn't linger at other sites, heading straight for Lingyin Temple, the Guanyin Hall. Lingyin Temple itself wasn't particularly remarkable, but the Guanyin Hall was passable. The Guanyin Hall itself held no particular wonders, save for the unique heavenly gods and Buddha's relief wall behind the Great Sun Buddha.
This wasn't Ren Xiyao and Lin Wanxing's first visit to Lingyin Temple.
Back in school, they'd come with Chu Nanchuang to burn incense, and Ren Xiyao had even requested an 18-seated amulet to take home. But during their previous visit, neither woman had paid much attention to this relief wall, thinking Lingyin Temple was nothing special. It wasn't until Lord Lu Shan brought them before this vast array of deities that they felt genuine reverence for the first time, instinctively bowing in worship. Liu Shanjun had never been here either, but just from online photos, he could tell this wall of countless deities was an absolute paradise for photography. Aesthetic standards may vary, but the eye for beauty is not universally possessed. It felt more like a natural gift, and Lord Lu Shan was exceptionally blessed with it. Lingyin Temple's Wall of Divine Carvings. Chapter 24, A Thrilling Verbal Duel. Beneath the myriad deities, only the Bodhisattva Guanyin bowed her head and lowered her gaze, radiating compassion. Asked why she sits facing backward, she sighs that sentient beings refuse to turn back. They say film is the art of light and shadow, and the same holds true for short videos. Liu Shanjun adjusted the camera angle. In the frame, the carved wall showed countless deities shrouded in darkness, their divine radiance obscured, revealing only menacing forms. Only the statue of Guanyin was bathed in golden light, her gilded robes accentuating her compassion. Ren Xiyao knelt at the Bodhisattva's feet, palms pressed together in a devout bow. When she lifted her head again, it was as if she had suddenly glimpsed a beacon of light in the boundless darkness. At that very moment, the temple bell tolled. That's a wrap. Liu Shanjun called it after just 10 seconds of filming. That's it? Ren Xiyao was taken aback. Uncle, aren't you going to shoot more footage? No need. That was your first moment of awe before all these deities. Your expression and movements were genuinely devout. If we shoot more, you'll lose that raw feeling. I doubt you could fake it convincingly. You're right, Ren Xiyao nodded in agreement. Asked to act it out again, she truly couldn't recapture that earlier feeling. Many viral videos on Douyin were born from that kind of sudden inspiration, just as Liu Shanjun described. A casually filmed clip could go viral, but no matter how people tried to replicate it later, it never recaptured that original magic. The acting felt too forced, losing its authenticity. Uncle, what's next? Shall we head straight to Baishangji? Or would you like to try the famous vegetarian noodles at Lingyin Temple? They're quite renowned, Ren Xiyao suggested. Famous? Is it good? Of course not. Ren Xiyao muttered. It's all about the hype. Well, that explains it. Got some cash from the big boss lately? Now you're splurging on noodles at a tourist spot? Come on, I'll take you to grab some fast food. The three of them had lunch outside. Then they drove onto the highway heading toward Baishangji. On the way, Ren Xiyao, who had just sworn to take care of Liu Shanjun, couldn't hold back after yawning repeatedly. She collapsed onto Liu Shanjun's lap, slipped her hands under his shirt, and fell fast asleep while squeezing his abs. It was all Wanxing's fault. He drove so smoothly it made you sleepy. Lin Wanxing caught sight of Ren Xiyao in the rearview mirror, frowned, and was about to wake her. But Lord Lu Shan shushed him, signaling it was fine. Let her sleep. It's been tough on her. She usually wakes up at 3 in the afternoon, but I woke her up early this morning. Lin Wanxing glanced ahead at the road and offered a gentle reminder, Uncle Lu, don't spoil Yao Yao too much. As if you, Lin Wanxing, weren't spoiling her enough. Liu Shanjun played with Ren Xiao's exceptionally soft earlobe while chatting with Lin Wanxing. Driving on this kind of highway was the driver's worst nightmare. Everyone else could sleep, but she had to stay alert. And the flat, open road ahead was the most soporific of all. Having someone to chat with not only kept boredom at bay but also helped the driver stay alert. Liu Shanjun started the conversation by complimenting Lin Wanxing's driving skills. This big lava had once been Chu Nanchuang's personal vehicle. The 4 girls in their dorm had taken it out for fun countless times, with Lin Wanxing as their exclusive driver, hence her remarkably steady driving skills. Once the conversation started, Liu Shanjun became the listener, mostly as Lin Wanxing shared her life with him. Liu Shanjun proved an excellent listener. Though his hands never rested, his mouth never did either. Yet in the stories Lin Wanxing shared, only 3 names ever surfaced: Liu Ruyan, Ren Xiyao, and Chu Nanchuang. She rarely focused on herself, as if caring for those 3 women was the entirety of her life. Of course, now there was one more person, Lord Lu Shan. And Lord Lu Shan even stood above those 3 girls. In Lin Wanxing's subconscious, Lord Lu Shan was a substitute for her mother, the only way she could make up for her own regrets. Halfway through the drive, Ren Xiyao stirred awake, though she still refused to get off Liu Shanjun's lap. Seeing Ren Xiyao shamelessly using Liu Shanjun's thigh as a pillow, the knuckles of Lin Wanxing's fingers gripping the steering wheel turned pale and white.
Is that where you should be lying? After about 2.5 hours on the road, the three arrived at the Baishangji scenic area. Ji means waterfall. True to its name, the Baishangji waterfall plunges 100 zhang.
As the most spectacular waterfall in the province, Lord Liu Shan had chosen this location after discovering online that it would serve as the perfect transitional setting for the myriad celestial deities and Buddhas.
One represents the Buddha, the other the Tao. The former embodies solemnity and reverence, while the latter exudes majestic grandeur. Combined with the Song Jingwei and Ren Xiyao's 2 sets of ancient-style outfits, this video was bound to go viral. The trio purchased tickets and waited for the cable car. Behind them stood a tour group of retired seniors. At 20, I felt lifeless. At 60, these seniors radiated vitality. Originally, a group waiting for the cable car wouldn't have caused any trouble. But these seniors couldn't sit still, or perhaps their boundaries were a bit blurred. It seemed they hadn't seen someone in a wheelchair like Liu Shanjun in a long time, and they were filled with curiosity about him. At first, they murmured among themselves, turning to Lin Wanxing, who pushed Liu Shanjun, with concern, "Young lady, are you his caregiver or his wife? Taking care of someone paralyzed must be so hard." Lin Wanxing forced a smile and politely answered their questions.
A soft sigh escaped Lord Liu Shan's heart. It wasn't that disabled people didn't exist in this society, it was just that they rarely ventured out. This crowd clearly treated him like a monkey on display. Truly, living off pensions had made these retirees far too comfortable, spoiling them into thinking they were above others. The most outrageous was an auntie in a floral cheapao, who actually started lecturing Liu Shanjun. "If I ever end up paralyzed, I'll just stay home quietly. I won't trouble my children, nor will I bother others out here."
Lin Wanxing's brow furrowed at these words.
Everyone was waiting for the cable car together, following the first come, first served rule. They hadn't cut in line, nor had they asked this group to help carry or push wheelchairs. How could they possibly be causing trouble? Lin Wanxing disliked arguing with people. After that remark, she never exchanged another word with this group of elderly folks. She treated them as if they were invisible.
But Ren Xiyao wasn't one to take things lying down.
She was already annoyed by their uninvited presence, and now this woman in the floral cheapo had ignited her temper with her completely unwarranted accusation. She shot back with a cold sneer, "If you're so unwilling to trouble your son and daughter, then when you're old, just buy a bottle of pesticide and kill yourself.
It'll be the end of your troubles, your kids will be free, and the country will save money too."
The old woman's temper flared instantly.
Pointing at Ren Xiyao, she yelled, "You damn! What the hell are you talking about? Kill yourself? How can you be so uncivilized? Are you from the sticks or something? Country bumpkin my ass."
Ren Xiyao didn't back down, firing back with the filthiest words she could find. A real verbal brawl never involves subtle insults, it's all about the explicit. The cheongsam-clad woman was restrained by an older man in a polo shirt, but she was clearly beyond reason, even cursing his ancestors 18 generations back.
As for Ren Xiyao, Lin Wanxing's single command, "Xiaoyao, come back."
Ren Xiyao obediently shut her mouth and returned to Lin Wanxing and Liu Shanjuan's side. Lin Wanxing rewarded her with a gentle pat on the head, refraining from unfairly scolding her. Instead, he calmly advised, "When a dog bites you, there's no need to bite back." Ren Xiyao grinned, her innocent smile brightening her face.
"It's okay, Yao Yao can be the dog." Woof woof. Chapter 25, Lin Wanxing slap. The trio took the cable car to the upper Baishangji waterfall.
The 100-foot waterfall cascaded down in 3 distinct tiers. Dubbed 100 zhang in height, depth, and width, this epithet captured the essence of each cascade. Liu Shanjun and the others ascended the first cascade, famed for its 100 zhang height. Water plunged straight down, spraying into mist. The cascade crashed into the deep pool, sounding like a dragon's roar. They approached the sacred turtle pool before the falls. Legend held this pool was formed by a divine turtle raised by Guanyin Bodhisattva. Its waters were a deep, mysterious blue, unfathomable in depth. Ren Xiyao changed into a plain-colored Warring States robe. Unlike the bold, heroic style of the horse-faced skirt, the Warring States robe accentuated feminine grace, its layered gauze veils enhancing an ethereal charm.
"Give me the lipstick," Lord Liu Shan requested of Ren Xiyao.
"Why?" Ren Xiyao inquired curiously, yet already handed over the lipstick. Liu Shanjun swiped her middle finger across the lipstick, then motioned for Ren Xiyao to bend forward. She dabbed a dot of vermilion on the center of Ren Xiao's forehead. Pale gauze, a dot of vermilion on her brow, white sleeves fluttering, she seemed to float like an ethereal being.
It unconsciously reminded Liu Shanjun of an ancient style song.
The aesthetic sensibilities of our ancestors truly had something special. This little thing was truly enchanting.
"Run!"
Lord Liu Shan commanded. Ren Xiyao moved like a puppet on strings, obeying Lord Liu Shan's command as she ran from the new rain pavilion up to the highest point of the basalt at the divine turtle pool. A shadowy forest, a deep pool, a cascading waterfall, green stones, and a woman in snow-white robes picturesque. That fleeting glance over her shoulder, a dot of vermilion between her brows. Even Lin Wanxing, pushing Lord Liu Shan's wheelchair from behind, couldn't help but be captivated by that fleeting glance. How could Uncle Liu be so skilled? How could he sketch such a fairyland-like scene in his mind from just a couple of online videos? No wonder Yao Yao adored Uncle Liu so much. There's a saying, you start with the looks, fall for the talent, and stay for the character. Beautiful exteriors are a dime a dozen, but an interesting soul is one in a million. Though Liu Ruyan never mentioned Uncle Liu Shan's past exploits, Lin Wanxing could easily imagine how glamorous his life must have been. More likely than not, he didn't even have to pursue women, they flocked to him like fish crossing the river, never ending. Couldn't you have been born a little less handsome, Uncle Liu? Lin Wanxing gently pinched Liu Shanjuan's earlobe, her expression a mix of delight and jealousy. Compared to the fleeting visit at Guanyin Hall, filming at the 100-foot waterfall proceeded at a much slower pace. Just like during the song recording, Lord Liu Shan and Ren Xiyao repeatedly refined every detail: how to run, how to glance back, how to embody the grace of an ancient woman. Liu Shanjun was like a tyrant with OCD, nitpicking details that could drive everyone around him insane. Only Lin Wanxing indulged him throughout the entire process. Even Ren Xiyao gritted her teeth so hard they ground together. But this was Lord Liu Shan. Any other man making such absurdly detailed demands would have earned her a cold shoulder long ago. Even so, Ren Xiyao felt an overwhelming urge to suffocate Liu Shanjun. Her legs ached from running, yet this damn man didn't even offer to rub them for her. While Ren Xiyao endlessly repeated this sprint toward the 100-foot waterfall, Lin Wanxing was directed by Liu Shanjun to film her running from the front. Meanwhile, he remotely controlled the drone with his phone to capture her back as she ran. Each of the three had their own role. None of them noticed that the tour group of retired uncles and aunts at the mountain's base had also reached the summit of Baishangji. The woman in the floral qipao had slipped away from the group and approached Liu Shanjun silently. She lifted her head, as if admiring the waterfall's beauty. Her foot, however, pressed down on the brake of Liu Shanjuan's wheelchair. Liu Shanjun was completely absorbed in the video feed, utterly oblivious to the movement beside him. Even if he had seen her approach, he would never have imagined she would do this. Not only did she show no compassion for a paralyzed man, but she harbored the deepest malice toward a disabled person over a mere verbal altercation, one that didn't even involve Liu Shanjun personally. The spot where Liu Shanjun sat was on a slope. Without the brakes engaged, the wheelchair instantly lost control and began sliding straight down the incline. The sudden shock snapped Liu Shanjun out of his reverie. Instinctively, she tried to press the foot brake, only to remember her lower body was paralyzed. At the same time, Lin Wanxing noticed the sudden change in Liu Shanjun and nearly lost her mind with fright. She immediately rushed towards him. Liu Shanjun, unable to summon his legs, snapped back to reality. This lapse in muscle memory was unavoidable, but he immediately began to compensate, pressing the handbrake on the wheelchair with his right hand. He didn't slam on the brakes, instead using intermittent braking to slow the wheelchair's descent. Liu Shanjun had pushed himself to the absolute limit. He hadn't panicked or lost his composure in the face of this sudden crisis. Yet, despite exerting every ounce of effort his body could muster, the downward acceleration combined with the loose gravel on the steep slope caused the wheelchair to lose its balance. As the wheelchair flipped over, Liu Shanjun knew he was bound to suffer some flesh wounds. Scraped skin was inevitable. But then, a stunning figure appeared, leaving Liu Shan stunned. Like a superhero from a comic book. The next instant, Liu Shanjun felt himself land on something soft. "Uncle Evening Star, are you okay?" Both spoke at the same time. Lord Liu Shan scrambled off Lin Wanxing's body, while Lin Wanxing swiftly stood up and began checking Lord Liu Shan's condition. Fortunately, she arrived just in time, using her own body as a cushion to protect Lord Liu Shan, who remained unharmed. While she examined Lord Liu Shan's injuries, he was simultaneously checking her over with his hands. Fortunately, he had engaged the handbrake, slowing the momentum considerably. Even so, Lin Wanxing's arms, used as a human cushion, were left with several bloody scrapes. Lin Wanxing felt no pain from the wounds. She simply lifted the wheelchair and helped Lord Liu Shan back into it. Spotting the released foot brake, her gaze immediately darted to where Lord Liu Shan had been standing moments before. All she saw was a middle-aged woman in a qipao turning hurriedly and disappearing back into the tour group. "Wanxing, you're hurt." Liu Shanjun took Lin Wanxing's injured arm, kissed the wound, and disinfected it with his saliva. "Uncle. That's dirty," Lin Wanxing murmured, her face flushing red. The wound was minor. But the grudge was deep. Pushing Liu Shanjun back up the slope, they found the tour group still admiring the view. The woman in the qipao deliberately crowded into the densest part of the group, as if that could conceal her presence. Lin Wanxing pushed Liu Shanjun to the front of the tour group. The sight of the radiant young woman and the paralyzed man in the wheelchair left a profound impression on the tour group. All that was missing was that adorable girl, first-rate in looks but equally first-rate in her foul-mouthed curses. As the crowd wondered why the pair had approached, Lin Wanxing applied the wheelchair's footbrake and steered straight into the crowd. She approached the woman in the cheongsam. The woman, feeling guilty, lowered her head and spoke evasively, What do you want?" "Ah.
A cry of pain. Without a word, Lin Wanxing yanked the retired woman's hair, dragging her like a dead dog right before Liu Shanjun. Everyone was stunned by this unexpected turn of events, utterly unprepared for the seemingly demure girl to erupt in such fury. Even the retired woman's husband stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered as to how he and his wife had managed to provoke these three people. Earlier, the round-faced girl had hurled insults at his wife, and now this quiet girl had resorted to physical violence. What has the world come to? Don't young people today even understand the principle of respecting elders and caring for the young? The old man inwardly lamented the decline of morals and the loss of traditional values. Lin Wanxing had already dragged the elderly woman to Liu Shanjuan's side. Her right arm shot up high, and without a moment's hesitation, she swung it down. Smack! The slap echoed through the air. It made everyone's heart skip a beat. Lin Wanxing's face was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion, as she stared icily at the retired woman before her. Why must you be so stubborn? Chapter 26. This is a criminal case. Take her away in handcuffs. Murder! Murder! The woman in the qipao rolled on the ground, screaming hysterically. When her husband rushed over to comfort her, he immediately lunged at Lin Wanxing, ready to fight. One man clung desperately to her waist to restrain him, while the other lunged at Lin Wanxing, clawing and snarling. Call the police. Pay up. You little s got yourself in trouble now. No $5,000, and this won't end between us. Ren Xiyao stood in front of Lin Wanxing, not because she feared the old hag's tantrum, but because she feared Lin Wanxing might actually kill her. Why pick a fight with anyone else? Why pick a fight with uncle? Hearing the old man's words, Ren Xiyao frowned. Though Ren Xiyao was quick to spew profanities, she understood clearly that verbal abuse and physical violence were two entirely different matters. Lin Wanxing had struck first. It seemed paying up was the only real option. When all else fails. Uncle! Ren Xiyao gave a soft hop, stepping before Liu Shanjun and crouching down. Uncle, what should we do now? Liu Shanjun patted Ren Xiao's hand, calming her slightly before turning to Lin Wanxing. Once this matter is settled, I'll deal with you. Lin Wanxing, who had been as cold as ice moments ago, immediately cringed at Lord Liu Shan's reprimand. He hung his head like a schoolchild admitting fault. Ren Xiyao, however, heard Lord Liu Shan mention handling the situation. It felt like a reassuring pill, and she obediently waited for him to save the day. At worst, she'd have to pay some compensation. As long as no one got hurt, it would be fine. Besides, she'd earned quite a bit from her live streams these past 2 days. Just then, a man in a hat approached, scanning the area with a stern expression. Who called the police? The crowd exchanged confused glances, unsure whose swift action had triggered the call. The Cheongsam-clad auntie, however, didn't care about such niceties. The moment she spotted the hat-wearing officer, she immediately began wailing, "Officer, thank goodness you're here. If you hadn't come, they would have beaten me to death." Pointing an accusing finger at Lin Wanxing, her face contorted with fury, she demanded, "Arrest her. Sentence her. Let her learn the consequences of breaking the law." This hat uncle was from the Baishangji security post. Upon receiving the dispatch call, he'd rushed straight to Shinguepool. Hearing the tearful outburst from this middle-aged woman in her floral qipao, his expression grew increasingly grave. Though his profession forbade personal bias, past experience suggested this case would be difficult to mediate. It might even require a trip to the station. A woman, over 50, part of a tour group, wearing a floral qipao, all the elements were stacked against her. Not that these labels automatically made her a bad person, but often such individuals clung stubbornly to their positions, becoming unreasonable and difficult, which put significant pressure on their mediation work. The officer pointed to the body camera on his chest, indicating the recording had begun, then politely inquired, "Hello. Did you place the police report?" "Reported?" The Cheongsam-clad woman looked utterly bewildered. "I don't know." Before the officer could ask again, Liu Shanjun had Ren Xiyao push him forward. Raising his hand, he declared, "Officer, I made the call." The Cheongsam-clad woman spotted Liu Shanjun and immediately shrieked, "You have the nerve to call the police? What, turning in your own kin? Wanting the officers to arrest your lover?" Her voice dripping with sarcasm, she turned back to the officer, "Officer. They're in cahoots. They nearly beat me to death just now. I have proof." She lifted her right cheek to show the handprint on her face. "Officer. Check the fingerprints. I haven't touched my face at all. That little s prints are still there. My head's spinning. I must have a concussion. Either pay up or face charges. I won't accept anything else." "They attacked?" The officer frowned. "Physical altercation? That changes the nature of the case." But after glancing at the slap mark, he turned his gaze back to Liu Shanjun, pointing to the body camera on his chest and politely asking, "Sir, I received a dispatch about a dispute here. Was it your companion who had a physical altercation with this lady?" "No physical altercation," Liu Shanjun denied immediately. The Cheongsam-clad woman immediately jumped up, cursing, "FCKU, liar. Officer, they're lying." Liu Shanjun continued, "It's attempted murder."
Hearing this, the woman in the cheapao immediately nodded in agreement.
Yes. They tried to murder me. At the words attempted murder, the officer's expression darkened considerably. Had this escalated from a civil dispute to a criminal case? He promptly clarified again, Sir, the word murder cannot be thrown around lightly. Everything requires evidence. I have evidence.
Liu Shanjun motioned for Ren Xiyao to push him forward.
He pulled up a video clip and handed his phone to the officer. This is footage I captured with my drone. At the time, she was right beside me, deliberately stepping on the footbrake of my wheelchair. This caused my wheelchair to careen out of control down the slope. This is clearly premeditated murder. If my friend hadn't protected me, I might be fighting for my life in the hospital right now. But this also resulted in my friend getting injured.
The once arrogant woman in the cheongsam instantly wilted like a frostbitten eggplant.
Uncle Hat reviewed the footage 3 times.
The drone's high-definition recording captured both faces and clothing with crystal clarity. Moreover, the footage showed the cheongsam-clad woman looking around nervously, only moving her feet after confirming no cameras were nearby. But no matter how much she planned, she never counted on a drone hovering overhead.
The evidence was ironclad.
The once vibrant face of the cheongsam-clad woman turned ashen white. Facing certain doom, she still tried to wriggle out of it.
I didn't mean to. I accidentally stepped on it. Uncle Hat let out a long, heavy sigh.
He had thought this was just a routine civil dispute, but it had unexpectedly turned into a criminal case. Without another word to the cheongsam-clad woman, he motioned Liu Shanjun and the others aside. Sir, he murmured, I've reviewed the case thoroughly.
Would you consider mediation?
Pursuing attempted murder charges could mean at least 6 months, possibly a year, before a formal sentencing. And that slope wasn't steep enough to meet the threshold for attempted murder.
Liu Shanjun understood his reasoning and approach. Mediation to convert the case from criminal to civil was the optimal solution.
But this wasn't about avoiding trouble. People like her deserved no sympathy. If she wasn't given a profound lesson now, releasing her would only lead to more harm.
Liu Shanjun flashed a bright smile. I won't accept any mediation. I only hope she reforms herself and starts anew. With that, the officer understood. Very well. Please accompany me back to the station for a formal statement.
With that, he walked over to the woman in the cheongsam, flashed a pair of silver handcuffs, and snapped them onto her wrists with a click. Only then did she grasp the gravity of her situation. With a thud, she knelt before Liu Shanjun and his 2 officers, weeping and pleading.
As for what she said, Liu Shanjun couldn't hear it clearly, nor did he want to. All he could recall was a line from a novel he'd once read. You don't know you're wrong, you just know you're about to die. Chapter 27, Uncle, I'll earn money to buy you suits, brandy, and cohiba. By the time Liu Shan and the others emerged from the police station, it was already past 7 in the evening. They grabbed dinner at a street stall before checking into a hotel for a double room. Though the front desk clerk couldn't make sense of the arrangement, they dared not ask further questions. Back in the room, Ren Xiyao, exhausted after a long day, plopped straight onto the bed. She really liked hotel beds big and soft. Before she could roll around on the bed to let the quilt absorb her scent, Liu Shanjun spoke up. Yao, go to the bathroom. I don't need to pee. No. You need to.
Ren Xiyao figured it out. The old man was preparing to deal with Lin Wanxing.
Why not handle it right in front of me? It's not like it's anything shameful.
She was quite curious to see how the usually bossy little mom Lin Wanxing would be disciplined by the head of the household. But she couldn't. Because Lin Wanxing had spoken up.
Ren Xiyao could only drag herself into the bathroom with waning interest. Sitting on the toilet, she couldn't hear a single word of their conversation. Through the frosted glass, she only saw that after their exchange, Uncle Liu patted his thigh, and then Wanxing Liu lay down on it. Uncle Liu raised his hand high and brought it down. Watching this, Ren Xiyao felt both heartache and amusement. This scene felt strangely familiar. The 3 of them were like pieces in a game of war chess. Uncle Liu had Wanxing in his sights, Wanxing had her in his sights, and she had Uncle Liu in her sights. Now she finally had someone to back her up. The next day, the trio rose early and returned to Jinghai. Today was Liu Ruyan's homecoming.
Lin Wanxing bought meat and vegetables, bustling about in the kitchen while reminding the 2 of them, especially Ren Xiyao, as she worked.
Don't upset Ruyan today, understand? Ren Xiyao gave a half-hearted nod. If she personally cuts my cake, I won't hold it against her. But if she starts being sarcastic first, I won't put up with it.
Lin Wanxing was at a loss with these 2 daughters who couldn't get along. She waved her hand dismissively, shooing Ren Xiyao away from the kitchen where she was causing a ruckus. For heaven's sake, stop causing trouble here.
Go watch TV in the living room.
The unwanted Ren Xiyao was shooed off to the living room.
Liu Shanjun was working overtime on a video with Lin Wanxing's laptop.
A faint, milky scent wafted through the air. She knew it was the sweet and soft Ren Xiyao arriving. She hid behind him, her presence feeling distinctly intrusive. Ren Xiyao stared at her reflection on the computer screen, barely recognizing herself. Beneath that plain-colored Warring States robe, a single, lingering glance.
All that was missing was the word Your Majesty.
Though the video showed nothing but a cascading waterfall, Ren Xiao's mind had painted this very scene. That was Lord Liu Shan's genius, knowing precisely where to leave blank spaces, allowing the imagination to roam freely.
Add the soundtrack. Ren Xiao bowed reverently before the myriad celestial deities. The temple bell tolled. You and I shall first discuss the Hall of Cultivating the Mind. Though part of the imperial palace, the Hall of Cultivating the Mind bears a profound resonance with the myriad deities before her. When forgiveness reaches its ultimate state, it becomes the heart of a Buddha. The singing ceased. The scene shifts. After worship, drenched by the waterfall. 100-foot cascade plunges down, 1,000-foot waterfall cascades like a celestial river. A figure of ethereal beauty dashes toward the cascade. That glance over her shoulder, both coy and timid, alluring yet gentle, held the world's most exquisite beauty within her eyes. Uncle, with your photography skills, I'll end up looking like a fake photo. Ren Xiao rested her chin on Liu Shanjuan's shoulder, complaining with feigned grievance. Then should I make you look uglier? No way. Ren Xiao jumped up instantly. Make me as beautiful as possible. Even if I get called a fraud in the next livestream, I'll take it. Her arms wrapped unruly around Liu Shanjuan's neck as she cooed with feigned concern, Uncle, don't bend your neck so low, it's bad for your health. Oh. Grown up? Learning to care about others? Liu Shanjun teased with a playful tone before explaining, the computer is just this low. It's uncomfortable to edit while sitting straight. Ren Xiyao glanced at the laptop resting on Liu Shanjun's lap. A small fawn was visible beneath her thin lips. She walked to the sofa, picked up the laptop, then lay down on it herself, placing the computer on her body to serve as a makeshift desk for Liu Shanjun. Her cheeks flushed slightly. How about now? Is it low enough? It wasn't about height now, it was about whether he could work comfortably. Up close, the laptop really did seem large. Ren Xiao's mental framework was fundamentally different from most people's. Behaviors that seemed incomprehensible to others came across as perfectly natural when she did them. When Lin Wanxing emerged from the kitchen and witnessed this scene, his expression darkened instantly. Ren Xiao gasped in alarm, Wanxing, let me explain. I was worried Uncle would get neck problems, so I propped it up. Why not use your head as a pillow? Lin Wanxing forced a faint smile. Thinking of Uncle Liu's comfort, very thoughtful. Tonight, you're responsible for picking up Uncle Liu's daughter. No way. I hate Liu Ruyan. Argument denied. If you don't bring Ruyan back, you won't get dinner either. After Lin Wanxing left, the little tea-drinking brat Ren Xiyao looked at the man with pitiful eyes. She puckered her lips and whined, Uncle, look, Wanxing is bullying me again. Will you go beat her up? Just like you did last night. Smack. Beat you. Stop stirring up trouble. Just one more frame. Once I finish editing, we're done. Ren Xiyao stood up and logged into her Douhai account on the computer. Liu Shanjun directly used that line of lyrics you and I first discuss the Hall of Cultivating the Heart, then pay homage to the waterfall that drenches the body as the caption. He then added the tags Jingwei and Melancholy Land before uploading the video. Ren Xiao asked eagerly, Uncle, do you think this video will go viral? Go viral? You have so little faith in your uncle? You should be asking how viral it will go. Ren Xiao used to despise pretentious men, until Liu Shanjun came along. That's when she realized it wasn't the pretentiousness she hated. It's only called showing off when you lack the skills. What Uncle does is called being awesome. Uncle, do you smoke? Liu Shanjun hummed in acknowledgement. Ren Xiao's mind truly operated on a different wavelength than most. Her conversations were wildly unpredictable. I do. But I'm not addicted. Uncle, I'll earn money to buy you suits, brandy, and Cohiba cigars, okay? Someone like you not smoking cigars and drinking brandy is a complete waste of talent. Black suits, brandy, cigars, and that smoky voice? What, Uncle's turned into the Godfather? At 9 o'clock that evening, Ren Xiyao drove her Mercedes to pick up Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan was quite surprised. Ren Xiyao retorted coldly, Liu Ruyan, you just enjoy your little victory. If you weren't Uncle's daughter, I wouldn't have bothered picking you up. Liu Ruyan frowned. From the sound of it, you and my biological father got along quite well while I was away? Chapter 28, Liu Ruyan assigned to Group C, Liu Shanjun, that's great news. She couldn't deny that seeing Liu Shanjun waiting for her at the underground garage entrance stirred a flutter in her heart of ice. He'd never acted like this before. He was always bleary-eyed, either drunk or on his way to getting drunk. Not once had he waited at the school gate to pick her up, taken her backpack from her shoulders, asked if she was tired at school, or inquired what she fancied for dinner. The everyday moments other children took for granted were nothing but a distant, unattainable luxury for her. Only after Liu Ruyan successfully extricated herself from that quagmire did her father finally come to his senses. Belated love is worth less than weeds. Don't cry, the crown might fall. A stinging ache filled Liu Ruyan's nose. She bit her lip fiercely, refusing to give Liu Shanjun even a shred of kindness.
Her cold gaze fixed on Liu Shanjun, as if she were staring not at her own father, but at the man who had murdered him. It must have been Wanxing who forced him to come greet her. Lord Liu Shan is still that same beast. Liu Ruyan repeatedly stamped this thought into her mind. She feared that if she softened her heart for even a moment, she would truly fall into Lord Liu Shan's trap. Fatherly kindness and filial devotion? Dream on. There was no reconciliation possible in this lifetime. Liu Ruyan strode past Liu Shanjun like a proud peacock, head held high, dragging her suitcase. Yet her peripheral vision never left him. There stood her shameless roommate Ren Xiyao clinging to Lord Liu Shan's neck, her voice strained as if a lump of dog were lodged in her throat, emitting a sound Liu Shuyan could never produce herself. Uncle, why is Ruyan acting like this? Unlike me, I only know how to cherish you. Ren Xiyao, you really should just die. Even Lin Wanxing shot Ren Xiyao a withering glance. This was getting more and more outrageous. If she kept this up, Lin Wanxing feared Ren Xiyao might end up shooting herself in the foot, turning the act into reality. As for Lord Liu Shan, his assessment of Ren Xiyao was superficial and overly dramatic. A true manipulator operates with subtle, unnoticed influence. There's no such thing as a green tea, only kind, considerate, and gentle little sisters. As for Liu Ruyan, just as she'd anticipated, he really had been pushed forward by Lin Wanxing. Liu Shanjun never wasted her time on unrequited affection. He was biding his time until Liu Ruyan teetered on the brink of elimination in C position before extending a helping hand. Adding flowers to brocade pails in comparison to offering coal in the snow. Liu Shanjun couldn't shake his capitalist nature from a past life. Even his paternal affection was calculated down to the last penny. The four emerged from the underground garage to the first floor, slipping into slippers. Lin Wanxing invited everyone to the table for dinner. Though it was a welcome banquet, Lin Wanxing avoided extravagance. 5 dishes and 1 soup were just right for 4 people. An 8-inch cake served as dessert. Care for a drink? Lin Wanxing suggested. Ren Xiyao and Liu Shanjun nodded vigorously. Lin Wanxing fetched beer from the fridge, placing a can in front of Liu Shanjun. Just 1 bottle, okay, she reminded him. The 3 women could hold their liquor well and finish their bottles in no time. Only Liu Shanjun, bound by his limit, savored his beer with particular care. He sipped it slowly, almost as if trying to extract the lingering aroma of baijiu from the beer. Lin Wanxing stopped after 1 can, fetching another for each of the other 2 girls. She told them this was the last one, then served Liu Shanjun some rice. Uncle, don't just drink, eat some rice and dishes too. Truth be told, without Lin Wanxing, this household would fall apart. After the 4 finished their meal, they gathered in the living room to watch TV while sharing cake. Liu Ruyan generously cut a slice of cake for Ren Xiyao herself. When it came to being sensible, Liu Ruyan was the more sensible one. Even to Liu Shanjun, though her face was sour, she still handed him a slice of cake. 3 people shared 1 sofa, while Ren Xiyao sat on the floor with a cushion beneath her. Uncle, try mine, this one has blueberries. Ren Xiyao scooped a spoonful and fed it to him, causing Liu Ruyan's face to contort into a mask of agony, her skin crawling with goosebumps. What on earth had happened during the week she'd been away? Ren Xiyao, I treated you as a roommate, but you're acting like my stepmother? Are you really not planning to act human anymore? Lin Wanxing had grown somewhat desensitized to this scene. Sitting beside Liu Ruyan, she inquired about the training camp, including the first program recording. Liu Ruyan enthusiastically shared every detail of the camp with everyone. But when she reached the part about the first episode recording, her entire face fell. Her face clouded with worry as she said, Teachers Wang Taoyue and Qin Shuawei said my skills were terrible. Only teacher Liu Ruyan said my appearance was okay. I got placed in Group C. Wanxing, I feel so useless. Ren Xiyao nodded in agreement. Liu Ruyan, self-awareness is practically your only redeeming quality. Ren Xiyao. Before Liu Ruyan could even open her mouth, Lin Wanxing shot Ren Xiyao a look that was all the encouragement she needed to slap her own face. I promised myself no snarky remarks, this slap was deserved. But just as one storm subsided, another arose. Great news! A voice rang out in delight. Liu Ruyan's face instantly darkened as she turned to Lin Wanxing, demanding she stand up for her. Lin Wanxing looked troubled. This guy? I can't handle him. Liu Shanjun declared solemnly, this just shows you have plenty of room for improvement. Put. Ren Xiyao couldn't hold back her laughter. So the uncle was the true master of yin-yang arts in this room. Wanxing. Liu Ruyan was already tugging at Lin Wanxing's arm, whining like a child. Lin Wanxing chose her words carefully, speaking gently, Uncle Liu, please don't rub salt in Ruyan's wounds. Liu Shanjun looked puzzled. I'm serious. As her father, would I really perform a yin-yang ritual on my own daughter? I don't have an irresponsible father like yours, Liu Ruyan corrected. Throwing another childish tantrum. Liu Shanjun chuckled, not taking it to heart at all. He simply continued explaining, you guys take center position project way too seriously. Remember, these variety shows are essentially just a performance. It's no different from street performers begging for tips under the overpass. It's all about making the audience happy, and the money just pours in.
Hearing Liu Shanjuan's analogy, Liu Ruyan's temper flared instantly.
She retorted angrily, Liu Shanjun, I won't let you insult our dreams like this.
What do you take center position for? And what do you take us 101 trainees for, who've bled and sweated for our dreams?
You may love money, but don't assume everyone in this world does.
Ha!
Lord Liu Shan snorted derisively.
Could I, Lord Liu Shan, possibly have such a foolish daughter? My apologies. I take back what I said. Liu Ruyan, you're nothing more than a monkey doing backflips under a bridge. The kind that gets sold out and still counts the money for the buyer. All 101 of you are tearing each other's brains out for those 11 spots just for a chance at overnight fame and center stage? Talk all you want, but it all boils down to one thing, money. The naked truth is always so crass and ugly, which is precisely why it needs to be cloaked in the garb of dreams to serve as a fig leaf. He, Lord Liu Shan, has dreams too. Making money, making more money, better money. Vulgar? Yes. Real? Real. Chapter 29, Too bad you're too beautiful, Liu Ruyan. Liu Shanjuan's words were blunt to the point of crudeness, his logic so straightforward it bordered on absurdity. Yet Liu Ruyan couldn't muster a single word of rebuttal. Because it was the truth. It was only because Lord Liu Shan stated it so starkly that it sounded so jarring. Ren Xiyao, seated at Liu Shanjuan's feet, chimed in with her mouth still full of cake frosting, her words muffled, that's just how it is. At the end of the day, celebrities and streamers battling it out are both about one thing, making a buck. The only difference is celebrities make it look more presentable. What the old man said, it's harsh, but it's the truth. Wanxing. Liu Ruyan wrapped her arms around Lin Wanxing's arm and pouted. These two were acting like a pair of adulterers, teaming up to pick on her. Lin Wanxing patted Liu Ruyan's head. She was still the little mommy from home. Unlike Ren Xiyao, who chose sides, she remained impartial. In the adult world, there's no right or wrong, only gains and losses. Uncle Liu, if you say center stage is just a show, then how can Ruyan stand out in this performance? I don't want him teaching me, Liu Ruyan muttered, burrowing into Lin Wanxing's soft embrace like a wronged daughter seeking comfort from her mother. Lin Wanxing, ever indulgent, let her cling to her while gently combing her dark hair with her fingers. Among the three girls, Lin Wanxing possessed particularly sharp insight, a trait Liu Shanjun had noticed long ago. She could often cut straight to the heart of issues with her own understanding. Whether driven by dreams or money, it all boils down to one label. The only true measure of success is reaching the end and emerging as the ultimate victor. Since it's all for show, you should know what the audience wants to see. Imagine two storylines, one where a contestant dominates from the very first episode, crushing all competition to win the championship. One story features a contestant who starts out as an underdog, ranked poorly and placed in a lower tier class. Through sheer determination, they steadily climb the ranks step by step, eventually making it to the final debut. Which story would you rather watch? The second one, of course. What's exciting about someone dominating the whole time? There's no relatability at all. Ren Xiyao answered without hesitation. Liu Ruyan also looked thoughtful. Could being assigned to Class C truly be a blessing, as Uncle Liu Shan had suggested? Lin Wanxing continued to dote on Liu Ruyan. She had agreed with Uncle Liu Shan's words from the start, but unlike Ren Xiyao, she couldn't openly side with him. Doing so might only provoke Ruyan's rebellious streak. Being the little mother of a family wasn't easy, it demanded careful consideration of every angle. Lin Wanxing didn't respond, but her gentle gaze encouraged Liu Shanjun to continue. If I were the director of center stage, I'd definitely draw a line between two extremes, the prodigy showered with praise by mentors, and the fool constantly belittled by them, treated worse than ordinary trainees. The prodigy would crush the other contestant every time without a doubt. But that trainee, who couldn't even keep the beat at first, trained relentlessly 25 hours a day. He evolved from lacking the courage to even look at the prodigy, to gradually being able to block one of the prodigy's moves, and eventually challenging the prodigy in a showdown. Right up until the final episode, he narrowly lost to the prodigy. This growth arc delivers such intense satisfaction it leaves viewers ecstatic. On the surface, the clumsy trainee seemed to merely highlight Tianjiao's brilliance. In reality, Tianjiao paved the way for that seemingly inept trainee. After center stage concluded, the champion faded into obscurity while overwhelming resources poured onto that clumsy trainee. That's how artificial stardom is manufactured. Liu Yuyan listened, her eyes wide with astonishment. Wait, Lao Deng, you're really good at this? In that moment, Liu Ruyan even considered asking her father if she was the chosen dumb trainee. After all, in terms of looks, she was undoubtedly one of the top contenders among the 101 trainees. Yet, the word unfortunately sent a chill down her spine. What was a pity? Liu Shanjun watched the bewildered Liu Ruyan, shook his head, and sighed softly, it's a pity you're too beautiful, Ruyan. Liu Ruyan was so exasperated she laughed. Was being beautiful a crime? Why was it a pity that she was beautiful? It made no sense. Seeming to sense her unspoken question, Liu Shanjun answered himself, precisely because you're so beautiful, you lack innate relatability. Audiences who enjoy nurturing style content won't find any connection with you.
There's a term called cute and clumsy. Some girls are adorably goofy. But for a girl like you, with your tall figure and striking looks, acting clumsy just makes you seem more foolish and less likable to the audience. Ren Xiyao tilted her head back, gazing up at Liu Shanjun with a sweet voice. Uncle, are you describing Yao Yao as dumb cute? Honestly, you do fit that category. Except you're deliberately playing dumb. The anger that had just flared in Liu Ruyan vanished completely at Liu Shanjun's words, replaced by a look of utter disappointment. The sad truth was, she instinctively rejected every one of Liu Shanjun's opinions, yet his words were undeniably accurate. Finally, Liu Ruyan uttered, I'm going to take a shower and sleep, ending the conversation. Watching Liu Ruyan's lonely retreating figure, Lin Wanxing hesitated to speak, but only managed a soft sigh. Glancing at the man beside her who was playing with Ren Xiao's earlobe, she couldn't help but ask, Uncle.
You must have a way to help Ruyan debut, right?
Ren Xiao rested her head on Liu Shanjun's thigh, letting him play with her ear. The tingling sensation made her so comfortable she began to feel drowsy.
Liu Shanjun gave no clear answer. She glanced at the new task from the system. Side quest, help Liu Ruyan advance from Class C to Class A in the center position debut plan. Reward, 100 points. System, what's your game? Doubting my paternal love? Even if you didn't assign this task, wouldn't I still help Liu Ruyan? When it was time for Ren Xiao's livestream, she finally yawned and headed upstairs. After helping Liu Shanjun with his nighttime routine, Lin Wanxing freshened up herself before entering their shared room. The tiny storage room felt cramped with two people squeezed inside. Lin Wanxing wore dark green pajama bottoms not because she was guarding against Liu Shanjun, but simply because she disliked revealing clothing. She trusted Liu Shanjun's character, otherwise she wouldn't be sharing a room with him. Even though her pajamas provided some coverage, certain features were impossible to conceal. Uncle Liu. Penguin Music wants to buy the streaming rights for Heartbreaking Land and is offering 100,000 yuan. Do you think we should sell? Lin Wanxing handed her laptop to Liu Shanjun. The screen displayed Douhai Music's creator dashboard. The platform had sent a private message regarding copyright sales, providing contact details for a representative. Whether she chose to sell or not, she could reach out to discuss the offer. Chapter 30, Monetization Channels for Musicians in the Digital Age. Instead of immediately adding the contact, Liu Shanjun switched to the back-end data for the account. Liu Shanjun. What he saw shocked him. Views, 8.179 million. Full plays, 3.197 million. Just from play revenue alone, he'd earned 31,975 yuan. Wanxing, did you link my bank card? Liu Shanjun had just clicked to withdraw funds. Seeing the bank balance update almost instantly, he felt a bit puzzled. Unexpected, yet somehow fitting. Lin Wanxing stammered nervously. After all, sneaking in late at night to steal someone's ID and bank card to bind an account wasn't exactly something to be proud of. You idiot! Liu Shanjun cursed under her breath, patting the spot beside her. Lin Wanxing hesitated, then lifted the edge of the blanket and crawled in. Liu Shanjun propped a pillow behind her, then took her phone and added her to his family card on WeChat. Human nature is so peculiar. The more you refuse something, the more they insist on forcing it upon you. I feel like drinking. Beneath the covers, Liu Shanjun gave Lin Wanxing a light pat on the butt. This level of physical contact was something Lin Wanxing could tolerate. But she didn't agree right away, her voice soft as she asked, Can we just skip it? We're having fun tonight. Let's have a drink. When Liu Shanjun insisted, Lin Wanxing backed down. She got out of bed and went to prepare a late-night snack for him. Besides a bottle of ice-cold beer, she also served a plate of 5 spiced beef and salted peanuts, setting up a small computer desk. Let's share this bottle together. Liu Shanjun didn't refuse. His craving for alcohol was still within manageable limits. Mainly, he found it odd to watch things without something to nibble on. The small bed wasn't spacious, so the two of them pressed tightly together. The laptop desk was positioned between them, its legs wedged between their thighs. The laptop sat in front of them, with Liu Shanjun controlling the mouse. Besides Melancholy Land, Ren Xiao's version of Jingwei had also officially launched today. In just 12 hours, it had already racked up 80,000 views, with a total watch time of 23,000 minutes. Just by looking at the views for Jingwei, Liu Shanjun knew the ancient-style video he'd filmed for Ren Xiyao was going to blow up. Going viral was only natural. After all, no one else had tried this approach with this video before. Being the first to do it, he deserved to reap the rewards. But Lin Wanxing, glancing at the view stats, voiced her concern. Uncle Liu, I'm worried the completion rate for Jingwei might be low. Could it be the style is too avant-garde? The little one really knows how to flatter me. Jingwei is clearly a crazy song, yet she insists on dressing it up as avant-garde. Pinching the soft flesh on Lin Wanxing's cheek, Liu Shanjun leaned back in his chair. In terms of song quality, Jingwei can't compete with Melancholic Beauty, not in lyrics, composition, or performance. But Jingwei is far better suited for short video platforms. Its chorus hooks viewers' emotions more effectively than Melancholic Beauty's. Its short video usage will likely far surpass melancholic beauties in the future. Wanxing, will you think I'm biased later? For giving this song to Yao Yao? Lin Wanxing shook her head. No. Honestly, giving Melancholy Land to me would have been a waste. Though Yao Yao's vocal range isn't quite as strong as mine, she's the one who can truly maximize this song's potential. Uncle, I'm sorry. Stop saying silly things. In truth, Lin Wanxing's point about maximizing a song's potential held merit. The golden age of music had passed. Music in Longwa, and indeed globally, had transitioned from the vinyl era to the digital age. The days of raking in fortunes solely from record sales were long gone. Except for a handful of superstars, in this digital age, making money by selling digital music albums would starve 99% of musicians. Even the superstars dare not release every song as a standalone single. After all, online paid streaming has an inherent weakness. Once a song is locked behind a paywall, its reach becomes confined to a niche audience. No matter how good it is, it struggles to break out of that circle. What sustains an artist's popularity? Their work. This is especially true for singers, whose audience votes with their ears. If your work quality slips, even if you're the top artist in the Chinese music scene, fans won't cut you any slack. They might tolerate 1 or 2 subpar songs, but if you go a year, 2 years, 3 or 4 years without releasing a hit, running out of ideas becomes a compliment. Fans of those artists you once overshadowed will come down hard on you. They might even strip you of your past honors. In today's digital age, how do musicians make money? Take Liu Ruyan's streaming royalties earlier. Over 8 million plays earned him just over 30,000 yuan. That might seem decent, but Heartbreakingly Beautiful was a massive hit, and Douyin Music's royalty rates are already high. If it were on NetEase Cloud Music or Tencent Music, those same plays might not even hit 5 figures. The real money comes from copyright deals and live performances. Take copyright. Tencent Music paid 100,000 yuan for the streaming rights to Heartbreaking Land, securing its release on their platform. Soon, NetEase Cloud Music or other platforms will likely follow suit. Additionally, some artists may wish to perform Heartbreaking Land during live gigs or concerts. In such cases, they must purchase the performance rights in advance. Otherwise, any commercial performance of the song constitutes infringement, and Liu Ruyan could sue for damages. While performance rights might cost a few thousand yuan, unauthorized performances without proper licensing could lead to damages exceeding 6 figures. Given the current popularity of Heartbreaking Land, a single performance might fetch around 10 to 20,000 yuan. Of course, some musicians opt to purchase rights by the term 3 months, half a year, or a full year, which involves negotiating with Liu Ruyan. Beyond the performance rights, cover rights come with a separate price tag. A hit song can easily rake in 7 figures from royalties alone. Another revenue stream comes from commercial performances and gigs. In Lord Liu Shan's view, singers and celebrities aren't much different from internet-famous musicians. So-called concerts are merely larger-scale commercial gigs with higher ticket prices. Concerts are about milking fans' wallets, while commercial gigs are about milking business owners' wallets. Lin Wanxing's apology that I'm sorry was directed precisely at this place. Her social anxiety disorder meant she was destined to avoid such gigs. While commercial gigs don't rake in as much as concerts, typically bringing in tens of thousands or a small 6-figure sum per show, they make up for it with sheer volume. Bar openings, mall grand openings, birthday parties for second-generation rich kids, these are all events where money is no object. If you hustle hard enough, gigging can earn you just as much as royalties. Moreover, it's the essential stepping stone for influencers to become stars. But Liu Ruyan couldn't care less. Classic case of bad news in a good package social anxiety? That's actually a good thing. The entertainment industry is full of performers who sing and dance on stage, yet none have emerged as socially anxious to the point of being afraid to sing. That's how you get your niche persona. Longwa has its own 8th master and teeth-cleaning sister. Chapter 31, Ren Xiyao feasting to her heart's content. Liu Ruyan added the copyright manager Zhang Jialan on WeChat. Within 3 seconds, she accepted his friend request. Liu Ruyan glanced at the time. It was already 10 p.m., yet she was still online. Big tech companies really work their people hard. After a brief exchange, Liu Ruyan agreed to the copyright sale. According to the signed copyright contract, Douhai took 20%, while he received 80%, amounting to 80,000 yuan. Zhang Jialan became Liu Ruyan's dedicated copyright representative at Douhai Music, earning a 2% commission, 2,000 yuan on this deal. But clearly, Liu Ruyan's value extended far beyond this modest sum. Zhang Jialan was among the first listeners of Heartbreakingly Beautiful. She discovered this hidden gem the very next day after Lin Wanxing uploaded it. Convinced that musician Liu Ruyan would surely break through, she spared no effort in using her limited authority to secure a traffic package for the then unknown artist who had released only one song, offering whatever modest promotion she could manage. Little did she expect Heartbreaking Land to explode so rapidly, surpassing 1 million plays within days. At first, Zhang Jialan thought her traffic package had driven the surge, but tracing back to the source, she discovered it was actually a viral short video that had propelled the song to fame.
To Zhang Jialan's surprise, Liu Shanjun turned out to be incredibly handsome. Mr. Liu, I'm already negotiating the copyright streaming rights with NetEase Cloud Music.
I'm confident the offer won't be less than what Tencent Music is proposing.
Then I'll await your good news, Miss Zhang.
Liu Shanjuan's simple good night concluded their conversation. People like Zhang Jialan were essential, they got things done for a fee.
Liu Shanjun didn't mind spending a little to buy some peace of mind. Moreover, professionals like Zhang Jialan, deeply rooted in music copyrights, often brought unexpected surprises to musicians.
With business concluded, Liu Shanjun felt no sleepiness.
He spent 6 yuan on a comedy film from a video platform and began watching. Unconsciously, Liu Shanjuan's arm slid around Lin Wanxing's waist. With just a gentle pull, Lin Wanxing naturally rested her head on his shoulder. Snuggled together, they resembled a couple nestled in bed watching a comedy.
Lin Wanxing didn't remember a single frame of the movie.
All she knew was that tonight's wine tasted sweet, the man's embrace felt warm, and Uncle's hands were getting a little too familiar. After a week away from home, Liu Ruyan discovered she had become an outsider in her own household. That damn Ren Xiyao kept calling him uncle non-stop.
Why don't you just hang yourself on Liu Shanjun already? Even Wanxing had eyes only for her father.
And at noon, she actually fell asleep with her head resting on Lord Liu Shan's lap.
This world has truly gone mad. So I should just leave? You three can just live out your days together.
Liu Ruyan's teeth clenched so hard they ground together, as if Lord Liu Shan had cuckolded her and stolen her man. And this bastard was someone she'd personally invited into the villa talk about shooting herself in the foot.
Uncle.
That video I posted yesterday already has 200k likes today. Even the official accounts for Baishangji Waterfall and Lingyin Temple are directing traffic to my comments section.
Am I about to go viral?
These past few days, 3 consecutive viral hits had already boosted Ren Xiao's follower count by nearly 200,000. Judging by her previous follower count, Ren Xiyao was already a sensation. And this ancient-style video would definitely bring in a huge number of new followers. It might even propel her follower count into the 7-digit range with just this one video. After all, Ren Xiyao looked absolutely ethereal in this video.
Even Liu Ruyan had to admit that Ren Xiyao possessed a certain charm in this video.
With the viral success of the short video, the song Jingwei has seen its play count skyrocket accordingly. In the comments section, half were sycophants fawning over Ren Xiyao in every imaginable way, another half were abstract humorists, another half were asking about the song title, and the last tenth were marveling at the 2 scenic spots featured in the video.
No wonder Lingyin Temple and Baishangji Falls had to jump on the bandwagon with their official accounts, who wouldn't covet this massive traffic? Except for Liu Ruyan.
All this should have been hers, but she simply disdained it. Seeing that little Ren Xiyao rolling around in Lord Liu Shan's arms only made Liu Ruyan angrier. She had no idea what proper feminine decorum was. It was like building a house by the sea, utterly reckless. Liu Shanjun pushed Ren Xiyao aside with disdain.
Are you out of your mind?
Even your little mother Wanxing is frowning. Had your fill these past few days?
He. Ren Xiyao gave a silly grin.
More than full, these few days of streaming earned her more than her entire year's salary.
The internet traffic equals money. Ren Xiyao finally understood that truth.
Turns out there really are big spenders who log in, say nothing, and just start throwing money around. And just to hear her sing a line, you and I first discuss the palace of cultivating the heart, then bow beneath the cascading waterfall.
Rockets flooded the screen.
No matter how many times she sang it, the rockets kept flying.
Even someone as thick-skinned as Ren Xiyao started feeling a bit embarrassed.
For the first time, Ren Xiyao begged the big brother to stop spamming.
I'm scared.
Ren Xiyao took Lord Liu Shan's large hand and placed it on her slightly rounded belly. Blinking her anime-style big eyes, she said shyly, "Uncle, Yao Yao is hungry.
I can eat some more." Still hungry? What an appetite.
Liu Shanjun pinched her belly, just a finger's worth of flesh, offering the perfect texture. Ren Xiyao feigned pain but secretly enjoyed it, blushing as she explained, "Big sis said if I bring you to the livestream, she'll send 50 carnival tokens to make friends."
What's the catch? 150,000 for making friends?
Tell her to send one and show me her skills. She didn't send it, but she added me on Douyin and sent me a 5,000 red envelope asking for your WeChat.
But I didn't dare accept it. Ren Xiyao flung their chat history in front of Liu Shanjun. Liu Ruyan listened in utter disbelief. Were all the rich women on the internet idiots? Spend 5,000 just to get the WeChat of a 38-year-old, wheelchair-bound old man? Liu Ruyan even wondered how they made their money. Come find me. Forget WeChat, I'd sell Liu Shanjun himself if you asked.
This father, whoever wants him can have him. Liu Shanjun snatched the phone and accepted the red envelope. Ren Xiyao flailed her arms in frustration.
What the heck? Uncle, what are you doing? Don't block Uncle's path to wealth. Quickly send me your WeChat.
Ren Xiyao snatched the phone back and quickly sent 5,888 yuan, attaching an apologetic emoji. She playfully nudged Liu Shanjun and whined, "Uncle, don't try to be the big shot just yet. Wait for me to earn my stripes."
Give me 2 more years. Then I'll be the big shot. Chapter 32, Uncle, is this TV free? All Ren Xiyao wanted was to bring Liu Shanjun into her livestream and cash in big on Big Sister donations using his handsome face.
After all, Liu Shanjun had actually added Big Sister on WeChat.
What if the Big Sister really poached him? How many men could resist that money-driven approach? We don't earn money by selling our bodies, Uncle. Be a good boy.
But Liu Shanjun flatly refused Ren Xiao's request to appear on her livestream. You're currently getting by on Jingwei and Comedy, so now you should focus on converting that public domain traffic into private domain traffic, not just chasing more public domain views. When you run out of content next time and your traffic hits rock bottom, you can always drag me in for another round. Prepare for the future.
I've seen too many streamers flooded with traffic. But their peaks are as fleeting as fireworks.
As the saying goes, it's not about being first in the stream, but about ensuring the flow never stops. On the internet, the most common sight is this: you see them build their tower, you see them host their banquet, you see their tower collapse. Reaching 100,000 plus followers isn't the ultimate achievement. The true feat is streaming for 5, 6, 7, or 8 years without getting banned.
Be cautious in speech and action. Avoid borderline content, refrain from profanity, don't become an opinion leader, and above all, steer clear of political commentary. Conduct yourself with integrity and live with honesty.
Even when this wave of traffic subsides, you'll still have enough to eat. Liu Shanjuan's words were always so plain and unadorned, yet they truly deserved to be called golden advice. Even Liu Ruyan looked astonished. When had her father's mindset grown 3 stories tall? These words held equal weight in the entertainment industry. Got it, Uncle, Ren Xiyao replied obediently. Resting her chin on Liu Shanjun's shoulder, she nearly nibbled his earlobe as she whispered, Uncle, you know what?
Yao Yao likes being under your guidance.
Everything you say stays in my heart. I'm a disobedient child, so please don't hold back on disciplining me in the future.
What?
So they say a good spanking makes a good child. Go on, go play somewhere else.
Don't delay Late Star's rehabilitation session for Uncle.
While Lin Wanxing performed rehabilitation exercises on Liu Shanjun's legs, she struck up a conversation with Liu Ruyan.
Since Liu Shanjun was close to Ren Xiyao, she naturally needed to talk more with Liu Ruyan. She had to treat both children equally. Ruyan, when does the first episode of Center Stage premiere? Will you be home then?
We want to watch it together as a family. Having sensed her neglect, Liu Ruyan felt a wave of warmth wash over her at Lin Wanxing's inquiry. She shot a glance at Liu Shanjun and Ren Xiyao, a hint of smugness flickering in her eyes. Childish nature, laid bare.
She sat down beside Lin Wanxing and said, "It premieres this Saturday on Penguin Video. You guys aren't allowed to watch, I'm terrible in it."
If she truly didn't want Liu Shanjun and the others to watch, Liu Ruyan wouldn't have mentioned the release date of Center Stage. It was clearly a case of playing hard to get. None of the 3 called her out on this little ploy. Ren Xiyao declared emphatically, "Then I'll be watching closely to see how you get crushed by those trashy guys. Liu Ruyan, I told you you're not cut out for stardom.
Come join me as a streamer sooner rather than later. With your looks, you could make a decent living."
I'd rather starve to death or jump off this building than become a borderline streamer.
Oh, Miss High and Mighty. Hugging Lin Wanxing, Liu Ruyan pouted, "Wanxing,
I have to report back to the training camp tonight.
For the next week, I'll keep training and then film the second episode. I'm so scared of getting eliminated. Can't you train during the day and come home at night?"
You've lost weight at the camp, Lin Wanxing said, looking deeply concerned.
No way. It's closed-door training. Only 1 day off per week.
The trainees who aren't from Jinghai are still stuck there.
Those conditions sound brutal. Lin Wanxing frowned. Then pack extra clothes. If you're too exhausted after training, don't bother washing them.
Bring them back next week when you come home, and I'll handle the laundry.
Later, I'll go with you to buy some snacks.
Take them back to share with your roommates. Don't be stingy, or they'll start cliques.
Hey, hey, hey!
You're spoiling the kid, Lin Wanxing.
Liu Shanjun called out. Letting her pile up a week's worth of laundry to wash at home? Do you really think Liu Ruyan is off attending high school? None of your damn business.
Liu Ruyan clung tightly to Wanxing's soft, fragrant body, huffing defiantly.
Mom Wanxing isn't cold-hearted and ruthless like you. She just loves spoiling me. Smack!
Lin Wanxing flinched. Pampering was one thing, but discipline was another.
Don't talk to Uncle Liu like that. That evening, Lin Wanxing and the others drove the big car, escorting Liu Ruyan back to the training camp.
Liu Ruyan slowly walked toward the camp carrying her suitcase, topped with a large bag of snacks, looking just like a daughter heading off to study away from home.
Lin Wanxing watched Liu Ruyan's retreating figure, hesitating to start the car. The lingering look in her eyes made it clear she truly didn't want Liu Ruyan to leave. Uncle. I'm terrible. I even thought it would be better if Ruyan got eliminated sooner, so she wouldn't have to suffer this. Lin Wanxing confessed guiltily. Normal. That's why they say a doting mother spoils her child.
Wanxing. No matter how much you spoil her, Ruyan will be spoiled rotten sooner or later.
But I just can't bring myself to be strict.
Lin Wanxing sighed helplessly.
Uncle Liu, why don't you be the bad guy?
She's beyond saving.
We're done. Maybe we should just start a new account.
Yikes.
Lin Wanxing immediately fell silent. What's this about a new account?
Uncle Liu was getting more and more unorthodox.
Saturday, 8 p.m.
The day's center position debut plan premiered.
Liu Ruyan promptly notified everyone in the WeChat group.
Originally a dorm group chat for 4, after Ren Xiyao added Liu Shanjun, Lin Wanxing changed the group name to Loving Family.
A photo appeared in the group chat.
It was posted by Chu Nanchuan, the only girl Liu Shanjun hadn't met yet.
The lavish decor clearly marked it as a high-end hotel, or a 60-inch TV played center stage debut plan.
Yet what caught Liu Shanjuan's attention were the pair of beautiful legs that casually entered the frame.
Resting on the marble coffee table, they were as snow-white and slender as bamboo.
Ren Xiyao leaned in close and whispered, "Uncle.
Is that TV white? White. And slender, straight, and... Ha! Ren Xiyao, are you teasing me? He.
Ren Xiyao bit Liu Shanjun's ear, relishing the drama as she called out, "Wanxing.
Uncle said Nanchuan's legs are slender, straight, and white."
Lin Wanxing froze, then turned with a faint smile.
Nanchuan's legs are indeed beautiful. No wonder Uncle enjoys watching them. You're going to get yourself killed. Liu Shanjun gave Ren Xiyao a sharp tug.
He then turned to Lin Wanxing, beckoning her closer. She leaned in to whisper. In a voice only they could hear, Liu Shanjun whispered, "Though Nanchuan's legs have 1,000 virtues, I know for certain hers aren't nearly as smooth as yours." Slim and straight were qualities visible to the naked eye, but smoothness could only be perceived through touch. Lin Wanxing nearly couldn't bear to watch Liu Ruyan's debut performance and was about to flee back to her room, vowing never again to accompany Lord Liu Shanjun to the evening movies.
You don't watch any movies at all.
Chapter 33, the production team has a bias against our Ruyan.
Liu Shanjun and Lin Wanxing sat on the sofa.
Ren Xiyao sat on the floor, propped up by a cushion beneath her.
Who knew when Ren Xiyao picked up this bad habit?
Even when Lin Wanxing told her to sit on the sofa, she refused.
She preferred the floor, leaning her back against Liu Shanjun's legs and using his knees as a pillow.
She also enjoyed playing with Liu Shanjun's paralyzed lower body, bumping the back of her head against his knees to test for any reaction. As mentioned earlier, Ren Xiyao didn't treat Liu Shanjun as a disabled person, but she didn't treat him as a human either. If you're not going to harm Uncle Liu, then at least massage his feet for him.
Lin Wanxing knew Ren Xiao's mischievous nature and simply treated it as her doing rehabilitation for Liu Shan. Ren Xiyao was obedient enough.
After playing around for a while, she cradled Liu Shanjun's foot in her lap and gave it a vigorous rub.
Uncle, can you feel a warm current flowing from the soles of your feet through every limb and bone?
I don't feel any warmth, but it feels like you're using my feet to drill wood for fire. Lin Wanxing covered her mouth and giggled.
The living room TV was playing center stage. Blah blah blah.
A round of mentor introductions.
Girl group founder and chief producer Wang Taoyue. Renowned domestic creator, rap artist, and versatile singer-dancer. 5 years as an overseas trainee, previously debuted in a foreign group. With his striking looks, he boasts 20 million Weibo followers. Representative works, Tao Yu Wang Taoyue. Chief dance mentor Liu Ruyan. Master of 18 dance styles. Gold star level 1 dancer. Chief vocal mentor Qin Shuawei. RB diva whose single Clear Sky sold 5 million copies, with 3 albums each surpassing 1 million sales. Undisputedly among China's top-tier female singers. Also holds the most prestigious honors among center stage mentors. Unbelievable. Wang Taoyue's good looks are only 3 points behind that uncle's, Ren Xiyao declared earnestly, resting her head on Liu Shanjun's lap. Liu Shanjun couldn't tell if Ren Xiyao meant that as a compliment or a criticism. Admittedly, Wang Taoyue's face was undeniably handsome beyond measure, otherwise, how could he have amassed 20 million Weibo followers? Was it all thanks to his Wang Taoyue persona? But the yellow-haired look and smoky eye makeup were hard to pull off, especially that black collar around his neck. Even with his extensive experience, Lord Liu Shan could recall only a handful of women who enjoyed that particular style. Uncle Liu has that masculine charm, Lin Wanxing interjected, but Wang Taoyue, not so much. Evening star, how did you know Uncle has that manly charm? Ren Xiyao turned her head and sniffed at Lord Liu Shan. I didn't pick up on it at all. Did you taste it out? This little vixen was as lewd as Ying Zhang returning to the palace, utterly shameless. Lord Liu Shan pinched her baby fat. Wouldn't you die if you didn't burn? Wrong. Yao Yao will dare again next time. That was Ren Xiyao for you, brave enough to admit mistakes, yet stubbornly unrepentant. On TV, after introducing the 3 mentors, the trainees began appearing one by one. Some got close-ups practically shoved in their faces, some had solo introductions, but most trainees were reduced to a single subtitle. Hey, what a waste of resources. Liu Ruyan was also part of the subtitle group.
But even with just a fleeting shot, Liu Ruyan stood out like a crane among chickens among those dozen or so trainees. Standing at 5 feet 7 inches with a perfect 9 head-to-body ratio, her figure alone was enough to make any ordinary woman envious even without seeing her face. On the show, Liu Ruyan wore a black leather jacket and pants, her eyes lined with dark shadow, revealing legs longer than Liu Shanjun's life itself.
Liu Shanjun understood the production team's intent. They wanted Liu Ruyan to channel a badass biker girl vibe. The black eyeshadow and cold stare emphasized a ruthless, unyielding aura. But this makeup and styling absolutely ruined his daughter. What the hell were they thinking? Ren Xiyao burst out laughing. Liu Ruyan's makeup is ridiculous. Does she have a grudge against the show's makeup artist? No wonder Liu Ruyan ended up in Group C. This monstrous makeup alone cost her at least 90 points in impression scores. Is it really all about capital? After a cursory glance at the trainees, the show cut to commercials. Mentors took their seats, and the trainees' talent performances began. The usual trio: sing, dance, rap. Based on their stage performances, the 3 mentors assigned the trainees to groups. "Uncle, is this show big?" Ren Xiyao was setting him up again. Ding! He tapped his forehead. Liu Shanjun had already assessed the key points. Not a single one of the 101 trainees could match Ren Xiyao. They were far inferior. This stuff still comes down to talent. Ah! Ren Xiyao watched the trainees sing and dance on TV, yawning boredom. Either show more skin or cover up properly. "Uncle, this production team sure knows how to have their cake and eat it too," Ren Xiyao laughed sarcastically. They wanted both ways. Trying to please both female and male fans. Truth is, female fans are way more pervy than the guys. They crave seeing girls show off their legs even more than the men do, Liu Shanjun replied offhandedly. "Seriously, uncle, you really understand women?" Ren Xiyao marveled. "I'm totally into that myself." Liu Shanjun shot her a disapproving look. "Girls as, well, you know, as you are rare. Don't take pride in it. Yao Yao isn't dirty. Yao Yao just has a healthy appreciation for beauty." Ren Xiyao adopted a coy, girlish pose, her hand wandering a bit too freely over Liu Shanjun's abs. "Wanxing, you won't have to cook anymore. Just looking at uncle's abs makes me want to polish off 2 bowls of rice." Lin Wanxing's forehead vein twitched slightly. He really needed to rein Ren Xiyao in. She couldn't be allowed to run wild like this any longer. The program aired for a full hour. Liu Shanjun and the others finally saw Liu Ruyan take the stage. Liu Ruyan appeared as part of a group with 2 other trainees from the company. "Hello everyone, I'm Huang Zihan, a trainee from Xinda Entertainment." "Hello everyone, I'm Xin Jiayu, a trainee from Xinda Entertainment." "Hello everyone, I'm Liu Ruyan, a trainee from Xinda Entertainment." Each girl had her own strengths and weaknesses. Huang Zihan wore a puffy skirt, embracing a cute style. Xin Jiayu wore a tank top and overalls, radiating a fresh, youthful vibe. Liu Ruyan wore a black leather jacket and pants with dark eyeshadow, channeling a dark and mysterious vibe. Liu Ruyan's makeup and styling were already jarring enough on their own, but standing alongside the other 2 girls in the group made the sight truly unbearable. Only Liu Ruyan's naturally stunning features managed to hold up the visual balance. The production team slyly filmed Liu Ruyan's look before immediately cutting to the mentor panel. The synchronized frowns from all 3 mentors only amplified Liu Ruyan's appearance as a pure clown. "The production team seems biased against our Ruyan," Lin Wanxing frowned. She glanced at Liu Shanjun and bit her lip. Her child was being bullied. What should she do? Chapter 34, The Ex-Wife. Liu Shanjun watched Liu Ruyan on the TV screen, lost in thought. If the production team was deliberately targeting her, that would be utterly unfair. Liu Ruyan wasn't exactly a major star. Why would center stage deliberately target her? The only somewhat plausible explanation was that her agency, Xinda Entertainment, had abandoned her. Xinda Entertainment likely deemed Huang Zihan, the center position holder, more worthy of investment, choosing to sacrifice Liu Ruyan to highlight Huang Zihan. A person's energy is finite, and a company's resources are finite. From Xinda's perspective, concentrating those limited resources on a promising new talent is hardly unreasonable. If Huang Zihan can debut through center stage, sacrificing not just 1 Liu Ruyan, but 10 like her, would be worth it. Now it truly became capitalism. Liu Shanjun toyed with a strand of Ren Xiao's hair while glancing at his system interface. Liu Ruyan's side quest remained the same: advance from Class C to Class A for a 100-point reward. As for Ren Xiao's side quest, filming a short video with 100 likes had been completed. Yet the reward he drew left Liu Shanjun unsatisfied: a master-level photography skill. This ability was practically useless to him now. Even if he could get his hands on a movie script now, he didn't have the capital to film it. Ren Xiao's new side quest was to help her achieve 1 million followers, with a reward of 100 points. Current progress, 784,000. After several consecutive draws without landing health +1, Liu Shanjun was growing increasingly irritated. This half-broken body was too much of a shackle. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be content just playing with Ren Xiao's hair. To Liu Shanjun, anything less than achieving that final step of intimacy was pointless.
He wanted to strike, but his body held him back. Magic City, Tan Palace. A mature woman in a qipao nestled against a man roughly Liu Shanjun's age. She couldn't fathom why her husband had suddenly developed an interest in a talent show. To her, these girl group auditions were no different from the Miss Hong Kong pageant, merely a means for the wealthy to select their consorts. Yet she knew her husband wasn't that kind of lecher, at least not one who'd lavish money on youthful flesh. Jinan, do you think girl groups will be the next big trend in the entertainment industry? The mature woman in the qipao asked curiously. The man took a sip of red wine. With age, his scholarly elegance had only deepened. He replied softly, I do hold great promise for the girl group project. I might even launch a similar audition show myself soon. But bringing you to watch this episode of A Center Position was meant to be a surprise for you. What kind of surprise? The woman asked, intrigued. Just then, Liu Ruyan and Huang Zihan appeared on stage with the other three girls. The moment she saw Liu Ruyan, the woman in the qipao slightly furrowed her brows. This girl bore 7 parts resemblance to Liu Xian, and the remaining 3 parts to her Hu Qiunan. That was her and Liu Xian's daughter. Is she also planning to wade into the murky waters of the entertainment industry? Where is Liu Xian? No, Liu Shanjun. Why isn't he making a comeback to promote his daughter? Hu Qiunan sneered coldly. Liu Shanjun? Su Jinan, who had once played drums in a band with him, scoffed. He drank himself into a vegetative state. He's worse than dead now. Hu Qiunan rose to pour herself a glass of red wine. She swirled it gently, the liquid as crimson as blood, and drained it in one gulp. You really have the leisure to care about Liu Shanjun. What? Still resentful toward Liu Xian? How could he not? Ever since that slap from Liu Xian back then, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he'd ruined her life. But the green snake's mouth and the yellow wasp stinger, neither is truly poisonous. The most venomous thing of all is a woman's heart. It wasn't him who ruined Liu Xian, it was the woman standing before him. Hu Qiunan, their band's former manager. And his first love. They had concealed it so well that no one in the band ever noticed. The one who proposed using a child to bind Liu Xian for life, to take away the life that rightfully belonged to Liu Xian, it was her, Hu Qiunan. And only Hu Qiunan knew Liu Xian's greatest vulnerability. Having grown up in an orphanage, Liu Xian cherished family bonds above all else. Threatening him with their child meant that even at the height of his fame, Liu Xian would retire from the stage without a word of protest. To give the child a childhood free from public intrusion, Liu Xian went so far as to change his name to Liu Shanjun and live in seclusion with Hu Qiunan and Liu Ruyan in a remote town in southern Fujian. If life were to last 8 years. Over the past 8 years, he Su Jinan took everything from Liu Xian, his songs, his fans, all his resources. Together with Hu Qiunan, he founded Shanghai Entertainment, now a household name in the Chinese entertainment industry. Following Penguin Entertainment and Green Vine Entertainment, his and Hu Qiunan's Mountain Sea Entertainment now ranks among the industry's top players. To achieve all this, Su Jinan didn't hesitate to personally send Hu Qiunan into Liu Xian's bed. And Hu Qiunan truly succeeded. He never betrayed Hu Qiunan's trust. Throughout the 8 years she lived with Liu Xian, he never once mentioned those years. The two tacitly agreed to forget them together. Now, the child she bore with Liu Xian has appeared on television. Even the past they both refused to acknowledge was now an undeniable reality. Hu Qiunan poured herself another glass of red wine, nestled into Su Jinan's embrace, and watched Liu Ruyan singing and dancing on the screen without a flicker of emotion. She only asked, Jinan, what are your plans? I'm considering signing Liu Ruyan. Package her for a debut. Use the daughter of Liu Xian angle to rake in a fortune from those old-school Liu Xian fans. Over these past 20 years, Su Jinan had transformed completely into a capitalist, his eyes brimming with greed. Aren't you afraid Liu Xian might make a comeback? Avoid his sharp edge? Su Jinan scoffed. He's just a cripple. What kind of waves could he possibly make? Even if I gave him a chance to make a comeback, could he even seize it? Hu Qiunan took a satisfied sip of wine. He truly lived up to the man I'd admired from the start. Unlike Liu Xian, nothing but talent, utterly useless otherwise. He even claimed he wouldn't profit from his fans, saying he only cared if people enjoyed his songs. Stupid as a pig or a dog. Fine. I'll make a trip to Jinghai to meet Ruyan. See if she's worth investing in. Su Jinan grinned, his hand firmly grasping the woman's arm. No matter how well she maintained herself, she still couldn't escape the ravages of time. Hu Qiunan snorted softly. Paired with a dog forever and ever. Chapter 35. The sky is most beautiful when twilight lingers, and emotions are most captivating when they remain ambiguous. Uncle Liu, do you think Ruyan can break through the encirclement? Lin Wanxing leaned her head against Liu Shanjun's shoulder, inhaling the refreshing scent of green lime that lingered on his skin. Liu Shanjun used Lin Wanxing's shampoo and body wash, which she had finally customized to her favorite scent. Hearing her concern, Liu Shanjun remained non-committal. He understood the unspoken plea in her words. She wanted him to help break through the impasse for Liu Ruyan. To be perfectly honest, if he wrote a song for Liu Ruyan, she might not debut on center stage, but she'd easily make it through the qualifying rounds.
Even if she were eliminated later, Liu Ruyan's name recognition would be undeniably high.
After all, the first episode of Center Stage had already surpassed 10 million views, and that was just the 4-hour data for the premiere.
10 million views might not make waves in the film and TV industry, but 10 million viewers? That's impressive.
While it might not be a phenomenon-level show, it definitely placed it among the top tier of domestic variety programs.
Lu Shanjun wouldn't claim that any song he picked could instantly catapult Liu Ruyan to overnight stardom.
But it would easily win her audience favor, securing her at least a spot among third-tier singers and giving her a signature hit of her own. But all of this hinges on one thing: Liu Ruyan being willing to sing the song she writes.
That child is too stubborn. I wonder whose seed she is.
Lin Wanxing touched her delicate nose and chuckled softly.
Whose do you think she is? Uncle Liu. Ouch, keep your hands to yourself. Lu Shanjun pinched Lin Wanxing's waist between two fingers.
Truth be told, in this regard, Lin Wanxing couldn't hold a candle to Ren Xiyao. Lin Wanxing's waistline was exquisite, offering a stunning visual spectacle, but the tactile sensation lacked the extra inch of fullness Ren Xiyao possessed. These days, Lord Lu Shan had become insatiable, pushing his advantage further with every concession. Lin Wanxing felt like she was being carved up piece by piece, conceding 3 cities today, 5 tomorrow. Barely finding a moment's respite before Lord Lu Shan arrived again. Lin Wanxing clearly sensed their relationship had crossed the boundary between employer and employee. But it certainly hadn't crossed that line. As for exactly where that line lay, Lin Wanxing dared not delve deeper. She would take things one step at a time, letting nature take its course. If Uncle Liu ever crossed a truly unacceptable line, she would never submit. Boundaries, he knew, only lowered with time. Lord Lu Shan understood this well. He could have exploited the window theory to push further.
But with Wanxing, Lu Shanjun had always exercised restraint.
The sky was most beautiful at twilight, just before darkness fell.
Similarly, emotions were most captivating when they lingered in ambiguity. Lin Wanxing unconsciously nestled closer into Lu Shanjuan's embrace.
The laptop on the desk still played some meaningless movie, but it was merely an additive to their mutual attraction.
Uncle Liu, should I call Ruyan and remind her to stop wearing that smoky eye makeup?
It really ruins her looks.
Tomorrow is the recording for the 2nd episode.
Better not call her, lest she feels too much pressure and performs poorly. Anyway, the real elimination round, where 101 contestants narrow down to 55, is in the 3rd episode.
There's still time. When she returns this week, we'll have a proper talk with her.
Lin Wanxing tilted her head back, gazing at that flawless face from every angle, a hint of worry in her voice.
What if Ruyan still refuses to reconcile with you? Lu Shanjun forced a helpless smile.
She is my own child, after all, and I owe her.
Just because I neglected her and showed no concern before, does that mean she can't throw a little tantrum at me? Let her act out if she wants.
As her father, I'll just make sure to leave her a way out.
That was the attitude of an adult resolving matters.
Not like Ruyan, who refused to budge an inch and dug in her heels. While Lin Wanxing and Lu Shanjun discussed Liu Ruyan, a call came in to the director of the C Position program.
Got it. It's contestant Liu Ruyan, right?
We still need to save face for Mr. Su.
Side quest, help Liu Ruyan advance from Class C to Class A in Center Stage. Quest completed. Reward, 100 points.
Claiming reward, congratulations, host, you've drawn the skill Guitar Mastery. Detected that the host previously possessed Guitar Master 20-year Vintage Edition. Skills fused. Host's guitar proficiency adjusted to master level. Monday of the new week. Lin Wanxing drove, picking up Lu Shanjun and Ren Xiyao to take Liu Ruyan home together. Compared to her gloomy demeanor during her first homecoming, Liu Ruyan was now beaming with joy, her smile never leaving her lips. Lin Wanxing asked curiously, Ruyan, did you do well this time? Liu Ruyan gave a proud little snort. I'm now a member of Class A. My mentor said I have the makings of a diva. Ren Xiyao made a face. The mentors on Center Stage sure know how to play the game.
Ren Xiyao, you?
Lu Shanjun had known about this news the moment the side quest prompt completed, though he hadn't figured out how Liu Ruyan managed to get into Class A.
Liu Ruyan, you didn't give it up, did you? Seated in the front passenger seat, Liu Ruyan turned around, her face beaming with triumph as she glared at Lu Shanjun in the back seat. I joined Class A not to prove how amazing I am, she huffed. I just wanted to show someone that Liu Ruyan can rise to the top without his help. Lin Wanxing pressed her hand to her forehead, while Lu Shanjun chuckled helplessly. Only Ren Xiyao clasped Lu Shanjuan's arm between hers, looking pitifully at him. Uncle. Yao Yao is useless.
I'm a purebred failure who needs your strong guidance. I'm just a lump of useless mud that can't even stand up straight. Please help me out more.
Liu Ruyan's expression darkened instantly. Ren Xiyao, that's my dad. He wrote that song for me. Even if I don't want it, I won't give it to you, not even if you burn it.
Ren Xiyao, are you disgusting or what?
Ren Xiyao pulled her closer. What? You don't want it, but I can't have it? Liu Ruyan, why are you so bossy?
So what if I'm bossy?
He's my dad, not yours. I never asked him to be my dad. He's been single all these years, must be lonely, right? Yao yao.
A soft whimper escaped Ren Xiao's lips as she buried her face in Liu Shanjuan's armpit, her peripheral vision still furtively observing Liu Ruyan. Of course she wouldn't actually give it to him, she was just trying to annoy Liu Ruyan, that ungrateful who didn't know how good she had it. Liu Ruyan truly didn't deserve it. Ren Xiyao, you're despicable. Liu Ruyan gritted her teeth so hard they nearly shattered. Hidden beneath Lord Lu Shan's armpit, Ren Xiao giggled softly. If it weren't for late star, I'd show you, Liu Ruyan, what true vulgarity looks like.
Chapter 36, Ren Xiao's first advertisement.
Putting aside the verbal sparring with Ren Xiyao along the way, Liu Ruyan was in high spirits, even polishing off 2 extra small bowls of rice. The 4 of them gathered in the living room to re-watch the first episode of Center Stage. Sitting cross-legged on the floor with her head resting on Liu Shanjun's lap, Ren Xiyao teased, Liu Ruyan, look at that smoky eye makeup you did, you look like a ghost. Liu Ruyan huffed haughtily, I made it into Class A. And look at your dancing, I could dance better with a broken leg. I made it into Class A. With that single sentence, Liu Ruyan stood unassailable, infuriating Ren Xiyao to the point of bursting. Uncle, rein in your daughter. Liu Ruyan scoffed coldly. Why should he? Ask Liu Shanjun himself if he has the nerve to tell me what to do. Uncle Liu doesn't, but I do. Lin Wanxing pulled Liu Ruyan close, gave her a light tug, and frowned as she scolded, speak properly. Although it was Lin Wanxing who struck the blow, Liu Ruyan held Liu Shanjun responsible for the incident. It was all her father's fault for brainwashing Wanxing. Liu Ruyan shot Liu Shanjun a vicious glare, but his eyes were vacant, his mind far away, offering not the slightest response. This only infuriated Liu Ruyan further. Compared to Ren Xiao's sharp retorts, Liu Shanjuan's utter indifference was far more infuriating. It felt like punching a pillow, all strength wasted with nowhere to vent. Lord Lu Shan genuinely hadn't noticed the squabbling among the women in his household when the system announced a new side quest. Assist Liu Ruyan in advancing from round 101 to round 55. Reward, 100 points. Liu Shanjun couldn't fathom how Liu Ruyan had made it into Class A. From her description, it seemed merely a change in makeup and styling, but he didn't believe Liu Ruyan possessed the genuine talent required for Class A. Her singing was mediocre at best, and her dancing was an absolute disaster. What on earth had she been practicing these past 2.5 years? If she'd spent that time training in basketball, even Dove would have debuted by now. Could it be Capital again? But after checking Liu Ruyan's agency Shinda Entertainment, Liu Shanjun found some connections, though not substantial. The idea that Shinda Entertainment could manipulate Penguin Entertainment, that behemoth of the Dragon Nation's entertainment industry, was pure fantasy. Could my daughter be a woman of extraordinary fortune? When something defies understanding, he simply stops thinking about it. That was the foundation of Liu Shanjuan's lasting peace of mind. Since Liu Ruyan could navigate Center Stage on her own, he'd just trail behind her and steadily accumulate points. From 101 to 55, 55 to 36, 36 to 22, and finally selecting 11 to debut as a group. Among those final 11, the center position would be contested. This single show alone could net Liu Ruyan thousands of points, why wouldn't he? After strutting around triumphantly at home all day, Liu Ruyan returned to the training camp. The next day, Ren Xiyao, who was notoriously slow to rise, was up earlier than even Lord Lu Shan. What's the occasion, the sun rising in the west? Liu Shanjun teased. Uncle, just wait. I've got a surprise for you. Ren Xiyao grabbed a sandwich from the dining table, snatched the car keys, and rushed out the door. Lin Wanxing looked utterly unfazed, leaving Lord Lu Shan utterly baffled. Curiously, he asked, did she take the wrong medicine? Lin Wanxing smiled faintly. She has 1 day each month when she wakes up early. But since Xiao said she'd give you a surprise, I won't say anything. This only piqued Liu Shanjuan's curiosity further. About an hour later, Ren Xiyao returned home, carrying a bulging black plastic bag. Uncle, just wait 5 more minutes for me. Before Ren Xiyao could even rest her feet, she scampered upstairs. When Ren Xiyao came back downstairs, she was wearing a black and white maid outfit, complete with cat ears and a cat tail. She approached Liu Shanjuan's wheelchair, crouched down. She pulled a neatly stacked wad of cash from her maid outfit's pocket, presented it with both hands, and purred softly, Yao Yao offers her loyalty to master. Ha! Liu Shanjun wore a look of utter bewilderment. Late Star was right there. How was she supposed to direct this? Next time, play this tune when Uncle is alone. Seeing Lord Lu Shan hadn't moved for a while, Lin Wanxing explained for Ren Xiyao, today's to high payday. Yao Yao likes to withdraw her salary from the bank and count it every pay period. She also has this peculiar habit, she loves the smell of money and has to sleep with her paycheck for a night before depositing it back the next day. This money is your 5% commission. He liked money too, but he wasn't quite as obsessed as Ren Xiyao sniffing the scent of cash. A true money-grubbing miser. Liu Shanjun pinched the stack of bills between 2 fingers. How much did you take from Uncle? Last month, Yao Yao received a total of 350,000 in gifts. The rent owed to the master is 17,501.
When we signed the contract, it was at the end of the month. You're calculating it as a full month? How generous forcing money on me. Lin Wanxing chuckled. Stop teasing Yao Yao. Getting money out of her mouth isn't easy.
Ren Xiyao gazed longingly at the stack of red bills, her eyes brimming with reluctance. It was like a heartbreaking farewell to a lover, filled with an overwhelming attachment to money. Huff. She exhaled a long breath of stale air. One meal a day is better than none, Yao Yao knows that. If it weren't for your uncle's tragic beauty and Jingwei, I wouldn't have earned so many gifts. Even if it's just for the money, I've got to keep you happy. You're honest enough, Lu Shanjun pinched her baby fat. He then handed the tribute Ren Xiyao had offered to Lin Wanxing. Though slightly bashful, Lin Wanxing accepted it. I'll save it for you, uncle. Suddenly remembering something, Ren Xiyao, still dressed as a maid, slapped her forehead.
Oh right. Uncle, there's something else I almost forgot to tell you. What is it?
When I went to the bank this morning to withdraw money, I got a private message on the back end. It was from a cultural tourism official account saying they wanted to collaborate with me or something.
I didn't dare reply. Could you check if it's a scam? Lu Shanjun took Ren Xiao's phone and glanced at the back end. Hello.
This is Nanchuan Cultural Tourism.
Would Miss Yao Yao be willing to promote our Nanchuan Ancient Town? Chapter 37, Filming a promotional video for Nanchuan Ancient Town. Hello. I'm Cui Mingyu, head of the Nanchuan Cultural Tourism Bureau's Douyin account.
To promote local culture and showcase our hometown landmarks, our bureau is embracing new trends and the new era. We're inviting influencers and major content creators to experience life in Nanchuan.
We'd like you to create travel vlogs centered around the ancient town. Would Ms. Yao Yao be interested? Translated into plain English, the Nanchuan Tourism Bureau has some funding and wants to invite Ren Xiyao to shoot a promotional video for Nanchuan Ancient Town. Lu Shanjun verified the other party. Her opening line, "Sir, what are your instructions?" left Cui Mingyu momentarily flustered.
He hastily clarified that he was merely a staff member at the bureau, not a supervisor.
Got it, boss.
The back-to-back use of boss had Ren Xiyao laughing so hard she rolled around in Lu Shanjuan's arms.
That expression was so reminiscent of his own.
After an awkward silence, Cui Mingyu skipped the topic altogether. This promotional video must emphasize the ancient town's rich historical depth plus vibrant human touch plus contemporary vitality, balancing official authority with public appeal.
It should convey tangible history, experiential living, and aspirational horizons. The overall tone must be uplifting, promoting positive social energy. Duration, no less than 3 minutes. Understood. I'll ensure quality and quantity, doing my utmost to fulfill the leadership's task.
Cui Mingyu's face flushed. Those repeated references to the leadership struck a chord deep within him. He glanced at the project budget. He replied, Mr. Liu, the bureau has allocated a budget of 50,000 yuan for this project.
Do you think that's sufficient? If not, what are your estimated filming costs?
I need to submit a report to the bureau in advance. Sir, I cannot accept this 50,000 yuan.
I have a deep connection to Nanchuan.
My aunt is from Nanchuan, and I visited there often as a child.
It's the second hometown of my dreams. The beauty of Nanchuan Ancient Town remains unforgettable to this day. Filming a promotional video for Nanchuan is an honor.
Thank you, sir, for helping me fulfill this dream. Ren Xiyao watched as Lu Shanjun typed out the words, her expression puzzled.
Uncle, have you really been to Nanchuan? Isn't it quite a distance from Minnan?
Lu Shanjun shot her a look.
Talkative little maid.
In the end, not a single cent of the 50,000 yuan was withheld. Cui Mingyu even felt it wasn't enough. In this world, good people like Mr. Liu are few and far between. Ren Xiyao sat on Lu Shanjuan's lap, staring straight at the man. 50,000 yuan seemed like a lot, but she could earn that much in just a few nights of PK battles. But the point was, this money was different. Earning it kept her back straight. Her hands wrapped around the back of his neck. Ren Xiyao no longer hid her admiration for his talent. If it was uncle, being 38 and partially paralyzed wouldn't matter. Uncle, Ren Xiyao called softly.
Lu Shanjun was reviewing the documents sent by Cui Mingyu, details about the promotional video and the electronic contract. Hearing Ren Xiyao call him, he responded half-heartedly, "Who?"
Ren Xiyao leaned closer, her milky scent wafting toward him.
Uncle. Were you playing hard to get just now? Trying to drive up the advertising fee by pretending to refuse that 50,000 yuan? Honestly, no. If Nanchuan Tourism needs it, I'd shoot a promo for them for free. Ha?
Ren Xiyao was baffled.
Working for free? That's...
Lu Shanjun lifted his head, glanced at the fairy, and smiled serenely.
She still didn't get it.
This world was fundamentally one where officialdom reigned supreme. The greatest backing in this world came from official endorsement.
Even the entertainment industry's prosperity was deeply intertwined with this ecosystem.
The higher-ups needed a unified propaganda narrative, while those below sought direct access to the highest echelons of power. The entertainment industry offered the most expedient route to meeting high-ranking officials. High-ranking officials, whom billionaire capitalists rarely get to meet, might carve out time to sit down and have a long, calm conversation with a director. Lord Lushan pinched Ren Xiao's soft cheek like a doting father, yet also like a boss, admonishing her earnestly, dress more modestly from now on, and delete all those borderline videos from your account. If you can make a name for yourself in cultural tourism promotion, it'll be worth more than winning 10,000 duels. Ren Xiao moved her face closer, making it easier for Lord Lushan to hold her. She wouldn't want to tire the uncle's arm.
With an adorably clueless expression, he asked, "Is Yao Yao going straight now?" Lushan Jun and Lin Wanxing both burst out laughing simultaneously. It was clear Ren Xiyao still harbored reservations about borderline content. This bowl of rice smelled sweet, but tasting it was bitter. Who would choose to smile at viewers in a livestream, begging for virtual coins, when they could earn money with their head held high? Ren Xiyao knew exactly whose favor had landed her this promotional gig today. She tightened her embrace. Uncle's thighs were so sturdy, all they needed was a cute little charm like Yao Yao. The world is so vast, I want to go see it. Dressed in her professional OL attire, Ren Xiyao stared at the resignation letter in her hand, her gaze drifting out the window. The camera pulled back from the expansive view outside, finally focusing on the resignation letter in Ren Xiao's hands. The handwriting grows clearer, yet the paper begins to spin. A cut to Lushan Jun and his two companions arriving at Nanchuan High-Speed Rail Station. Hello? Hello? Mr. Liu, I'm Xiao Chui from the Nanchuan Cultural Tourism Bureau. Hello, Director. I'm Lushan Jun, head of Wanxing Entertainment. This is Yao Yao Ren Xiyao.
And this is my assistant Lin Wanxing.
Chui Mingyu froze upon seeing Lushan Jun in the wheelchair.
Only when the man extended his large hand for a firm, warm handshake did Chui mentally tag Liu with a new label, physically challenged but mentally strong. Mr. Liu, despite his physical limitations, had chosen to work in the entertainment industry. Such unwavering perseverance made him the perfect poster child for the publicity department. Lushan Jun also took a look at Chui Mingyu, a young man in his 20s, clearly new to the system, still carrying traces of youthfulness. His white shirt and black dress pants gave him an air of forced maturity, yet the red badge pinned to his right lapel stood out strikingly. Perhaps the overwhelming beauty of Ren Xiyao and Lin Wanxing had put pressure on Chui Mingyu, or maybe this newcomer to the system simply hadn't yet mastered the art of social interaction. At the beginning of the welcome banquet, Chui Mingyu appeared unusually tense, even awkward. It was Lushan Jun who took charge, drawing Chui Mingyu into the conversation. A clever self-deprecating remark and a joke instantly broke the ice between the four. He then skillfully steered the topic away from personal matters and toward Nanchuan ancient town, effectively handing the conversation back to Chui Mingyu. The moment Nanchuan ancient town was mentioned, Chui Mingyu found his footing. Even if he sounded a bit like he was reading from a script, reciting official materials, he firmly held the reins of the conversation. The welcome banquet unfolded with all guests thoroughly enjoying themselves. Even Chui Mingyu hadn't expected himself to be so talkative, as if he and Lord Lushan were old friends connected by a long-standing spiritual bond, with endless topics to discuss. When you find chatting with someone effortlessly comfortable, it's not because they're your kindred spirit. Rather, it's because their life experience and emotional intelligence far surpass your own, allowing them to effortlessly accommodate your level. Lin Wanxing and Ren Xiyao saw this clearly. Though Chui Mingyu dominated 7 or 8 parts of the conversation, the true orchestrator of the gathering remained the man seated in the wheelchair. Even after the meal ended, Chui Mingyu seemed reluctant to leave. But night had fallen, so he bid farewell and departed. Lushan Jun and his two companions found lodging in an inn within the ancient town, though here, such establishments weren't called hotels, but guesthouses. They requested 2 rooms. One for Ren Xiyao, and one for Lin Wanxing and Lushan Jun. Chapter 38, Lin Wanxing is Lushan Jun's stimulant. Lin Wanxing specifically chose a room with a bathtub. This would make it easier for her to bathe Lushan Jun. She couldn't explain why, but whereas bathing Lushan Jun had once felt perfectly natural, she now grew increasingly shy. Certain areas felt almost too intimate to touch, as if his skin were covered in prickly thorns. After finally tending to Lushan Jun and dressing him in a white bathrobe, Lin Wanxing glanced around the room. What kind of inn was this, lacking even a double room? The price was exorbitant, yet the space was so cramped it could barely fit a bed. And it wasn't a modern hotel mattress either, just an old-fashioned wooden bed with a mosquito net. At home, although she and Lord Lushan would sometimes watch movies together on the same bed at night, she always returned to her own bed to sleep. Could it be that tonight? Lin Wanxing dared not dwell on the thought. She gathered her undergarments and stepped into the bathroom. Half an hour later, Lin Wanxing emerged from the bathroom. Her hair was still slightly damp, falling onto her shoulders and leaving wet marks on her dark green nightgown, soaked through to a deep black. Her slender, snow-white neck now glowed with a peachy blush, as if still veiled in the misty vapor from her shower, creating an ethereal, enchanting aura. Approaching the bedside, she felt a flicker of timidity. Lushan Jun even noticed her body tremble slightly. He couldn't help but smile softly. Why don't you sleep with Yao Yao tonight? This was the true art of retreating to advance. Lin Wanxing shook her head.
No need. I trust you, uncle.
I don't even trust myself. She lifted the edge of the quilt, and a dark green koi swam inside.
The bed had long been warmed by Lord Lushan, radiating intense heat.
Lord Lushan lowered one arm, and Lin Wanxing leaned against it naturally, just as she always did. He swung his arm back, drawing Lin Wanxing into his embrace. Lu Shanjun made no further move, instead placing both hands on the laptop keyboard. After overcoming her initial shyness and unease, Lin Wanxing settled down.
Everything felt just like being at home.
At home, she'd always watch movies with Lord Lushan like this. Only tonight, instead of watching a movie, Lu Shanjun was focused on creating. Watching the musical staff on the screen, Lin Wanxing snuggled closer into his embrace.
Are you writing a new song, uncle? MHM. I want to compose background music for this promotional video.
Lin Wanxing glanced at the song title on her bridge. She couldn't make heads or tails of it.
Let me see you once more.
From south to north. The first line of lyrics didn't seem particularly striking either.
Lin Wanxing remained silent, not even daring to breathe too heavily.
She feared interrupting Lord Lushan's train of thought. A carved wooden bed, a red quilt with mandarin ducks, and a pink mosquito net like a curtain veiled their figures.
Even with the air conditioner running, this summer night remained unbearably stifling.
The more Lin Wanxing tried to control her breathing, the harder it became to restrain herself. Unconsciously, her right arm nowhere to rest slipped around the man's waist. Only by drawing closer to him, holding him tighter, could her restless heart find some semblance of calm. The room fell into complete silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The only sounds were the rhythmic tapping of Lu Shanjuan's fingers on the keyboard and Lin Wanxing's increasingly heavy breathing. Suddenly, the typing stopped, and Lin Wanxing's breath caught in her throat.
Oh no! Had her breathing disrupted Uncle Lu's inspiration?
Lin Wanxing knew that when a creator stopped writing, it meant they were stuck for inspiration, a state that was extremely frustrating. Sure enough, Uncle Lu looked around, as if searching for something, then said, "Wanxing, I feel like having a smoke." Lin Wanxing understood that for creators, cigarettes and alcohol were usually constant companions, keeping the brain in a state of heightened excitement and activity.
Some even relied on getting high to spark their creativity.
But smoking isn't good for your health, Uncle, Lin Wanxing cautioned. Of course, it was mostly futile.
Lin Wanxing was already preparing to go downstairs to buy cigarettes for Uncle Lushan. Unexpectedly, Uncle Lushan responded, "I know." "Ha?" Lin Wanxing gasped in surprise. Could it be that Uncle really stopped smoking just because of her reminder?
The next second, his arm tightened around her, pulling her entire body into his embrace.
He kissed the top of her head, then took a deep sniff. Epic satisfaction. Ah, bliss.
Lu Shanjun wore a look of pure satisfaction, while Lin Wanxing felt as though her very soul had been sucked away by him.
"You don't smoke, but you're inhaling me?" The clatter of typing echoed once more.
Lin Wanxing hadn't expected her words to be so effective, actually sparking Lu Shanjun's train of thought.
Could she be Uncle Lu's stimulant?
After a long silence, the typing abruptly stopped. Lin Wanxing tilted her head back to look at the man, who lowered his gaze to meet hers. Their eyes met, and Lin Wanxing felt her mouth go dry. Though her lips were as plump and juicy as jelly, they now seemed parched and peeling, desperately needing a swipe of lip balm. Timidly she said, "Uncle Lu, how about taking one more puff? You say spring isn't late, and I've arrived in the true Jiangnan. Hu brushes, Xian paper, Duan inkstones, Huizhou ink." The ink on the paper was still wet. Ren Xiyao, dressed in a Republican-era qipao, rose and pushed open the lattice window. Before her eyes unfolded the entire Jiangnan landscape. Black tiles, white walls, green streams, gray bridges, misty rain like a curtain, water vapor rising in the air.
This was the Jiangnan of poetry.
Leaning against the windowsill, Ren Xiyao propped her arms and listened to the rain. Droplets fell from the eaves, dripping and splashing like a spring breeze whispering in her ears, like the gentle, faint smile of a Jiangnan woman. Her pale green Republican-era qipao clung to her form as she leaned forward, tracing the perfect curves of her figure. Her lips were cherry red, her waist slender as a willow. The qipao concealed her jade-like legs, revealing only a sliver of pale calf colder than frost, whiter than snow. Beneath her delicate ankles rested a pair of beige patent leather high heels. Exquisite and elegant, modern and classical, they converged here. Lu Shanjun knew how to shoot. He understood what people wanted to see, whether capturing landscapes or portraits, beauty was paramount. Cheongsam, beauty, misty rain, Jiangnan. Lu Shanjun brought beauty to life through his lens. The only flaw in this picture of perfection was that the woman in the qipao was Ren Xiyao.
Not that Ren Xiyao wasn't beautiful enough, but because Lin Wanxing was also by Lu Shanjun's side.
After capturing Ren Xiao's silhouette, Liashanjin had enough footage. Yet the director hadn't called cut, so Ren Xiyao could only keep staring at the rain-drenched scene ahead. Behind her, Lin Wanxing crouched beside Lu Shan, whispering secrets into his ear. Lin Wanxing could guess Lord Lu Shan's thoughts with her little finger. After a moment of whispering, Lin Wanxing flushed and nodded. Her voice was barely above a whisper. "Then next time, I'll wear it just for you."
Chapter 39, Uncle, you know how to speak of regrets.
A jade green qipao, slate blue stone slabs, and a fine drizzle like silk threads connecting heaven and earth. The qipao-clad girl, umbrella in hand, strolled through the drizzle. Her lacquered heels struck the stone slabs, sending up a crystal-clear splash. Liu Shanjun followed closely behind Ren Xiyao. With a casual snap of his fingers, the scene became a painting. Liu Shanjun had lingered in Nanchuan for 2 extra days just to wait for this rain. The previous days, he had photographed Ren Xiyao enjoying the town's food, drinks, and entertainment. Sipping smoked bean tea, nibbling on tangerine red cakes. She took hearty bites of dongpa pork and savored mulberries with delicate lips. Her tender white feet splashed in the stream, while a red clay stove warmed the black-roofed boat. Yet wherever Ren Xiyao went, he appeared in the same scene in his wheelchair, treading the path she walked, tasting the delicacies she savored. It seemed as though they occupied different positions within the same scene, yet they were actually different timelines at the same spatial point. North and south of the stone bridge, both climbed the bridge. At the bridge's highest point, one gazes at the koi in the river to the right, the other at the bamboo raft gliding on the emerald waves to the left. In that instant, they shared the same frame, passing each other by. Then each walked back toward the other's starting point. Suddenly, Lord Liu Shan turned his head. All he saw was a figure in a pale green qipao, that graceful silhouette etched into his memory for 3 lifetimes. His lips moved, but only a bitter smile escaped. Shaking his head, he continued down the bridge. As Lord Liu Shan turned, Ren Xiyao also looked back. She saw him in his wheelchair, rushing forward 2 steps as if determined not to leave any regrets this time. But the final frame froze on the snow-white, delicate hands on Liu Shanjun's wheelchair, slowly pushing him forward, growing farther and farther away from Ren Xiyao. The story ended abruptly. After filming the scene in the ancient town under the rain, Liu Shanjun and his 2 companions departed Nanchuan. Cui Mingyu made a special trip to see them off. As for the town's promotional video, Lord Liu Shan still needed to edit it at home, send it to him, and submit it to the Nanchuan Culture and Tourism Bureau for review before it could be released. Once the work was published, the Nanchuan Cultural Tourism Bureau would report it upward, and then the final payment could be settled. Pretty straightforward, right? Yeah. Payment terms are at least 3 months, sometimes up to half a year. Back at the Yunxi Garden Villa, Ren Xiyao plopped straight onto the sofa with a thud, sprawling out with her arms and legs splayed. Her little face rolled across the cushions as she lazily remarked, "Home is still the most comfortable. That bed at the ancient town and made my lumbar disc protrude." Ha! Lin Wanxing's cheeks flushed slightly. The inn's bed couldn't have been that hard, could it? Liu Shanjun patted Ren Xiao's ample behind, gesturing for her to make room. Lin Wanxing prepared dinner in the kitchen while Liu Shanjun worked in the living room. Ren Xiyao, meanwhile, provided emotional support for the pair, chattering away and acting cute. The simple happiness of this little family of 3 couldn't be more perfect. After praising Lin Wanxing's cooking in the kitchen earlier, Ren Xiyao returned to the sofa and quietly leaned against Liu Shanjun, watching him edit videos without a hint of boredom. He had started editing the video on the high-speed train, and now that they were home, he was finishing up the final touches. The 3-minute promotional video perfectly matched the duration of the Song Anha Bridge. After finishing the first cut, Liu Shanjun played it through. The opening shot featured the resignation letter, "The world is so vast, I want to go see it." A high-speed rail ticket from Jinghai to Nanchuan was inserted midway, revealing the destination of this journey. After all, it's a promotional video for Nanchuan ancient town, the theme must be clear. A transition cuts to Ren Xiao's room, where the first thing visible is the phrase written in brush on Xian paper, "You said spring isn't late, so I came to the real Jiangnan." As Ren Xiao rises to open the window, instead of the misty rain typical of Jiangnan, we see clear blue skies stretching endlessly. Her adventures in the ancient town unfold eating, drinking, and enjoying herself. Whenever filming Ren Xiao's activities, Lord Liu Shan consistently shot from the opposite perspective, as if they were traveling together. After each scene of her enjoying herself, the next frame would show Lord Liu Shan seated in the same setting, eating the same delicacies as Ren Xiao, but this time, the camera was positioned opposite him. While Ren Xiao's shots featured only herself, Liu Shanjun's frames always included the silhouette of a woman. Yet only her hands were captured. She tenderly feeds Lord Liu Shan and gently wipes food crumbs from the corner of his mouth with a single finger. This montage technique creates an illusion for the audience, as if the woman sitting opposite Lord Liu Shan, accompanying him on his outing, is Ren Xiyao. Until the final moment, when the truth is revealed. Though Ren Xiyao and Liu Shanjun were both in Nanchuan ancient town, they were in the same place but not together. The one accompanying Liu Shanjun was another gentle and graceful woman. When the camera lingers on the delicate hands resting on Lord Liu Shan's wheelchair, hands fairer than snow. This scene encapsulated the very essence of regret. Sniff, sniff. Ren Xiyao sniffled repeatedly. Red-eyed and choked with emotion, she stammered, "Uncle, you know how to tell a story of regret." Her small fist tapped lightly. "Why? Why couldn't you give me a happy ending with you? Last time under the locust tree, you filmed it like this. Now in Nanchuan ancient town, you film it the same way." They say Luoyan's flowers are like brocade, yet why must I arrive when spring has passed?
Do you know why I dislike happy family endings? Because life is full of disappointments, and while comedy brings temporary joy, tragedy resonates with people.
Ren Xiyao burrowed into Liu Shanjun's embrace, utterly disregarding her appearance as she wiped her snot and tears onto his chest. Tilting her head back, her bright eyes slightly swollen, she murmured, "Uncle.
Will there be a next episode to our story?" Ren Xiyao understood Liu Shanjun's vision, transforming their relationship into a serialized drama.
Episode 1, their campus romance beneath the locust tree, ending with a return to the old place where everything remained the same except the people. In the second episode, they were clearly separated. By chance, they both visited Nanchu, an ancient town, but this time, Liu Shanjun was accompanied by another gentle woman.
The ending of the first episode was particularly intriguing.
It could serve as the opening of the second episode. After reconciling, they part ways again for some reason, only to pass each other by in the ancient town. Or it could be the conclusion of the second episode's storyline. After their near miss in the ancient town, they go through another period of time, finally coming together. She pushes him back to the locust tree where their love began.
My uncle is truly a genius. Ren Xiao's feelings for Liu Shanjun began with his looks and deepened because of his talent. This man utterly captivated her.
Liu Shanjun left this with an open-ended conclusion. How you interpret it determines how the story unfolds.
As for whether there will be a next chapter, I don't know either. There absolutely has to be one. Ah!
Ren Xiyao gently bit Liu Shanjun, expressing her hopes in this little girl way.
Ren Xiyao, you're a dog. Liu Shanjun scolded, rubbing Ren Xiao's head like a dog while adding some useless footage to the promotional video. Ren Xiyao watched in utter confusion. Uncle, what are you doing?
These shots are completely useless.
Why add them? It makes the whole promo look disjointed.
This promotional video still needs to be reviewed by the Culture and Tourism Bureau. You've got to give the leadership some room to showcase their talent. Important directive: bathing requires water, walking relies on legs.
Chapter 40, Lord Liu takes the stage, performing on Ha Bridge.
The three had finished their dinner. Lord Liu Shan arrived at the recording studio.
Ren Xiyao beamed with excitement. Uncle, you wrote another new song? So, who's it for this time?
A streak of snow white flowed through the mortal world. Lord Liu Shan tugged at Ren Xiao's sleeve.
That slippery little devil. This time, I'm singing it myself. What? Uncle, you can sing?
Ren Xiyao looked like she'd discovered a new continent. Though heroes don't boast about past glories, back in the day, the owner of this body was famously known as the godfather of rock and dragon nation Liu Xian. Only, these past 20 years, smoke and alcohol had ruined his voice.
The raw intensity of rock might be beyond him now, but folk songs? Perfect.
The moment he opened his mouth, that smoky voice told a story.
Lin Wanxing pushed Liu Shanjun into the recording studio, where besides a guitar, a horsehead fiddle sat ready.
The prelude began, and regret took the stage. That intro alone was enough to bring tears to Ren Xiao's eyes. She'd never even been in a relationship, yet hearing Liu Shanjun's opening notes, an inexplicable wave of sorrow washed over her. As if she'd been divorced 8 times.
Let me see you once more.
From south to north. Liu Shanjun's voice flowed through the headphones hoarse and tinged with the weight of lived experience. This man looked like he had a story to tell, and his voice told a story too. That melancholy of having journeyed through countless trials, searching for something you already possessed, only to find it waiting in the dimly lit corners when you finally looked back.
Liu Shanjun's singing was like a finger hooking Ren Xiao's heartstrings, plucking them at will. She could be utterly consumed by this man. Yet she'd gladly surrender to it.
Ren Xiyao sniffed back the snot threatening to spill from her nose, tasting its saltiness in her mouth.
She pouted, both heartbroken and resentful that she wasn't the heroine in Lord Liu Shan's story. She couldn't help but interpret Lord Liu Shan's past with the utmost malice. Uncle, your ex-wife didn't run off with someone, did she? Let me hear it again. The most beautiful line. You're home. I've been waiting for you.
Liu Shanjun extended his hand toward Lin Wanxing, presenting the horsehead fiddle.
Strings plucked, an interlude began.
That ancient, melodious, weathered, and vast sound of the horsehead fiddle. Just a few plucks of the strings were enough to make Ren Xiyao break down completely. She didn't even know why she was crying, but she just had to cry. She longed to rush over and embrace the man, to tell him not to be sad. This is the magic of music. Through the dance of notes alone, it can evoke profound empathy. Singing and dancing are innate gifts bestowed upon humanity since time immemorial.
In fact, they predate even the formation of human language.
By the time Liu Shanjun was pushed out of the recording studio by Lin Wanxing, Ren Xiyao was already sobbing uncontrollably. She threw herself into his arms, wiping her tears as she pleaded, "Uncle, don't be sad.
I won't run off with anyone else."
Liu Shanjun gently ruffled Ren Xiao's hair, his voice as soothing as spring breeze. "Why are you crying now?" Lin Wanxing's eyes were also slightly reddened as she gently pinched Liu Shanjun's earlobe.
You're one to talk. Who wouldn't cry listening to this song? Especially Yao Yao, she's the most emotional.
Wanxing isn't allowed to run away either, Ren Xiyao declared imperiously, pulling Lin Wanxing's hand toward her. She threw herself into Lord Lu Shan's embrace, with Lin Wanxing's arm sandwiched between them. Ren Xiyao declared with conviction, the three of us living well together is better than anything else.
Lin Wanxing felt both amused and exasperated.
The child was spouting nonsense. A world for three would be far too crowded.
Yao Yao would surely marry and have children someday.
A good man would replace her and love Uncle Lu well.
As for Uncle Lu, there was no other way.
He couldn't take care of himself, and she couldn't trust other caregivers with him. She'd have to look after Uncle Lu for the rest of her life.
It would spare Ruyan the awkwardness.
Lu Shanjun approached the mixing console and listened to the raw recording from earlier.
Everyone knew Lu Shanjun was a tyrant during recording sessions.
Both Lin Wanxing and Ren Xiyao had been thoroughly drilled by him. But the two women hadn't expected Lu Shanjun to be just as ruthless with himself. He was even harsher on himself than on them. This time, Lin Wanxing and Ren Xiyao were truly defeated.
The uncle wasn't singling them out, he was simply a pure sadist.
He was strict with others, but even stricter with himself. He was usually all smiles and jokes, but the moment work started, his expression changed completely. That little face was truly something else. To accompany Lu Shanjun during the recording session, Ren Xiyao even gave up her chance to stream and earn money. The session dragged on until 2 a.m. Despite the studio's air conditioning, Lu Shanjun was utterly exhausted, his back drenched in sweat. Lin Wanxing peeled off Lu Shanjun's soaked undershirt, frowned, and said earnestly, "Uncle Lu, if you keep neglecting your health like this, I'm going to have to force you to take care of yourself." Like Ren Xiyao, Lu Shanjun humbly accepted the criticism yet remained incorrigible.
On Sunday evening, the family went to pick up Liu Ruyan. Seeing the slight upturn at the corners of Liu Ruyan's mouth, everyone knew the outcome of the third episode's advancement round for center position. Lin Wanxing smiled gently, "You advanced?" "Of course," Liu Ruyan declared with a proud and spoiled expression. In that moment, she felt like the prodigy Lu Shanjun had spoken of. "Wanxing,
I want to aim for the center position," Liu Ruyan declared with utmost seriousness.
"Ha? Are you serious?"
Lu Shanjun glanced at the system.
Side quest, assist Liu Ruyan in advancing through the center position 101 to 55 promotion tournament. Quest completed. Reward, 100 points. New task issued.
Assist Liu Ruyan in advancing through the warm 55 to 36 promotion round of center position.
Task reward, 100 points.
Congratulations, host, you've drawn the script for the movie Resident Evil 1.
Another useless reward.
Lu Shanjun sat in the back seat, Ren Xiyao asleep on his lap, letting the man cradle her ear.
Seeing Ren Xiao's unrestrained behavior, Liu Ruyan flared up.
Her face tightened as she snapped, "Slut."
"Ooh." Ren Xiao murmured lazily.
"You've never slept on Uncle's lap, you have no idea how comfortable it is."
"At home, I always let Wanxing sleep there. This is the only time I get to rest. Back home, after dinner."
The four of them sat in the living room, chatting.
"Wanxing, I have to go to the office tomorrow. I won't be home for lunch. Not even one day off in a whole week? That company is way too demanding."
Lin Wanxing grumbled, then turned to tell Liu Ruyan about the three of them going to Nanchuan to shoot a promotional video.
A pang of sadness washed over Liu Ruyan. Last time it was Bai's Hangji, now Nanchuan. Was she the only one who felt like an outsider in this family?
That evening, Lin Wanxing still accompanied Lu Shanjun while watching a movie, but she kept using Lu Shanjun's phone to chat with Zhang Jialan, the copyright manager at Douhai Music. "Uncle Lu, Xinda Entertainment wants to buy the adaptation rights to our song Tragic Beauty for 50,000 yuan.
Should we sell?" Chapter 41, I won't sing my father's songs.
Lu Shanjun had just one word: sell. As long as they paid, he'd sell his body too.
A complete slave to money.
That expression, Lin Wanxing found strangely endearing. Snuggled in the man's embrace, inhaling the scent of green lime, Lin Wanxing felt utterly relaxed.
She even turned a blind eye to his large hands playing tricks on her waist. While replying to Zhang Jialan, she remarked, "This company seems to be Ruyan's talent agency, huh? Ha?" Lu Shanjun finally caught on. Xinda Entertainment acquiring the rights to Tragic Beauty at this precise moment was rather intriguing. "Wanxing, do you think Xinda will have the three trainees from their company sing this song for center stage?"
Lin Wanxing pondered Lu Shanjun's speculation for a moment and agreed it seemed quite likely.
"Uncle Lu, should I have Zhang Jialan ask Xinda about their plans for it?" "No need. As long as the money's right, they can do whatever they want with the copyright."
Lin Wanxing watched Lu Shanjun, now reduced to a slave to money, and smiled gently.
"Uncle Lu, your expression, you really do resemble Yao Yao." Besides Xinda Entertainment acquiring the rights to Heartbreaking Land.
Thanks to Zhang Jialan's efforts, the digital streaming rights for both Heartbreaking Land and Jingwei were sold to Tencent Music and NetEase Cloud Music respectively. Along the way, several cover song rights were also sold. Piecing it all together, the copyright fees for these two songs amounted to nearly 800,000 yuan, with Lu Shanjun receiving a share of around 600,000 yuan.
Lin Wanxing and Liu Shanjun discussed the future development of the music account, Liu Shanjun. Uncle Liu, I think you should start a Douyin account. You can funnel Douyin's traffic back to Douyin, and monetization will be easier then. Liu Shanjun nodded in agreement.
His large hand lifted Lin Wanxing's nightgown, caressing the smooth, creamy skin beneath. His eyes fixed on the single white light in the room, his thoughts drifted far away.
Wanxing, have you thought about how Wanxing Entertainment should develop next? Uncle, you're crossing the line. No touching.
Lin Wanxing sniffed softly, her eyes half closed. Her long, curved lashes, like pine needles on fresh snow, quivered and trembled, fluttering gently. She forced her attention back to Lord Liu Shan's question, the only way to ignore the large hand resting on her waist. After a long moment, Lin Wanxing realized it was impossible. I don't know. Liu Shanjun, however, adopted a serious tone as he discussed with her, I've considered transferring the Liu Shanjun account to Wanxing Entertainment. That way, Wanxing Entertainment would span both the music industry and short video platforms. We'd cover both traditional entertainment and new media tracks. Once I establish the Liu Shanjun and Yao Yao accounts, the rest is just copy-paste, sign new streamers, launch accounts, compete in PKs, secure ads, split profits, expand the company, then sign more streamers. This entire process was second nature to Liu Shanjun from his previous life. Starting a company was no different from launching a new account. Lin Wanxing couldn't follow the details, but she was vaguely impressed. Smack! She grabbed Liu Shanjun's hand, which was already digging into her ribs, and pleaded, that's enough. I'll leave the company matters to you. Do whatever you want with it. Truthfully, the moment Liu Shanjun named the company Wanxing Entertainment, Lin Wanxing had already given him everything. Shares? Profits? She hadn't given any of that much thought. As long as there was enough money and he was by her side, that was all that mattered. Shinda Entertainment. Liu Ruyan's agent sister Han held a small meeting with the 3 trainees from Shinda Entertainment participating in center stage. All 3 girls had proven themselves worthy, advancing from the 101 to 55 elimination round, a genuine surprise for Shinda Entertainment. Especially Liu Ruyan. After 2.5 years of training with no signs of breaking out, Shinda had already prepared to drop her and focus on developing her junior Huang Zihan. Unexpectedly, Liu Ruyan skyrocketed in center stage, consistently holding her spot in Class A. This success also elevated the status of Liu Ruyan's agent, Sister Hong, within the company. During the center stage filming period, Huang Zihan and Shin Jiayu, previously under other agents, were transferred to Sister Hong's team. Should they achieve success, their performance metrics would also be credited to her. The capable bear more responsibility. The company doesn't play favorites, only results matter. Ruyan, this time, you've really made your sister proud. Sister Hong gazed at her prized protege, growing fonder by the moment. How could this girl be so endearing? A light cough. Sister Hong addressed the purpose of gathering everyone for this meeting. The next phase is the first public performance of center stage. This time, instead of mentor evaluations, we're handing the voting power to the 500 audience members present. The audience will decide which class you belong to. The company places great importance on this performance and wants you to deliver results. That's why we've specially acquired a song that's currently trending online for you, and we've also arranged a dedicated choreographer. We hope you'll make a stunning debut and soar to new heights in this performance. If all 3 of you make it into Class A, it won't just reflect well on Shinda, your entertainment careers could very well take off from this very stage. Sister Hong's own words ignited her passion. But this kind of forced, over-the-top encouragement had little effect on today's young girls. Today's girls are sharp, they know only what's in their mouths counts, as neat promises in the air are just empty pie. A sparse round of applause followed. Sister Hong felt slightly awkward. If other kids didn't give her face, that was one thing, but why was Ruyan being so perfunctory too? Young girls these days really didn't understand the niceties of social etiquette at all. Sister Hong's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of resentment stirring within her. Sister Hong. A sweet, syrupy call. Sister Hong turned to the girl who had spoken, none other than the very child from another family she'd been thinking about, Huang Zihan. The young girl had a sweet, pretty face. Though a bit short, she had a small head that looked especially photogenic. Especially that mouth, thin and small, giving her a youthful appearance. With looks like that, she was bound to be popular with audiences. What is it, Zihan? Huang Zihan asked politely. I was wondering which song the company bought for us. I'm not sure if I've heard it before. It's a super popular song online. Douyin short videos use it as background music all the time. I've seen it play so many times. Liu Ruyan's frown deepened with each word. Internet sensation, Douyin BGM. Could it be? It's called Heartbreaking Land. Have you guys heard it? How to Touch, Blooming Marsh. Huang Zihan hummed a line on the spot, her face lighting up with excitement. Yay! It is Melancholic Land. How did the company have such great taste this time? I always thought liking Lord Liu Shan was a niche thing. Shen Jiayu chuckled. Not niche anymore, huh?
He only released 2 songs, Melancholic Beauty and Jingwei, and both blew up on Douyin. I still prefer Jingwei. The lyrics, "You and I first converse in the hall of cultivating the heart, then pay homage beneath the cascading waterfall," paired with that waterfall scene? Absolutely perfect. Oh, and Zihan, did you know Liu Shanjin is actually a guy? He's super handsome. The mention of handsome men instantly opened the floodgates for the 2 girls.
You have to admit, Lord Liu Shan is a man with real charm.
Huang Zihan, I'd love to date Uncle Shanjun.
Even if he just wrote me songs or filmed short videos for me, I'd be thrilled. Xin Jiayu playfully scolded, "Go to hell.
Lord Liu Shan already has a partner, that internet celebrity Yao Yao.
I heard he's releasing a new song this time, singing it himself.
I hope it doesn't ruin my image of him.
Please don't let him be tone deaf." The 2 girls giggled and chattered, their ears filled with their fantasies about Liu Shanjun. The problem was, this man was her father. Disgusting. Sleazy. A dream girl. Liu Ruyan felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Her face darkening, she cut off their increasingly outrageous comments and stated bluntly, "I won't sing the song."
Chapter 42, Liu Ruyan, are you stupid? What nonsense are you spouting, kid? The company spent 50,000 yuan to buy this song, and you're telling me you won't sing it? Sister Hong gave an awkward smile. Ruyan, don't be silly. Sis Hong, I'm serious. I'll listen to you about everything else. But asking me to sing Heartbreaking Beauty? Sorry, I can't do it.
Liu Ruyan's face remained stiff and solemn. Huang Zihan and Xin Jiayu, who had been giggling moments ago, now fell silent. They crossed their arms, watching Liu Ruyan act crazy, turning the situation into a spectacle.
The company bought this song for us because they value us. You just say you won't sing it? Do you think Xinda is run by you, Liu Ruyan?
Sister Hong shot Liu Ruyan a displeased look. Everyone has low expectations of you, and you're the one who disappoints the most.
Things were finally looking up, and now you're going to sabotage yourself again? Give me one reason not to sing.
Liu Ruyan bit her lip, her face stubborn. She knew her behavior was childish, even potentially ruinous.
But Liu Ruyan simply couldn't control herself.
She just wanted to prove herself to Lord Liu Shan. They say a person without dreams is no better than a dry fish.
But if you lose that backbone, what's the difference between you and a pile of rotten mud?
Seeing Liu Ruyan respond with silence, Sister Hong's smile grew colder.
Did she really think that just because she'd been in Class A for 2 terms, she was suddenly hot stuff? That her wings had grown strong enough to fly solo?
In Sister Hong's eyes, Liu Ruyan had simply become conceited and forgotten her roots.
Not singing?
Sister Hong sneered coldly, leaning back indifferently.
Fine. Prepare your own performance then.
Huang Zihan and Xin Jiayu will sing Tragic Beauty together. You can explain it to the center stage production team.
If Liu Ruyan won't sing, I will. The 2 girls nodded vigorously, relishing the drama.
Liu Ruyan had brought this upon herself. She couldn't blame them for kicking her while she was down. Sister Hong waited silently for Liu Ruyan's response.
If Liu Ruyan insisted on going her own way, Sister Hong would report it truthfully to the company.
The company wouldn't be as gentle as she was with kind words. Only a black and white contract would come down.
The company wasn't a charity.
Sister Hong simply didn't want to make things so awkward. After all, Liu Ruyan was an artist under her management. Even raising a dog for 2.5 years could foster affection, let alone a person.
Liu Ruyan couldn't meet Sister Hong's piercing gaze.
After a long silence, realizing escape was impossible, she hesitantly spoke up, "Sister Hong, could you ask Huang Zihan and Xin Jiayu to step outside for a moment?"
Leave? Leave while everyone's watching? Might as well tell me to go die. Huang Zihan had planted himself firmly in place, clearly unwilling to budge.
Only Xin Jiayu tugged at her sleeve. She could see Liu Ruyan was genuinely in a difficult position, so she wanted to give Liu Ruyan and Sister Hong a chance to talk privately. But before either could rise, Sister Hong flatly refused. "No. If you have something to say it in front of everyone. If not, you can go home right now. This is the company, not your home, Liu Ruyan.
I'm your agent, not your mother.
Once you leave home, away from your parents, no one will coddle you like a child.
This is reality.
If you, Liu Ruyan, still act like an immature child, you'd better go home now and let your parents protect you for the rest of your life."
Liu Ruyan bit her lip. Going home was out of the question.
The moment she stepped foot there, she'd only see Ren Xiyao finding every possible way to take advantage of her father. At least these 2 colleagues at the company were just talking trash.
Ren Xiao's mom was the real deal. Taking a deep breath, Liu Ruyan finally voiced the reason she refused to sing Heartbreaking Beauty. "Liu Shanjun is my father. I'd be insulting him." "What?" Sister Hong looked utterly bewildered. "Liu Shanjun is your dad?" Huang Zihan and Xin Jiayu screamed. Major scoop. A bombshell of a scoop. Who would have thought their idol was already married with a child, and that child was their own colleague? Both felt a dizzying sense of being caught in the very scandal they'd been gossiping about. So what should they call Liu Shan now? Uncle? What about all that fantasizing they'd been doing about him right in front of Liu Ruyan? Social death. Ruyan. Jiayu and I were just joking earlier, we weren't lusting after your dad's body. Please don't tell your dad. Huang Zihan said, mortified. Liu Ruyan rolled her eyes. She certainly wouldn't dare repeat Huang Zihan and Xin Jiayu's conversation to Lord Lushan. Sister Hong was the first to snap out of it, though she hadn't fully recovered from her initial shock. If anything, she seemed even more bewildered. If Lu Shanjun is your dad, why won't you sing his songs? But then, Liu Ruyan's next remark nearly sent her into a rage on the spot. Pouting her lips, Liu Ruyan looked utterly aggrieved. This song, Heartbreaking Beauty, was originally written by Lu Shanjun for me to sing. I refused to sing it, so it went to someone else. Liu Ruyan, you're an idiot, aren't you? A simple, sharp retort caught everyone's attention. Huang Zihan sheepishly stuck out her tongue. Sorry, I just speak my mind a little too freely. To her surprise, Sister Hong nodded in deep agreement. Liu Ruyan, you really are an idiot. You're the idiots. Don't preach virtue to those who've never known hardship. You have no idea about my birth father. Sister Hong sighed with infinite regret. Ruyan, do you know what this song Heartbreaking Beauty means? It could even rival a center position championship. Huang Zihan. Ha? What is it, Sister Hong? If Lu Shanjun wrote Heartbreaking Beauty for you, what price would you pay? A price? Huang Zihan chuckled, her innocent face belied by her shameless words. Lord Lu Shan doesn't even have to treat me like a human. Even Xin Jiayu, who prided herself on her principles, felt a flicker of wavering within her heart. With a face like Lu Shanjun's and the ability to compose songs like Heartbreaking Beauty, principles could certainly be bent a little. Only Liu Ruyan remained unyielding. You don't understand. You only see Lord Lu Shan's talent, but you don't know how lowly his birth was. Sister Hong dismissed the concern. Can a beast deny his talent? Ruyan, no offense, but you can be too proud sometimes. I know there's a rift between you and your father. I'll ask you this, has your father ever laid a hand on you? No, he hasn't, Liu Ruyan replied truthfully. Then no matter how much of a beast he is, at your age, you should let it go. Before 18, you could blame your parents for failing to care for you. After 18, shifting your own responsibilities onto them is unreasonable. You grew up healthy and unharmed, your father has done you favors. There's no hurdle in this world you can't overcome. Where is your father now? At home. All right. Let's go home together. We'll untangle this knot. Chapter 43, the agent complains, but Lord Lu Shan favors his beloved daughter. Jinghai, Yunxi Garden. Liu Ruyan strolled down the tree-lined path with Sister Hong and the others, heading toward home. Damn, Liu Ruyan, you live in such a fancy place? Huang Zihan was prone to throwing in the occasional curse word. Not really, Liu Ruyan replied calmly, tucking a strand of black hair behind her ear. The quietest kind of swagger is the most lethal. Huang Zihan's teeth gritted so hard they squeaked. This was Yunxi Garden, after all. Though it looked no different from other residential complexes, it boasted better landscaping, tighter security, superior property management, nicer homes, and more distinctive scenery. But this was Yunxi Garden, where prices hit 20,000 per square meter. Even the tree-lined path they walked now reeked of a gold-digging den where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. What decent family buys a place at 200,000 per square meter? Liu Ruyan, your dad's got deep pockets. This isn't my dad's place. Your dad sure is handsome. Liu Ruyan rolled her eyes. Let them think whatever they wanted. After all, since she was little, that beast Lu Shanjun hadn't exactly shied away from women, and they were all the ones throwing themselves at him, even helping raise his kids. If it weren't for those ants who lusted after Lu Shanjun's body, she wouldn't have survived this long, that's the honest truth. She pushed open the door but didn't see Lu Shanjun or Lin Wanxing inside. Huang Zihan glanced at the interior decor. This was a small villa, just the living room alone was bigger than the apartment she rented in Jinghai. She wondered if she'd ever have the chance to buy a villa herself. Huang Zihan's gaze held only the purest admiration for wealth, not a trace of resentment toward the rich. Liu Ruyan glanced around before leading the four of them to the backyard garden. In the 50-square-meter backyard, Lu Shanjun sat under a sunshade, sipping coffee while watching Lin Wanxing tend to the flowers and plants. An idyllic pastoral scene, nothing more. Ask Huang Zihan to work the fields under the scorching sun? He'd refuse 100 times over. But pruning flowers and trimming trees in the backyard of a villa priced at 200,000 yuan per square meter? That's called cultivating one's character. Was this what life among the wealthy and privileged was like? Huang Zihan gained a fresh perspective on the world of the wealthy. Spotting the wheelchair beneath Lord Lu Shan, she froze in place. Xin Jiayu, equally stunned, murmured, so Lord Lu Shan really is paralyzed. I thought it was just for the short videos. The commotion drew the attention of Lu Shanjun and Lin Wanxing, who were enjoying their leisure. Turning to look, Lin Wanxing gasped in surprise, Ruyan? Liu Ruyan nodded and introduced the other three to Lu Shanjun and Lin Wanxing. This is my agent, Li Hong's sister Hong.
These two are my colleagues at Xinda and fellow members of the group in center stage, Huang Zihan and Xin Jiayu.
Hello. Mr. Liu, I'm Li Hong.
Lu Shanjun extended his hand for a firm shake, taking a moment to size up his daughter's agent. She was a mature woman around his age, dressed in a light gray business suit with black silk stockings. Her shoulder-length hair was styled in soft waves, the ends resting gracefully on her shoulders, radiating an enduring charm. As for Huang Zihan and Xin Jiayu, Lu Shanjun had seen them on center stage. One embodied the cute and adorable style of a Japanese-inspired girl group, while the other radiated the youthful charm of a campus singing sensation. Her daughter, Liu Ruyan, embodied the mature, sophisticated older sister archetype within the group. Her long legs, clad in black stockings, commanded attention like no other. Each of the three possessed their own distinct characteristics. The two girls stepped forward to shake hands with Lu Shanjun. Young girls' hands are soft, like white dough. Especially Huang Zihan, when shaking his hand, she flashed a seemingly shy tongue flick, but every detail spoke volumes.
That girl's gaze toward Uncle Liu was anything but innocent.
Wanxing, go slice some fruit for us.
Li Hong quickly interjected, Mr. Liu, there's no need to be so formal. I came primarily to discuss Ruyan with you. I'll leave right after we talk.
Lin Wanxing didn't pause her steps as she walked into the living room.
Meanwhile, Lu Shanjun invited everyone to take a seat.
Under the sunshade stood a rattan tea table.
Not very large, just enough for 4 people. As the hostess, Liu Ruyan naturally didn't have a seat.
Please make some tea for Miss Li and her colleagues. My apologies, Miss Li Ruyan has been spoiled at home and isn't very well mannered.
Liu Ruyan snorted.
Under normal circumstances, if Lu Shanjun dared to speak to her in such a tone, Liu Ruyan would have already flown into a rage. But with outsiders present, she merely snorted and dropped the matter. She obediently poured tea for Li Hong and the others. Li Hong observed this and took note. She knew Liu Ruyan was just acting like a spoiled child. The Lu Shanjun before her wasn't the uncaring beast she described. He was more reasonable and polite than most parents Li Hong had encountered. He was clearly highly educated.
What a parent one many children could only dream of having. Liu Ruyan, you're born into fortune yet fail to recognize it. Go ahead and throw your tantrums.
Li Hong couldn't help but mentally elevate Lord Lu Shan to the moral high ground before even getting to know him. She lifted her cup and sipped her tea. Here in Yunqi Garden, even the tea seemed to carry an air of affluence.
Mr. Liu, I came here after Ruyan mentioned you're the author of The Tragic Beauty and Jingwei? Lu Shanjun nodded. That would be me.
Huang Zihan and Xin Jiayu's eyes lit up. Though seated in a wheelchair, talent was not something confined by such constraints. If anything, the wheelchair only added a layer of narrative depth to the man's brilliance.
The path of genius is always fraught with hardship. Poor Uncle Lu Shanjun. Liu Ruyan looked at her 2 colleagues with utter contempt.
Having Ren Xiyao at home was already annoying enough.
You 2 can forget about ever seeing my father again. Li Hong, oblivious to the girl's petty thoughts, expressed genuine admiration. Mr. Liu is truly a prodigious talent. A single piece like Melancholic Beauty is enough to secure his place in Longhua's musical history.
Flattery works both ways, but while Li Hong could say it, Lu Shanjun didn't have the nerve to accept the compliment.
He humbly replied, not at all. If Melancholy Land were truly that good, Ruyan wouldn't have rejected it.
I originally wrote this song for her, but it didn't meet her standards.
Huang Zihan and Xin Jiayu both shot glances at that ungrateful Liu Ruyan.
She truly didn't know how good she had it. How enviable was this woman's luck.
Li Hong also shot Liu Ruyan a glance, smiling faintly.
Ruyan mentioned this to me, and I've scolded her about it. I'm here mainly because the company has acquired the rights to Heartbreaking Beauty and wants Ruyan, Zihan, and Jiayu to perform it on center stage. But Ruyan refuses to sing it, saying she has some conflict with you, her father. So I came to understand the situation.
Oh? Is that so?
Lu Shanjuan's gaze shifted sideways, glancing at his daughter standing beside him. Liu Ruyan, who carried herself with such pride at the company, now flushed crimson, unable to meet his gaze. Li Hong's behavior felt like when teachers came to complain to parents back in school days. Except back then, whenever teachers visited, Lord Lu Shan was always drunk, making her feel utterly humiliated. Little did she expect that after graduation, the scene would repeat itself. Only this time, it was she who was embarrassing her father.
Liu Ruyan regretted it.
If only she hadn't been so stubborn at work, she wouldn't be facing this moment of social humiliation now. Now, Lu Shanjun had another excuse to scold her. But after waiting for what felt like an eternity, Liu Ruyan still hadn't received any scolding from Lu Shanjun. Instead, while pouring Li Hong a fresh cup of tea, Lord Lu Shan smiled warmly and said, Miss Li, since Ruyan doesn't wish to sing the song I wrote, perhaps the company could be flexible? How about choosing a different song? Chapter 44, Using Contracts to Pressure People? No one knows how to squeeze contracts better than me. Li Hong froze upon hearing Lord Lu Shan's response.
Ruyan doesn't know any better, but don't you, as her guardian, know any better either? Spoiling her like this with no boundaries, you're going to ruin the child, you know that?
Liu Ruyan hadn't expected Liu Shanjun to speak up for her. In that fleeting moment, she actually felt something called paternal love. Liu Ruyan knew she was in the wrong. Her own stubbornness and immaturity had led her here. But if there was someone who would stand behind her, unconditionally backing her up, well, that could make a woman cry her eyes out. Liu Ruyan dug her fingers deep into the flesh of Lord Liu Shan's back. She reminded herself that Liu Shanjun was just a bastard. Don't let a few kind words make you forgive him. Don't be so kind to me. Just stick to being a bastard. Ouch. Liu Shanjun sucked in a sharp breath. Liu Ruyan, you ungrateful, rebellious child. While everyone chatted, Lin Wanxing brought over a plate of icy watermelon. She urged everyone to help themselves. The hostess's tone sparked quite a few wild speculations among the guests. Lin Wanxing's appearance was certainly befitting of Yunqi manner, but her age? Of course, if Liu Ruyan's biological mother had passed away, everything would seem perfectly logical. Huang Zihan suppressed her curiosity, appearing to eat watermelon while her peripheral vision constantly darted toward Lin Wanxing and Liu Shanjun. Li Hong used the moment when Lin Wanxing was serving watermelon to organize her response. Her expression gradually hardened as she frowned and replied, Mr. Liu, you may not be familiar with our entertainment company's operational model. Ruyan signed an exclusive acting contract with Xinda. The contract explicitly states that Ruyan must comply with the company's planning. Mr. Liu, I understand Ruyan is your daughter, and you've spoiled her at home. But the company is not her home. If there are conflicts, the company's decisions take precedence. Otherwise, I'll find it difficult to proceed. Liu Ruyan frowned. Signing that contract wasn't something she regretted. If you gamble, you must have the courage to accept defeat. If she didn't make it big, she wouldn't blame anyone but herself for her own inadequacy. But Li Hong's threatening tone was deeply unsettling. She'd rather Sister Hong scold her than use the contract to pressure her. Liu Shanjun, however, smiled. Using the contract as leverage? He'd signed thousands of these slave contracts. No one understood better than him how to exploit these pretty, adorable girls dreaming of fame and fortune. But unlike this young woman, he wouldn't constantly dangle the word contract like a weapon. Some things couldn't be forced. Take Huang Zihan beside him, for instance. The girl was fair-skinned and delicate, sweet and adorable, her voice so coquettish it could make a man's bones go weak. Yet her thoughts might run deeper than the sea. If she suddenly took a bite, she could tear a chunk right out of you. Take his former colleague, for instance. One of his female streamers wanted out of her contract. Refusing to pay the penalty, she cornered the MCN agency boss and falsely accused him of sexual assault. She claimed no girl would ever risk her reputation over something like that. And then? The outcome seemed satisfying to the public. But in Liu Shanjun's eyes, it was a lose-lose situation. She won the lawsuit, but the company was gone. So sometimes, contracts are contracts, and personal relationships are personal relationships. As a boss, show more consideration for the female artists and hosts under your company. They're investing in the company's future. Don't force the issue. Instead, make her feel a sense of guilt. Let her genuinely feel she owes the company for the resources provided and the boss for his careful nurturing. In this regard, Li Hong, you still have a lot of room for improvement. Liu Ruyan moistened her lips, ready to concede and comply with the company's arrangements. But Liu Shanjun spoke first. Facing Li Hong's threatening words, Liu Shanjun responded calmly and confidently, Miss Li, I understand your entertainment company's contracts. I know the consequences of breaching them. I've even seen stars frozen out by their companies for contract violations. Li Hong nodded. Good to know you're aware, Mr. Liu. But? Liu Shanjun shifted his tone, speaking with a calm detachment, so what? Even if your company does shelve Ruyan, with my resources, what harm is there in supporting her for 3 or 5 years? Miss Li, Xinda signed Ruyan to profit from her. Not to engage in tactics that wound the enemy 1,000 while cutting yourself 800. Fighting for momentary pride might feel satisfying, but how much tangible benefit would it actually bring? Miss Li, Ruyan is immature, are you? If Ruyan throws a tantrum, will you throw a woman's tantrum too? Li Hong nearly choked on Liu Shanjun's words. She had been describing Liu Shanjun, yet somehow he managed to turn every word back on her. Liu Ruyan, meanwhile, was digging her nails into Liu Shanjun's soft flesh at the waist. Who's being childish? Who's being willful? Who's the one who doesn't know better? Liu Shanjun, you'd better explain yourself clearly to this young lady, or else I won't let this drop. Lin Wanxing gently patted Liu Ruyan's hand. Don't pick on Uncle Liu. Though she'd been scolded by Lord Liu Shan and felt a bit embarrassed. But Li Hong found Lord Liu Shan's words reasonable. The company intended to profit from Liu Ruyan. And now, Liu Ruyan was about to bring in profits for the company. The company's goal is undoubtedly to achieve mutual benefit through cooperation, not to destroy both parties. Using the contract to pressure Liu Ruyan was merely a shortcut. If it came to this, whether Liu Ruyan yielded or not was beside the point. Her agent would bear full responsibility, her competence severely called into question. Li Hong hadn't intended for things to escalate this far. The woman didn't let her emotions get the better of her. She immediately softened her tone and threw this difficult problem back at Liu Shanjun.
Her tone softened as she said, Mr. Liu, if Ruyan refuses to sing, what else can I do but scold her?
If there were any other way, I wouldn't have come to you for help. Li Hong's voice grew increasingly plaintive. Sniffling, she wiped her eyes with her index finger.
Huang Zihan and Xin Jiayu were utterly dumbfounded.
How could Sister Hong, who had been so resolute moments ago, transform into a delicate willow in the wind in the blink of an eye? She was a seasoned veteran, after all. A woman should leverage her feminine strengths.
A flushed eye spoke volumes. Liu Shanjun chuckled.
That's more like it. Stop trying to compete with men and shift the burden onto them instead.
Liu Shan glared at Liu Ruyan. Look how you've bullied your sister Hong.
His tone softened considerably. Miss Li, Ruyan was indeed in the wrong this time. She's used to being spoiled at home, and I didn't expect her to act this way at work too. I'm sorry for the trouble this has caused you. But Ruyan just has a bit of a childish temper. She's not a bad person at heart.
How about this?
I'll talk to Ruyan and try to calm her down.
Would that work? Liu Shanjun offered her an easy way out, and Li Hong gladly took it.
Then Mr. Liu, please talk some sense into her. And remember, talk is one thing, but hitting children is another. If Ruyan comes complaining to me, I'll be right there with her, scolding you both.
Li Hong's playful remark instantly warmed their rapport.
Liu Shanjun nodded in agreement repeatedly, while Li Hong beamed with a smile.
Wanxing, go buy some groceries.
I'll have a drink with Miss Li at noon.
No. I have work to attend to at the office. I must return. Liu Shanjun pressed politely, it's just a simple meal. Ask for time off for company matters. I'm already here on leave. If I don't return soon, the company will mark me as absent without leave.
Since she already cited an excuse about being marked absent, Liu Shanjun didn't press further. Instead, he continued earnestly, then next time, after Miss Li finishes work, I'll treat you to a simple meal.
You must do me the honor of accepting. Next time for sure.
They exchanged contact information, and that promise of next time provided an opening for their relationship to deepen. After Li Hong stood up, Huang Zihan and Xin Jiayu had no further excuse to linger. Just as they were about to leave Liu Ruyan's home, Huang Zihan, who had already taken several steps out the door, clenched her teeth and sprinted back. Her face lit up with admiration as she asked, Mr. Liu, I'm a huge fan of yours.
Would it be possible to exchange contact information?
Of course. You're Ruyan's friend, so you're my friend.
Then I want yours too.
I'm also a fan of yours, and I work with Ruyan.
Xin Jiayu ran over as well. Liu Shanjun opened his QR code. Both women scanned it, adding Liu Shanjun on WeChat. Only then did they depart, thoroughly satisfied. Chapter 45, actually, Dad's a victim too. Uncle.
Under Liu Shanjun's persuasion, Ren Xiyao had recently adjusted her schedule, cutting back on her live streaming hours. Otherwise, Liu Shanjun genuinely feared that her day-night inverted schedule might lead to sudden death one day. Around noon, Ren Xiyao came downstairs. Her first move was to call out Uncle while searching for Liu Shanjun. But upon seeing Liu Ruyan beside Liu Shanjun, her brows furrowed slightly. Liu Ruyan, aren't you supposed to be at work today? Why are you still at home? Liu Ruyan crossed her arms, a cold smile playing on her lips.
What? Am I getting in the way of you and Liu Shanjun getting cozy? You're running a fever first thing in the morning.
Ha! I didn't plan to post this, but since you're here. Ren Xiyao straddled Liu Shanjun's lap, her hands lacing behind his neck as she purred, Shanjun.
Ruyan still can't accept me. What should I do? Super senior? Ren Xiyao, UING. Liu Shanjun flinched, laughing as he scolded, cut the banter. Go buy your uncle some cigarettes.
Ha! Wanxing, accompany Xiaoyao to buy some. I'll have a word with Ruyan. Lin Wanxing, who had been cooking in the kitchen, took Ren Xiyao by the arm, giving father and daughter some private time. Since Lin Wanxing had taken over for Liu Shanjun, this was the first time Liu Ruyan had been alone with her father. For some reason, she felt a tinge of nervousness. Sit. Lord Liu Shan gestured to the seat beside him.
Liu Ruyan looked reluctant, but she obediently sat down.
It's been a long time since we father and daughter had a heart-to-heart, Lord Liu Shan smiled. It wasn't just a long time as far as Liu Ruyan could recall, Liu Shanjun had never once had a heart-to-heart with her.
Lord Liu Shan, you haven't been drinking counterfeit wine, have you? Are you a hedgehog? Don't you have to prick your father to feel good?
Liu Shanjun shot her a withering look, which actually eased Liu Ruyan's discomfort a little. Stop being so sassy, Liu Shanjun scolded. Liu Ruyan huffed in a proud yet sullen manner. I will. I'll make you uncomfortable. How old are you, acting like a child? Liu Shanjun's gaze held a trace of indulgence. Then, getting to the point, he said, you know you were wrong about this, right? Liu Ruyan knew it, but she stubbornly refused to admit it.
I don't know. And I don't want to hear it. If you truly didn't want to hear it, you wouldn't have sat down.
Ignoring her stubbornness, Liu Shanjun continued, I thought you'd matured enough to let go and face society's trials on your own. But now it seems you're not only incapable of standing on your own, you're more childish than most.
Why don't you just tell Shindai you're retiring? Stay home, eat, drink, and play.
I'll support you for life.
Who needs your support? Liu Ruyan bit her lip fiercely. Now you think about taking on a father's responsibilities? Where were you all this time? I'd rather die on the streets than take a single penny from you. You're talking nonsense again. Lu Shanjun raised his hand to flick Liu Ruyan's forehead.
She closed her eyes, ready to accept the punishment, but his hand paused mid-air and fell back down. Liu Ruyan felt both relieved and disappointed. From childhood to now, Lu Shanjun had never once struck her. Yet she would have preferred a harsh beating from him over this indifference.
Lu Shanjun, you're nothing but a beast. Do you even realize that? Liu Ruyan gritted her teeth. I know.
His blunt admission caught Liu Ruyan off guard. Such shamelessness left her carefully cultivated emotions nowhere to vent. A flicker of sorrow crossed Lord Lu Shan's face as he spoke with profound regret.
Ruyan. It's all my fault. I truly haven't been a good father. I have no right to ask for your forgiveness. For 12 long years, Liu Ruyan had waited for this apology from Lu Shanjun. But when it finally came 12 years late, it didn't bring the catharsis she'd anticipated.
Instead, it only made her feel more heartbroken.
I won't listen. A bastard like you could never truly recognize your mistakes. You're definitely lying to me. She was speaking out of anger again.
Lu Shanjun smiled gently, his eyes and brows radiating the tender affection of a father.
Ruyan.
Liu Ruyan shoved her fingers into her ears, refusing to hear any of Lord Lu Shan's explanations. She feared that if he continued speaking, she might actually forgive him. But Lord Lu Shan continued, your hatred is justified.
I never expected your forgiveness. This talk isn't about some nonsense like boundless paternal love.
Mistakes must be acknowledged, and punishment must be accepted. For these 12 years of neglecting you, I deserve your lifelong resentment.
But Ruyan, have you ever considered one thing? What? Liu Ruyan shot Lu Shanjun a vicious glare.
A sorrowful look crossed Lu Shanjun's eyes as he said, truthfully, I'm just as much a victim as you are.
Boom! Lu Shanjun's words unlocked memories long buried in Liu Ruyan's mind.
When they were young, they were a family of 3.
In your memory, before you turned 8, did I ever drink alcohol? No, never.
What drove me to drown my sorrows in drink every day, turning me into a living corpse?
Liu Ruyan bit her lip hard.
It was after that woman abandoned them father and daughter that her father developed his drinking problem. Lord Lu Shan gently stroked Liu Ruyan's head with his large hand, murmuring softly, these past 12 years, I've at least been by your side.
But her? She wouldn't even come back to see you once.
Why must we father and daughter suffer so while she lives it up out there?
Ruyan, have you ever thought about seeing your mother again?
No. Liu Ruyan erupted in a shrill scream.
I won't see her.
She's not my mother. I'll just pretend she's dead out there.
No. You must see her.
Lu Shanjun pulled the distraught Liu Ruyan into his arms, gently smoothing her dark hair to soothe her agitated state. Facing Liu Ruyan's confusion, Lu Shanjun continued, but you can't go to her like this. You must rise above.
You must become a superstar in this country. You must prove to her that you are better than everyone else.
You must show that woman that abandoning you at 8 was the biggest mistake of her life. Liu Ruyan stared blankly, her eyes filled with confusion. She could barely recall the woman's face from her memories. Yet, if one day, as Lu Shanjun described, she truly became a superstar in the spotlight, standing before that woman who had abandoned her husband and daughter, and asked her, do you regret it? Just imagining that scene sent a shiver of exhilaration through her body.
Seeing the growing excitement in Liu Ruyan's expression, a faint smile touched the corner of Lu Shanjun's lips. Hate couldn't be erased, but it could be redirected. Sure, your father was born into this, but your mother wasn't exactly a saint either. If you're going to blame someone, blame her. She was the one who started it all. So, will you sing Heartbreaking Land? I'll sing it. If the dog won't sing, I will. I'll sing Heartbreaking Land. I'm going to debut on center stage and become a superstar. I'll make sure the whole country knows the name Liu Ruyan. Chapter 46, Nanshuan promotional video released, Liu Ruyan and her 2 sisters watch together. Uncle Liu, we're at the tobacco shop. Which brand would you like? Ren Xiyao glanced around. This wasn't a tobacco shop at all. Wanxing had just taken her on a tour of Yunqi Garden before calling the uncle. My cravings passed. I don't feel like smoking anymore. You and Yaoer can head back. Okay. Got it. When Lin Wanxing and Ren Xiyao returned home, they found Liu Ruyan with reddened eyes. She had clearly been crying. Compared to their previous fiery confrontations, Liu Ruyan's emotions were noticeably calmer now. Ren Xiyao grew even more impressed with Uncle Liu. He certainly knew how to handle women. Lin Wanxing tenderly ruffled Liu Ruyan's hair before heading into the kitchen. Lu Shanjun held out his hand toward Ren Xiyao. Hand over your phone. Ren Xiyao handed it over before asking, Uncle, has your need to control me escalated to checking my phone now? How about checking my browsing history next? What's the point of checking browsing history? Might as well spot check Yao Yao's academic credentials. Lu Shanjun yawned, too lazy to respond to Ren Xiyao's chatter. He simply unlocked the phone, opened WeChat, and tapped into Liu Ruyan's chat interface. Ren Xiyao, don't burn yourself in front of my dad. None of your damn business. I'll do as I please. The two women's chat logs made Lu Shanjun chuckle. Turns out their feud had migrated from offline to online. Everywhere was a battlefield. What's your payment password? 134679, Ren Xiyao blurted out without hesitation. Uncle, who are you sending that red envelope to? Ha? Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan's WeChat interface. Ren Xiyao transferred 520. Lu Shanjun told Liu Ruyan, don't eat lunch at home today. Go to KFC, buy a family bucket, and bring it back to the office to share with your agent and 2 colleagues. Consider it an apology to them. Be polite. Don't act like an immature child, constantly looking down your nose at everyone and acting like you're the center of the universe. There's truth to the old saying that suffering brings blessings. If you show more tolerance toward those 2 colleagues, you'll naturally become the backbone of this team. Lord Lu Shan was truly getting old, droning on, lecturing her on life's great truths. But Liu Ruyan could have ignored it. You, old man Liu, just had to say it. Originally, Lu Shanjuan's money Liu Ruyan wouldn't take a single penny. But if it were Ren Xiyao's, Liu Ruyan was quicker to agree than anyone. Uncle. Ren Xiyao wailed, you can swindle my money, you can swindle my body, but you can't use my money to support Liu Ruyan. Thanks for the feed, top-ranking sister, Liu Ruyan chuckled, not forgetting to rub salt in Ren Xiyao's wound before leaving. Lord Lu Shan hugged the squirming little demon, scolding with a laugh, now get out of here. Watch out for Yao Yao scratching you. She wouldn't dare. Liu Ruyan declared haughtily, swatting Ren Xiyao who was clinging to her father before strutting out of the villa with unrivaled arrogance and a refreshing sense of satisfaction. As for how her father would placate Ren Xiyao, who was on the verge of a full-blown tantrum, that was none of her concern. Even if Ren Xiyao really did hook up with Lu Shanjun later, she wouldn't call for help. Not only would she not call, she'd seize every chance to take advantage of Ren Xiyao. She deserved it. Lin Wanxing, listening from the kitchen as the 2 girls' tension escalated, couldn't help but chuckle. Only Uncle Lu could keep both of them in check at the same time. She certainly didn't possess that kind of skill. Liu Ruyan spent her day off this week at the company before heading back to the training camp with Huang Zihan and Xinjiayu. The trio had already decided to perform Heartbreakingly Beautiful for this week's center stage show, and the company had arranged for a choreographer to create the dance routine for them. The moves weren't overly difficult, lead vocals and backup dancing, with the focus remaining squarely on the song itself. Due to Lu Shanjuan's presence, Huang Zihan and Xinjiayu were noticeably more obsequious toward Liu Ruyan. Their constant use of Sis Ruyan greatly satisfied Liu Ruyan's vanity. She even promised the 2 girls she'd get them each a signed photo of Lu Shan next week when she went home. Liu Ruyan couldn't fathom what magic her father possessed that could captivate these 2 girls so completely. He was just a bit more handsome than average, with a touch of talent. Huang Zihan and Xinjiayu were genuinely starving, even Liu couldn't satisfy them. After finishing a day of rehearsals, the 3 plopped down on the floor, stretching their aching muscles. Singing was manageable, but dancing was exhausting. Liu Ruyan had publicly claimed their training lasted 2.5 years, but it felt like those 2.5 years of practice couldn't compare to just 1 month on center stage. The girls here were like flour rolls mixed with Sichuan peppercorns. They were numb. If you dance for 10 hours, someone else dances 12. If you dance 12 hours, someone else could literally dance their legs off. A bunch of lunatics. Even their own group is like this. They agreed to practice for half an hour with a 5-minute break. But during breaks, someone's still practicing splits. Those 2 scheming little ES. Only during that brief window between the end of one day's training and the start of the next do they become a loving family. 3 girls huddled together. Their fair skin glowed red from blood rushing to their pores, sweat beads covering every inch of their bodies. They felt sticky and clammy, as if 2 people pressed together would leave a residue. The pungent sourness of sweat mingled with the tang of feet after removing dance shoes, creating a stench like a pickle barrel from northeast China. Sour as hell. Liu Ruyan found herself repulsive, but when all 3 stank together, it somehow became less unbearable. Huang Zihan scrolled through her phone, as usual, swiping through eye candy photos of muscular hunks. Suddenly, a delighted shriek, Jia. Liu has a new song out. Where? Xinjiayu immediately leaned in. On Yao Yao's account. This looks like a promotional video for Nanchuan Ancient Town. Lu Shanjun wrote a new song for Nanchuan Ancient Town. Huang Zihan placed the phone in the center of the 3 of them. Liu Ruyan found herself sandwiched between them, with no choice but to watch the newly released Nanchuan Ancient Town promotional video from Yao Yao. Tags, Nanchuan Ancient Town, Anha Bridge, Lu Shanjun, Jiangnan. A burst of African drumbeats filled the air. The words Nanchuan appeared on screen. The next frame showed Ren Xiyao's revolting face. EW. Gross. She's actually wearing a uniform OL outfit, black stockings, a bodycon skirt, and a low-cut top. Liu Ruyan pursed her lips, but she had to admit Ren Xiyao did possess a certain allure.
This little uniform really turned heads.
The world is so big, I want to go see it. That was Ren Xiao's resignation declaration. It was so artsy and instantly struck a chord with the three girls. Huang Zihan, wah, I want to see the world too, but I don't have the money. Xin Jiayu, me too. I want to visit the Padala Palace. I want to see the sun illuminating the Golden Mountain. Liu Ruyan with a look of contempt, is that all you aspire to? Unlike me, I'm going to become an international superstar and then slap that woman hard across the face.
Xin Jiayu frowned. Ruyan, Zihan, the more I listen to this intro, the more it feels like.
Huang Zihan interjected, sad? Yeah.
It's this indescribable feeling, like something stuck in my chest, suffocating me. The scene shifts to a calligraphic scroll. You said spring isn't late, so I came to the true Jiangnan. The camera pans toward the distance, capturing only the graceful, curvaceous silhouette of Ren Xiyao in her emerald green qipao, a vivid splash of color against the backdrop. Even Liu Ruyan had to admit that her father knew how to capture women on film. Huang Zihan and Xin Jiayu were so excited they could barely contain themselves. If that behind were mine, I'd wear pencil skirts every day and crouch down to pick up pens just for fun. At that moment, Lu Shanju and Song began to play in sync.
Let me see you once more. From south to north. Chapter 47, the prelude to Wanha Bridge plays, and even the dogs by the roadside seem regretful. Uncle Lu has such a smoky voice.
Xin Jiayu exclaimed in astonishment.
Huang Zihan wrapped an arm around Liu Ruyan's waist, his infatuation plain to see. Ruyan. Uncle Lu's smoky voice has made my ears pregnant. Get lost. Stay away from my dad, you two dream girls. And Liu Ruyan was hearing her father sing for the first time. It was surprisingly charming.
That classic sleazy uncle vibe, just using that smoky voice and his tall tales to charm young girls. This is the real Lord Lu Shan. Beyond the vocals, Liu Ruyan keenly picked up the guitar accompaniment.
This recording, not electronic synth sounds, must be Lord Lu Shan singing and playing live.
Just from his guitar skills alone, Liu Ruyan sensed something fishy.
Could it be that her father had once been involved in the music scene? This kind of guitar playing isn't something just anyone could pull off. Let me hear it again. That most beautiful line. You've come home. I'm waiting for you.
The singing abruptly stopped, replaced by the sound of the horsehead fiddle.
The video just happened to show Lord Lu Shan eating ding sheng cake from Nanchu, an ancient town. The man's modeling was nothing short of perfect. Unparalleled in beauty, without equal in the world. Huang Zihan and Xin Jiayu clenched their legs together, feet splayed outward in a V-shape, watching Lord Lu Shan in the video with tightly pressed lips.
They let out soft, cooing sounds, as if they were about to devour the man on screen with their eyes. A delicate hand appeared on the screen, snow white and slender as jade. A slender fingertip brushed away crumbs from Lord Lu Shan's lips, eliciting a warm smile from the man, gentle as a March breeze.
Is that Yao Yao picking up crumbs for Lord Lu Shan? I'm crying so hard. No way. If it was Ren Xiyao, Liu Ruyan would go back and chop her up right now. You really want to be my stepmother, huh?
That hand belonged to Wanxing. The man's hoarse voice sang out once more. But now his voice carried a thread of world weariness, hinting at regret and foreshadowing the story's conclusion. Lu Shanjun and Ren Xiyao passed each other on the stone bridge. When Ren Xiyao finally tried to chase after Lu Shanjun, she saw another man by her beloved's side. The final frame froze on those snow-white, delicate hands gently guiding Lu Shanjun away from Ren Xiyao. The video abruptly ended. After a brief pause, the next short video automatically refreshed. Wah! Sobs erupted simultaneously beside Liu Ruyan. Huang Zihan and Xin Jiayu each clung to one of her arms, sobbing uncontrollably.
Sobbing uncontrollably, Xin Jiayu whimpered, Why? Why can't two people who love each other be together? Hic!
Huang Zihan hiccuped, her voice trembling like rain on pear blossoms.
Uncle Shanjun is so rotten.
He has Yao Yao, yet he still flirts with other women.
I don't like him anymore.
Liu Ruyan smiled, about to speak, when she suddenly felt as if cotton stuffed her throat, unable to utter a sound. She had been utterly swept away by the video and its soundtrack, her own eyes unconsciously welling up with tears. She froze in shock.
What song was this? Had it cast a spell on her?
She knew perfectly well that Lu Shanjun and the other two were acting, filming a promotional video for Nanchu, an ancient town. The three people in the video were her own family, whom she lived with day and night. No one knew them better than she did. With all these advantages stacked in her favor, how could she still become so emotionally invested? This emotional pull was too intense.
The African drumbeats sounded again. That little brat Huang Zihan actually scrolled down again, returning to that very promotional video. What? Haven't you cried enough? Knowing it's a tragic ending, yet still torturing herself through it? How pathetic is that?
Yes. But she just had to be a masochist.
Huang Zihan tossed her phone to Liu Ruyan, clutching her arm tightly.
The moment the music started, tears already wet her long lashes. Shin Jiayu was no different, both their snot and tears clung to Liu Ruyan's arm. Women are such masochistic creatures, this extreme beauty through pain aesthetic is enough to drive them mad. I was so caught up in the song I didn't even watch the video properly, Huang Zihan admitted. I tried to listen to the song and watch the video at the same time, but ended up missing both, Shin Jiayu admitted. So what do you want to do this time, watch the video or listen to the song? Liu Ruyan asked, somewhat exasperated. The two women answered in unison, both. And then they ended up bawling their eyes out again. Liu Ruyan was utterly baffled. This song Anha Bridge seemed poisonous. She despised Lu Shanjun and Ren Xiyao with every fiber of her being, finding them utterly repulsive. Yet listening to Anha Bridge, she found herself genuinely shipping this couple. Her eyes stung at that final frozen frame. Even when Ren Xiyao ran up, she found herself silently cheering her on, just grab Lord Lushan and devour him whole. Stick your tongue right down his windpipe. Seeing Ren Xiyao pause because of Lin Wanxing's retreating figure, Lord Lushan felt like he was trying to straighten a crooked iron bar, utterly hopeless. This is it. I'll never be able to look at those three normally again when I go home next time. Her mind was completely consumed by the romantic chemistry between these three. The drumbeat resumed. Huang Zihan, have you lost your mind? Still watching? Liu Ruyan scolded. Huang Zihan protested with hurt, not this time, it was Jia who skated. Shin Jiayu's eyes were already swollen from crying, yet she stubbornly insisted on watching again. I'm totally obsessed with Shan Yao's romance. With a tap of her finger, she opened the video's comment section. The top comment read, the moment the intro to Anha Bridge plays, even the dogs by the roadside feel regret. With 33,000 likes, it nearly matched the video's total likes. Liu Ruyan knew this feeling all too well. She understood they were just acting, yet she couldn't help herself. Her eyes welled up for this couple. The next top comment, with over 15,000 likes, love alone can't overcome all obstacles, compatibility is what matters. The third most popular comment, in this vast world, I cherish three things, the moon reflected in water, flowers in a mirror, and you in my dreams. The moon can be sought, the flowers can be obtained, but you remain forever beyond my reach. The comments section has always been a breeding ground for literary geniuses. Each line cut like a knife, piercing the hearts of the three women. As Lu Shanjun's smoky voice filled the air with Anha Bridge, Shin Jiayu sniffled, voicing her confusion, Ruyan, Zihan, I've never even been in love. Why does listening to Anha Bridge make me feel so heartbroken? It's like I've lost a husband. Chapter 48, Health Plus 1, Uncle Liu, your foot's better. Liu Ruyan, I haven't either. Both girls turned their gaze toward Huang Zihan. Huang Zihan gave an awkward smile. Me too? Alright, I actually have. After sorting through her thoughts, Huang Zihan tried explaining from her perspective, it's probably because Lord Lushan is just too handsome. You unconsciously put yourself in Yao Yao's shoes, then start filling in all these details in your head. It makes you feel like you're having this unrequited love with Lord Lushan. Pair that with Anha Bridge, and the tears just start flowing. Shin Jiayu hugged her knees, avoiding Huang Zihan's gaze. She spat out, Zihan, what nonsense are you talking about? I didn't put myself in her shoes at all. Huang Zihan rolled her eyes and pouted, what are you pretending to be? You little poser. You dare say you never fantasized about male celebrities on TV or male leads in novels when you were studying? We've all been there. Who's cleaner than who when it comes to what we thought about back then? At this, even Liu Ruyan's gaze shifted away. Faced with Huang Zihan's blunt, unfiltered words, Shin Jiayu was utterly defeated, unable to muster even a single rebuttal. Huang Zihan, seizing the upper hand, pressed on with a smug expression, with a haughty like Lord Lushan, what's wrong with fantasizing about him? He's gorgeous, he deserves our fantasies. And besides. Huang Zihan lowered her voice. Shin Jiayu knew Huang Zihan was deliberately being mysterious, yet her body betrayed her, leaning closer. She bit her lip and urged, and what? Zihan. Huang Zihan flashed a mischievous grin, licking her lips. Jia, just keep picturing that perfect male lead. I guarantee you, Lord Lushan is absolutely a big rat. What kind of rat? He. Huang Zihan gave her a knowing look that spoke volumes without words. Exactly what you're thinking. Don't pretend, you little poser. Liu Ruyan was speechless. These two were getting more and more out of hand. Did they even consider her human? The Lord Lushan they were talking about was her father. Absolute beasts. Shin Jiayu let out a soft eek, as if the topic burned her lips, clearly wanting to drop the subject. Yet her curiosity was like a cat's claws scratching at her heart, prompting her to whisper, Zihan, how do you know all this? Of course I know. Here's my secret, the size of your nose is directly proportional to the size of your middle finger. Huang Zihan imparted her hard-earned wisdom. Another piece of bizarre knowledge added to her repertoire. Shin Jiayu gasped in surprise. So you already had ulterior motives that day. I was wondering why you kept staring. Seeing the conversation veering off course, Liu Ruyan cut her off just in time. I'm heading back to the dorm to shower.
Without another word to the two of them, she turned and left the training room without looking back. Only then did the two girls recall Liu Ruyan's identity, feeling somewhat awkward. Mainly, Liu Shanjun looked so young that they often overlooked the fact that Liu Ruyan was his daughter. Ruyan, wait for us. We were just joking, we'd never dare have any thoughts about uncle. What are you pretending for? You little poser, Huang Zihan. Anyway, you'll never get within half a step of my family again. Yunxi Garden. Uncle, my video's gone viral again. Ren Xiyao sprawled across Liu Shanjuan's lap, scrolling through the comments on her latest video. This was her favorite pastime. Liu Shanjun's lap and the talented commenters were both indispensable. Once she settled in, Ren Xiyao could scroll for 2 solid hours without stopping. When she grew tired of lying flat, she'd roll onto her side, slipping her free left hand under Liu Shanjun's shirt to caress his abs. This heavenly life had truly been hers to enjoy. Smack! A light slap rang out. Lord Liu Shan scolded, "You know the traffic's here, why aren't you streaming? Tonight's the night for that epic showdown. Go grab some big spenders. Or else you won't cover next month's rent. You know what happens then, right? What consequences?" Ren Xiyao flashed a sly smile, scrambled to her feet, and knelt on the sofa. Pressing close to Liu Shanjun, she wailed pitifully, "Master, could you please extend the rent payment by 1 month? I truly have no other options." Lord Liu Shan was stunned. A casual joke, and you actually took the bait, Ren Xiyao? You have to admit, being with a vixen like Ren Xiyao meant you were never short of entertainment. The tricks she could come up with were definitely more numerous than his. Ren Xiao's wide, innocent eyes still looked expectantly at Liu Shanjun, hoping he'd play along, leaving him feeling both amused and exasperated. Whispering into her ear, "The evening star has arrived." Wanxing? Ren Xiyao sprang up from the sofa. Where? Where is she? Right here. Lin Wanxing stood behind the sofa, holding 2 cups of hot tea. She'd witnessed every move Ren Xiyao had made just now. "Wanxing, please listen to my explanation. I was just joking. I'm not that kind of person." In the past, Lin Wanxing might have bought that nonsense, but the Ren Xiyao of today had blurred the lines between acting and reality so completely that even she couldn't tell them apart anymore. On-screen couples often carried their chemistry offline. "Yao Yao, Uncle Liu is a normal man. You're a girl, so you need to be more reserved. Don't go overboard with certain actions, understand?" Lin Wanxing lectured Ren Xiyao in the manner of a little parent. Ren Xiyao looked like a student who'd done something wrong, her head bowed in a soft, meek voice. "I know. I was wrong. Mom Lin." Her attitude in admitting fault was commendable, but she just wouldn't learn her lesson. Lin Wanxing shook her head helplessly at her precious little troublemaker. "Uncle, Wanxing, I'm off to stream." Ren Xiyao made an excuse, scampering upstairs to leave the entire first floor to the two of them. Lin Wanxing set down the tea, lifted Liu Shanjuan's legs, and began gently massaging them. With a hint of concern, she said, "You really shouldn't spoil Xiao like this. She doesn't know her own strength. She's been using this pillow for over an hour. What if she ruins it?" "It's already ruined," Liu Shanjun chuckled wryly. "It'll be fine," Lin Wanxing said earnestly. Her fingers slipped between his toes, and she gently tapped the soles of his feet with the palms of her hands. Though he felt nothing in his legs, Lin Wanxing's earnestness still stirred something deep within him. For a fleeting moment, the resolute anti-marriage creed that had defined Liu Shanjun began to crack, all because of the woman before him. Better to rely on yourself than others, and better to rely on the system than yourself. A delightful, crisp ding sounded. Side quest, help Ren Xiyao reach 1 million followers. Quest completed. Reward, 100 points. New side quest unlocked, assist Ren Xiyao in producing a short video with over 10 million views. Reward, 100 points. Liu Shanjun never kept points in reserve. Ding. Congratulations, host. Health +1. Ha? Lin Wanxing furrowed her brow. "Uncle Liu, stop messing around." Liu Shanjuan's 2 toes gently pinched a soft spot on Lin Wanxing's arm. "Just tormenting her like this." "Ow." Lin Wanxing whimpered softly. Both embarrassed and annoyed. In that instant, as if struck by lightning, she stared at the man in disbelief, murmuring softly. "Uncle Liu, is your foot better?" Chapter 49, Liu Ruyan's biological mother comes to watch her performance. Liu Shanjun picked up another piece. "Try picking up another piece, uncle." "That won't do. Your skin is so delicate, it's already leaving marks." Lin Wanxing's skin was like a freshly shelled water chestnut in summer, unbelievably tender. Her pale arm bore a red mark from just one pinch. "How about I show you my big toe instead?" Liu Shanjun chuckled, curling 4 toes to present a prominent big toe before Lin Wanxing. "Uncle!" Lin Wanxing threw herself into Liu Shanjuan's arms, overwhelmed with emotion. "You're finally better?" Liu Shanjun straightened his back, supporting Lin Wanxing's weight while gently stroking her jade-like back. Much better than before, but not fully healed yet. After gaining health +1, Lord Liu Shan regained full control of his upper body and both feet.
Previously, his body had been rigid, with only his arms moving freely. Now, his entire upper body was mobile. He was flexible enough to even entertain himself with a simple backbend. I knew it would work. Lin Wanxing's fingers toyed with Liu Shanjun's big toe, her eyes flicking up with a playful glare, demanding a response. What you focus on, you get. The miracle that had eluded her mother was now being returned to Liu Shanjun. Uncle Liu, can you walk now? Lin Wanxing helped Liu Shanjun to her feet. With her support, Liu Shanjun managed to take a few steps, but her legs still couldn't bear her weight. After just a few steps, they both collapsed onto the sofa. But Lin Wanxing didn't lose heart. She had witnessed Liu Shanjun's gradual recovery from initially only being able to move her left hand to now managing a few steps. The rehabilitation process was progressing much faster than she had imagined. Uncle Liu, let's go for walks outside every day from now on. I'm confident you'll be back to your old self in no time. Lin Wanxing was brimming with confidence about Liu Shanjun's future. That sense of accomplishment was evident in every word. Only Liu Shanjun knew that to truly regain his health, he still relied on those two girls, Liu Ruyan and Ren Xiyao, to earn system points for him. But without Lin Wanxing's meticulous care these past days, he might still be bedridden, a caregiver arriving daily to feed him thin rice porridge and change his diapers. If this period were likened to starting a business, then Lin Wanxing was undoubtedly his first pot of gold, his first partner, his original stock. The two were still sprawled on the sofa, with Liu Shanjun's entire weight pressing down on Lin Wanxing. His 150-pound weight was undeniably heavy, pressing down on Lin Wanxing until she felt a tightness in her chest. Yet Lin Wanxing didn't struggle. Instead, she instinctively wrapped her arms around the man's waist. Compared to the slight physical discomfort, psychologically, Lin Wanxing was mostly enjoying it. Men crave conquest, and women crave being conquered. Only a discordant ringtone shattered their unspoken understanding. Liu Shanjun frowned, and Lin Wanxing snapped out of the intimate, lingering atmosphere, slipping away like a koi fish swimming free. She retrieved the phone from Liu Shanjun's pocket. It was a call from Cui Mingyu of the Nanchuan Tourism Bureau. Liu Shanjun grumbled, why call now of all times? Couldn't he have waited? Lin Wanxing knew perfectly well that Liu Shanjun was complaining about Cui Mingyu, the guy who had ruined his romantic moment, and she felt embarrassed. Uncle Liu, answer it quickly. Leader Cui might have something urgent to discuss. The instant Uncle Liu swiped to answer, his expression instantly transformed, becoming eager and warm. Leader, what is it? Bro, just call me Little Cui. All right. Little Cui, sir. Cui Mingyu wore an expression of resignation tinged with delight. Chatting with Liu Shanjun always felt like a breath of fresh air. Then Cui Mingyu got down to business, though it wasn't really business at all. He was mainly here to apologize to Liu Shanjun. Brother Liu, I'm sorry. That payment will be delayed a few more days. I pressed my boss, but he insists on following the official procedures. Bureaucratic red tape and slow payments were nothing new to Liu Shanjun. What truly surprised him was that Cui Mingyu had come specifically to apologize over this matter. Young Cui was clearly a workplace novice, an honest soul. Liu Shanjun immediately offered reassurance, telling him not to take it to heart. After all, everyone was contributing to promoting their hometown. The money itself was insignificant. Liu Shanjun's diplomatic words were flawless. After a few more words, they hung up. But the moment the call ended, Lord Yuzen's face darkened again. Lin Wanxing giggled, covering her mouth. Still holding a grudge? Go take a shower, uncle. Let's head to bed early tonight to watch a movie. The first public performance of Center Stage was scheduled at the Jinghai Arts Theater. Through Weibo and the official Douhai account, 2,000 lucky audience members were selected to watch the contestants' performances. The live audience would score the contestants, determining their class assignments. This marked a significant innovation for C position. As everyone knows, inviting real audiences to the venue drastically increases uncontrollable risks. And unpredictability is precisely what gives production teams the most headaches. But the Center Stage team had no choice. As the entertainment industry matures, simple talent shows have fallen behind the times. To generate buzz, it's essential to blend entertainment value with authenticity, making the audience feel more immersed. Clearly, viewers cannot perform on stage like the contestants. To enhance their sense of involvement, they must be actively engaged. This makes audiences feel that the contestants' success isn't solely due to their own abilities, but rather because the viewers themselves chose them. Contestants are no longer just contestants, they become creations crafted by the audience themselves. The more people see these creations, the greater the sense of accomplishment for the audience. This represents a refinement of the typical fan base, specifically the so-called mom fans and sister fans. They exhibit stronger loyalty and possess an extreme protective instinct toward their idols. However, this comes with drawbacks. Once they unfollow, they plunge into another abyss, mindless bashing, wishing the star they once supported would vanish. This is the unstoppable tide of our era, beyond anyone's control. Even many entertainment insiders predict the industry will increasingly prioritize fan-centric approaches. The era of household name superstars may fade, replaced by deep cultivation of niche markets prioritizing niche excellence over broad appeal. Supporting a star with a smaller fanbase also brings celebrities down to earth, bridging the gap through fan meet and greets. Profit can be generated through merchandise sales and fan appreciation events. Of course, this represents only a portion of the entertainment industry's future projections. Currently, the Dragon Kingdom's entertainment scene remains primarily focused on building popularity, monetizing through single releases and period dramas. Center Stage epitomizes this industrialized star-making assembly line, mass-producing popular idols. In a corner of the theater, Hu Qiunan sat down, her face completely concealed behind a mask and sunglasses. This time, she came in person to watch her daughter's performance. Chapter 50, Liu Ruyan, Huang Zihan, Xinjiayu you 3 ruined this heartbreaking beauty. Hu Qiunan briefly scanned the audience, over 80% women, aged 18 to 28. This was the typical audience profile for current talent show programs. Her and Su Zhenan's entertainment company had also noticed the entertainment industry's growing female audience, whose willingness to pay was stronger. The company was actively pursuing the Qi economy. The current scene at the venue corroborated the company's research. Hu Qiunan mentally noted this. She had specifically requested a ticket from the production team this time. Firstly, she wanted to experience the new trends in the entertainment industry firsthand and see if her company could replicate the operational model of Center Stage. Second, she came to evaluate whether Liu Ruyan was worth investing in. Even if Su Zhenan had offered to recruit Liu Ruyan, in Hu Qiunan's eyes, business was business even with her own daughter. If Liu Ruyan couldn't generate value for the company, signing her would be a money-losing deal in Hu Qiunan's eyes. Though she was Liu Ruyan's mother and had indeed abandoned her, Hu Qiunan had now built a new family with Su Zhenan, and they had children together. She couldn't let Liu Ruyan disrupt her new life. Separate matters must be kept separate. If Liu Ruyan had suffered misfortune over the years, it was certainly Liu Shanjuan's responsibility, not hers. That Liu Ruyan had Hu Qiunan as her mother was her own good fortune. This public performance was no different from a school welcome gala. The only difference is the backdrop is a bit prettier. The MC announces the acts, then one girl group after another takes the stage. They shake hands with VIPs in the front rows for interaction, followed by mentor critiques. During this, the mentors banter among themselves, throwing out internet memes that are centuries past their prime. Awkwardness filled the air. Yet despite this utterly unoriginal program, the screams from the audience around Hu Qiunan grew louder with each wave. They waved their light sticks, practically shaking their arms to the bone. The relentless screams made Hu Qiunan itch to scratch his ears. Young girls sure know how to scream. Hu Qiunan's focus differed from these fans. They were here to idolize, while she was here to scout for promising trainees to sign. But as she watched, she found herself shaking her head repeatedly. Poor singing skills could be fixed with post-production editing. But their stage presence was a complete disaster that was truly beyond redemption. Has the quality of new talent in the entertainment industry really deteriorated this much? Stage presence is an elusive standard. Even Hu Qiunan couldn't articulate it clearly. Yet the difference between good and bad stage presence is starkly obvious. Some stars sing and dance, seeming lively, yet the audience remains dead silent. Some stars needn't even open their mouths, merely stepping onto the stage ignites a roaring, thunderous uproar. The most electrifying stage presence Hu Qiunan had ever witnessed belonged to that man. He sold out 18 consecutive concerts at Hong Kong Coliseum. He performed shirtless, smashed guitars, smoked cigarettes, hurled profanities, and made lewd gestures. Every single one of those acts was taboo, yet both fans and higher-ups showed him extraordinary tolerance. It was as if he was born to embody rebellion, synonymous with unrestrained freedom. He even openly dissed, now we'd call it diss, the then hottest Hong Kong 4 Heavenly Kings during his concerts. His audacity knew no bounds. Yet the 4 Heavenly Kings merely exchanged dry smiles from the front row of his concert. To this day, Hu Qiunan still shudders when recalling that scene. And this incredibly badass man? I've had my way with him, both his body and his heart. Hu Qiunan watched the performance on stage, her thoughts drifting back to the past. It wasn't until she began to feel drowsy that she heard the host announce Liu Ruyan's name. Ah! A wave of screams erupted. But the name the fans were shouting was different. Hanin. Jia. Ruyan. To Hu Qiunan's ears, the voice calling Hanin was louder. Hu Qiunan knew they were calling out Huang Zihan, who was on the same team as her daughter. With her baby face and adorable, sweet-talking manner, she definitely had the audience's affection. Good evening, mentors, host, and everyone in the audience, Liu Ruyan addressed them from the center position, representing their group. Tonight, we bring you the song Heartbreaking Beauty. Mentor Wang Taoyue, seated in the center, raised his right hand and smiled. Please begin your performance. It had been 8 years since Hu Qiunan left without a word when Liu Ruyan was 8. Today marked the first time Hu Qiunan had seen her in person. She looks just like her. It's Liu Xian. Hu Qiunan thought to himself. Her figure resembled hers, tall and slender, especially those legs, strikingly prominent.
Hu Qiunan couldn't help but compare Liu Ruyan to his own child with Su Jinan. The difference was stark.
Liu Shanjuan's genes were simply too overwhelming.
A man like that should be dragged off for breeding.
The prelude to Melancholy Land began to play. The heavy breathing sounded like a man gasping after intense physical exertion. It instantly captured Hu Qiunan's attention.
Such an unconventional intro?
Hu Qiunan immediately looked toward the large screen displaying the song information for Heartbreaking Land. Performed by Liu Ruyan, Huang Zihan, Xin Jiayu.
Composed by Liu Shanjun. Lyrics, Liu Shanjun. Arranged by Liu Shanjun. Hu Qiunan's body trembled violently, his face frozen in disbelief. Liu Shanjun had made a comeback? After raising him like a pig for 8 years, then watching him self-destruct for 12 more, hadn't the gods finally taken away Liu Shanjuan's talent?
Once I was restless river water. Flowing through forests, I strayed into your heart.
The moment Liu Ruyan began to sing, Hu Qiunan's face drained of color.
It wasn't that Liu Ruyan's voice was breathtakingly beautiful, but rather that she saw through the surface to the essence. Just the prelude and the first line of lyrics were enough to prove that Lord Liu Shan's talent had not been taken away by the gods. And when Liu Ruyan sang the line "How to Touch, Blooming Marsh," the interlude brought a simultaneous roar of ringing in the ears and wailing sirens.
Goosebumps erupted across Hu Qiunan's arms. This interlude was utterly mind-blowing, truly extraordinary. Hu Qiunan was stunned. How could Lord Liu Shan, who had self-destructively wasted 2 decades, have evolved beyond the prodigious Liu Xian who burst onto the scene 20 years prior? Could it be that what doesn't kill Lord Liu Shan only makes him stronger?
Setting aside Liu Ruyan's vocal prowess, this song, heartbreakingly beautiful, absolutely deserved its #1 spot.
Hu Qiunan couldn't help but suspect that Liu Shanjuan's comeback was triggered precisely by Liu Ruyan's participation in center stage.
It all stemmed from a father's love. The only silver lining was that this rendition of Heartbreakingly Beautiful was performed by Liu Ruyan and her 2 younger sisters. Had it been performed by the legendary Liu Xian from 20 years ago, this rendition of Heartbreaking Land would have been nothing short of a nuclear bomb for today's Chinese music scene.
Just as Hu Qiunan had imagined. After Liu Ruyan and her 2 partners finished performing Heartbreaking Beauty, the audience erupted in the most enthusiastic applause of the entire show.
RB diva Qin Shuowei bluntly declared, "Liu Ruyan, Huang Zihan, Xin Jiayu, the 3 of you have ruined Melancholy Land."
Chapter 51, The talent of Liu Shanjun gains recognition from diva Qin Shuowei. Qin Shuowei's words startled Liu Ruyan and her 2 companions, as well as the 2 mentors beside them, Wang Taoyue and Liu Ruyan. Just as audiences love labeling contestants, the C-Position production team had pre-established personas for the 3 mentors to enhance the show's drama. Chief producer Wang Taoyue, for instance, was half serious, half humorous, offering professional critiques while also cracking jokes. Meanwhile, the role of the sharp-tongued critic fell to mentor Liu Ruyan, a gold-level dancer. Her tongue was notoriously unforgiving, delivering piercing critiques of the trainees' shortcomings. As for Qin Shuowei, the production team cast her as the caring older sister figure, a role that perfectly matched her serene and gentle appearance and demeanor. She treats every trainee on center stage like her own little sister, often stepping in to lighten the mood when Liu Ruyan's criticism gets too harsh, or offering encouragement to weaker contestants. She embodies the archetype of the central air conditioner, distributing warmth and support evenly to every trainee. But unexpectedly, the usually gentle big sister Qin Shuowei suddenly fired back, leaving Liu Ruyan beside her utterly dumbfounded. "That was my line. Wait, I'm not even as sharp-tongued as you." A muffled sob echoed through the microphone. Huang Zihan covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. With her naturally small nose flaring with each sniffle, she looked like a wronged little Hakimi. "Pitiful enough to make me feel sorry for her. Do you feel sorry for her?" "Ah!" The audience erupted in screams. Amidst soothing words. "Hanin, don't cry. Hanin, you're the best. The moms love you, Zihan." Hu Qiunan watched with a cold smile. Truly a promising talent she had spotted. This crying performance was perfectly timed. Huang Zihan sniffled, pouting her lips pitifully. "Teacher Shuowei, I'm sorry. I didn't sing well." While both were being scolded, Liu Ruyan and Xin Jiayu beside her were still babbling incoherently, utterly bewildered. Huang Zihan, however, turned the situation to her advantage. By owning up to her mistake with such obedient charm, she won over a wave of fans. Even Qin Shuowei hesitated for a moment before softening her tone. "It's not just your fault. None of you 3 sang well." "Ha!" Liu Ruyan and the other 2 girls froze in unison. The audience, however, burst into laughter. Teacher Qin was being equally harsh yet fair to every contestant. Qin Shuowei took a breath before continuing. "To be honest, having you sing Melancholy Land is like a pearl buried in dust. You didn't capture even a tenth of its essence. I'm not criticizing you harshly, but rather speaking up for Melancholy Beauty. Forgive my ignorance, but is this composer, Liu Shanjun, just starting out? Based on this one song alone, he deserves more attention from the music industry." Behind her, the audience erupted in a wave of screams.
Qin Shuawei not knowing Liu Shanjun was hardly surprising after all. It was no secret that the music industry looked down on the internet celebrity sphere. But among the 2,000 people behind her, many had heard Liu Shanjun's songs. Especially after Heartbreakingly Beautiful, Liu Shanjun followed up with Jingwei and Anha Bridge, solidifying his status as a niche treasure of a singer. Seeing even the diva Qin Shuawei praise their niche treasure singers so highly sent the audience into a frenzy.
Jingwei. Anha Bridge.
Teacher Qin, Liu Shanjun absolutely deserves your attention.
On stage, Liu Ruyan felt a bit bewildered. How come it seemed like her father's fans outnumbered her own? Was Liu Shanjun's music really this popular now?
Just as Liu Ruyan hesitated over whether to introduce her embarrassing old man, Huang Zihan beat her to it and grabbed the microphone. With a sweet smile, she said, Teacher Shuawei, Liu Shanjun is my good friend. He's always looked up to you as his idol.
You're lying. Liu Ruyan's pupils dilated in shock. Liu Shanjun had never even heard Qin Shuawei's songs.
If it weren't for her participating in center position, he wouldn't even know the names of the three mentors on stage.
Liu Ruyan couldn't fathom why some people could spew lies as effortlessly as eating or drinking. Lies just rolled off their tongues. Good friend? Would my father even recognize you as such?
Qin Shuawei, however, remained oblivious to the underlying tension.
Hearing that Liu Shanjun idolized her didn't exactly leave her flattered, but it did spark a musician's mutual admiration.
Her expression softened slightly as she replied, I also really like his song Melancholy Land.
Huang Zihan seized the moment. Then, Teacher Shuawei, might I ask for your contact information for my friend?
Qin Shuawei froze, caught off guard.
She couldn't help but appraise Huang Zihan.
This young girl's scheming nature didn't match her childlike face at all.
But Qin Shuawei didn't feel averse to it.
That's just how the entertainment industry worked, 1,000 soldiers crossing a single plank bridge. Seizing every opportunity to climb the ladder was natural. Besides, she was quite interested in meeting Liu Shanjun herself. The song Melancholy Land had truly left her with a sense of awe. I hope this Liu Shanjun isn't a one-hit wonder. If he truly has talent, she might commission songs from him. If he's even more talented, she could even make him her personal songwriter, personally nurturing him and guiding him into the Chinese music industry.
With a smile, she nodded and said, I'd love to get to know this promising newcomer too. After the show, wait for me backstage. I'll add your contact info. Huang Zihan looked utterly flattered, bowing repeatedly. Thank you, Teacher Shuawei. Thank you, Teacher Shuawei.
This performance made Huang Zihan the biggest winner. Not only did he gain a huge wave of fans by playing the vulnerable card, but he also managed to get Qin Shuawei's contact information and significantly boosted his presence in front of the three mentors. As for Liu Ruyan and Xinjiao, compared to Huang Zihan, they might as well have been invisible.
It was fortunate that Lord Liu Shan hadn't attended the event.
Had he witnessed his daughter's naive and innocent demeanor, Liu Ruyan would have been furious enough to burst. She only dared to show off in front of her father, acting like a child in front of others. After the performance, Sister Hong, who had personally come to oversee the event, drove the three girls back to the training camp. This public performance proved a resounding success. The song Tragic Beauty was an excellent choice, and all three girls advanced to Class A. Those 50,000 yuan in copyright fees were well spent. But the next round was the 55 to 36 elimination. Given their current popularity, Huang Zihan was practically guaranteed to advance, and Liu Ruyan should be pretty much set too. Sister Hong's biggest worry was the little girl, Xinjiao.
She didn't possess Liu Ruyan's striking looks or Huang Zihan's high emotional intelligence.
Her singing was decent, her dancing was decent, and her looks were decent, but she lacked that one standout feature to truly captivate the audience. Sister Hong couldn't help but feel troubled. She had already begun strategizing about the performance segments for her three girls in the next recording session. Now that Liu Shanjun's Anha Bridge was exploding in popularity, and Heartbreaking Beauty had been such a success this time, should the company buy the rights to Anha Bridge again? After much deliberation, Sister Hong's gaze finally settled on Liu Ruyan beside her, her expression laden with meaning. This was none other than Liu Shanjun's own daughter.
Mr. Liu, surely you don't want your own daughter to be eliminated? Chapter 52, Liu Ruyan, Uncle Liu, I want the song. Uncle Liu, won't you reserve the cover rights for Jingwei and Anha Bridge for Xinda?
Lin Wanxing leaned against Liu Shanjuan's shoulder, her phone screen displaying a chat window with Zhang Jialun, the copyright manager of Douhai Music Platform. Counting the ribs on Lin Wanxing's back, Liu Shanjun replied, cover rights aren't a one-time sale.
If Xinda wants to buy them, I'll sell. That said, song collisions were generally avoided within the same episode.
Once the production team received the song list, if songs overlapped, they would be scheduled based on submission order. The sale of Jingwei and Anha Bridge to Xinda's competitor meant that even if Xinda purchased the cover rights, it would be difficult to use these songs on center stage.
Lin Wanxing feared this might affect Liu Ruyan's performance.
After all, in the latest episode of Center Stage, Ruyan's group had secured all members a spot in Class A thanks to their performance of Heartbreakingly Beautiful. Heartbreaking Beauty had also enjoyed a resurgence thanks to its cover on center stage, leading to the sale of both Jingwei and Heartbreaking Beauty cover rights. The price for Jingwei was even higher, starting at 80,000 yuan per song. Zhang Jialan still felt it wasn't enough, believing that with a little more negotiation, selling them for 100,000 yuan each would be no problem. Lu Shanjun had entrusted nearly all copyright matters to Zhang Jialan. He wasn't worried she'd pull any tricks. Miss Zhang was sharp enough to know when she was well fed.
Ask Zhang Jialan if she's received the new contract yet.
The new contract Lu Shanjun referred to was the transition from his previous personal contract with Douhai Music to a company-wide agreement. For the growth of Late Star Entertainment, transitioning to a corporate contract was inevitable. Take this cover song copyright deal as an example. Assuming an 80,000 yuan deal, Douhai platform would take 20% upfront. But Lu Shanjun wouldn't receive 64,000 yuan. A 30% prepaid tax deduction would leave him with 44,800 yuan. But that still wouldn't be the final amount, because there's also back taxes to pay. Given Lu Shanjun's current copyright income, he'll definitely have to pay the full tax arrears at the start of the year. The actual amount he receives from the 80,000 yuan copyright fee is less than half. By routing payments through a company account, Douhai Music avoids withholding taxes, shifting the responsibility to Lu Shanjun for self-reporting.
Taxes? Lord Lu Shan pays every penny. But by routing payments through his personal account, the company's operational costs cannot be claimed as deductions, and that's the crux of the matter.
To grow and strengthen his business, he must formalize operations. Many influencers end up with a mess of unresolved tax issues because they neglected proper management from the start. Lu Shanjun tackled this issue at its root by routing all payments through the company account from the very start. With complete invoices and clear records, he'd never stumble on this front. Having been a business owner in his previous life, Lord Lu Shan understood this well. Proper accounting can sometimes be less costly than devising elaborate tax evasion schemes.
Lin Wanxing nodded. I've already received the revised contract. All future transactions will go through the company. We'll handle quarterly tax filings from now on.
Right. Just pay what's due through normal tax filings. Also, the company will pay our salaries going forward. I'll be general manager at 10k per month. You'll be chief secretary at 8k per month plus social insurance and housing fund. Everything will go through company accounts, calculated as income and expenses.
Lin Wanxing instantly covered Lu Shanjuan's hand. No more counting up any higher, and it wouldn't be ribs anymore.
Her dark brows furrowed, her distant peaks and valleys casting a reproachful glance at the man.
So many things lose their true meaning once money gets involved. What are you thinking?
Your salary will naturally be deposited into my account.
What's yours is mine, and what's mine? I've already set up a family account for you. Between us, what's there to distinguish yours and mine?
Lu Shanjun had practically brainwashed Lin Wanxing into submission. Yet Lin Wanxing had been waiting precisely for Lu Shanjun's answer.
Family shouldn't keep things too separate.
We should be in each other, and each other in us.
What about Yao Yao? Should we split that too? Lin Wanxing asked in a soft voice. Yao Yao?
Every penny of rent owed must be paid. Lu Shanjun revealed the greedy face of a capitalist.
Ah!
Lin Wanxing once again received the answer she desired.
If there was no favoritism, how could it be called special treatment?
Mentioning Ren Xiyao, Lu Shanjun leaned back in his chair, pulling Lin Wanxing with him as she settled against his body.
Wanxing Entertainment should sign a few more streamers. Fill the roster to 5 first, then apply for Douhai's official MCN status. After that, we can directly take Yao Yao's gift money. No need for her to withdraw cash to pay rent. And you don't have to deposit it at the bank either. That's like taking off your pants to fart, utterly redundant. So, uncle, do you have any candidates in mind? Lu Shanjun counted on his fingers. 1 Ren Xiyao, 1 me. We still need 3 Douhai accounts with 10,000 followers each.
Lin Wanxing frowned, hesitating.
Should I start an account too?
Post those lifestyle photos? Given Lin Wanxing's looks, going viral might be a stretch.
But racking up 10,000 followers on Douyin? That's practically a given.
But Lu Shanjun refused without a second thought.
You don't like being on camera, so don't force yourself. Lin Wanxing spoke softly. It wouldn't be forcing it. If we really need more accounts, I could.
Lu Shanjun swept his arm out, pinning Lin Wanxing in place.
He snapped, do I have to spell it out? I just don't want you creating an account for others to fantasize about. Uncle Lu, you should have said so earlier.
If you had, I wouldn't have had to resort to such underhanded tricks to fish your true feelings out of you. Lin Wanxing bit her lip, gently wrapping her arms around Lu Shanjuan's waist and resting her head against his chest. A faint smile touched her lips.
She coaxed, I'll listen to you. If you tell me to open an account, I will. If you tell me not to, I won't. Obedient to a fault. Monday. The family went to the C-position training base to pick up Liu Ruyan. Seeing Ren Xiao's clingy behavior in the back seat, Liu Ruyan had already grown desensitized. Out of sight, out of mind.
Back home, after dinner, the family gathered around the TV to watch the rerun of Center Stage. The other three were thoroughly enjoying themselves, but Liu Ruyan felt utterly mortified. She'd felt confident on stage, but seeing herself on screen, her dance looked stiff and awkward. She'd even missed a beat. And of course, when she messed up, Lu Shanjun and Ren Xiyao were grinning the widest. You two deliberately wanted to see me fail. Finally, her team's performance ended. The crowd's energy instantly dropped. After much hesitation, Liu Ruyan finally spoke up. Lu Shanjun. I need to discuss something with you, Liu Ruyan said stiffly, her expression stern as she spoke each word deliberately. Lu Shan reclined back in his seat, observing Liu Ruyan's obvious need for his favor. He smiled and asked, "What is it?" Nothing irked Liu Ruyan more than Lord Lu Shan's smug expression, as if he already held all the cards. But Sister Hong's words still rang in her ears. "Ruyan, talk to your father. Ask him to write a song for our troupe. Your father is so talented, wouldn't it be a waste not to have him write for us? You've already missed out on Heartbreakingly Beautiful. Are you going to miss the next one too? Stop throwing a childish tantrum and open your mouth. Do it not just for yourself, but for Huang Zihan and Xinjiayu, and most of all for me and the company. Don't waste your father's gift." Liu Ruyan took a deep breath and extended her pale, delicate hand toward Lu Shanjun. No matter what, she was determined. "Give me a song. Is this how you ask for a favor?" Lu Shanjuan's smile grew wider. "You still won't even call me. Would you give it to me if I did?" Liu Ruyan pouted. Lu Shanjun coaxed gently, "Call me first, then we'll see." Chapter 53, the daughter who sticks out her elbow, the father driven by self-interest, the mother who accepts everything. "Dad." Liu Ruyan turned her head toward the TV, her lips puckered higher than the sky. Reluctant and unwilling, she finally uttered the word in a drawn-out whine. Her voice was devoid of emotion, filled only with resentment. "What, you're whispering? Didn't hear you." Lu Shanjun teased, playing with Ren Xiao's ear as she sat beneath him, pushing his advantage. "Lu Shanjuan." Liu Ruyan glared at him, eyes wide with fury. "Don't push your luck, you're asking for it. Hurry up. Does one call make a difference from two? Just shout louder, that's all." Lu Shanjun urged. Logically, he was right. But reviving that title, buried for a decade, made Liu Ruyan feel profoundly ashamed. When she finally uttered that "dad," it wasn't the mix of grief and anger she'd imagined. Instead, it felt like childhood when she'd sulkily refused dinner only to be caught red-handed by her father at the fridge, utterly humiliated. "I'm done with you. Still laughing? Still laughing? Still laughing while playing with Yao Yao's ears? You bastard." Liu Ruyan stepped over Lin Wanxing's legs and stood before Lu Shanjun. Grabbing his ear, she shouted into it, "Dad! Dad! Dad! Lu Shanjun, you're a bastard. You don't deserve to be my father." Good heavens, Lu Shanjun nearly went deaf from Liu Ruyan's screaming. Lu Shanjun picked at his earwax, grimacing. Liu Ruyan had poured every ounce of strength into her outburst. Her chest heaved with fury, her eyes blazing with shame and rage, as if she could tear Lu Shanjun to shreds. Pouting her lips and sniffling as if grievously wronged, she whined, "Where's the song? Give it to me now." "You were shouting too loud," Lu Shanjun said, patting his ears with a playful grin. "You." Liu Ruyan nearly ground her teeth to dust. "I called twice already." Lin Wanxing nudged Lord Lu Shan's waist gently and said softly, "Don't bully the child." "Wanxing." Liu Ruyan's voice cracked with tears as she plopped onto Lin Wanxing's lap. She wrapped her arms around Wanxing's neck, burying her face in her little mommy's shoulder and sniffled. Lu Shanjun broke his promise. "If I ever call him again, I, Liu Ruyan, am a dog." Look how he bullied the child. Lin Wanxing shot Lu Shanjun a reproachful glance. On this matter, she sided with the child. Parents must never break their promises. 100 wounds inflicted by outsiders pale in comparison to a single wound inflicted by family. We teach children to be like Kong Rong sharing pears, but parents should also remember Xingzi slaughtering the pig. Standing at 5 feet 5 inches, Lin Wanxing cradled the child taller than herself, gently brushing her dark hair as she soothed. "Don't cry, Ruyan. Uncle Liu was just teasing you. That song, Melancholy Land, was meant for you from the start. How could he be stingy with just one song?" Lin Wanxing's soothing only made Liu Ruyan cry harder. "He's just tricking me. He's been such a jerk since I was little. He never fulfilled his duties as a father. I never want to see him again." Lin Wanxing patted Liu Ruyan's back to help her catch her breath, casting a lingering glance at Lu Shanjun. What to do when the child won't calm down? Lu Shanjun grinned, wrapping his arms around Lin Wanxing's waist. But Liu Ruyan shoved him away. "Get lost. Don't you dare touch Wanxing with your filthy hands. Just a child's temper." Lu Shanjun wrapped an arm around her waist and chuckled. "Did I ever say I wouldn't write you a song? You didn't say it, but you just don't want to give me one." Liu Ruyan lifted her head, glaring fiercely at Lu Shanjun before burrowing back into Lin Wanxing's embrace. Lu Shanjun tried to mimic Lin Wanxing's gentle stroke on Liu Ruyan's head, but she squirmed like a worm in Lin Wanxing's arms, refusing to let Lu Shanjun touch her. They say 4 things can't be restrained: a pig at New Year, a startled donkey, an angry wife, or a fish on dry land.
Well, an angry daughter is no different. Lu Shanjun found this even more amusing.
He truly felt a glimpse of the joy of having children.
He couldn't help but shoot Lin Wanxing a meaningful glance. Lin Wanxing's cheeks flushed crimson.
She understood, but why was he staring at her?
She couldn't even manage the 3 grown girls at home if another little one came along. Who would take care of it?
Lord Lu Shan had only glanced at her on impulse, quickly returning his attention to Liu Ruyan. He made no rush to fulfill his promise, instead speaking slowly and deliberately. Was it Li Hong who told you to ask me for a song?
How did you know? Liu Ruyan froze, then immediately denied it. I asked for it myself. It has nothing to do with anyone else.
Calling you a monkey doing somersaults under the bridge was spot on, Lord Lu Shan said, spreading his hands in slight exasperation.
Not only did you sell someone else's wares, you counted their profits too.
And you even covered for the person who sold it to you.
Get lost.
Liu Ruyan spat hatefully, then threw herself into Lin Wanxing's arms to complain to Wanxing's little mom, Wanxing.
Uncle Lu Shanjun is picking on me. Should I help Ruyan get revenge tonight? No counting uncle's ribs tonight?
Lin Wanxing's lips curved into a smile, her eyes and brows radiating the same gentle tolerance as her mother's.
As long as father and daughter could still talk, nothing was insurmountable.
The real danger lay in 2 silent, sullen figures saying nothing, yet letting their minds run wild with misguided thoughts, spiraling into chaos that could never be contained. I'm laying out the facts and reasoning with you, Lu Shanjun explained logically.
Think about it. Why did your agent tell you to play the emotional card? Don't you know how much your father's songs are worth now?
It's only natural for dad to write songs for you.
But think deeper. If dad takes this loss, who benefits? You? The company behind you is the one raking in the profits.
Ha! Liu Ruyan slowly lifted her head, a trace of bewilderment in her eyes. This line of reasoning hadn't occurred to her.
Lu Shanjuan's songs were currently exploding in popularity.
Setting aside streaming revenue, just the copyright sales as far as she knew, the company had paid 50,000 yuan for that song Tragic Beauty.
Signed under Shinda, the song Lu Shanjun wrote for her had ultimately circled back to become Shinda's property. Could it be?
The more Liu Ruyan thought about it, the more sense Lu Shanjun's words made. She listened as Lu Shanjun continued, "It's not that I don't want to write songs for you, but I don't want to give Shinda a free ride.
You're my only daughter.
Even if we take a step back and consider what happens after I'm gone, who else would I leave the money in my account to?
Who else could compete with you for it?" Liu Ruyan's rebellious heart gradually swayed toward Lu Shanjun. Dad's words made perfect sense, utterly irrefutable.
But she stubbornly retorted, "Who needs your stinking money? Even if you gave it to me, I wouldn't take it." Lu Shanjun ruffled Liu Ruyan's hair again. This time, she didn't resist. She simply hugged Lin Wanxing tightly, resting her chin on his shoulder, refusing to look at that stinking dad. As long as she didn't see it, she could tolerate that born dad touching her little head. Finally, Lord Lu Shan delivered his final verdict. "The song? I'll definitely write it for you. But Shinda has to pay for it. Only what comes out of dad's pocket is truly yours. Have Li Hong come to the house tomorrow. I'll discuss the price with her."
"Okay." Liu Ruyan pouted in agreement.
Then she reminded him, "Lu Shanjun, don't sell yourself short.
Shinda has deep pockets." "Ha? Now she's not turning her back on her own family? You know dad's money is really for you, right? What a turn of events." Chapter 54, Mr. Liu, name your price. 1 million. "Hello, Mr. Liu."
Li Hong arrived at the doorstep with Huang Zihan and Xin Jiayu.
"Nice to see you again, Miss Li."
Lu Shanjun, seated in his wheelchair, extended his hand for a light shake with Li Hong.
"My apologies. I should have invited you to dinner myself. Now I'm troubling you to come here personally." Li Hong smiled brightly. "Mr. Liu, you're too kind.
I was actually worried you might resent me bringing 2 young ladies along to freeload."
"Not at all. I couldn't be happier. Huang Zihan, Xin Jiayu, I hope I got your names right?" The 2 young girls followed Li Hong into the villa.
Hearing Lu Shanjun recall their full names left them pleasantly surprised, though they dared not respond, merely nodding their heads like chicks pecking at grain. Last night, Li Hong had received a call from Liu Ruyan. Hearing that Lu Shanjun wished to speak with her, she knew today would inevitably involve a significant financial outlay.
"My plans have failed, it must be fate." She had overestimated Liu Ruyan and underestimated Lu Shanjun.
She never imagined Lord Lu Shan would disregard even his own daughter's face, taking business matters to such an extreme that he showed no mercy to his own kin.
Did this man have no weaknesses at all? Carrying a lingering resentment toward Lu Shanjun, Li Hong brought Huang Zihan and Xin Jiayu to Yunqi Garden.
After ringing the doorbell, Lu Shanjuan's immediate apology eased Li Hong's discomfort by threefold. He then diffused the awkwardness of her coming to beg by casually mentioning the unfinished meal from their last meeting. These small gestures rekindled a flicker of admiration in Li Hong toward this man. He truly was a middle-aged man with immense personal charm, so much so that one could almost overlook the fact that Liu Shanjun was paralyzed from the waist down and confined to a wheelchair. It was plain to see that the two young women under her command were utterly smitten with this man a full generation older than them. Some of the private conversations she overheard made even her, a seasoned woman, blush. Today's young girls are far bolder than we were back in our day. They'll blurt out anything. Lin Wanxing pushed Liu Shanjun along, ushering everyone in like a gracious hostess. Let's head to the back garden. It's not too hot today, we can admire the greenery and give our eyes a rest, Liu Shanjun said with a smile. What seemed like a suggestion was, in truth, a command. From start to finish, he held the upper hand. Though seated in a wheelchair, appearing shorter than others, his demeanor radiated the domineering authority of an absolute ruler. Subtly yet profoundly, everyone present regarded Lord Liu Shan as their central pillar. This included Li Hong, who had only met Lord Liu Shan twice. She herself couldn't quite figure out why she always felt a bit intimidated around this man, unconsciously trying to please him. The group arrived at the back garden, gathering once more at the small tea table beneath the sunshade. 1 man and 4 women sat in a circle. Lin Wanxing served them a pitcher of chilled green tangerine lemonade and 4 bowls of fresh fruit. After finishing these tasks, Lin Wanxing returned indoors to prepare lunch for everyone. Gentle, generous, meticulous, thoughtful. As the hostess, Lin Wanxing earned the high regard of everyone present, including Li Hong. Although Huang Zihan and Xin Jiayu learned from Liu Ruyan that Lin Wanxing was her college classmate and was merely helping out her father as a side note. But anyone with eyes could see that Lin Wanxing wasn't merely tending to her father, she was clearly aiming to become his stepmother. It was a case of those involved being blind to the situation, while outsiders saw it clearly. Only Liu Ruyan remained oblivious. Liu Shanjun couldn't bring himself to rise and pour Li Hong more tea. Instead, he pushed a plate of sliced honeydew melon toward her and smiled, "Miss Li. These years, Ruyan has caused you trouble. This child has been restless since she was little, it couldn't be helped. Her birth mother passed away early, and I couldn't give her the care and attention she deserved." Ha! Huang Zihan and Xin Jiayu's hearts skipped a beat as they both turned to look at Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan, your mother died? Liu Ruyan was equally stunned. Hadn't her mother abandoned her husband and daughter? Why did her father say she died so young? But then it clicked. Oh, right, she died. Struck by lightning. Li Hong hadn't realized Liu Ruyan's background was so tragic. A wave of sympathy washed over her, and she dismissed Liu Ruyan's occasional tantrums at the company as mere childishness. Her voice softened as she said, "Ruyan is actually quite well behaved. It's my fault as her agent for not looking after her properly. I'll make sure to fight for more resources for her from the company going forward." Liu Ruyan shot Liu Shanjun a glance. So this was what they meant by "the squeaky wheel gets the grease"? Damn it, she'd been lectured by her own father again. "On Ruyan's behalf, I thank you, sister," Liu Shanjun said, lifting his lemonade for a sip. Just like any ordinary parent receiving a teacher's home visit, he inquired with Li Hong about his daughter's situation at the company. Liu Shanjun spoke with wit, skillfully following up and flattering others. Chatting with him felt like a breath of fresh air. But the more Li Hong talked, the more anxious she grew. After chatting with Liu Shanjun for ages, they still hadn't touched on the real business. It felt like he was deliberately avoiding the topic of writing a song for Liu Ruyan. Finally, Li Hong couldn't hold back any longer and cut straight to the point. "Mr. Liu. Regarding Ruyan's upcoming episode of Center Stage. Could you offer her some advice?" Though she kept mentioning Liu Ruyan, helping Ruyan would actually benefit all 3 girls, including Huang Zihan and Shinda Entertainment as well. Huang Zihan and Xin Jiayu now sat like obedient elementary school students, sitting up straight with their backs straight, almost clasping their hands behind their backs. They looked at the man with earnest, intense gazes. "Uncle, even if you won't help us, you must help Ruyan." Liu Shanjun merely smiled indifferently and praised, "Shinda is an extremely mature entertainment company. They're well versed in operating variety show auditions like this. As an outsider, I wouldn't presume to meddle." Liu Shanjuan's response sent Huang Zihan and Xin Jiayu's hearts racing. Just when they needed Ruyan's father to step in, how could someone within the company dare suggest he was overstepping his bounds? Only Li Hong wasn't surprised by this answer. Liu Shanjun wasn't refusing to help, he was simply looking out for his own interests. Truth be told, she blushed at the thought of freeloading off Liu Shanjuan's songs. But their positions were different. It was understandable that Liu Shanjun wanted to make money, and it was only natural that she helped the company save money. Li Hong bit her lip, pondered for a moment, then spoke up, "Mr. Liu. Ruyan is still your daughter. If you can lend a hand, please do." Liu Ruyan frowned slightly upon hearing this. She could appeal to Liu Shanjun's emotions because she was his daughter. But when others used her to tug at his heartstrings, it left a bitter taste in Liu Ruyan's mouth. It felt like Li Hong was using her to pressure her father. Under the table, Liu Ruyan's hand dug into Liu Shanjuan's flesh, shooting him a warning glance. "Don't fall for your agent's tricks. The song should be sold for whatever price it was worth. Prioritizing it for Shinda was already more than generous." This little cotton jacket might be drafty, but with a bit of mending, it could still be worn. Facing Li Hong's emotional appeal, Lu Shanjun continued to deflect. She's grown up now. It's time to let her grow on her own. A sapling that hides under a big tree forever will never grow tall. Li Hong shot him a reproachful glance. This man was utterly unyielding, impervious to both soft and hard tactics. After a moment of frustration, she sighed helplessly. Mr. Liu, name your price. How much would it cost to write a song for our 3 girls? Lu Shanjun held up one index finger. Li Hong's delicate eyebrows arched as she tentatively asked, 10,000? 1 million. Damn it. Li Hong nearly jumped out of her chair. Mr. Liu, why not just go rob someone? Damn it, even now, Li Hong still addressed Lu Shanjun with honorifics. Chapter 55, The Knife Revealed. I want the operational rights to these 3 girls' Douyin accounts. Mr. Liu, are you mocking me? Li Hong's face was frozen stiff, her expression as cold as ice, her chest heaving with anger. Miss Li was the one who started making fun of me. Lu Shanjuan's index finger tapped lightly on the tabletop. Li Hong lowered her head slightly, unable to meet Lu Shanjuan's gaze, which held a hint of mockery. She knew he was referring to her encouraging Liu Ruyan to freeload off him. After averting her gaze, she furrowed her brows and shot him a reproachful glance. I know I was wrong, must you keep harping on it, Mr. Liu? When 2 emotionally intelligent individuals converse, many things needn't be spoken aloud. A single glance or subtle expression suffices for the other to grasp the meaning implicitly. To Huang Zihan and the other girls, it seemed like their sister Hong and Mr. Liu were evenly matched in this negotiation. But in reality, Lu Shanjun had seized Li Hong's Achilles' heel and was mercilessly trampling over her, utterly unconcerned with her plight. Li Hong felt she'd conceded time and again, yet this man before her remained insatiable. Even capitalists didn't bleed people dry like this. Weighing her words carefully, Li Hong bargained, Mr. Liu, 1 million is outrageous. Even the top-tier songwriters working directly for superstars command no more than that for a single track. Huang Zihan, Xin Jiayu, and Liu Ruyan were equally stunned upon hearing the figure of 1 million. Were they 3 really worth $1 million song? Selling them outright wouldn't fetch that much. They couldn't decide whether to call Lu Shanjun a greedy shark or whether he had high hopes for the 3 of them. Lu Shanjun lifted the teapot and glanced at Liu Ruyan. The latter paused for a moment, then handed over her half-empty water glass. Born to such a generous father, and he'd pour water for her? Lord Lu Shan shot her a questioning look, but it was Huang Zihan, that clever little thing, who picked up Li Hong's cup and brought it over. He refilled Li Hong's cup, then topped up his own daughter's. Another look of utter hopelessness followed. Look at Huang Zihan over there, then look at you don't understand the slightest bit of social etiquette. Learn well from your father from now on. A cup of tea eased the tense atmosphere. Li Hong relaxed her stiff posture, lightly sipping from her cup with her red lips, signaling her goodwill. Lu Shanjun continued, Miss Li, forgive my bluntness. But isn't a single song of mine worth over $1 million now? The copyright fees for Heartbreaking Beauty alone are nearly that amount. And as you know, the music industry is a winner-takes-all environment. The strong get stronger. The more singers cover my Heartbreaking Beauty, the stronger its long tail effect becomes. Subsequent streaming revenue and copyright income could potentially double. Is my asking price of 1 million really excessive? Liu Ruyan and the other 2 girls listened in astonishment. Liu Ruyan knew her father had recently struck it rich, but she hadn't imagined he'd made such a fortune. Huang Zihan and Xin Jiayu were stunned by the income potential of Heartbreaking Land. 1 song at 1 million? 10 songs would be 10 million. 100 songs would be a small fortune. Forget a small goal. Even with 10 million, why bother being a trainee? You could just enjoy life in financial freedom. Huang Zihan licked her lips as an irresistible thought flooded her mind. Handsome, talented, wealthy, and a big shot, Lord Lu Shan embodied every woman's ideal partner. Compared to those virtues, did it really matter he used a wheelchair? He's my beautiful, strong, yet tragically ill husband. Li Hong fell silent because everything Lord Lu Shan said was true. That was the reality of the music industry in Dragon Nation today. 1 hit song could grant you financial freedom. It wasn't a pyramid structure, but a stark polarization, either break through and win it all, or sink into obscurity at the bottom. There was no middle ground for music creators. But no one can guarantee every song he writes will be a hit. That was the only defense Li Hong could muster. Even superstars are no exception. Minor hits can rely on their core fanbase, but breaking out into mainstream popularity is truly a matter of luck. But this statement doesn't quite apply to Lord Ryuzan. Though he's only had 3 hit songs, he's also only released 3 songs. Even his least well-known track, Jingwei, is currently dominating Douyin's music charts. In fact, as background music, Jingwei is even more popular than Comedy and Anha Bridge. Just look at how many attractive Douyin hosts are now filming costume change videos at Lingyin Temple and Baishangji Waterfall. These 2 locations have practically become the official backdrop for Jingwei BGMs. The more Li Hong learned about Lord Lu Shan, the more she admired his talent. Feeling that this reasoning might not sway Lord Lushan, Li Hong softened her tone, a hint of grievance in her voice as she continued, Mr. Liu.
These 3 young girls have had it rough. They've endured countless hardships and suffered immeasurably just to catch a glimpse of hope. If you can lend them a hand, please do. They'll remember your kindness for the rest of their lives.
Li Hong played the emotional card once more, proving she truly had no other options left. Her only hope now was to awaken the innate protective instincts in this man to seal the deal. This display of vulnerability was, in essence, Li Hong's surrender to the man. Huang Zihan and Xin Jiayu listened to Li Hong's pleading words, their eyes filled with pitiful looks as they turned to the man. In the prime of their youth, their skin glowed with a delicate pinkish-white hue, their features flawlessly refined.
2 pairs of bright, moist eyes gazed innocently at Lord Lushan, filled with earnest longing.
As Li Hong had said, they would never forget this favor for the rest of their lives. Even Liu Ruyan felt a pang of sorrow at Li Hong's words. No one understood the hardships of being a trainee better than she did. Though Huang Zihan and Xin Jiayu had some typical teenage girl quirks, they weren't irredeemably bad people. Otherwise, the moment Liu Shanjun caught Liu Ruyan's gaze, he knew she was about to start playing the daddy card again. Her revolutionary stance was anything but steadfast.
Sitting on the fence?
That's just playing both sides.
Someone like Liu Ruyan?
She'd lean whichever way the pity came from, purely driven by her saintly heart.
Liu Shanjun completely ignored Liu Ruyan's pleading look.
His psychological price point was set, and he wouldn't lower his standards without limit just because someone played the victim card.
Constant concessions won't earn gratitude.
A firm hand followed by a carrot, however, leaves a lasting impression. Lord Lushan lifted his cup, sipping lightly to dilute the bitterness of sorrow. Leaning back slightly, Lord Lushan finally relented after Li Hong's repeated displays of weakness and flattery. Miss Li,
I can write the song. And I can also forego the payment.
Hearing Lord Lushan refuse payment, Li Hong felt genuinely flattered. But the fleeting delight was swiftly crushed by reason.
She didn't believe the shrewd, mercenary man before her would show such magnanimity.
Sure enough, Lord Lushan changed the subject.
However, I have one small condition. I wonder if your company would be willing to agree to it. Li Hong's heart skipped a beat. Mr. Liu, please, I'm listening.
I want the operational rights to these 3 young ladies' Douyin accounts.
Chapter 56, Yao Yao is uncle's little lapdog. Operational rights to Douhai accounts?
Li Hong furrowed her brow, puzzled by why Liu Shanjun would want the 3 girls' Douyin accounts.
Was he planning to train them as borderline streamers to make money through PK battles? Li Hong couldn't fathom the logic behind it.
But at the negotiating table, it never hurt to flatly refuse whatever the other side demanded first.
No way. The company would never agree to that. Liu Shanjun smiled and countered, then does Shinda have staff managing their 3 short video accounts? Li Hong was instantly speechless. Forget managing their Douyin accounts, Li Hong didn't even know what their Douyin handles were.
Huang Zihan jumped in, complaining, no, nobody's ever managed them.
Last time I tried to get my Douyin account verified as a Shinda artist and asked the company to stamp it, they couldn't be bothered.
Liu Shanjuan's smile grew even broader.
Huang Zihan, huh?
The young lady was indeed sharp. Li Hong shot the young troublemaker a glare, who responded with a tongue-out grin, as if she'd only spoken the truth by accident. Li Hong was at a loss with this clever little devil. Then, when she saw the mischievous smile Liu Shanjun directed at her, she blushed like a little girl.
Lord Lushan took a bite of honeydew melon, easing the awkwardness, and advised, Miss Li. In business, it's not always zero-sum.
There's also win-win cooperation.
Don't always think of opposing me. Perhaps the suggestions I've made already consider Shinda's interests too?
Li Hong bowed her head, feeling both guilty and ashamed, like a student receiving a lesson.
I'm sorry, Mr. Liu. I was short-sighted. Liu Shanjun waved it off, letting the matter drop.
During negotiations, instinctively choosing confrontation was merely a self-protective mechanism. It was no big deal. The subsequent discussions proceeded much more smoothly. Liu Shanjun firmly held the operational rights to Douhai for the 3 girls. Beyond that, the copyrights for the new songs he wrote for them also belonged to him. Shinda only held the performance rights for the song. Copyright royalties were entirely unrelated to Shinda.
Mr. Liu, what does Shinda gain from this? Li Hong asked.
They profit from the popularity of these 3 girls. Miss Li, don't feel sorry for Shinda. If these 3 actually form a group on center stage, Shinda will make a fortune just from selling contracts. Liu Shanjun bluntly revealed Shinda's primary profit channel. They're essentially middlemen in the contract market, signing large numbers of promising newcomers, then profiting tenfold or even 100-fold from just one who becomes a hit. Many domestic entertainment companies operate on this exact model. They quickly monetize when their artists show signs of breaking out. Fundamentally, entertainment companies like Shinda lack the capability to independently manage a project.
Even when their artists gain traction, they can't maximize monetization, so they sell high.
Whether the artist goes on to achieve lasting fame or fades like a flash in the pan, these contract brokers only see big profits or small profits, never losses. Mr. Liu, the company won't agree to such outrageous demands, Li Hong said with a look of helplessness. Lu Shanjun wore a confident smile as he suggested, why not give your boss a call and see? Li Hong couldn't fathom where Lu Shanjun got his confidence. Did he know the company better than she did? She stood up and walked over to make a call. Within 3 minutes, Li Hong returned to her seat. Mr. Liu, where's the contract? We'll sign it right now. Mr. Liu truly understands Xinda. Lu Shanjun motioned for Lin Wanxing to bring over his laptop, where the contract had been drafted long ago. Originally, it included a cover version clause allowing Xinda Entertainment to perform a free cover of the new song that was Lu Shanjun's bottom line. But since Xinda hadn't secured it, Lu Shanjun wasn't about to offer it up willingly. After deleting that clause, Lu Shanjun instructed Lin Wanxing to print out the contract. 3 copies. 1 copy for each of the 3 ladies, 1 for Xinda Entertainment, and 1 for Wanxing Entertainment. When Liu Ruyan saw the company name Wanxing Entertainment on the contract, she looked at Lu Shanjun with utter astonishment. When did her father start a company? And why use the name Wanxing? Had their relationship become this intimate? Liu Ruyan had been kept completely in the dark. By the time she realized what was happening, her best friend had already been completely poached by Lu Shanjun. After the 3 women signed, Lu Shanjun stamped the Wanxing Entertainment seal. Li Hong would take the contracts back to Xinda for their official seal, and that would be it. Before leaving, Li Hong reminded him, Mr. Liu, the next season of Center Stage is about to start filming. Please expedite the progress on the new song. I finished writing the song last night. Lu Shanjun said, handing over a sheet of music. Li Hong slapped her forehead, having forgotten the true value of the word genius. She glanced at the title Superstar. It seemed fitting for the Center Stage platform. But Li Hong only glanced at the title before rushing back to the company to stamp the documents, unaware of the true value of this superstar. After Li Hong left, Huang Zihan asked softly, Mr. Liu, are you planning to train us to become streamers? No need for such formality. Your Ruyan's colleagues just call me Uncle or Uncle Liu. Huang Zihan replied in a soft, sweet voice, how about I call you boss? You're my boss, so calling you boss makes perfect sense. Whatever you like. Call me whatever you prefer. Lu Shanjun didn't dwell on such trivial matters of address. Huang Zihan seized the moment, sweetly calling out boss. Please look after Zihan from now on, boss. Watching Huang Zihan call him boss in that sweet, girlish voice, Liu Ruyan felt an overwhelming sense of déjà vu. Huang Zihan, why are you acting so coy? Just as she thought of Ren Xiyao appeared. Uncle. Ren Xiyao rarely slept in until the afternoon anymore, waking up around 10 in the morning. Her biological clock had shifted significantly. After waking up, brushing her teeth, and washing up, she would go looking for Lord Lu Shan. Uncle, I want a hug. Ren Xiyao burrowed into Lu Shanjun's embrace, clinging tightly to him like a hachiko, rubbing her nose against his neck again and again. Her delicate nose buried itself in the crook of his collarbone, taking a deep sniff. Only then did Ren Xiao's brain kick into gear. Liu Ruyan watched with a face as pale as iron. Did these two think the living room was their bedroom? Huang Zihan and Xin Jiayu exchanged bewildered glances, both instinctively turning toward Lin Wanxing, who was bustling about in the kitchen. Your Majesty, some sultry vixen is trying to steal your throne. However, Lin Wanxing merely smiled faintly upon seeing this, as if such scenes were commonplace to her. Upon recognizing Ren Xiao's face, Huang Zihan and Xin Jiayu lit up with surprise. Yao Yao. Sitting in Lord Lu Shan's embrace, Ren Xiyao gave the 2 women a dazed, adorable look. After searching her memory, she suddenly realized, you're Liu Ruyan's colleagues, Huang Zihan and Xin Jiayu, who were on Center Stage together. The 2 nodded vigorously. Huang Zihan beamed with excitement. Jia. We were right. I knew Yao Yao and Lu Shanjun were a real-life couple. Shipping them? Ren Xiyao asked. The 2 girls nodded again. Well, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Uncle and I aren't a couple. Then you too. The 2 girls watched Ren Xiyao snuggle into the man's embrace, their expressions dazed. Ren Xiyao lifted her chin, gave a proud little snort, and took another deep breath of Lu Shanjun's scent. Yao Yao is Uncle's little lapdog. Chapter 57, A Song for the 3 Girls Superstar. Liu Ruyan wore a look of utter bewilderment, staring at Ren Xiyao. Is being Uncle Lu's lapdog something to be proud of? It was like Qin Shi Huang returning to Xianyang Palace, utterly cringeworthy. Huang Zihan and Xin Jiayu also froze slightly. They too had noticed Ren Xiao's infatuation with Lord Lu Shan, but hadn't expected her to see herself in such a lowly light. If you're a dog, just be a dog. If you're a lapdog, why be a little lapdog? Enough. Stop fooling around. Lord Lu Shan gave her a light flick, his words telling her to stop but his tone dripping with indulgence. Lord Lu Shan introduced, this is Wanxing Entertainment's first streamer Ren Xiyao. If you two pursue streaming in the future, you can learn a lot from her. Uncle, you signed them all? Yeah.
With me included, Wanxing Entertainment can now join Dohai's official MCN. Then I can suck you dry directly. How much do you take from them? Ren Xiyao asked quietly. After Dohai's cut, we split the rest 50-50. The ruthless capitalist Liu Shanjun finally bared his fangs. Uncle Liu's sucking is so ruthless, Yao Yao loves it. Everyone hates capitalists, yet everyone dreams of becoming one. Hearing Uncle Liu take a full 50% cut, Ren Xiyao swelled with pride. Uncle still spoils her. Once the guild joins Dohai, you can recruit new members too. I'll give you 5% of whatever you bring in. Oh ho ho. Ren Xiao's wicked smile returned. Get up. You're crushing me, can't breathe. Lord Liu Shan painfully patted Ren Xiao's ample behind. Only then did Ren Xiao reluctantly push herself up. Only when Ren Xiyao finally dismounted from Liu Shanjun and stretched did Huang and Shen realize her true nature. Off camera, Ren Xiyao always favored simple, comfortable styles. She wore only a loose white t-shirt, its hem falling to her thighs, revealing a pair of plump, fair legs. A cartoon pattern was printed on the front of the t-shirt. As Ren Xiyao stretched, Huang Zihan and Shen Jiayu watched wide-eyed as the cartoon sprite's eyes bulged. Sis, stop stretching. You're gonna burst it. Seeing the girl's wide-eyed expressions, Ren Xiyao gave a playful smile. Jealous? The two girls shook their heads vigorously. Ren Xiyao couldn't resist rubbing salt in their wounds, all natural. If I'd ever gone under the knife, I'd never get an older guy in this lifetime. Bitch. She hated this kind of smug, ungrateful who took advantage and then acted all high and mighty. Ren Xiyao had major character flaws: venomous, arrogant, stubbornly argumentative even when wrong, and merciless when right. Her only redeeming quality was her wholehearted devotion to those she valued. Of course, she deemed 99% of the world's population as dispensable, preferably not even appearing in her life, the worthless scum. Huang Zihan and Shen Jiayu had already been labeled as such. She looked down on Liu Ruyan with utter contempt. Bringing women home every single day, don't you know how irresistible an older man can be? She can barely get her fill, and now two more are coming to snatch her food right before her eyes. Liu Ruyan, you deserve a good scolding. Go help Wanxing with the chores, Liu Shanjun commanded. Ren Xiyao purred her compliance, her waist swaying like a water snake as she glided into the kitchen. You two come with me. Liu Shanjun maneuvered his wheelchair toward the living room. Boss, let me handle it. Huang Zihan immediately rushed behind Liu Shanjun, pushing him into the living room. He then helped Lord Liu Shan up and guided him into the sofa. Lord Liu Shan shot Liu Ruyan a look that said, "You useless little cotton jacket." Liu Ruyan felt a bit wronged. Truthfully, she had wanted to help push him too, but that split-second hesitation had allowed Huang Zihan to swoop in. Opportunity favors the prepared. From the moment she entered the villa, Huang Zihan had been waiting for this chance. And now, she had finally seized it. She ruthlessly harvested a wave of the boss's favor. Financial freedom fragment +1. Liu Shanjun handed the song Superstar to the three girls, instructing them to familiarize themselves with the lyrics and melody. He then took their phones and verified their Douyin accounts as streamers for his guild. Though none of the girls had actively managed their Douyin accounts, each had surpassed 10,000 followers. Looks were still hard currency in this world. Just posting random lifestyle photos on Douyin could easily net you 10,000 or so followers. What pleasantly surprised Liu Shanjun was Huang Zihan's account. This girl was bold and had taught herself some short video editing. With her fair, slender legs on display paired with her youthful face, she was practically a mini Ren Xiyao. She had 80,000 followers on Douyin and had even tried live streaming, though she hadn't made much money from it. Her trainee status held her back. Most of her energy went into singing, dancing, and rapping. Otherwise, with her social skills, she could have easily made a living as a competitive streamer. Being a streamer isn't as simple as most people imagine. A pretty face is like having a bowl of rice shoved into your hands by fate, but how much you can actually eat depends entirely on your emotional intelligence. Take my own daughter, for example. Even with a gift from heaven, she managed to smash her own rice bowl. Besides Liu Ruyan, Shen Jiayu's personality also makes her a tough fit for streaming. Maybe it's shyness, maybe poor social skills. She's quiet and reserved. To put it bluntly, she just doesn't know how to play the game. She can't hold on to her existing audience or attract new viewers. However, the silver lining is that they form a trio. Huang Zihan's high emotional intelligence compensates for Liu Ruyan and Shen Jiayu's personality shortcomings. Liu Shanjun never intended for them to go solo. Instead, he's adopting a group streaming format, bringing the girl group dynamic from the entertainment industry into the influencer sphere. Liu Ruyan plays the aloof one, Shen Jiayu the sweet and obedient one, and Huang Zihan the quirky and mischievous one. This is the advantage of group streaming. Viewers can pick a favorite girl from the trio. While the group appears to embody sisterly bonds, in reality, each member secretly aims to outshine the others. Essentially, forming a group inherently creates a competitive dynamic. Fans compete to send gifts and request dances, vie for solo performance votes, and once the guild grows larger, they'll host guild tournaments. We return every penny from the wealthy patrons, while splitting the commoners' contributions 70-30. That concept is outdated.
Lord Lushan pursues both paths with equal vigor.
Adults don't make choices, I want it all. Fans, you don't want your iBroadcast idol to be humiliated by other girls in the group right in front of you, do you? After verifying all 3 Douyin accounts including his own under his guild, Lord Lushan applied for Douyin's official MCN certification.
This was a small step for him, but a giant leap for late star entertainment.
Already started rehearsing?
Li Hong returned to the villa with the contract, beaming at the 3 girls.
Huang Zihan held the sheet music for Superstar, her face glowing with admiration. Sis Hong, Mr. Liu is a true musical genius.
With this song, it would be an injustice if we didn't debut from the center position.
Chapter 58, The Tyrant Lu Shanjun in the recording studio. Li Hong was completely clueless when it came to sheet music.
But Huang Zihan, after all, was a proper graduate of Jinghai Conservatory of Music, and her basic musical appreciation skills were still on point. While Superstar wasn't particularly highbrow, it was undeniably a great song. Back in school, music appreciation classes were her least favorite part of the curriculum.
One word summed it up: esoteric and unpopular.
Popular music is called popular precisely because it's accessible and easy to understand. Huang Zihan rolled her eyes in disgust every time she heard the college professors and experts criticizing Mandarin pop music and Korean K-pop.
To paraphrase a famous saying, if the masses love it, who are you to dislike it? And Superstar was a prime example of a song beloved by the masses. Its melody was catchy, its lyrics simple and relatable. She just hummed a few lines to herself, utterly catchy. The composition struck a chord with her XP, each melody seamlessly led into the next.
Even someone completely tone deaf could start singing along after just one listen. It truly embodies the essence of popular to the extreme.
Huang Zihan could confidently say that if you couldn't sing Superstar, you shouldn't even pick up a mic at KTV.
It's not that you're tone deaf, your vocal cords are just destroyed.
Huang Zihan enthusiastically explained the merits of Superstar to Li Hong. Li Hong couldn't follow the details, but she was vaguely impressed. Both women turned their gaze toward Lu Shanjun, their eyes tinged with reverence. It was the ultimate reverence for talent.
Lu Shanjun merely smiled it off, radiating the carefree elegance of a hermit presiding over Mount Laojun. Truth be told, giving Superstar to Liu Ruyan and her 2 sisters felt like a waste of the song. But beggars can't be choosers. Now that he held the rights to their short video content and took a 50% cut, Lord Lu Shan found himself growing fonder of these 3 treasures with each passing day.
Sing, I'm your exclusive songwriter.
After she finished singing, Uncle still had a few more songs from Girls' Generation up his sleeve. Thank goodness he'd spent so much time cruising around back in the day. He might not remember the lyrics to those K-pop hits, but the melodies were etched deep in his memory along with those endless rows of long, slender legs and tiny waists. It was precisely the limit age policy that suddenly eliminated all competitors in the Chinese music scene.
Born in adversity, perishing in complacency.
In the end, Rocket Girls 101 and Hard Candy Girls became the mainstays of Chinese girl groups. They look like they're on a children's show. Uncle could outshine them with just a couple of dance moves. Whenever I think about it, Lord Ryuzhen is filled with heartache.
The professional standards of local girl groups are utterly appalling. With this cautionary tale, Lord Lu Shan must not repeat the same mistakes. Boy groups pander to women, girl groups pander to men.
The youth of the new era in Dragon Nation: pop a bottle of booze, puff on a cigarette, chew some betel nut, get a foot massage, then lie back blissfully on the massage bed while 7 or 8 goddess-level girls on the screen pull out all the stops to please them.
Is that request too much? After lunch, Lu Shanjun brought 6 women to the recording studio. Liu Ruyan and the other 2 girls were there to record a song.
Lin Wanxing pushed Lu Shanjun, Li Hong accompanied them as their agent, while Ren Xiyao was purely there for the spectacle.
In this very studio, she'd been thoroughly tormented by the big guy.
This time, she was here to see how the tyrant uncle would handle these 3 girls. At this moment, Liu Ruyan and the other 2 girls were still unaware of the gravity of the situation. The Lu Shanjun inside the studio was a completely different creature from the one outside. The latter could barely be called human, while the former. The 3 girls giggled and chattered away. This was Liu Ruyan's first time recording a song Lu Shanjun had written for her, and it wasn't as unbearable as she'd imagined. Rather than Lu Shanjun's talent being channeled into Ren Xiyao, it was better for his own daughter to sing it. Why let the water flow to strangers' fields?
Lu Shanjun swiftly composed the melody.
When they saw Lord Lu Shan pull out his arrow, all 3 girls froze in confusion.
This song, Superstar, was clearly an electronic rock style, at most with some psychedelic electronic elements.
Boss, what on earth are you doing with that arrow? The mind of a master is like the starry sky, visible, yet incomprehensible. As the arrow and percussion kicked off the intro, the 3 women nearly bowed down to Lu Shanjun. How shallow they were, questioning Lord Lu Shan with their limited musical understanding.
Anyone familiar with his first 3 songs knows how masterfully he crafts intros.
From the hauntingly beautiful Man's Breath to the guitar and drum beats of Anha Bridge, and the divine moment of the horsehead fiddle in the interlude. And now, the arrow opening of Superstar cemented Lord Lu Shan's legendary status once more.
A man's talent is a woman's true aphrodisiac. Uncle, write another song for Yao Yao, okay? Yao Yao will do anything. Ren Xiyao nuzzled against Liu Shanjun, her pearly teeth gently nibbling his earlobe. She was utterly and completely smitten by this man. She'd even developed jealousy. The thought of him writing songs for other women felt worse than death itself. Even if that woman were his own daughter, it wouldn't be acceptable. The only exception was Wanxing. Don't mess around during recording. Liu Shanjun frowned, and Ren Xiyao instantly became obedient. She crouched beside the wheelchair, letting the man gently stroke her head. After finalizing the backing track, Liu Shanjun invited the three women into the recording booth. Sing it once first. I'll listen to your vocal tones before deciding on the harmonies. The three women entered the studio, finally settling into a more serious demeanor. After singing through the song once into the microphone, Liu Shanjun nearly waved them out with a dismissive gesture. Do you even know the difference between a band and a solo act? Do you understand harmony? Each of you just had to belt out high notes, showing off yourselves. Thank goodness center stage is a talent show. You're just slightly attractive contestants. Otherwise, do you really think you'd advance? Liu Shanjun unleashed a barrage of indiscriminate criticism, lashing out so fiercely he even scolded his own daughter. He didn't even spare Li Hong, the girl's agent. Li Hong, don't think you're off the hook. With these girls singing like that, don't you feel even a shred of guilt? Li Hong, me? I've only been managing Huang Zihan and Xinjiayu for less than a month. Ren Xiyao watched from the sidelines, amused. This was the studio uncle purely inhuman. Even Wanxing, the uncle's favorite, nearly cried during the recording of Tragic Beauty. Get back in there and keep singing. If we don't nail this take of Superstar today, you're not eating dinner. Chapter 59, Brother Liu, are we taking the Cultural Tourism Bureau's project? When Liu Shanjun said he wouldn't feed them, he really didn't feed them. They were forced to record from noon until 9 at night before he finally let them out. The three girls looked utterly drained, as if Liu Shanjun had peeled a layer of skin off them. Watching the three girls wolf down their food at the table, Li Hong felt a chill run down her spine. This Mr. Liu truly didn't regard these beautiful young women as human beings. Even when they lifted their pitiful, tear-streaked faces, a sight that would move anyone to pity, Mr. Liu showed not a shred of compassion. Instead, his scolding only grew harsher. A little hardship was good for them. These girls had been blessed with their looks, spoiled and pampered by teachers and classmates since childhood. Their smooth path through life was actually a disadvantage. Getting thoroughly disciplined by Mr. Liu isn't a bad thing. Only under the hand of someone who shows no mercy can they truly achieve results. Li Hong stayed in the recording studio the entire time, witnessing firsthand how the three girls were gradually tamed by Master Liu Shan. He really drilled them on every single detail, word by word. From the initial car crash scene to the final breathtaking performance. The growth achieved that single day likely equaled a month's worth of training at the C-position boot camp. Mr. Liu. Li Hong leaned close to Liu Shanjun and called softly. Li Hong's face broke into a smile, her tone tinged with slight embarrassment. You've recorded the vocals. As for the girls' choreography. Liu Shanjun raised an eyebrow. Miss Li, aren't you taking advantage of the situation? Mr. Liu, all three girls have been through so much. You? Liu Shanjun rolled his eyes. The choreography? Your company can handle that. I don't have time for that nonsense. But for the makeup and styling, I can lend a hand. Though Liu Shanjun hadn't agreed to choreograph for Liu Ruyan and the other two, his promise to handle their makeup and styling still made Li Hong overjoyed. After Liu Shanjun had taken so much from her, it was only fair she got a small advantage in return. A small sweet victory was enough to satisfy Li Hong. After seeing off Li Hong and the other two girls, Ren Xiyao pulled Liu Ruyan aside and whispered urgently, Liu Ruyan, that Huang Zihan has a weird look in her eyes when she stares at that guy. Keep your guard up. Liu Ruyan frowned immediately, her displeasure evident. Ren Xiyao, could you please stop slandering people? What gives you the right to call her that thing? Ren Xiyao rolled her eyes and declared plainly, I am what I am. Do you think I can't tell if she's playing games? Anyway, I'm warning you. If that little gets too bold, I won't be polite. Liu Ruyan was rendered speechless by Ren Xiao's retort. Reflecting on today's events, it seemed Huang Zihan had indeed been lavishing attention on her father. Could it be true, as Ren Xiao suggested, that Huang Zihan harbored some ulterior motive toward her father? Originally, after a day's rest, Liu Ruyan and the other two girls were supposed to return to the C-position training camp. However, since they needed to practice the choreography for the song Superstar, Xinda arranged for them to take leave from C-position. These past few days, I've been choreographing at the company. Huang Zihan couldn't stop thinking about Lord Liu Shan, constantly wanting to dash over to Yunqi Garden. Let the boss review our work. But Liu Ruyan kept Ren Xiao's warning in mind, going out of her way to prevent Huang Zihan from spending more time with her father. This has left Huang Zihan feeling resentful. Why treat me like a thief? Liu Ruyan felt wronged. You silly girl, would I ever harm you? What kind of person is Lord Liu Shan? He's a complete scoundrel from head to toe.
I'm keeping you from him for your own good. While the three girls rehearsed their dance and song, Lord Lushan wasn't idle either, busy resolving their costume and makeup issues. He had high hopes for this song, Superstar. Unlike his previous three songs, Superstar represented an unparalleled opportunity to break into the Chinese music scene. Although his three songs Tragic Beauty, Jingwei, and Anha Bridge had already garnered tens of millions of online views, he had fallen into the trap that inevitably ensnares internet-famous singers. The songs go viral, but the artist doesn't. The songs went viral, yet few remembered who originally performed them. The main issue with these viral hits is that listeners recognize the song, not the artist. It seems like even the dogs on the street can hum the tune, but ask who sings it, and they're clueless. Entering the Chinese entertainment industry is like transitioning from guerrilla fighters to a regular army. Whether it's music videos or music variety shows, audiences experience both sight and sound. They listen to the song while watching the performer, recognizing the song more through the artist. For Liu Shanjian's future path in mainstream entertainment, establishing personal IP alongside his creative IP is essential. He must amplify his unique strengths so that audiences instantly associate his name with quintessential Mandarin hits. Last time, Liu Ruyan and the other two girls covered Heartbreakingly Beautiful, bringing him millions of views. The song's play count doubled in just a few days, breaking the 10 million mark, and even his first short video with Ren Xiyao saw a small resurgence in popularity. In this era of pervasive entertainment, the old model of secluded creation releasing one album a year and winning a few music awards no longer works. You need exposure, you need buzz, you need fans fighting tooth and nail for you across every platform. While major entertainment companies still wavered, Lu Shanjun leveraged his time traveler advantage with a vision 5 years ahead of his time. He humbly immersed himself in short video platforms first, then used them as a springboard to enter the Chinese music industry, a unique rural to urban strategy. Lu Shanjuan's vision for the future extends far beyond merely reposting songs to become a top-tier songwriter.
He also holds the script for a Resident Evil adaptation.
While the zombie genre has been done to death on Earth, it remains largely unexplored in this alternate world. The broad appeal of the zombie genre is undeniable, transcending cultural boundaries to captivate audiences worldwide. Using this Resident Evil project to break into Western film and television markets isn't a pipe dream. But given Lu Shanjun's current fame, attempting to produce a Resident Evil film was still a pipe dream. Overreaching could easily backfire. Moreover, the subject matter carries a degree of sensitivity, making it a challenge to navigate the censorship of the Dragon Nation Film Bureau. As Lu Shanjun mentally mapped out his next career moves, a call from Cui Mingyu of Nanshuan's Tourism Bureau interrupted his train of thought.
Cui Mingyu blurted out excitedly, "Brother Lu, are you still planning to shoot the promotional video? After seeing the impact of Nanshuan's promo, the City Bureau wants you to film a tourism video for Huqing too." Chapter 60, Lu Shanjun's makeup and costume design for the girl group Flaming Transformation. The Nanshuan tourism promotional video shot by Lu Shanjun proved remarkably effective. It had already surpassed 10 million views on Douyin, garnering over 2 million likes. Precisely because Lu Shanjun captured Nanjun ancient town so brilliantly, it drew countless visitors to the historic town. Even the ancient bridge where Lu Shanjun and Ren Xiyao had passed each other became a viral Instagram spot. Numerous Douyin influencers have copied his entire video format, visiting Nanshuan to eat, drink, and explore, then staging their own near-miss moments on the ancient bridge. The plagiarism was so blatant it was practically shameless. Yet plagiarism aside, this formulaic approach has indeed brought greater visibility to Nanshuan ancient town. People have a tendency to follow the crowd, otherwise, viral cities wouldn't exist. As more people flocked there, the town naturally gained popularity. Nanshuan is precisely such a divinely chosen city. Even the Nanshuan Tourism Bureau likely never imagined that a spur-of-the-moment, desperate attempt at a tourism promo video would unleash such earth-shattering impact on Nanshuan. According to the Bureau's statistics, high-speed rail passenger arrivals at Nanshuan Station surged by a staggering 1,000% week over week. Previously, Nanshuan Ancient Town ranked last among the 4 major ancient towns of Jiangnan. But after Lu Shanjun released this promotional video, Nanshan Ancient Town surged to the top of Douyin's search rankings and left the competition in the dust. This stunning turnaround was so impressive that it even caught the attention of the Huqing City Culture and Tourism Bureau, which specially commended the director of Nanshuan's bureau. Cui, the bureau staff member who proposed the idea, received a 1,000 yuan bonus from the director. The amount of money wasn't important. What mattered was that this opportunity led to Cui Mingyu being recommended by the director to the municipal bureau. Following their directive, he reached out to Lu Shanjun again, inviting him to film a promotional video for Huqing. What defines a benefactor? For Cui Mingyu, Lord Lu Shan was his benefactor. A low-level clerk like him, lacking both connections and social savvy, should have been stuck in a dead-end position at the grassroots level. But thanks to Lu Shanjuan's appearance, he entered the municipal bureau leadership's field of vision at least a decade earlier than expected. Moreover, the municipal bureau leadership specifically assigned him a special task. Repaying the golden platform's favor. This was Chui Mingyu's golden platform.
How you handle the task matters less than making sure the leadership sees you handling it. In his conversations with Lu Shan, Chui Mingyu couldn't contain his excitement, addressing him as Brother Lu with every word, treating him as if he were his own brother.
At Chui Mingyu's persistent request, Lu Shanjun also changed his form of address from Leader Chui to simply Mingyu. Chui Mingyu's voluntary humility deepened their bond, transforming their acquaintance into genuine friendship. Brother Lu. The 50,000 yuan expense from the last project has been approved by the Municipal Bureau. It'll be transferred to your company account within the next couple of days.
This time, the budget for the Municipal Bureau's promotional video is 80,000 yuan.
Why not round it up? Should I apply for 100,000 yuan?
Chui Mingyu was the classic type who favored outsiders over his own people, selling his father's land without a second thought.
Lu Shanjun laughed heartily. Mingyu, we can't keep doing the math like that.
I allocated a 100,000 yuan budget, and you worked your butt off to secure 80,000. Remember this when you're navigating the system, don't make things difficult for your superiors.
Chui Mingyu only half understood, but he knew Lu Shanjun wouldn't harm him.
He immediately agreed, alright. I'll handle it as Brother Lu suggests.
So when will you come to Huqing to shoot the promotional video? I've got another job to wrap up.
In a couple of days this Friday morning I'll be in Huqing.
Got it.
I'll be waiting for you in Huqing, Brother Lu. After hanging up, Lin Wanxing, who had been accompanying Lu Shanjun, inquired about the trip to Huqing.
It would still be the three of them.
Liu Ruyan had to participate in center stage and definitely wouldn't be available, so she'd have to be the odd one out in the family once again.
Lin Wanxing hummed in acknowledgement and didn't press further.
Major family decisions were always made by Uncle Lu Shanjun. She and Yao Yao simply supported him.
Her gaze shifted from Lu Shanjun to the white cloak he was sewing. Uncle, isn't this magic fire paper a bit dangerous?
I'm worried it might hurt Ruyan.
It's fine. Let Huang Zihan be the guinea pig. Uncle Lu clearly didn't consider Huang Zihan human, and Lin Wanxing didn't object.
People were biased. Ruyan was their own child.
The next day,
Lord Lushan summoned his three daughters to Yunxi Garden. While testing the flame transformation, Lord Lushan gave Huang Zihan a heads up. Huang Zihan, though the magic fire paper is low temperature, it still carries some risk.
If you're uncomfortable, I can prepare a safer transformation.
Playing with fire on herself naturally frightened the young Huang Zihan.
But more than fearing fire, Huang Zihan feared poverty. Huang Zihan refused to let any opportunity to climb the ladder slip away. She offered a sweet smile. It's fine.
Boss, I trust you.
I know you wouldn't harm me. Liu Ruyan's brows furrowed slightly.
How was this Huang Zihan so adept at currying favor with Lu Shanjun?
Lu Shanjun glanced sideways at the young girl.
Their eyes met, and Huang Zihan saw admiration in his gaze. She knew her decision had been the right one. She struck the match, dropped it, and the instant it touched the magic paper, the cloak enveloping the girl vanished into thin air, revealing her true appearance.
The entire process took no more than a second. Before Huang Zihan could even react, it was already over. That fast?
The girl murmured to herself.
Then, realizing her slip of the tongue, she quickly clarified, Boss, I'm not saying you're fast.
I mean, this disguise. The more she tried to explain, the worse it got.
The conversation grew increasingly awkward. Lu Shanjun skipped the topic entirely.
Now that the flame transformation was complete, he could head to Lake City with peace of mind.
He then outlined the next steps for the three girls. Huang Zihan couldn't hide her disappointment.
I was hoping to invite Boss to cheer us on at the venue. I wanted to prove to you personally that we didn't embarrass you.
I won't be attending this qualifying round.
But if you make it to the finals, I'll be there to cheer you on.
Lu Shanjun dangled a carrot before the three women. Chapter 61, A Home in the Four Seas. Friday.
Lu Shanjun arrived at Hucheng High-Speed Rail Station as promised. It was still Choi Myongwoo who came to pick up the car. The difference was that last time he'd driven his own car, but this time he'd come to pick up Lord Ryuzhen in a government-issued black Passat. Choi Myongwoo had recently gotten a haircut, making him look even more sharp and capable, and even the badge on his chest seemed to shine brighter.
Hey! Got a girlfriend? Looking sharp. Lord Ryuzhen teased Choi Myongwoo as soon as he got in.
Choi Myongwoo gave a shy smile.
Brother Ryu always liked to tease people.
But it was simply the joy of good news lifting his spirits. Opening the door and helping Lu Shan into the back seat, Choi Myongwoo spotted Lin Wanxing folding a wheelchair and hurried over to take over. Unable to tell which one was his sister-in-law, he silently assumed both were.
After stowing the wheelchair in the trunk, Chui Mingyu slid into the driver's seat and called back, Brother Lu, have you eaten yet?
I was planning to have a clay pot rice bowl on the high-speed train.
Man, they charged me 48 yuan. I just hung my head and said, my apologies.
The reason Lu Shanjun could tease Chui Mingyu was precisely because he was even better at making fun of himself.
No double standards, that's the ultimate respect. Chui Mingyu chuckled heartily. How about we grab a bite at the office cafeteria? Liu Shanjun, the government cafeteria? Mingyu, you should report this to your supervisor. Chui Mingyu was puzzled. Brother Liu, do we really need to notify the director for something this minor? I'll pay myself, it won't cost the office a dime. Liu Shanjun smiled, voicing Chui Mingyu's hesitation. Afraid of chatting with your boss? Worried he'll find you bothersome? Chui Mingyu flushed. He did indeed have such reservations. If he could avoid disturbing his superiors, he would. Young Chui was still too thin-skinned. Like many newcomers to the workplace, he wished he could become invisible in front of his superiors. Drawing on his own experience, Liu Shanjun offered a gentle nudge. Whether you get things done or not isn't the main point. What matters is letting your superiors know you're working on it. Don't be afraid to report your progress. Listening to subordinates' updates is part of how leaders exercise their authority. That last remark was bluntly put, but Chui Mingyu, who had passed the civil service exam, was no fool. What he lacked was a mentor like Liu Shanjun. From childhood, his parents had always emphasized studying diligently and being a good person. Chui Mingyu had lived by those principles. But upon entering society, Chui Mingyu felt the prevailing rules seemed at odds with the values instilled in him since childhood, even diametrically opposed. This left Chui Mingyu utterly bewildered. Then came Ryu San-gun, whose words struck Chui Mingyu like a revelation. A single conversation felt worth a decade of study. Many truths Chui Mingyu had struggled to articulate were now laid bare, spoken plainly by Lord Liu Shan. This relieved Chui Mingyu of much shame, for he realized the rules governing this society were indeed so starkly exposed. Without the means to remain aloof, why not choose to walk in the light? He promptly reported to his boss via WeChat that he had picked up Lord Liu Shan, then asked permission to use his meal card to treat Lord Liu Shan and his companions to lunch at the company cafeteria. His boss quickly sent back a thumbs-up emoji, a clear endorsement of Chui Mingyu's initiative. Shortly after, the boss issued an important directive regarding Chui Mingyu's request. The invitation was to proceed, but not as Chui Mingyu's personal gesture. It was to be extended by her in her capacity as director of the Huqing Culture and Tourism Bureau. Chui Mingyu politely declined, but the boss only urged him to bring Liu Shanjun back quickly, lest the promotional film director go hungry. Chui Mingyu never imagined that Director Li, usually stern and dignified, would one day crack a joke with him over WeChat. He was laughing so hard his cheeks hurt. Brother Liu, if you ever took the civil service exam, you'd ace it like grabbing snails with 3 fingers, one grab, one hit. Liu Shanjun playfully scolded, pulling that out of thin air? Out of 100 compliments, am I the first one? Ha ha. The car was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. They arrived at the government building of the Lake City Culture and Tourism Bureau. This was an old building from the 1980s, converted from a former cadre's convalescent home. Most of the buildings still retained their original red brick and blue tile design, exposed to the elements and weathered by time. Yet compared to the modern Western-style complexes, they carried a distinct Chinese charm. Vines grown over time painted these red brick structures with a layer of green. Shaded paths paved with blue flagstones, pavilions and corridors winding with grapevines here, Eastern and Western cultures intertwined. Chui Mingyu led Liu Shanjun and the others to the staff cafeteria. Though past mealtime, besides the auntie dishing out food, another figure was waiting inside. The woman wore a well-tailored silver-gray suit. Beneath the knee-length pencil skirt were nude stockings, her plump, jade-like legs pressed tightly together. Her classic, vintage-style black stiletto heels, only 3 or 4 centimeters high, complemented the silver-gray suit perfectly, creating an elegant and refined look. Her jet-black hair was gathered at the nape of her neck with a wooden hairpin. She had an oval face with fair, smooth skin. Half-rimmed silver-framed glasses perched on her straight, delicate nose complemented her Eastern grace, silently yet firmly keeping others at arm's length. Though well-preserved, appearing no older than 30 with flawless skin, faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes betrayed the passage of time. The moment Chui Mingyu spotted the woman in the suit, he immediately quickened his pace toward her. At the same time, the woman also approached Liu Shanjun. Darting to her side, Chui Mingyu bowed slightly and greeted her respectfully. "Good morning, Director Li." The woman named Li gave a slight nod and returned a polite smile. She then approached Liu Shanjun, extending her right hand. She introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Li Jiqing, Director of the Huqing Culture and Tourism Bureau. May I ask if you are Mr. Liu from Wanxing Entertainment?" Liu Shanjun promptly enveloped Li Jiqing's outstretched hand with both of his expression animated yet his grip gentle. With a hint of flattered surprise, he replied, "Good day, Director. I am indeed Liu Shanjun of Wanxing Entertainment. Pleased to meet you, truly pleased." Li Jiqing gently withdrew her hand, her smile as polite as ever, though tinged with a hint of formality. "I hear you haven't eaten yet, Mr. Liu. My apologies for the oversight. I've had the cafeteria prepare a few dishes. Let's have a simple meal, then we can discuss the details of the Huqing Cultural Tourism promotional video." Liu Shanjun exchanged pleasantries as he followed Li Jiqing to a private room on the second floor of the cafeteria. Though Li Jiqing called it a simple meal, she wasn't being polite. There were no delicacies or exotic dishes. Just some home-style dishes from Huqing. "I hope they suit your taste, Mr. Liu."
Liu Shanjun flashed a genuine, open smile. To be honest, Director Li, I'm practically half a native of Hucheng. My aunt, who raised me as a child, married into the city. Hucheng cuisine feels like food from my other hometown. This braised pork, sweet yet not cloying, it tastes just like my uncle's cooking. Cui Mingyu, sitting beside them, felt a chill run down his spine. Brother Liu, weren't you claiming to be half a native of Nanchuan last time? Now you're suddenly half a native of Hucheng? A wandering wanderer, Lord Liu? Li Jiqing's eyes flashed a hint of surprise at the phrase half of Hu city native, and her tone softened immediately. I never imagined Mr. Liu had such a connection to Hucheng. Inviting you to film this promotional video was definitely the right choice. Commissioner Li, to be perfectly honest, Hucheng holds my childhood memories. I've always wanted to give back to the city. To me, Hucheng is a small yet exquisite city, like a lady stepping out of an ancient painting, gentle and elegant. Having traveled through the beautiful landscapes of Jiangnan, I believe Huzhou is the only place worth living in. Li Jiqing's face lit up with delight. She turned to Cui Mingyu, go get a bottle of Qinghuafen from Old He. Chapter 62, Director Li, I have a favor to ask. Cui Mingyu fetched a bottle of Qinghuafen from the kitchen. After uncorking it, he moved to pour Li Jiqing a glass. But Li Jiqing held 2 fingers over the bottle's mouth and smiled, Mr. Liu, just have a little. We're still on the clock. Cui's face darkened. He wasn't sure whether to encourage her to drink or not. When in doubt, consult Brother Liu. His pleading gaze turned toward Liu Shan. Generally speaking, when you couldn't read the boss's intentions, there was one rule to follow: don't try to be a hero, just avoid making mistakes. Stick firmly to whatever direction the boss took. Since she declined, there was no point in insisting. But since the kitchen had prepared Qinghuafen instead of Mao Tai, it meant the higher-ups preferred this particular brand. Liu Shanjun glanced at Li Jiqing. This Qinghuafen paired perfectly with her refined, mature elegance, its fragrance delicate and refined, its ancient charm lingering. Li Jiqing adored Qinghuafen, but adhering to protocol, she politely declined. Whether she drank or not was irrelevant, it all depended on how others persuaded her. Liu Shanjun took the bottle of Qinghuafen from Cui Mingyu, made a pouring motion, and coaxed with words, Leader, I'm not much of a drinker myself, and I have plenty of bad habits when it comes to drinking. I'm also picky about both the liquor and the company. Rarely do I find a Qinghuafen I like outside, so the craving hit me. Please indulge me and have a drink with this half Hucheng native. Li Jiqing's eyes lit up. Mr. Liu, you appreciate Qinghua too? Liu Shanjun sighed softly, my sole passion in this life. Li Jiqing smiled, her lips pressed together, and promptly nudged her glass toward the bottle with her finger. The cup filled to the brim. Liu Shanjun raised his first toast, Director Li, this cup honors both you and Hucheng. It is Hucheng's good fortune to have a leader like you guiding its cultural tourism. Li Jiqing's almond-shaped eyes sparkled with delight, radiating alluring charm. Everyone loves flattery, but few are as shamelessly effusive as Liu Shanjun. The glasses clinked. Li Jiqing proved an excellent drinker, downing hers in one bold gulp. Liu Shanjun poured another glass. Leader, this toast is for Hucheng to rise to the top of the nation. A faint smile touched Li Jiqing's lips, forming a graceful curve at the corners. First, he drained the wine in his cup, then wiped the wine residue from his lips with a thin smile. Mr. Liu, tell me, how should Hu City be guided toward the Dragon Kingdom? Liu Shanjun raised his wine cup, observing the clinging droplets on its surface, and used the blue and white Fen wine as a bridge to introduce the topic. Even the finest wine fears an obscure alley. Take this Qinghuafen, it truly is the nation's premier liquor, yet people today only recognize Mao Tai. Li Jiqing glanced at Liu Shanjun. 2 cups of wine weren't enough to intoxicate her, but they did leave a faint trace of alcohol in her breath, softening her voice slightly. Mr. Liu truly has a deep love for Fenzhou. In today's world, relying solely on unwavering commitment to quality, trusting that genuine gold fears no fire, is no longer enough. One must actively open up the market. Both promotion and reputation are indispensable. Liu Shanjun praised, Director Li, your insight is profound. Humph. Li Jiqing shot him a playful glare. You sycophant. They poured more wine, yet neither hurried to drink. Wine is a magical drink, a glass or two always seems to loosen people up. Li Jiqing no longer carried that distant, unapproachable aura she had upon their first meeting. She picked up a piece of braised pork, placed it in her mouth, and chewed it slowly. Only then did Lord Liu Shan broach the subject. Director Li, I'm curious about your perspective on using short video platforms to promote city culture and tourism. I use Douhai too. Maybe I'm getting old and can't keep up with the younger generation's tastes anymore. I won't comment on some of the content on Douhai. But its reach is incredibly widespread. Roughly 2/3 of Longgua's population uses it. I was initially hesitant about promoting city tourism on Douhai, but after seeing Mr. Liu's Nanchuan promotional video, I'm convinced. I'd like to commission Mr. Liu to create a promotional video for Hucheng as well. As for making Hucheng known across the nation? That's beyond my wildest dreams. Simply having more people on Douhai learn that Zhejiang province has a city called Hucheng would be more than enough for me. What do you mean old? Director Li, you really?
Liu Shanjun shot Ren Xiyao a look. The eternally youthful Ren Xiyao spoke in a babyish voice, defending Li Jiqing. Sis is gorgeous. Li Jiqing shot Liu Shanjun a reproachful glance. Look at the people you've trained just like you, all smooth-talking sycophants. Her reproach held a hint of amusement. Then I'll drink a cup as punishment. Cui Mingyu stared blankly at Ren Xiyao. There's a master here? Our chief has been charmed into a puddle by these two. Liu Shanjun accompanied Li Jiqing as she finished the penalty cup. The atmosphere at the table grew increasingly relaxed and harmonious. The two had clearly opened up, able to speak more deeply and directly. Liu Shanjun stated bluntly, directorly, many still underestimate Douhai's promotional power. The reach of these short videos far surpasses ordinary advertising. Li Jiqing nodded in agreement. She herself had splurged multiple times because of Douhai ads. She knew these flashy, useless things were pointless, yet she just couldn't control her spending. That's precisely why I invited Mr. Liu. Let me be candid with you, the overarching direction for Hucheng and coastal cities is industrial upgrading. Certain industrial zones will relocate inland, shifting focus to developing tertiary service industries. The city has set clear targets and metrics for cultural tourism, treating it as a high priority. Though Liu Shanjun wasn't part of the system, this strategy was essentially a national policy and inevitable historical trajectory. Coastal cities had prospered by following this path first. Industrial upgrading could have taken two other paths, finance and internet. Unfortunately, as a third-tier city, Lake City clearly wouldn't get a slice of that pie. Li Jiqing felt considerable pressure on her shoulders. Though not explicitly stated, the bottom line boiled down to 4 words: steady progress. Fortunately, Nanchuan cultural tourism's inspired initiative had cleared a layer of fog for her, paving the way for Lord Liu Shan's visit to Hucheng. Lord Liu Shan drained his cup, exhaling a breath of alcohol. His speech remained clear, though his voice had grown slightly hoarse. Deep and magnetic. His youthful appearance made it difficult for Li Jiqing to gauge his true age, yet there was no denying that Lord Liu Shan was an exceptionally charismatic middle-aged man. Even seated in his wheelchair, his poised and steady demeanor made Li Jiqing overlook this fact. Liu Shanjun spoke slowly, directorly. Actually, I had already written the script for the promotional video before coming here. But the moment I saw you, directorly, the draft in my mind was overturned by myself. Directorly, I have a favor to ask, though I'm unsure if I should speak it. Li Jiqing twirled her wineglass between 2 fingers, sipping lightly. Once she started drinking, she always found herself wanting more. She drained the glass in one gulp. Though no trace of wine rose to her cheeks, a faint blush bloomed on her snow-white swan-like neck. With Liu Shanjun having gone this far, how could she refuse him this favor? Mr. Liu, please speak. I'd like to invite you, directorly, to appear on camera. To film this promotional video for Lake City together. Chapter 63, Liu Shanjun's creative block strikes again. Me? Li Jiqing paused slightly, waving her delicate hand. Mr. Liu, you must be joking. Liu Shanjun remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the woman. Wait, you're serious? Li Jiqing sipped her wine, her cheeks flushed whether from the liquor or blushing, it was hard to tell as a rosy glow spread across her face. I can't. How old am I? A strand of mischievous black hair slipped down, resting beside Li Jiqing's jade-like earlobe. Li Jiqing tucked it behind her ear with a finger. She took another sip. Besides, I have no experience in front of the camera. If I appeared in a promotional video, it would just be a complete embarrassment. Li Jiqing dismissed herself with a string of self-deprecating remarks. She glanced at Liu Shanjun, who was still watching her with a beaming smile. His smile even grew wider, his gaze becoming increasingly bold. That look in his eyes, it wasn't right. Liu Shanjun's smile tightened slightly. Directorly, could you handle something like this? Liu Shanjun showed her a video borderline suggestive, avoiding the woman's face entirely. Instead, it captured her silhouette, a fitted cheongsam accentuating a wasp waist, her ample hips swaying gently. Directorly, I believe the Republican-era noblewoman style suits you best. If you can accept this level of exposure, filming will proceed much more smoothly. I've already conceptualized the scenes. For the cross-dressing shoot, one by Taihu Lake, a white fox fur coat, holding a sandalwood fan. The other in Anji bamboo, see a jade green bamboo pattern cheapao, turning to smile with 1,000 charms. Is Mr. Liu courting death? But when Liu Shan proposed the white fox fur lakeside in the cheongsam bamboo forest, Li Jiqing couldn't help but vividly imagine the scene. No wonder her short videos racked up tens of millions of views. Her pursuit of beauty was always on point. A woman like Li Jiqing was far from unaware of her own beauty. She knew precisely how perfectly these two outfits complemented her style. Younger girls simply couldn't pull off the charm these outfits exuded. But, were these truly appropriate for a tourism bureau director to wear? Not to mention the subtle hip sway in Liu Shanjun's video. Li Jiqing shot the man a fierce glare, signaling him to stop. Her eyes were fierce, but her tone wasn't as confrontational. She simply responded to Liu Shanjun's question, Mr. Liu, these two scenes are a bit too risque. Couldn't we just film the scenery?
Hearing this, Liu Shanjun sighed regretfully. Plum blossoms pale before snow's pristine white, yet snow lacks the plum's fragrant grace.
Cui Mingyu didn't grasp the meaning, but Li Jiqing couldn't help but pour herself another cup. Liu Shanjun was subtly praising her, using the plum-snow rivalry as a metaphor for the contrast between her and the scenery of Hucheng. Thankfully, Liu Shanjun wasn't part of her bureau. Otherwise, with such a scheming minister around, she feared her true colors would be exposed. After Li Jiqing flatly rejected his first proposal, Liu Shanjun presented his plan B. Director Li, I'll bring a new script tonight. Regarding costumes, do you have any specific requirements? For instance, with Cheongsam's how high can the slit go? Thigh? Knee? Surely not, just the ankles? This time, it was Li Jiqing who smiled faintly without a word. This Liu Shanjun was a real shrewd operator. He tacitly assumed she agreed to his on-screen appearance and was now directly discussing the slit length of Cheongsam's with her. Mr. Liu certainly knew how to negotiate. But Li Jiqing didn't call out his little scheme. After all, she didn't harbor strong objections to appearing on camera herself. In fact, she even felt a hint of anticipation. Since Mr. Liu insisted on her appearance, she couldn't refuse. It was for Hucheng's promotional video, after all. She stopped nitpicking with Liu Shanjun and simply replied decisively, no Cheongsam's, the attire can't be too revealing. The character image must be positive. Beyond that, I'm open to cooperating with you, Mr. Liu. Got it. Liu Shanjun flashed an OK sign. After the dinner gathering, Li Jiqing asked Cui Mingyu to take Liu Shanjun and the others to tour several scenic spots in Hucheng. Cui Mingyu took Liu Shanjun to see Lake Tai, visited Mogunshan Mountain, and made a detour through the Yanji Bamboo Sea. These were the spots Liu Shanjun specifically requested to see, having researched them online. He offered no opinion on their scenic beauty. His sole criterion was whether they would make for good footage. By the time they returned to Lake City, dusk had fallen. They hastily finished dinner. The trio then returned to the hotel Cui Mingyu had reserved for them, Hucheng's most luxurious establishment, the Moon Hotel, touted as a platinum 7-star waterfront resort. Moon Hotel. Yeah, it kinda looks like a toilet seat. Back when they filmed the promotional video in Nanchuan, Cui Mingyu drove his own modest car, took them to noodle shops in back alleys, and they paid for their own stay at the Nanchuan Inn. Now, little Cui had upgraded big time, driving a company Passat, eating at government canteens, and staying exclusively at platinum 7-star hotels. It was Ren Xiyao's first time staying at such a high-end hotel. She specifically asked about the price. Not expensive at all, under 5 figures, just 30,000 yuan per night. She wouldn't even fetch that much if sold by the pound. Cui Mingyu had booked 2 rooms intending for the 2 women to share one while Liu Shanjun took the other. But since Lord Liu Shan needed Lin Wanxing's care, Ren Xiyao ended up getting a sweet deal. She got to enjoy a king-size bedroom all to herself for 3,000 yuan a night. It's just a shame for the uncle and Wanxing. I, Ren Xiyao, simply can't stand seeing Wanxing suffer. Wanxing. How about I take care of uncle for the night? Lin Wanxing merely raised an eyebrow, and Ren Xiyao obediently retreated to her own room. After bathing Lord Liu Shan and dressing him in a nightgown, Lin Wanxing learned he needed to draft the promotional video script tonight. She set up his laptop on the desk, placed a cup of warm water by his bedside, and only after ensuring everything was prepared did she grab her own pajamas and head to the bathroom. By the time Lin Wanxing finished her bath, Liu Shanjuan's fingers danced across the keyboard as he wrote the script. But then he hit a snag. His brow furrowed gradually, his expression one of deep concentration. Uncle Liu was stuck for inspiration again. Her snow-white feet touched the carpet, the soft cashmere brushing her soles like the tender hands of a baby. Each step left a lotus-like trail. Slowly approaching Uncle Liu Shan, she gently lifted a corner of the pristine quilt, sliding in sideways. Uncle Liu, inspiration has struck. Back in Nanchuan, whenever Lord Liu Shan hit a creative block, he'd love to inhale the scent of her hair. But this time, Lord Liu Shan was far more greedy, inhaling from her hair all the way down to Lin Wanxing's neck. Is the writer's block that severe this time, Uncle Liu? Liu Shanjun grunted a muffled ahem. Lin Wanxing bit her lip, forced to lower her boundaries just a little. No. This won't do. This is the limit. Just sniffing, that shouldn't count as crossing the line, right? Lin Wanxing looked down at Liu Shanjun, who was absorbing inspiration. At this height, her fingers could just slip into the man's hair. When had Liu Shanjun ever been stuck for inspiration? He was simply a lecherous bastard. The young girl's subtle fragrance surpassed even Xinhuafan wine. Chapter 64, Stiletto Heels, Black Stockings All for Art. At dawn, Liu Shanjun sent the revised promotional video script to Li Jiqing. His original intention was simply to show Li Jiqing that he was still working at this hour. Unexpectedly, she instantly replied with a single one. Ha! Director Li, no sex life? Still awake at this hour? File received. Li Jiqing opened Liu Shanjun's script. She was curious to see what role Liu Shanjun had assigned her. As for the script, it was just a cultural tourism promotional video, no real script needed, just some basic shot breakdowns. However, upon opening the file and seeing the first scene, Li Jiqing froze. Piano room, piano music, time travel? Lu Shanjun, what the hell are you doing? Are you using the Cultural Tourism Bureau's budget to make a movie? Hey! Director Li, you really know people.
Lu Shanjun was precisely executing a plan to borrow a chicken to lay an egg, seizing this opportunity to test the waters with the cultural tourism promotional video.
There's no such thing as a useless skill, only useless people.
The system granted him filmmaking skills.
Even if he can't operate professional equipment yet, he can treat short videos as mini movies. But movies aren't like songs. While Lu Shan could recall every note of a song, he couldn't replicate a film in its entirety. He could only rely on the system's detailed scripts to recreate Earth's cinematic masterpieces. Without a script to lean on, Lord Lu Shan could only distill the essence, slashing away vast amounts of detail. And thus emerged this film, compressed to its absolute limit, the unspeakable secret. Gotta smoke? Lu Shan asked.
Though not immediately after the fact, writing a script was akin to an intellectual climax. Having a cigarette to steady his nerves afterward felt quite pleasant.
Naturally, Lin Wanxing wouldn't allow such harmful substances near Lu Shanjun.
If he truly wanted some, she could buy it for him, but she wouldn't keep it on hand to prevent him from developing an addiction.
Seeing Lin Wanxing shake her head,
Lu Shanjun grinned mischievously. Wanxing, since you won't let me smoke, I'll just have to smoke you instead. Before Lin Wanxing could react, his face was already inches from hers, his scent overwhelming her. Lin Wanxing felt like a helpless little rabbit, completely at Lu Shanjun's mercy.
Uncle, you can't have it both ways.
You can't count my ribs and draw inspiration at the same time. Lin Wanxing gently wrapped her arms around the man's waist, biting her lip hard to stifle any sound.
Jilin Yu Yuan, Hucheng.
Li Jiqing lay at the head of the bed in a black silk V-neck nightgown, her long legs crossed, skin as fair as snow. A freshly opened bottle of red wine sat beside her. She sipped the rich wine slowly, savoring it as she read the script sent by Lu Shanjun.
Could it be that Mr. Lu was truly a genius?
He connected two timelines separated by 20 years through a single piano piece. On the surface, it seemed like a sappy love story, but the time travel element elevated it. She was Lu Shanjun's female classmate 20 years ago, and 20 years later, she became Ren Xiyao's female teacher. Her role was to watch the two of them fall in love. Ultimately, it falls to me to weave these two timelines together. Li Jiqing lifted a glass of red wine, swirling the crimson liquid within before taking a small sip. At the script's most moving passages, her fingers lightly traced the smooth, pale skin of her calf.
Lu Shanjun had talent. His writing was truly exceptional.
After finishing the script, Li Jiqing opened Lu Shanjun's chat interface, wanting to discuss it with him. She typed and deleted, and typed again, feeling that words alone were like scratching an itch through a shoe. She promptly dialed his WeChat call instead.
Uncle Lu, the phone. The phone. Lin Wanxing whined, her voice dripping with sweetness.
While Uncle Lu answered the call, Lin Wanxing quickly smoothed out her rumpled nightgown and pressed the back of her hand against the flush on her cheeks. She then snuggled into Uncle Lu Shan's embrace, stealing a glance at the caller ID. It was Director Li.
Oh dear. Everywhere she looked, enemies were everywhere. A man's talents were too brilliant to hide.
Lu Shanjun held Lin Wanxing close, his fingers tangled in her dark hair as he gently massaged her scalp. She closed her eyes in bliss, tightening her embrace around him while listening to his conversation with another woman.
Li Jiqing, Mr. Lu, I apologize for calling so late. I hope I'm not disturbing you? Lin Wanxing, you certainly have.
Lu Shanjun politely replied, it is I who have disturbed Director Li.
I had a bit of trouble sleeping tonight, so I stayed up late. I never expected to be greeted by such a pleasant surprise. Lu Shanjun, Director Li, you flatter me. I hope you'll offer more guidance so I can improve. Guidance was hardly the point. Li Jiqing had called primarily to discuss filming arrangements with Lu Shanjun.
Mr. Lu, I see scenes like a piano room, classrooms, and lectures in the script.
How would you like me to assist with those? Lu Shanjun, my plan is to find a music training institution.
We could rent their practice rooms and classrooms.
A music training center?
Li Jiqing furrowed her brow slightly.
Will that capture the atmosphere the script requires? Lu Shanjun gave a helpless smile. It can't be helped. After all, it's a short video. Some compromises are inevitable.
I'd love to film on a university campus, ideally with students as extras, but university classrooms aren't something you can just walk onto and shoot.
Li Jiqing's furrowed brow relaxed slightly as she asked, university classrooms, right? And you need some students as extras? Lu Shanjun gave an uncertain MHM. Li Jiqing said, I'll make a call tomorrow morning to check. Wait for my update.
It seemed Director Li's influence in Huchen was greater than she had imagined. Though she said to wait for news, Li Jiqing's willingness to make the request meant it was practically a sure thing.
With the filming location secured, Lu Shanjun and Li Jiqing began ironing out the details. Director Li, will you still be wearing that silver gray suit tomorrow?
Li Jiqing paused slightly before replying, I'll accommodate your requests as much as possible, but nothing too outlandish. No, I meant that silver gray suit is practically perfect. It's just.
Li Jiqing knew Lu Shanjun was holding back, gritting her teeth and demanding, speak. Director Li, could you please switch to a pair of pointed toe stiletto heels with a slightly higher heel tomorrow? Am I that short? Humph. Women always assume the worst about others. It's mainly that pointed toe stilettos make your calves look slimmer, and the leg curves in photos are more alluring. Shut up. Li Jiqing snapped. Remember, I wear heels because I'm not tall enough. Understood, boss. And. Li Jiqing's eyes widened as she downed the wine in her glass. Lord Lu Shan, you're truly courting death. Speak. Director Li. Could you wear black stockings tomorrow? Black stockings make your legs look slimmer, right? I get it. Li Jiqing gave a cold laugh. All for the sake of art. All for the sake of promoting Lake City. Lu Shanjun played the moral high ground card with crystal clarity. Chapter 65, the promotional film version of Secret. Hucheng University. Lu Shanjun glanced at Li Jiqing's feet, seeing the same black leather shoes as yesterday. Disappointment was written all over his face. Why hide a precious jade in a box? Li Jiqing grew annoyed and whispered, they're in the car. Lu Shanjun's entire demeanor brightened as if reborn, the glimmer of hope in his eyes impossible to fake. Then. Li Jiqing felt as if she'd been bewitched, actually believing Lu Shanjun's tall tale all for the sake of art. Gritting her teeth, she replied, it's there too. With that, she cut off all further conversation with Lu Shanjun, instead engaging in lively banter with the president of Hucheng University beside her. She didn't call him president, but uncle. Director Li gave Lu Shanjun another small jolt of surprise. Upon arriving at the practice room in the music department of Hucheng University, a man in his 50s had been waiting for quite some time. Spotting the approaching group, he tiptoed forward with a slight jog, his back gently hunched as he smiled. The old president introduced them. This is Su Junsi, Vice Dean of the School of Arts. Junsi, this is Director Li from Hucheng Culture and Tourism. We'll be borrowing your practice rooms for a promotional video over the next couple of days. Please cooperate as much as possible without disrupting the students' studies. Su Junsi agreed readily. After bidding farewell to the old principal, the group entered the music room. Su Junsi, the esteemed vice dean of the arts college, stood beside Li Jiqing, quietly awaiting instructions. At 18, he stood like a lackey. Little did he know that at 50, he'd still be standing. In this game, connections matter, you know. The promotional version of Secret, edited by Lu Shanjun, cut numerous scenes including the show-off and humiliation duels with classmates, the sweet daily moments between the young couple, and the family storylines of the leads. The plot was compressed into a single narrative thread. In 1999, Liu a music student at Hucheng University, stumbled upon a piano score while practicing. Playing it transported him 20 years into the future, where the first girl he saw was Ren Xiyao, a 2019 music student. No one but Ren Xiyao could see Lu Shanjun. Her classmates assume Ren Xiyao has lost her mind, often talking to herself. Yet in Ren Xiao's world, Lu Shanjun remains constantly by her side. Each time Lu Shanjun returned to his original timeline after a journey, his female classmate Li Jiqing, also a 1983 music student, noticed he was radiating the distinct scent of new romance. When pressed by her, Lu Shanjun revealed Ren Xiao's existence but kept his time-traveling secret. Li Jiqing scoured the entire music department roster at Hucheng University but found no female student named Ren Xiyao. It wasn't until 20 years later, when she became a professor in the music department at Hucheng University, that she discovered a student named Ren Xiyao. Li Jiqing admired this version of the script not only because Lu Shanjun had woven time travel into this cliched love story, but also because he had masterfully interwoven the scenery of Hucheng into the narrative. Watching the sunrise atop Moganshan, listening to the wind in the bamboo forests of Anji, and gazing at the sunset along the shores of Lake Tai. 3 scenic spots weave the timeline of their romance. The best advertising is when the audience doesn't even realize it's advertising. Building upon this foundation, Lu Shanjun achieved logical consistency, seamlessly tying the time travel theme to a satisfying conclusion. The moment the piano room from 20 years later was demolished, Ren Xiyao played the sheet music backwards, time traveling in reverse to 20 years prior, reuniting with Lu Shanjun. Lu Shanjun finally agreed to write a happy ending. Li Jiqing watched the entire plot unfold in her mind. It was hard to believe Lu Shanjun had overturned the original script after meeting her, reimagining it all in just half a day. This man's talent matched his looks. Li Jiqing couldn't help but think how incredibly popular with women a man like him would be if he weren't paralyzed. Ding! Piano music began to play. Lu Shanjun sat poised at the piano, already filming the scene of his first time travel. The notes flowed like water, his fingers dancing across the keys like a ballet dancer in mid-air. Li Jiqing, who had passed grade 6 piano exams in her youth, was once again stunned by Lu Shanjun. Even in this brief performance, Li Jiqing understood the vast gap between herself and Lu Shanjun in piano mastery. He was leagues ahead of her literally. Li Jiqing's delicate willow-shaped eyebrows arched slightly upward. The piano piece Liu Shanjun was playing was actually an original composition.
After hearing the melody, she realized it was a height she could never reach in her lifetime. Her ears were pregnant with emotion.
Li Jiqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was this man's only weakness his peculiar taste? Like an unnatural obsession with certain forms of art.
As the piano piece Secret That Cannot Be Told played on, Lin Wanxing, standing in for Liu Shan, filmed a wide shot of the piano room.
Post-production would add a time-flowing special effect, signaling to the audience that this was a journey through time and space.
Then, Ren Xiyao appeared 20 years later. Hearing the melody from the piano room, she pushed open the door and stepped inside. Ren Xiyao, clad in her Hunan University uniform, radiated youthful beauty. A ray of golden sunlight streamed through the studio skylight, bathing her in a shimmering glow that seemed to drape her in a golden feathered robe. Pristine and makeup-free, Li Jiqing could even discern the faint downy hair on the girl's face, softly illuminated by the sunlight.
In that instant, even Li Jiqing was captivated by Ren Xiao's beauty.
No wonder so many people online shipped Junyao. Seeing Ren Xiyao and Liu Shanjun sitting together made even this auntie's heart feel sweet. Shipping a couple really is about looks. If they're ugly, you can't stand watching them for even a second.
Li Jiqing noticed something amusing. The way Ren Xiao looked at Liu Shanjun was so dripping with affection it could practically ooze honey. That kind of gaze couldn't possibly be faked. These two definitely have something going on.
After filming their first encounter, the scene then shifted to the classroom, where Su Jun summoned 20 students as extras to film a class session.
Su Junsi personally took on the role of lecturer, commanding the podium with authority.
Below the podium, Liu Shanjun and Ren Xiyao exchanged flirtatious glances. Constrained by the promotional video's runtime, Liu Shanjun kept many scenes brief, saving the progression of his relationship with Ren Xiyao for 3 scenic locations. After wrapping the classroom scenes, it was time for Professor Li Jiqing to make her entrance. Professor Li served as the thread connecting this couple separated by 20 years.
Standing beside Liu Shanjun, Li Jiqing bit her lip and whispered, "Can I wear this outfit? Must it be that one?"
Liu Shanjun replied with a serious expression, "Director Li.
It's all for the sake of art. Then I'll change in the car. Clear the set.
Besides you, Ren Xiyao, and Lin Wanxing, I don't want a 5th person present."
Chapter 66, Li Jiqing, just this once I won't be appearing again.
The moment Cui Mingyu was ushered out, his mind went blank.
Seriously? They're even wary of me? Li Jiqing returned.
She still wore that silver gray suit, but Liu Shanjun noticed the details. Li Jiqing had clearly changed into a different suit. Though the style was the same, the skirt length was different. The old one hid at the knee, while this new one was 2 inches shorter.
30D black stockings, faintly revealing a hint of flesh.
The stockings' tight band cinched her naturally full legs, making them appear even straighter, while her calves traced the perfect curve of a new moon. When it came to legs alone, among all the women Lord Liu Shan had ever seen, the unseen Xu Nanshuang ranked first. The woman before him, Director Li, tied for second place with his own daughter. The click-clack of her pointed toe stilettos against the floor was a delightful sound, almost as pleasing as the notes Liu Shanjun produced when playing the piano. Whoever invented these little things must have been a genius. They were utterly tempting. When Li Ziqing appeared in her black stockings, Lin Wanxing and Ren Xiyao both froze, then turned their gaze toward Lord Liu Shan. Who knew what devilish words this man had spoken to coax even a big shot like Director Li into making such a huge sacrifice? "Hurry up and shoot," Li Jiqing urged. Having not worn this color of stockings in who knows how many years, Li Jiqing felt as if ants were crawling up her legs, leaving her utterly uncomfortable. What was even more infuriating was that the man's gaze never left her. Li Ziqing couldn't tell whether to be pleased or annoyed. She knew his aesthetic standards were impeccable, but was his constant scrutiny a bit too much? The scene itself was simple. Liu Shanjun and Ren Xiyao were playing the piano piece Secret That Cannot Be Told in the music room when Li Jiqing overheard them and pushed open the door. Seeing only Ren Xiyao alone in the room, she looked puzzled. "I clearly heard 4 hands playing together?" Thinking the couple was playing a prank on her, Li Jiqing slowly approached the wardrobe where Liu Shanjun was hiding. Here, Lord Ryuzhen pulled off a little trick. He chose to present this scene through dual perspectives. One is Ren Xiao's perspective, where Lord Liu Shan is hiding in the wardrobe, and Li Jiqing's perspective, where she finds the wardrobe completely empty upon opening it. This formally reveals to the audience that in this timeline, only Ren Xiyao can see Lord Liu Shan. It wasn't until the next scene that Lord Liu Shan crossed over once more. Only this time, the first person he saw was Li Jiqing. Their reunion after 20 years leaves Professor Li Jiqing utterly stunned. She murmurs in disbelief, tentatively reaching out to touch Lord Liu Shan's face. The tangible warmth of his skin jolts her like a sharp needle, sending shivers through her entire body. Professor Li Ziqing finally understood who Ren Xiyao was. The woman her good brother Liu Shanjun had spoken of 20 years ago, the one he'd shared an impossible love with. In truth, Liu Shanjun had woven a hidden thread into this narrative. The student era Li Jiqing had secretly harbored feelings for him all along. It wasn't until 20 years later, having matured from student to professor, that Li Jiqing finally found release. It was through Li Jiqing's hands that the musical score reached Ren Xiyao, sending her back to 20 years ago. Li Jiqing serves as the narrative thread connecting the main characters, weaving the entire story together. Through this specific character, viewers can more vividly grasp the profound changes that occurred over those 2 decades. Poor Li bureau chief had to endure it all.
She played 2 roles, Professor Li Jiqing in stiletto heels and black stockings, and student Li Jiqing in her blue and white school uniform.
When Lord Liu Shan produced the Huqing University uniform and asked her to wear it, Li Jiqing refused.
How old was she? Was it even appropriate to wear such a thing?
It was like painting in old cucumber green trying to look young. Yet under Liu Shanjun's persuasion, Li Jiqing sacrificed herself for art once more.
Li Jiqing was the second woman Liu Shanjun had seen who could pull off a school uniform.
The first was Ren Xiyao. Both women were in their 30s, yet wearing this blue and white short-sleeved uniform, they looked perfectly natural. Especially when Li Jiqing tied her hair into a ponytail, her head swayed lightly, and the ponytail bounced gently. Liu Shan handed the footage to Li Jiqing. Even she couldn't help covering her mouth. This old cucumber had truly turned back the clock.
Director Li has such a solid foundation. She pulls off anything effortlessly, Liu Shanjun complimented. Li Jiqing's scenes were all wrapped up.
She had long since changed back into clothes befitting her identity, her skirt once again hitting just above the knee. Her expression stern, she declared, there won't be a next time anyway. There was no way she'd ever personally appear in another promotional video.
This job was simply too humiliating.
Li Jiqing could already picture her friends mocking her when they saw her appearance in this promotional video.
Acting young at your age? Li Jiqing, you're disgusting.
And wearing those black stockings?
Li Jiqing was overcome with regret.
She must have been possessed by a demon to let herself be so thoroughly duped by Liu Shanjun. As for Li Jiqing's self-sabotage, Liu Shanjun merely smiled, already anticipating the moment she'd eat her words.
By the time director Li's scenes wrapped, night had fallen.
Li Jiqing hosted them at a private dining restaurant, where they had a simple yet pricey meal. Afterward, everyone went their separate ways. Returning to the Moon Hotel, it was still early. Ren Xiyao suggested soaking in the hot springs. After all, the Moon Hotel was also known as a hot spring resort. They reserved a private hot spring pool. In the changing room, Lin Wanxing helped Liu Shanjun undress, leaving him only in his boxer briefs.
The 2 women then entered the changing area to put on their swimsuits. Wanxing. What's wrong with Uncle seeing? Keep it in the family. Ren Xiyao pulled the hesitant Lin Wanxing out of the changing room.
Ha! Liu Shanjun glanced sideways, momentarily unable to control his emotions. As expected, Ren Xiyao wore a bikini, unabashedly showcasing her stunning figure.
Lin Wanxing, however, was far more conservative and couldn't possibly be as bold as Ren Xiyao.
But ironically, Lin Wanxing had chosen a school swimsuit style.
You're testing my limits.
The 2 women helped Lord Liu Shan into the warm spring.
SSSSH. Ah.
Bliss. Soaking in a hot spring isn't just about the warm water, it's about indulging in leisure and elegance.
It's all about having the money and the time.
The Japanese-style pool was adorned with plants and flowers, mist rising gently, creating a scene straight out of a fairy tale. The moment Ren Xiyao stepped into the pool, she clung to Lord Liu Shan. A wooden tray floated on the water, holding a flask of sake. She poured it into a cup, the liquid slightly cloudy, then lifted it to her lips with delicate, jade-like fingers. With a soft, sweet murmur, she said, "Uncle, drink."
There are bad people among the crowd. What official could resist such temptation?
Lin Wanxing, watching nearby, felt her cheeks flush.
That little Yao Yao, now she doesn't even bother to hide it anymore.
Mind your image, Lin Wanxing snapped. Ren Xiyao gasped, her body trembling, then grinned as she handed the wine cup to Lin Wanxing.
Sis, I know I was wrong. Here, I won't fight you over it anymore.
This damn Yao Yao was getting more and more outrageous.
Lin Wanxing took the glass, her eyes silently asking, "Do you still want to drink?"
A splash of water erupted.
Lin Wanxing was suddenly pulled into Liu Shanjuan's embrace.
Startled, Lin Wanxing nearly gasped aloud.
Yao Yao's still here. Uncle, you're not even trying to hide it?
After a bout of playful roughhousing, beads of sweat glistened on their foreheads and noses as the 3 lay resting quietly along the edge. Lin Wanxing held Liu Shanjun's large hand, which was supporting her waist underwater, in one hand while gripping her phone in the other. Her thoughts were scattered as she asked, "Uncle Liu, I wonder if Ruyan's advancement match tonight has been recorded yet."
She should advance, right? Chapter 67, Liu Shanjun's new song. At the C Position Program recording site.
The 36 to 22 elimination round. Approximately 500 audience members were present, mostly female college students selected from major universities across Jinghai, with certain appearance requirements. The production team also slipped in a few veteran actors with exceptional acting skills, tasked with appearing moved to tears by the songs on stage for the cameras. These were all well-worn tricks of variety show production. While it's true that songs can move listeners to tears, such emotional responses shouldn't be this commonplace, especially not at the level these trainees can deliver. Yet despite the formulaic nature of these tactics, the audience still thrives on them. The production team knows better than anyone what scenes their audience craves.
Hu Qiunan was still present for this advancement round.
After Liu Ruyan's cover of Tragic Beauty, Hu Qiunan immediately researched Liu Shanjun and discovered his massive popularity on Douyin. He also found short videos featuring Liu Shanjun and Ren Xiyao. 12 years had passed, and the Liu Shanjun in the videos bore no resemblance to the rebellious, carefree youth who once ruled half the sky as the legendary Liu Xian. The Liu Xian of old had flowing long hair, the spirit of a spirited young man, rebellious, defiant, lawless, and arrogant. 12 years later, Liu Shanjun sports a short, flat-top haircut. His gaze is gentle and warm, those almond-shaped eyes radiating affection even when looking at a dog. Time has left its mark on his face, diminishing the youthful vigor of his prime while adding a touch of steadiness and gravitas. The only thing unchanged was this dogman's enduring charm with women. Even now, paralyzed, he had such a beautiful young woman by his side. The moment Hu Qiunan sensed Lord Liu Shan's resurgence, she immediately dialed Su Zhinen's number. Su Zhinen was currently in the capital, negotiating a partnership with another video platform. Seeing how Center Stage had successfully tapped into the girl group audition trend, he now wanted to ride that wave and launch a boy group audition show with another platform. Upon hearing from Hu Qiunan that Liu Shanjun was making a comeback, Su Zhinen laughed dismissively after a moment of surprise. Today's Chinese music scene was no longer the wild frontier of 2 decades ago. To put it bluntly, the era no longer had the fertile ground to produce another king or queen of pop. Everything now revolves around capital. Apart from a handful of artists who've navigated the path from singer to actor to capital, the other 99% are merely tools for capital to make money. Outwardly, they appear glamorous and dazzling, but in reality, they're nothing more than dogs that capital can summon or dismiss at will. Women. Long hair, short-sighted. Just because they wrote a few hit songs, they act like they're facing a major crisis. Even with millions of views, how much could Liu Shanjun really earn from these songs? 10,000? 100,000? At most, 10 million. And 10 million? In this era, throwing that into the entertainment industry is barely worth the noise it makes. Su Zhinen wasn't afraid of Liu Shanjun making a comeback. What he feared was Liu Shanjuan's utter lack of ambition. If Liu Shanjun continued living this way, utterly without ambition, Su Zhinen would truly be powerless against him. He couldn't exactly hire someone to take him out. But if Lord Liu Shan decides to strive for success, Su Zhinen can certainly let him experience the power of capital. Su Zhinen was eager to see how the man who once scorned money would now bend his back for a pittance. The two men found themselves at odds over the matter of Lord Liu Shan. Hu Qiunan believed Liu Shanjuan's resurgence must be crushed in its infancy. She proposed leveraging Su Zhinen's entertainment industry connections to soft blacklist him, ensuring even his daughter Liu Ruyan couldn't gain prominence, completely eliminating both. Su Zhinen, however, opted for a hands-off approach. He wanted to let Liu Shanjun taste a bit of success first. Once corrupted by money, he planned to use its power to lure her under his wing and turn her into his lackey. Hu Qiunan couldn't fathom what her man was thinking. Master becoming slave, slave becoming master, that was undoubtedly the sweetest revenge. But Su Zhinen had been away from Liu Shanjun for too long, so long he'd forgotten the fear of being dominated by the immortal Liu. She had shared a bed with Lord Liu Shan for 8 years. A slap on her backside was all it took for her to know when to turn over. No one understood Lord Liu Shan's talents better than she did. Give this man a chance, and he would truly rise again. Alas, she remained merely the woman behind the man. Su Zhinen had always been the public face of Shanghai entertainment. When her husband acted stubbornly, she could only implement damage control measures. Hu Qiunan's brow furrowed as she calculated how to leverage her limited resources to suppress Lord Liu Shan once more. Just play the disabled man properly. You're old enough to be a veteran horse, yet you still dream of racing. Only when Liu Ruyan's name appeared on the LED screen did Hu Qiunan snap back to attention, settling into watching the performance. Barring any surprises, Liu Ruyan would undoubtedly perform one of Liu Shanjun's songs again. The question was whether Liu Shanjun had prepared a new song for his daughter this time, or just another cover of an old one. He hoped it wouldn't be a song from Liu Xian's era. If that happened, it would expose Liu Ruyan as Liu Xian's daughter, guaranteeing front-page headlines. The more Hu Qiunan thought about it, the more annoyed she became. Although she and Su Zhinen had already washed away many of Liu Xian's rock fans from back then, and many of those fanatical fans from 20 years ago had long since moved on with their lives. But the real fear was that once Lord Liu Shan resurrected the Liu Xian name, it might summon back the souls of those long-dead die-hard fans. Even many of Su Zhinen's fans had originally supported Liu Xian before his vocal cord issues forced him to retire, only turning to Su Zhinen as a second choice. Some truths, Hu Qiunan feared, might wound Su Zhinen's heart if spoken aloud. 20 years ago, who even knew you, Su Zhinen? Everyone just called you the drummer behind Liu Xian. The song title appeared on the big screen Superstar. Composed, lyrics, arranged all by Liu Shanjun. Hu Qiunan narrowed his eyes slightly, a shadow of menace flickering across them. That damn dog of a man, still so damn talented. The audience erupted in cheers. On the mentor platform, the three mentors also looked at Liu Shanjun's name with keen interest. Especially Qin Shuawei, her eyes lit up instantly.
Thanks to Huang Zihan's recommendation, she had added Liu Shanjun on WeChat. But their exchanges were sparse, just 2 messages in total. Hello? I'm Qin Shuawei. Hello? I'm Liu Shanjun. It felt very businesslike. Qin Shuawei kept waiting for Liu Shanjun to initiate a conversation. After all, when others added her on WeChat, they'd often send lengthy messages right away. Yet, after she didn't reply, Liu Shanjun never followed up. Had Huang Zihan not told him that she was Qin Shuawei, the singer Qin Shuawei? Their conversation ended there. On several occasions, when Qin Shuawei heard Liu Shan's songs in her playlist, she felt tempted to swallow her pride and reach out to him. But when she opened the chat interface, she simply didn't know what to say. Perhaps someone like her had lost the ability to initiate conversations with others. It was always others who approached her first. Qin Shuawei refocused her attention on the stage. She was filled with anticipation for Lord Liu Shan's new song, wondering what kind of surprise this musical genius would bring her this time. Clap, clap, clap. The stage lights suddenly went out. The entire venue plunged into darkness. Chapter 68, Cruella's Flaming Transformation, Superstar begins. A spotlight pierced the center of the stage. Every pair of eyes in the venue fixated on that spot. Under the spotlight, the three women were cloaked in silver-white capes, enveloping them in an eerie, medieval witch-like aura. The spotlight shifted again, splitting into 3 beams, each growing smaller as it landed on the women individually. In the instant of light and shadow flickering, each woman held a lit match in her hand. Just as the audience began to wonder, the matches slipped from their hands. The next second, the entire white cloak transformed into fluttering fire butterflies, dancing gracefully before turning to ash. The truth was revealed, unveiling the true faces of the 3 women beneath the cloak. Red gowns, long trains trailing on the floor, heavy makeup, bright red lipstick, seductive and unparalleled, thick smoky eyeshadow, and eerie aura. The arrow prelude to Superstar echoed through the venue, and with a thunderous drumbeat, the entire arena erupted. A deafening, hysterical roar of screams erupted. This blindingly quick flame transformation propelled the venue to its climax. Even the 3 judges were dumbfounded, momentarily unable to discern whether this was special effects or genuine magic. How did they transform? A mere trainee audition show, yet you pull off a production worthy of a superstar concert. And it surpassed even that. The 3 mentors racked their brains but couldn't recall ever witnessing such a transformation at any superstar's concert. It was breathtaking beyond words. And this was merely a casual feat by Lady Liu Shan. Haven't you seen Cruella? Oh, you truly haven't. This is what stage presence looks like. She dominated the stage the moment she stepped out. As the prelude faded, Liu Ruyan's voice rose. Your smile is a hymn, your frown a heartache. I've no time to tend to myself, only to feel what you feel. Huang Zihan joined in, while Xin Jiayu provided backing vocals for the 2 women. Wherever you go, take my soul along. Xin Jiayu delivered the final high notes. It's bewitched by you, what use is it to keep? The 3 women's distinct vocal timbres complemented each other perfectly. All the effort spent by Lord Liu Shan an entire afternoon and evening to finally find this balance was well worth it. These 3 girls needed someone like him, a tough coach who pushed them to their limits. Xin Jiayu's high notes were clearly solid, but she kept holding back. If you didn't give her a good kick in the butt, she wouldn't even open her voice. The little brat. As Xin Jiayu finished her high note, the chorus kicked in. You are electricity, you are light, you are the only legend. I only love you, you are my superstar. You rule, I worship, there's no better way. Only love you, you are my superstar. Another cliché love song, but compared to the current wave of melancholic ballads in the Chinese music scene like that heartbreakingly beautiful cover by Liu Ruyan and the other 2 girls, it feels like forced sorrow for the sake of new lyrics. This superstar is much more upbeat. Though it's pop music, it incorporates rock elements, making the rhythm so exhilarating it feels like flying. In the audience, a sea of glow sticks rose with the beat, with fans nearly waving their light sticks to pieces. The 3 mentors exchanged glances, as if to say, rock can be played like this? After the chorus ended, the trio's intense, restless rhythm suddenly softened, their voices becoming gentle and infused with a touch of feminine charm. Like a young girl whispering sweet nothings in your ear. Gentle universe, my little planet, lyrics so straightforward, yet they were the very love poems of young girls. The psychedelic electronic style was utterly heart-wrenching. On stage, the 3 girls in red dresses, their bright red lipstick glistening as they belted into the standing microphones, became the undisputed top girl group of center stage in that moment. The song ends. Thunderous applause erupted, lasting for an eternity. Mentor Wang Tao tried several times to grab the mic and speak, but the audience's applause refused to subside. This scene was a first for center stage. After the applause finally died down, Wang Taoiwa tapped the microphone and began the mentor critiques. On stage, the 3 women who had been singing and dancing appeared to have beads of sweat on their foreheads, their breaths coming in gasps. Such intense physical exertion was a challenge even for them.
Wang Taoyue sat on the stool, leaning forward slightly as he said, "Thank you all for such a flawless performance." Whoosh! Another wave of applause erupted. The three girls lifted their microphones and replied in unison, "Thank you, teacher Wang Taoyue, for your recognition." Wang Taoyue smiled politely and continued, "This song, Superstar, was also written by Liu Shanjun. If I recall correctly, the last time you performed, it was also one of his songs? Is this Liu Shanjun your friend? A colleague from your company? Or?" Liu Ruyan's eyes darted nervously, unsure whether to reveal that Liu Shanjun was her father.
Huang Zihan beat her to the answer, "He's my idol. He's truly a very talented and charismatic man."
Facing the camera, Huang Zihan winked playfully, lifted one leg, and blew a cute kiss.
Boss, S. Mores. Huang Zihan's little schemes were constantly at work to curry favor with that man. Another wave of screams erupted from the audience. Though this man named Liu Shanjun had never appeared on center stage, he had left an indelible mark on the show. Just as Wang Taoyue was about to speak further, Qin Shuowei couldn't wait any longer and cut in, "Huang Zihan, who designed the flame-themed costume you wore during your opening performance? Could you tell me more about it? Also Liu Shanjun." Huang Zihan delivered an answer that was both within Qin Shuowei's expectations yet still surprising. Does this man truly have no weaknesses? Even his stage makeup was this ridiculously good. Hu Qiunan's expression darkened further upon hearing this. Huang Zihan continued, "I don't know the specifics of how this transformation was achieved. The boss handled everything. Teacher Qin Shuowei, don't you think our boss is amazing?" Huang Zihan's demeanor was pure fangirl mode, openly brainwashing Qin Shuowei on the C-position stage to endorse Lord Liu Shan. Qin Shuowei was momentarily taken aback before nodding. He really is impressive. After the first two mentors' praise, the third mentor, Liu Ruyan, stepped in to pour cold water on the situation. First, she critiqued the trio's vocal skills, pointing out two issues: insufficient breath control and pitch issues in certain sections. The trio humbly accepted the feedback, nodding in agreement. Next, Liu Ruyan fired criticism at the song Superstar itself, declaring it unfit for the stage. She dismissed the lyrics as nonsensical, the fusion of pop and rock is a bizarre mismatch, and the melody is poorly crafted, sounding like something churned out on an industrial assembly line. The three women clutched their microphones, hesitating to speak. Criticizing them was one thing, but disparaging Liu Shanjun made all three frown. Before they could speak up in defense, Qin Shuowei interjected with obvious disdain, "Ms. Li, as a dancer, perhaps you shouldn't critique songs." Chapter 69, Liu Shanjun, that sycophant. One step up, one step down, one put down, one praise, one strict, one gentle. This was the mentor persona the production team had crafted for Liu Ruyan and Qin Shuowei, designed to heighten the show's drama. Typically, after the two mentors exchanged a few heated words, Wang Taoyue would step in as the peacemaker to smooth things over. But this time, Qin Shuowei's aggression was overwhelming. Her sharp words even startled Liu Ruyan. "Qin Shuowei, are you out of your mind? I'm critiquing Liu Shanjun, why are you getting so worked up?" Liu Ruyan's face darkened as she retorted, "Does criticizing a meal mean I have to be a chef? Does evaluating a refrigerator require me to know how to make refrigeration myself? The classic refrigerator theory." Qin Shuowei, however, wouldn't budge an inch. Furrowing her brows, she said solemnly, "As listeners, we can certainly critique songs freely. What's honey to one person is poison to another. No creator can produce work that pleases everyone. But as one of the three mentors on center stage, you're a public figure. Criticism isn't just about venting emotions. It must be substantive and well-reasoned. That's your responsibility to Liu Shanjun as a music creator, and to your fans." The tension was palpable. The production team in the back was about to use the in-ear monitors to remind both mentors to watch their words and not escalate the conflict. But C-position director Huang Chaoran raised his hand, signaling to let the two mentors have their say. These people always play it safe, avoiding conflict, yet they don't understand that the essence of variety shows is entertainment value. Why the hell would you cut this kind of natural drama? Huang Chaoran was practically itching for Qin Shuowei and Liu Ruyan to start tearing each other apart right there on the mentor platform, one yanking hair, the other clawing at faces. That kind of drama would have sent ratings through the roof. Anyone with eyes could see Qin Shuowei was dead serious. Liu Ruyan just found Qin Shuowei's behavior baffling. Everyone's here to do their job for pay, why make such a big deal out of it? If Liu Ruyan had backed down, the matter would have blown over. But Liu Ruyan wasn't exactly a pushover either. Being confronted like that by Qin Shuowei had her boiling over. She gave a cold laugh. "Well then, Miss Qin, as an industry insider, care to explain to this outsider what makes the song so great?" Facing Liu Ruyan's sarcastic tone, Qin Shuowei didn't engage in further argument. She simply ignored him, facing the camera with a solemn expression. "Whether Superstar is good or not, I'd like to leave that judgment to the fans, to those who still listen to new Chinese music today. But regarding the music creator Liu Shanjun, I'll offer my personal perspective. He represents a refreshing current in contemporary Chinese music.
Through his work, I see his exploration of the future direction for Chinese music, from rock to folk, from opera-inspired vocals to electronic beats. I personally admire his talent immensely. These past few days, I've searched online for reviews of Liu Shanjun's songs, but what I've seen and heard is vastly different from my own experience. I've witnessed music critics nitpicking his songs, arbitrarily disparaging them, and even using songs from my own new album to disparage Liu Shanjun.
To be honest, even I wouldn't dare to do that.
Today's music critics are overly harsh on newcomers while showing excessive leniency toward established artists. For Chinese music to evolve, it doesn't need old-timers like me endlessly churning out formulaic R&B ballads. What it needs is greater diversity of flourishing of rock, electronic, rap, and even classical opera-inspired sounds. These words weren't meant for Liu Ruyan, they were a plea to the dying Chinese music industry. As an insider, Qin Shuiwei understood the industry's predicament more profoundly than most. If we let it rot like this, Chinese music will truly die. Having said my piece, who agrees? Who disagrees? Liu Ruyan listened to Qin Shuiwei's long, rambling speech without taking it to heart, thinking she was just losing her mind.
What a load of nonsense. As long as the money stays safely in our pockets, who cares if Chinese music dies? What does it matter to you, to me, or to Wang Taoyue?
Just as she was about to retort, Wang Taoyue stood up to smooth things over. Ladies, 1,000 people have 1,000 Hamlets. Let's set aside the song Superstar for now and discuss whether these three girls should advance.
I think they should. What about you? Moon Hot Spring Hotel. Lin Wanxing's phone vibrated once it was Liu Ruyan opening it. Did we make it through the advancement round?
Yep.
My Ruyan is the best. Uncle Liu, Yao, and I are still in Lake City.
We'll try to be home by Monday and pick you up from the training camp then.
There'll be a little cake. Ruyan's so amazing, there's definitely going to be a little cake reward. Alright, a big cake. What else do you want?
Liu Shanjun listened with a speechless expression.
You've spoiled Liu Ruyan rotten.
If the child never grows up, you, Lin Wanxing, are the root cause.
Just then, Liu Shanjun's phone rang. Huang Zihan answered it.
She was also sharing good news with him. Liu Shanjun responded perfunctorily.
Until Xinjiayu leaned in, her voice soft and gentle. Thank you, boss.
At least these two girls had some conscience.
After a few brief exchanges, Liu Shanjun ended the call.
Mainly because Ren Xiyao was perched on top of him, eavesdropping on the conversation.
The moment the call ended, she sprang to life, launching into a vivid and spot-on impersonation. Thank you, boss. Without the boss, we wouldn't be where we are today.
Two little greenhorns.
Ren Xiao's eyes nearly rolled back into her head.
Only a rookie could understand a rookie. Her imitation was spot on.
Liu Shanjun grinned.
He gave the little troublemaker a playful swat on the butt and chuckled. Get some sleep early, we've got an early start tomorrow to shoot the sunrise at Moganshan. The three went to bed early and were roused by the alarm at 3 in the morning. Cui Mingyu was already waiting downstairs at the hotel. After freshening up, they descended the stairs. Spotting Li Jiqing seated in the passenger seat of the Passat, Liu Shanjun expressed surprise. Director Li, why not sleep in a bit longer? This minor task could have been left to me and Cui. Li Jiqing turned slightly and smiled. I don't sleep much anyway. Since it's the weekend, I thought I'd come along to see it with you. Liu Shanjun sighed with admiration. Now I understand why Huqing's cultural tourism ranks among the nation's best. It's all thanks to dedicated leaders like you, Director Li, who take such responsibility to heart. Liu Shanjun was quick with his tall tales, his voice tinged with genuine emotion. I've shot promotional videos for quite a few cities. I've captured sunrises in many places too. But Director Li, you're the only one who's ever joined the crew to shoot a sunrise. Liu Shanjun gave a thumbs up. You're the first. Li Jiqing's eyes rolled back slightly, and she gave a soft snort. She knew this bloke was spouting nonsense again, yet her ears simply couldn't resist. That sycophant. Finish the shoot early and get out of here. Before little Cui picks up bad habits from this guy. Xiao Cui. Aren't you going to drive? Chapter 70, Lin Wanxing's First Kiss. At 5 in the morning, atop Moganshan Mountain, Liu Shanjun and Ren Xiyao leaned against the railing, gazing out at the sea of clouds and mist as a streak of golden sunlight leapt upward. Liu Shanjun launched his drone, executing a ground-to-sky camera movement. The subjects remained still while the mountain peaks soared skyward. Upon seeing the footage, Li Jiqing's face lit up with delight. How foolish of me. I only thought Mr. Liu could write scripts and sing, never imagined his cinematography would be this breathtakingly unique. After capturing the sunrise footage, the five didn't immediately descend the mountain. Instead, they gathered around Liu Shanjun, with him at the center. Even Li Jiqing, as the leader, stood beside him as a supporting figure. They watched silently as the sun rose in the east, its golden rays piercing through the clouds and draping the verdant mountains and clear waters in a golden mantle. Mist swirled, clouds danced like dragons in the sea, ethereal and faint, resembling a fairyland. A cool mountain breeze blew, and Lin Wanxing prepared a light blanket, draping it over Lord Liu Shan's knees. She settled behind him, accompanying him as they took in the breathtaking scenery. Ren Xiyao made no secret of her infatuation with Lord Liu Shan. Kneeling beside his wheelchair, she took one of his large hands and pressed it against her cheek, content to be his little pet. The complex dynamic between the three stirred even Li Jiqing's typically detached nature into a flicker of curiosity. While she acknowledged Mr. Liu's charm, she harbored doubts about his capabilities. As Liu Shanjun gently stroked Ren Xiao's fair cheek, he engaged Li Jiqing in conversation. Directorly. The scenery in Huqing truly surpasses all others. It's been ages since I've witnessed such a beautiful sunrise. Flattery came effortlessly to the sycophant. Unparalleled in the world, even if Lord Liu Shan dared to say it, Li Jiqing wouldn't dare to agree. The five descended from the peak and stopped at a breakfast shop they'd scouted earlier, nestled halfway down the mountain. Liu Shanjun and Ren Xiyao sat across from each other, devouring a steamer basket of soup dumplings and 2 bowls of chicken soup tofu pudding. Priorities were clear. This was a promotional video for Huqing's tourism bureau, so the city's scenery and local delicacies deserved the spotlight. To promote Huqing's cultural tourism, they had to wrap up the secret dumpling dish. After breakfast, the group drove to Anji Bamboo Sea for location scouting. After lunch at a local eatery in Anji, they rushed straight to Huqing University to film the promotional video's finale. Ren Xiyao played the piano piece Secret That Cannot Be Told backwards, transporting her back 20 years to meet Liu Shanjun. Happy ending. Finally, the five arrived at the shores of Taihu Lake. As the last rays of sunset touched the lake's edge, Liu Shanjun leaned close to Ren Xiao's ear. The pure-hearted young man confessed his feelings. Ren Xiyao, I like you. Do you like me? Lin Wanxing, the cinematographer, held the camera steady as he filmed this scene, his hands trembling slightly, his expression sharpening. Even if it was scripted, this was far too suggestive. Yao Yao would take it seriously. No one knew Ren Xiyao better than Lin Wanxing. After Lord Liu Shan whispered those words into her ear, Ren Xiyao shuddered. The evening glow from the horizon seemed to transfer onto her, painting her from neck to ears a delicate blush. Her breath caught. Though Ren Xiyao didn't respond, she leaned in and kissed Lord Liu Shan directly. Their lips met. Even Lord Liu Shan was caught off guard, his pupils widening slightly. Li Jiqing was also slightly taken aback. As far as she recalled, the script didn't include a kissing scene. Was Ren Xiyao improvising? Taking advantage of the moment to make a move on Lord Liu Shan? After a deathly silence, Lin Wanxing had already put away her phone. Staring at Ren Xiao's lingering imprint on Liu Shanjuan's lips, she asked with a dark expression, "Finished kissing yet?" Only then did Ren Xiao belatedly jump back a step, looking like a child caught doing something wrong. She lowered her head and protested, I didn't mean to. Wanxing, it's all because Uncle spoke so passionately. I just instinctively. Uncontrollable? More like premeditated. We've been waiting 2 whole days for this scene, haven't we? With that, all footage for the promotional video was complete. All that remained was waiting for Lord Liu Shan to edit the footage. The Moon Hotel sat right by the shores of Taihu Lake. Shui Mingyu first drove Liu Shanjun and the others back to the hotel, then took Li Jiqing home. Upon returning to the hotel, the first thing Lin Wanxing did was take Liu Shanjun to bathe. Gently wiping the lipstick mark from Lord Liu Shan's mouth with a towel, she pouted. What on earth was she doing? Even after bathing Lord Liu Shan, Lin Wanxing, now in her pajamas, crawled into bed and kept staring at his lips. Her delicate brows furrowed, her eyes filled with a look of deep resentment. Liu Shanjun, who had been editing a video, noticed the shadow of resentment in Lin Wanxing's eyes. He pushed his desk aside and pulled her close with one arm. He stared into her eyes and asked, "Jealous?" "No, I'm not," Lin Wanxing stubbornly denied. "Then if I told you I didn't open my mouth when Yao Yao kissed me, would that make you feel better? Not opening your mouth is a kiss, opening your mouth is a kiss." Thinking about it that way, Lin Wanxing did feel a bit better. Liu Shanjun really knew how to soothe someone. Yet Lord Liu Shan didn't let her off the hook. He lowered his head. Before Lin Wanxing could react, his lips met hers. His tongue pressed against hers, prying open her teeth. Ha! Lin Wanxing's pupils dilated sharply, like an earthquake, before she quickly closed her eyes. Her arms wrapped tightly around him, allowing him to have his way. Only when she was nearly gasping for breath did Lord Liu Shan release her, allowing a rush of fresh air to flood her lungs. Her entire body went limp and weak, her mind feeling as if Liu Shanjun had devoured it, leaving only a blank void filled with an endless longing for the extraordinary sensation of just moments ago. This man had stolen her first kiss, unexpected yet somehow fitting. When it's the right person, timing hardly matters. Liu Shanjun pulled Lin Wanxing close, letting her half her body rest against his, whispering in her ear, "Still blaming Yao Yao?" Lin Wanxing finally snapped back to reality. Daring not to meet Liu Shanjun's gaze, she offered only a mischievous smile and whispered softly, "No. I should thank Yao Yao." This was Yao Yao's small step, but it was a giant leap for her. The next day, the three took the high-speed train back to Jinghai from Lake City. Ren Xiyao, who had expected to be ignored by Wanxing for 2 days, found Lin Wanxing unexpectedly in an excellent mood. She didn't dwell on Yao Yao's emotional outburst from the previous day. Her heart immediately settled back into place.
He. Next time I'll dare again.
After returning to Jinghai, they stowed their luggage.
Ren Xiyao caught up on sleep while Lin Wanxing pushed Liu Shanjun to the nearby farmer's market to buy ingredients for dinner.
She even specially prepared a large cake for Liu Ruyan. Her own child deserved her own affection. Lin Wanxing had decided, from now on, Ruyan would call Shanjun dad, but she would still call her Wanxing. They would continue their relationship as best friends. Chapter 71, Qin Shuawei invites a song for the promotional video recording of Secret That Cannot Be Told.
Yunqi Manor, home.
The four of them sat in the living room, eating cake while watching the latest episode of Center Stage.
Qin Shuawei seems like a decent person.
She spoke up for Uncle Liu fairly, Lin Wanxing remarked.
Liu Ruyan shot her father a silent glance.
Back then, Qin Shuawei hadn't just spoken up for Uncle Liu. Her fierce demeanor practically threatened to take on mentor Liu Ruyan.
Anyone unaware might have thought Qin Shuawei was her father's die-hard fan.
Ren Xiyao chimed in, I've already gone head-to-head with those idiots online. They spout nonsense about how Uncle Liu's songs are utter rubbish, not out of ignorance, but pure malice. Just trying to stir up controversy for cheap clicks.
Ha! Good thing I used a secondary account, or they'd have dragged me into their mess. Meanwhile, Liu Shanjun watched Center Stage while sending Qin Shuawei a WeChat message.
Both in reason and in sentiment, a word of thanks was in order. It would also help cultivate a positive connection. In Liu Shanjun's belief, even a piece of toilet paper had its purpose. Let alone a ballad queen like Qin Shuawei. As a self-made, ruthless capitalist, Liu Shanjun possessed a thoroughly corrupt conscience. Yet outwardly, he presented himself as gentle, respectful, and frugal, embodying all five virtues.
His favorite pastime was cultivating good karma. Who knew when it might come in handy? Diva Qin, I just saw the Center Stage. Thank you for standing up for me.
Having just wrapped up a concert medley, Qin Shuawei received Liu Shanjuan's WeChat message. She paused, her manicured fingers tapping the keyboard for a long moment before settling on a simple 3-character reply, "You're welcome." Just as Qin Shuawei said, she had lost the ability to interact with strangers. It had been ages since she made any new friends. After turning 30, as her close friends gradually married and had children, shifting their focus to family life, Qin Shuawei felt like a lonely figure. The days off she once looked forward to most were now spent lying around at home day after day, or playing mobile games while occasionally hearing someone call out "Mom." I often feel lonely, yet I stubbornly refuse to go out and make new friends, even going so far as to pretend I enjoy this quiet solitude. Qin Shuawei felt she must be psychologically disturbed.
Take Liu Shanjun, for instance.
She genuinely admired his talent, yet whenever they actually conversed, she found herself repelling him with an icy aloofness. Qin Shuawei was psychologically twisted, but Lord Liu Shan was a chatterbox. Teacher Shuawei, the starry sky nail art in the new episode looks amazing. Did you design it yourself? Teacher Shuawei, your complexion has been looking better and better these past few episodes. Compared to you, those trainees on stage look as green as newly hatched chicks. Truth be told, I've been your die-hard fan for 12 years. That blunt-cut fringe look you sported when you first debuted is still unforgettable.
Liu Shanjun successfully broke through the ice with this aloof diva thanks to his effortlessly smooth, no-nonsense approach. When approaching accomplished career women like her, Liu Shanjun had his own icebreaker strategy: never compliment their professional achievements. Without exception, these women are all drama queens. Their professional achievements speak for themselves. But complimenting subtle details about their looks, figures, or outfits easily gets them talking. Qin Shuawei, and Li Jiqing too, fit this mold perfectly. In fact, you could even gently tease them. Sure enough, when Liu Shanjun brought up Qin Shuawei's embarrassing past, she laughed and cursed, "Get lost. That hairstyle was hideous. I'll never wear bangs again in my life." "Uncle, who are you chatting with? Tap 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 so noisy." Ren Xiyao, who had been using Liu Shanjun as a pillow, tilted her head back and looked up at him. Liu Shanjun hooked her nose with 2 fingers, making Liu Ruyan laugh like a pig. Liu Shanjun didn't hide it, honestly replying, "Qin Shuawei, when did you start hooking up with the diva? Nah, that little Qin Shuawei must have seduced you." Ren Xiyao had this blind confidence in Liu Shanjun. Lord Liu promptly smacked her on the head. "Qin Shuawei just asked me to jam. What hooking up? You're spewing nonsense." "Oh, just singing? As long as it's not YP, that's fine." Ren Xiyao patted her chest in relief. "People with dirty minds see filth in everything." Ren Xiyao whined, burying her head against Liu Shanjuan's lower abdomen. "Yao Yao's just a little dirty-minded, not heartless. You've got some nerve saying that." Liu Shanjun pinched her cheek. He had to admit, Yao Yao's skin felt absolutely amazing. After watching Center Stage, Lin Wanxing pushed Liu Shanjun toward the recording studio. Ren Xiyao went to stream and rake in the cash. Liu Ruyan hesitated, but ultimately didn't follow. She couldn't get past that mental barrier. Though Liu Ruyan possessed little talent, it did nothing to diminish her unyielding pride. Liu Shanjun was recording The Secret That Cannot Be Told for the Hu City promotional video. 2 versions were required, one featuring piano-only instrumental music and one with vocals. While Secret might be a signature song for other artists, for Jay Chou, it wouldn't even rank highly without the film it was featured in. Liu Ruyan was a die-hard Jay fan. Give him a 1-second intro to any of Jay Chou's songs, and he could name it instantly. His appreciation for Jay's music, however, has evolved through 3 distinct phases. He started with his ballads, then fell for his Chinese-inspired tracks, only to finally realize his upbeat songs are the most awesome. As the saying goes, Jay Chou's ballads were his market entry point, while his upbeat tracks were what set him apart from other artists. Whenever Liu Ruyan takes a shower, he hums snatches of The Little Blacksmith of Milan, and even Lin Wanxing is starting to pick up the tune. As everyone knows, Liu Ruyan is a tyrant in the recording studio. After accompanying him on the recording of Secret That Cannot Be Told, we pushed through until 1 a.m. By the time I showered, got into bed, and finalized the copyright paperwork, it was already 2 a.m. When working, Liu Ruyan was like someone on stimulants. Exhaustion simply didn't exist for him. Only after everything was finished did a wave of exhaustion wash over him. The same went for Lin Wanxing, who had stayed up with him until now. "Uncle Liu, we can't stay up this late next time. Otherwise, I'll really have to rein you in." Lin Wanxing frowned, issuing another warning. "You don't take care of yourself at all." Liu Ruyan pushed back from the computer desk and gazed at her silently. A faint blush spread across Lin Wanxing's cheeks. Just one glance was enough to know what Liu Ruyan intended. Her delicate white hands nervously clutched the bedsheet, her voice barely above a whisper. "This time, don't make me gasp for breath." Liu Ruyan gave a soft hum of acknowledgement. Only then did Lin Wanxing nestle into Liu Ruyan's embrace, resting her head on his arm. She propped herself up, allowing the man to press most of his body against hers, then closed her eyes, both nervous and expectant. Their kiss felt less like kissing and more like performing some mysterious ritual. Delicious Wanxing. After Liu Ruyan's fierce plundering, he was about to give Lin Wanxing a chance to breathe. Just as he lifted his head, she pressed a hand against the back of his skull and gently pushed him down. The craving was truly intense. Chapter 72, Personifying the City, Crafting Director Li's Personal IP. Congratulations, host, on acquiring David Fincher's storyboard draftability. This was the system reward for Liu Ruyan's advancement from the 36 to 22 elimination round. Unlike previous rewards, which were categorized by proficiency levels novice, expert, master, grandmaster, this one was directly named after a legendary figure. Much like the FMVP names skins for heroes in MOBA games, this name represented the pinnacle of that skill. David Fincher's name might not ring a bell for many, but his directorial works Fight Club, Seven, and Zodiac are household names. When directing, a filmmaker often struggles to articulate the exact visuals they envision. This is where storyboards come into play. The director sketches the desired scenes directly, making their vision instantly clear to everyone involved. Of course, this skill isn't something every director possesses. In China, Sui Hark's storyboards are considered the pinnacle of perfection. Jiang Wen and Stephen Chow's storyboards, however, border on abstract art. For Liu Ruyan, this ability came at just the right moment. While shooting the promotional video for Lake City, Liu Ruyan struggled with the frustration of words failing to capture his vision. The reality on screen bore no resemblance to what he envisioned. After multiple rounds of communication, he still couldn't achieve his ideal outcome and had to settle for the next best thing. But with David Fincher's storyboarding skills, Liu Ruyan could now perfectly replicate the images in his mind. 1:1. Take Resident Evil, for instance, the grotesque transformation of humans into zombies, the Licker's chilling depiction, the zombie dogs, and the hammer-wielding Colossus the Executioner. The Resident Evil franchise is a classic case of a poor sequel, with later installments deteriorating significantly. A major reason for this decline was the film team's failure to establish a well-structured hierarchy of bosses. Audiences crave mindless thrills. They want to see Alice battle monsters. Yet the filmmakers persistently treated Umbrella Corporation executives as the ultimate bosses, making the series increasingly tedious. After acquiring David Fincher's manuscript abilities, Ryuzan Cohen sketched a simple image of the Licker. Damn impressive. Spot on. Even if I quit music, I could easily make it as an artist. Another bizarre skill added to the list. Lin Wanxing was preparing lunch for the entire household in the kitchen. Now Ren Xiyao would also come down promptly for lunch, and since Liu Ruyan was off today, she was eating at home too. Too bad Shuang isn't here. Once she returns, our family will finally be complete. Lin Wanxing coated chicken drumsticks in egg wash, dredged them in breadcrumbs, and fried them in oil. She missed Chu Nanshuang, who was filming far away. This wealthy woman Lord Liu Ruyan had only heard her name, never seen her in person. He couldn't help but ask, when will she be back? Soon. I just spoke with her yesterday. She said her scenes wrap this month. She might even make it to Ruyan's center stage finals. That's soon enough, Liu Ruyan agreed. He had seen several photos of Chu Nanshuang with other women, but what stuck with him most about her were those long legs. He casually sent the edited promotional video to Li Jiqing, the director of Hucheng's Culture and Tourism Bureau.
Before long, Li Jiqing called her via WeChat.
Lu Shanjun, don't try these little tricks next time. Ha? Director Li, I don't understand.
Fix those minor flaws in the video immediately.
Do you really think I'm the type who enjoys flattery?
Lu Shanjun rubbed her nose and chuckled. She just wanted to make her boss feel involved. Li Jiqing took a sip of water and frowned. We still missed one location. Huqing recently built a new film studio, but it hasn't gained much recognition yet.
Not including it this time is a shame. Should I go back and reshoot that segment, director? Lu Shanjun offered thoughtfully. Never mind. You've already gone back.
Next time if we get another chance to collaborate I'll have you promote Huqing Film Studio again.
Li Jiqing was quite understanding and didn't make Lu Shanjun go back and forth again. Got it. Once the boss gives the green light, I'll upload it.
Also, I'll invite the co-creation accounts later. Make sure both Huqing Cultural Tourism and your account approve them.
Ha? My account needs to join the co-creation too? Li Jiqing let out a slight gasp.
Of course. Director Li, you're the second female lead, a main cast member, and the face of the promotional video.
Stop it.
Li Jiqing rolled her eyes. Watching the promotional video, focusing on her segments. Pointed-toe stilettos paired with black stockings, a tailored skirt hugging her waist and hips. Those high, slender heels made her hips sway with every step. Damn it, Lu Shanjun captured it all.
Just walking felt like burning up. Damn it.
You have to admit, this man knows how to film women. He captured her alluring charm, her swaying grace. Lu Shanjun even proposed an utterly audacious idea, to shoot a series in her office, having her wear red-soled black stilettos and flick them back and forth with her stocking-clad toes.
Just imagining that scene was disgusting, vulgar, and lowbrow.
Yet upon seeing her own segment in the promotional video, Li Jiqing felt a flicker of doubt.
Could she perhaps deconstruct Lu Shanjun's vision through an artistic lens?
Li Jiqing quickly shook her head, banishing that terrifying thought from her mind. This man was truly terrifying. After only 3 days with him, her own thoughts had become tainted. Director Li, you'll need to actively manage your own account going forward, Lu Shanjun advised over the phone. The promotional video is just the first step, and it has diminishing marginal returns. While it might generate a surge of traffic initially, if Huqing wants to sustain that flow and capitalize on this wave, it needs to not only enhance its tourism offerings but also maintain a steady stream of content.
Li Jiqing knew that despite his lecherous reputation, Lu Shanjun possessed genuine expertise.
She listened with intense focus. As soon as Lu Shanjun paused, she interjected, but our Lake City tourism account has been consistently producing content.
Then may I ask, Director Li, has the content output from Lake City Cultural Tourism's account been effective? What are its metrics?
Li Jiqing was at a loss for words. If she had to describe it in one word, it would be dismal. Otherwise, she wouldn't have placed her bets on Lu Shanjun.
Lu Shanjun didn't deliberately embarrass Li Jiqing.
He immediately responded, poor data for cultural tourism accounts isn't unique to Huqing, it's a common problem among hundreds of such accounts nationwide.
Douyin users simply aren't interested in watching them.
So, to make a cultural tourism account successful, we need to explore new approaches.
Like Mr. Lu's city promotional videos?
Promotional videos only address symptoms, not root causes.
Even I can't guarantee every cultural tourism video will go viral. To truly elevate these accounts, we must personify the city.
This concept, however, was a bit deep for Lu Shanjun to grasp.
Li Jiqing asked honestly, Mr. Lu, what exactly does personifying a city mean? I'm a bit confused. Simply put, it means linking Lake City to you.
Make Douyin users fall for you, then use that connection to introduce them to Lake City's scenery.
Chapter 73, Ren Xiyao, who kept Huang Zihan completely under control. Fall for me? Then learn about Lake City through me?
Li Jiqing murmured Lu Shanjun's words to herself. She seemed deep in thought, as if something had clicked.
Lu Shanjun cut straight to the heart of the matter. Director Li, do you truly not understand whose city's real advantage in cultural tourism? Pardon my boldness, but among China's 290 cities, which one lacks its own scenic charm? But do other cities' cultural tourism bureaus have a face like yours, Director Li? Or a figure like yours?
Play to your strengths, Director Li.
Flatterer, sucking up again? Li Jiqing cursed inwardly.
Yet Lu Shanjun's words burrowed deep like a worm, refusing to leave her mind.
Lu Shanjun, stop flattering me.
I'll have the finance department transfer that 80,000 yuan to your account as soon as possible.
Li Jiqing was clearly steering the conversation away. Lu Shanjun knew pushing further would be overkill. He immediately cut off the topic and prepared to hang up. Thank you, Director Li. You're so generous. Li Jiqing paused thoughtfully before asking, if I ever want to shoot my own work in the future, would Mr. Lu be willing to offer some guidance? No problem.
I'm at your beck and call whenever Director Li needs me.
I'd walk through fire for you. Again? Li Jiqing was nearly overwhelmed by Lu Shanjun's flattery. She couldn't take it anymore. With a quick bye, she hung up. After lunch.
Lin Wanxing and Ren Xiyao, the two girls, each took one of Liu Shanjuan's arms, supporting his body as they slowly walked through the back garden, doing his rehabilitation exercises.
Uncle Liu, you're doing great. You've already managed 50 steps today. Wanxing, are you trying to sweet-talk me like I'm some little girl at home? Uncle will recover soon. When he does, I'm going to hang on to him. Ren Xiyao licked her lips. Even mangoes aren't as yellow as Ren Xiyao. Liu Ruyan watched the three of them enjoying their warm, harmonious moment in the back garden, her lips slightly pouting. After being away for a while, she felt like an outsider in her own home. Lin Wanxing rarely coaxed her anymore, and Ren Xiyao seldom shot her those sarcastic glances. This sense of alienation left Liu Ruyan feeling profoundly desolate. What's so great about Lord Liu Shan? Is he really worth all your attention? Liu Ruyan found herself feeling jealous of her own father. Ding dong. The doorbell chimed. Liu Ruyan opened the door to find Li Hong arriving with Huang Zihan and Xinjiayu. She called out toward the back garden, Lord Liu Shan, Sister Hong, and the others are here. Coming. Lin Wanxing pushed Liu Shanjun into the living room. Seated in his wheelchair, Liu Shanjun greeted the three women with a warm smile. Good day, Mr. Liu Boss. Li Hong held 2 bottles of Mao Tai in her hands. This was their third visit to Lord Liu Shan, and she felt embarrassed that she hadn't mentioned bringing a gift until now. Such is the way of social etiquette. When you hold value for others, you suddenly notice their emotional intelligence soars, and their speech becomes more humble. Before Liu Shanjun could refuse, Huang Zihan stepped forward before her. Her face full of concern, she asked, Boss, why are you sweating so much? Was the air conditioner not on at home just now? No. I just took a walk in the back garden for some rehabilitation. It was midday, the sun was strong, so I broke a sweat. Ha! Huang Zihan pulled a wet wipe from her bag, took one out, leaned in close, and gently dabbed away the beads of sweat from both sides of Liu Shanjuan's nose. It's so hot out, you could get sunburned. Is Sister Wanxing busy this afternoon? Doesn't have time to look after you? I can come over after work. Lin Wanxing slightly furrowed her delicate brows, casting a faint glance at the young girl offering her attentions. Interesting. Trying to steal Uncle Liu away from me? Young girls these days sure have lively imaginations. Smack. Lin Wanxing didn't stoop to Huang Zihan's level, but Ren Xiyao beside her wasn't one to tolerate such behavior. A sharp slap landed on Huang Zihan's right hand, the one she'd been using to wipe Uncle Liu's sweat. Her eyes flashed with contempt. Just because some old guy wrote you a song, you've gotten so full of yourself you don't even know your own name anymore? And you think you have the right to criticize Wanxing? I didn't say anything about Sister Wanxing. I was just worried she might be overwhelmed taking care of everything, Huang Zihan protested, her face twisted in feigned hurt. I didn't say Sister Wanxing. Ren Xiyao mimicked Huang Zihan's tone, rolling her eyes for good measure. When it came to backstabbing skills, Huang Zihan was like showing off a knife in front of Guan Yu, utterly outclassed by Ren Xiyao. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say Ren Xiyao was Huang Zihan's spiritual mentor. Those petty little tactics of feigning retreat to advance? They'd only fool someone like Liu Ruyan. Her eyebrow shot up in warning. Don't make me spank you. Ah! Huang Zihan let out a startled cry. She clutched her stung right hand tightly, the pale skin instantly turning red and swollen, inadvertently revealing it before Lord Liu Shan. Yet her words begged for mercy. Sister Yao, I won't dare again. Boss, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have cared so much about you. Tell Sister Yao not to be angry. You damn it. Ren Xiyao raised her right hand high. Others might not know how to deal with this kind of trash, but she certainly did. If she could slap her twice, she wouldn't stop at just one. The more she was slapped, the more she'd know to apologize. Otherwise, she'd push her luck, get cocky, and start acting all high and mighty. Smack! It wasn't Ren Xiyao who slapped Huang Zihan across the face, but Lord Liu Shan who slapped Ren Xiyao across the buttocks. The moment Lord Liu Shan acted, Ren Xiyao instantly softened, her entire body shedding its aggression as she became as docile as a kitten. Liu Shanjun seized Huang Zihan's right hand, noticing the swelling and redness. With a trace of pity, he said, Yao Yao. Look at you hitting so hard. You've whipped someone's hand until it's red. Seeing Liu Shanjun stand up for her, Huang Zihan had just lifted her little head in triumph when Liu Shanjun's next words crushed her like a mountain. Next time you strike, you're not allowed to hit that hard. Ha! Boss, you're actually letting Ren Xiyao get away with this? This favoritism is getting completely out of hand. Lin Wanxing pressed her lips together in a faint smile. I knew Lord Liu Shan wouldn't side with outsiders. Even if he doesn't care, he'll still take sides. They're the real family. As for Huang Zihan? Lin Wanxing never gave her a second thought. She's too low class, and her looks are nothing special. Whatever Yao Yao had, she had too. But whatever Yao Yao had, she was hopelessly lacking. All right. Next time I slap her, I'll hold back a little. Ren Xiyao agreed sweetly. Liu Shanjun gently dabbed Huang Zihan's wound, offering a faint smile to smooth over the incident. He then turned his gaze to Li Hong. Miss Li, this gift is far too valuable. How can I possibly accept it? Li Hong was still reeling from Liu Shanjun's skill at handling people. Even Huang Zihan, who gave her headaches, had been so easily diffused by Mr. Liu. Seeing her look of hurt and timid silence made Li Hong question her own worldview. Could it be that young girls nowadays truly preferred discipline over flattery? Snapping back to reality, Li Hong handed 2 bottles of Mao Tai to Lin Wanxing. Lin didn't take them immediately, glancing at Liu Shanjun instead. Only after catching his confirming look did she smile, accept the bottles, and express her thanks. Only then did Li Hong speak up. Mr. Liu, the girl's performance is just days away. I was wondering. Wanxing, return the liquor. Oh no. Mr. Liu, please don't. You've already accepted them. Chapter 74, setting the tone for his daughter's girl group. Everyone settled onto the living room sofa. Liu Ruyan had never seen her manager appear so submissive. Mr. Liu, if you don't help them, they'll truly have no hope left. Please, take pity on these 3 girls. Give them one more chance. I'm begging you, okay? His voice trembled with emotion, nearly breaking into tears. To Liu Ruyan, it felt like an old mother from the old society, pleading with a wealthy landlord to take in her 3 daughters and give them a meal. Liu Shanjun is just a pretentious talent, Sister Hong, no need to grovel. Seeing Li Hong's pitiable, tear-stricken expression, tears suddenly spilling from her eyes, Liu Shanjun felt no sympathy whatsoever, only amusement. This fellow was getting better and better at exploiting the advantages of her gender. But he wasn't falling for it. To him, men and women alike were nothing more than tools for making money. If you could bring him profit, naturally everything was negotiable. But if you're just a parasite sucking blood off my back, Lord Liu Shan won't give you a single kind glance. Miss Li, don't pressure me with these 3 girls. One is my daughter, and the other 2 are streamers under my banner. Naturally, I want what's best for them. Li Hong's eyes lit up at this. So what songs has Mr. Liu prepared for them this time? See? You're rushing again, Lord Liu Shan frowned. Haste makes waste. Look at the popularity rankings for the remaining 22 trainees on center stage. Huang Zihan is already number 1, and Ruyan and Jiayu are both in the top 10. Your Xinda Entertainment only sent 3 trainees to center stage. Aren't you satisfied with these results? Greed knows no bounds. When people are well fed and warm, they start thinking about lust. Human nature is inherently greedy. How could anyone ever be satisfied? The desire in Li Hong's eyes was palpable, yet her words remained humble. I simply want these 3 girls to advance further. It was clear Miss Li was eager to advance. By propelling these 3 girls to stardom, her standing within Xinda would rise accordingly, a contribution she couldn't be denied. But, what the hell does this have to do with me, Lord Liu Shan? Would Xinda really shell out 100 grand for song contracts with 3 girls? Or could their contracts possibly leak a bit for me to pocket? The most valuable asset, short video operation rights, had already been secured last time. The only bargaining chip Xinda holds now is Li Hong's emotional appeal. Unfortunately, that's the one card Lord Liu Shan is least susceptible to. Lord Liu Shan sipped his green tea, speaking calmly and measuredly. Miss Li, I understand Zihan, Jiayu, and Ruyan's desire to advance. But my advice is to steady yourselves. There's a saying in the gambling world, the hottest bet is the one that dies. And an ancient Chinese proverb goes, when the flavor is at its peak, leave 3 parts for others to taste. Remember, you debuted as an 11-member group. Leave room for other trainees to shine. This is an era where capital speaks. Overwhelming prominence isn't beneficial. You must play along with capital's narrative, not defy it. Give capital the impression you're unpredictable. Though the 4 women Li Hong and the others couldn't grasp the full meaning of Ryuzen's words, they were profoundly shaken. When spoken by Lord Liu Shan, certain words carried an undeniable weight of conviction. Li Hong bit her crimson lips, pondered for a moment, then spoke earnestly. Mr. Liu, your words are profound, some parts escape me. But I trust your vision and judgment. Moving forward, I humbly request your guidance on this group's path. Though Li Hong had only met Lord Liu Shan 3 times, he struck her as a cunning fox with 1,000 years of experience. When dealing with such individuals, one principle prevails above all else: sincerity. Don't try to outsmart them, just be a loyal puppet on their strings. Let Lord Liu feast on the meat, she'd be content with the broth. Though Li Hong lacked great wisdom, she possessed a fair share of street smarts. Liu Shanjun was generous enough to cut through the confusion for the girls. You shouldn't be asking me how to proceed next. You should be asking the director of the C-position production team. Huang Chaoran? Li Hong furrowed her brow, momentarily baffled by the purpose behind Liu Shanjun's move. Liu Shanjun's gaze shifted to Huang Zihan beside him. He extended his hand, forming a pinching motion with his thumb and index finger. Huang Zihan promptly offered her own plump, smooth, round face to Liu Shanjun's fingers. She let the man pinch her soft, delicate cheeks as he opened and closed his fingers. A soft, nasal sound escaped her lips. The little girl knew exactly what to do. Lord Liu Shan chuckled. Miss Li, you needn't meddle in this matter. When it comes to social niceties, our little Zihan is the most adept, isn't she? Boss, Zihan doesn't understand. Ah.
Lu Shanjun pinched her cheek again, gazing at Huang Zihan with a hint of indulgence.
Go talk to the show's director.
Ask him what kind of program effect he needs, then you just cooperate with him on the performance. Only then did Li Hong grasp the situation. Lu Shanjun was instructing them to coordinate with the C-position production team whatever song the producers wanted them to sing, they would sing whatever program effect the producers desired, they would create. By currying favor with the production team, the three girls could secure a steadier path on C-position and advance to the final stages.
But Li Hong failed to grasp Lu Shanjun's deeper logic.
That was to use Huang Chaoran, the director of the center stage production team, to transform the three girls from profit-making tools for Xinda into profit-making tools for Penguin Entertainment. Many artists, lacking bargaining power before fame, sign contracts akin to slave contracts. Once they achieve stardom, disputes over profit distribution with their agencies become commonplace.
This is especially true in talent show programs. If these trainees don't make it big, that's one thing. But if they do, they usually end up saddled with two contracts. One is with their agency, and the other is with the show's production team. When these two entities fail to agree on profit distribution, it's the artists who suffer. Take Rocket Girls 101 as an example. Several members have been caught in contract disputes, repeatedly leaving and rejoining the group. Such contractual conflicts inflict immense damage on an artist.
The hard-earned popularity they built up gets completely eroded after multiple cycles of joining and leaving the group. Lu Shanjun, however, played it safe by laying a hidden groundwork for the three girls ahead of time. When it comes to contract disputes, remember this: safety lies in the shade of a big tree. Lu Shanjun released his grip, leaving two fingerprints on Huang Zihan's fair, delicate face. Yet Huang Zihan showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, her expression brimmed with pride. The carrot and stick approach might be old-fashioned, but it worked like a charm. Lord Lu Shan continued, the future development of your troupe. Ruyan is the face. She handles appearances, but keep her words to a minimum. You have a fiery temper. The more you speak, the more mistakes you make.
Zihan is the substance. She manages interpersonal relationships. As for Jiayu,
Lord Lu Shan turned his gaze to the quietest corner, where a girl had remained silent all along. He extended his hand.
After a moment of dazed hesitation, she followed Huang Zihan's example, walking to Lord Lu Shan and obediently crouching down.
She allowed the man to fondly ruffle her hair.
Jiayu, though you lack Ruyan's striking looks and figure, and you don't possess Huang Zihan's social grace, I've always known your musical talent is the finest among the three of you. Don't fill your little head with unnecessary thoughts. Just focus on honing your singing skills. Your start may be slower than theirs, but your future achievements will surely surpass theirs. Once your singing is polished to perfection, I'll write a song just for you.
Even Xin Jiayu herself hadn't realized how highly Lu Shanjun regarded her.
Boss.
Xin Jiayu's nose stung as she wrapped her arms around Lu Shanjun's knees, tears welling up in her eyes from the overwhelming emotion.
The feeling of being recognized by someone else was truly wonderful.
This girl. Lu Shanjun chuckled, ruffling Xin Jiayu's hair again.
Chapter 75, The Flower of Earthly Splendor. Chunan Shuang.
After seeing off Li Hong and the three girls, Liu Ruyan looked at Lu Shanjun on the sofa, his cheeks puffed out.
Lu Shanjun, what did you mean by that earlier?
What's this about Huang Zihan being adept at social etiquette, Xin Jiayu having the brightest future, and me saying I'm prone to mistakes and should speak less?
Lu Shanjun shot her a glance. Liu Ruyan, look at yourself right now. Don't you resemble a spoiled, unreasonable daughter throwing a tantrum? You only choose to hear the worst?
I said you're the face of the troupe, with the best figure and looks in the group. Are you just going to ignore all those compliments?
Liu Ruyan froze, pouting her lips in a stubborn, unreasonable tantrum. I don't care. I'm just going to throw a fit. Don't make me spank you.
Lu Shanjun rolled her eyes.
Lu Shanjun, I'm going to hate you again. Liu Ruyan looked aggrieved, like a little girl pestering her parents for candy. Lu Shanjun smiled gently, ruffling her hair as he coaxed, you're like a peddler praising their own melons, always tooting your own horn? Out in the world, everyone praises other people's children. But at home, it's our own kids we praise. Even a scabby-headed son is still our own.
In Dad's heart, no one compares to my little Ruyan.
Those words finally sounded like something a human would say. Ugh. Stop touching my head, I won't grow any taller.
Liu Ruyan turned her head away in feigned indignation. Tap tap tap, she scampered upstairs.
Lin Wanxing covered her mouth, laughing.
Sitting beside Uncle Lu Shan, she said gently, Uncle Lu, please praise Ruyan more often. I can tell she really wants your praise.
Ah.
This was his fault. He hadn't praised Ruyan enough when she was little, and now his daughter was seeking compensation for that lost childhood. Thankfully, Lin Wanxing had come into her life, filling the void of maternal love Liu Ruyan had missed out on. Otherwise, Liu Ruyan might have truly turned dark.
Wanxing.
At the end of the day, Ruyan just needs a mother.
What are you talking about? Yao Yao is still here.
After resting at home for just one day, Liu Ruyan returned to the C-position training camp. Arranged by the show's director, the trio selected Wang Taoyue, the signature piece by Wang Taoyue, the group's chief producer. They invited Liu Ruyan, the mentor who had openly clashed with them in the previous episode, to choreograph their dance. They also enlisted Qin Shuawei, the mentor who had faced off against Liu Ruyan in the last episode, to rearrange their music. The production team even posted their training behind-the-scenes footage on Weibo, instantly maximizing the topic's buzz. In the training footage, Liu Ruyan emerged as the kind-hearted mentor. When the young trainees broke down in tears during dance practice, Liu Ruyan stood by their side, offering encouragement. "You can absolutely do this." Qin Shuawei, however, emerged as the strict mentor, cold and unyielding, holding the three girls to exacting standards with meticulous scrutiny. Huang Zihan's devoted fans on Weibo were heartbroken, voicing their frustration on behalf of their favorite member. This single behind-the-scenes clip alone garnered nearly 10 million views, rivaling the main content of Center Stage. It also garnered hundreds of thousands of comments. Every single one was cheering on these three girls. There were also posts defending Liu Ruyan and Qin Shuawei's almost obsessive perfectionism toward her work. While some expressed dissatisfaction, more defended her, declaring that it's precisely this dedicated and responsible attitude that makes her the queen of the stage. Only by enduring hardships can one rise above others. This behind-the-scenes clip successfully propelled center position onto the trending topics list. The popularity of Huang Zihan and the other two girls had nearly stalled on C position. Liu Ruyan, meanwhile, achieved fame and a clean slate. Qin Shuawei also gained a wave of positive character development. This isn't just a win when it's more like Qin Shi Huang touching an electric gate, a total victory. And the mastermind behind it all, Lord Liu Shan. He was accompanying Lin Wanxing and Ren Xiyao at Jinghai Airport to pick someone up. Lin Wanxing pushed Liu Shanjuan's wheelchair, while Ren Xiyao held aloft a welcome sign reading Chu Nanshuang. The legs arrived before the person. First there was Liu Ruyan, whose legs seemed longer than life itself. Then came Li Jiqing, whose legs were unmatched in their allure and charm. But compared to Chu Nanshuang, those two could only say one thing: sis, you still need to practice. A pair of light blue washed skinny jeans hugged Chu Nanshuang's legs tightly. Yet they only served to accentuate their straight, slender beauty. Chu Nanshuang's legs weren't merely thin, long, and straight. Her calves were slender, her thighs smooth and supple, shaped like wine glasses, neither compromising beauty nor tactile appeal. It was the kind of flawless figure you'd only find in anime. Her upper body was clad in a purple silk blouse, cinched at the waist to form a waistline so slender it seemed almost too delicate to grasp. Her bust was perfectly rounded, like an inverted jade bowl. Amidst the bustling airport crowd, she stood out like a crane among chickens, her gentle smile radiating the grace and elegance of a pampered heiress. Truly a flower of earthly luxury. When Nuwa created humanity, how much favor did she bestow upon Chu Nanshuang? Xuan. Ren Xiyao, trailing her welcome sign behind her, bounced and skipped toward Chu Nanshuang, burying her face in the woman's embrace. The adorable height difference meant Ren Xiao's face buried perfectly into her. Judging by Liu Shanjun's estimation, even in high heels, Chu Nanshuang wasn't much shorter than him. "I missed you so much." Ren Xiyao, having washed her face inside, cooed sweetly in a high-pitched voice. Chu Nanshuang dragged her luggage with one hand while patting Ren Xiao's head with the other. In Chu Nanshuang's eyes, affection was evident. It wasn't just Lin Wanxing who treated Yao Yao like a little daughter. "I missed everyone too," Chu Nanshuang said, her voice slightly softening. "Xuan, let me introduce you to our family's newest member and our only man." After washing her face, Ren Xiyao pulled Chu Nanshuang toward Liu Shanjun. "Wanxing. Nanshuang." Lin Wanxing and Chu Nanshuang exchanged greetings first. Only then did Chu Nanshuang turn her gaze to Liu Shanjun, seated in his wheelchair. Extending her right hand, she said confidently, "Hello. Chu Nanshuang." Liu Shanjun offered a light handshake. "Hello, Liu Shanjun. Uncle. You're 3 times more handsome in person than in photos," Chu Nanshuang smiled. "You too. I thought you'd be about the same height as Ruyan, but I didn't expect you." Though this was their first meeting, they weren't entirely strangers to each other. Whether it was Chu Nanshuang or Liu Ruyan, whenever they went out, they would share their lives in the WeChat group called Loving Family. Lin Wanxing and Ren Xiyao would also recount everything happening at home in the group. Especially the girls who were out and about whenever they attended dinners or drinking parties, they had to report their whereabouts and share their location in the group. The 4 women truly ran this little family with remarkable efficiency. And within the group chat, one topic was inescapable: Liu Shanjun. Liu Shanjun writes songs, Lin Wanxing films. Liu Shanjun records songs, Ren Xiyao films. When Liu Shanjun shoots short videos, the second daughter uploads them to the group too. Especially Ren Xiyao, who privately messaged Chu Nanshuang. She sent countless sets of candid photos she'd taken of Liu Shanjun. So Chu Nanshuang knew more about Liu Shanjun than Liu Shanjun knew about her. And just as she said, the real-life uncle was even more handsome than in Ren Xiao's candid snaps. No wonder Yao Yao was so infatuated with this Uncle Chang. She kept saying "my uncle," and even Chu Nanshuang started mimicking Ren Xiao's nickname.
Chapter 76, Lord Lushan, you've ruined me. Lin Wanxing drove while Chu Nanchuang sat in the passenger seat. Glancing through the rearview mirror, she saw Ren Xiyao sound asleep on Lu Shanjun's lap. The man played with her little ears as she curled up like a hamster, occasionally twitching and giggling softly. Chu Nanchuang smiled wryly. She couldn't fathom what kind of magic Lord Lushan possessed to enchant Yao Yao like this, turning her completely into his little toy. After the four returned home, Ren Xiyao obediently waited for Chu Nanchuang to open her suitcase. Chu Nanchuang always brought them gifts whenever she went out of town for filming. This trip was no exception. Seeing Ren Xiyao waiting with bated breath, Chu Nanchuang couldn't help but smile again. Her little Xiao Yao was simply too adorable, she could never spoil her enough. Chu Nanchuang rummaged through her treasure chest and pulled out a brass music box shaped like a piano. What's this? A music box? Ren Xiyao accepted it, its delicate, petite design making it truly hard to put down. Chu Nanchuang motioned for Ren Xiyao to wind the clock tightly. Ren Xiyao obeyed, and the tinkling sound of clear spring water began to play. This melody. It's Jingwei, Shuang Shuang. It's the Jingwei my uncle and I played. You and I first will discuss the hall of cultivating the heart, then we'll bow beneath the cascading waterfall. Yongchang, where Chu Nanchuang was filming, was known as the hometown of music boxes in Longhua. She had specially commissioned this Jingwei-themed music box from a handmade shop, a truly costly piece. Moa. Shuang Shuang, I love you the most. Ren Xiyao planted a kiss right on Chu Nanchuang's cheek. Seeing how delighted Ren Xiyao was, all the trouble of buying the gift felt utterly worth it. Wanxing. This is for you. Chu Nanchuang took out a horn hairpin and handed it to Lin Wanxing. Beyond being the hometown of music boxes, Yongchang was also renowned for its buffalo horns. The gifts Chu Nanchuang brought for everyone weren't extravagant, but they were undoubtedly thoughtful. Lin Wanxing murmured a soft thank you, but before she could do anything, Lord Lushan took the hairpin. He motioned for her to kneel before him, and with a single horn hairpin, he gathered her long, flowing black hair into an elegant updo. Why did Nan Shuang feel Lin Wanxing was becoming more and more alluring, as if she'd been awakened? And wasn't Lord Lushan supposed to be Ren Xiao's exclusive consort? Why did he seem to be, with Wanxing too? The more Chu Nanchuang scrutinized the trio, the more bizarre it all seemed. Had my home been burglarized while I was away these past months? Suppressing the doubt swirling in her mind, Chu Nanchuang handed a leather hand drum to Lord Lushan. Uncle, this is a gift for you. Lu Shanjun looked slightly startled. Me too? Chu Nanchuang smiled gently. Of course. Your family too. Family should cherish and care for one another. Ren Xiyao nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right. Family should love and care for each other except for Liu Ruyan. Chu Nanchuang shook her head helplessly. One thing hadn't changed in this family. Yao Yao and Ruyan were still as incompatible as fire and water. Where's Ruyan? Still at the C position training camp? Chu Nanchuang inquired. Lin Wanxing replied, yeah. We'll go pick her up tomorrow night. Hungry? Want me to whip up some late-night snacks? Yes, please. Chu Nanchuang threw herself into Lin Wanxing's arms, nuzzling affectionately against her cheek as she pouted, I want Wanxing snail noodles. You have no idea how much I crave this when I'm out. Sniffle. All right. I'll make you snail noodles with a soft boiled egg on the side. Yao Yao wants snail noodles too. Sure. Do you want some too, uncle? No, thanks. Just make me a cup of hot tea. Like Ren Xiyao, Chu Nanchuang liked to sit on a cushion at the coffee table while eating her snail noodles. The only difference was that Ren Xiyao had Lu Shanjun as her backrest, while Chu Nanchuang had Lin Wanxing. When she grew tired of eating, she'd lean back and rest her head on Lin Wanxing's lap. Patting her full belly, she declared with satisfaction, so delicious. Though a wealthy heiress, Chu Nanchuang was genuinely down to earth. Lu Shanjun, meanwhile, held a cup of hot tea as he and Lin Wanxing watched the two girls slurp away. Seeing their contented expressions, the two men exchanged a glance and smiled happily. Lin Wanxing was undoubtedly a wonderful mother. Lu Shanjun, you've ruined me. As Lu Shanjun watched the two girls slurping noodles at home, an untimely WeChat message arrived. It was from Director Li. Lu Shanjun was puzzled and replied, huh? What's up, Director Li? Li Jiqing forwarded two chat screenshots. Both were her best friend mocking her with screenshots of her appearance in the Lake City promotional video. Jiqing, you look so hot. Whoa. Jiqing, I never knew you looked so sexy in black stockings. Next time we go shopping, could you wear them? Just for me. As Li Jiqing sent him the chat logs of her friends teasing her. A ding sound rang out. The system notification sounded, signaling the completion of Ren Xiao's side quest and marking the official milestone of Lake City's tourism promotional video surpassing 10 million views online. The more popular the video became, the more people saw it. Naturally, Li Jiqing's friends and girlfriends also saw the promotional video. Discovering Li Jiqing featured in the video brought them delightful surprise. Seeing her in black stockings and stiletto heels, they exclaimed, "Oh my gosh! What kind of magic potion did the director feed their director Li to make her make such a huge sacrifice?
Everyone acted like they discovered a new continent, frantically screenshotting Li Jiqing's scenes in the promo and sending them to her for her own viewing pleasure, all while relentlessly teasing her. Li Jiqing had utterly embarrassed herself in her social circle.
Blame it all on Lord Liu Shan.
This time, she truly sacrificed for art.
Liu Shan glanced at Li Jiqing's chat history, chuckled, and replied, "Director Li, you're getting a bit too cocky after getting what you wanted."
Beyond the teasing, most comments praised her figure. They also encouraged her to loosen up her usual style. While formal attire was fine for work, she could wear her own clothes during breaks. There was no need for clothing shame. Black stockings, high heels, spaghetti strap tops weren't indecent, they were simply expressions of feminine beauty. Li Jiqing's complaint to Liu Shanjun actually carried a tiny bit of show-off, but she hadn't expected Liu Shanjun to ruthlessly expose it.
She was instantly put out of sorts. "What did you say? How dare you? How insolent!"
Liu Shanjun knew exactly how to handle conversations with these career-driven power women. Blind flattery only made them look down on you. The trick was to mix sweet talk with a bit of edge. Occasionally poking them with a jab gave them a thrill of feeling different from other men.
Even as Li Jiqing appeared to explode, Lord Liu Shan held his ground. "Regarding Director Li's segment," he countered, "it's my favorite part of this promotional film. It even surpasses the Lake City scenery and Ren Xiao's footage. If I had to trim this promo down to 10 seconds, I'd choose those 10 seconds of you walking." Chapter 77, Writing the Screenplay for Happy Death Day. Liu Shanjun really is a sycophant. Li Jiqing sat in her home's hanging basket sofa, clad in her purple silk nightgown.
Her long legs were curled up, tucked beneath the fabric. Only her snow-white feet peeked out, toes delicate as young bamboo shoots. She hummed softly. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, typing, "Flatterer." It seemed like a curse, but it carried a hint of pride and petulance. "Teach Xiao Chui how to shoot short videos. I'll be visiting all the scenic spots in Lake City soon." Li Jiqing had already recognized the promotional power of Douhai short videos. Her blank account had gained a whopping 200,000 followers through that co-created video with Lord Liu Shan. Li Jiqing calculated carefully even the female lead, Ren Xiyao, hadn't gained as many followers as she had. Moreover, in the comments section of that tourism promo video, she the supporting actress was actually more popular than the lead. Those vulgar netizens were actually saying they wanted to lick her feet. Disgusting. Just as disgusting as Lord Liu Shan. What kind of aesthetic sense do young people have nowadays? Ignoring the young and beautiful Ren Xiyao, they're all over her, an old auntie whose career is already on the decline. Could it be that Liu Shanjun really has the current netizens' tastes wrapped around his finger? Li Jiqing railed against the netizens' vulgarity while secretly lurking in the comments section. No one dislikes being recognized by the masses. Not even Li Jiqing was an exception. It was precisely the netizens' responses that made Li Jiqing reconsider Liu Shanjun's suggestion. That was to tie her to Hucheng's cultural tourism and use her to promote the city. Xiao Chui isn't up to the task. Professional work requires professionals. When is Director Li available? I'll come to Hucheng. Li Jiqing certainly recognized Liu Shanjuan's expertise. Her heart's desire was undoubtedly for him to handle the filming. Calling on Xiao Chui was merely a reluctant second choice. Seeing the sycophant volunteering himself, Li Jiqing's toes curled in tension as she replied insincerely, "Wouldn't that be too much trouble for Mr. Liu? Is Director Li playing games now? Who was Liu Shanjun?" Having seen countless insincere displays of deference in both her past and present lives, Li Jiqing recognized instantly the moment she spoke that calculated, backhanded flattery reeking of green tea tactics. "I wouldn't trust anyone else with this. I'm afraid Xiao Chui would squander Director Li's talent." The sycophant was at it again. Li Jiqing craved wine again. She tossed her phone aside, poured a glass of red, and sipped it slowly. Staring at the chat window with Lord Liu Shan, she pondered how to respond. Chatting with Liu Shanjun was quite entertaining. He's different from other men. Then keep things within bounds. With those words from Li Jiqing, Liu Shanjun felt reassured. Boundaries are things that only get stretched further each time. "Director Li, which scenic spot in Lake City are we promoting this time?" "The film studio, I suppose." "What style is the film studio?" "Shanghai architecture from the Republican era, plus a fantasy adventure style." "Got it. Let me think about what style to shoot for Director Li." Li Jiqing tossed her phone aside again. Could she really not escape this? Knowing Liu Shanjun, he'd surely make things difficult for her again this time. The cheapao couldn't be too revealing at most, she could show her ankles. Anything more, and her father would beat her. Li Jiqing had only one wish now, that her father never saw her filming this kind of video. "Liu Shanjun, when are you coming over?" "Depends on the boss, I'm flexible." "Flatterer. Then come in a couple days Wednesday. I have to attend a meeting out of town these next 2 days. I won't be back in Hucheng until Tuesday night." "Boss, you really don't need to report in such detail." The two agreed on a time and ended the conversation. Ding.
Congratulations, host. You've drawn the movie script Happy Death Day 1. Ren Xiyao side quest, reach 100,000 plus viewers in livestream for 100 points reward. Liu Shanjun had seen this film and was deeply impressed by the female lead's legs. Unconsciously, Liu Shanjun found himself looking at Chu Nanshuang. Happy Death Day is a low-budget suspense film where the female lead is repeatedly murdered by the same masked killer, only to reawaken at the original time point. Through each time loop, she gradually uncovers the hidden killer among those around her. Ultimately, she successfully kills the masked killer, finds true love, and breaks the time loop. The pioneering work in this time loop genre is undoubtedly Groundhog Day. Later filmmakers explored this concept in various ways. Liu Shan personally considers The Cabin in the Woods and Source Code to be representative works within this genre. But Happy Death Day has one distinct advantage: it's low budget. Made for under $10 million, it grossed hundreds of millions worldwide. Its return on investment, while not unprecedented, certainly ranks among the most impressive in cinematic history. Lately, Liu Shanjun has been watching movies nightly with Lin Wanxing. Though his mind was rarely on the films themselves, he still managed to see a wide variety of them. The film genres in this world, whether Eastern or Western, differ significantly from those on Earth. As far as Liu Shanjun could recall, he'd never seen a single film that played with time loops like this. With such a vast blue ocean of possibilities before him, how could Liu Shanjun not be tempted? He promptly patted Ren Xiao's head and instructed, "Go to my room and fetch Wanxing's notebook." Got it. Ren Xiao scurried off and brought the laptop back. She stood up straight, her face full of anticipation. "Uncle, do you need a laptop stand?" To Ren Xiao's fans, she was a goddess held in high esteem. But to Lord Liu Shan, she was nothing more than a devoted admirer. Forget it. The surface is too soft and wobbly, can't type properly. Liu Shanjun was already being picky. Ren Xiao didn't get upset. She appeared when Liu Shanjun needed her, and when he didn't, she obediently ate the snail noodles her mother made for her. After finishing their late-night snack, Ren Xiyao patted her full little belly contentedly. Lin Wanxing collected their plates and went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Chu Nanshuan was stuffed too, plopping onto the sofa, utterly unwilling to move. Ren Xiyao knelt beside Lord Liu Shan, watching quietly by his side, as docile as a little puppy. Ren Xiyao had assumed Lord Liu Shan was writing a new song, but after watching for a while, she realized that wasn't the case. Surprised, she asked, "Uncle, are you writing a script?" Although Liu Shanjun always wrote scripts in advance for their short videos, those were short video scripts. Compared to a movie script, it was like the difference between a novel outline and a complete novel. Could it be that my uncle really is a genius? Ren Xiao's love-struck brain kicked in again. In her eyes, Liu Shanjun now towered like a god. Even Chu Nanshuan was drawn in by Ren Xiao and crawled over. She'd always known Liu Shanjun could write songs, but no one had ever told her he could write scripts too. She was determined to see what kind of story he could craft. After all, she was part of the industry herself. She'd know whether a script was any good the moment she acted it out. Chu Nanshuan scanned the document title, reading it word by word, Happy Death Day? Chapter 78, Turning Happy Anniversary into a web movie. Uncle, are you writing another time travel script? Ren Xiao hugged a bottle of coconut water, sipping happily. After glancing at the script, she voiced her curiosity. Yeah. This time it's not a romance, it's a murder mystery. Murder mystery? Ren Xiao looked stunned, then turned to Chu Nanshuan beside her with an admiring expression. Xuan. I told you uncle is super talented, he can even write murder mysteries. Yeah. Your uncle even poops fragrantly. Chu Nanshuan was speechless at this love-struck girl. Yao Yao's adoration for this man had reached the point of mindless devotion. As for her, she carefully read a section. Though one plot segment didn't reveal much, Chu Nanshuan found the premise intriguing: how the female lead could always return to the starting point after dying. Murder mysteries are an enduring genre in cinema, yet the reason no blockbuster has emerged in recent years is the lack of a truly outstanding script. A single murder case struggles to sustain a 2-hour film, but a serial killer plot demands a meticulous, layered progression, unraveling clues and interlocking clues, which severely tests a screenwriter's skill. Yet the time loop concept in The Lady of the Mountain perfectly breaks free from these constraints. From beginning to end, it's one murder case, the female lead. Yet through the time loop, the protagonist gains foresight to prepare defenses only to meet death by the killer's alternate methods. This delivers fresh thrills: one case, one killer, one victim, yet infinite ways to die. Viewers even find themselves anticipating how the protagonist will die in her next rebirth. This keeps the audience hooked. Through each successive rebirth, the protagonist gradually unravels the mystery layer by layer to uncover the true culprit. This is where the screenwriter plays with the audience. Chu Nanshuan knew all too well the writer's twisted sense of humor. The obvious answer was never the real one. Once the writers have toyed with the audience enough and the runtime is nearly up, the real killer turns out to be. Damn! Just thinking about it is thrilling. Chu Nanshuan shot Liu Shanjun a surprised glance. Could it be, this man really is a genius? How could he conceive of an endless time loop for a murder case? And Liu Shanjun could even multitask writing the script while chatting with the two women. Nanchuan, you work in the film industry. How strict are the censorship standards for murder mysteries these days? Is it easy to get the dragon seal? You're just a short video creator and you're already aiming for the dragon seal?
Xu Nanchuan stared blankly at Liu Shanjun, her mind drifting before snapping back to reality.
Though she thought Liu Shanjun was overthinking things, Xu Nanchuan answered seriously, it's both easy and hard.
If you go to the film bureau alone to get a project approved, it's tough. But nowadays, many production companies sell review qualifications.
Going through them makes it much easier, though it costs around 7 figures. The real challenge is distribution.
Xu Nanchuan caught herself mid-sentence and looked at Liu Shanjun, who was also looking at her.
Their eyes met. Xu Nanchuan's explanation largely matched the information Liu Shanjun had gathered. Getting approval and filming aren't the hard parts, distribution is.
Xu Nanchuan continued, generally speaking, even if an amateur film makes it into theaters, it won't get much screen time. The film industry is a world that values experience and connections.
An amateur director, even one who graduated from a legitimate film school's directing program, must first join a production crew to build their credentials.
It takes at least 4 to 5 years, sometimes as long as 7 or 8, to earn their place. But this is a path where countless fail before one succeeds. Of course, there's a shortcut for geniuses: make an art film and win an international award. Secure just one of the 3 major foreign film awards, and people will be willing to invest in your talent. But you, uncle, seems to fit none of those paths. The words were too cruel for Xu Nanchuan to bring herself to say. What if I try web series instead? Liu Shanjun suggested, taking a different path.
Ha! Xu Nanchuan's eyes lit up instantly. Online films, that was a promising direction. Web film projects don't have as many restrictions, just a script is enough. But if it's for streaming platforms, the box office won't be high, so we need to keep production costs down.
Ideally, don't exceed 7 figures, or I'm afraid we won't recoup the investment.
Xu Nanchuan was speaking the truth.
Compared to theaters charging 40-50 yuan per ticket, web films had a much lower entry point, 6 yuan per viewer.
With 1 million views, that meant 6 million yuan in revenue.
Split 50-50, the production company would take home 3 million yuan.
For an online film to hit 1 million views, it's practically a blockbuster. Besides, uncle, can you even direct a film?
Xu Nanchuan doubted Liu Shanjun's directing skills. While the entertainment industry did have multi-talented individuals these days, most actors who transitioned to directing were essentially just using it as a gimmick. The real camera work was handled by someone else entirely. It's all actors turning to capital they invest in that movie themselves, then lure audiences into theaters under the banner of a debut director who both directs and stars in it. She had heard Liu Shanjun's songs before, truly breathtaking. Her favorite was Anha Bridge, which captured all the world's regrets. But for someone to be both a musician and a filmmaker? It seemed unrealistic. Someone like her, trained at a music academy, who switched to acting mid-career, it was all about capital. Without her father's connections, how could she have started out as a leading lady? Xu Nanchuan had a clear understanding of her own position. In her eyes, Liu Shanjun clearly wasn't someone who could be equated with capital. To her surprise, Liu Shanjun nodded and said, then we'll go with streaming platforms. I'll cut the budget. Wait, you're actually going to shoot this? Xu Nanchuan was momentarily speechless. Ren Xiyao, kneeling beside Liu Shanjun, suddenly wrapped her arms around his right arm, burying herself deeply into him as she swayed gently. In a sweet, cloying voice, she cooed, Uncle, it's been ages since you wrote a song for Yao Yao. Isn't it time to make it up to me? Yao Yao has dreams of becoming an actress too. Xu Nanchuan felt both amused and exasperated. Yao Yao was as shameless as ever. If she didn't get what she wanted, she'd just ask for it outright. Smack! Liu Shanjun snapped, laughing as he scolded, just stick to streaming for your fans. I've got someone else in mind for acting roles. Ren Xiyao pouted, throwing a little tantrum. Unless it's Wanxing, I won't accept anyone else. My absolute bottom line is that Liu Ruyan can't be the female lead. Otherwise, I won't eat for a day. Threatening me now? Liu Shanjun pinched Ren Xiao's baby fat between 2 fingers and gave it a good squeeze. Xu Nanchuan, however, believed Liu Ruyan was the perfect choice for the lead in Happy Death Day. Why let the role go to someone else? After all, Liu Ruyan was the uncle's daughter, and with the buzz from center stage, Happy Death Day seemed tailor-made for her. Of course, Xu Nanchuan was secretly envious of the role herself. She just couldn't bring herself to ask. She and the uncle weren't related by blood. They'd only met for the first time tonight. She wasn't Yao Yao. She didn't have the nerve to just reach out and demand the role. Chapter 79, Mountain Lord, in front of Ruyan, I'll be the good cop, you be the bad cop. Nanchuan. Ruyan. Overwhelmed by the joy of their reunion, the two women embraced and bounced around excitedly. The deep bonds between these four women even drew the attention of Lord Liu. It was rare to see such a close-knit group of girlfriends. One dorm room, 4 girls, 5 WeChat groups. That was the stereotype Lord Liu had in mind. Both women possessed tall, slender figures. Simply standing there, they formed a striking sight. The irresistible charm of these youthful beauties drew even Lord Liu gaze for a moment. The thought that these were his own daughters and their close friends brought him even greater comfort. "This is for you." Xu Nanchuan presented the gift she'd bought for Liu Ruyan, a pair of pearl earrings. Liu Ruyan accepted them with delight, then eagerly handed them back, urging, "Nanchuan, help me put them on." Crouching down, Xu Nanchuan gently threaded the pearl earrings through her pierced ears. Liu Ruyan turned to the 3 in the car and showed them off. "Aren't they pretty?" Ren Xiyao shot back with a sarcastic tone, "What's with the show-off act?" Nanchuan bought me a music box custom made at an artisan shop playing the song Uncle wrote for me, Jingwei. Did I brag about it? Not as pretty as mine. Ha ha ha. Watching Ren Xiyao and Liu Ruyan bicker was quite entertaining sometimes. It was like having 2 kids at home who bickered every now and then turned to their parents for judgment. After returning home, the 5 of them gathered in the living room after dinner to watch the latest episode of Center Position. Xu Nanchuan, Ruyan, next episode is the finals, right? Liu Ruyan nodded. Yep, next episode is the 22-11 elimination round, which is also the finals. The 11 who make it will debut as a group, and they'll also decide who gets the top popularity vote to be the group's leader. Xu Nanchuan, when is the finals? We'll all come cheer you on, okay? It's being recorded this Friday, Liu Ruyan replied, glancing repeatedly at Liu Shanjun. She stopped mid-sentence, seemingly wanting to say something to him. After a long hesitation, she finally spoke up, "Hey! Liu Shanjun, the show director asked me to check if you want to attend the finals. But you might need to cooperate with him for some show effects." "You little rascal, still won't call me dad even now?" All 4 women's gazes converged on Liu Shanjun, awaiting his response. After a moment, Liu Shanjun asked, "Is it the show director asking me to attend? Or is it you who wants me to go?" Liu Ruyan frowned. "Does it make a difference?" Liu Shanjun replied earnestly, "It makes a huge difference." Liu Ruyan pursed her lips, her tone haughty. "Of course it was the director. I couldn't care less if you stay as far away from me as possible." "Ruyan!" Lin Wanxing flashed a rare look of anger. "Get over here." She was pressed onto her knees and received 3 firm swats on the bottom. "Mom Wanxing, I'm sorry," Liu Ruyan pleaded. Lin Wanxing's face remained stern as she lectured, "When speaking to family, you must not speak in anger, you must not speak in contradiction, and you must not remain silent." "I know. I won't speak in anger again." "Mom! So you admit what you said earlier was out of anger?" After getting up from Lin Wanxing, Liu Ruyan rubbed her bottom. This time she'd truly angered Mom Wanxing, who'd held nothing back, leaving her bottom in 8 pieces. "Woo! I hate you, Lord Liu," she muttered. "Wanxing, next time you spank me, could you do it in private? This is so embarrassing. Has Yao Yao ever gotten spanked less in front of you? If you two were just a little more well-behaved, would I even consider it? When I hit you, the pain cuts deep in my heart." Not only Ren Xiyao and Liu Ruyan have been punished, but even the most well-behaved Xu Nanchuan has been spanked by Lin Wanxing. That time, Xu Nanchuan went out drinking, didn't come back all night, and turned off her phone. She didn't return to the dorm until early the next morning, reeking of alcohol. Before she could even lie down, Lin Wanxing dragged her over and gave her a beating. Truthfully, Xu Nanchuan deserved little of that beating. Nothing serious had happened. She'd simply gathered with friends who'd returned from studying abroad and accidentally overindulged. Her phone had died and shut off automatically. But it had kept her 3 roommates worried all night. Henceforth, a rule was established: anyone going out alone for a meal must report their whereabouts in the group chat. Lin Wanxing was the head of this little household. She doted on the 3 girls without limits in everyday life, but in critical moments, she was the one who called the shots and enforced the household rules. Xu Nanchuan, the eldest sister in this household, gently rubbed Liu Ruyan's back. Feeling both heartbroken and frustrated, she whispered in her ear, "Don't you know little Mom Wanxing values family above all? Yet you go and jump right into the fire. Let's see if you dare speak such reckless words again." "I dare. I dare." Liu Shanjun is a born rebel. Liu Ruyan lifted her proud little chin, daring only to whisper these defiant words in her heart. Beside them, the biological father watched his stepmother deal with her stepdaughter with amusement. After the spectacle ended, he finally spoke, "I'm heading to Lake City on Wednesday to shoot a video. Should be back by Friday. No need for any showmanship this time, just going to support someone." "Humph." Liu Ruyan snorted. Given her temperament, she would normally have taken a jab at Lord Liu Shan. But considering her freshly bruised behind, she graciously spared him this time. "Humph. I barely wrangled 4 tickets from the production team. Giving them to you feels like giving away cabbage to pigs. Just 4 tickets?" Everyone saw through Liu Ruyan's thoughts, yet she alone stubbornly insisted otherwise. That evening, after bathing, she climbed into bed.
The late summer heat hung heavy, dry, and stifling. Lin Wanxing applied body lotion while chatting with Liu Ruyan on the bed. Uncle Sean.
In front of others, Lin Wanxing still called him Uncle Liu. But when they were alone, she had unconsciously switched to a different form of address.
What is it?
Liu Ruyan was still working on the script for Happy Death Day and responded casually. Lin Wanxing sat on the edge of the bed, spreading the lotion from her palm along the curve of her calf, smoothing it out evenly.
That's just how Ruyan is. Sometimes she doesn't think before she speaks and just blurts out hurtful things. Don't take it to heart. I know.
I treated her badly before. Now that the child is targeting me like this, I deserve it. Lin Wanxing couldn't bear to see Liu Ruyan's guilty expression. She couldn't help but smooth out the frown on his brow. Then she continued, this won't do. Family doesn't speak harshly to each other. You've spoiled her rotten. As if I'm the only one spoiling her. Don't you bear any responsibility? Lin Wanxing's cheeks flushed slightly. She admittedly doted on the child too much herself. From now on, we'll set a rule. I'll play the stern one, and you'll play the indulgent one. Someone in this household has to keep her in line. Now that she's older, it's not appropriate for you to discipline her yourself. You'll be in charge of spoiling her, and I'll be the bad cop. The child was truly unruly, forcing little Evening Star's mother to play the stern one.
Liu Ruyan silently grumbled at Liu Ruyan. The sound of Liu Ruyan typing ceased.
Lin Wanxing finished applying her body lotion, slipped under the covers, nestled close, and whispered, Jun, stuck for inspiration again? Need a little inspiration boost? Liu Jun pushed his desk aside, seized Lin Wanxing's frostwhite wrists, flipped her over, and pinned her to the bed. He gently bit her thin lip and murmured, it's not writer's block. I'm just being a pervert. Chapter 80, filming a cross-dressing video for director Lee. On Tuesday afternoon, the four boarded the high-speed train bound for Lake City. Originally, Liu Jun had planned to go alone with Lin Wanxing. But Ren Xiyao, that little tag-along, insisted on coming along no matter what. With Ren Xiyao gone, only Chu Nanchuan remained at home. Cold and desolate, bleak and forlorn. With no other choice, Chu Nanchuan decided to treat it as a chance to get out and clear her head. Cui Mingyu, who had come to pick someone up at Hucheng high-speed rail station, saw the ever-growing crowd. He froze, overcome by sorrow. Sometimes, the gap between people is wider than that between humans and dogs. He remained alone and solitary to this day. Brother Liu, despite his crippled body, managed 3 women. And each one was more stunning than the last, curvy and slender, each with her own unique charm. But Brother Liu deserved it. Cui Mingyu led the 4 of them to the Atour Express Hotel first, where he booked rooms and stowed their luggage. As he booked the rooms, he wore a look of guilt. My apologies, Brother Liu. The accommodations aren't the best this time. Mainly because inviting you here couldn't be covered by official expenses. This was actually paid for by Director Lee. Chief Lee was kind. After completing the check-in and getting back in the car, Cui Mingyu hesitated for a long time before finally asking Liu Shan for clarification. Brother Liu, I have a question. What is it? Cui Mingyu asked somewhat uneasily. Brother Liu, should I ask Director Lee to reimburse me for this expense? If I do, I'm afraid my superiors will think I'm stingy and don't know how to get along. But if I don't, I'm afraid they'll think I can't separate public and private matters, that I'm not reporting expenses I should be, and that I'm trying to curry favor. Cui Mingyu asked this question in front of everyone. Upon hearing this, Ren Xiyao immediately responded, of course you should claim it. Why would you want to be the one to foot the bill? Chu Nanchuan furrowed her brow, expressing dissent. I don't think you should. I've seen this happen on set, 2 people buying cigarettes or bubble tea for the director, and almost no one ever asks for reimbursement. It might seem like a silent loss, but the director remembers it. They'll repay the favor in some way. If you can help your boss out, don't sweat the small stuff. Lin Wanxing remained silent, her gaze shifting to Liu Jun. When it came to navigating social obligations, Uncle Liu was the expert. Liu Jun chuckled. Asking this question proved Comrade Xiao Chui genuinely wanted to improve. Ren Xiyao and Chu Nanchuan's answers were conclusions drawn from their own experiences. But the so-called rules of social etiquette never had a universal standard. Mingyu. Have you been reading too many political novels lately? Cui Mingyu flushed, caught red-handed by Brother Liu. I just wanted to learn. But the more I read, the more confused I get. Confused is exactly right. How could you not be if you're just parroting the book? Many people within the system get ruined precisely because of their lack of social savvy. Cui Mingyu frowned, his face etched with frustration. Brother Liu, I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. Can you just tell me straight up? Straightforward? 4 words, treat people with sincerity. Don't try to outsmart your superiors, they're shrewd enough to see right through your little schemes. Ever wonder why so many people love keeping dogs? Cui Mingyu timidly ventured, because they're cute? Liu Jun rolled his eyes. Because dogs are loyal. As long as my boss respects me, I'll get things done, 2 strokes and a 2 points and a line.
If he asks me to run down 20 flights of stairs, I'll be back in 2 seconds flat. Down from the 20th floor in 2 seconds? That's it?
The confession contained no remorse, only the calm acceptance of a gambler who knew he'd lost.
Ren Xiyao nearly choked on her laughter in Liu Shanjuan's arms.
Cui Mingyu, however, seemed deep in thought, as if clouds had parted to reveal clear skies.
Right. Why overthink it? Just follow the leader's lead, and you'll naturally climb the ladder of advancement.
Cui Mingyu spoke with genuine sincerity. Brother Liu, you're truly the greatest benefactor of my life.
If you ever need anything from me, just ask. If I so much as frown, I'll write my surname backwards.
Liu Shanjun laughed and scolded, don't waste your loyalty on me. The real trick is to butter up Director Li. Don't be fooled by that righteous facade. She's a sucker for flattery, soft as butter.
Cui Mingyu grinned.
Only Brother Liu dared call Director Li that woman. From his perspective, Director Li really was completely under Brother Liu's thumb.
When it came to dealing with women, Brother Liu possessed a natural gift. Unlearnable.
Li Jiqing wouldn't return to Wuching until evening, so Cui Mingyu took Liu Shanjun and the others to scout the filming locations that afternoon.
First stop, Wuching Film Studio. The location was easy to choose.
Liu Shanjun selected a Jiangnan-style courtyard with red-tiled pavilions, overlooking the lake and water, perfect for leaning on the railings and watching the fish. The moment Liu Shanjun saw this location, he could already envision Li Jiqing's poses in his mind. Liu Shanjun was exceptionally skilled at photographing women, especially capturing their soft, feminine beauty. That coy, hesitant charm, partly wanting to speak yet shy, partly wanting to welcome yet reluctant, was his specialty. A phrase often on his lips was, "A beautiful woman is a work of art crafted by God."
Admiring a beautiful woman isn't lust, its appreciation a celebration of artistry. After securing the first location, Liu Shanjun set his sights on the second, the Lake City Theater.
But upon visiting the site, he found it unsatisfactory.
Too modern, Lord Liu Shan frowned. Head out to the countryside. I'll see if I can find something suitable. Cui Mingyu didn't understand, but obediently followed instructions. By the time Li Jiqing returned to Lake City, it was already 7 in the evening. She called Lord Liu Shan to ask if they had ordered dinner yet. Unexpectedly, the entire group was still out in the countryside. Fuming, Li Jiqing forgot all about maintaining her composure as a bureau chief and snapped into the phone, "Liu Shanjun, are you out of your mind? Still out in the countryside at this hour?" Liu Shanjun, however, remained unfazed, his face lit with excitement. "Director Li, this place is absolutely perfect for filming. Trust me. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have asked you to film this." Though Li Jiqing cursed at him over the phone, she couldn't help but be moved by Liu Shanjun's dedication, willing to spend 3 or 4 hours searching for the perfect scene just to get the shot. A guy like Liu Shanjun is bound to succeed at whatever he does. By the time Liu Shanjun rushed back from the countryside to the restaurant Li Jiqing had reserved, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Seeing only a few cold appetizers on the table, Liu Shanjun exclaimed in surprise, "Director Li, I told you not to wait for us. You should have eaten already." Li Jiqing shot the man a reproachful glance, her tone tinged with both resentment and allure. "With Mr. Liu not here," she said in a deliberately sarcastic tone, "how could I possibly dare to touch my chopsticks? Women, it seems, are born masters of sarcasm." Her sharp, cutting tone made Liu Shanjun want to grab her and give her a good spanking. With Liu Shanjuan's arrival, Li Jiqing instructed the kitchen to start cooking and serving. While waiting for the dishes, Liu Shanjun pulled out 2 sets of clothing. "Director Li, tomorrow we'll shoot a little cross-dressing video. I've already picked out the location." The Cheongsam in Liu Shanjun's right hand was exactly what Li Jiqing had anticipated. But the theatrical costume in his left hand left Li Jiqing utterly perplexed. "Mr. Liu, what are you doing with theatrical costumes?" Chapter 81, From Grand Chingy to Cheongsam Aristocrat. "Young lady, your skin is so fresh and smooth. More radiant than my own granddaughter." An elderly woman praised Li Jiqing as she applied her theatrical makeup. Li Jiqing's cheeks flushed. How could it be as exaggerated as the old woman described? Her skin used to be decent, but now that she was getting older, it wasn't as firm as before. It was just slightly better maintained than her peers. "Grandma, isn't my sister beautiful?" Liu Shanjun asked boldly. "Beautiful. You're all beautiful," the grandmother beamed, applying crimson rouge to Li Jiqing's cheeks with a bright red brush. "Fewer people listen to lake opera these days. It's impressive you found this stage." "Ah." Li Jiqing sighed softly to herself. Forget who opera, even you opera was struggling to survive. Peking opera had resorted to gimmicks like bikini performances. Is that even Peking opera anymore? Can it still be called a national treasure? As the director of Wuching's Culture and Tourism Bureau, Li Jiqing had always been dedicated to promoting the city's unique local culture. Yet, it was truly failing to reach people, and many of Wuching's distinctive cultural traditions were on the brink of disappearing. It wasn't the fault of today's youth for not wanting to inherit traditional culture. It was because public officials like them hadn't provided traditional culture with a proper space to survive.
If there's no money to be made, the tradition naturally dies out. It's a simple truth. Take this grandmother, for instance. She is now the sole remaining opera performer in the surrounding villages who can sing the opera and apply theatrical makeup. Once she passes away, opera will be extinct in these villages. In another decade or two, even the young people born and raised in Hucheng may not know that their hometown once had its own opera called opera. Opera makeup isn't as boldly painted as Peking operas. Lightly drawn eyebrows, a dab of vermilion on the lips, a touch of rouge like crushed sunset clouds. Twinkling starlight settles upon the woman's eyeshadow. Brows like distant mountains, eyes like azure pools. The moment she slipped into her costume of flowing blue robe, she made her grand entrance. Grandma murmured in admiration, "This girl's looks are truly first-rate. She looks like a movie star." Li Jiqing felt her cheeks grow warm. She knew the difference between flattery and genuine praise. It was precisely because Grandma spoke from the heart that she felt embarrassed. Little girl? More like an old maid. Her eyes, lined with dark shadow, flashed a pout at the man as she feigned reproach. For once, no flattery to follow? All I can say is, directorly, you're having a rough time in my mind right now. The stage Lord Lu Shan had found was tucked away in a remote corner of Lake City. The stage showed its age. According to Grandma, her grandmother's generation had already performed Huju opera here. The stage was dilapidated in open air, its planks loose and creaking with every step. Behind it lay the deep, mysterious mountains, while a vast open space stretched out before the stage. In the past, when plays were performed, every household would bring their long wooden benches. Parents would hold their children, and families of 3 would watch the grand performances on stage. If the performance was good, they'd send up some eggs, cured pork, or fresh fruits and vegetables. This was called supporting the show. Even if the performance was poor, no one booed. When a song ended, the applause was so thunderous it could have lifted the heavens. Grandma recalled those days of glory with pride. Now, the stage was even more dilapidated. The once glossy red lacquer had faded and peeled away under the relentless sun, wind, and rain. The passage of time had spared neither Grandma nor this stage. Li Jiqing, supported by Lord Lu Shan, stumbled onto the stage. Below the stage, there was only one spectator. That was the grandmother. She sat on the long bench she had brought from home. She watched as Li Jiqing, dressed in splendid, colorful attire, stumbled and tripped her way onto the stage. She exclaimed, "Bravo," and clapped enthusiastically. Li Jiqing couldn't sing opera, yet the mere sight of her stepping onto the stage brought tears to the grandmother's eyes. A drone hovered high above, capturing this scene. Beneath the misty green mountains, an ancient stage stood tall. One person stood upon it, one sat beneath it. Upon the stage, a figure adorned in splendid attire beneath it, a person aged and frail. The one below the stage saw the past upon it, while the one upon the stage saw the future below. The sands of time flowed silently through this scene, as the elderly villager left behind in the mountains, like this Hulu opera, slowly approached the end of his days. Composition is all superficial. The true essence of photography lies in evoking a sense of story. Li Jiqing gazed at the weeping grandmother below the stage, her heart aching as tears welled in her own eyes. Yet in Lord Lu Shan's eyes, it still fell short. After shooting the wide shot, they cut to a close-up to capture director Li's costume change, yet something still felt off. It was like missing the final kick, the decisive shot lacking that most crucial shudder. "Director Li, come down." Lu Shan beckoned to the person on stage. Li Jiqing scampered down the stage. Like an obedient little puppy. "Director Li, give us a few lines in theatrical style." "Ha?" Li Jiqing looked utterly bewildered. "Opera? Lu Shanjun, do you really think I'm a leading actress?" Lu Shanjun had originally planned to cut corners by using the lyrics from Jingwei You and I, first discuss the hall of cultivating the heart, then pay homage to the waterfall that drenches the body. In leisure, listen to a few pages, read a few stinky books. Well, that'll do, lowering the pitch to create a reverb effect, using it as background music to muddle through. But seeing Li Jiqing step onto the stage, such a stunning bureau chief, deserved better than his half-hearted approach. A melody suddenly sprang to mind, perfectly complementing the grandly costumed lead actress. "This song has only one verse. I'll teach you." Lord Lu Shan began his impromptu lesson. The others were dumbfounded. Live teaching? Lu Shanjun ran the melody through his mind, lightly tapping his index finger on the wheelchair to accompany it. He began singing. She sings of meeting an old friend in a foreign land, each step and verse filled with longing. The person below the stage, newly inscribed on the golden list, fails to recognize the old acquaintance upon the stage. "Just this one line?" Li Jiqing asked, bewildered. "Just this line." He didn't know the rest, nor did he even know the song's title. He only knew this melody had been wildly popular before he'd seen it so often on Douyin that it had stuck in his memory. Lu Shanjun's single line left the others utterly flummoxed. Chu Nanshuang knew Lu Shanjun was a musical prodigy, but she hadn't imagined his talent could be this otherworldly. A mere hum could make your ears pregnant. The worst part was that Lord Lu Shan cut it off abruptly. After humming that operatic line, it just ended. "Uncle, what's the full version of this song?" Just record it for us. I just made it up on the spot when I saw director Li step onto the stage.
That's the entire melody, nothing more.
Xu Nanshuang felt like she could die right there in front of Lu Shanjun.
Unbelievable. Lord Lu Shan taught Li Jiqing the opera melody word by word. But Li Jiqing clearly had little talent for singing. Her tongue seemed tied in knots. No matter how he taught her, she just couldn't get it. Finally, Lord Lu Shan sighed helplessly, forget it. Director Li, just recite these 2 lines. I'll have Yao Yao re-record the singing part later. Ren Xiyao beamed from ear to ear. One trip out, and she'd scored half a song for free. On stage, Li Jiqing stood with her face partially hidden behind her pipa, her sleeves billowing as she recited the lyrics. She sings of meeting an old friend in a foreign land, each step echoing with longing. Her crimson lips and pearly teeth were peerlessly beautiful. Her eyes flickered, like spring light spilling forth. She leaned against the pavilion in Jiangnan. Dressed in a blue and white cheongsam, she leaned against the red railing, watching the lake and feeding the fish. The fitted qipao accentuated her delicate curves. Chapter 82, Bad Money Drives Out Good Money, the Dragon Nation TV Market. Lord Lu Shan had Li Jiqing lean over the railing to feed the fish. Her snow-white, delicate hands, arms as smooth as frosted lotus roots, pinched a pinch of bright red bait. As her 2 fingers kneaded it, the bait fluttered down in a shower, and red carp rushed forward, jostling to eat. Li Jiqing knew what Lord Lu Shan was patting behind her. He was capturing her cascading black hair, her slender waist, and her uniquely curvaceous hips. Even though this qipao was more conservative than she had imagined, revealing only her ankles, Lord Lu Shan's filming technique was still far too suggestive. Damn it. Now, Director Li, turn slowly. Give me that languid look. Lu Shanjun directed. Li Jiqing obediently turned her head, her almond-shaped eyes now devoid of any trace of aloofness. All that remained was the languid, weary elegance of a wealthy lady in a qipao. Like a springtime beauty awakening from a nap. Li Jiqing had truly been coaxed out by Lu Shanjun. That was precisely the aristocratic aura he sought. Perfect. Lord Lu Shan couldn't stop praising. Director Li, your figure is nothing short of a work of art. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Let me see. Li Jiqing reached out to take the phone. Inside were dozens of clips, starting with overhead shots of the stage, then zooming in to capture her solo performance graceful and skilled, a downward movement, and finally feeding fish in this Jiangnan courtyard. According to Lu Shanjun, the final video would be only about 30 seconds long, yet it had taken them an entire day to shoot. Of course, this was directly tied to Lord Lu Shan's obsessive perfectionism. The fish feeding scene alone took over an hour to film, leaving Li Jiqing's neck glistening with fine beads of sweat from the heat. To make matters worse, Lu Shanjun specifically requested a close-up of those beads of sweat for the final cut. Li Jiqing felt that Lu Shanjun's aesthetic sensibilities were above the ordinary, possessing his own unique understanding of beauty. Yet sometimes, his peculiar preferences made her want to curse him. Like some kind of pervert. Yet when she saw that close-up of the fine beads of sweat, Li Jiqing felt an indescribable sensation. It felt quite artistic. Flipping through the footage on her phone, Li Jiqing asked, Mr. Lu Shan, is this cross-dressing video about a Republican-era flower Dan actress who gets kidnapped by a warlord and becomes his concubine? Lu Shanjun looked surprised. Director Li, you could tell that? Li Jiqing lifted her head proudly. Who am I? That lyric, each step, each line is yearning. The leading lady must have had someone in her heart, yet in the end, they parted ways. Ultimately, they couldn't withstand the torrent of this era, just like that weathered old stage. As the stage aged, so did the actor's heart. Li Jiqing's interpretation was flawless, exactly as Lu Shanjun had intended from the start. Due to time constraints, short videos couldn't delve into too much detail, which really tested the filming techniques. Setting aside mere edgy content, creating a viral hit requires giving viewers ample room for imagination, letting them find resonance within the video. But this cross-dressing video turned out even more brilliant than he'd imagined. Because of that Hubei opera grandmother. This grandmother could even be imagined by viewers as an elderly Li Jiqing. After escaping the warlord's mansion, she returns to her hometown. Gazing at the opera stage from afar, memories of the past flood her mind. It's like solving a Chinese language exercise. The emotions and thoughts the creator expresses in this short video are left for the viewer to interpret. In truth, Lu Shanjun had come to bait Li Jiqing. Making short videos is addictive, especially after hitting a viral hit. You'll want to replicate that peak. As expected, it won't be long before he returns to Lake City. By the time the four returned to Jinghai, it was already Thursday. Tomorrow was the final of Center Stage, and they still had to go cheer for Liu Ruyan at the venue. The first thing Lord Lu Shan did upon returning home was pull Ren Xiyao into the recording booth to capture that opera-style singing segment. It must be said, Ren Xiyao possessed a natural talent for theatrical singing. The recording went quickly, though Lu Shanjun wasn't taking it seriously anyway. It was just an off-the-cuff BGM piece, so the standards weren't particularly high. But to others, it looked like Lu Shanjun was squandering a precious gift. Who knew how many people would kill for a single melody he whipped up on the spot? Even Xu Nanchuan couldn't help but wear a hint of melancholy.
That melody was truly ear-catching. But Lord Lu Shan clearly had no intention of completing the full song. After finishing the BGM recording, he immediately began editing videos for Li Jiqing. Finish today's work today. Lord Lu Shan was always diligent and responsible in his tasks. Lying on the sofa with his laptop balanced on his lap, he edited the footage. His feet rested on Lin Wanxing's lap, where she gently massaged them with both hands as part of his rehabilitation.
Ren Xiyao and Xu Nanchuan sat cross-legged on the floor, cushions beneath them, each using someone as a backrest.
The television played Xu Nanchuan's screen debut, a historical fantasy drama titled The Legend of Qing Shuang. In it, Xu Nanchuan played the second female lead, the Princess of Chen Kingdom. Initially vying for the male lead with the female protagonist Cheng Qing Shuang, she later faced reality and ultimately married the crown prince of a neighboring kingdom. Such historical dramas often opened with grand gestures, national sentiments, court intrigues, but were essentially romance stories in disguise, merely gathering nobles from various kingdoms to pursue love affairs. Produced by Qingting Entertainment, a rival of Tencent Entertainment, this series received modest investment. Eschewing popular young stars, it represents a low-budget production that takes a shot in the dark. Yet even the role of the female lead's rival isn't something a film novice like Xu Nanchuan could easily land. Capital inevitably played a part. Xu Nanchuan made no secret of it. Half the production's investment came from her father. That he didn't cast his own daughter as the lead was actually him being considerate. Lu Shanjun glanced at the popularity metrics for The Legend of Qing Shuang, barely 1,000 views, and knew instantly the show had flopped so badly even its own mother wouldn't recognize it. Another filler for the library. Despite the show's mediocrity, Ren Xiyao watched it with rapt attention. Xuan, your acting is amazing. Even Xu Nanchuan blushed at the compliment, but Ren Xiyao meant every word. In her eyes, family was the best. Xuan, when will your new drama be released? The final cut isn't ready yet. It probably won't air until next year at the earliest. Xu Nanchuan's new drama was titled Floating Snow. The name alone hinted at a wuxia romance set in ancient times. She played the role of a sex-sacred maiden, once again competing with the female lead for a man. This time, however, the ending saw her inheriting the sect leader's position, renouncing worldly attachments, and dedicating herself to the path of cultivation. A new bottle, but the same old wine. The only difference is that the first one was a romance set in ancient times, while this one is a romance set in a fantasy world. This is the current state of the television market in Dragon Country, male and female leads falling in love across different eras, backgrounds, and worldviews. The sheer repetition is infuriating, sparking a wave of online condemnation. Yet the long-form drama production teams seem to have disconnected from the internet, turning a blind eye to the backlash. They plod on, serving up one elaborately cooked, gold-leaf-sprinkled dish of crap after another. It's not that Chinese TV producers don't go online. On the contrary, they understand the current Chinese TV market better than anyone. Since 90% of their audience is female, they cater precisely to their tastes, hence the flood of romance dramas. Male viewers, being a smaller demographic, naturally receive little attention. This neglect means male-oriented content never sees the light of day, further shrinking the male audience base. Consequently, producers redouble their efforts to pander to women. This vicious cycle has naturally turned the Dragon Nation's television market into a preserve for female viewers. This niche is now spreading from television to cinema. China's film and television industry has recognized this deteriorating trend. If this continues, men will stop watching dramas and films altogether, effectively having the industry's audience a loss of real money. There are growing calls within the industry to address this issue by producing more dramas targeting male audiences. Yet these long-term, well-intentioned pleas have met with little thunder and even less rain. Capital is profit-driven and short-sighted, fixated solely on immediate gains. Male-oriented dramas? One flop after another. Let whoever wants to make them go ahead. Everyone's scrambling to harvest the chives, but no one's thinking about leaving roots for future growth. These romantic dramas have become so saturated that even industry insider Xu Nanchuan has grown weary of them. Watching the romantic entanglements on screen, even though she starred in herself, Xu Nanchuan found them cringe-worthy. Unbidden, she recalled that fleeting glimpse from days past. She turned to ask Lu Shanjun, "Uncle, have you finished the script for that Happy Death Day project yet?" "Finished it. Can I take a look? I'm quite interested in this script." Chapter 83, This Happy Death Day was tailor-made for you, Xu Nanchuan. Here. Lu Shanjun opened the Happy Death Day script and handed his phone directly to Xu Nanchuan. Xu Nanchuan beckoned to Ren Xiyao with a flick of her finger. Ren Xiyao had already uncrossed her legs and laid them flat. "Sleep, Xuang. I love sleeping on Xiyao's soft legs." Xu Nanchuan rested her head on them. The smooth texture, perfectly springy, carried the faint, delicate scent of a virgin. Xu Nanchuan had slept on pillows costing 5 figures, yet none compared to Ren Xiyao's flesh legs. Ren Xiyao was generous, letting Xu Nanchuan rest her head on her thighs as she quietly watched TV.
With nowhere to place her small hands, she idly played with Chu Nanchuan's ear. Ticklish. Chu Nanchuan's body shuddered. Who knows where Yao Yao picked up that annoying habit? A brief protest proved futile, so she simply let Ren Xiyao continue. Her attention gradually shifted to the script for Happy Death Day. It was a female-led film. But the protagonist's character traits weren't exactly endearing. Liu Shanjun described her as beautiful, tall, and the school beauty, but her behavior was promiscuous. She changed boyfriends like changing clothes, was a heavy drinker, and was practically promiscuous. In truth, Liu Shanjun hadn't explicitly written it, but in the script, the heroine was a. The opening scene shows her waking up hungover in the male lead's dorm room. Fortunately, he's an upright gentleman who didn't take advantage of her. Chu Nanchuan watched with furrowed brows and couldn't help asking, Uncle Liu, why did you design the female lead with such an unlikable personality? Liu Shanjun answered while editing the video, if she were a goody two-shoes, it wouldn't fit her later role as the killer's avenger. Plus, persuading a prostitute to go straight is a satisfying twist. Liu Shanjun's words were always so blunt yet incisive. Reforming from wickedness, though a cliché, remains a timeless classic. Chu Nanchuan kept reading, utterly captivated by the script for Happy Death Day. How did this old man's brain work? How did he manage to weave the entire story's logic so clearly within his little head? This time loop functioned like a game save. The heroine died repeatedly at the masked killer's hands, but each death inflicted physical damage on her body, proof she couldn't infinitely restart. Rather than motivating her to find the killer, it seemed designed to keep viewers hooked, forcing them to uncover the murderer within a limited number of rebirths. The protagonist's initially reckless and unrestrained personality serves as a crucial foreshadowing in the subsequent plot. It is precisely because of her character that she accumulates numerous enemies, forcing her to systematically eliminate one suspect after another. Throughout her rebirths, the author even incorporates character arc development. With each rebirth, she evolves from initial resignation to regaining hope for life. Ultimately, when the male lead sacrifices himself to save her from the killer, she chooses suicide despite having the chance to eliminate the killer in one strike and escape the time loop to trigger a time reversal. This allows her to successfully eliminate the masked killer and rescue him. This culminates in the character's final growth, where true love triumphs. At the story's conclusion, the old man gets up to his mischief again. Even after defeating the masked killer, the heroine still couldn't escape the time loop. Just as she had given up all hope, she discovered the true masked killer was her roommate, someone she had never suspected. Chu Nanchuan watched with a look of excitement, her body occasionally shuddering. Whether it was Ren Xiyao teasing her ears or the script itself, she couldn't tell. After pressing the lock button, Chu Nanchuan still felt unsatisfied. Resting her head on Ren Xiao's lap, she looked up at the man on the sofa. From her angle, his profile was nothing short of perfect. Uncle Liu's handsomeness differed from the effeminate beauty popularized by today's screen idols. It aligned more closely with the traditional Chinese description of a handsome man. Thinking of a gentleman, gentle as jade. Especially those eyes, incredibly gentle, even when looking at the dog with deep affection. When he worked with focus, a solemn air added to the gentle uncle's presence, radiating pure masculinity. Uncle, Chu Nanchuan called softly. Uncle Liu's gaze shifted downward. Chu Nanchuan handed him back his phone as she asked, Uncle, are you really planning to turn this Happy Death Day into a web film? What else? Liu Shanjun smiled warmly. Did you think I went through all that trouble to travel all the way to Lake City to shoot short videos for director Li just to ogle her? Forgot Lake City has a film studio? The operating rights are still under Lake City's Culture and Tourism Bureau. At the mention of Li Jiqing, Ren Xiyao, who had been watching TV, immediately turned around, her face lighting up with excitement. So uncle, you weren't after director Li's body after all? I really thought you were trying to hit on her. Liu Shanjun beckoned her with a finger. Ren Xiyao pressed her chubby baby face close, letting him thoroughly tease her. As long as uncle wasn't after Li Jiqing's body, everything was negotiable. If I don't make director Li owe me a favor, how will I ever bring myself to make things difficult for her in the future? Liu Shanjun made no attempt to hide his ulterior motives. Uncle, you're so naughty. I love it. Ren Xiyao's fiery passion. Sometimes Lin Wanxing found it headache-inducing, but as long as it wasn't as extreme as last time when she'd gone straight for his lips, she usually turned a blind eye. Chu Nanchuan rolled her eyes at Ren Xiyao. Couldn't you rein it in a bit, you little brat? Ren Xiyao, of course, couldn't rein herself in one bit. Wanxing doesn't say anything, and you, Xuan, aren't even related to uncle. You shouldn't meddle. Chu Nanchuan steered the conversation back on track, hinting around the issue. Uncle Liu, have you finalized the actors yet? The leads are crucial for a production. Since I'm somewhat in the industry, if there's anything I can help with. Liu Shanjun watched her performance in silence. When Chu Nanchuan finished speaking, he gave a mischievous smile and said, You want to be the female lead? I didn't. Uncle, don't make things up, Chu Nanchuan denied vehemently. Liu Shanjuan's smile grew more amused as he remained silent. Only when Chu Nanchuan grew visibly uncomfortable under his gaze did he finally shift the subject. I think Ruyan would be perfect for this role. She's beautiful, tall, and has such grace. While seemingly listing Liu Ruyan's strengths, these were precisely the very qualities Chu Nanchuang possessed herself. Lu Shanjun withdrew his mischievous smile, composed himself, and spoke slowly. But what if I told you this film, Happy Death Day, was tailor-made for you, Chu Nanchuang? Chapter 84, casting Chu Nanchuang as the lead and having her assemble the crew. Uncle, are you joking with me? Chu Nanchuang stammered. Lu Shanjuan's gaze remained gentle. I'm not much of a joker. The female lead was modeled after you, and I intend for you to play the part. No wonder the script repeatedly described the heroine's long legs. Uncle Lu had written them specifically for her. Did Chu Nanchuang want to act? Yes. But what about Ruyan? Chu Nanchuang furrowed her delicate brows, her face clouded with worry. Ruyan's legs aren't short either, and she is your daughter after all. If she finds out you gave the lead role in your first web series to me, I'm afraid Ruyan might. Lu Shanjun chuckled. Even if you don't take it, the lead role won't go to her. Why? Are you still upset with Ruyan? She's just stubborn. Don't take some of her words to heart. Chu Nanchuang had assumed Lu Shanjuan's reluctance stemmed from their strained father-daughter relationship. But Lu Shanjun shook his head. From the moment she signed with Shinda, it was clear she wouldn't get much from me. It's not that I don't want to promote her, it's that the more I do, the higher the cost for her to break her contract later. No wonder. The three women all understood suddenly. This explained why Lord Lu Shan hadn't written songs for Liu Ruyan for 2 consecutive episodes. They'd always feared he harbored resentment. Chu Nanchuang asked, then why didn't you buy Ruyan's contract outright before she became famous? Ah. Lu Shan sighed softly, his face etched with helplessness. Setting aside whether Shinda would have been willing to release her, do you really think the early Ruyan would have let me buy out her contract? If not for several consecutive hit songs, Liu Ruyan wouldn't even give him a second glance now. It wasn't that Liu Ruyan was pragmatic, reality simply was that way. Only relationships built on mutual benefit are truly unbreakable. The three women froze in unison, their expressions darkening as they all recalled the same phrase: how heartbreaking it is to be a parent. It turned out that Lord Lu Shan had poured so much effort into mending his relationship with Liu Ruyan, all in the unseen corners. From the very beginning, the relationship between this father and daughter had been trapped in a vicious cycle. Had Lord Lu Shan not showcased his talents to help Liu Ruyan advance to the center position, she might have spent her entire life viewing her father as a failure. But once Liu Ruyan debuted with Center Stage, her contract value skyrocketed. Now, Shinda Entertainment was holding out for the highest offer and wouldn't let her go easily. Lu Shanjun, Ruyan, Zihan, and Jiayu have 2.5 years left on their contracts with Shinda. If they debut with Center Stage, they'll also be tied to Penguin Entertainment for 2 years of operational rights. Fortunately, they didn't sign priority renewal clauses when they signed their contracts. Even in the worst-case scenario, they'd just be dormant for 2.5 years. With Penguin Entertainment backing them, they'll definitely get access to their resources for at least 2 years. I'm determined to sign these 3 girls, but not right now. That's why I can't prioritize resources for Ruyan just yet. Lu Shanjuan's explanation finally cleared things up for the 3 girls. No wonder the uncle had been suppressing Liu Ruyan's popularity all along. It was all part of this scheme. So, Lu Shanjun turned his gaze back to Chu Nanchuang. Chu Nanchuang, will you take this role? Chu Nanchuang sat up, twisting her fingers in her hem as she stammered, well, oh my. Ren Xiyao, seeing this, was so exasperated she grabbed Chu Nanchuang and pulled her tightly against her chest. Xuan, why all the coyness? Stop being so pretentious. Don't be like Liu Ruyan. Uncle, I'll take the role for Xuan. You'll be holding onto Uncle's coattails for the rest of your life, just be grateful. Xiao. Chu Nanchuang gave a pouty sigh. I'd never grovel like you do. Ren Xiyao was right, Chu Nanchuang was being overly sentimental. She clearly wanted it but dared not speak up. Even when Lord Lu Shan was practically feeding it to her, she still hesitated. She was just being greedy. With the female lead for Happy Death Day confirmed, Lord Lu Shan also scheduled the film's production. Nanchuang. Chu Nanchuang hugged Ren Xiyao and glanced timidly at the man. Though she'd agreed to star in Happy Death Day, Chu Nanchuang still felt guilty toward Liu Ruyan. It felt like she'd stolen a role that rightfully belonged to Liu Ruyan. After cheering Ruyan on in the finals, I plan to start filming Happy Death Day. Is your schedule okay? No problem. I'm free for the foreseeable future, Chu Nanchuang replied, then added, Uncle, do you have any funding needs? The implication was clear: if funding proved difficult, she could help. After all, even though she couldn't inherit the Chu family business, she could always play the cute card and ask her biological father for a few small goals to help fulfill her life aspirations. Both her father and brother would support her. At worst, she could just consider it in advance on her dowry. Late star, how much is left in our company's account? Lu Shanjun inquired.
As of yesterday, the company has 2.35 million yuan in the account, plus 80,000 yuan in outstanding receivables from the Huqing Cultural Tourism Bureau and 50,000 yuan in copyright fees from artist Li Yixing's cover song. Lin Wanxing managed the company's finances single-handedly, as Wanxing Entertainment currently had few projects. Their main profit streams were copyright royalties from Liu Shanjuan's 5 released songs and fees from 2 cultural tourism promotional videos. Beyond the company funds, about 100 million sat untouched in Liu Shanjuan's personal account earlier copyright earnings. While having personal accounts offered freedom to spend as she pleased, scaling up and strengthening the business required formalization and incorporation. Xu Nanchuang was startled by the figure. When Liu Shanjun first arrived at Yunqi Manor, he had been penniless. Who would have thought that in just 2 short months, he had already accumulated his first fortune? Ren Xiyao licked her lips with a coy smile, purring, "Master, Yaya doesn't want to work hard anymore." Victory! That 5% rent of yours, I'll be living off you forever. 2 million yuan was enough to produce a low-budget theatrical film. For a web film, it was practically a fortune. But clearly, Lord Liu Shan wouldn't pour all the company's funds into Happy Death Day. He then turned to Xu Nanchuang. "Nanchuang, I need to trouble you with one more thing." "Go ahead, uncle," Xu Nanchuang replied obediently. "Even with the script and photography handled, I still need your help with other crew matters. You're in the industry and have connections. Could you find a male lead, 2 production assistants, a makeup artist, 2 lighting techs, and 2 sound recordists? Small but fully equipped." Liu Shanjun had already pared the crew down to the bare minimum, but he couldn't handle everything himself. For the essential roles, he wouldn't skimp. Xu Nanchuang shot the man a reproachful glance. "Uncle, you're such a schemer." No wonder they cast her as the lead. They were counting on her connections in the entertainment industry to assemble the entire production crew. Liu Shanjun once again shattered Xu Nanchuang's perception of him. From a man of considerable talent to a scheming, manipulative, and somewhat shameless man of talent. After arranging all this, Liu Shanjuan's short video was edited and sent to Director Li. Meanwhile, a WeChat message from Qin Tianhua appeared on his phone. "Liu Shanjun, will you be at the venue tomorrow?" Chapter 85, The Center Stage. Lately, Liu Shanjun had been chatting quite frequently with both Qin Shuawei and Li Jiqing on WeChat. And it was always Qin Shuawei and Li Jiqing who initiated the conversations. After getting past the initial awkward phase, Liu Shanjun found these 2 mature women's desire to chat was nothing short of intense. People generally crave someone to confide in, and Liu Shanjun proved to be an excellent conversational partner. 1. Liu Shanjun never gives half-hearted responses. 2. He is a master at throwing out conversation hooks. 3. Liu Shanjun is shameless. He dared to chat, dared to be flirtatious, and dared to say lewd things like "check out those legs" to the 2 women. Lord Liu Shan doesn't treat them like untouchable celebrities, or chiefly he chats about whatever comes to mind. Sometimes he flatters them, sometimes he doesn't indulge them, and sometimes he's no different from a lecherous old man. A story needs a beginning, middle, and end, and so does a conversation. If neither partner in a couple is a bit of a jerk, imagine how boring that relationship would be. Qin Shuawei was that person. Talk to him, and Liu Shanjun plays the fool. If she didn't chat, she'd be the one acting like a jerk and trying to tease him. Scanning the messages from Liu Shanjun. Got it. Whether it's center stage or not doesn't matter, mainly I want to fulfill a childhood dream. Coming to see teacher Qin Shuawei in person. See how pathetic Liu Shanjun is. You're a 38-year-old geezer, yet you're still chasing childhood dreams. She's 8 years younger than him. Get lost. Qin Shuawei glared. Get lost into teacher Qin's heart? Sleazy, greasy bastard. Qin Shuawei lay on her home sofa and cursed under her breath. But she wasn't overly upset. As long as Liu Shanjun didn't demand to see her legs, she'd be grateful. Occasional outbursts? Qin Shuawei was practically immune to them by now. It was all thanks to Liu Shanjun's online chats these past days that she'd been coaxed out of her shell. Qin Shuawei typed back rapidly, "Let's get down to business. For this season of Center Stage, Liu Ruyan, Huang Zihan, and Shen Jiayu are going to have a tough time winning the championship." "I know. The winner should be that Chen Zi, right?" Qin Shuawei's mouth formed an O as she asked curiously, "How do you know?" Chen Zi's agency is a subsidiary of Penguin Entertainment. Plus, she was the popularity champion last season. Center Stage has been setting it up all along. Seeing the big picture from small details. Nothing truly escapes Lord Liu Shan's notice. Qin Shuawei felt a bit deflated. She'd been planning to show off in front of Lord Liu Shan, but nothing could be hidden from him. But Lord Liu Shan never dampened her spirits. "Teacher Qin, the song is finished. When will you come to check it out?" Qin Shuawei's admiration for Lord Liu Shan's talent needed no words. In fact, their initial connection stemmed from Qin Shuawei wanting to commission a song from him. Little did she know that beneath his brilliant exterior, Lord Liu Shan was a wolf in sheep's clothing, like a green mango, unripe on the outside but rotten within. At first, Qin Shuawei would vent her anger with a few angry words.
But after being teased by Liu Shanjun too many times, she grew too weary even to scold him. She feared that her curses would only give him a thrill. I'll come over right after I finish recording center stage. What genre is the new song? Rock? Rap? Psychedelic electronic? Liu Shan chose to keep it under wraps. You'll find out when you get here. Qin Shuowei felt like a hooked fish, her mouth twisted by Liu Shanjun's bait. This dog of a man dangled the little bottle of liquor like bait, teasing her relentlessly. Friday. The finals of center stage arrived as scheduled. The production team had booked the entire Jinghai Grand Theater, inviting 3,000 audience members to attend. Liu Shanjun and the others had internal tickets, seated in the second and third rows of the main stage just below the SSS VIP seats reserved for Penguin Entertainment, the Jinghai government, and industry heavyweights. They could even wave and greet the trainees on stage. Liu Shanjun and his group arrived 2 hours early. Guided by Li Hong, they entered the backstage lounge where Liu Ruyan and the other two women were getting their makeup done. Upon seeing Liu Shanjun arrive, Liu Ruyan bit her lip. Humph. At least you have a shred of conscience. But before Liu Ruyan could even lower herself, someone had already pressed their face right up to hers. Boss, I missed you so much. The moment Huang Zihan spotted Liu Shanjun, she threw herself into his arms with wild delight. Her soft little face pressed against Liu Shanjun's cheek, rubbing against it repeatedly. Even as Ren Xiyao's gaze could have killed her own mother, Huang Zihan's enthusiasm remained undiminished. She was convinced of one thing: clinging to boss Liu Shanjun's coattails was better than debuting as the center in any idol group. Finally letting go of Liu Shanjun, Huang Zihan was on the verge of tears as she asked, "Boss, why didn't you reply to my WeChat messages? Have you been really busy with work lately?" Being busy was one thing, not replying was another. It was like video games: once you'd beaten a game, its appeal naturally diminished. Faced with Huang Zihan's hurt expression, Liu Shanjun's excuses came effortlessly: "I don't really use WeChat much." Ren Xiyao and Lin Wanxing suppressed giggles, lips pressed together. Seeing Huang Zihan so coldly dismissed by Liu Shanjun only made her earlier over-the-top behavior look even more ridiculous. Huang Zihan, however, took Liu Shanjun's reply at face value and filled in the blanks herself. Geniuses really do have their own unique quirks. Only someone as transcendent as the boss could create such brilliant works. Next time, I won't message the boss on WeChat. When I miss him, I'll just come straight to Yunxi Garden. Ren Xiyao found it hard to imagine a girl more shameless than herself, more willing to throw herself at someone. For a moment, she regarded Huang Zihan as her arch-rival. Under no circumstances could Huang Zihan be allowed alone with the uncle. Ren Xiyao genuinely feared this troublemaker might take matters into her own hands. Liu Shanjun smiled, choosing not to respond to Huang Zihan. Instead, he turned to his daughter and the quiet, well-behaved little girl, Xinjiao, asking, "What program have you prepared for tonight?" Liu Ruyan maintained her usual haughty expression. Xinjiao obediently replied, "Boss, tonight we're prepared to sing teacher Qin Shuowei's signature song, First Encounter. Very good. This little love song isn't too difficult. Paying tribute to the mentor in the finals while not exactly original is always a safe bet. I wish you a triumphant start and immediate success." They chatted for a while. Liu Ruyan and the other two girls were then called by the production team to rehearse on the main stage. Huang Zihan waved vigorously at Liu Shanjun, his sycophantic nature fully on display. "Boss, I'm off to rehearsal. I won't let you down." Liu Ruyan crossed her arms, gave a haughty snort, and bid Liu Shanjun farewell. Only Xinjiao, who had already stepped out, turned back and said coyly, "Boss, could you give me an encouraging hug too?" Liu Shanjun opened his arms wide. Xinjiao, gathering her courage yet still cautious, embraced him briefly. Instantly, her body froze. "Boss, you're pinching my butt again. Jiayu, believe in yourself. To me, you're the absolute best." Chapter 86, Season 1 of Center Position concludes. Liu Ruyan debuts with the group. Liu Shanjun and the other three sat in the third row of the theater, directly facing the grand stage. Fortunately, Liu Shanjun now had some mobility. With Lin Wanxing supporting him, he could take a few steps on his own. Otherwise, navigating the tiered theater would have nearly killed the person assisting him. Only after becoming partially paralyzed did Liu Shanjun realize how difficult life was for a disabled person. No wonder so few disabled people ventured out. Most chose to stay home, sparing both others and their families the burden. Fortunately, he had Lin Wanxing, his little angel, by his side. Lord Liu pinched Lin Wanxing's delicate cheek, making her blush. "What are you doing, Shanjun? Nanchuan and Yao Yao are right here." In their private room, Lord Liu Shan had been acting as he pleased, but out in public, Lin Wanxing remained bashful. Lin Wanxing and Ren Xiyao flanked Liu Shanjun, both tending to the man. Outside the inner circle stood Chu Nanchuan, observing the complex dynamics between the three with a look of confusion. This was the final episode of Center Position, also serving as its grand finale. As the first girl group audition show to take the plunge, Center Position had proven immensely profitable, with each episode averaging 20 million views. The Superstar episode had even pushed viewership to the 30 million mark. It was undoubtedly the year's top online variety show. For this finale, Tencent Entertainment provided the production team with a budget that was essentially unlimited. Not only did they bring in Zhejiang TV's top female host, Dan Dan, to co-host with the original team. The opening performance featured a special appearance by the K-pop supergroup Big Bang. Even more astonishingly, the vice mayor of Jinghai City was invited as an award presenter, with Tencent Entertainment vice president Ho Chengdong accompanying him. This star-studded lineup, unheard of in today's increasingly lackluster variety show landscape, truly deserves the title of Superstar Ensemble. It also proved the success of Center Stage. Even the three mentors could only perform one song midway through the show and not as soloists. Instead, all three shared the stage singing Wang Taoyue's Tiao, with mentor Liu Ruyan providing backup dance and diva Qin Shuowei handling harmonies for Wang Taoyue. The entertainment industry is this pragmatic. As the current top star in the Chinese music scene, Wang Taoyue is technically a junior to Qin Shuowei in terms of seniority. Yet on center stage, Qin Shuowei could only play a supporting role to Wang Taoyue. Yet in Liu Shanjuan's eyes, the talents displayed by the 22 trainees on stage could only be described as barely passable. For girls in their 20s, being able to sing and dance is certainly impressive. But as trainees, the 22 girls on stage clearly lack competitive edge. Especially in a live setting, without post-production editing to mask flaws, every breath during singing and every missed beat during dancing was painfully obvious. It was clear these girls still had a lot of work to do. Ultimately, as Liu Shanjun had predicted, Chen Zi took first place, Huang Zihan came in third, Liu Ruyan placed sixth, and Xin Jiayu ranked seventh. All three girls made it into the final 11-member group, which debuted under the name Sing Girls, with Chen Zi serving as the team leader. The vice mayor of Jinghai City and the vice president of Tencent Entertainment presented the championship crown to team leader Chen Zi and took commemorative photos with all 11 members of Sing Girls. As golden confetti rained down, the first season of Center Stage officially drew to a close. In Liu Shanjuan's view, this finale felt a bit too by the book. Perhaps due to the presence of numerous officials, the production team played it safe, refraining from designing many explosive or thrilling moments. Nevertheless, the 11 winners were crowned. The center stage production team secured substantial traffic, while the 11 girl group members gained their first wave of die-hard fans. This marks the end of a center position, yet it is the beginning for these 11 young women. Only by breaking out of the Sing Girls group can they carve out a place for themselves in today's Chinese entertainment industry. Otherwise, they would inevitably fade into obscurity. After the golden rain, the audience began to file out. Liu Shanjun, needing a wheelchair, waited until the very last moment. The theater was nearly empty when Liu Shanjun, supported by Lin Wanxing, finally settled into his wheelchair. Before leaving, he caught a fleeting glimpse of the end of the third row. A woman, wearing a mask, stared blankly at him. Those eyes and brows, could it be anyone other than his own former wife, with her moist, luscious features? Before Lord Liu Shan noticed her, Hu Qiunan spotted him first. 12 years had passed. Liu Shanjun now sat in a wheelchair, yet three stunningly beautiful young women revolved around him. Liu Shanjun had been poor, had been unsophisticated, had been in decline, but his romantic luck had never faltered. Seeing her ex-husband again stirred 1,000 emotions within Hu Qiunan. 12 years had slipped by in the blink of an eye. She was now a thoroughly middle-aged woman, yet Liu Shanjun remained as beloved by young girls as he had been 12 years prior. Hu Qiunan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing Liu Shanjun's enduring charm, a pang of unease stirred within her. Yet, witnessing his partial paralysis needing assistance just to sit in a wheelchair, she couldn't help but feel pity. Until Lord Liu Shan noticed her. His gaze remained as gentle as ever, yet Hu Qiunan dared not meet his eyes, turning her head away in panic. When Hu Qiunan finally looked back, Lord Liu Shan had already left his seat, chatting and laughing with the three young girls as they departed the venue. A wave of disappointment washed over Hu Qiunan. She felt an unexpected urge to go see Lord Liu Shan. Humans are such strange creatures, they take what they have for granted, only to start missing it once it's gone. After the finale of Center Stage, the production team hosted a celebratory banquet at Spring Breeze Pavilion, inviting all 11 girl group members and various executives. Lin Wanxing parked the Dilao in the Spring Breeze Pavilion's lot, waiting to pick up Liu Ruyan and take her home as soon as the banquet ended. Throughout the meal, Liu Ruyan kept checking in with the group chat, fearing she might fall victim to industry shenanigans. Terrified by entertainment scandals, the young girls feared being forced into compromising situations right after entering the industry. In truth, most of these unspoken rules were like Zhou Yu beating Huang Gai, one willing to strike, the other willing to endure. The sexual resources of those in power flow like the Yangtze River, endless and inexhaustible. Some women throw themselves at them. Why resort to dirty tricks for such trivial matters? It's like investing, the lower the risk, the better. Of course, some have holes in their heads. Staging a concubine selection is way too flashy. Do they really think China is like the West? Such spectacles abroad might entertain over tea, but here we have fundamental moral boundaries. The more public the figure, the higher the moral standards. In his previous life, Lord Liu had some understanding of the entertainment industry and knew it was thoroughly rotten. But no matter how rotten it was, that rot stayed within the circle. Some celebrities, however, insist on playing outside the circle. They're like flies in a cesspool themselves, yet they look down on those within the circle for being unclean. It would be a miracle if such people didn't get exposed. About an hour later, Li Hong descended with the 3 young women. Security escorted Liu Ruyan to Liu Shanjun, while she personally drove Huang Zihan and Shin Jiayu home. Once in the car, Liu Ruyan mentioned another event after the dinner, but the girls politely declined, following Sister Hong downstairs. Some other girls also left with their agents, leaving only 3 or 4 who planned to attend the next event. This next event would test their boundaries. While Liu Ruyan and her friends were still basking in the joy of their debut, some girls had already begun adapting to the unspoken rules of the industry. Chapter 87, Qin Shuawei recognizes Liu Shanjuan's identity. At last night's celebratory banquet, Qin Shuawei had a couple of drinks. While the others discussed the next event, she declined to join them, returning to her hotel room early to rest. The next morning, she awoke to the dawnlight. Qin Shuawei's first instinct was to reach for the phone tucked under her pillow. She used to sleep far away from electronic devices, but at some point, she had started clutching her phone to sleep every night. She unlocked her phone and opened WeChat. "You jerk. I said goodnight, and you didn't even reply with a simple goodnight, sweet dreams? Did I really keep you up? Or were you just bored with our chat long ago?" Qin Shuawei typed as she scolded, "Are you up yet?" Exiting the chat with Liu Shanjun, she found another message from her agent, Sister Zhao, asking when she'd be returning to Shanghai? Whether she needed her to drive to Jinghai to pick her up? "Sis Xiao, I'll stay in Jinghai for one more day before heading back." Her agent didn't press further, just reminded Qin Shuawei to wear a mask and sunglasses while out to avoid being recognized. Otherwise, causing a tourist spot to get crowded would be yet another minor negative news story. Got it, Zhao. Qin Shuawei's circle of friends was shrinking. Besides her girlfriends settling down with careers and families, it also had to do with her growing fame. She missed the early days of her career when she could hang out with her girlfriends without any disguise. Occasionally, a fan would approach for a photo, and she'd feel so proud inside. But as her fame grew, she dared not go to crowded places anymore. She frequented private clubs instead. The settings were nice, but they lacked the warmth of everyday life. Whether it was the scenery around her or the people in her life, everything felt increasingly artificial. Qin Shuawei gave a self-deprecating chuckle, mocking her own insatiable greed, wanting it all. Being a star comes with its price. At least there was that bastard Liu Shanjun, who never treated her like a star. Qin Shuawei rummaged through the hotel wardrobe, frowning frequently. A woman's closet is never complete. Staring at the bright red strapless gown inside, she ultimately shoved it back. Liu Shanjun wasn't worthy of such finery. While mercilessly belittling Liu Shanjun, Qin Shuawei enthusiastically selected her outfit. After a soothing bath and applying a full face of makeup, she stepped out looking radiant. Yunqi Manor. Qin Shuawei strolled along the tree-lined path, surprised to find Liu Shanjun lived in a villa district. She'd assumed someone of his talent would lead a more down-and-out existence. She pressed the doorbell at Lord Liu Shan's residence. A young woman's voice called out, "Coming." Qin Shuawei's face darkened instantly. Tap tap tap. Footsteps approached until the door opened, revealing a face. Qin Shuawei froze in shock. "Liu Ruyan? What are you doing here?" Liu Ruyan stared at the woman in the oversized sunglasses, her mind buzzing. She stammered, "Teacher. Teacher Qin Shuawei? Does Lord Liu Shan live here?" "Yes. So you mean Lord Liu Shan lives with you?" Qin Shuawei's face darkened another shade. "Exactly." Liu Ruyan answered foolishly. "Excuse me." Qin Shuawei turned to leave. "Empress Qin, you're already here. How can you pass by your own doorstep without entering?" A cheeky voice called out from behind Qin Shuawei. "Qin Shuawei, pull yourself together." Then, utterly lacking in backbone, Qin Shuawei turned around. The scene behind her was nothing short of appalling. A harem of beauties, all stunningly gorgeous. "Lord Liu Shan, you're nothing but a beast. 1, 2, 3, 4. Are you playing emperor here? Shocking, depraved, shameless." Qin Shuawei trembled with rage until she saw Lord Liu Shan's face. He looked somewhat different from the short videos. In the videos, Lord Liu Shan wore a filter that made him appear younger, his cheeks slightly elongated, his face a touch rounder. The real Lord Liu Shan shed that artificial vibe, radiating the refined elegance of a noble gentleman. His cheeks were slightly more defined, and his almond-shaped eyes seemed to gaze at you with a hint of deliberate intent. "Lord Liu Shan, you're flirting with me." A faint smile graced his lips, warm as a spring breeze. Yet what baffled Qin Shuawei was the uncanny resemblance of his brow and eyes to a long-lost acquaintance. A superstar who had vanished from the spotlight 20 years ago, his whereabouts unknown to all. He was Qin Shuawei's teenage idol and the guiding light that set her on her musical path. It was his songs that made Qin Shuawei realize her passion for music.
Defying her family's objections, she plunged headlong into the Chinese music industry.
Similar. Yet not quite.
In Qin Shuowei's memory, he remained that bare-chested, long-haired rocker, rebellious, unrestrained, and flamboyant. The man before her now bore a gentler softness in his brows and eyes, his gaze flowing like mountain streams, quietly streaming toward the lake of her heart. Qin Shuowei froze in place, seeing nothing else before her eyes. The image of the rebellious youth in her mind gradually overlapped with the gentleman before her. To onlookers, the scene was equally puzzling. Look at this Qin empress, so naive she's gazing at an older man like she's mesmerized. Look! Look! Ren Xiyao pursed her lips. Qin Shuowei's starved expression was practically tantamount to committing adultery in front of her husband. Under Ren Xiao's displeased gaze, Qin Shuowei walked toward Lord Liu with utter abandon. Reaching his side, she saw him seated in a wheelchair and immediately crouched down. She resembled that little girl who once worshipped the willow immortal, gazing up at the man she had revered like a god in her youth. She murmured, "Lord Liu, it really is you, isn't it? How foolish of me, I should have guessed. Who else in this world could possess such extraordinary talent besides Lord Liu?" Ren Xiyao rolled her eyes. She had actually liked Qin Shuowei before, but now she was shocked to discover that in real life, Qin Shuowei was a total dream girl acting like she'd never seen a handsome guy before. What rankled Ren Xiyao most was that Qin Shuowei had mistaken the middle-aged man for someone else entirely. Projecting her fantasies onto the uncle? A stand-in for her literary crush? She retorted impatiently, "Uncle's name is Liu Shanjun, not some Liu Xian or 8 immortals." Before she could finish, Liu Shanjun turned to Qin Shuowei with a gentle smile and soft words, "Recognize me? Did the Queen of Pop used to be my fan too? You really are the immortal Liu." After searching high and low, I turned around. Suddenly there he stood, amidst the dimly lit lanterns. Qin Shuowei's emotions completely shattered. She lightly punched Liu Shanjun's knee, then lost control of her crouching body and knelt down on the ground, clutching his legs. Weeping bitterly, she cried, "Liu Xian, how could you be so heartless? Everyone thought you were just joking, that you were throwing a little tantrum and would return soon. Who knew you'd truly vanish for 20 whole years, refusing even to show your face once? My little fan, indeed." Liu Shanjun reached out, placing his hand on Qin Shuowei's head. To her, and more to those fans from 20 years ago, he said, "I'm sorry. I was selfish." Chapter 88, Liu Shanjun writes 2 songs for Qin Shuowei. You finally know to apologize to us fans? Qin Shuowei lifted her chin slightly, her eyes brimming with resentment, accusing him of abandoning her, of being heartless and faithless. Meanwhile, the 4 women behind Liu Shanjun stood frozen in utter shock. My dad is the godfather of rock? The paralyzed uncle I care for is a superstar? Uncle's thighs have grown 3 times thicker. My mind was spinning. Was I still in the play? Was this all just a dream? Like Qin Shuowei, the 4 women had 1,000 questions, yet none knew where to begin. It fell to the only man in the household to settle the matter. Let's go inside. It's unbearably hot out here. Everyone took their seats in the living room. Liu Shanjun addressed his precious daughter's questions first. Yes, your father is the pioneer of Chinese rock history, the trailblazer of mainland pop music, the man who single-handedly stood toe-to-toe with Hong Kong's music scene, and the rock godfather whose legacy is inseparable from the history of Chinese pop music. Liu Xian. Go flip through your Beijing Conservatory of Music textbooks now. You might even find your dad's old photos from 20 years ago. Liu Ruyan's mind buzzed. My dad in my college textbooks? No wonder. The 4th daughter felt a strange familiarity and warmth toward Liu Shanjun. But the 20-year-old photos were too blurry, and Liu Ruyan certainly couldn't connect her biological father to such a monumental figure in the entire Chinese music industry. Later, Liu Shanjun addressed Qin Shuowei's question, why he had silenced his voice and withdrawn from the Chinese music scene 20 years prior. Liu Shanjun turned his gaze toward Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan is your daughter? Qin Shuowei was utterly dumbfounded. Yes. I grew up in an orphanage, never experiencing family bonds. When Ruyan suddenly came into my life, I arrogantly decided to give her a warm little home. All that mattered was the happiness of our family of 3. Money was irrelevant. To shield my family from intrusion, I retired from the industry, changed my name, and completely withdrew from the Chinese music scene. Liu Shanjun paused mid-sentence, the latter part of his statement effectively serving as a response to Liu Ruyan. As for why I changed so drastically later, ultimately, it all stemmed from my ex-wife. After she abandoned me and Ruyan without a word, I fell back into what you'd now call emotional disorder. I came to believe everything in this world boils down to money. Love, family, nothing could outweigh a single coin. That's when I gave up on myself. Ruyan, I'm sorry. I've put you through so much these past years. Get out. I won't listen. Liu Ruyan bit her lip hard, her eyes reddening. Even now, she still couldn't bring herself to forgive Liu Shanjun. Yet before she turned 8, she truly had been the happiest child in the world. Had Qin Shuowei not recognized Liu Shanjun, she might never have known how much he had sacrificed for her. Liu Shanjun didn't mind Liu Ruyan's resentful glare. Turning to Lin Wanxing, his gaze softened.
But now I've found my strength again. This world isn't just black and white.
You can't condemn it as worthless just because you've encountered a few rotten apples. Lin Wanxing met Liu Shanjuan's tender gaze with equal warmth, but after a single exchange of looks, she lowered her head. There were always those few words, spoken with apparent carelessness, that stirred her heart.
The women asked several more questions, and Liu Shanjun answered them all truthfully.
When Qin Shuawei heard that Liu Shanjuan's paralysis stemmed from a stroke caused by excessive drinking, her nose stung with emotion.
She immediately blamed it on his vicious ex-wife.
What a wicked woman she must be, to abandon both husband and daughter, especially when her husband was none other than the legendary Liu Xian.
Liu Xian.
If it were me, I'd gladly empty his spittoon every morning. As the conversation wound down, the women's emotions gradually settled. Though still slightly stunned by Lord Liu Shan's identity, he had lived alongside them for so long. Compared to the elusive and ethereal immortal Liu, this vulgar yet brilliantly talented middle-aged man, Lord Liu Shan, was the man who truly existed in their daily lives.
Empress Qin, back to the point, you came here to see the song I wrote for you, right? Had Lord Liu Shan not mentioned it, Qin Shuawei would have forgotten. The joy of seeing her childhood idol left Qin Shuawei's mind still in a haze. At his reminder, she nodded eagerly. Liu Xian wrote a song for me.
Qin Shuawei felt like the luckiest little girl in the world. Her childhood dream had come true. Right now it felt like a dream. Even if Liu Xian wrote a pile of crap, she could savor it like a Michelin 3-star meal. But how could Liu Xian possibly write a piece of crap? He just knows how to lure people in with these little catchy tunes.
Yao Yao, go to my room and fetch the song. As Ren Xiyao rose to comply, she couldn't resist wiggling her hips at Lord Liu Shan.
She received a playful swat from the man's hand, then swayed her hips contentedly as she headed to Lord Liu Shan's room.
Liu Ruyan and Xu Nanchuan couldn't bear to watch.
There are outsiders present.
How dare you two be so brazen? Qin Shuawei was also momentarily stunned before realizing that Liu Ruyan was Liu Xian's daughter. But what was the relationship between the other three women and Liu Xian? The one who went to fetch the song was the internet celebrity who appeared in the short video.
Qin Shuawei recognized her face, but who were the other two? Qin Shuawei's gaze darted back and forth between Lin Wanxing and Xu Nanchuan.
Wow!
That fresh face looked truly pitiful to behold.
Lin Wanxing radiated the sweetness of a dutiful young wife, while Xu Nanchuan possessed legs that seemed longer than life itself.
The more Qin Shuawei looked, the more she felt that every woman in this room except Liu Ruyan was somehow connected to Lord Liu Shan.
Could they all be Liu Ruyan's stepmothers?
Qin Shuawei wanted to ask, but felt too embarrassed. That burning curiosity felt like 800 cat claws scratching at her heart. It was suffocating her. Before long, Ren Xiyao returned to the living room holding the sheet music.
Uncle, did you write 2 songs for Empress Qin? MHM.
Liu Shanjun took the sheet music from Ren Xiyao and handed it to Qin Shuawei.
She was overjoyed. Could it be that Master Liu favored her too?
Why else would he write 2 songs for her? Even for his own daughter, he'd only composed 1 superstar.
This feeling of being valued made Qin Shuawei feel a bit giddy.
Liu Shanjun briefly described the 2 songs. One is a little love song I wrote based on your usual singing style.
The other is a Minnan folk song written in your hometown dialect. Qin Tianho, you choose one.
Qin Shuawei nearly split her lips from smiling. Who would have thought that the cheeky jerk on WeChat could be so thoughtful, even going out of his way to write a song in her native Minnan dialect? Liu Shanjun, you're all talk but a softy at heart.
Qin Shuawei took the 2 sheet music copies. She glanced at the titles. One was What I Miss, a little love song.
Another titled 1,000 Flower Buds, A Mother's Sorrow, a Minnan song.
Qin Shuawei settled her mind and read on.
Until she softly hummed the lyrics. What I miss is sharing everything. What I miss is dreaming together. What I miss is the urge to love you.
Still wanting to love you. Chapter 89, Empress Qin is truly insatiable, but thankfully, so am I. Liu Xian is Liu Xian. A song plucked from thin air already stands at a peak unreachable by ordinary people.
Qin Shuawei, now with modest achievements, thought she'd touched the heels of her idol. But now it seems she still can't hold a candle to her. This man was terrifyingly talented. Qin Shuawei excitedly pressed her legs together, stealing a shy glance at Liu Shanjun. Even as the queen of Mandarin love songs, she felt as green as an 18-year-old in his presence. Originally, Qin Shuawei felt she had hit a creative wall with love ballads, finding them far less engaging than that Minnan folk song. But the moment What I Miss was released, only 2 words remained in Qin Shuawei's heart: I want it. Setting aside What I Miss, Qin Shuawei calmed her excitement and picked up the song titled 1,000 Flower Buds, A Mother's Sorrow. Just the title alone sounded mystical and obscure, its meaning unclear. Qin Shuawei began to hum softly. Afternoon, alone, tiptoeing through the house. Northwest rain gently wets the clothes outside the window. Except for Liu Ruyan, who had grown up in southern Fujian, the other 3 women looked puzzled. What on earth is she singing? It's strangely beautiful.
That's Hokkien for you. You don't understand a word, yet you can't help but love listening to it.
Qin Shuawei sang with increasing earnestness.
Until she reached the line Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva. Qin Shuawei stared at Lord Liu Shan in utter disbelief.
She wanted to prostrate herself at Liu Shanjuan's feet and worship him as a god. Both songs were absolute chart toppers, but A Thousand Flower Buds, A Mother's Sorrow left her speechless with its profound impact. After all, it was a Min Nan song. The Chinese music scene hadn't seen a Hokkien song in ages.
Who doesn't have a soft spot for their hometown? Who doesn't take pride in their homeland?
She wanted both songs.
But Liu Shan forced her to choose. Empress Qin, which one do you prefer? Qin Shuawei clutched both sheet music scores to her chest.
Both songs were dear to her heart. Giving up either one would feel like losing half her soul.
She looked at Lord Liu Shan with a pout. Liu, brother. All eyes turned to Qin Shuawei. It was hard to imagine the courage it took for the Empress of Qin to utter that name.
Qin Shuawei felt so embarrassed she wished the ground would swallow her whole. The title was certainly presumptuous, but she couldn't think of a more respectful one. Though she was the queen of love songs, before the immortal Liu, she was nothing more than a devoted little fangirl. If young girls today could chase after those handsome idols calling them brother, why couldn't an auntie like her indulge in fandom? Liu Shanjun also wore an awkward expression. If Qin Shuawei had used that title in a WeChat message, he would have been thrilled for hours. But shouting it in front of everyone risked causing family conflicts. He promptly replied, Diva Qin, just call me Lord Liu Shan. Immortal Liu is a thing of the past. Lord Liu Shan? Qin Shuawei tried the title. Right here. Hearing his response, Qin Shuawei instantly snapped out of her awkwardness, shedding the earlier unease. The moment she called him Lord Liu Shan, Qin Shuawei saw through the man's aura. He was no longer the lofty immortal Liu, but the cheeky Lord Liu Shan who chatted with her late into the night every day. Her usual relaxed demeanor returned instantly. She pouted her lips and declared, her voice brimming with righteous indignation, I want both songs. In front of the celestial being, she still put on an act of innocence. But with Lord Liu Shan, she was utterly shameless. Besides, Lord Liu Shan was just as lecherous and shameless in front of her. Last night, he'd even asked for a photo of her legs. Pervert. With that thought, Qin Shuawei felt justified. Lord Liu Shan, do you still want to see my legs next time? Liu Shanjun chuckled in surprise, never expecting Qin Shuawei to flip her script so fast like June weather. Empress Qin, you really have no shame. Are you just going to steal it outright? Lord Liu Shan teased with a laugh. Teacher Liu taught me well, Qin Shuawei retorted with righteous indignation. Ah, this was the real Qin Empress from his WeChat. Earlier, Qin Shuawei had been so deferential that he felt awkward about taking advantage of her. Liu Shanjun sighed with feigned helplessness. Empress Qin sure knows how to put people on the spot. I learned it from you. Why didn't you find it awkward when you asked me to show you my legs? Whoa! Liu Shanjun suddenly changed his tone, flashing a grin that made his teeth gleam as white as if he'd used black toothpaste. Qin Shuawei felt a twinge of wariness, like a naive deer walking straight into a trap. Well, I happen to enjoy putting people in awkward situations too, Lord Liu Shan said with a sly grin. I could give you both songs. But I've gotta make a little profit, right? How much do you want? Name your price. Qin Shuawei was straightforward. Whatever Liu Shanjun dared to ask, she dared to agree to. After all, she came from a well-to-do family. Unexpectedly, Liu Shanjun suppressed a smile and said, Empress Qin, discussing money is such a mood killer. Not money? Then what? Leg photos? Liu Shanjun, you're disgusting, you're vulgar, you're shameless. Qin Shuawei's illusions about her former idol, the immortal Liu Xian, shattered completely. The man sitting before her was nothing but the sleazy Liu Shanjun. Before Qin Shuawei could even consider whether to accept Liu Shanjun's shameless demand, Liu Shanjun continued, I've been thinking about making a movie lately. There's a role in it tailor-made for Empress Qin. Ha? Qin Shuawei couldn't process it at first. You didn't want me to take photos? You want me to star in a movie? She instinctively refused, but I've never acted in a movie. That's exactly why I want you for your screen debut. Don't you think I'm interested in your acting skills? I'm after the buzz this will create. Lord Liu Shan, you bastard. They're back. All of them. That bastard Lord Liu Shan, who could infuriate her to no end with just one sentence, remained every bit the asshole in real life. If not for the others present, Qin Shuawei would have already torn into him, ripped that bastard's mouth to shreds. Qin Shuawei didn't refuse immediately. Instead, she paused for a moment before replying, what movie? How long will filming take? What's the pay? And what's the role like? Smack. Liu Shanjun flinched again, barking, Yao, fetch the script for Happy Death Day from my room. The feel was incredible, and crucially, Ren Xiyao was into this kind of thing too. Their chemistry clicked like a perfectly fitted mortise and tendon joint. Liu Shanjun grabbed the Happy Death Day script, motioned for Qin Shuawei to come closer, and said, you'll play the female lead's roommate.
It's simple, not many scenes, and we'll wrap it up in 2 or 3 days. I'm the second female lead?
You could say that, Lu Shanjun nodded.
Not just the second female lead, you're the final boss. Your status is definitely high.
Xu Nanshuan, who had read the script, listened to Lu Shanjun's persuasion of Qin Shuawei and found herself both amused and exasperated.
Compared to the uncle, this Qin diva was as innocent as a little lamb. She could be completely fooled by this man. So how much will I get paid?
Qin Shuawei tentatively accepted the role.
Lu Shanjun frowned. Here we go again with the heart-wrenching talk. I've already given you 2 songs, Miss Qin.
You know how high quality they are.
Qin Shuawei understood perfectly well, otherwise, why would she treasure them like her own life?
Frowning, she debated whether to work for free in exchange for those 2 songs. But then Lu Shanjun changed tack, putting on a magnanimous face. Here's the deal.
I won't pay you a fee.
Just give me 50% of the future profits from these 2 songs.
Lu Shanjun, you bastard. Qin Shuawei mounted Lu Shanjun with a forceful push.
Today, one of us must die.
Chapter 90, painting a rosy picture for her daughter.
Wait, Qin Shuawei, you're serious?
Lu Shanjun looked utterly bewildered.
Qin Shuawei clenched her teeth so hard they nearly shattered. Lu Shanjun, you're the one who crossed the line first.
This outcome had long been anticipated by the other women. Given Qin Shuawei's earlier behavior, she was no match for that old fox Lu Shanjun. She'd be bullied to death by him. Under Lu Shanjun's soothing words, Qin Shuawei finally calmed down.
The 2 engaged in a fierce tug-of-war of intense bargaining. The final agreement was sealed. Lord Lu Shan's company would receive 30% of all profits from these 2 songs. Lu Shanjun was bound to profit, given that Qin Shuawei's monetization capabilities ranked among the top tier in the entire Chinese music industry. These 2 songs would undoubtedly be released as a digital album, priced at 6 yuan per track. Even though Qin Shuawei's popularity was on the decline, breaking 3 million sales would be a breeze. And that was merely the foundation of her talent agency.
Not to mention these 2 songs were absolute masterpieces.
Especially What I Miss, featured on Stephanie Sun's 10th album Backlight, which sold 1.5 million copies in 2007, a year when the music industry was in decline. Its cumulative streams later surpassed 100 million. Even 17 years later in 2024, it still ranked among the top 30 most streamed songs of the year. It wasn't just Against the Light, it defied the heavens. The only flaw in this song lies in its awards. It's not that What I Miss wasn't outstanding, but that era saw titans battling it out. Even Jay Chou himself once remarked, champions come and go, but Jay Chou remains the eternal runner-up.
Who knows if this timeline will ever see Wang Yuan cover this song?
Whether the cover is good or bad doesn't matter, it's the 1.5 million yuan cover rights fee that's truly tempting.
Qin Shuawei, too, felt she'd struck gold. First, both songs were top-tier works.
While Qin Shuawei dared not dream of returning to the peak of her career, salvaging her declining popularity and extending her music career by a few more years was worth any price.
Second, Lu Shanjun negotiated the terms as himself, not as her idol Lu Xian.
Had he approached her as Lu Xian, he might have demanded 70% of the profits, and she might have agreed in a daze.
Qin Shuawei couldn't tell if Lu Shanjun had done this deliberately or if he'd miscalculated.
But knowing how cunning this bastard was, she leaned toward the former. The payment has been transferred to you, Lu Shanjun announced as he tapped away on his phone.
Qin Shuawei opened it to find a 520 yuan transfer. You might as well not have given anything. Lu Shanjun clicked his tongue and sighed. Qin Shuawei, you're just too greedy. Isn't 520 enough? Fine. I'll add a little more.
The balance showed 1314.
Qin Shuawei nearly strangled Lu Shanjun.
Never in her life had she met such a stingy man. 2 ding sounds later, Qin Shuawei cursed under her breath but accepted the transfer at lightning speed.
Qin Tianho, once you take my money, you belong to me. Wanxing, print 2 copies of the contract. You don't trust me?
Qin Shuawei felt her integrity had been insulted.
Lu Shanjun, do you really think 520 plus 1314 can buy my screen debut? I've already given you such a bargain, and now you insult me with a contract? Lu Shanjun smiled indifferently.
It's not that I don't trust Miss Qin. It's that I don't trust myself.
Aren't you afraid I'll push my luck on set? Like, adding some more, eye-catching scenes. Sign. Sign immediately. No overly revealing shots.
No bed scenes, kissing scenes, or passionate scenes. Lin Wanxing, you must remember to add this clause to the contract.
Qin Shuawei was genuinely terrified of this beast. The contract was signed, fingerprints pressed, 2 identical copies fair to all.
Lu Shanjun said, Empress Qin, stay for a simple meal. I'll accompany you to record these 2 songs shortly.
Such thoughtful after-sales service. Qin Shuawei couldn't help but let a faint smile flicker across her face.
At least you have some conscience, Lord Lu Shan. Lin Wanxing began preparing lunch for the entire household, with Ren Xiyao assisting in the kitchen. Liu Ruyan was about to join them when Lord Lu Shan called her back.
Ruyan, wait a moment. Dad needs to talk to you. Lord Lushan patted the sofa, gesturing for Liu Ruyan to sit beside him. Qin Shuawei's gossip-hungry mind instantly perked up. Anyone with eyes could see the tension between Liu Ruyan and her father. Earlier, Lu Shanjun had mentioned that after his ex-wife left, he seemed to have given up on himself and neglected the children. On this point, Qin Shuawei had to criticize Lu Shanjun. Irresponsible. Poor Ruyan had suffered, deprived of both maternal and paternal love. But it was clear Lu Shanjun recognized his mistake and was now trying his best to make amends. Qin Shuawei instinctively gave up her seat and moved to sit beside Chu Nanchuan. Like Qin Shuawei, the latter was also here purely for the spectacle. Women just love gossip. Family dramas, romantic entanglements with a handful of melon seeds, they could watch all day. Liu Ruyan pouted, reluctantly taking a seat beside Lu Shanjun. Lord Lu Shan chuckled. Angry at your father? Mad he didn't save the movie role for you? No way, Liu Ruyan muttered under her breath. Nanchuan was always better suited to be the leading lady anyway. Qin Shuawei glanced at the leggy beauty beside her. The latter flushed and lowered her head guiltily. So you're the one who snatched the role from Lord Lu Shan's daughter. Fight! Beat that dog brain right out of her. Qin Shuawei was the quintessential spectator who loved a good show. She practically wanted to see these two girls rip each other's bras off. This household was simply too entertaining. 3 women make a drama, and now there are 4 women in one household. Lord Lu Shan must be suffering terribly. Liu Ruyan's words carried a clear note of grievance, making Chu Nanchuan feel so guilty she wanted to sink into the ground. Lu Shanjun, however, remained perfectly composed, his large hand gently brushing over his obedient daughter's head. If you're angry, take it out on your father. Don't blame Nanchuan too. This decision was mine alone. No one else is involved. I don't have a father like yours, saving all the good things for others. The songs are sung by others, the movies are acted by others. Liu Ruyan felt more and more wrong the more she thought about it. If Lord Lu Shan weren't paralyzed right now, Liu Ruyan might have punched him in the face. But father has his reasons. Liu Ruyan snorted. She'd like to hear what kind of ivory came out of her father's dog's mouth. She heard Lu Shanjun continue, Ruyan. Originally, this play was written for you. Ah. Liu Ruyan felt a little better inside. Beside her, Chu Nanchuan's eyes widened in surprise. Uncle, that's not what you told me. But, you're already under contract with Shinda, and now you're tied to Penguin Entertainment's 2-year operating rights. Dad wants to hire you as the lead actress, but do you think Shinda and Penguin would let you work for free? At your current market value, Dad simply can't afford you. Lu Shanjun was stating the facts. Liu Ruyan might not yet grasp her own market value, but Qin Shuawei knew that with Liu Ruyan's current popularity, landing a female lead role would cost no less than 7 figures. If someone like Liu Ruyan commands 7 figures, then as the reigning queen of love songs, shouldn't she get 520 plus another 13-14? Qin Shuawei, you really know how to throw good money after bad. Originally, I wanted to cast you, Zihan, and Jiayu. But now you're all established stars, I can't afford you. Dad's film has a small budget, so we really can't afford much for acting fees. But don't worry, once Dad grows his business a bit more, we'll take on those 9-figure blockbusters. You'll be Dad's exclusive leading lady. Then, forget streaming platforms. Dad will take you straight to major theaters, fly you overseas to the 3 major film festivals, and walk the red carpet. Lu Shanjuan's skill at painting pie in the sky promises was truly unmatched. Liu Ruyan pursed her lips, almost swayed by his flattery. But she still put on an act of pride. I don't want to star in your movies. I hate you. Little girls always love to say the opposite of what they mean. Lu Shanjun gently brushed Liu Ruyan's cascading black hair, his voice softening. You're acting like a child again. Why do you think I'm working so hard to make money? You're my only child. Don't you think I'm striving so you can have an easier life later? The songs I write and the movies I make will be your iron rice bowl. Liu Ruyan forced her face to stay stiff, though the smile at the corners of her mouth threatened to break free. She snorted and pushed Lu Shanjun away. She left with a parting shot, I'm off to cook for Wanxing. She fled the scene. Impressed. Chu Nanchuan gave Lu Shanjun a thumbs up. Qin Shuawei, however, rolled her eyes at him. Born a lord of Lushan, yet he deceives even his own daughter. Chapter 91, Director Li, I'm coming to Lake City to shoot a movie. Qin Shuawei was put through the ringer at Lord Lushan's place all day long. Only when she was utterly exhausted did Lord Lushan finally let her go. Lu Shanjun, you're a total freak. She'd never met such a nitpicky man. He scrutinized every single syllable during a song recording. But Lu Shanjun truly understood music. Even the piano accompaniment for What I Miss was played by him personally. The former Lu Xian was arrogant, the current Lu Shanjun is elegant. What they share is that overflowing talent with nowhere to go. Her voice was hoarse from singing, and they'd only recorded What I Mississippi. Tomorrow she'd have to come back here and endure Lord Lu Shan's scrutiny again. A faint smile inevitably touched Qin Shuawei's lips. Though it was torture, she was equally enjoying it.
Back at the hotel, Qin Shuawei soaked in the bath and called her agent, Sister Zhao. Zhao Jia, I'll be staying in Jinghai for 2 more days. Check the prices at Jinghai Yunqi Garden for me. Buy me a unit there. Jinghai has lovely scenery, and I might visit often in the future.
I just recorded 2 new songs. And I'm planning to shoot a movie soon.
Each piece of news Qin Shuawei dropped was more explosive than the last. Her agent, Sister Zhao, nearly dropped to her knees.
My goodness, what on earth have you been up to all day? Buying a villa. Recording a new song.
And preparing for my very first screen debut.
Miss Qin, you must be under a spell.
Her agent couldn't sit still any longer, driving all night from Shanghai to Jinghai. If she'd been a moment later, she feared Qin Shuawei might have followed a novel's plot and married some random man on a whim. She was determined to find out who was spreading such nonsense around Miss Qin.
This old servant must purge the court of evil influences.
Meanwhile, after her bath, the Queen of Qin dried herself off, wrapped in a bathrobe that hinted at her figure beneath the hotel's plush duvet. She chatted with this great villain in Sister Zhao's eyes.
Stars shone brightly on camera, but off-screen, beyond those who enjoyed a bit of fun, others like Qin Shuawei were bored to death.
Many were internet addicts. Yang Mi, for instance, was obsessed with Honor of Kings, never missing a single KPL match. Qin Shuawei used to kill time after work by scrolling through short videos in her hotel room. Now, she's evolved from waiting for Lord Liu to chat with her to actively seeking him out. Not reaching out to him felt unbearable, but reaching out left her feeling uneasy all day. Just as Qin Shuawei finished her shower, Liu Jun's next words came exactly as she'd expected: send me some bath photos.
Damn jerk. But Liu Jun clearly wasn't as idle as Qin Shuawei.
Besides chatting with Qin Shuawei, he also had to suck up to Director Li. And he had Lin Wanxing lying in his arms. After filming that makeup tutorial video for Li Jiqing last time, unsurprisingly, the video went slightly viral. It successfully crossed into the million-like series. Li Jiqing gained 200,000 followers from that single video alone, and her follower count was still climbing at a rate of 20,000 to 30,000 per day.
That's how fast beauty influencers gain traction.
Not to mention the added prestige of her father's position as Chief Li. These past few days, Li Jiqing kept saying she was doomed. Even her own father saw the video. She'd been ruined by Lord Liu.
Woman, your name is hypocrisy.
In truth, Li Jiqing's vanity had been satisfied like never before. What truly struck Li Jiqing as terrifying about the power of online traffic was that the stage deep in the ancient forest had become a viral hotspot. Tens of thousands of people from all over the country flocked to that stage. All to snap a photo with the stage and that veteran actress. Li Jiqing acted decisively, immediately dispatching a Huju opera troupe to the site. Unexpectedly, it became wildly popular. The performers sang until their voices were hoarse. Huju opera, which had been on the brink of extinction, experienced a resurgence thanks to this single video. Li Jiqing kept Lord Liu advice in mind: traffic is like the wind, it comes swiftly and vanishes just as fast. Maximizing the benefits of the attracted traffic within a limited time frame was the only way to truly capitalize on it. When Li Jiqing shared the news with Lord Liu, he immediately began strategizing with her. Divert some of the buses that normally shuttle between the high-speed rail station and Huqing's various scenic spots to run directly to this theater deep in the mountains. Deep in the ancient woods, the only sites were the old stage and a Hu opera performance, a 2-hour experience from start to finish. After the performance, the buses would transport visitors to various scenic spots, where the accompanying entertainment facilities would monetize this influx of visitors. Brochures for 1-day and 2-day tours of Lake City's attractions could be distributed on the buses. Above all, never let tourists think for themselves. It's like nipple joy: once tourists start thinking for themselves, they become harder to deceive. Lord Liu, you are truly cunning. Li Jiqing implemented every detail of Lord Liu proposal. Huqing's cultural tourism industry reports showed steady growth, like sesame flowers blooming each stem higher than the last. After giving Li Jiqing ample taste of success, Lord Liu now prepared to challenge Director Li. When she heard Lord Liu planned to film a movie in Lake City, Li Jiqing wholeheartedly approved. This was a great opportunity. But when she heard Lord Liu wanted her to arrange access to Lake City University, borrowing locations, securing university dormitories, and recruiting student extras, Li Jiqing rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath, no good deed goes unpunished. What could she do? She had no choice but to use her own face to sell her favors and get things done for Lord Liu. After all, Lord Liu had done so much for her, she simply couldn't bring herself to refuse. Besides the university scenes, Lord Liu arranged the rest at Lake City Film Studio. Li Jiqing had long wanted to promote this newly built studio complex, and Lord Liu flattery hit the sweet spot. What a relief! Moreover, Lord Liu had agreed to include special thanks in the film's opening credits for the tremendous support provided by the Huqing Cultural Tourism Bureau and Huqing Film Studio. The condition? Director Li, I have a role tailor-made for you. Step by step, Li Jiqing found herself falling into Liu Shanjuan's trap. The problem with this world is that we're all intertwined, you and me and you.
But the beauty of it is also that we're all intertwined, you and me and you.
Lord Lushan never took all the benefits for himself, he always ensured his partners received their fair share.
That's how you secure future collaborations. As collaborations multiplied, it transcended mere business. Time breeds affection. Human relationships are both the most commonplace and the most precious. It depends on the person. After Director Li reluctantly agreed, Lord Lushan pressed the lock button and tossed his phone aside.
Lin Wanxing, who had been nestled in the man's embrace watching the movie quietly, reached for his right hand, the one that had been typing, and gently massaged his knuckles. After typing for so long, his fingers must be sore.
Shanjun, are you done chatting?
Lu Shanjun murmured softly, his gaze settling on those luscious, tempting lips. Lin Wanxing timidly closed her eyes.
Chapter 92, Recording 8,000 Petals, A Mother's Sorrow. Sister Zhao.
When we go in, you must be polite to Mr. Liu, Qin Shuawei reminded her. Agent Zhao Lily, however, wore a look of indignation.
What was this nonsense about Mr. Liu and Miss Liu? Today, she was here to demand justice for Shuawei. Who did they think they were?
Sending a 520 or 1314 text, and he dares to demand Qin Shuawei star in his movie.
Her Shuawei was too innocent, she'd been deceived by a man.
Zhao Lily pressed the doorbell, her face as still as water, already adopting a stance that showed she wouldn't let this go easily.
But she didn't notice Qin Shuawei behind her, wearing a mischievous smile. Sly as a fox, like a mischievous chipmunk.
The door opened from the inside, revealed a girl with a childlike face and ample curves. Zhao Lily was momentarily dazzled by the radiant girl.
Is Lu Shanjun here?
Lu Shanjun was currently on the sofa discussing the script with Chu Nanshuang. Ren Xiyao ushered them inside while calling out to Lu Shanjun and, "Uncle, the Queen of Qin has arrived."
Got it, I'll roll out the red carpet for the diva right away.
Lu Shanjun responded verbally, but made no move to get up.
Qin Shuawei stood behind Zhao Lily, arms crossed, lips slightly pursed. Look at that attitude. Just like she was on WeChat.
Zhao Lily was stunned too, not expecting this man to treat Qin Shuawei with such disregard. She turned her head, her expression a sigh of disappointment.
With that kind of attitude, you still treat him like a treasure? You've got to be out of your mind.
Today, I'll tear off this scumbag's true face for you.
Zhao Lily stormed in with a dark expression, heading straight for Lu Shanjun.
Watching her agent's fierce demeanor, Qin Shuawei quietly closed the door, her smile growing wider. Only when Zhao Lily stormed up to Lu Shanjun and coldly demanded, "You're Lu."
Ha!
Zhao Lily recognized the man's features, those eyes and brows, and her mind went blank. She rubbed her eyes hard, then looked again, her jaw nearly dropping.
Staring wide-eyed, she stammered, "You're Lu Xian?"
Lu Shanjun lifted his head, observing the middle-aged woman who had approached with ill intent yet now stood frozen in place.
He returned her gaze with a warm, spring-like smile. Yes. Were you also once my fan? Lu Xian smiled at me.
Zhao Lily burst into tears of joy, covering her mouth as she sobbed uncontrollably. Seeing Qin Shuawei standing nearby with a mischievous grin, Zhao Lily was so furious she wanted to grab her by the collar. How could you do this? Like Qin Shuawei, Zhao Lily had been a die-hard fan of Lu Xian 20 years ago. Whenever they had free time, they loved reminiscing about Lu Xian's glorious days. If Qin Shuawei could recognize Lu Xian at a glance, Zhao Lily certainly could too.
But Qin Shuawei wanted to see how Zhao Lily would seek justice from the idol she'd adored for 20 years.
"Shuawei, why are you being so mean now?" Zhao Lily, now over 40, felt as if she'd been transported back 20 years, both embarrassed and indignant.
Qin Shuawei grinned mischievously, glancing at the man beside her. Teacher Lu had taught her well.
Near red, you turn red; near black, you turn black; near Lord Lushan, you turn yellow. Lu Shanjun instantly understood Qin Shuawei had set this middle-aged woman up. Rolling his wheelchair over to them, he smiled and said, "Empress Qin, care to introduce us?"
Qin Shuawei beamed, "This is my agent, Zhao."
Ow! Qin Shuawei let out a strange yelp. He'd actually pinched her, but behind everyone's back.
"Lu Shanjun, you're dead."
Everyone turned to look at them in confusion. Qin Shuawei dared not make a scene, forcing a smile as she introduced, "This is my agent, Zhao Lily."
"Miss Xiao, hello." Lu Shanjun extended his hand. "Let's start fresh. Lu Xian is my past. Now I'm Lu Shanjun."
Zhao Lily, just like Qin Shuawei yesterday, was in a daze, the kind you get when you meet your idol after 20 years. Even her handshake was tentative, gently pinching Lu Shanjun's knuckles. Simultaneously, a reproachful glance shot toward Qin Shuawei.
"Shuawei, how could you do this?
You deliberately made her look bad. You used to be so innocent.
I wonder who you hung out with that turned you bad." Pout.
Zhao Lily also gave Qin Shuawei a playful pinch on the butt as punishment. In the recording studio, Lu Shanjun was recording Qin Shuawei's new song, "1,000 Flower Buds, A Mother's Sorrow." Minnan folk songs once formed a major branch of the Chinese music scene. To sum it up in one sentence, female singers lament tragic fates, male singers sing about striving to succeed, and duets between the two rarely find harmony. But 1,000 flower buds, a mother's sorrow broke free from this mold. Upon hearing Liu Shanjun's arrangement for the song, Qin Shuawei finally understood why he had insisted she record it here.
No one else could have captured this essence. Sutra recitations, golden bowls, and Buddhist bells.
Qin Shuawei desperately wanted to crack open Liu Shanjun's skull to see how his brain was wired, how he could forge such astonishingly brilliant new paths. The other girls couldn't help but turn their heads in admiration. Liu Shanjun's arrangements were undoubtedly a defining feature of his songwriting. Without them, the songs always felt like they were missing a crucial element of their charm.
After finishing the first take, Qin Shuawei felt no relief.
She knew what came next was Liu Shanjun's nitpicking session. After a full day of recording under Liu Shanjun's direction, even the reigning queen of love songs began doubting her own singing ability. And Liu Shanjun's critiques were always well-founded.
She couldn't argue back.
Round after round of meticulous refinement left even her agent, Zhao Lily, feeling a pang of sympathy. Even if you're the legendary Liu Shan, you can't push Shuawei this hard.
But Qin Shuawei didn't seem to mind. She grew more excited with every take. Lord Liu Shan, why did you make me deliberately lower my voice?
It feels like I'm singing this song in some kind of mystical, incantation-like way.
That's exactly the point, we want that feeling. Ha? What style is that? Qin Shuawei asked curiously. I call it the shaman style.
Lord Liu Shan continued, listening to the flaws in Qin Shuawei's previous recording as he spoke.
Qin Shuawei, have you ever heard Buddhist chants? The Great Compassion Mantra? It's one kind. What did you feel when you heard it?
Qin Shuawei recalled carefully before replying slowly, it calms my mind.
Clears away distracting thoughts. It's quite magical. Exactly.
Though Minnan and Sanskrit are different languages, their pronunciations both possess this magical power to calm the mind's lake. Religion is actually a major theme worldwide.
It's just that in our country, due to atheism, it remains hidden and isn't widely promoted. We must view it from two perspectives, discarding feudal superstitions while acknowledging religion's exploration of life's meaning.
Personally, I have no religious beliefs, but I respect the spirits. For instance, when I filmed the cross-dressing video for Ren Xiyao, I used footage from Lingyin Temple. You can't deny that whether it's Buddhist sculptures or chanting sutras, they truly have a calming effect on the mind. That's why I incorporated it into this song. This song, 1,000 Flower Buds, A Mother's Sorrow, is destined to never match the popularity of What I Mississippi.
The latter appeals to all age groups, while the former is far more niche.
But anyone who falls for 1,000 Flower Buds, A Mother's Sorrow will almost certainly upgrade from listener to devoted fan. The more niche, the more devoted.
Liu Shanjun rarely spoke so much at once, and Qin Shuawei committed every word to memory. The man seemed to have opened a door for her, yet Qin Shuawei couldn't step through it just yet. Still, she gained a new understanding of her musical journey. The title of Queen of Love Songs had both elevated her and confined her. This song, 1,000 Petals, A Mother's Sorrow, was her transformative work. Moving forward, Qin Shuawei planned to experiment more with new styles. Liu Shanjun, you don't want to end up with no leg shots to look at later, do you? Chapter 93, Director Liu goes live, dedicated to filming Chu Nanchuang's feat. Hucheng High-Speed Rail Station.
In less than a month, Liu Shanjun had already set foot in Hucheng for the third time. On his first visit, Liu Shanjun had boasted that Hucheng was his second hometown, a claim now solidified. Once again, it was little Chui who came to pick him up. Chui Mingyu was now a rising star in director Li's inner circle. A favored subordinate granted the privilege of accompanying him on business trips.
The measure of an official's favor with leadership?
Whether they get to accompany the boss on business trips.
Chui Mingyu's standing within the department had risen accordingly.
Even senior employees who had joined the unit years before him were now currying favor with him. The fickleness of human nature was most vividly displayed in this kind of public institution. Yet despite his quiet satisfaction, Chui Mingyu remained grounded. He understood precisely where his newfound favor came from. It all boiled down to 4 words: love extends to the crow. Director Li was merely showing him a little favor out of respect for Brother Liu. The true source of it all lay with the man in the wheelchair before him. He was the benefactor of his life. Brother Liu, Director Li asked me to convey her regards. She said if there's anything you need arranged, just ask, Chui Mingyu said respectfully.
Where is Director Li?
She's on a business trip to Jiaqing next door. Invited by the local municipal committee, she's sharing advanced experience with Jiaqing's Culture and Tourism Bureau.
Liu Shanjun chuckled.
At last, Li Jiqing had earned her due recognition.
After loading Liu Shanjun's wheelchair into the trunk, Chui Mingyu returned to the car and asked, Brother Liu, weren't you here to shoot a movie? Why did you bring so few people? Accompanying Liu Shanjun were the 3 women from their previous trip, Lin Wanxing, Ren Xiyao, and Chu Nanchuang.
After recording her songs at Yunqi Manor, Qin Shuawei returned to Shanghai to prepare for the immediate release of her 2-track EP.
She planned to come back to Lake City for filming after the album went live.
As for Liu Ruyan, now that she'd become a star, she was bound by her commitments. The 11 girls had barely rested at home for 2 days before being pulled away by Penguin Entertainment to prepare for a so-called fan appreciation event in Shanghai, which was really just a concert to milk their fans dry. Word had it that Inner Circle VIP tickets were already being scalped for over 5,000 yuan, proof that fans' money was easy to fleece.
Meanwhile, the male lead actor Liu Shanjun had asked Xu Nanshuang to find, along with several crew members, wouldn't arrive in Huqing until the day after tomorrow.
Liu Shanjun brought the girls ahead to scout the location and arrange their lodging and meals. The all-inclusive arrangement wasn't out of any benevolence from the heartless capitalist Liu Shanjun, but purely to save money. He had Li Jiqing book a budget hotel in advance, reserving 5 double rooms to accommodate the crew. The plan was to shoot in Huqing for 3 to 4 weeks. The flat rate was 100 yuan per day per room, totaling 500 yuan daily. A month's stay would cost 15,000 yuan. For meals, they went straight to a fast food joint, no middlemen to inflate prices. With a 25 yuan meal allowance, they got 3 meat dishes and 2 veggies. The crew ate boxed meals together. Over the next 2 days, the male lead Shin Yunsheng, along with 1 production assistant, 2 lighting technicians, 1 makeup artist, and 1 sound technician, also arrived in Lake City. Shin Yunsheng, who played the 4th male lead in Xu Nanshuang's first film, stood 1.8 meters tall with fair skin. However, his frame was slightly small, not exactly a clothes hanger, and he had a slight overbite. His face, though, was quite handsome, giving off a very creamy young star vibe. Liu Shanjun cast him not for his acting skills or his physique, but purely for his affordability. A fee of 20,000 yuan per drama was a bargain anywhere. Production assistants 7K, lighting crew 6.5K per person, makeup artists 8K, sound technicians 9K. The biggest expenses in filmmaking are set construction and personnel wages. Set design costs are limitless. Some big-name directors recreate sets 1:1, and even 9-figure budgets can be stretched thin. Personnel costs may sound modest, but they account for a significant portion of the total budget. Take Liu Shanjun, he's essentially one person doing the work of 2. On major productions, crew sizes range from hundreds to thousands, rivaling the labor expenses of a factory. As for special effects and post-production, those are just things filmmakers deliberately show audiences. How much could those 5-cent special effects possibly cost? After returning from Jiacheng, Li Jiqing visited Liu Shan's set. Seeing his crew of less than 10 people, she chuckled and teased, "This is nothing but a makeshift troupe." Who could argue with that? Poverty-stricken, every penny had to be spent wisely. After paying homage to the god of wealth and wrapping up the kickoff ceremony, Happy Death Day officially began filming. The filming location was Lake City University, and the face they were promoting was Li Jiqing's. Li Jiqing vented her frustrations on WeChat, bluntly stating that Liu Shanjun truly didn't treat her like an outsider, constantly putting her in situations where she owed favors to others. She joked that she must have owed him from a past life. Liu Shanjun couldn't care less about director Li's complaints. Favors are meant to be reciprocated. If you spared director Li from awkward situations, how could he possibly put you in one next time? Through this give and take, their bond deepened. For filming Happy Death Day, Liu Shanjun used a handheld camera rented online. The monthly rental alone cost 8K, which truly stung his wallet. Running a small business meant every penny had to be accounted for. He had to make that 8K camera deliver 8 million yuan worth of value. The very first scene he shot with it was of Xu Nanshuang's delicate feet. It was also the opening scene of Happy Death Day. The female lead, hungover, is picked up by the male lead and wakes up in his dorm room. The first thing she sees is Xu Nanshuang's feet. Pink and smooth, delicate toes like young peanuts. The camera slowly pans upward, revealing slender, shapely calves and thighs as luminous and white as jade. Until a pair of athletic shorts, accompanied by Xu Nanshuang's movements as she rises. An upward shot. Though Xu Nanshuang lacked Yao Yao's extraordinary beauty, she possessed an average, pleasing appearance. After a brief moment of obstruction, her full face comes into view. Click. Liu Shanjuan's expression darkened. Xu Nanshuang, what the hell are you doing? That hungover days? What the hell are you being shy about? Xu Nanshuang, flushed with embarrassment, felt like crying. Who wouldn't be embarrassed with such an awkward shot? Uncle, do we really have to shoot it like this? Liu Shanjuan's expression turned stern. Use professional titles during work. Director Liu. Do we really have to start from my feet? What else? Xu Nanshuang bit her lip. Audiences come to watch movies, not this kind of thing. Xu Nanshuang even suspected Liu Shanjun was using this as an excuse to indulge his peculiar tastes. He's been craving this for ages, hasn't he? You know nothing. Liu Shanjun showed no mercy toward his landlady, lashing out immediately. If you have an advantage, you flaunt it. You have such beautiful legs, not filming them would be a waste. How stupid is that? Xu Nanshuang was momentarily speechless. She sensed a logical flaw in the uncle's argument, yet couldn't quite articulate a rebuttal. Liu Shanjun lectured earnestly, don't be ashamed of your body. With a figure like yours, more people should see it. Xu Nanshuang, besides your face and these legs, what other strengths do you have to make viewers remember you? Don't abandon your greatest asset. His words were blunt but true. Chu Nanchuang desperately wanted to point out her acting skills, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. Others might have tried to placate her, but Liu Shanjun was genuinely sharp-tongued. He even dared to criticize Qin Shuiwei, the reigning queen of the industry. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Nanchuang nodded in agreement.
Alright, fine. Director Liu, I was wrong. Can we do another take? Fine. Transfer me 200 yuan.
If you make such a low IQ mistake again, I'll cast Ruyan as the lead.
No, Director Liu. Just shoot it however you want.
Chu Nanchuang pleaded, flopping back onto the bed and letting Liu Shanjun film her once more, from her feet all the way up to her chest.
Chapter 94, Director Li, tie up your hair. I told you to tie up your hair.
Director Liu Shanjun filmed the female lead, Chu Nanchuang, extensively, capturing her in numerous close-ups.
As for the male lead, Shin Yunsheng?
One long take, a brief exchange with the female lead to establish the story's backdrop, and that was it.
Clearly, the male lead in Happy Death Day was just a plot device. Director Liu Shan even felt Shin Yunsheng was too handsome to convey that scruffy vibe. What can you do? He was cheap. Just make do with him.
Shin Yunsheng knows his role is purely decorative, a prop to highlight Chu Nanchuang's character arc.
Like a healer in a raid, Chu Nanchuang single-handedly takes down the boss, tanking damage and dealing damage, while he just stands in the back shouting, 666. Yet Shin Yunsheng refused to wallow in self-pity over his character's dispensable nature.
Though his acting isn't exactly masterful, whenever director Ryuzen's camera focuses on him, he always gives it his all 120% effort.
Lacking in skill, he made up for it with effort.
Even when not in a scene, he never slacked off or coasted. Instead, he remained at Lord Liu Shan's side, ready to be summoned at a moment's notice, even fetching lunchboxes himself. A leading actor doing half the work of a production assistant. Meanwhile, the production assistant Liu Shanjun had originally hired for 7K was happily taking it easy, even going so far as to boss Shin Yunsheng around, treating him like a personal assistant. Lord Liu Shan witnessed all this, though he said nothing. Not only did he keep a close eye on the male lead Shin Yunsheng, but he also had a clear assessment of the crew members and other staff. He certainly wouldn't limit himself to just filming Happy Death Day. Whether there would be future collaborations depended entirely on how these individuals performed during the production of Happy Death Day. Shin Yunsheng, through his actions, shattered Liu Shanjuan's preconceptions about the entertainment industry's popular young stars. It wasn't that they weren't trying, they simply lacked talent. As for Chu Nanchuang, in Liu Shanjuan's eyes, she belonged to the type that could be molded. An orange tree planted south of the Huai River bears sweet oranges planted north of it, it yields bitter oranges. For actors whose performance levels fluctuate wildly, a director skilled at molding talent determines their ceiling. Though Chu Nanchuang had only starred in 2 dramas, Liu Shanjun recognized she wasn't clueless about acting, quite the opposite. She showed considerable talent. Take the 4 basic emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, and fear, for instance. Chu Nanchuang could convey them purely through her facial muscles.
That is a natural gift.
Many actors can only express emotions naturally. Asking them to control their facial muscles to achieve the director's desired expression often makes them look even more awkward. Such talent is like rotten wood that cannot be carved. Liu Shanjuan's standards for Chu Nanchuang were precisely this high. He demanded she embody the exact feeling he envisioned. The fear she felt facing the masked monster was conveyed through subtle facial twitches, momentary pupil dilation, and trembling legs, the cowardice of wanting to flee yet being too afraid to do so.
If 1 take wasn't good enough, she demanded 2.
If 2 weren't enough, she insisted on 10. Both Chu Nanchuang's best friend Ren Xiyao and her surrogate mother Lin Wanxing felt Lord Liu Shan was being too harsh on her. They would intercede for Chu Nanchuang whenever the 4 of them were together. But before Lord Liu Shan could speak, Chu Nanchuang had already politely declined her 2 friends' kindness.
Uncle, don't mind them. You don't need to spare my feelings. If you're not satisfied, just reshoot it until you are. That stubborn streak was the spitting image of that human flower of wealth and honor. In Happy Death Day, campus scenes accounted for a significant portion. Nearly 60% of the filming took place on campus. Huqing University provided the location free of charge, partly as a favor to Li Jiqing, but also with one request for Liu Shanjun, to prominently feature the university's name in the film. Show off the campus greenery, dorm life, and those studious seniors in black tights and white sneakers. Better than any brochure. Recruiting students is tough these days. Liu Shanjun was more than happy to oblige. Black-stocking senior students were, after all, a vibrant part of campus life. And Huqing University's female students were genuinely attractive in their early 20s, at the peak of their freshness. They could be hired as extras for $80 a day. You want me to be a teacher again? Li Jiqing shot the man a flirtatious glare. No choice. Director Li's bodycon skirt was simply too revealing. In the original version, Li Jiqing's character was a male professor who had an affair with the female lead. And the reason the female lead's roommate wanted to kill her was because she had fallen for this professor. Love bred jealousy, leading to a brutal murder. But Liu Shanjun tweaked the script slightly to meet censorship standards. The teacher-student romance theme was best avoided.
The male professor role was rewritten for Li Jiqing to play the female lead's mentor. Lu Shanjun, I suspect you're sneaking in personal agendas, Li Jiqing said, her face taut with a hint of chill. Impossible. It's purely for artistic purposes. Come on, Director Li, slip on these heels. Lu Shanjun slipped a newly purchased pair of beige patent leather heels with red soles onto Li Jiqing's feet. They fit perfectly, just right. Crossing one leg over the other, she planted her foot firmly on the ground, her calf forming a perfect curve. Her other foot dangled mid-air, the high heel lifted from her instep, held only by 2 toes, swaying and swinging.
Lu Shanjun, and you claim you're not smuggling contraband? The scene I couldn't get last time this time, I finally got my wish. Watching Lord Lushan bent over, a close-up shot practically shoving the lens into her feet. Li Jiqing desperately wanted to crush that smug, satisfied face underfoot. She could have made a living with her talent, yet she insisted on taking these devious shortcuts. Disgusting. Li Jiqing had been half coaxed, half tricked by Lu Shan into joining this scheme. Had she known about such extreme close-ups, she would never have agreed, not even in death. Don't worry, Director Li. If anyone asks, just say we used a body double here. I didn't capture your face. Li Jiqing raised an eyebrow. Why? I used my own body, why should I give the credit to a stunt double? Besides, could a stunt double ever achieve this artistic effect? Director Li, one more scene to go, Lu Shanjun said after wrapping the close-up. MHM. Li Jiqing responded listlessly, adding as a reminder, mind the boundaries. This is an exception, don't treat it as the standard. Rest assured, Director Li. From now on, you'll be fully covered. With that, Lu Shanjun unlocked a new uniform, a white lab coat. Huqing University had its own medical school and an affiliated hospital. Besides being a medical school professor, Li Ziqing was also a doctor at the affiliated hospital. After enduring multiple rebirths, the female lead finally collapsed from exhaustion. The male lead rushed her to the hospital, where their mentor served as the attending physician. Li Jiqing examined the female lead and discovered that although she showed no external injuries, she had suffered severe internal damage. This also introduced another plot point. While the female lead could seemingly reincarnate infinitely, each rebirth carried the aftereffects of her previous death. Once she reached her limit, she would truly die. This adds an invisible sense of urgency, compelling her to find the real culprit within her limited rebirth time. This also served as a pivotal transition point in the script's timeline. Just as the audience had begun to relax after witnessing the protagonist's multiple time rewinds. The moment this twist is revealed, it instantly grips the audience, compelling them to worry for the protagonist. It's unclear how many more chances the protagonist has to uncover the truth. Happy Death Day may not be a cinematic masterpiece, but the director's masterful manipulation of audience emotions and impeccable pacing are undeniably top-notch. The entire film is relentless, with one climactic moment following another without a dull moment. Tie up your hair, Director Li. Lu Shanjun watched Li Ziqing, clad in a white lab coat over a gray knit sweater, and gave his instructions. Lu Shanjun, why are you so demanding? Li Jiqing mentally complained while securing her long black hair with a hairpin, revealing her snow-white swan-like neck. Is that better? It's good enough. Absolutely good enough. Chapter 95, Qin Shuawei arrives in Lake City, Lord Lushan sends flowers. Empress Qin, when will you grace this servant with your presence? Must I really have you carried over in a palanquin? Li Jiqing's scenes were nearly wrapped up, and now it was time for Qin Shuawei, the villainous boss, to take center stage. Moreover, Lord Lushan had just ordered a new set of masks, which had just been delivered. He was about to have Qin Shuawei try one on. Lu Shanjun had abandoned the oversized doll-like masks used in the original films. Instead, drawing from his memories, he had specially commissioned a replica of the vertical Saw mask. After all, the Saw series was a veritable cash cow, a prime example of low-budget, high-grossing films. Even without the Saw script from the system, once his filmmaking skills improved, he could recreate most of it solely from memory. The Jigsaw mask is one of its defining features. It would be a clever nod to the original, guaranteed to shock audiences. That old fox Lu Shanjun laying such deep groundwork. Just thinking about it gives me a thrill. Seeing Lu Shanjun scratching his head in frustration on WeChat, Qin Shuawei, fresh off her concert guest performance, snorted haughtily. Frantic. Frantic. You want to see me that badly? Favor? I'll whip you with a big whip when the time comes. Qin Shuawei imagined the scene and suddenly felt bashful herself. Chatting with Lord Lushan too much had turned her into a mango herself. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Qin Shuawei muttered the curse, though it sounded more like playful banter between a young couple. If Lord Lushan were standing before her, she'd be pinching his butt right now. Tomorrow I'll fly to Jinghai, then transfer to a bus heading to Hucheng. This Hucheng is so remote it doesn't even have an airport. Hucheng isn't the only city without an airport. Even Suzhou, with its sky-high GDP, doesn't have one. Upon hearing Qin Shuawei was finally coming, Lu Shanjun beamed with joy. Do you need me to pick you up at the high-speed rail station? Sure thing. Wait, Qin Diva, I'm just being polite. Shouldn't a normal person politely decline? Why are you climbing the ladder? Lu Shanjun, you bastard.
Qin Shuawei nearly ground her teeth to dust.
Lu Shanjun, if you don't pick me up, I'm not doing this shoot.
We signed a contract.
So what? Qin Shuawei pouted.
Let him see how terrifying a woman can be when she throws a tantrum. Forget the contract, even if they were married, he'd still have to coax her.
The next day,
Qin Shuawei and her agent Zhao Lily rushed all the way to Lake City.
Black Passat. Over here.
Lu Shanjuan's voice over the phone was commanding, dripping with authority. Qin Shuawei, disguised in sunglasses, a mask, and a baseball cap, the classic trio of camouflage, strided over to the car. A young man took her luggage and opened the back door for her.
Qin Shuawei quickly slipped inside.
Spotting the man in the back seat, she snorted inwardly.
Lu Shanjun, you think you're so tough? You said you wouldn't pick me up, so why are you here? Lu Shanjun extended his index finger, improperly pulling down the mask on Qin Shuawei's face to confirm it was indeed her. What are you doing? Qin Shuawei snapped, annoyed.
But then she saw Lu Shanjun glance around awkwardly before stiffly presenting a bouquet of roses hidden behind his back.
Ha! Qin Shuawei froze.
Lu Shanjun looked distinctly uncomfortable.
For you. Ha! Qin Shuawei hadn't yet recovered from her bewildered shock. This hopelessly clueless guy was pulling this kind of thing on her? Qin Shuawei immediately studied every detail of Lu Shanjun's face.
He shifted uncomfortably, shifting his gaze awkwardly from side to side, even looking a bit shy.
No way? Lord Lu Shan, this can't be your first time giving flowers to a woman, right? Bull. The more crudely Lu Shanjun protested, the more certain Qin Shuawei became of her inner suspicion. She was actually his first. Oh ho ho.
The charge of a traitor, the bloodthirsty courage of a coward. The loyalty of a rogue, the sacrifice of a despicable man.
Contrast always the ultimate rule for stirring emotions. Flowers. Qin Shuawei had received them countless times.
Once, at a concert, her fan club even presented her with 999 pink roses. No matter how many were given, Qin Shuawei remained unmoved.
But if it was Lu Shanjun's first time, Qin Shuawei gladly accepted them. Hey! Are you going to take it or not? Lu Shanjun seemed slightly embarrassed, urging her while impatiently pulling the flowers back. Slap! Qin Shuawei snatched them away, her eyes sparkling mischievously.
Sniffing the pungent scent of the cheap roses, she pinched the soft flesh at Lu Shanjuan's waist. She snorted, "Guess you've got a shred of conscience after all, you dog."
All grievances vanished in that instant. That was exactly it. Whatever Qin Shuawei wanted to see was precisely what Lu Shanjun wanted her to see. To deliver this bouquet, he hadn't even brought Evening Star along this time. Lu Shanjun was the protagonist of Happy Death Day. Everything about him refreshed precisely at midnight, leaving his pristine self behind for every girl. After Qin Shuawei accepted the flowers, Lord Lu Shan shed his earlier awkwardness and reverted to his usual rational self. "Let's go," he said. "I've prepared a welcome banquet for you, and I'll introduce you to a new friend." "Who is it?" Chapter 96, with Lu Shanjun leading the way and Li Jiqing lending a hand, Qin Shuawei prepares to hold a concert in Hucheng. This is Director Li Jiqing of the Hucheng Cultural Tourism Bureau. Director Li. Lu Shan introduced Li Jiqing to Qin Shuawei. Director Li, Qin Shuawei, Miss Qin. The queen of ballads in the Chinese music scene. Her albums have sold over 10 million copies. Li Jiqing stood up, her face beaming with a smile. "I'm actually a fan of Miss Qin myself." Qin Shuawei felt a flicker of pride. She did have some recognition in Longhua after all. Hoof. Qin Shuawei suddenly bit her lip. "Lu Shanjun, you're teasing me again." Lu Shanjun shot her a look. "Li Bureau Chief was just paying you a compliment, and you're already getting all puffed up. Time for a toast." Qin Shuawei held her small wine cup with both hands and smiled. "Commissioner Li, I'll toast you." She gently tapped the rim of Li Jiqing's cup. Though Qin Shuawei's stature meant she needn't overly defer to Li Jiqing, the tourism bureau chief, it didn't stop her from honoring those in power first at the table. People have no inherent nobility or lowliness. Professions hold no inherent superiority or inferiority. Some of these empty platitudes are best heard and forgotten. To take such words seriously would only make oneself look like a fool. Li Jiqing sat to Lu Shanjuan's left, while Qin Shuawei occupied the seat to his right. Lu Shanjun served as the red thread, connecting two individuals who would otherwise have nothing to do with each other. As for the others, they were merely supporting cast in this banquet. "Empress Qin, you should consider holding a concert in Hucheng when you have time. I see the Hucheng Stadium is quite large, it can accommodate tens of thousands." Qin Shuawei paused, not outright refusing, but simply remarked, "Compared to China's first-tier cities, Hucheng's population isn't exactly massive, is it?" Her unspoken concern was that Lake City's population base might not support the scale of her concert. If attendance proved too low, it could easily lead to a collapse in her reputation. Upon hearing Lu Shanjuan's suggestion, Li Jiqing set down her wineglass and pondered the matter more deeply.
As Qin Shuowei had pointed out, Lake City's population base meant major stars rarely held concerts there. The city's cultural tourism sector hadn't made significant moves in this area either. After all, celebrity concerts mass gatherings easily drawing thousands posed a major challenge to maintaining citywide order. Simply managing traffic flow required coordination across multiple departments. And it was a classic case of putting in effort without reaping rewards. If executed flawlessly, the local government would simply be doing its duty. But if even a minor mishap occurs, amplified by the celebrity's massive following, it becomes an uncontrollable disaster. Thus, local governments generally adopt a conservative stance towards celebrity concerts. But Li Jiqing knew that while Lord Lu Shan might be a womanizer, he never spoke without reason. She swallowed her polite refusal and prepared to hear his perspective on the matter. Under the table, Lu Shanjun gave Li Jiqing's plump thigh a light pat, signaling her to hold her horses. Li Jiqing sipped her wine. The man truly never missed an opportunity to make a pass. He truly relied on his talent and good looks to act with utter recklessness and lawlessness. If it were anyone else, Li Jiqing wouldn't even give them a second glance. But it was Lord Lu Shan. Facing Qin Shuowei's polite refusal, Lu Shanjun explained, although Huqing has a small population base, its per capita disposable income ranks among the highest in the country, proving it has the consumer market for this. Besides, Qin Tianho, you're in the industry too. You know what drives concert ticket sales. It's not about fleecing the big spenders. The general admission seats at 200 or 300 yuan each? Even with a 10,000-seat venue packed, that barely adds up. It all hinges on the inner ring VVVIP seats. You just need to step down to shake hands and sing a few lines together. People will scramble for six-figure tickets. Qin Shuowei, whether flushed from alcohol or flustered, retorted with a blush, I'm not as shameless as you. Well, now's your chance to be shameless. What's the deal? Can't the rich folks afford 100 grand? If you lower the ticket price, they'll feel embarrassed. If you don't cash in on this wave of suckers, someone else will. What moral guilt are you feeling? Qin Shuowei looked utterly bewildered, while Li Jiqing beside her struggled to suppress her laughter, her lips twitching uncontrollably. This Lu Shanjun, if he were in ancient times, he'd be the chief villain who best understood how to flatter the emperor's whims. He could spout such twisted nonsense with such righteous indignation. Even she couldn't keep up with his logic, let alone Qin Shuowei. Qin Shuowei knew Lord Lu Shan was wrong, but she couldn't find the words to refute him. Her agent, Zhao Lily, chimed in first, Mr. Lu was absolutely right. Holding more concerts is necessary, it's a way to give back to the fans. Yes, reward was the perfect word. Lu Shanjun smiled and turned his gaze toward Director Li. Li Jiqing's gaze shifted nervously. Unsurprisingly, this man was about to try to manipulate her again. Director Li, think about it, thousands of people coming to Lake City for the concert. They'll need to eat, sleep, and get around here, right? After the nighttime show, they'll surely want to explore Lake City during the day. And it just so happens Lake City is heavily investing in tourism. Don't you think you should cooperate? Li Jiqing silently ran the numbers in her head. Performance metrics are all about hard data. The more consumption it drives, the more GDP it boosts, the broader the path ahead becomes. Taking a sip of wine, she replied, Miss Qin, feel free to bring your concert to Lake City. Fire safety, security checks, crowd management, none of these will be an issue. I'll ensure all departments coordinate seamlessly. Zhao Lily, Qin Shuowei's agent, was overjoyed upon hearing Director Li's promise. Organizing such a large-scale event always risked bureaucratic roadblocks from relevant departments. Now that the head of the Culture and Tourism Bureau had personally given the green light, it essentially meant smooth sailing. Yet, Lu Shanjun still felt it wasn't enough. He grinned and said, Director Li, the Queen of Pop is going to such great lengths to contribute to Huqing's tourism industry. Aren't you going to show your appreciation? Shouldn't we allocate some funds from the budget to subsidize her efforts? Lu Shanjun, you. Li Jiqing nearly laughed in exasperation. This insatiable dog. Smack. Under the table, she gave Lu Shanjun a sharp slap on the thigh. Putting your elbow out, are you? All you care about is sucking up to your little diva? Fiscal subsidies come with specific project details, and concerts aren't covered. But I can check the rental rates for Huqing Stadium and give Miss Qin a base price. Lu Shanjun was after that base rental price. The subsidy talk was just a ploy to get Director Li to counteroffer. Seeing Qin Shuowei still staring blankly, she tapped her waist with a finger. Diva Qin, let's toast Director Li together. Only then did the latter snap out of it, quickly rising to her feet and bowing with her drink raised. Lu Shanjun offered a self-deprecating smile. Director Li, I shan't rise to toast you, I simply cannot. Had Lu Shanjun not made that self-deprecating remark, Li Jiqing would have forgotten the man was confined to a wheelchair. She raised her glass in his honor, a toast to his character and conduct. This man always managed to surprise her in the most unexpected ways. Ultimately, Qin Shuowei's concert in the small city of Huqing owed a debt to Lu Shanjun. Having just repaid one debt to him, she now owed another. Who knew when she'd be able to repay this one?
Li Jiqing found herself looking forward to it.
Through a single concert, Liu Shanjun had woven the three of them into a tight-knit circle. Once there was one, then two. As their interests became increasingly intertwined, this little circle grew ever more unbreakable.
Chapter 97, Liu Shanjun, Teach Me Acting.
During Qin Shuiwei's absence, Lord Liu Shan had already filmed most of the other actors' scenes. Now, the focus was primarily on Qin Shuiwei and the female lead, Xu Nanchuang.
Liu Shanjun finally understood why Qin Tianho's screen debut had been delayed this long.
God had blessed Qin Shuiwei with a voice kissed by angels, yet also cursed her with acting skills ravaged by demons. Yet no matter how wooden her acting became, Lord Liu Shan never uttered a single word of criticism. After all, a diva like her making her screen debut in his obscure, rookie project was a massive honor.
To demand more would be downright ungrateful. The ever-polite Liu Shanjun had only once cursed someone on set, and he did so with full force because a lighting technician had laughed out loud at Qin Shuiwei's wooden acting.
Liu Shanjun immediately paid her wages and told her to get lost. Even Qin Shuiwei pleaded for the lighting technician.
Liu Shan, it's fine. I know my acting is poor.
The girl realizes her mistake. Give her another chance. But Liu Shanjun remained stubborn.
You can forgive her, but I can't.
She disrespected you, and I must respect you. He promptly fired the lighting technician. For the first time, the entire crew witnessed director Liu Shan's decisive and ruthless nature. Qin Shuiwei's eyes welled up with tears on the spot. No matter how unprofessional Liu Shanjun might be on WeChat, in real life, he showed her the utmost respect.
Even the female lead, Xu Nanchuan, didn't receive such high regard from Liu Shanjun.
The feeling of being treated differently truly touched her heart. Having nearly given up on her own acting skills, Qin Shuiwei finally knocked on Liu Shanjun's door.
Director Liu, please teach me how to act.
Liu Shanjun had already finished showering and was snuggling under the covers with Wanxing when Qin Shuiwei pulled this stunt. He climbed out of bed, feeling somewhat deflated.
Hearing Qin Shuiwei's request, Lord Liu Shan's face clouded with reluctance. Empress Qin, he said awkwardly, do you want the truth? Qin Shuiwei's phoenix-like eyes narrowed. No. Fine. Liu Shanjun called Xu Nanchuan over. Xu Nanchuan, you'll act opposite Empress Qin.
Just one final scene, you realize the mastermind behind everything is your roommate, someone you've lived with day and night. You turn against her completely, and in the end, you kill her. Both women took the script for the scene and memorized their lines. After setting down the scripts, Qin Shuiwei was still silently rehearsing her lines when she noticed Xu Nanchuan across from her had closed her eyes.
As director Liu Shan called action,
Xu Nanchuan opened her eyes, glaring viciously at the malicious roommate before her.
She raised both hands as if to strangle the poisonous woman, shrieking accusingly, Why? Why did you kill me? Qin Shuiwei recoiled in fear, stammering and completely forgetting her lines. Cut. Liu Shanjun promptly came to Qin Shuiwei's rescue. Rolling her wheelchair closer, Qin Shuiwei looked utterly flustered.
She hadn't expected Xu Nanchuan to take this so seriously. She couldn't even keep up with her act. Truthfully, Liu Shanjun had advised Qin Shuiwei against pursuing this dead-end path. After all, she was a singer, not an actress. Moreover, it was plain to see she had no talent for acting. Even if she gave 100% effort, she'd likely only achieve 10% results. It simply wasn't worth the effort. But the girl was stubborn as a mule, refusing to listen to reason. Now she knows just how vast the gap is between her and professional actors, right? Xu Nanchuan is still just a rookie with a modicum of talent. A true acting veteran could make even a simple scene like eating noodles with garlic shine so brightly that it would overshadow a professional actor trained at a prestigious performing arts academy. But Qin Shuiwei's rise to become the queen of Mandarin love songs was fueled by that same pride and unyielding stubbornness. Liu Shanjun still admired that quality. He didn't hesitate to offer guidance. Right now, you should play dumb and feign ignorance. Take on the role of the victim and challenge Xu Nanchuan with a counter-question. Liu Shanjun demonstrated it on the spot. Facing Xu Nanchuan's interrogation once more, Liu Shanjun, seated in her wheelchair, flinched in feigned fear. Her eyes brimmed with hurt as she cooed, Nanchuan, what are you talking about? How could I ever harm you? That fearful flinch of her head, the pitifully helpless look, the tone laced with bitterness. Liu Shanjun knew how to play the innocent victim. Qin Shuiwei felt like slapping him. Xu Nanchuan was already fully immersed in her role. A professional actress would keep performing even if the director were a dog, as long as they hadn't called cut. Clutching the air cake her roommate had prepared to poison her, she fired question after question. And Liu Shanjun, this roommate, slowly darkened under Xu Nanchuan's relentless questioning. His once pitiful, wronged expression gradually twisted into something monstrous and terrifying. The moment of truth arrived. No more pretending. I poisoned you. Why? Because you stole XX from me. XX? But when he was with me, I had no idea you had feelings for him. I blocked him afterward and never contacted him again. Tormented by love, driven to murder by jealousy. Cliché, yet always effective. Liu Shanjun cut straight to the point.
I just can't stand the sight of you, you blind.
She extended her hands. Since Lu Shanjun was in a wheelchair, Chu Nanchuang had to crouch down and take a step forward, allowing Lu Shanjun to grab her by the throat.
Unwilling to back down, she straddled Lu Shanjun and tore open his bathrobe.
As they fought, Lady Lu Shan emphasized to Qin Shuowei, Empress Qin, how well you act doesn't matter, but the final fight scene must be spectacular.
Women's fights aren't about punches landing on flesh, they're about two gorgeous women slapping each other, yanking bras, and tugging at panties. Lu Shanjun demonstrated, though not too explicitly, simply grabbing Chu Nanchuang's collar and yanking outward. Rip!
A sliver of snow-white shoulder was exposed. Chu Nanchuang wasn't about to be outdone, yanking off Lu Shanjun's bathrobe in retaliation. Exposing that toned physique, the gleaming six-pack abs were a sight to behold.
Eek! Something got in my eye.
Qin Shuowei covered her face with both hands, then peeked through her fingers, glancing again and again. When a woman gets lustful, men are out of the picture. Qin Shuowei never expected Lu Shanjun to have such hidden depths. Next time he asked her to post leg shots, she'd demand he share his abs instead.
Stop! Stop! Lu Shanjun defended his last line of defense. I just finished showering. We can't keep this up. If we do, we won't be able to broadcast anymore.
Chu Nanchuang also snapped out of character, her face flushing.
She'd gotten too caught up in the moment without thinking it through. She assumed Lu Shanjun had at least one more layer of modesty. Turns out he was completely bare. Lu Shanjun adjusted his bathrobe and addressed Qin Shuowei, Empress Qin, perform like this tomorrow.
And Chu Nanchuang, watch your boundaries, don't tear into teacher Qin like that tomorrow.
Chapter 98, Lin Wanxing's meticulous attention to detail.
After seeing off Qin Shuowei and Chu Nanchuang, Lin Wanxing smoothed out the wrinkles in Lord Lu Shan's bathrobe.
She gently sniffed the nape of Lu Shanjun's neck. Thankfully, it was Nan Shuang's scent, something she could tolerate.
Lin Wanxing helped Lu Shanjun back into bed, half her body nestled against his chest. They resumed watching the movie they'd paused earlier. The film they watched was similar to the French movie The Untouchables, both centered around caregivers. The difference was that The Untouchables featured a black male caregiver tending to a paralyzed wealthy man, while the film they were watching depicted a female caregiver caring for a wealthy second-generation heir. Perhaps drawn into the reality of the story, Lu Shanjun and Lin Wanxing didn't treat the film as mere background noise for their usual flirting. Instead, they watched with genuine interest. They were pleasantly surprised to find the film was quite well made. The emotional arc between the leads was particularly well crafted. Through their daily interactions, both protagonists gradually developed feelings for each other. But the female lead, aware of the male lead's wealthy background, feared he might misunderstand her intentions as merely money-driven. Meanwhile, the male lead, crippled by his paralysis, was consumed by self-doubt and dreaded holding her back. Both cautiously suppressed their growing feelings. This pales in comparison to the real-life Lu Shanjun and Lin Wanxing. Lu Shanjun doesn't play these coy games, he creates opportunities when none exist.
But this is only Lu Shanjun.
In the film, the director portrays a platonic love where the leads never consummate their relationship until death. Their connection is limited to the moment when the female lead accompanies the male lead to his euthanasia. Just before entering the operating room, she places a kiss on his lips. It must be said that the director masterfully captured this spiritual, desire-free romantic connection. With minimal physical contact, the progression of their relationship is conveyed solely through the subtle expressions and reactions of the two leads. After the film ended, Lu Shan placed the computer on the nightstand and drew the delicate, jade-like Lin Wanxing into his embrace. Inhaling the refreshing scent of green lime lingering on her skin, he smiled and said, "Wanxing, if one day I were to become like the male lead."
Ha! Lin Wanxing furrowed her brow. No hypotheticals. There are no ifs. When Lin Wanxing spoke with such certainty, it meant she was genuinely upset. Her little mommy's bossiness was about to kick in.
But Lu Shanjun wasn't one of the three little girls at home who feared an angry Lin Wanxing like a tiger. He was the father of this household. With a sweeping arm, he pulled Lin Wanxing's upper body onto his own. His smile remained as dazzling as ever, tinged with a hint of cheeky mischief.
Lin Wanxing instantly surrendered.
Adjusting her position, she lay fully upon the man, peeling back the towel she'd carefully arranged. Her small hand slipped inside, savoring the body only she could freely explore. Her red lips landed on the man's deeply recessed collarbone. Love, taken to its extreme, becomes obsession. Lifting her head again, her gaze was already hazy. She took a deep breath of Lord Lu Shan's scent, feeling slightly satisfied. Only then did she speak softly, "Shanjun. Spend more time with Yao Yao lately. Ever since we came to Lake City, you've been neglecting her." Lu Shanjun hadn't expected Lin Wanxing to actively encourage him to grow closer to Ren Xiyao. He quipped, "Aren't you afraid Yao Yao will take it upon herself to stage another kissing scene with me?" Lin Wanxing knew he was referring to the incident in Hucheng where Ren Xiyao had kissed him without permission. A slight blush crept up her cheeks, yet she maintained a composed expression. "This time, I won't be jealous. What about last time?" Lin Wanxing bit her lip lightly, pouting playfully, "Last time, she beat me to it."
Not allowed. Ha?
Lu Shanjun wasn't sure whether to call Lin Wanxing generous or possessive in a unique way. Lin Wanxing continued, home is home, it's only complete when everyone is present.
I dislike seeing anyone in our family feel wronged. So, Shanjun, you need to pay more attention to Yao Yao's feelings.
She may seem carefree, but that doesn't mean she doesn't need affection. You've been devoting most of your energy to Nanxuan lately, and Yao Yao has been feeling a bit jealous, she just hasn't voiced it.
No way. Shu Nanxuan and I really haven't.
Lu Shanjun smiled helplessly. Lately, he had indeed poured most of his energy into the film Happy Death Day, as well as nurturing and stabilizing the small circle of Li Jiqing and Qin Shuiwei.
He had indeed neglected his family.
Thankfully, Lin Wanxing, that little mom, had always kept the girl's feelings in mind. After all, women understand women best.
Lu Shanjun nodded. Once we wrap up Happy Death Day and return to Jinghai, I'll release a new song for Yao Yao.
Then I'll organize an event for her livestream. I've been neglectful these past few months.
I don't blame you, Shanjun. One person's energy is limited.
Yao Yao understands your priorities right now, so she's been so well behaved, never complaining or causing trouble. She's even stopped acting spoiled, afraid it might distract you.
With Yao Yao being this good, shouldn't we spoil her rotten?
Spoiled her.
Spoil her rotten. But right now.
Lu Shanjun's gaze lingered on Lin Wanxing's luscious, tempting lips. Lin Wanxing closed her eyes.
After a long moment, Lin Wanxing breathed, Shanjun, turn off the light. HM?
Her earlobe flushed hot as she whispered into his ear, I looked it up online. It says holding it in is bad for your health. Turn off the light, or I won't dare. Ever since the last lighting assistant was fired on the spot by Lu Shanjun for mocking Qin Shuiwei's acting, the crew had been down to just one lighting technician. Lu Shanjun had intended to hire another, but Shen Yunsheng, the male lead of Happy Death Day, volunteered to carry the lightboard himself. Though unprofessional, with another lighting technician handling positioning and angles, Shen Yunsheng, this puppet on strings, managed to be competent enough. As the male lead of Happy Death Day, Shen Yunsheng was merely a prop, a vessel for shaping the character arc of the female lead, Shu Nanxuan. His own screen time was minimal. When not on set, Shen Yunsheng kept busy as a production assistant, handling tasks like buying meals, water, and bubble tea.
Shen Yunsheng worked tirelessly without complaint, often volunteering for extra tasks.
Take the lighting technician situation, for instance.
When Lu Shanjun was about to hire another one, Shen Yunsheng raised his hand and said, why not let me give it a shot? This saved Lu Shanjun the expense of hiring another lighting technician. Lu Shanjun observed all this. With the wrap-up of Happy Death Day approaching, Lu Shanjun summoned Shen Yunsheng during a lunch break.
At a simple plastic table, Lu Shanjun, Shu Nanxuan, and Qin Shuiwei ate boxed meals.
Shen Yunsheng approached carrying half a bowl of rice. Sit. Lu Shanjun gestured to the empty seat.
Shen Yunsheng hesitated, still a bit timid, until Lord Lu Shan smiled and repeated the invitation before he dared to sit down. Lu Shanjun picked a chicken drumstick from his meal and offered it to Shen Yunsheng. Yunsheng, I don't care for chicken drumsticks.
You have it.
Shen Yunsheng felt both flattered and a bit overwhelmed, quickly replying, thank you, Director Lu. Shu Nanxuan kept her head down, oblivious to what tricks Lu Shanjun was playing. Qin Shuiwei, however, understood Lu Shanjun better. Seeing that warm smile on the old man's face, she knew he was definitely going to manipulate the handsome young Shen Yunsheng.
But Qin Shuiwei didn't know what Lu Shanjun saw in Shen Yunsheng. Could it be that you old fox still covets his body?
Qin Shuiwei chuckled inwardly, mentally tearing Lu Shanjun to shreds. Meanwhile, Lord Lu Shan gazed at Shen Yunsheng with a kindly expression.
Yunsheng, after wrapping up Happy Death Day, what are your plans for your next project?
Chapter 99, 20 years ago, Lord Lu Shan's youthful arrogance. Shen Yunsheng answered honestly, Director Lu, I don't have a contract for my next project yet. But the company has arranged for me to audition for the 5th male lead in a TV series. After wrapping up Happy Death Day, I'll head over to that production team for the audition. Also, the company is currently preparing to collaborate with Qingting Video on a boy band audition show similar to Center Position. I've signed up and want to see if I can make it onto the show. Shen Yunsheng was genuinely honest. When Lu Shanjun casually inquired, Shen Yunsheng nearly spilled his guts to him. To an outsider, it would have looked like Lu Shanjun was Shen Yunsheng's boss and he was reporting his work. Hearing this, the two women chuckled together.
Lu Shanjun responded with a warm smile, Yunsheng, which company are you signed with now? Shanghai. Shanghai Entertainment. Shanghai Entertainment?
Qin Shuiwei's expression froze as she glanced at Lord Lu Shan, her words caught in her throat. Lu Shanjun, however, showed no sign of surprise and continued, how much longer is your contract with Shanghai?
Half a year. Shanghai isn't renewing your contract?
Shen Yunsheng said somewhat sheepishly, we did talk.
The company wanted to renew my contract a year ago. But the new contract had no base salary.
The commission rate remained at 50%. They also mentioned providing resources, but he trailed off, unable to bring himself to finish.
But everyone understood perfectly well.
For a small-time karaoke singer like Shin Yunsheng, the so-called resources were essentially equivalent to being left to fend for himself.
No base salary and a 50% cut? That's even tier than my own mother.
Truly, all crows are black, but some are blacker than others.
So Yunsheng, are you leaning toward renewing the contract or looking for other opportunities?
Shin Yunsheng fell silent. Deep down, he didn't want to sign this slave contract, but leaving Shanghai, he had no idea where else to go.
The dazzling glamour of entertainment superstars is built on the bones of countless others.
And Shin Yunsheng was one of those bones.
Unlike Chu Nanchuan, Shin Yunsheng didn't have such a fortunate fate. He treated every role as an opportunity to defy destiny and rewrite his life.
The struggles of small fry were often pitiful, yet still worthy of respect. Watching Shin Yunsheng, Liu Shanjun recalled a short video he'd seen, a middle-aged man rolling in a mud pit for 2 minutes just to earn 200 yuan. The lives of the masses are insignificant and bitter, yet they endure the heavens' whims. Watching Shin Yunsheng was like seeing his own past self. Xu Nanchuang and Qin Shuawei also discerned Liu Shanjuan's intent to lend a helping hand to this junior named Shin Yunsheng. This opportunity, however, was one Shin Yunsheng had earned through his own efforts.
A heartless capitalist like Lord Liu Shan would surely relish someone like Shin Yunsheng, an unbeatable overachiever. Seeing Shin Yunsheng's wooden silence, Xu Nanchuan felt a headache coming on. How could this kid not pick up on the uncle's subtle hints? She immediately interjected, "Uncle, your entertainment company is currently short on male actors, right?"
At those words, Shin Yunsheng perked up instantly, his face lighting up with hope as he looked at Liu Shanjun.
"Director Liu, I'm so eager to improve." Liu Shanjun nodded. "Yeah, we are. Haven't signed a single male actor yet."
Shin Yunsheng's whole body tingled with excitement. He was practically ready to point at his own nose and declare, "Director Liu, I'm a male actor."
Liu Shanjun smiled. "Yunsheng, I genuinely want to sign you. But rest assured, I'll take my cut. You don't need to answer right now. Go home and think it over whether I'm worth your commitment. After all, compared to Shanghai, I'm but a minor player." "You're flattering me. Director Liu,
Shin Yunsheng desperately wanted to accept immediately. But as Liu Shanjun had pointed out, signing this contract meant committing for a minimum of 3 years, potentially up to 8, a deal that could shape the rest of his career. He simply couldn't agree so lightly. After a moment of deep thought, he looked apologetic.
"Director Liu, please give me some time to consider."
Liu Shanjun had finished his meal and was packing away his lunchbox as he replied, "No problem.
You have my WeChat. Whether you decide to sign or not, just give me a definite answer. If you want to sign, come back with your terms and we'll negotiate. I like to lay all the cards on the table up front. You won't get anywhere with me using favors or connections."
Shin Yunsheng replied respectfully, "Director Liu, I understand."
After Shin Yunsheng left,
Qin Shuawei finally brought up the matter she'd been hesitant to mention earlier.
"Liu Shanjun, do you know who owns Shanghai Entertainment?"
"Oh?
Who is it?" "Someone I know? It's Su Zhenan, your band's former drummer." Qin Shuawei mentioned the name cautiously. In Qin Shuawei's eyes, Su Zhenan seemed to have stolen Liu Shanjun's life. "You Lu Xian were supposed to be the one who became a major capitalist tycoon. After you retired, Su Zhenan became the band's lead singer. He toured nationwide and held concerts under your banner. He released cassettes and albums, all your songs. Gradually, he built it up and founded Shanghai Entertainment. Though it can't compare to entertainment companies under internet giants like Penguin Entertainment or Qingting Entertainment, Shanghai still ranks among the top players in the Chinese entertainment industry." Wang Tao, the mentor on center stage, was signed by Shanghai after they offered 3% of their shares. Film emperor Chen Liang, one of the 4 young leading ladies Chu Nina, and popular young actor Du Song are all under Shanghai's banner. The more Qin Shuawei spoke, the more indignant she felt on behalf of Lord Liu Shan. These talents were originally under Liu Shan Entertainment. Upon hearing Su Zhenan's name, Liu Shanjuan's mind searched through his memories. He recalled the man he had once stepped on. Hiss. Liu Shanjun grinned. "What are you laughing at, Lord Liu Shan?" Qin Shuawei asked curiously. "I'm laughing at how much of a beast I used to be." "Was it back when you were forming the band?" Qin Shuawei couldn't help but recall the rumors from those days. Tyrant, devil, beast, these were the labels the other band members slapped on Liu Xian. They said Liu Xian was arrogant and looked down on everyone else in the band. When he was writing songs, anyone who interrupted his inspiration would get slapped across the face. Everyone back then dared not speak up. "But that's all in the past," Qin Shuawei insisted, trying to defend Liu Shanjun. "I was just too hot-headed back then." Qin Shuawei retorted indignantly, "How could you be young without that fiery spirit? Without that arrogance back then, you never would have written those songs. Geniuses are always solitary wanderers." "Wow." Calling Qin Shuawei his die-hard fan was spot on. "Empress Qin, lift your butt." "Why?" Qin Shuawei asked, already complying. "Yank." Liu Shanjun chuckled, "Truth is, I'm still just as much of a jerk." "Liu Shanjun, you're such a jerk." Qin Shuawei mimicked him, giving Lu Shanjun a tug of his own. After the playful scuffle, she waved her hand to dispel the flush on her cheeks and asked curiously, Lu Shanjun, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. Was your ex-wife the same person who was your agent back then who Cho Nan? Chapter 100, wrapping up happy anniversary, heading home. Yes, it was her. To Qin Shuawei's surprise, Lu Shanjun admitted it with unusual frankness and honesty. Now it was Qin Shuawei's turn to freeze up, unsure whether she should tell Lu Shanjun that Hu Qiunan was now the boss lady of Shanghai Entertainment. Would that be too cruel to him? She changed her tone, tentatively asking, so, Lu Shanjun, do you still hate your ex-wife? This time, Lu Shanjun answered even more calmly than before, what's there to hate? This. Qin Shuawei was momentarily speechless. Shouldn't he? You could say your entire first half of life was ruined by your ex-wife. Lord Lu Shan smiled indifferently. The past was but dust and smoke. Empress Qin. There's a saying, I wonder if you've heard it. What is it? Those who chase money rise to great heights, while those who chase love end up in ruins. Men and women aren't just physically different, our psychological priorities diverge too. You lean toward emotion, believing love must inevitably breed hatred. Me? I'm more pragmatic. When I'm making money, I don't have the bandwidth to think about other things. Qin Shuawei froze, her lips parting, yet finding no words to respond. That was Lu Shanjun for you. His arguments were twisted and perverse, yet refuting them felt as difficult as climbing a mountain. Qin Shuawei instinctively believed Lu Shanjun's money-first mindset was wrong, yet he was articulating the harsh reality of society itself. Qin Shuawei opened her mouth to speak again, but her body trembled. Smack! Lu Shanjun delivered a sharp slap, chuckling, Empress Qin, don't get all sticky-toothed in front of me. Go touch up your makeup, it's showtime. Whether this movie makes money depends entirely on your fans opening their wallets. If we break $1 million at the box office, I'll send you another 520. You think a measly 520 will buy me off? Do you take me for a dog, Lu Shanjun? At least a 13-14. Chu Nanchuan shoved Qin Shuawei off the dorm window ledge. Lu Shanjun shouted, cut. Happy Death Day officially wrapped production. Lu Shanjun invited Li Jiqing and Cui Mingyu to join the crew for the wrap party, after which everyone went their separate ways. Director Li remained dedicated to advancing Hucheng's cultural tourism initiatives. Qin Shuawei returned to Shanghai to prepare for her new album release and the upcoming Hucheng concert. Shen Yunqing returned to his hometown to discuss with his family whether to take a chance and trust director Lu to propel him to success. Meanwhile, Lu Shanjun brought the three girls back to Jinghai. The shoot had taken 4 weeks. When they left, everyone was still in short sleeves. By the time they returned, autumn had settled in. Finally home. Ren Xiyao flopped onto the sofa and rolled around like a pet. After being away for so long, her first act upon returning home was to mark everything with her scent, reclaiming her territory. The three watched Ren Xiao's playful antics, each wearing a slightly indulgent smile. The sun was shining brightly outside. After Lin Wanxing pulled her and Lu Shanjuan's suitcases into their room, she said to Ren Xiao, Yao Yao, could you take care of Uncle Lu? I'll go change the sheets and bring out our quilts to air them out. A month away meant the housekeeping tasks were no small feat. Yes, sir. Ren Xiyao saluted comically, accepting the responsibility of caring for Lu Shanjun. Once Lin Wanxing ascended the stairs, that wicked smile reappeared on Ren Xiao's face. Uncle. I've been dying to do this for so long. Lu Shanjun sat on the sofa, letting Ren Xiao rest her head on his lap. Her hands swept up his shirt, slipping inside. With Wanxing gone, she was Wanxing. She could now freely indulge in Lu Shanjun. Seeing Ren Xiao's desperate hunger, Chu Nanchuan felt both amused and helpless. Xiaoyao, show some restraint. You wouldn't understand, Xuan. Uncle's abs feel amazing. Lord Lu Shan let her have her way, knowing this past month had left Ren Xiao pent up. Gently kneading Ren Xiao's ear, she closed her eyes in bliss, her entire body curling up. Chu Nanchuan sat nearby, ignoring Ren Xiao, who was drifting off as if high on catnip. Her gaze fixed on the man, she asked, Uncle. How do you plan to handle the promotion for Happy Death Day? I posted some behind-the-scenes photos on Weibo, but my fanbase is limited, it might not drive much box office. It was somewhat embarrassing, but despite having acted in 2 films and 1 theatrical release, Chu Nanchuan's Weibo followers still hadn't broken 100,000. Moreover, most of them were just fans of her looks, and she hadn't cultivated a dedicated fanbase yet. Relying solely on Chu Nanchuan's Weibo promotions was truly a drop in the bucket. What if we get Qin Tianho to promote it on Weibo? Chu Nanchuan suggested. After all, this is her screen debut. With her popularity, just one behind-the-scenes post could easily get millions of views. Chu Nanchuan's dedication to Happy Death Day was evident. She recognized its potential. While it might not hit major theaters, a viral hit as an online film could be her stepping stone into the entertainment industry. That's why, even when subjected to Lu Shanjuan's almost obsessive-compulsive demands on set, Chu Nanchuan gritted her teeth and persevered. She desperately needed a breakthrough role. It was plain to see that her first 2 projects had flopped. If she didn't make a name for herself soon, she might genuinely have to return home to inherit her billion-dollar fortune. Liu Shanjun toyed with Yao's translucent earlobe, watching it turn from pale to pink as Ren Xiao's breathing quickened.
An odd scent emanated from the man, tempting her.
Ren Xiao turned her body sideways, facing Liu Shanjun's abdomen, blocking Chu Nanchuan's line of sight. Liu Shanjun leaned back into a more comfortable sitting position, continuing to play with Yao's ear while chatting with Nanchuan. I've already discussed things with Qin Shuawei. Her EP release will coincide with Happy Death Day.
And the song I wrote for her, 1,000 Flower Buds, A Mother's Sorrow, will be used as an insert song in Happy Death Day. She's already done more than enough. I feel a bit embarrassed to keep milking her for more.
Not enough.
Since we're milking her anyway, might as well milk her dry.
Following Liu Shanjun, Chu Nanchuan had grown greedy too.
But while Chu Nanchuan thought in terms of plucking a single feather, Liu Shanjun aimed to carve out 5 cities today and 10 tomorrow, prizing a steady, long-term flow. This fat sheep, Qin Shuawei, must be milked dry. Chu Nanchuan furrowed her brow, a hint of worry crossing her face.
Uncle, think about it. Besides the gimmick of Qin Tianho, what other promotional hooks does our film Happy Death Day have? It's right under our noses. Ha!
Chu Nanchuan turned to look at Liu Shanjun. Liu Shanjun looked down to see Ren Xiyao gazing up at him with dreamy eyes, her lips parted in an O shape.
Uncle, is this opening wide enough? This little minx. If Wanxing catches you doing that, he'll beat you to death. Chapter 101, Liu Ruyan returns, reuniting the family.
Chu Nanchuan nearly forgot the man before her was named Liu Xian. Living side by side day in and day out had blurred her perception of Lord Liu Shan. She'd forgotten this man was once the undisputed king of the Chinese music scene.
What could be more sensational than the topic of Liu Xian's comeback?
Chu Nanchuan instantly recalled how Liu Ruyan had relayed the invitation from the C-Position production team, asking Liu Shanjun to appear at the C-Position finals for dramatic effect, an offer he'd rejected without hesitation.
Uncle, did you refuse to appear on the center stage back then because you were afraid your identity would be exposed? Remember now? Liu Shanjun nodded. I haven't even reaped the benefits of my comeback yet. Why would I let center stage get a taste of that success? Uncle was uncle. His calculations were truly watertight.
If it were her, she wouldn't have agreed either.
The C-Position production team clearly didn't know Liu Shanjun's true identity.
They just wanted to create some buzz because of the song Superstar he wrote for Liu Ruyan and her 2 sisters, plus his other hit tracks.
An old fox like the uncle wouldn't let anyone freeload off his work. But how do you plan to announce your comeback? Weibo? Douyin? An official announcement? No. 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 An official announcement would seem too calculated.
It'd look like I deliberately made a movie just to cash in on my old fans.
Isn't that the truth?
Chu Nanchuan flashed a mischievous smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling with innate charm.
Teasing the old fox? If Yaya weren't sleeping on his lap, he'd give you a good spanking. Then how does the old man plan to announce his comeback? Chu Nanchuan asked curiously. Liu Shanjun didn't reply immediately, instead turning his gaze toward her. That unscrupulous gaze made Chu Nanchuan feel a twinge of wariness. That was the exact same look he gave Qin Shuawei. No way, uncle, you won't even spare me?
Just as Chu Nanchuan was about to speak, a door creaked open.
I'm home. Liu Ruyan dragged her suitcase into the house.
After slipping into her slippers, she headed straight for the living room, only to find her best friend asleep on her father's lap. Her hands were buried in Liu Shanjun's clothes, fiddling around.
Her brows instantly furrowed as she snapped, Ren Xiyao, have you no shame? I don't.
Ren Xiyao blinked her big eyes innocently, speaking with righteous indignation. You don't care, but Liu Shanjun does.
Liu Ruyan pried Ren Xiao's hands away. Liu Shanjun, actually, I could do without it too. You sit like a slob, you lie like a slob. Ren Xiyao, can't you act like a proper human being? Liu Ruyan forcibly pulled Ren Xiyao off Lord Liu Shan. The moment she was upright, as soon as Liu Ruyan let go, Ren Xiyao went limp like a ragdoll, her body collapsing back onto Lord Liu Shan.
She thrust her wrist reddened from Liu Ruyan's grip under Liu Shanjuan's nose, pouting pitifully, Uncle, look.
Ruyan pulled so hard it hurt. Smack!
Chu Nanchuan slapped her forehead, helpless and exasperated. Ren Xiyao and Liu Ruyan had always clashed in their dorm days, and now their rivalry had only intensified. Liu Ruyan treated Ren Xiyao like a best friend, but Ren Xiyao wanted to be Liu Ruyan's mother. Neither would back down until Lin Wanxing finished changing the bedsheets and airing the quilts for her family before coming downstairs. Spotting Liu Ruyan in the living room, she smiled. You're back, Ruyan. Liu Ruyan immediately spotted her savior, throwing herself into Lin Wanxing's arms and complaining with hurt, Wanxing. Liu Shanjun and Ren Xiyao are teaming up to bully me. Oh? Lin Wanxing covered her mouth and chuckled. She gave Ren Xiyao a light pat on the backside and comforted Liu Ruyan, there. I've bullied them back for you. No more feeling wronged. Only Lin Wanxing could keep Ren Xiyao, that little demon, in check. Pulling Liu Ruyan down to sit beside her, Lin Wanxing studied her closely for a moment before measuring her wrist.
She frowned. You've lost weight. Haven't you been eating properly out there?
Liu Ruyan hugged Lin Wanxing, pouting with a look of grievance as she whined, I want to eat Wanxing Mama's snail noodles.
All right. We'll have snail noodles for dinner tonight.
Lin Wanxing patted Liu Ruyan's head, her face radiating indulgence.
Liu Shanjun, that's how you spoil a child.
While Liu Shanjun and the others filmed in Lake City for a month, Liu Ruyan wasn't idle either.
She spent the entire month running promotional events.
First, the 11 members held a concert in Shanghai.
Without pause, they traveled to Hunan province to participate in a variety show.
Then they returned to Jinghai to film a documentary about the 11 girls' debut on center stage.
After that, they headed to Guangdong province for commercial performances.
For this entire month, Liu Ruyan and the other 10 girls in the group felt like they were constantly in the sky, flying all over the country. Tencent really treated these 11 girls like workhorses, pushing them to the limit. It wasn't until today that Liu Ruyan finally stepped off the plane and rushed straight home. Holding the soft, fragrant Lin Wanxing, she extended her foot and kicked Liu Shanjun on the other side of the sofa.
Hey! Liu Shanjun. What?
Tomorrow, Sister Han and the director from the center stage production team are coming to our place.
What are they coming for? To take advantage of us again? Humph. Liu Ruyan tilted her chin up. Wasn't that obvious?
The company's preparing our group's first single.
The girls voted unanimously to have you handle it. You want it? I'll just hand it over? Liu Ruyan, what kind of person do you think your father is? I never asked you to sell it cheap. Give them a good whack.
Penguin Entertainment really values the Sing Girls group. They've poured resources into it and the budget is solid.
Don't hold back, Lord Liu Shan.
Whoa! For the first time, I realized my little cotton coat, though a bit drafty, was actually pretty heartwarming. Growing up, she's learned to work with her dad from the inside.
Chapter 102, you should have just said you were the immortal Liu. Boss.
The moment Huang Zihan spotted Lord Liu Shan, she coiled around him like a green snake. She hugged Liu Shanjun and showered him with affection. She paid no attention whatsoever to the 4 women in the villa.
Shen Jiayu didn't possess Huang Zihan's shameless boldness.
She merely approached Liu Shanjun and called out softly. Then she presented him with a gold paixio bracelet. It wasn't cheap. The gold paixio alone was nearly as thick as Liu Shanjun's middle finger, and the pink tourmaline beads used for stringing it together meant the conservative estimate was well over 5 figures. Just when she had a little extra cash, she had to go splurge, didn't she? Lord Liu Shan slipped the golden paixio bracelet onto his right hand, his gaze flicking toward Shen Jiayu. Shen Jiayu lowered her head meekly. One must know how to repay kindness. Without Lord Liu Shan, she wouldn't be where she is today.
Unlike Liu Ruyan, who was Lord Liu Shan's daughter and thus naturally owed him gratitude.
Nor was she as smooth-talking as Huang Zihan, who would cling to Lord Liu Shan and shower him with affectionate coquetry. Such bold gestures were beyond her. After much thought, Shen Jiayu decided the best way to repay Lord Liu Shan was to use her first earnings to buy him a small gift. Lord Liu Shan certainly didn't need such a trifle, but this was her first time selecting a gift for a man.
The significance far outweighed the gift itself.
Of course, Lord Liu Shan would never know this, but knowing it herself was enough for Shen Jiayu. Seeing Liu Shanjun wear the bracelet she had given him on his wrist, Shen Jiayu felt a quiet joy.
Wasn't this a small hint of the affection between them? Behind Huang Zihan and Shen Jiayu stood 2 more people.
One was their agent, Li Hong. The other was a middle-aged man with a square jaw, wearing a plaid shirt, washed straight-leg jeans, sneakers, and black-rimmed glasses.
The quintessential geeky look.
Mr. Liu, this is Director Huang Chaoran from the C-Position production team. Director Huang, Li Hong introduced.
I knew it.
Liu Shanjun rolled his wheelchair forward and extended his hand to shake Huang Chaoran's.
But Huang Chaoran didn't release his hand immediately. His expression was utterly bizarre, confused, recalling, dazed, shocked. 1,000 emotions swirled. Li Hong was also a bit bewildered. What was Director Huang up to? This was the first time she'd ever seen Huang Chaoran act so discourteously. Who are you? Huang Chaoran asked solemnly. Liu Xian? What?
Li Hong nearly bit her tongue off.
Liu Xian? That was the undisputed king of Chinese rock 20 years ago. No one else came close. He single-handedly dominated an entire era. You're saying Mr. Liu is Liu Xian? Li Hong glanced at Liu Shanjun. Those eyes and brows. If Huang Chaoran hadn't mentioned it, she never would have thought of that connection. But now that Huang Chaoran mentioned it, Li Hong saw the resemblance growing stronger. She pulled out her phone and searched for Liu Xian, finding blurry, time-worn photos of him from back then. She froze in place. Humph. Lord Liu Shan sighed with a hint of resignation. Shame on me. It was me. It really was Liu Xian. Huang Chaoran's entire body trembled, his pupils dilating like an earthquake. Before he could speak, Huang Zihan, who had just risen from Lord Liu Shan's embrace, threw herself back into his arms. Tilting her head back, she gazed at her boss with utter adoration. Boss, are you really the immortal Liu? The one from the textbooks?
Liu Shanjun smiled without responding.
Ren Xiyao couldn't stand it anymore.
She grabbed Huang Zihan's wrist with one hand and yanked her out of Liu Shanjun's embrace.
Stop hitting on the old man, damn it.
Ow, Huang Zihan whimpered weakly at Liu Shanjun. Ren Xiyao couldn't be bothered to care, even tightening her grip slightly. Her gaze swept toward Liu Ruyan.
So you're just a bully at home, huh? You little Huang Zihan, why don't you deal with her? I have to step in myself. Useless Liu Ruyan, not a bit of help. The group took a moment to compose themselves, finally processing the fact that Lord Liu Shan was actually the immortal Liu. Huang Chaoran wore a look of bitter regret.
Had he known Lord Liu Shan was the Liu immortal, he would have begged on his knees for Lord Liu Shan to appear on center stage. If Lord Liu Shan had graced the center stage finals, the show would have truly ascended to godhood.
Mr. Liu, why didn't you say so earlier? If you just told me you were Liu Xian, I would have done anything. Huang Chaoran let out a heavy sigh. He'd only intended to tag along with Li Hong to meet this mysterious figure behind the scenes today, never expecting to stumble upon such a bombshell. Lord Liu Shan gestured for everyone to take their seats. He briefly satisfied everyone's curiosity. But it was clear Lord Liu Shan didn't wish to dwell on his own disappearance over the past 20 years. The others were shrewd enough not to press him further with probing questions. After some small talk, Lord Liu Shan proactively inquired about Li Hong and Huang Chaoran's purpose. Huang Chaoran didn't beat around the bush. He got straight to the point. Mr. Liu, I'm here to ask you to write a song for the Bansing girls. After all, your talent is undeniable. There's no one more suitable than you. Huang Chaoran adopted an extremely humble demeanor, addressing him formally as Mr. throughout. Had it been anyone but Liu Shan, Huang Chaoran, the esteemed director of C position, would never have stooped to such humility. Liu Ruyan was once again reminded of her father's standing within the entire Chinese entertainment industry. Liu Xian had merely aged, not passed away. Liu Xian remained Liu Xian, perched atop the peak of Chinese rock, smiling down upon every climber. Though today's youth, even the popular young stars and rising actresses, may know little of Liu Xian. But those within the industry who witnessed his unshakable reign back then now occupy mid to senior management positions. They are the true power brokers of the entire Chinese entertainment industry. Take Huang Chaoran, for instance. Take Qin Shuiwei. Seeing Liu Xian, one could only feel awe. Upon hearing Huang Chaoran's request, Liu Shanjun merely smiled, neither refusing nor agreeing. Instead, he asked a completely unrelated question. Director Huang, I wonder if you're acquainted with the head of the web series division at Penguin Video? Ha! Huang Chaoran probed cautiously. Mr. Liu, are you interested in web series? To be perfectly honest, I've just finished shooting a low-budget film. I'm looking to distribute it through online platforms. A film by Liu Xian? Huang Chaoran's eyes lit up instantly. Chapter 103, Business is Business, partnering with Penguin Entertainment. You're a singer and now you're making movies? Mr. Liu, if you need investment, I'm personally willing. He'd stake his entire fortune if Liu Shanjun dared to ask. Huang Chaoran would gladly empty his coffers. Everyone knew that for Liu Xian's comeback project, even a piece of crap would sell like hotcakes to his legions of fans. Back when Liu Xian was at the peak of his fame, China's economy hadn't yet taken off. Young fans didn't have much spending power, and rampant piracy meant Liu Xian's earnings were wildly disproportionate to his stardom. We fans owe you an album from back then. Capitalizing on nostalgia is a game where timing is everything. Web series are exactly like that. Nowadays, those second and third tier Hong Kong actors who used to be extras are counting on these web series to make a living. Upon hearing that Lord Liu Shan had already completed filming the entire movie, Huang Chaoran couldn't help but sigh with regret once more. Why? Why didn't I introduce him to Liu Shanjun sooner? I'm such a fool. I should have come sooner. Back when the C position finals were happening, I should have followed Li Hong and the others to Liu Shanjun's place to beg him to perform. It was his arrogance that led him to underestimate Liu Shanjun, thinking he could come if he wanted to, and if not, it wouldn't matter. Arrogance was his original sin. Upon learning Liu Shanjun intended to release his directorial debut on Tencent Video's web series platform, Huang Chaoran agreed without even considering his own rights. But Lord Liu Shan clearly had more than just going live as a simple requirement. Doesn't it just go online on whichever video platform? It all comes down to whether the platform shows genuine commitment. To put it plainly, it's about the revenue split. Typically, for online films, the platform and distributor split the box office revenue 50-50. Platforms even deduct operational costs before splitting with distributors, meaning distributors typically only get around 45% of the box office. Though Liu Shanjun isn't the type to cling to whoever feeds him, having some milk is better than none. Negotiating the revenue split was clearly beyond Huang Chaoran's authority. But Huang Chaoran didn't give up. He directly contacted the highest-ranking executive he could reach, Ho Qingdong, the vice president of Tencent's Greater Entertainment Division, who had appeared at the finals of Center Stage to present awards. As the second-in-command at Tencent Entertainment, Ho was stunned to learn that Liu Xian had been living in Jinghai under the alias Liu Shanjun. Though he'd never heard of Liu Shanjun, the name Liu Xian was legendary, a name that carried the weight of ancient deities. Back in his university days at Jinghai, he de-strummed Liu Xian's songs on his guitar to impress girls. Huang Chaoran relayed Liu Shanjun's request to premiere his debut film on Tencent Video's web series platform. Ho Chengdong's first thought mirrored Huang Chaoran's. With such a golden opportunity, why hesitate? Launch it immediately. Penguin Entertainment would mobilize every promotional resource. Even if it were a pile of, with Liu Xian's fame attached, it would become a pile of gold. But Ho Chengdong was, after all, the vice president of Penguin Entertainment. Unlike Huang Chaoran, he didn't get so excited in front of Liu Shan that he started stuttering. Businessmen chase profits. Even when facing his former idol, Ho Chengdong's allegiance remained firmly with Penguin Entertainment. Whatever Liu Shanjun requested, he agreed to. Huang Chaoran initiated a video call and placed the phone before Liu Shanjun. The two faced off directly, launching a video conference. Li Hong, Liu Ruyan, and their ilk were only fit to watch from the sidelines, not even worthy of appearing on camera. Ho Chengdong, after all, stood among the elite few at the pinnacle of the Chinese entertainment industry, like the top 10 seats on Mount Liang's hierarchy. As for Huang Chaoran and his ilk, they might not even make the cut for the 72 earthly fiends. As for Li Hong and Liu Ruyan, they were mere foot soldiers, tasked with pouring wine and slicing meat. Yet her father now sat as an equal to Ho Chengdong. Ho Chengdong even had to use respectful terms when addressing Lord Liu Shan. For a moment, all the girls under Lord Liu Shan felt their faces glow with pride. A powerful boss meant they were powerful too. Though they called it negotiations, the entire meeting unfolded in a cordial atmosphere, without a single heated exchange. For the most part, Ho Chengdong reminisced about Liu Shanjun's past glory, while Liu Shanjun responded with nothing but humble words. The final agreement was sealed. Lord Liu Shan would receive a 70% commission on Happy Death Day, based purely on box office revenue. All operational expenses and promotional costs would be fully covered by Penguin Entertainment. Huang Chaoran was surprised by this outcome. When did our company become so fair? As part of the deal, Liu Shanjun would also write a song for Sing Girl, receiving 30% of the song's revenue. After the business talk concluded, Ho Chengdong tugged at his tie. Just before the video call ended, his true colors finally showed. With a hint of unease, he humbly and cautiously asked, "Mr. Liu, may I add you on WeChat?" Regardless of Ho Chengdong's current position, his past identity as a fan of Liu Xian was undeniable. Of course, Liu Shanjun laughed heartily. "Mr. Ho, I look forward to more collaborations in the future." After ending the video call, Liu Shanjun asked Ren Xiyao to fetch 2 songs from his room. He had written them overnight after learning yesterday that Penguin Entertainment was coming to negotiate a song deal. One was a SHE song Chinese, though Liu Shanjun had tweaked it slightly, reworking it into Dragon Nation, a version more suited to this world. The other was the lead track from Fei Wan's debut album Lydia. A song that secured its place in the Chinese music scene back in 2004 speaks volumes about its quality. In terms of quality, no exaggeration or bias here, the latter could easily outshine the former. But when Lord Liu Shan presented both songs to Huang Chaoran and Li Hong, asking them to choose one, they hesitated before ultimately selecting Dragon Nation language. The outcome was exactly as Liu Shanjun had anticipated. Dragon Nation's voice featured a simple melody, straightforward lyrics, and unadorned emotion, but most crucially, it radiated pure positivity. It perfectly aligned with the current national fortune of Dragon Nation. Its ceiling might be unknown, but its floor was absolutely guaranteed. It also suited the group's uneven vocal abilities perfectly, just a few words, as long as they could mumble it out. The catchy melody made it easy to arrange, everyone could just sing and dance, treating it like a gong xia kai. Alright. Liu Shan printed 2 copies of the contract, stamped with Wanxing Entertainment's official seal. Both copies still needed Huang Chaoran to add Penguin Entertainment's seal upon returning. Additionally, the revenue-sharing agreement for Happy Death Day required signatures from both parties. After sealing the deal, Huang Chaoran was clearly in high spirits and struck up a casual conversation with Liu Shanjun. When he heard that Liu Ruyan was Liu Shanjun's biological daughter, his eyes lit up. He shot Liu Ruyan a meaningful glance. Then he recalled an amusing incident and chuckled, "No wonder." "What's no wonder?" Liu Shanjun was puzzled. Huang Chaoran explained, "No wonder Shanghai gave me a heads up back then, telling me to help Liu Ruyan advance during the 101-55 promotion tournament. I was wondering how Liu Ruyan, who was clearly with Xinda, ended up connected to Shanghai. Turns out she's Mr. Liu's daughter, which makes Shanghai's boss, Su Jinan, her uncle. Helping his niece out is only natural." Had Huang Chaoran not mentioned this, everyone else would have remained in the dark. It finally explained why Liu Ruyan, who seemed destined for elimination, suddenly received divine assistance and advanced to the 55 promotion round. This paved the way for Liu Shanjun to write Superstar for her, ultimately securing her debut in center stage. Li Hong was startled too and murmured, "So Shanghai had his eye on Ruyan back then." All eyes turned back to Li Hong.
Though she had spoken without thinking, faced with their collective suspicion, she could no longer conceal the truth.
Shanghai's team has been negotiating with the company recently to buy out Ruyan's upcoming entertainment contracts. Chapter 104, after Puing Shinjiao, setting his sights on Chu Nanshuang. Things were getting interesting.
After seeing off Li Hong and Huang Chao, Huang Zihan and Shinjiao stayed behind.
Huang Zihan kept saying she wanted to eat Sister Wanxing's cooking, dragging Shinjiao to stay for dinner. Ren Xiyao rolled her eyes. What nerve. Huang Zihan pretended not to hear.
She long since figured out that in this household, the boss held the ultimate authority, while Wanxing's sister wielded the second most influence.
The boss clearly favored Ren Xiyao, the big sister, but Sister Wanxing treated everyone equally.
As long as she curried favor with Lin Wanxing, she could establish her footing in this household.
Shinjiao actually felt quite awkward.
Unlike Huang Zihan, who knew how to navigate social situations, she followed Lin Wanxing around, assisting her as she prepared dinner for everyone. She sat down on the nearby sofa, picked up the copy of Lydia that Huang Chaoran and Li Hong had abandoned, and began humming softly.
Lydia, eyes misty and lost. Why wander, heartbroken ocean? Shinjiao froze.
Unsurprisingly, it was a masterpiece. This was the boss's true caliber. Ren Xiyao lay sprawled across Lu Shanjuan's lap, clinging to him as he gently cleaned her ears. She purred contentedly. She adored this man so much. As long as she could be with him, she'd gladly live in a villa and drive a Ferrari. She never knew before how blissful it felt to have a man clean her ears. From now on, she'd let him trim her toenails too.
Liu Ruyan rolled her eyes repeatedly from the sidelines. Ren Xiyao and Huang Zihan both equally shameless, equally provocative. Both treating her father like a tool.
As Lu Shanjun cleaned Ren Xiao's ears, he listened to Shinjiao's clear singing.
She was starting to sound a bit like Fei Er.
He'd said it from the start, Shinjiao was the strongest vocalist among the three girls, with an exceptionally distinctive voice. He glanced at Shinjiao and smiled.
Like this song? MHM. Shinjiao nodded.
It's beautiful.
And clearly better quality than that other song. You know your stuff.
Ren Xiyao hugged Lu Shanjun and pouted, Uncle, you haven't written a song for Yao Yao in ages.
My throat is itching for one. Itchy throat? Let me scratch it for you. Lu Shanjun scolded playfully, this Lydia isn't right for you. I'll write you a new song in a few days.
Having achieved her goal, Ren Xiyao flashed a sly smile and turned her head to plant a kiss on Lu Shanjun's cheek.
After appeasing Ren Xiyao, Lu Shanjun turned to Shinjiao and said, this song, Lydia, I intended to save for the three of you. The three of us? Shinjiao and Liu Ruyan froze in unison. Yes. Lu Shanjun nodded. But not now.
You currently have 2.5 years left on your contract with Shinda and 2 years with Penguin Entertainment. I don't hold much hope for the Sing Girls band.
There are too many members, and they belong to different companies.
From the moment they debuted, resources were already being allocated unevenly among the members.
Ultimately, they'll likely all end up going solo. Lu Shanjun's words were brutally honest.
Despite Penguin Entertainment signing with Lu Shanjun and seemingly intent on molding them into a K-pop style girl group.
But in reality, some Sing Girls members have already secured film roles. This clearly shows Penguin Entertainment's resource allocation. Take Huang Zihan, for instance, she's already landed a role in a fantasy drama.
It's a Penguin-backed production featuring an A-list male lead, and she's starting out as the second female lead.
Anyone with eyes can see that the show is heavily promoting Huang Zihan.
Liu Ruyan is in a similar position. Though she hasn't landed S-tier projects, she's secured the female lead role in a legal-themed urban idol drama.
These are the talents Penguin Entertainment is betting on.
Take Shinjiao, for instance. This past month, she seemed to attend every event, always following the team around. Yet to this day, Penguin Entertainment hasn't given her a single film contract, effectively abandoning her.
Shinjiao knows it too.
While she's undeniably gorgeous among ordinary people, she doesn't stand out in the entertainment industry packed with handsome men and beautiful women. She's like that perfect girl. You can call her pure and lovely, but she lacks any distinctive charm. She lacks Huang Zihan's infectious warmth, that endearing, clever charm that makes her feel like your own daughter. Nor did she possess Liu Ruyan's long legs and enviable height-to-waist ratio. Shinjiao had managed to persevere this long without her resolve shattering, all thanks to those words from Lord Lu Shan, you've always been the best among the three girls. To this day, Lord Lu Shan still holds that view, and he's even more invested in Shinjiao now.
Zihan and Ruyan venturing into acting, I consider that a wise move.
In this era, music's monetization potential simply can't compare to film and television. But Jiayu, you're different from them.
I'm not saying you're less attractive than either of them. It's that your energy shouldn't be drained by other pursuits. You have the potential to stand at the pinnacle of the Chinese music scene. The next 2.5 years are your most crucial period. Focus on honing your vocal skills, master several instruments, and don't chase pop trends excessively. Immerse yourself more in the folk traditions of the land. Explore Huayin Laoqiang, Honan opera, Suzhou Pingtan, listen, observe, and learn. Tradition doesn't equate to backwardness.
If you can achieve excellence, you yourself will define what's popular.
This time, Liu Shanjun didn't just offer empty praise like before.
He genuinely helped Xin Jiayu find her own musical path. For Xin Jiayu, it was like clouds parting to reveal the sun.
Boss.
Xin Jiayu's eyes instantly welled up. A lump formed in her throat, threatening tears. She couldn't fathom what merit she possessed to earn such favor from Liu Shanjun. After all, Ruyan was his daughter, and Zihan was far better at winning his favor than she was. Xin Jiayu bit her lip tightly, stubbornly refusing to let the tears fall. She sniffed back her emotions. After a long pause, she finally said, "Boss, once this contract ends, I'll sign with you. I'll sign with you for life.
This lifetime, I'll only make money for you."
Just as Xin Jiayu had used her first earnings to buy Lord Liu Shan an extravagant gift, she didn't know how to repay his kindness. Whatever she had in her hands, she would give.
Liu Shanjun smiled, extending his hand.
Xin Jiayu leaned in, letting him ruffle her hair.
A sweet smile spread across her face, radiating pure contentment. What did she take her boss for? Could he really be that shallow? Just after her money? It might not even take 2.5 years. Once I earn a bit more money, and your contract premium isn't so high, I'll buy you outright.
Okay, Xin Jiayu replied. For the next 2.5 years, her mission was to lower her contract value. Otherwise, she'd feel guilty about the boss spending extra money.
After appeasing Xin Jiayu,
Liu Shanjun turned his gaze to Chu Nanshuang. Admiring the fair, delicate hands before him, he smiled warmly.
Nanshuang. How about uncle takes you for a manicure sometime?
Ha?
Chu Nanshuang was a bit dazed.
She had this nagging feeling someone had their eye on her, but she couldn't quite figure out what they were after.
Chapter 105, Shanghai buys Liu Ruyan's contract, extending it to age 30. No way, uncle, you're really taking Shuangshuang for a manicure? Ren Xiyao gaped, her suspicious gaze darting between the two. When did you two start hooking up behind everyone's backs?
Well played, Shuangshuang. This sneak attack truly caught her off guard. Chu Nanshuang covered her forehead, unable to bear Ren Xiao's intense stare.
Smack.
A sharp slap.
What are you thinking?
Publicity stunt, got it? Uncle wants to use this ordinary person's perspective to capture his love life gossip and make a comeback in the public eye. Last night, Liu Shanjun approached Chu Nanshuang, explaining his plan to announce his return to the Dragon Nation entertainment industry through this natural, everyday approach. The only question was whether Chu Nanshuang could accept her appearing with a rumored boyfriend.
Dating a boyfriend? Not really her thing. But if it was just for publicity. Uncle, how about I be your official girlfriend?
Otherwise, I feel awkward accepting all this massive attention. Don't underestimate the godfather of rock as a top-tier star. This was Lu Xian's first appearance in the Chinese entertainment industry after a 20-year hiatus, and she was the woman standing beside Lu Xian. Of course, there were pros and cons. If Chu Nanshuang agreed to this publicity stunt, she'd be forever branded as Lu Xian's girlfriend, a label she'd never shake. People would see her and immediately think of her as the woman who accompanied Lu Xian on her comeback. For most people, that could be a liability. But to Chu Nanshuang, it meant absolutely nothing. She was a confirmed single woman, no man worthy of her attention had even been born yet. A mere rumored girlfriend label? She couldn't care less. Who else would? The two immediately agreed. If Wanxing doesn't want to appear on camera, I can do it. Why did the old man choose you? I knew it, you really are more important to him than I am. Ren Xiyao was the classic type who swallowed her jealousy.
Lin Wanxing smiled, revealing a tiny fawn.
Yao Yao was just too adorable when she was jealous.
Smack. This time it was Liu Shanjun who snapped.
Forcing back a laugh, he said, "Forgot who the lead actress of Happy Death Day is?
Why did I make my comeback?
To hype up Happy Death Day, of course. But you're right, Nanshuang truly holds a higher place in my heart than you do." Only then did Ren Xiyao grasp the full story.
Her mood instantly brightened.
She threw herself into Liu Shanjun's arms and cooed, "No, no. Wanxing said we shouldn't speak harshly to family.
Uncle can't make Yao Yao angry either. Besides Wanxing, I'm the one who holds the highest place in Uncle's heart, right?" Lin Wanxing's cheeks flushed slightly. How could you drag her into this when you're competing for favor with Nanshuang? She didn't care about any status or position. All she knew was that the woman sleeping beside Uncle Liu Shan every night was her.
"Let's go." Lord Liu Shan lifted Ren Xiyao from his embrace.
"Besides taking Nanshuang for a manicure, I'll accompany you shopping too. Everything today Uncle's treating."
"Oh ho ho."
Ren Xiyao let out a wicked chuckle. So this is what it feels like to be kept by a sugar daddy? Well, she wasn't about to hold back today. If Uncle was this good at making money, not spending it would be a waste of his talent. The three women and one man climbed into the large sedan. Chu Nanshuang asked curiously, "What about Ruyan?" Liu Shanjun replied, "She went to the company. Probably to negotiate a contract."
Last night, after leaving Chu Nanshuang's room, he had sought out Liu Ruyan to discuss Shanhai's intention to buy out her contract. After all, she was his daughter. Even though Liu Ruyan had a bit of a rebellious streak, Lu Shanjun still doted on her. Xinda Entertainment. Li Hong's office. Liu Ruyan sat on the sofa, legs crossed to conceal the view beneath her skirt. She looked at her agent and asked, "Sis Hong, has someone from Shanghai come?" Li Hong nodded. "Shanghai is willing to pay 48 million to buy out the remaining 2.5 years of your contract." "How much?" Liu Ruyan gasped, her mouth gaping wide enough to swallow a quail egg. She instinctively covered her lips with her hand. 48 million yuan. Could such an astronomical sum really be connected to her? The figure utterly stunned Liu Ruyan. After all, just half a year ago, she'd cringed at the thought of hiring a nanny for Lu Shanjun. "You silly girl, you have no idea what you're worth now." Li Hong's voice carried a hint of affectionate indulgence, like an elder looking at a younger relative. "In the entertainment industry, money is worthless. A top-tier star can rake in several small goals worth of money for a company in a single year. And you possess the potential to become one of them. This 48 million is an investment in your future." Li Hong paused thoughtfully before slowly adding, "The company is willing to give you 10% of this sum." Liu Ruyan recovered from her initial shock. Hearing the company was willing to cede 10% of the profits, she knew this matter was no simple affair. "Sis Hong, I'm afraid this 480,000 won't be easy to get, right?" Li Hong froze, shooting Liu Ruyan a surprised look. When had Ruyan become so sharp? Seeing the astonishment in Li Hong's eyes, Liu Ruyan's lips curved slightly. Lu Shanjun had guessed correctly. Li Hong continued, "Shanghai has made an offer. They'll buy your contract for 48 million, but you must renew with them in advance until you turn 30. That. Liu Ruyan cursed inwardly. Wasn't the child labor contract enough? Did they actually think they could tie her down? "Sis Hong. Renewing is out of the question. Not even 10 million would make me renew." "But..." Liu Ruyan raised her hand to cut off Li Hong's next words. Her face darkened as she retorted, "Sister Hong, I know exactly what you're going to play the sympathy card. You'll say all my resources come from the company, that it took immense effort to cultivate me. Those lines might have worked on me before, but now..." Liu Ruyan let out a cold laugh. "Lu Shanjun saw right through you long ago. You're nothing but a bunch of greedy capitalists who devour everything without giving anything back. Just by selling my contracts, Xinda made a killing. As for nurturing my resources? Without me, the company would have developed someone else. By developing me, I actually generate profits for the company. If we're being honest, the company owes me a debt. Without my influence, why would Lu Shanjun write songs for the three of us? It's the company that owes me, not the other way around." Li Hong was instantly speechless. When did Liu Ruyan become so sharp-tongued? In her, she saw the shadow of that man. That man was the same you couldn't get an inch from him. Li Hong hesitated several times, but ultimately held her tongue. She picked up the landline and made a call upstairs. "Ms. Li. I couldn't persuade Ruyan. She refuses to renew her contract. She's like a child I've watched grow up. How could I bring myself to pressure her? People have feelings too. Besides, renewing until age 30 is clearly unreasonable. Tell Shanghai to compromise. If Shanghai is willing to pour resources into Ruyan, recouping 48 million yuan over 2.5 years is possible. Even if you fire me, I still believe these renewal terms are unreasonable." "Fine. Then come over and talk to her yourself." After hanging up, Liu Ruyan hugged Li Hong, her eyes reddening as she called out, "Sis Hong." Li Hong affectionately ruffled her hair, then warned, "No matter who comes, remember never renew. Sign with your father's company from now on. Only your father won't betray you." Chapter 106, Liu Ruyan and Hu Qiunan, a mother-daughter confrontation. "Mr. Li, there's no need to elaborate. I won't renew early. If Shanghai wants to buy, let them buy. As for transfer fees, if they're contingent on early renewal, I don't need them." Facing the CEO of Xinda, Liu Ruyan maintained a strictly business-like demeanor, responding with composure. No matter how eloquent the other party became, she remained unmoved. "Give me the money, and I'll take it. But renewing my contract? That's out of the question. As for the rest, she had no right to interfere. One party was willing to buy, the other willing to sell. Did it matter who she worked for? Anyway, in 2.5 years, I'm off to work for my dad. As Sister Hong once said, Lord Lushan might be a beast, but while the world might begrudge her success, he never would." Faced with Liu Ruyan's unyielding stance, Xinda's boss, Mr. Li, gave up on persuasion. His brow furrowed, his expression darkening as he growled, "Liu Ruyan, you think I won't blacklist you? He's panicking, look how flustered he is. Blacklist me? Do you even have the clout?" Liu Ruyan scoffed. "Go ahead and shelve me. Penguin Entertainment still has my 2-year exclusive contract. Every resource owed to me will be delivered. If you're so bold, try butting heads with Penguin Entertainment. Who knows? I might just take their projects instead."
Dare you, Mr. Li? Utterly useless. As if you could offer me any major resources. You're the type who can't even figure out how to make money lying down. The thought of making money for a company like this made Liu Ruyan feel as sick as if she'd swallowed a green-headed fly. She'd be better off just lying low. In 2.5 years, Liu Shanjun would surely have made something of himself. She'd demand resources from him if he refused, she'd make a scene. Liu Ruyan had gradually shifted her attitude toward Liu Shanjun. Perhaps Liu Shanjun had spoiled her too much, making her feel entitled to live off her parents. The Shinda CEO nearly choked on his words at Liu Ruyan's statement. Just as he was about to speak, a woman's voice came from the representative of Shanghai Entertainment's phone. Mr. Li, let me talk to Ruyan, okay? It turned out the Shanghai Entertainment representative had been on the phone the whole time. Ruyan? Liu Ruyan felt utterly baffled. Who was this person? Why were they addressing her so familiarly? The voice, distorted slightly through the speaker, carried an oddly familiar quality. Liu Ruyan furrowed her brow in deep thought. It wasn't until the woman pushed open the office door and revealed her face that Liu Ruyan froze in place, struck as if by lightning. Her pupils dilated like an earthquake, her face frozen in utter disbelief. Staring at the middle-aged woman in the cheongsam at the doorway, still radiating charm, she stammered, her words tripping over themselves. How could it be you? Hu Qianan approached in high heels, a hint of guilt on her face, her voice gentle. Ruyan, you've suffered these past years. The others in the office were utterly baffled. How could the boss's wife of Shanghai Entertainment seem so familiar with Liu Ruyan? Hu Qianan turned to discuss with Mr. Li of Shinda. Mr. Li, could you please give Ruyan and me some private space? Mr. Li paused, then replied, of course. He immediately prepared to exit the office with Li Hong and the representatives from Shanghai. Li Hong shot Hu Qianan a suspicious glance. How could this middle-aged beauty bear such a striking resemblance to Liu Ruyan? Could it be? A wild thought suddenly surged through Li Hong's mind. Could it be? Help! She desperately wanted to stay and watch the drama unfold. The three were already heading toward the door, ready to leave, when a cold laugh echoed. Seated on the sofa, Liu Ruyan stared coldly at Hu Qianan, her laughter dripping with venom. What? Afraid of airing your dirty laundry in public? I don't even despise having a biological mother like you. What are you afraid of? None of you are leaving. If you have something to say it to my face. Why hide from others? Got something to hide? What? A bombshell dropped. The boss lady of Shanghai Entertainment is Liu Ruyan's biological mother? Li Hong's face paled in shock. She guessed right, Hu Qianan was indeed Liu Ruyan's biological mother. This very Hu Qianan had abandoned her husband and daughter 12 years ago. But what puzzled Li Hong was why Hu Qianan had done such a thing. That man was none other than Liu Xian. Although Su Jinan had now become a major powerhouse in the Chinese entertainment industry, had Liu Xian not retired 20 years ago, his achievements would have far surpassed Su Jinan's. Could it be? Had Hu Qianan and Su Jinan colluded all along to deliberately lure Liu Shanjun into the trap? Oh my god. Li Hong dared to speculate, but she couldn't bring herself to believe it. This is way too shocking. All three froze in place. Hu Qianan's delicate eyebrows arched slightly, puzzled as to why Liu Ruyan would publicly reveal their relationship. After all, it wasn't exactly something to be proud of. Seeing the trio stunned into silence by her daughter's words, how could they still be gossiping? All traces of her earlier humility vanished as she snapped coldly, "Get out." As the boss's wife of Shanghai Entertainment, the authority that came with her long tenure at the top was undeniable. Even Li Hong, who was most reluctant to leave, was dragged out of the office by the Shinda CEO. After the trio exited the room, the Shinda CEO lit a cigarette, a rare occurrence, and muttered, Hu Qianan is actually Liu Ruyan's biological mother. Who would believe that if it got out? Li Hong snorted inwardly. You have no idea who Liu Ruyan's real father is. If I told you, your hands would shake while you smoked. Inside the room, Hu Qianan pressed her fingertips to her temples. Things hadn't unfolded quite as she'd anticipated. She had expected Liu Ruyan to hate her, but not with such composure as if she had anticipated her arrival all along. Ruyan! Hu Qianan called out, but Liu Ruyan didn't respond. Hu Qianan moved closer to Liu Ruyan, her face filled with remorse. I was wrong back then. And now? You come begging for forgiveness? What, have you and your new lover failed to produce an heir? Planning to adopt me back to inherit the family business? In that moment, Liu Ruyan channeled the Ruyan Empress herself. Even someone as seasoned as Hu Qianan was momentarily stunned. How could this child speak with such venom? Who taught you to speak like this? Have you no manners? After a brief moment of bewilderment, Hu Qianan forced a pained expression and choked out, I know you still hate me. But I had my reasons. If Lord Liu Shan hadn't abused me back then, I wouldn't have left this family. Bull! Liu Ruyan nearly slammed her fist on the table. Hu Qianan, it seems Liu Shanjun truly understood you best. Liu Shanjun guessed every word you'd say. He knew you wanted the Chronicles of Time. I was only 8 back then, but I remember everything.
Before you left, Liu Shanjun never had a drinking problem, let alone hit you once. He was a victim of this situation, just like me. You were the real culprit.
You destroyed this family, not Liu Shanjun.
Things are spiraling out of control.
According to the information Hu Qiunan obtained, Liu Ruyan and Lord Liu Shan should be sworn enemies. How come they're suddenly united against someone? And Lord Liu Shan had actually rehearsed today's scene with Liu Ruyan beforehand. Liu Shanjun, you are truly venomous. Undermining the bond between me and Ruyan. Chapter 107, Liu Ruyan, who values money over people.
Exposed by Liu Ruyan right there, Hu Qiunan could only offer an awkward chuckle, easing the tension slightly. Disgusting. Over these 12 years, Liu Ruyan had imagined countless scenarios of reuniting with her mother. But now, sitting face to face beside her, she felt none of the emotion she'd anticipated. Instead, only a visceral revulsion, the kind that made her stomach churn. Lord Liu Shan was right, not a single word from this woman could be trusted. She was born with a heart of venom. If there had been even a shred of regard for her in Liu Shanjuan's heart, he wouldn't have ignored her completely for 12 long years. As long as she's still alive, there's no reason that can explain it. Even if Hu Qiunan were to reappear before her in the future, it would be driven solely by self-interest. Back then, Liu Ruyan had argued against it, but now Hu Qiunan seemed to be living proof of Liu Shanjuan's words. Liu Ruyan shifted to the edge of the sofa, creating distance between herself and Hu Qiunan. With a look of disgust, she said, "Don't even think about renewing the contract. And don't try to play the sympathy card with me, saying things like, it's all for your own good, or mom wouldn't harm you. Liu Shanjun has already warned me about you. Don't make him predict your moves time and time again. It won't make him look smart, it'll just make you look foolish." Liu Shanjun anticipated my anticipation? Hu Qiunan froze. She was indeed here for profit. The company had assessed Liu Ruyan's potential of 48 million yuan valuation was a surefire investment. In fact, Liu Ruyan's potential could even reach the level of the Four Little Flowers. And that was all thanks to Liu Shanjun's genes, which had blessed their daughter with such beauty. Even in the entertainment industry, where handsome men and beautiful women abound, Liu Ruyan's looks were in a league of their own. For girls like her, the biggest fear was lack of traffic. Once she started gaining traction, there'd be no stopping her. Even if she was just a pretty face with terrible acting skills and a wooden voice, she'd still have a dedicated fanbase of looks-only supporters. And Center Stage had already built Liu Ruyan's initial buzz. All that remained was for Shanghai Entertainment to pour resources into propelling her to stardom. Even if Liu Ruyan doesn't renew her contract, Shanghai will recoup their investment within 2.5 years, 48 million yuan. But capital is profit-driven, no one ever complains about making too much money. Signing her directly at the peak of her rise until age 30 would effectively capture the lion's share of Liu Ruyan's prime years. An artist's career isn't particularly long, with only a few peak years. This is even more true for today's rising stars and leading ladies. Not everyone can be called a veteran actor or artist. Hu Qiunan initially avoided appearing herself, fearing it might backfire. Yet she never imagined Shinda would be so incompetent, failing to secure consecutive contracts and forcing her to step in personally. Yet Liu Ruyan's performance far exceeded her expectations. Who knew what kind of magic potion Lord Liu Shan had brewed for her? Just as Hu Qiunan felt the situation growing tricky, Liu Ruyan unexpectedly took the initiative. "So, does your company, Shanghai, still want to buy this contract?" Hu Qiunan froze. "Ruyan, don't you hate me? Why would you want to join my company?" Liu Ruyan crossed her legs and let out a derisive snort. "Of course I do. I wish you'd just drop dead right now. But what does that have to do with my contract? Shinda makes its profits by selling contracts. Whoever they sell them to is irrelevant. I won't renew my contract anyway, and Shanghai will still have to pour resources into promoting me. Using your Shanghai resources to boost my traffic, why wouldn't I agree?" This. Hu Qiunan's pupils widened in shock, utterly unprepared for his daughter's stark realism. "Is there truly no bond between us, mother and daughter? Lord Liu Shan, did you raise our daughter to be this cold-hearted?" Liu Ruyan watched Hu Qiunan, who kept showing signs of weakness. The big shot at home really had Hu Qiunan completely under his thumb. A wave of exhilarating satisfaction surged through Liu Ruyan's heart. True revenge never lies in physical acts. Whether slapping Hu Qiunan across the face or crying while cursing her is worse than an animal, any of those would only prove that Liu Ruyan still cared about her as a mother. What would truly send a bone-chilling chill through Hu Qiunan's heart was for Liu Ruyan to sever this mother-daughter bond completely. You, Hu Qiunan, could walk away back then. I, Liu Ruyan, can now be driven solely by self-interest. Family ties? I'd rather call Lord Liu Shan dad than ever call you mom. At least, in the 12 years since you left, Lord Liu Shan has always been by her side. Truthfully, as a child, she never asked for much. Coming home and seeing her father there was enough. Hu Qiunan, rest assured. Even if I harbor hatred, I will let it go. You evoke not a single flicker of emotion in me. Ruyan, can't we discuss this? I am your mother after all.
You must believe I would never harm you, Hu Qiunan pleaded earnestly. Liu Ruyan recalled last night when Lord Liu Shan came to her room for a rehearsal. It wasn't exactly the same, but it was strikingly similar. She immediately employed the response Liashanjin had coached her. Tilting her head back, she declared with righteous indignation, "You keep saying you love me. So would you give me 100 million yuan?" Well. Hu Qiunan was momentarily speechless, shifting the topic awkwardly. Ruyan, feelings can't be measured by money. Liu Ruyan sneered, "Am I asking for money? I just want a gesture. You won't even give me that. Is your so-called love just empty words? Then I have nothing more to say. Take the Shinda contract or leave it. Penguin Entertainment will still promote me, and Lord Liu Shan will keep writing songs for me." That ungrateful daughter. Hu Qiunan nearly had a heart attack from Liu Ruyan's words. All she ever talks about is money, a blatant slave to wealth. What on earth did Liu Shan teach you? How did you turn out like this? Liu Ruyan chuckled coldly. I learned it from Liu Shanjun. That's exactly what he is, a shameless, money-grubbing lecher. Oh, and he's been living it up these past years. Women never stopped flocking to him. Even now, paralyzed, he still has young girls throwing themselves at him. Goodbye. Talking to you is a complete waste of my time. Liu Ruyan picked up her purse and strode out of the office like a proud peacock, leaving behind a heartbroken Hu Qiunan. What happened to the heartwarming reunion scene between mother and daughter? She'd even prepared her tears. Chapter 108, Taking 3 Girls Out. Jinghai Wanxiang. Ren Xiyao led everyone to her regular nail salon. The little vixen had always loved fussing over such things. It was only after Lord Liu Shan arrived that Ren Xiyao settled down. No more manicures, more restrained in her attire. It was all just playful fun, lest the uncle take it seriously. But this time, it was a royal decree for a manicure, and Ren Xiyao started stirring up trouble again. What girl doesn't love bling-bling sparkles? Xu Nanchuang and Lin Wanxing both made it clear they weren't fans. Xu Nanchuang disliked overly flashy designs, opting only for a sheer pink gel manicure. Pink ice transparent. Lin Wanxing kept it even simpler. Manicures got in the way of housework, so she skipped it altogether. Ren Xiyao teased, Wanxing, don't you ever try to please the old man? Mr. Liu, do you like this kind of nail art? Lin Wanxing asked, her questioning gaze turning toward Liu Shanjun. Liu Shanjun pondered briefly before replying, it is certainly a form of beauty. But flower arrangement is also an art. Got it. Lin Wanxing slipped off her sneakers. Rolling down her white cotton socks revealed a delicate, pale foot. Then let's do your toenails. Fingernails represent daily life, toenails represent whimsy. Lin Wanxing disliked overly vibrant colors, opting instead for a summer daisy design. 10 delicate white toes, like silkworms. If they weren't in public, Lord Liu Shan would have to take a closer look. As for Ren Xiyao, ever restless and always craving the flashy, she chose the most time-consuming and intricate Gothic-style manicure. Castles, witches, blood roses. Sharp nails and intricate patterns resembled the 9 bone claws. Lord Liu Shan scolded with a laugh, fine. But don't expect me to wipe your ass when you're done. Ren Xiyao grinned, I will. If you won't help, I'll throw a fit. Alright, enough joking. Snap a pic of me getting my nails done with Nanchuang. Liu Shanjun tossed his phone to Ren Xiyao. He then struck several poses with Chu Nanchuang. Personally snapping intimate photos of her uncle and her best friend. Wasn't that a form of NTR right before her eyes? Uncle, can you get a little closer? Chu Nanchuang noticed Liu Shanjuan's deliberate avoidance of intimacy and moved in closer. TSK. That dog of an uncle really has that couple vibe no matter who he's with. Sitting there, just gazing at Chu Nanchuang's manicure with that pool of deep affection in his eyes, it was sweet even to her. Back in the day, Uncle was her short video partner. Come to think of it, it's been ages since she filmed a CP video with him. Lately, she'd only been shooting beauty content. Though the numbers were decent, the response was nowhere near as strong as their CP videos together. Uncle, my follower count's been growing so slowly lately, Ren Xiyao whined. A woman who knows how to act cute always gets her way. Liu Shanjun adored Ren Xiao's shamelessness. If she wanted something, she just asked, and he couldn't help but spoil her. Then I'll film a short video while recording your new song. Will you be in it, Uncle? If I don't appear, how will you gain followers? Your account is practically a semi-couple account now. The comments are all asking to see us together. Ren Xiyao snorted lightly, I feel like most of my fans are here for our ship. Hey, I can't live without you, Uncle. For my career, I'll just have to be tied to you forever. The classic example of someone who takes advantage and still acts all innocent. Xu Nanchuan thought same here. Once this gossip hit the news, the Liu Xian's girlfriend label would stick to her forever. No matter how much time passed, people would always know Liu Xian's comeback after 2 decades was because he accompanied her for a manicure. Moreover, she was the female lead in Liu Xian's very first film. This solidified the narrative that Liu Xian had returned to the entertainment industry because of her. In the eyes of Liu Xian's die-hard fans, I'm probably the only sister-in-law they'd ever accept.
Fortunately, she had no plans to marry, so these rumors would just have to follow her around.
Balenciaga. Sir, would you prefer this horse oil-infused pair or these gray silk ones? Ren Xiyao asked, holding up 2 pairs of stockings. 10 of every style. Wrap them up. Money's a bastard, you can always earn more.
Though Ren Xiyao claimed she wanted to enjoy being kept by Lord Liu, she felt painfully reluctant when he actually splurged on her.
Just buy one to try something new. No need for so many. Whatever style you like, I'll order it online. It's not just for you to wear.
Of course we'll share with our besties. Though ostensibly bought for the girls, Lord Liu knew full well who would truly enjoy them. In any case, he never skimped on himself in this regard. Even if it meant paying a premium, he accepted it.
Balenciaga truly was in a league of its own.
Lin Wanxing and Xu Nanchuan both flushed crimson. Only Yao Yao would wear something like this, they certainly wouldn't.
Liu Shanjun flicked his card between 2 fingers swipe. A small 6-figure sum slipped right out.
It must be said, when a man utters the word swipe the card, his charm factor skyrockets to a whole new level. Even the wealthy Chu Nanchuan felt this way, not out of worship for money, but because money itself was the finest attire for a man. Especially in this peaceful era, devoid of military might or political power, money seemed to be the sole measure of a man's success.
After leaving Balenciaga, the 4 arrived at Victoria's Secret. This wasn't Ren Xiao's idea. Lin Wanxing wanted to buy a few pieces of lingerie.
Whether due to a recent growth spurt or the mischief of the mountain spirit, her undergarments had grown too tight, causing discomfort. She wanted to buy a few new sets. Lingerie isn't something you'd normally shop for, but whenever one of the girlfriends expressed interest, the others would inevitably get caught up in the excitement too.
Liu Shanjun didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed walking into Victoria's Secret. If anything, he seemed eager to dive right in.
But clearly, he'd imagined things too much. The changing room scenes he'd pictured never materialized. After waiting forever in the lounge area, not a single girl blushed and pulled him over to show him how something looked on her, asking his opinion.
Movies are movies, after all they can't be tied to reality.
After getting their nails done and buying stockings and lingerie, the 3 women called it a day.
Liu Shanjun steered them toward the luxury boutiques, but the trio wasn't buying his act.
After all, they were the ones holding the wheelchair handles. Once they'd bought what they needed, they simply wheeled him into the elevator and headed straight to the underground parking garage on the B1 level.
They drove home, thoroughly satisfied. Chapter 109, on the eve of her return. Yunqi Manor.
The moment the 4 entered the house, the scent of alcohol hit them. Looking inside, they saw Liu Ruyan sitting on the sofa, clutching a bottle of Otori sake and chugging it straight from the bottle. Hearing the elevator, Liu Ruyan turned her bleary, drunken eyes toward them. Her hair was slightly disheveled at the temples. Slurring her words, she greeted them.
Back already? Lin Wanxing pushed Liu Shanjun forward.
Seeing Liu Ruyan in this state, his brow immediately furrowed.
Just 1 day away, and the child of the house had become an alcoholic? Ruyan. Put down the alcohol. Even slightly intoxicated, Liu Ruyan still felt a twinge of fear at her stepmother's authority.
She obediently placed the bottle of Otter's sacrifice on the coffee table. Pouting, she knelt on the sofa, tugging at her own ears with both hands, looking pitifully at Lin Wanxing as she apologized.
Wanxing, don't frighten the child. Liu Shanjun spoke up on Liu Ruyan's behalf.
When it came to child rearing, Lin Wanxing and Liu Shanjun had long reached a consensus.
Lin Wanxing played the strict disciplinarian, while Liu Shanjun took on the role of the indulgent parent. This tactic proved effective.
Liu Ruyan's lips parted slightly, and the look in her eyes softened considerably as she gazed at Liu Shanjun. Lin Wanxing guided Liu Shanjun to the sofa, where he leveraged her support to sit beside Liu Ruyan.
The doting father asked, Ruyan, what's wrong? Why are you drinking alone like this? Liu Ruyan pursed her lips before spilling everything. I ran into that woman today. Hu Qiunan. Yes. Liu Ruyan nodded. I didn't disgrace us.
I gave her a cold shoulder and replied exactly as you taught me.
But.
Her body trembled slightly, her nose stinging as words caught in her throat.
Liu Shanjun opened his arms just in time. Liu Ruyan threw herself into Liu Shanjun's embrace, tears instantly streaming down her face.
Her sobs choked her words. Liu Shanjun.
I'm despicable.
A woman like that, and I still found myself wanting to call her mother.
It's only human.
Liu Shanjun gently smoothed her slightly disheveled black hair, his voice growing softer. Ruyan.
Don't blame yourself.
And don't take the sins your parents committed upon yourself.
Wah!
Liu Ruyan sobbed softly.
Lord Liu Shan continued, the fortunate heal their entire lives with their childhood. The unfortunate spend their entire lives healing their childhood.
You want to call her mother simply because you long for a mother. Her words struck a chord. Liu Ruyan had always resisted familial affection, yet craved it most deeply. But she clearly wasn't a competent mother. Whether it's familial love or romantic love, it requires mutual giving. Don't shortchange yourself or try to please others just to maintain a relationship destined to shatter. Liu Ruyan climbed out of Liu Shanjuan's embrace, murmuring in disbelief as she stared at him.
When had her father become so profound? His words cut to the core, piercing her soul. Something was off. Very, very off. Knowing him, there was definitely an ulterior motive. Sure enough, Lord Liu Shan shifted gears. Alright then, father will find you a suitable mother.
As he spoke, Lord Liu Shan glanced at Lin Wanxing.
The latter lowered her head in embarrassment. Shanjun, what are you doing? You're finding a mom for Ruyan, why are you looking at me?
Liu Ruyan nearly rolled her eyes so hard they popped out. After all that emotional buildup, her father was just trying to find her a stepmother.
She only recognized one mother in this world, okay? Father and daughter both turned their gaze toward Lin Wanxing.
Lord Liu Shan, don't even think about finding me a stepmother. Even if she enters the Liu family, I won't acknowledge her.
Wanxing is the exception. But Liu Ruyan would never push Lin Wanxing into the fire.
Lord Liu Shan, you big fool. If you dare set your sights on Wanxing, I'll fight you to the death.
After Liu Shanjun's words, Liu Ruyan's spirits lifted.
She abandoned her unrealistic fantasies about Hu Qiunan and refocused her energy on preventing her father from stealing her best friend. As for seeking comfort in Liu Shanjuan's embrace, it wasn't that she craved her father's affection, she simply refused to let Ren Xiyao usurp her place.
It was getting late, too late to cook dinner. Lin Wanxing ordered 2 family buckets to tide them over.
The 5 of them gathered around the coffee table, munching on junk food. Unhealthy fried food just tastes so good. While munching on a chicken wing, Liu Ruyan brought up the matter of buying out her contract last time. Even though Liu Ruyan insisted on not renewing, Shanghai still spent 48 million to buy out the remaining 2.5 years of her contract with Xinda.
Didn't you get anything in return? I wasn't renewing anyway. What money would they give me?
You should have fought for it. If they won't let you have a piece of the pie, then you just put in the work without putting in the effort. Take the resources and coast along, playing hardball with them. Cry, make a scene, threaten to hang yourself, you could have gotten at least a little soup.
Liu Shanjun looked at her with disappointment.
Liu Ruyan rolled her eyes.
I'm not as shameless as you.
She never truly mastered her father's core principle, putting money above all else. Joking aside, Liu Shanjun offered fatherly advice. At Shanghai, you can afford to be aloof.
You don't have to put up with those jerks Su Zhenan and Hu Qiunan. Dad's got your back.
But no refusal, no initiative, no responsibility doesn't mean you can coast through these 2.5 years at Shanghai.
Accept every resource Shanghai offers you. Learn to demand them proactively. Use this time to hone your acting skills. After your contract ends, Dad will arrange a custom-made deal for you. What about my singing? Liu Ruyan hadn't grasped the essence of Liu Shanjuan's artistry, but even the surface-level skills she'd picked up were more than enough for her needs.
Now she could leech off her parents with righteous indignation. With all his talent, Liu Shanjun should write songs for her himself.
But Liu Shanjun wasn't indulging her.
Your musical talent is as predictable as clockwork. Just tag along behind Xinjiayu to scrape by. She'll handle the singing while you just make a few yao yao and che canal sounds.
Liu Ruyan slumped in defeat.
Then you sign Xinjiayu for life. When you're old, I'll take over sucking Xinjiayu's blood. While munching on chicken wings, Liu Shanjun casually sent photos and short videos of him accompanying Chu Nanchuan for a manicure today to the vice president of Penguin Entertainment. Next, the Penguin PR department would step in to leak the news of his comeback.
After dinner, Lin Wanxing and Chu Nanchuan cleared the table while the others lounged lazily on the sofa. Ren Xiyao, content and full, drifted back to sleep on Liu Shanjuan's lap. Watching Liu Shanjun create a new song for her. Double Happiness? Chapter 110, The Swana Sounds, Double Happiness takes the stage. On the 18th day of the first lunar month, an auspicious day. Carrying sorghum, carrying the red attire. Each inch cut with regret, hastily sewn. Ren Xiyao had only read 2 lines of the lyrics when a wave of Chinese horror washed over her. She couldn't help but cling tighter to the man beside her. Uncle, you're up to something new again? Sooner or later, you'll play Yao Yao to death. Ren Xiyao couldn't help but inhale deeply, it was an epic lungful. Lately, her dependence on Lord Liu Shan had only grown stronger. Liu Ruyan rolled her eyes beside her. Look at how she's practically throwing herself at him. Having a best friend like you is truly my dad's good fortune. Liu Shanjun pinched her chubby cheeks, the texture was absolutely top-notch. Plump and smooth, just like a baby's face. Originally, Liu Shanjun had planned to perform the Crimson Dancer for Ren Xiyao, inspired by the stage they'd filmed it in Lake City last time. But seeing Ren Xiyao lying across his lap, her baby-fat cheeks and anime-like, sparkling eyes reminded him of an anime character. So he prepared Double Happiness for her instead. Ren Xiao's appearance was a perfect match for cosplaying the older sister. Lin Wanxing and Chu Nanchuan finished taking out the trash and returned to the living room. Seeing Lord Liu Shan writing another song, Chu Nanchuan approached curiously. She'd always known Liu Shanjun composed songs, but had never witnessed it firsthand. Today, she'd finally caught him in the act. She was determined to witness firsthand how a man's talent could burst forth.
Lu Shanjun composed at an astonishing pace, even multitasking effortlessly, playing with Yao Yao while the song flowed from his fingers. It was as if he had already drafted everything in his mind, the lyrics etched into his brain, and he was merely transferring the inspiration from his thoughts onto the staff paper.
Unbelievable. This man.
Zhu Nanshuang's mouth fell slightly open, her expression dazed.
After spending time with Lu Shanjun, she realized that his otherworldly appearance, which others found utterly dazzling, was actually his least remarkable quality.
Though Zhu Nanshuang had switched from singing to acting mid-career, she hadn't forgotten her professional training. Her musical foundation remained intact, and she began humming softly along with the score.
Until that line. She laughed while she cried.
Guess how she laughed while crying?
Crying. See how she cried while laughing?
It felt like a bucket of ice water dumped over her head in the height of summer. Her whole body shuddered, a thrilling numbness spreading through her. Zhu Nanshuang desperately wanted to split open Lu Shanjuan's skull, just to see what kind of mind was inside.
How could he always strike like a bolt from the blue? A song that seemed utterly ordinary one moment would transform with a single shift in melody, stunning everyone. For Zhu Nanshuang, money was truly irrelevant.
But Lu Shanjuan's boundless talent, so overflowing it seemed to have no place to settle, genuinely tugged at her heartstrings. A man like this was impossible not to admire. Yet one question lingered in Zhu Nanshuang's mind. She asked, "Uncle, your rhymes aren't quite right, are they? The earlier lines rhymed with y, gui, and kai, all ai sounds. But in the middle, you used jia and xia for 2 lines. Those don't rhyme."
They rhymed. Ha! Zhu Nanshuang didn't immediately refute Lu Shanjun. Instead, she doubted herself. Was she some kind of slip through the cracks case in the 9-year compulsory education system? Could it be that the Mandarin I've been learning since elementary school has been wrong all along?
She even cast questioning glances toward Lin Wanxing, Ren Xiyao, and Liu Ruyan.
Until Liu Ruyan chimed in, "Where did you rhyme it? If you can't rhyme it, you can't rhyme it, no shame in that."
"But you're still arguing and picking on Nanshuang."
"I'm not betting on Mandarin.
In Shanxi dialect, street is guy and shoe is high.
Betting on dialects counts too. You can play it like that?" Liu Ruyan was a bit dumbfounded. Lu Shanjun continued, "Cantonese songs are already commonplace.
Minnan songs were popular for a while too.
Aren't these all regional dialects?
It's not like speaking Cantonese makes you superior, while speaking Shanxi dialect makes you utterly provincial."
Lu Shanjun offered a hint. Nowadays, opera-style vocals are practically essential for hit songs. Did young people suddenly awaken ancestral genes? No. It's because our nation has grown strong, and national confidence has risen. Barring surprises, the next 2 decades will see traditional culture continuously rise. We in entertainment must sense market trends more keenly than others.
When the wind blows, even pigs can fly. Ruyan, Nanshuang, you should study regional dialects diligently.
More vivid characters speaking distinct dialects will emerge.
Also, pay close attention to folk customs, especially Taoist mysticism, talismanic rituals, and array formations. These are poised for a major resurgence.
This territory remains largely unexplored, whether in animation or film.
Liu Ruyan and Zhu Nanshuang stood stunned, feeling as if they'd gained more insight from this single conversation than from years of study. They never imagined Lord Lu Shan's vision could be so far-reaching, and not just in broad strokes, but down to the minutest details. He even foresaw which genres would gain traction in the future. The 2 women couldn't judge whether Lord Lu Shan's words were correct or not, but it seemed he hadn't missed a beat. With a man like Lord Lu Shan by your side, why bother thinking for yourself? Just let him guide you. Ren Xiyao, oh Ren Xiyao, of the 4 of us, you're clearly the sharpest. From the very start, you clung to Lord Lu Shan's coattails, refusing to let go. Now she's reaping the rewards in spades. Ren Xiyao was secretly delighted all by herself.
Truth is, a man who's too outstanding isn't good either. He can't stay hidden.
The thought of Uncle Lu revealing his true identity soon, followed by swarms of admirers flocking to him, fills Ren Xiyao with dread. Oh no, it seemed her earning pace couldn't keep up with how fast Uncle was raking in the cash. How many years would it take to earn enough to support him? Or maybe.
Ren Xiao's eyes darted around. Why not just make it a done deal? Get up. Time to record. Lu Shanjun patted Ren Xiao's little belly.
This little vixen might be a handful, but he truly did adore her.
The group arrived at the recording studio.
Lu Shanjun had Ren Xiyao familiarize herself with the lyrics and sheet music, then pulled out a swana from Zhu Nanshuang's instrument collection.
All 4 women's eyes lit up simultaneously. A swana opening?
As the saying goes. Among all instruments, the swana reigns supreme, either ascending to heaven or blessing the wedding altar. 1,000 years for the pipa, 10,000 for the zheng. A single arrow carries a lifetime.
The shang's first note signals the curtains fall.
The melody plays, the cloth is drawn, the whole village waits for the feast. Some walk, some are carried, a sea of white follows behind.
Ordinary songs can't hold their own against a swana's prelude. Chapter 111, News of Lu Xian's comeback shakes the Chinese entertainment industry. The godfather of Chinese music, Lu Xian, retired for 20 years, all for her. Choosing beauty over empire, Liu Ruyan silenced his voice for one woman for 20 years. Liu Ruyan. You have no idea what this name represented 20 years ago.
Under the aggressive push from Penguin Entertainment's PR department, countless sensational headlines swarmed across major media platforms like an army of ants, swiftly dominating front-page headlines.
Whether on Weibo, Douyin, or Kuaishou, the news of Liu Ruyan's comeback after 2 decades has exploded across today's entertainment sections. In countless short videos shared by marketing accounts, Liu Ruyan sat in a wheelchair, his eyes radiating tenderness. Chu Nanchuang extended her freshly done pink gel nails onto the man's large hand, letting him examine them closely. A mere 10-second clip.
Liu Shanjun remained the same Liu Shanjun, and Chu Nanchuang was still the same obscure Chu Nanchuang.
But when someone first whispered that Liu Shanjun was actually Liu Ruyan, the crowd finally caught on.
The idol who had vanished from the spotlight for 2 decades, once a wild and carefree youth, had now become Uncle Qing, his eyes and brows radiating gentleness. Truthfully, when Liu Shanjun first appeared in Ren Xiyao's video, sharp-eyed fans had already noticed a striking resemblance, 7 parts like the Liu Ruyan of 20 years ago. But by then, Liu Ruyan had faded from the spotlight for 2 decades, his influence dwindled to near nothingness. His former fans had long shifted their focus to real-life pursuits.
The internet has always been the domain of the young.
Occasional dissenting voices quickly drowned in the sea of comments from fans shipping couples.
Yet these whispers kept fermenting.
Truthfully, had Liu Shanjun not chosen to reveal his identity now, fans would have unearthed him in the near future. This time, it was a case of repurposing waste, choosing to capitalize on this wave of attention himself.
Liu Ruyan's first appearance on camera in 2 decades was merely the first step in Penguin Entertainment's PR strategy.
Immediately after, the female lead in the video was also uncovered by marketing accounts. It was none other than Chu Nanchuang, a 5th-tier actress who had appeared in 2 ancient fantasy romance dramas. Chu Nanchuang watched her Weibo followers surge wildly, a grin stretching across her face so wide it nearly split her cheeks. For the first time, she pushed past Ren Xiyao and sat directly beside Lord Liu Shan, half her butt resting on his thigh.
Uncle, I'm about to go viral.
Chu Nanchuang wanted to hug Lord Liu Shan and give him a couple of kisses. Her father had spent 8 figures trying to launch her career, yet unexpectedly, simply accompanying Liu Shanjun for a manicure had propelled Chu Nanchuang to heights she could never have imagined. This journey would have taken her 3 years, 5 years, perhaps even a lifetime to achieve on her own. Uncle, if not for you, I'd be back assisting my brother in his shop. In this moment, Nanchuang truly adored him.
Chu Nanchuang grinned and gave Liu Shanjun a hug.
As her Weibo account was flooded with comments, the behind-the-scenes footage she deposted for Happy Death Anniversary was inevitably dug up. And thus, the primary objective of this PR campaign, Happy Death Anniversary, officially entered the public eye.
Liu Ruyan's film debut. Back to Work for Love, a film tailor-made for his beloved by Liu Ruyan, the entertainment industry's ultimate wife pamperer. Shocking, Liu Ruyan's comeback was for one thing only.
Chu Nanchuang stared at the headlines.
How shameless.
She was merely the older man's girlfriend, yet their publicity had turned her into his wife. That implied Ruyan was practically her daughter. Too bad Ruyan was away filming Dragon Nation Talk. When she returned, she'd make her call her mom. News about Liu Ruyan was popping up like mushrooms after rain, endless and impossible to scroll through. After Chu Nanchuang's past was exposed, Liu Ruyan's alter ego Liu Shanjun was also uncovered.
Oh. So Liu Ruyan had already switched accounts. Qin Shuiwei immediately called Liu Shanjun. What's the deal with you and Chu Nanchuang? You better explain yourself to me. That accusatory tone right off the bat. What do I owe you, Empress Qin? Sitting beside his rumored girlfriend, Liu Shanjun explained to Qin Shuiwei on the phone, it's all just publicity stunts. Happy Death Day isn't just your screen debut, Qin Tianho, it's also my directorial debut. I don't believe you. You and Chu Nanchuang definitely have something going on. Honestly, there isn't. Sister Shuiwei. This time, it wasn't Liu Shanjun who answered, but Chu Nanchuang beside him. It really is just publicity. Uncle and I are completely innocent. Sister Shuiwei, if you don't trust Uncle, can't you at least trust me? On set, Chu Nanchuang and Qin Shuiwei got along quite well, addressing each other as sisters. Chu Nanchuang's reminder made Qin Shuiwei recall that there was genuinely no romantic tension between Chu Nanchuang and Liu Shanjun on set. If anything, it was that young girl pushing Liu Shanjun's wheelchair who seemed to be flirting. She had a strong aura of a married woman. On the other end of the line, Qin Shuiwei moistened her lips and remained silent. Liu Shanjun, however, got down to business. Diva Qin, you can add my name to your upcoming EP album. But the lyricist will still be Liu Shanjun. You can use the Liu Ruyan name to ride his popularity, but I won't be using that pseudonym anymore. A pang of sadness washed over Qin Shuiwei. Is it truly over, Liu Shanjun? She had once fantasized about her idol making a stunning comeback after 20 years, once again dominating the entire Chinese music scene. Water flows downward, people must look forward. Liu Ruyan is dead. The person before you now is Liu Shanjun. Qin Shuiwei knew the old Liu Ruyan was gone forever and stopped clinging to the past.
She immediately instructed her studio to promote the fact that Liu Ruyan had crafted 2 songs for her. Back then, her decision to delay the album release had puzzled the entire studio. Now, they finally understood her thoughtful reasoning. These 2 songs were Liu Ruyan's creations. With Qin Shuowei's own popularity combined with Liu Ruyan's endorsement, this EP was bound to be a smash hit. Qin Shuowei was already scheming about how to coax more material out of Lord Liu Shan. After all, an album needed 10 songs, and Lord Liu Shan had only written 2 for her. That was barely a start. Or, Qin Shuowei glanced at her own pair of jade-like legs beneath her nightgown. Before hanging up, she finally heard Lord Liu Shan utter those words, "Look at those legs." That old dog Liu Shanjun never changes his ways. Qin Shuowei bit her lip and switched her phone to camera mode. Before Qin Shuowei's leg photo could be sent, Liu Shanjun received another call from Li Jiqing. In the office, Li Jiqing pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, crossed her legs, and let her toes dangle in her pointed-toe high heels, swinging them back and forth. With a teasing tone, she chuckled, "Well done, Lord Liu Shan. Trying to fool even me?" Chapter 112, Happy Anniversary. How could I dare? I wouldn't dare deceive you, Director Li. Liu Shanjun's tone toward Li Jiqing remained irreverent yet tinged with flattery. But times had changed. The current Lord Liu Shan was none other than Liu Ruyan, the rock god who had dominated the music scene 2 decades prior. This sense of satisfaction had grown exponentially. Li Jiqing snorted lightly. At least you have a shred of conscience. She knew how many exceptions she made for him, how many gray areas she navigated. Unlike Qin Shuowei, who was clingy, Li Jiqing rarely chatted with Lord Liu Shan during work hours. She only spoke more with him after work, when she could be a bit more unrestrained. It served as a kind of emotional release. Though shocked to learn Liu Shanjun was actually Liu Ruyan, her first thought was, "When are you coming to Lake City? I want to co-star in a video with you." You decide the content, push the boundaries. This time, I'll promote Lake City's brush culture. Unlike Qin Shuowei, Li Jiqing wasn't one to beat around the bush. When she needed something from Liu Shanjun, she asked for it directly. Friendship wasn't about being coy. She helped Liu Shanjun once, Liu Shanjun helped her once, and naturally, they became close. Without hesitation, Liu Shanjun agreed, "Sure. Once I wrap up the launch of Happy Death Day, I'll head to Hucheng. I can scout the concert venue for Qin Shuowei and help plan the show's flow. If possible, I'll even be a guest performer at her concert." That last line was Liu Shanjun's way of asking Li Jiqing if she wanted him to add some spark to Qin Shuowei's concert. Within this small circle, Qin Shuowei might seem to have the biggest name and most fans, but the core has always been Li Jiqing and Liu Shanjun. Liu Shanjun's subtext was asking Li Jiqing whether she wanted to make Qin Shuowei's Lake City concert explode to a whole new level. To boost Hucheng's popularity even more. After all, this marked Liu Ruyan's return to the stage after 2 decades. Even as a concert guest, the buzz she generated was unimaginable. And Liu Shanjun had chosen to channel this wave of heat into a third-tier small city Hucheng. As for why, Li Jiqing gave a lazy hum. She knew exactly whose favor Lord Liu Shan was granting. "All right." Li Jiqing nodded. "All right. I'll make the arrangements." Lord Liu Shan responded promptly. Liu Shanjun had no worries about Li Jiqing's character. There was no exchange of favors, but Director Li understood reciprocity best. He would never let him lose out. Before hanging up, Li Jiqing asked, "Liu Shanjun, do you enjoy tea? I'm heading home tonight. My father has some military reserve tea. Would you like some? Does the old man have too much? I can sneak some." After hanging up with Director Li, Liu Shanjun stretched lazily. Xu Nanchuan was still tirelessly scrolling through gossip articles about her and Liu Shanjun. It was absurd. According to the gossip accounts, she and Liu Shanjun already had a child. Right. I gave birth to Liu Ruyan. Satisfied now? Ren Xiyao and Li Jiqing also rode this wave of attention, though not as exaggeratedly as Xu Nanchuan. But as Liu Shanjun's short video collaborators, their Douyin feeds were still flooded with onlookers. However, their follower gains weren't as substantial as Xu Nanchuan's. Ren Xiyao has gained 80,000 followers so far, while Li Bureau has gained around 40,000. Another figure entangled with Lord Liu Shan is Liu Ruyan. Following the trail, everyone discovered that Liu Ruyan had been quietly releasing numerous new songs under the alias Liu Shanjun. Though only Anha Bridge and The Secret That Cannot Be Told were sung by Liu Shanjun himself, anything bearing his name remains the undisputed top trend today. Songs that had long faded from the spotlight like Tragic Beauty, Jingwei, Anha Bridge, Superstar, and The Secret That Cannot Be Told were propelled back onto Douyin's trending charts. It's safe to say that anything bearing Liu Shanjun's name, even if it were a dog, would become a celestial hound today. Even the flop wuxia romance drama Qing Shuang Zhuan, starring Liu Ruyan's beloved wife, has finally made it onto Weibo's trending list for the first time despite being completely unknown from its premiere to its cancellation. Even the production team behind Legend of Qing Shuang was caught off guard. What defines a top-tier star? This is the sheer influence of Liu Ruyan's name. It perfectly illustrates the saying, when one person rises to fame, everyone around them benefits. Shortly after, Lord Lushan called Ho Chengdong, vice president of Tencent Entertainment, confirming that Happy Death Day would premiere exclusively on Tencent Video in exactly 7 days. Seeing the exploding traffic, Ho Chengdong grinned from ear to ear, assuring him that they would promote Lord Lushan's debut work with S+ promotional resources. Penguin Entertainment's S+ promotion meant more than just Penguin Video, it represented the massive commercial empire of Penguin Group. Beyond the splash screen ads on Penguin Video, both WeChat and QQ, the group's social platforms, would dedicate advertising slots to Happy Death Day. Unlike other online films that charge a 10% operating fee, Penguin Entertainment took no cut. But for Liu Shanjun, Penguin Entertainment not only gave him a 70% revenue share but also waived his promotional fees while still investing the highest tier promotional resources. It must be said that Ho Chengdong certainly knows how to play favorites. This aligns perfectly with the Matthew effect: those who have will be given more, while those who have nothing will be stripped of even their last possessions. After hanging up, Liu Shanjun beckoned to Ren Xiyao with a flick of his finger, calling out, "Yao Yao." "Yao Yao's here, uncle." Ren Xiyao slid from the corner of the sofa, sidestepped Chu Nanshuang, and straddled Liu Shanjuan's lap backwards. Her hands hooked around the back of his neck as she gazed up at him, her eyes brimming with adoration. "Is this appropriate?" Chu Nanshuang glanced at Ren Xiyao. Was it really appropriate to sit like that on top of her rumored boyfriend? Ren Xiyao couldn't care less. Originally, the uncle in the small room was Wanxing, and the uncle outside the small room was hers. The arrangement was perfectly fine. But now, even Nanshuang was trying to muscle in. Was she supposed to just give up and die? Liu Shanjun cupped Ren Xiao's cheek with his palm, slowly closing his fingers. Her plump baby fat spilled over his fingertips. Yao Yao's bun-like face was something he could never tire of playing with. Ren Xiao let Liu Shanjun indulge in this playful torment, her body drawing ever closer. She was his toy anyway. The more he played with her, the happier Yao Yao felt. "Yao Yao, wanna become a top-tier streamer with over 100k followers?" Liu Shanjun asked, continuing to play with her chubby cheeks. Her rosy lips were squeezed outward by his hands, forming a duck-like beak. They opened and closed as she replied, "Yes." "Good. After we finish filming the double happiness video, I'll accompany you for your first livestream. You can start building anticipation then." With such overwhelming fortune showered upon her, how could Ren Xiyao not fall for this indulgent Liu Shanjun? "Uncle, you're going to spoil Yao Yao rotten." Ren Xiyao threw herself at Liu Shanjun, planting a fierce kiss on the spot where his neck met his collarbone, leaving a love bite behind. No more pretending she adored Liu Shanjun, so much so that she'd gladly throw herself at him. "You know it too." Lord Liu Shan chuckled, his arms tightening around Ren Xiao's waist. He then turned to Chu Nanshuang and asked, "Nanshuang, do you have the Douhai account?" Chapter 113, Filming the MV. Chu Nanshuang replied, "I do. But I've never posted any content, I just use it to watch videos." Liu Shanjun wrapped one arm around the little vixen, letting her nuzzle his neck, while extending the other hand toward Chu Nanshuang. "Let me see your account." Chu Nanshuang felt a bit embarrassed but obediently handed over her phone. Liu Shanjun scrolled through it. Sure enough, there wasn't a single piece of work, nor was she verified as an actor. He then glanced at Chu Nanshuang's collection and likes list. Blackhead extraction, donkey hoof trimming, desert island survival, knife forging competitions, carpet cleaning. This is what you watch on Douyin. Your taste is exactly like mine. Chu Nanshuang's little head ducked slightly, feeling rather embarrassed. But she had to admit, this stuff was genuinely stress-relieving and surprisingly hypnotic. Liu Shanjun didn't say much. He casually scrolled through it once more before handing the phone back to Chu Nanshuang. "Interested in joining Uncle's MCN? I'll help manage your Douyin account." Chu Nanshuang was one of the rare entertainers in the industry without a signed agency. She had no resources whatsoever, only capital. If she wanted a role, she simply invested in it herself. When she heard Liu Shanjun wanted to sign her, Chu Nanshuang froze. "I thought of you as my rumored boyfriend, but you want to be my boss?" Liu Shanjun knew Chu Nanshuang came from a wealthy family. The fact she hadn't signed with an agency showed she refused to be controlled by others. He didn't pressure her for an immediate answer, simply saying, "Think about it. I have a song that would suit you perfectly. But if I just gave it to you for nothing, you know." Liu Shanjun glanced at Ren Xiyao nestled in his arms, pinching her cheek playfully. Ren Xiyao hummed softly, her voice sweet and childlike. "If Shuangshuang doesn't sign with Uncle, Uncle will write her a song. That means Uncle definitely has ulterior motives toward Shuangshuang." Liu Shanjun glanced at Chu Nanshuang, his smile tinged with resignation. "See? This little jealousy bomb isn't one to be trifled with. Why don't you go cause trouble with Wanxing?" Chu Nanshuang pinched Ren Xiyao playfully, teasing her with a laugh. As for Liu Shanjuan's suggestion, she truly needed to consider it carefully. As her father often said, nothing in this world is priceless. If someone refuses to sell, it's only because your offer isn't high enough. She could certainly sign with Lord Liu Shan's company, but to be blunt, his offer just wasn't generous enough. One web film and one song he personally composed? Not enough.
As for what Xu Nanshuang considered her standard? She hadn't figured it out yet. Perhaps, a real theatrical feature film? As for why Lord Liu Shan wanted to sign Xu Nanshuang, the reason was simple: his own system. Currently, his system had two contracted subjects, his daughter, Liu Ruyan, and the mischievous little demon Ren Xiyao, who was causing trouble on his own body. Setting aside their main quests, the side quests were: Liu Ruyan's help Liu Ruyan compose a song that reaches 1 million views, earning 100 points. Ren Xiyao's help her live stream surpass 100,000 viewers, earning 100 points. For the former, there's the song Dragon Nation Talk, already being recorded by Penguin Entertainment. As the debut track for the newly formed 11-member girl group, reaching 1 million views should be a breeze. As for Ren Xiyao's side quest, when he appeared in her livestream as Liu Xian, surpassing 100,000 viewers was a piece of cake. But human nature is always greedy. Liu Shanjun still craved more points, yet Liu Ruyan and Ren Xiyao could only generate so many. Unable to boost task efficiency, he turned to adding more contract holders. That's when he set his sights on Xu Nanshuang. Liu Shanjun had previously contracted Huang Zihan and Xinjiayu, but neither had become his tools. This proved the system had conditions for adding contract holders, but without explanation, Liu Shanjun could only figure it out through trial and error. With Ren Xiyao as a successful precedent, Xu Nanshuang shared similar foundational traits: the daughter's close friend, striking appearance, though her only potential shortcoming might be lower intimacy levels. Following the blueprint, Lord Liu Shan signed Xu Nanshuang as his new contract partner. It wasn't that Uncle was being stingy, the system simply offered too much. Uncle only wanted to roll for health +1. Was that too much to ask? The next day, Liu Shanjun brought Ren Xiyao to shoot a short video, the music video for She, which told the story of a ghost marriage. Naturally, Ren Xiyao was cast as the ghost bride in the narrative. To film the She MV, Liu Shanjun went all out, spending 30,000 yuan to secure a filming location and a production team, all to achieve the visual effect he envisioned, bringing Chinese-style grotesque to the screen. While it certainly wouldn't make it to the big screen today, it was more than enough to shine on short video platforms. Today's horror films seem to pursue terror for terror's sake, using grotesque human forms, contorted joints, gaping wounds, fangs, and eyes filled with white scara to create shock value. But Liu Shan believes horror can also be beautiful. It's not about people scaring people, nor ghosts terrifying souls. Instead, the moment the scene appears and the atmosphere reaches its peak, the audience instinctively shivers. The visuals are aesthetically pleasing, yet the atmosphere is eerily twisted. It hooks the audience, making them both eager and afraid to watch, toying with them like puppets on a string. This is the essence of Chinese horror as Liu Shanjun understands it. The location Yushangzhen found was a team specializing in Chinese wedding photography and ceremonies, so bridal gowns, flower-adorned palanquins, wedding processions, and the groom's white horse, all the props were readily available. The only thing missing was a copper coin mask that would have to wait for the next time they filmed a Chinese-style grotesque dreamcore piece. This Chinese wedding company never imagined they'd be dragged into shooting bizarre Chinese-style short videos. From the moment Liu Shanjun specified an evening shoot instead of daytime, the team sensed something was off. What kind of decent family shoots wedding photos at night? But they dared not ask. After all, Lord Liu Shan had offered far more than expected. To achieve his vision, Lord Liu Shan even used the David Fincher storyboard ability he'd won in a lottery, personally sketching out the makeup and styling he needed. He instructed the makeup artist to apply Ren Xiao's makeup according to the sketches. Ren Xiyao was the undisputed female lead in this music video, with groom Liu Shanjun merely playing a supporting role. There were two distinct makeup looks. The first was the makeup style of Sister Ah from The Bad Guys, which perfectly complemented Ren Xiao's adorable round face. With a bob haircut and two small braids tied with red strings, she looked like a mischievous little loli. Dressed in a pink ruchuan, she watches ants moving house in the courtyard. Liu Shanjun deliberately used a low-angle shot to make Ren Xiao appear smaller, aiming to capture an aura of innocent childlike charm. This was merely the opening scene. The next shot shifted to nightfall, where two double happiness candles flickered with tall flames on the altar. The girl who moments before had been as delicate as a porcelain doll, her face still full of childish innocence, now wore a crimson wedding gown. Liu Shanjun didn't directly film Ren Xiao's face. Instead, he filmed the entire process of her donning the bridal attire, from the inner lining, to the outer robe, to the phoenix crown and ceremonial cape. Finally, the camera gave Ren Xiao a close-up of her face. Pale face, rosy lips. A face devoid of any trace of color, white enough to make one uneasy, showing no sorrow, joy, grief, or anger, resembling a living corpse. This was the Chinese-style grotesque, the formless. Often seen in the pure white mask that appears in many films and dramas, it seems to be smiling, yet also seems to be crying. Staring at it for too long feels eerily unsettling. In stark contrast to that flawlessly white face was a pair of lips redder than the brightest candle. The stark contrast between white and red is eye-catching and pierces the heart. In traditional culture, white signifies mourning while red represents marriage, a stark emotional contrast between profound sorrow and joy. With just these two shots, Lord Liu Shan conveys profound meaning, leaving ample room for the audience's imagination. What is sorrow mingled with joy? It is a ghost marriage. Chapter 114, Evening Star, are you asleep? Yao Yao lies awake. Ren Xiyao's modeling was already top tier, and the bold, dramatic makeup elevated her to a whole new level. She seemed otherworldly. Crimson eyeshadow encircled her almond-shaped eyes, sweeping back along the corners both bewitching and alluring. Rising, she slowly stepped from the room plastered with double happiness characters into the wedding sedan chair. Strings of 5 emperor's coins hung from each corner of the palanquin. These served as talismans to ward off evil spirits. The bamboo poles carried by the palanquin bearers echoed the lyrics bamboo poles carry from the song Double Happiness, and in folk tradition, these poles also served to ward off evil spirits. The more talismans used for warding off evil spirits, the more eerie the entire wedding ceremony seemed. Had Lord Liu Shan not informed the wedding planners beforehand that they were filming a short video, the porters would likely have quit on the spot. The night breeze sent shivers down one's spine. Not just the porters, even the bride inside the palanquin, Ren Xiyao, was calling out uncle. She pressed her legs together, toes turned inward. She wanted the uncles to hold her. She felt like she had to pee. Girls dread these malevolent spirits the most. Xu Nanchuan was filled with regret. Curiosity really did kill the cat. Why had she followed along to stir up trouble? Even though she knew it was just filming, she couldn't help but think about those terrifying little stories. It was like the pink elephant. The more she tried to suppress the thoughts, the more those images flooded her mind. She could only cling tightly to Liu Shanjuan's side. Men possess yang energy, which can ward off evil spirits. Wanxing, let me push the wheelchair for a bit. Lord Liu Shan's underworld schemes went far beyond this. Dissatisfied with the courtyard setting failing to capture the desired effect, he went to great lengths to relocate the shoot to a pine forest on the outskirts of Jinghai. It was late autumn now, and the night air was as cool as water. By 8 or 9 in the evening, a night mist had settled over the pine forest. The autumn wind swept through the trees, causing the branches to tremble and rustle like the wails of 100 ghosts. Xu Nanchuan couldn't help but cling to Lin Wanxing beside her. Her little face had turned pale with fright. Lin Wanxing gently patted Xu Nanchuan's back, like a mother soothing her child. She was scared too. But if Nanchuan was afraid, she couldn't show it. Lord Liu Shan had specifically chosen this pine forest as the filming location, inspired by the red and white duo from the Lin Qingying film Mr. Vampire. In Liu Shanjun's eyes, this shot embodied the quintessential Chinese horror scene, the ultimate, unrivaled one. Unfortunately, only half of it could be recreated now. There was red, but no white. Liu Shanjun emerged slowly from the thick fog, clad in a Republican-era cheapao and mandarin jacket, mounted on a white horse. Behind him, 8 musicians from the wedding procession followed, playing the swana. Behind the musicians, 4 porters carry the wedding palanquin. Eerie indeed, all 12 members of this wedding procession bore vermilion talismans affixed to their foreheads. The black night and white mist dyed the vibrant wedding colors a deep crimson. The photographer, responsible for capturing the moment, wiped the sweat from his palms again and again. He gritted his teeth to steady the camera in his hands. They were here for a wedding, not a funeral. Damn it! 2 words echoed in the videographer's mind: more money. More money, you bastards. Meanwhile, at the head of the wedding procession, Liu Shanjun was thinking. The song Double Happiness felt a bit weak for this scene. If they'd used Keep Out, Strangers, that would have been truly unbeatable. Lord Liu Shan respected Western culture, yet he took pride in his own traditional heritage. Fools compare, wise men make it happen. By the time they finished filming this Chinese-style horror music video, the 4 of them returned home in the wee hours of the morning. After exchanging goodnights, everyone went to their respective rooms. Lin Wanxing first bathed Liu Shanjun, then tucked him into the warm, fragrant bedding. When she finished her own bath and returned to the room, she found Liu Shanjun still editing the video. With practiced ease, she lifted the corner of the quilt and slipped beneath it. Her voice was soft and gentle. It's very late, Shanjun. Once Liu Shanjun entered work mode, he became somewhat absorbed, responding perfunctorily, I know. Can't you edit it tomorrow? Staying up late isn't good for your health. Liu Shanjun nodded, seemingly agreeing with Lin Wanxing, but his hands didn't slow down at all, still scanning the footage frame by frame. Ugh! Lin Wanxing let out a sigh of exasperation. Sometimes, this man really didn't make things easy for her. June. A soft, affectionate murmur. Lin Wanxing leaned half against Liu Shanjun, her red lips tracing a path from his collarbone to his neck, then sweeping down to his earlobe. Until they landed on Liu Shanjun's lips. A gentle bite. Clatter! Liu Shanjun swept the computer desk aside with one motion, wrapping both arms around Lin Wanxing's slender waist. It seemed Wanxing had indeed found a way to coax him to sleep. After a moment of intimacy, Lin Wanxing, wrapped in peach-pink fabric, lay sprawled across the man, her face flushed with embarrassment. Shanjun, are you sure? Liu Shanjun nodded firmly. Lin Wanxing bit her lip. Then turn off the lights. Snap. The room plunged into darkness. Liu Shanjun patted Lin Wanxing's head gently, and she slowly slid back under the covers. The man's sense of conquest was utterly satisfied in that moment. However, an untimely knock on the door startled both of them awake. Wanxing, are you asleep? Ha! Lin Wanxing paused, then quickly replied, not yet. What's up, Yao Yao? I can't sleep. Can I sleep with you tonight? Chapter 115, I want a kiss. Uncle. Slam.
Lin Wanxing turned on the light, about to open the door for Ren Xiyao. But Liu Shanjun seized her frost-white wrist.
Kill without burying?
Lin Wanxing's cheeks flushed with a hint of blush.
We're running out of time. Next time, next time. Good girl.
Lin Wanxing unconsciously resorted to soothing words. After getting out of bed, she even tidied up the scene before opening the door for Ren Xiyao. A cute little girl in a peach and strawberry patterned pajama set stood timidly outside the door. She clutched a plush pillow taller than herself, dragging it along the floor. The moment Lin Wanxing opened the door, Ren Xiyao pounced inside. Wanxing. I'm sleeping with you tonight. Lin Wanxing knew instantly that insomnia was merely Ren Xiao's excuse. She simply couldn't sleep alone. It was the same back in the dorm when they watched horror movies. After the film, she'd shiver alone under her covers, only to climb into Lin Wanxing's bed shortly after.
Come in.
Lin Wanxing let Ren Xiyao in. Wanxing is the best mom in the whole world.
Moa. Ren Xiyao excitedly planted a kiss on Lin Wanxing.
Her brow furrowed slightly.
Wanxing, what kind of toothpaste are you using? It smells kinda weird. Lin Wanxing glanced guiltily at Liu Shanjun.
She made up a quick excuse and changed the subject.
Yao Yao's here to warm Mom Wanxing's bed. Ren Xiyao tossed aside her pillow and burrowed into Lin Wanxing's covers. She lifted her head and hummed, it's not warm at all. Yao Yao made the right choice coming here. Wanxing needs Yao Yao too, right?
Lin Wanxing shook her head helplessly, uttering a half-hearted yes as a perfunctory response. This floor mattress was merely for show, she hadn't slept on it in ages. Pulling back the edge of the quilt, she crawled in two, only to be instantly enveloped in Ren Xiao's embrace. Her face rubbed against Ren Xiao's bear-like chest.
How can you be just like Shanjun? Seriously. You're such a tease.
Her mood ruined, Liu Shanjun moved the computer desk back into place, channeling her boundless energy into work instead. Meanwhile, Ren Xiyao held Lin Wanxing close. The two girls huddled together like little hamsters seeking warmth, rustling and whispering softly.
Wanxing. I miss this so much. Back in the dorm, I used to hold you like this while we watched horror movies. You remember that?
Lin Wanxing's slender jade-like finger tapped Ren Xiao's pure white forehead, her voice tinged with playful reproach. You were always the one begging to watch them, yet halfway through, you'd crawl under the covers, too scared to come out. Even when you had to pee in the middle of the night, you'd drag me along with you. Ren Xiyao was the classic case of being a scaredy cat with a huge appetite for thrills. She'd scare herself half to death watching them, yet couldn't resist craving that thrill. Living in the same dorm with her was pure torture for Lin Wanxing. The two girls chattered away for quite a while, mostly thanks to Ren Xiao's chatterbox mouth.
Lin Wanxing yawned. She'd already returned late, bathed Liu Shanjun, freshened up herself, and spent some intimate time with Liu Shanjun. Before she knew it, it was already 2 a.m. She was genuinely exhausted. She glanced up at Uncle Liu Shan on the bed and frowned. Uncle Liu, aren't you going to sleep? Liu Shanjun hummed in acknowledgement. I'll be done cutting hair soon. You two go ahead and sleep. Lin Wanxing knew that with Ren Xiyao present, she couldn't persuade Uncle Liu Shan to stop. She could only give a soft MHM. Click. Uncle Liu turned off the lights for them, plunging the room into darkness, leaving only the faint glow of the computer screen on the bed. Wanxing. I can't sleep yet. Can I go watch Uncle edit his video? Go ahead. Lin Wanxing was feeling quite sleepy. She closed her eyes and gave a soft reply, not forgetting to add, don't disturb Uncle Liu while he's working. Once the video's done, tell Uncle Liu to go to bed right away, okay? Okay. Ren Xiyao nodded vigorously. She crawled out of Lin Wanxing's bed and into Liu Shanjun's. Why did Uncle's bed smell just as sweet as Wanxing's? Liu Shanjun glanced at Ren Xiyao, pointed toward Lin Wanxing sleeping beneath the bed, and made a shushing gesture, signaling her not to disturb Wanxing's sleep. She nodded obediently and sat quietly beside Liu Shanjun, watching him edit the video. In the footage, she wore a crimson wedding gown, her face heavily made up. Those bright red lips were both alluring and vivid. Like a seductive ghost, though they knew she represented danger, there were always those reckless souls who dared to tempt fate with the spirit world. So beautiful. Uncle really knew how to film women. From their campus romance, to the misty landscapes of Jiangnan, to their current human-ghost divide. Each time, this couple manages to surprise audiences with something fresh. They truly are the uncle's best on-screen couple. Nanchuan? That's weak. Originally, Ren Xiyao and Liu Shanjun were arm in arm, leaning against the headboard. As time passed, Ren Xiyao gradually drifted into Liu Shanjun's embrace. It was as if Liu Shanjun's body possessed magnetism, drawing her like a tiny iron needle naturally drawn to the strongest magnetic field. Ren Xiyao wasn't heavy, but she felt incredibly substantial.
I can't even press the keys on my keyboard, Liu Shanjun whispered with a chuckle in her ear. He then scooped her up and placed her between his thighs, using his lap as a pillow for her head. The height difference between them was just right. Liu Shanjun's chin rested perfectly on Ren Xiao's head. His hand slipped through Ren Xiao's arms to rest on the laptop keyboard, allowing him to cradle this little vixen without disrupting his work.
This embrace was something Ren Xiao had never experienced before.
She felt like Lord Liu Shan's little toy, completely enveloped by the man.
Uncle!
Ren Xiao murmured softly, her eyes closed.
As for the video feed, she had no heart left to watch it.
Abandoning her sight, she heightened her other 5 senses. The surge of hormones left her feeling slightly dazed.
This was a sensation Ren Xiao had never known before.
She never imagined that a simple embrace between a man and a woman could feel so incredibly comfortable.
I want a kiss. Uncle!
Ren Xiao rested her head on Liu Shanjun's shoulder, tilting her face upward as she murmured. Liu Shanjun lowered his head, his lips meeting hers.
She instinctively let him in.
Back in school, Ren Xiao had found couples exchanging saliva in the groves oddly unhygienic.
Now, she only wished they could exchange more. Let's swap our microbiomes, uncle. Let Yao Yao slowly become your image. The next day, 6 o'clock. Lin Wanxing's internal clock chimed punctually.
She rubbed her eyes and glanced beside her. Yao Yao was gone. She sat up and glanced at the bed. Just as she'd expected, Yao Yao hadn't planned on sleeping here last night. As usual, her sleeping posture was terrible. A girl sprawled out with her legs draped over Liu Shanjun's waist.
Wow! Poor Shanjun.
Lin Wanxing picked up the blanket Ren Xiao had tossed aside, carefully tucked it back over her, and made sure the corners were tucked in, covering Ren Xiao's shoulders completely. Sleeping with your shoulders exposed to the cold could make you catch a chill. Lin Wanxing moved gently, but the sound of tugging the quilt still woke Liu Shanjun. He opened his eyes, half asleep.
Lin Wanxing knew Liu Shanjun's eyes were awake, but his mind wasn't fully alert yet.
She bent down, reaching over Ren Xiao, one hand gently holding back the loose strands of dark hair, and pressed a soft kiss to Liu Shanjun's lips. Her voice was as gentle as flowing water. Sleep a little longer, Shanjun.
I'll come wake you up later. Liu Shanjun murmured in a daze.
Then, with a sweeping arm, he pulled Ren Xiao beside him into his embrace.
He mistook Yao Yao for her.
Lin Wanxing's lips curved into a faint smile. She slipped out of her nightgown, changed into clothes, and tiptoed out of the small room. Chapter 116, tonight at 8 p.m., accompanying Ren Xiyao for her livestream.
Last night, Xu Nanchuan hadn't slept well.
Liu Shanjuan's Chinese horror film was too immersive, sparking all sorts of unsettling associations. Last night, Xu Nanchuan had a dream where she herself became a ghost bride, waking up with dark circles under her eyes. After applying warm, hydrating eye patches, she descended the stairs barefaced. Scooping half a cup of ice, she poured herself a shot of espresso and downed it in one gulp to jolt her brain awake.
Morning, Wanxing.
Xu Nanchuan greeted Lin Wanxing, who was busy in the kitchen.
Morning, Nanchuan.
Lin Wanxing turned around and smiled. She then brought Xu Nanchuan her breakfast. A sandwich about the size of Xu Nanchuan's palm. 1 fried egg, 1 leaf of greens, 2 slices of bread, and it had to be whole wheat, not refined.
That was Xu Nanchuan's breakfast.
After slowly chewing and swallowing the sandwich, Xu Nanchuan pulled out bottles and jars of various nutritional supplements, making herself look like a walking medicine cabinet. Such was the price of beauty. Lin Wanxing shook her head in dismay. Nanchuan, no offense, but you shouldn't take so many pills. You're already counting every grain of rice by the gram. This will ruin your health. Xu Nanchuan sighed helplessly.
I have no choice. Cameras naturally make people look whiter.
For on-screen appearance, actors, especially actresses, tend to be on the thinner side.
I'm actually doing okay. Do you know what some actresses do to enjoy food?
They use vomiting tubes.
They eat freely first, then induce vomiting afterward. It's terrifying just to think about it. Oh. Lin Wanxing sighed. Thankfully, the Mountain Lord doesn't value thinness.
On the contrary, he prefers a bit more curves.
The two chatted.
A shadowy figure tried to sneak past them and up the stairs, but Xu Nanchuan caught it red-handed. Seeing Ren Xiyao in her pajamas, clutching a large pillow, clearly just awakened, Xu Nanchuan glanced at the room she'd emerged from. Frowning in disbelief, she blurted out, Yao Yao, did you sleep with that guy last night?
Ren Xiyao gaped, stammering. Lin Wanxing smiled. Yao Yao slept with me last night.
Filming the double happiness scene scared her so much she couldn't sleep.
She insisted on hugging me to sleep. Right. Ren Xiyao nodded like a bobblehead. I slept hugging Wanxing last night. Xu Nanchuan burst out laughing.
Yao Yao was still such a scaredy cat when it came to horror movies.
She was so scared she couldn't sleep alone.
She was different. She slept with the light on last night. Under Lin Wanxing's cover, Ren Xiyao escaped back to her own room and took a thoroughly satisfying hot shower.
By the time she came back downstairs, Liu Shanjun was already awake.
Xu Nanchuan sat beside Liu Shanjun, chatting with the man.
Ren Xiyao approached, carrying breakfast. Chu Nanchuan, uncle. Since yesterday, there's been a flood of negative articles about you online. They say you're deliberately stirring up hype just to promote the movie Happy Death Day.
They also claim your comeback is just to milk your fans for all they're worth.
MHM. Lu Shanjun nodded.
I am milking my fans for all they're worth.
Chu Nanchuan froze, stunned by how brazenly Lu Shanjun admitted it.
She snorted lightly.
Uncle, even if that's what you think, we can't just admit it. Lu Shanjun grinned. The whole fan economy is about milking fans, isn't it? But I have pride. At least the work I put out meets a certain standard. That was the honest truth.
Chu Nanchuan nodded in agreement, kicked off her slippers, and knelt on the sofa, tucking her legs beneath her. Holding her phone, she pursed her lips in displeasure. Those marketing accounts clearly got paid off.
They're systematically smearing you.
And just these past few days, former members of your band gave interviews to entertainment media. They're digging up old dirt, talking about how you bullied them back in the band.
What a bunch of ingrate bastards. If it weren't for you, uncle, who'd even know who they are? Chu Nanchuan looked furious, indignant on Lu Shanjun's behalf. After learning Lu Shanjuan's true identity, she had spent an entire night digging into his past. She uncovered a remarkably telling time frame. Right after Lu Shanjun retired, his bandmates showered him with excessive praise. They praised Lu Xian's musical talent as a once-in-a-century gift. They lamented that Lu Xian's retirement was an irreparable loss to the Chinese music scene. Perhaps from that point onward, the Chinese music scene would never recover.
But later, those band members turned against him, frequently exposing how Lu Xian treated them like dirt. They claimed that under Lu Xian's tyrannical rule, they all developed depressive tendencies and were still on medication. Lu Xian's reputation plummeted at that time, and entertainment media scarcely mentioned him afterward. Were it not for Lu Xian's towering legacy and unparalleled monument in Chinese rock music, his name might have faded into obscurity entirely. The pivotal moment when the band members turned against him coincided with the founding of Shanghai Entertainment.
With capital influx, the Chinese music industry transitioned from its pioneering phase into formalization.
The implementation of national copyright laws began protecting music rights. Though pirated tapes and albums remained unstoppable, the concept of official releases gradually permeated fans' consciousness. When Lu Xian released songs back then, although he wrote both lyrics and music, the entire band was credited as the creators.
This allowed Shanghai Entertainment to effortlessly acquire all of Lu Xian's songs. Worst of all, they erased any trace of Lu Xian's involvement.
This incident caused quite a stir at the time, with Lu Xian's fans rallying to protest the injustice. However, Lu Xian never stepped forward to address the situation, and relying solely on fan support proved too difficult.
Compounding the issue, Lu Xian's reputation had plummeted by then.
His band members had publicly accused him of bullying, allowing Shanghai Entertainment to seize the moral high ground and effectively become unassailable.
The matter was eventually swept under the rug. After learning the full story, Chu Nanchuan was absolutely furious.
There really were people in this world who possessed such shameless audacity. He ate meat from the bowl, then cursed the cook after setting it down. Liu Ruyan kept insisting her father was the real deal, but in Chu Nanchuan's eyes, it was uncle and the band members who were the true scum. To Lu Shanjun, however, none of this seemed to faze him. He brushed it off as casually as flicking away a speck of dust from his shoulder. He bent down, pulled a tissue from the coffee table, and wiped the tomato juice from Ren Xiao's mouth as she ate her tomato-covered noodles. "You have no manners," he said affectionately. She had no manners at all because she was spoiled by her uncle.
"How's the livestream warm-up going?" "It's been hyped for 2 days. Tonight at 8, uncle, you'll make your comeback announcement in my livestream."
Lu Shanjun nodded, then turned to Chu Nanchuan.
"Nanchuan, Wanxing just mentioned you've been eating less lately?" "MHM. Chu Nanchuan replied.
"Cut back on those nutritional supplements, they're not good for you," Lu Shanjun frowned disapprovingly.
"This kind of dieting can easily lead to stomach problems. You don't want to set a bad example for your sisters, do you? What if Yao Yao and Ruyan start copying you?" If her father had said this at home, Chu Nanchuan would have shot back. But with Lu Shanjun?
Chu Nanchuan just moistened her lips and could only offer a soft, "Oh."
Such an obedient big sister. Lin Wanxing smiled approvingly from the side.
This household truly needed a man to keep these 3 girls in line. She would handle the household affairs, while Lord Lu managed the outside world.
Chapter 117, Ren Xiao's Money Tree, Lu Shanjun's first livestream.
In the afternoon, Lu Shanjun prepared to do a quick rehearsal with Ren Xiao for today's livestream.
They took the elevator to the 2nd floor.
Ren Xiao's livestream studio was specially converted from the 2nd floor study by Chu Nanchuan. It featured studio-grade soundproofing and other 6 figures summed down the drain. To be fair, Chu Nanchuan was truly devoted to her close friends. Upon learning this, Lu Shanjun looked at Chu Nanchuan with hopeful eyes.
"Rich lady, hungry. Food, soft. Get lost, you old man." Chu Nanchuan nearly died laughing at Lu Shanjuan's antics. She playfully punched Liu Shanjuan's shoulder. How could this man be so shameless?
Pushing open the door, he entered Ren Xiao's livestream room for the very first time.
The entire room was decorated in pink polka dots, perfectly matching Ren Xiao's Lolita-style face. So kawaii.
A streaming desk and gaming chair sat in the center, with a phone mount in between. Beside them was a computer for monitoring data. Sometimes when receiving sponsorships, she'd need to switch to streaming via PC. Beyond the camera, the most crucial element was the lighting. This Liu Shanjun really knew his stuff. Ren Xiao uses 3 lights, a face light, a hair light, and a chin light, exactly what they sound like, illuminating 3 specific areas.
It's sufficient.
Some live stream rooms use a 4-light setup, but PK streamers rarely need that. It's mainly for product-selling streamers. The biggest lighting costs, however, belong to group live streams. Basic lighting effects require spending several $1,000s, and it's a bottomless pit with no upper limit. On Douhai, however, group live streaming hasn't gained traction yet. The platform is dominated by PK entertainment and product-selling streamers. Beyond these essentials, talent streamers like Ren Xiyao, unlike wheelchair streamers who sit there collecting 4 or 5 points while spouting airplanes, missiles, glory days, and tower defense. For those with actual skills, props are indispensable.
Guzheng, pipa, flute. Who knew Yao Yao was part of the traditional instrument crew? Uncle, Yao Yao can also dance ethnic dances. Want to see?
Yao Yao really does have skills.
But what caught Liashanjin's eye wasn't just the instruments.
While these instruments were Yao Yao's bread and butter, the assorted props scattered in the corner were equally vital.
A whole box of firecrackers. Snap! Yao Yao set off one for the 3 of them.
I used to only splurge on those tiny, palm-sized firecrackers.
Now I'm rolling in it, no expense spared. Bang bang bang. Just giving Big Brother a grand sense of ceremony. Liu Shanjun pulled out another tube of toothpaste. Loser's punishment for losing the PK. And this half-used tube of mustard too?
Lin Wanxing's heart twisted in pain.
Ren Xiyao chuckled innocently. This wasabi's expired anyway. Douyin doesn't allow eating wasabi anymore. Everyone's supposed to spread positive energy. I haven't had any in ages. Besides, the streamers I battle now are pretty big names, so the punishments aren't too harsh. Plus, the big brothers on the other side chip in for medical expenses. Smaller streamers have to play harder, otherwise, the big brothers won't enjoy the show and won't stick around. Ren Xiyao made it sound effortless, but the little streamer's mustard eating ordeal was clearly far from the breezy experience she described. This? Liu Shanjun pulled out a stainless steel rice bowl with a deep dent in the bottom.
If we get to use this, we'll be unstoppable.
Ren Xiao's face beamed with pride.
Taking the pitted stainless steel bowl from Liu Shanjun, she declared triumphantly, if you can get them to use this, it usually means your night's work wasn't wasted. Ren Xiyao gave the 3 a quick demonstration, tapping the bowl against her forehead.
Back in the day, I'd bang it once for every plane Big Brother bought. Now that I've leveled up, it's 1 bang per missile. Sometimes I slack off. Big Brother sends a year flower, and I just bang it once to get by. Lin Wanxing felt a pang of sadness.
She tugged lightly at Liu Shanjuan's sleeve and leaned close to whisper in his ear, Uncle, please spoil Yao Yao more from now on. The little girl had it tough. But the internet had become the most effective path for ordinary people to transcend their social class. Basic sustenance comes from diligence, modest wealth from luck, and great fortune from destiny. Liu Shanjun raised his hand, and Ren Xiyao instinctively bent down, offering her head for him to massage. Her eyes narrowed, her face radiating contentment.
After tonight, this money tree won't be needed anymore. You won't have to kowtow to anyone. Big Brother will shower you with gifts. Even a rotten ship has its nails. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if I, Lord Liu Shan, were to retire for 20 years, the loyal followers I've amassed would be enough for you, Ren Xiyao, to live comfortably. But Ren Xiyao countered Lord Liu Shan for the first time. That won't do, uncle. One must never forget one's roots. What must be done must be done. Big Brother's gifts are a kindness, but not giving is his right. I'm not ungrateful. If I don't bow once, I'd feel guilty. You little vixen, this sudden seriousness of yours has me utterly hooked. Liu Shanjun pinched her little dimple, utterly doting. Woo woo. Ren Xiyao let out a Hakimi-like sound. 8 o'clock in the evening. Liu Shanjun went live on Ren Xiao's account right on schedule. On the surface, it seemed like just another ordinary livestream. But behind the scenes, countless eyes were watching. First and foremost was the Douhai Live team. Nearly half the department was working overtime at the company to handle any emergencies. Bandwidth must remain rock solid. Any disruption would tarnish Douhai's reputation. The comments section must remain clean. Enforce strict moderation with instant bans for violations. Any unexpected situations must be handled calmly and resolved through timely communication. Liu Xian's comeback livestream didn't demand an 8-figure promotional fee from Douhai. That alone was a massive favor from Liu Xian. In this cutthroat live streaming arena where every move is ruthless, the customer acquisition cost for each new paying viewer may already be in the triple digits. And Liu Xian's fans represent the most valuable customer segment in the entire streaming ecosystem. Middle-aged and financially independent. These two labels alone make them not just hot commodities, but walking gold ingots in the eyes of major streaming platforms. The camera rolls. Ren Xiyao pushes Liu Shanjun slowly into view. Everyone had seen that video of Lord Liu Shan accompanying Chu Nanchuang for a manicure, where he sat in a wheelchair. Yet people still couldn't believe it that once spirited, unstoppable young man was truly paralyzed. Not until Ren Xiyao pushed Liu Shanjun into view, his legs still covered with a blanket for warmth, did the truth sink in. Warm yellow light bathed Liu Shanjun's face, unseen for 20 years. Beside him, a pot of clear tea simmered. Gurgle, 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 hot bubbles rose to the surface. Like reuniting with a long-lost friend, Lord Liu Shan smiled and waved lazily yet casually toward the camera. He said, "Everyone, it's been a long time." In the live stream room, 250,000 viewers collectively broke down in tears. Liu Xian, you finally deigned to show yourself to us? Chapter 118, a live stream everyone watched. Liu Xian remained the top tier star. The live stream's viewer count kept surging. Within just 2 minutes of going live, Ren Xiyao's channel had already surpassed 300,000 plus concurrent viewers. A ding sound followed. Watching the viewer count skyrocket like a firecracker, Ren Xiyao felt a surge of nerves despite being a battle-hardened veteran streamer. This was her first time surpassing 100,000 viewers. In Douyin's competitive streaming arena, 100,000 plus viewers were the golden ticket. Regardless of how you achieved it, once you've hit 100,000 plus, you'll be treated with respect in any circle, be it humans or dogs. Uncle. Nervously, Ren Xiyao reached out and grabbed Liu Shanjuan's thigh. He gave her hand a light pat, signaling calm. What's there to be nervous about? Uncle's got your back. As the live stream audience swelled, Liu Shanjun's demeanor grew increasingly relaxed, his entire body leaning back slightly. The chat wasn't filled with harsh, explicit insults, but it was flooded with condemnation directed at Liu Shanjun. They accused him of heartlessness, of abandoning them, his devoted fans, without a word for 20 years. Liu Shanjun truly is the world's most heartless, faithless bastard. Go ahead and curse. Go ahead and curse. You deserve it. Let it out, it'll ease your hearts. The deeper the love, the harsher the criticism. If you truly had no feelings left for this Liu Xian, you wouldn't even bother to peek into my livestream. This is the most precious legacy Liu Xian left for Liu Shanjun. From the very first second the livestream went live, Ren Xiyao's gift stream never stopped. I suspect Douyin gifts have depreciated 10,000-fold. Tonight's carnival gifts are as cheap as little hearts. Otherwise, how could carnival gifts dominate the screen? And many were sent by level 1 white accounts. Until a heavy knight descended from the sky with a special effect, his greatsword poised, kneeling on one knee. A deep, resonant bass voice delivered the gift effect's narration, swing the sword of despair, and don the armor of the departed. Liu Xian's lackey activates Supreme Guardian in Xianyao's livestream. Not expensive, just 300,000 per year. Immediately after, Liu Xian's lackey flashed across the screen, reaching level 75 here tonight. Douyin's level 75 spending tycoon nearly Douyin's limit, not the big brothers. Then, a coiled blue dragon filled the entire screen. Liu Xian's lackey sent a ranger, dragon taming X99. A dragon tamer isn't expensive, 30,000 Do coins, 3,000 Dragon Nation coins. A 99-hit combo is nearly Douhai's limit, not the big brother's limit. Ren Xiyao had been in top-tier PK circles, but even Douhai's top PK queen and king's big brothers never showed such extravagance. The only scene she could think of where such lavish spending occurred was Douhai's annual tournament. That's where the gods truly clash. But most of it was internally boosted by streamers themselves. While it wasn't unheard of for a sudden high roller to drop 100 dragon coins at once, it was certainly rare. After the initial shock wore off, Ren Xiyao's first thought was, where's my basin? She was about to bang her head on the floor 100 times in apology. But Lord Liu Shan held Ren Xiyao back. It's not over yet. If you start banging your head like you usually do, you'll bleed tonight. Calm down. Tonight's carnival-like flood of gifts isn't the norm, but after tonight, you'll be a top-tier streamer on Douyin's rankings. You need to carry yourself with that kind of presence. Liu Shanjun raised his teacup in place of wine. Thanks for all the gifts, everyone. No need to keep sending them. Tonight I just wanted to catch up since I've been away. Ask anything you like in the chat. Want to rant? Go ahead, I've got thick skin and can take it. Liu Xianman's lackey, Piao, flashed a message. Unlike the other sourpusses denouncing Liu Shan as a faithless bastard, he didn't utter a single curse. With reddened eyes, he simply asked, what happened to your leg? Liu Xian gave a faint smile, his tone as calm as a cloudless sky. Too much drinking. Had a stroke. But I'm recovering now, and I'll get back on my feet. Seriously, everyone drink less alcohol, more tea. I'm living proof. In an instant, the livestream chat came alive with lively chatter. Self-deprecating humor is the highest form of wit. Some people asked Lord Liu Shan on the public chat what kind of tea he was drinking, asking him to recommend a few varieties. But the tea Lord Lushan drinks? You won't find it on the market. His entire supply comes from Chief Li's illicit stash. Lu Xianmen's lackey is Diamond Carnival X99. Then a message floated across the screen. Why did you mute your voice back then? Now that's how you ask a question. If everyone were like that lackey, Lord Lushan would even answer what color his underwear is. I had a romance. Back then, I thought love could overcome any obstacle, but later realized I was deluding myself. Brothers, in this life, it all comes down to two words: making money. Money is the hero's courage, gold is the man's backbone, not a drop of water in that saying. Lu Shanjuan's words were brutally honest, practically screaming I'm back to rake in the cash right across his face. Yet the fans in the livestream chat didn't seem to mind. Let him rake it in. They weren't afraid of Lu Xian making money, they were afraid he wouldn't. As long as Lu Xian was willing to rake it in, it meant new content was on the way. Even if it's crap, they'd still want to taste it. The livestream's viewership had already surpassed 400,000, and the video feed began stuttering. There's no way around it, we've hit Dohai's capacity limit. The entire Dohai Live department secretly hoped Lord Lu Shan's stream would shatter the platform's concurrent viewer record, yet dreaded further growth that might crash the entire broadcast. The head of the live streaming department uttered just one word: kill. Accounts violating bullet chat etiquette were no longer just muted, they were kicked outright from the stream. Keep those who spent in the stream tonight. First-time top-ups tonight also stay. Those at consumption level 30 or above get 3 exemptions. Everyone else? Straight out the door and buried. Damn it, hogging the toilet while ting outside? If not you, then who? Besides Dohai's live streaming department monitoring this broadcast in real time. Among the 400,000 viewers in the live stream room, many were old acquaintances of Lord Lu Shan. At the Jinghai Hilton Hotel, Jin Shuawei lay on her bed watching Lord Lu Shan, using a secondary account to send him a 520 Douyin coin hot air balloon. On the nightstand sat a property purchase agreement. 28 million yuan total, 8 million down payment, successfully securing Villa 19 in Yunxi Garden. Li Jiqing, clad in a black silk nightgown, sat cross-legged in her rocking chair, lazily swirling a glass of red wine. Watching Lord Lu Shan sip the tea she had sent him, a faint smile touched her lips. If you like tea, I'll send you some more next time. In the metropolis, Liu Ruyan and her 2 friends, fresh off recording the song Dragon Nation and filming its music video, snuggled under a blanket, watching Lu Shanjuan's livestream on a tablet. Huang Zihan looked utterly smitten, her lips smacking as if she wanted to lick the screen. Seeing the sharp-tongued Dainai sitting beside Lu Shanjun, looking sweet and obedient, she muttered sourly that damn Ren Xiyao, she stole my life. Liu Ruyan remained aloof as ever, silent. In the far corner, Shin Jiayu gazed at the tourmaline and gold Paixio bracelet on Lu Shanjuan's right wrist, a ripple of emotion stirring in her heart. Indeed, she was the one most favored by the boss among the 3 women. Otherwise, why hadn't the boss ever taken off the bracelet she'd given him? Meanwhile, Lu Shanjun's former bandmates were all watching the livestream. Seeing the livestream's viewership count, they shook their heads and sighed. Lu Xian remains the top-tier Lu Xian. As long as Lu Xian lived, they would forever dwell in his shadow. Chapter 119, How to Say Goodbye. With a song of vast sea, boundless sky. What followed turned into Lu Shanjun's tea party. Through the screen, the 400,000 viewers felt like they were reuniting with an old friend they hadn't seen in 20 years, quietly listening to Lord Lu Shan's ramblings. The Lu Shanjun in the frame was still charismatic, but the rebellious, spirited vigor of his youth had faded. In its place was an air of serenity, much like the hot tea in his hand, bitter at first sip, yet leaving a lingering sweetness on the palate. More flavorful. Lu Shanjun scanned the scrolling comments, selecting questions he wished to answer and responding one by one. Where have you been all these years? In a small town in southern Fujian. The people there are kind, no bustle of the big city, no frantic pace. Time flows gently, peaceful and serene. Are you really dating actress Chu Nanshuang? False. Chu Nanshuang is the lead actress in my film Happy Death Day and is indeed a close friend in real life. But our relationship is as pure as tofu with green onions, completely innocent. The live chat was flooded with comments, pure as snow, have 5 kids. Chu Nanshuang, silently watching the stream on her phone beside me, nearly died laughing at the uniform barrage of comments. 5? Do they think I'm a sow? Chu Nanshuang knew full well that Lu Shanjun's denial wouldn't change a thing. Fans would keep treating her as his girlfriend. Unless Lu Shanjun found someone new, or she did, this rumor would never end. Then the fans would start conjuring spirits, searching for crumbs of hope in the broken glass, daydreaming about their reunion. When it came to fan loyalty, CP shippers were in a league of their own. Fans were buzzing with excitement over Lu Shanjun's film debut. That album I.O. Lu Xian? I'd gladly trade it for movie tickets. Since fans are this enthusiastic, I'll reluctantly promote it. 5 days from now, at 8 p.m., open Penguin Video and search for Happy Death Day. $6 won't break the bank, $6 won't leave you disappointed, $6 can buy my first time on screen. Dohai Live Department. The moderator of Ren Xiao's livestream turned a questioning gaze toward her boss. Boss. Liu Xian is promoting a rival merchant in the livestream. Should we pop up a warning? Warn her? Hell no. What if it upsets Liu Xian? Best to pretend I didn't hear that.
Lu Shanjun didn't make Dohai's moderator's job too difficult. He only ran the hard ad once, keeping it brief and to the point.
Too much of a good thing is never good.
Instead, he picked a few topics related to Happy Death Day in the livestream and dropped some minor spoilers about the movie. The first major selling point of Happy Death Day was none other than Lord Lu Shan himself. The second major draw is that the Queen of Love Songs, Qin Shuawei, is making her screen debut alongside him, Lord Lu Shan. Speaking of Qin Shuawei, Lu Shanjun mentioned that he personally wrote 2 songs for her, one of which would be used as an insert song in Happy Death Day.
He casually promoted the diva, encouraging everyone to support Qin Shuawei's new album.
Inside the hotel, Qin Shuawei lifted the corners of her mouth in a proud, teasing smile.
So, Lord Lu Shan, which pair of stockings do you fancy, these 30D black ones, or these strappy gray ones?
Qin Shuawei had already guessed Lu Shanjun's answer. On the topic of Happy Death Day, Lord Lu Shan spent about 10 minutes sharing amusing behind-the-scenes stories and some plot spoilers, making the promotional segment quite engaging. The conversion rate looked promising. Lu Shanjun sat there, chatting for nearly half an hour. Ren Xiyao, usually so lively, was as docile as a little wife this time. She didn't interrupt or hog the spotlight. The most she did was pour tea for Lord Lu Shan. As the stand-in for the nearly 500,000 viewers in the livestream, she listened quietly as Lu Shan told his story.
The audience also noticed this young lady adorable, well-behaved, and sensible.
Finally, Lord Lu Shan steered the conversation toward Ren Xiyao.
Lu Xian, who's that girl beside you? Old cow grazing on tender grass? Her?
Lu Shan smiled, placing his large hand on Yao Yao's adorable bobbed hair.
Her name is Yao Yao. She was the very first streamer to sign with my company. A hard-working girl, though a bit naive.
Back then, she didn't even know I was Lu Xian, yet she dared to sign a contract with me. As Lu Shanjun recounted the story, Ren Xiyao drifted into reminiscence, her face lighting up with a bright smile.
Uncle Lu is a good man. Signing with him gave me a sense of security. Ren Xiyao's smile was innocent and a bit silly, yet it radiated extraordinary warmth.
Lu Shanjun's fans were around his age, middle-aged men with families and careers. Seeing Ren Xiyao was like seeing their own daughters. Even Lu Shanjun himself ruffled Ren Xiyao's little head, deliberately messing up her neatly styled bob. Teasing the child, his face and eyes brimming with infinite doting affection, he declared, Yao Yao is my little treasure.
You better not bully her. This vibe? Absolutely perfect. He was every inch the doting father protecting his little one. In an instant, the livestream was flooded with paternal affection. Viewers flooded the chat urging Lord Lu Shan to stop teasing him, you're the worst bully of all. With just a few words and gestures, Lu Shanjun successfully transformed Ren Xiyao into the little princess of his fanbase. Love by association.
Fans who adored Lu Shanjun naturally adopted his perspective, spreading their affection for him to Ren Xiyao.
Led by the top spenders under the mighty Lu Xian, the top 10 donors in the chat room began flooding the screen with Fantasy Castle X99. Someone started the flood, welcome home, little princess. In an instant, Ren Xiyao was no longer just Lord Lu Shan's one and only darling, she became the universally recognized little princess of the Lu family. Liu Ruyan, that wretched Ren Xiyao really stole her life.
Seeing the screen filled with gifts, Ren Xiyao gaped with her little mouth agape, looking utterly dumbfounded, as if everyone's enthusiasm had startled her.
Lu Shanjun chimed in at just the right moment, where's your little thank you speech for the gifts? Aren't you going to show it to the uncles and aunts in the livestream?
Lu Shanjun's face was pure bragging, just like parents who make their kids perform for the elders during the new year.
Only then did Ren Xiyao snap out of it.
Muscle memory kicked and she clasped her hands together, her face breaking into a wide smile.
Wishing brother.
Lu Shanjun mimicked her, clasping his hands and reciting the festive greeting, wishing brother. In unison, they offered their blessings, a propitious hour, a propitious day, as swift as the wind. A bountiful year, a prosperous month, ever increasing. May wealth, fortune, and longevity multiply, may mountains and seas of longevity endure forever. May you never worry about food or clothing, may you dwell in lofty towers instead of humble huts. May your trade flow like the Yangtze River, your life bloom like flowers on brocade, and great and small fortunes come your way day after day.
And more. And more.
Ren Xiyao took the treasure basin, placed it on the table, and gave it a solid tap.
A crisp thud echoed. This kid is too honest.
The big spenders in the livestream were showering her with even more gifts. Exactly 1 hour had passed since the stream began. Everyone could tell Lord Lu Shan was ready to call it quits. Still starting with 99 carnival gifts. Lu Xian's lackey asked, bro, can you sing a song before going offline? Lu Shanjun smiled and shook his head. No need. Lu Xian is the past. The person before you now is Lu Shanjun. This livestream marked not only Lu Xian's first comeback in 20 years, but also Lord Lu Shan's resolve to sever all ties with that name. To live a second peak life under the name Lu Shanjun. Yet though Liu Shanjun severed ties with Liu Xian, the 500,000 viewers in the livestream refused to let go.
Sing one. Sing one. The chat flooded with messages. Liu Xian's lackeys flooded the chat. Bro, if you won't sing the old songs, just sing your new ones. We've waited 20 years for this one track. A soft sigh. Though Liu Shanjun's tone carried resignation, his lips curved into a smile as he said, "You guys are hopeless. Fine, I'll sing a new song." He stretched out his hand. Yao yao. Guitar. Over here. Strum. Liu Shanjun tested the sound. Holding his guitar, Lord Liu Shan stepped back 20 years, re-entering the realm of earthly immortals. Here's "The sky is wide and the sea is vast for everyone." Chapter 120, livestream ended. Next broadcast will be even more spectacular. Stay tuned. Today I watch snow drift in the cold night. With a heart grown cold, I drift toward the distance. The moment Liu Shan opened his voice, everyone was stunned. A Cantonese song? Bro, you've never pulled this move before. I can't understand the lyrics. Yet even as Liu Shan sang in Cantonese, the livestream's viewer count surged upward at an eerily rapid pace. At Douhai's live streaming department, the employee handling back-end data shouted to their department head, "Bro, we've hit over 600,000 viewers. And it's still climbing." This wasn't Douhai suddenly pumping traffic into Liu Shanjun's stream. Instead, Liu Shanjun's stream had managed to retain viewers who would normally come and go. Douhai's head of live streaming, Li Chao, stared at the wildly climbing numbers on the screen. Torn, he fell back into a childhood bad habit and started biting his fingernails. A sudden shout summoned a staff member from Guangdong province. Xiao Chen. Here. Translate for me what's Liu Xian singing? Boss. The general meaning of Liu Xian's lyrics is this: on a cold winter night with snow falling, a person far from home sits alone in the dark, filled with confusion and hardship, unable to find a way forward. Li Chao grabbed Xiao Chen by the back of his neck and snapped, "Did I ask you to analyze the central theme? I asked if you understood every single word of his lyrics." Xiao Chen looked utterly aggrieved. "Boss, you didn't explain it clearly either." "But the boss is the boss." He nodded like a bobblehead. "Yes. Yes. Good. Type the lyrics and display them as subtitles in the livestream." Li Chao made a decision that clearly violated company regulations. To facilitate moderation, the audience's livestream feed wasn't real-time, with a delay of about 15-20 seconds, which gave Li Chao room to maneuver. With 600,000 viewers currently online, whether they could break 1 million would determine how he'd present his monthly report to management. Success would make this a textbook case. Failure? That's just fate. Fortune is always found in taking risks. What the hell are you afraid of? How many times have I faced cold stares and mockery? Never once abandoned my heart's ideal. When synchronized lyrics suddenly appeared in the livestream, the audience finally caught on. Nice one, Douyin admins, you hit it well enough. Must have been lurking incognito since the stream started, huh? Come out and pay tribute to Liu Xian already. Getting Douhai to make an exception and add lyric subtitles is a huge honor for Liu Xian. Seeing their idol command such respect outside the platform, Liu Xian's fans felt a surge of pride. Meanwhile, most people were simply immersed in the music. At first, aside from a handful of Cantonese-speaking viewers, most couldn't understand the lyrics, only vaguely grasping the meaning of a few words. Cold, snow, drifting, cold stares, mockery, ideals. Liu Shanjun's lonely, desolate voice instantly pulled everyone into a vortex of memories. Come on. Who hasn't had a past? A spirited youth, newly entering society, only to get beaten up realizing the adult world was far less beautiful than imagined. On a bitterly cold winter night, snowflakes drifted down. A workhorse, toiling late into the night, gnawed on a Ruggiamo sandwich bought from a late-night food stall, hurrying home. That cramped 10-square-meter space, a single room combining bathroom, kitchen, living room, and bedroom, was their only refuge in the city. The dim streetlights stretched their shadows long, also casting a golden hue upon the drifting snowflakes. He cupped his hands to catch a few flakes, watching them slowly melt in his palms. In that moment, did the wanderer yearn for home? What does one truly seek in a lifetime? The livestream's viewership had surged past 700,000, yet the chat was sparse. Everyone's thoughts seemed lost in memory as the song Vast Sea, Boundless Sky played. 1,000 viewers, 1,000 expressions. Some smiled indifferently, some wore expressions of regret, some pressed their lips together bitterly, while others, remembering a departed friend, couldn't help but let a faint, private smile one shared only between them play at the corners of their mouths. The guitar strings suddenly grow urgent. The vocals shifted as Liu Shanjun posed and answered his own question. Facing ridicule and mockery, facing confusion and uncertainty. Emotions suppressed to the breaking point erupted in that instant. Forgive me for a life of reckless abandon, loving freedom. I still fear the day I might fall. If I abandon my ideals, anyone can do so. How could I fear a day when only you and I remain? I've wrestled with myself long enough, I'd rather be true to who I am. A lone wild goose in the sea of people, a solitary swan flying alone. Hilton Hotel.
Qin Shuawei lay sprawled on the plush bed, cradling her phone in both hands. Even this close, the man's image on the screen grew increasingly blurred.
Lu Shanjun. You bastard, Lu Shanjun. You master manipulator who knows how to make women cry. Hucheng, Jin Lan Yuen.
Li Jiqing, momentarily dazed, pressed her hand to her forehead and exhaled a long, heavy breath.
Lord Ryuzhen. Lord Ryuzhen. How much untapped talent do you still possess? Is paralysis truly the only flaw in your otherwise flawless, all-around brilliance? A hotel in the Magic City.
3 young women squeezed onto one bed, Liu Ruyan lying in the middle, Huang Zihan and Shen Jiayu each clutching one of Liu Ruyan's arms. They watched the man plucking guitar strings on the tablet. Huang Zihan's eyes welled up with tears as she lamented, "Boss must be so lonely. I wish I could send my soft and fragrant self over to comfort him." Shen Jiayu clung to Liu Ruyan's arm, silently vowing to herself as she watched her 2 useless besties, she would carry on the boss's musical legacy.
Shanghai, Tangong. Su Jinan and Hu Qianan watched Lu Shanjuan's livestream in the viewing room.
When Lu Shanjun roared out the line, "Forgive me for this life of reckless abandon, loving freedom," Su Jinan's face instantly drained of color.
Like a soul lost, he murmured, "So, it still can't be done? Wasn't genius said to be 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration? Why could Lu Shanjun, with just one impromptu song in a livestream, overshadow all of Su Jinan's creative output from the past 20 years? When Lu Shan presented The Land of Sorrow, Su Jinan scoffed that it was forced melancholy, a work of a woman pining in seclusion. When Lu Shan presented Jingwei, Su Jinan scoffed that the lyrics were nonsensical, like the ramblings of a madman. Upon hearing Anha Bridge folk music, even dogs wouldn't touch it.
When Lu Shanjun uploaded Unspoken Secrets, Su Jinan scoffed that he'd truly run out of ideas, resorting to writing love songs. Yet when The Sky is Vast and the Sea is Wide emerged, even a self-deceiver like Su Jinan could no longer fool himself. For a cultural worker, nothing is more painful than seeing their own labor of love surpassed by another's effortless stroke of genius.
20 years ago, it was like this. 20 years later, it remains the same. So what exactly had he been striving for all these years? Was it all just to make himself wear a green hat? Dohai Live Department. Bro, we've hit over 1 million concurrent viewers. Nice.
Li Chao breathed a sigh of relief.
He'd made the right bet this month's presentation would be a triumph.
Still free and true to myself, forever singing my own song.
Traveling 1,000 miles.
Forgive me for a life of reckless abandon, loving freedom. I still fear the day I might fall.
Abandoning ideals, anyone can. How could I fear a day when only you and I remain?
The guitar sound abruptly stopped. Over 1 million viewers in the livestream watched as Lord Lu Shan's fingers reached out.
No!
The livestream screen went black.
Livestream ended. Next broadcast will be even more exciting, stay tuned. Chapter 121, Yao Yao pays her master's rent for a lifetime. Uncle! The very second the livestream ended, Ren Xiyao sank into Lord Lu Shan's embrace. She took tiny sips from his neck, drinking in his scent.
Lu Shanjun, one hand supporting her back and the other holding her legs, prevented Ren Xiyao from falling. His posture resembled cradling a baby over 200 months old.
He teased, "What? In heat?" Mung, the drawn-out syllable contained every tone of the 4th tone.
She squirmed restlessly in Lord Lu Shan's embrace, refusing to settle.
The little train was departing.
Compared to a playful admission, this bashful denial was the true answer to the question. Only after Ren Xiyao had spent a good while pouting in Lord Lu Shan's arms did Lin Wanxing approach. She gave the pert little bottom a light pat and chuckled, "All right.
Get down. Don't crush Uncle."
Only then did Ren Xiyao roll off Lord Lu Shan.
He.
In front of Wanxing, she could kiss Uncle's neck without him getting angry.
Little notebook, take note. Boundaries are tested step by step like this.
Ren Xiyao grabbed the live streaming phone, which displayed the session stats. Single stream follower growth, 200,000 plus.
Cumulative viewers, 10 million plus. This streams audio waves. Uncle! Ren Xiyao shrieked, 100 million. Over 100 million in virtual gifts.
We just pulled in over 10 million from this single stream.
What? Xu Nanchuan froze in disbelief. Is being a streamer this lucrative? That's 100 million.
Even Xu Nanchuan, a minor wealthy woman, was stunned.
The wealthy people online seemed quite different from the rich folks she knew in real life. Her uncles, for instance, weren't they all penny-pinching misers?
They'd tuck every penny into their waistbands so tight you couldn't dislodge them with a machine gun.
Why were these online tycoons so generous with their money? Xu Nanchuan's perception was a classic case of missing the forest for the trees.
Having been in the internet industry for so many years, Lu Shanjun had seen it all from big spenders to big shots. Raking in over 100 million in virtual coins during a single livestream is impressive, but hardly unprecedented. The top PK streamers in ticket sales, like Mr. Zai, can rake in 100 million in virtual currency during a 10-minute PK battle. But the ones who truly treat money like dust, who love to throw it around like it's nothing.
That's the gamblers. Those billionaire club tycoons, entrepreneurs, and capitalists? They'll shell out $100 million for a villa, but they'd never spend $10 million to open a streamer's legs. Only gamblers and gray market kingpins possess this guts. Money comes too fast, and not spending it daily makes them physically uncomfortable. When it comes to inflating batch prices, Turtle only inflates the bottom tier. The merit of diamond tier batches for looks? That's actually the dark industry big shots plating it with real gold and silver. 100,000 for a week of companionship, with extra charges per session. Even Lord Lushan found it hard to believe when he first heard it, yet it's far from an isolated case. It just goes to show the word coin isn't called that for nothing. The crypto boom benefits both men and women. But Ren Xiao's 100 million plus in virtual currency wasn't part of that. She cashed in on the big brother's sentimental votes. To put it bluntly, it was the big boss's affection for Lu Shanjun's face that drove the spending. Lu Shanjun understood it, and Ren Xiao understood it too. She stated bluntly, "Uncle, I've withdrawn this money and will transfer it to you. Like I'm short a few pennies? Humph. As long as he's a man, showing off is a lifelong, ingrained habit he'll never shake." But Lord Lu Shan clearly wasn't a philanthropist. Every favor had already been secretly priced. From now on, start your live streams earlier. Follow the schedules of these uncles and aunts. Your attire can't be too revealing. No dyeing your hair, no tattoos, and no overly exaggerated manicures. Ha! Ren Xiao froze slightly. Was Uncle trying to turn her into a goody two-shoes? Lu Shanjun was blunt and to the point. "I can't stream often and need to maintain some distance from my fans. Even if I'm milking them for money, I can't be too blatant about it. But you're different. You're my little treasure, the precious daughter in the eyes of those uncles and aunts. It's only natural for them to give their little girl some pocket money. From now on, go ahead and battle in PKs. No one wants to see their own daughter bullied." Ren Xiao's large, sparkling eyes lit up. Chu Nanchuan processed Liashanjin's words, her entire being going blank. No wonder Lord Lu Shan had treated Ren Xiao like his own daughter throughout this livestream. He'd been using her as his alter ego. Though Chu Nanchuan was only a third-rate celebrity, she knew that as a public figure, one must carefully guard one's reputation and cultivate a positive public image. Blatant money-grabbing tactics like milking fans dry or leading them into PK battles could easily destroy one's reputation. But Ren Xiao was different. She was a PK streamer by trade. Rallying votes for PK battles was her job. Lu Shanjun drew traffic through his own presence, then leveraged fans' affection for him to monetize Ren Xiao. The votes were cast for Ren Xiao. What does that have to do with me, Lu Shanjun? Ren Xiao finally understood. No wonder the old man never let her push boundaries from the start. What decent parent would want their daughter making money by skirting the line? The tourism promotional videos were just small-time stuff. Now, crafting Ren Xiao's image as a little princess is what truly gives her a golden rice bowl. "Uncle, why are you spoiling me so much? Yao Yao, I can never repay you." Lord Lu Shan caught the clingy little meatball as she threw herself at him again, chuckling. "Don't think a few sweet words will let you off the hook. Know your place. Go sign a 30-year contract with Wanxing. Is 30 years enough? Yao Yao will pay rent to you for the rest of her life." Ren Xiyao latched onto Lin Wanxing, demanding a new contract. Meanwhile, Chu Nanchuan pushed Lu Shanjun out of the live streaming studio and took the elevator downstairs. Noticing Chu Nanchuan's hesitant expression, Lu Shanjun asked, "What? Feeling tempted? Want to become a streamer too?" Chu Nanchuan shook her head. "There won't be another Yao Yao to take over your traffic." "Smart." Lu Shanjun gave her a thumbs up. Even if I brought Ruyan out, she wouldn't have Ren Xiao's monetization skills. That kind of approachability, you either have it or you don't. Yao Yao's looks and personality made people willingly vote for her. But you and Ruyan? Your looks are too sharp and piercing. It actually creates a sense of distance. Lu Shanjuan's analysis was crystal clear, and Chu Nanchuan agreed with his assessment. But Lu Shanjun shifted gears. "You and Ruyan aren't suited for live streaming, but you're perfect for the big screen. Barring any surprises, Happy Death Day is going to be a hit. For the next film, I'm aiming for theatrical release." Was the old man finally ready to make his big move? Chu Nanchuan couldn't hide her excitement. She pressed her long legs together, a hint of coyness in her voice. "So, will the lead role in your next film go to Ruyan? Playing coy?" Lu Shanjun teased. "If you want it, just say so. Why beat around the bush?" But she really was embarrassed. It felt like all three girls in the house were trying to steal Liu Ruyan's life. "Go to my room and fetch my laptop," Lu Shanjun commanded. Chu Nanchuan scurried off to fetch the laptop. Lu Shanjun opened the storyboard draft for his next project. The Umbrella Corporation logo. Concept art of the liquor. An underground model of the Hive Lab. And preliminary concept art for the female lead. Chu Nanchuan glanced at the female lead's long legs. The old man seemed to have a peculiar fascination with legs. "Uncle, have you already planned your next movie? What's it called?" "Resident Evil." Chapter 122, Signing Chu Nanchuan, Winning the Lottery for the Shameless. T-Virus, Umbrella Corporation, Humans Turning into Zombies, The Apocalypse Descending. This story is way too bizarre. Chu Nanchuan felt a tingle of excitement.
Resident Evil's core is essentially a story of leveling up and defeating monsters, but its world building is remarkably fresh.
How does Ryuichi's brain even work?
He created Happy Birthday, which plays with time loops and logic, and then he crafted Resident Evil, a whole new world that stitches together modern viruses and Western zombies. Staring at the female lead's long, shapely legs, Chu Nanchuan was on the verge of blurting out those two words, "I want."
Liu Shanjun uttered only one sentence, "Nanchuan.
You know Ruyan's contract is in Shanghai's hands now. And this Resident Evil project, I can't wait 2 years.
Frosty can pay rent to the boss too." Chu Nanchuan bit her lip.
She was determined to secure this Resident Evil project. She called out to Lin Wanxing and Ren Xiyao, who were signing contracts. "Wanxing,
help me draw up a contract too.
I want to sign with your Wanxing Entertainment."
Lin Wanxing smiled gently.
It was about time she signed her in. Family should stick together.
"I'll print the contract right away. Shanjun, how should we set the profit split? Nanchuan is still a child. Your kid is 175 centimeters tall?
You're going to spoil all 3 girls rotten sooner or later."
Liu Shanjun grinned. "Take 20% from her." "Fair enough." Lin Wanxing nodded, then turned to Chu Nanchuan. "Nanchuan, you don't mind the split, right?" "No objections, it could even be higher. Money doesn't matter, I just want Uncle Liu to polish my acting skills."
Ding! What was lost in the East was gained in the West. Chu Nanchuan becomes the 3rd contract holder of the host.
Chu Nanchuan. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Measurements, 34C 2436.
Main quest, assist Chu Nanchuan in completing 10 film and television works, achieving a cumulative box office exceeding 10 billion yuan and amassing 30 million fans. Reward, 200 million yuan Dream Fund, screenplays for 10 films ranked among Dubon's top 250, and the skill appreciation and deconstruction of director Quentin Tarantino's footage close-ups.
Side quest, complete Chu Nanchuan's first feature film with box office earnings of 100 million yuan. Reward, 200 points.
Beyond signing Chu Nanchuan, the side quest with Ren Xiyao reaching 100,000 plus viewers in her livestream has also been completed.
A new side quest has been released. Ren Xiyao side quest, release a new work featuring Ren Xiyao herself, achieve 20 million plus views and 2 million plus likes. Reward, 100 points. Ding!
Congratulations, host. You have obtained the complete script for the American TV series Shameless, all 11 seasons. Another hot potato of a project.
Even with Resident Evil, Lord Ryuzan had to find ways to pass censorship and secure approval. Shameless? Is that even something you can film? Unbeatable dad Frank, chased in fiery Fiona, the helpful neighbors Kevin and his wife, Karen, the must-visit attraction in South Side. Just thinking about it gets the adrenaline pumping.
Regarding Shameless, Ryuzan Cohen admits he initially went for the steamy scenes, but later realized the show's eroticism was its least significant highlight. After binge-watching all 11 seasons, it boils down to this: life is a big pile of dog, and we all struggle on, tough as nails, while muttering under our breath. Scoring all 11 seasons of Shameless with 100 points felt like a steal to Ryuzan Cohen. But it's never going to pass censorship in China, making it feel kinda pointless.
Unless he could take it abroad to film, giving the Western world a little jolt. As for how to get it out of China, Lord Ryuzan didn't dwell on that. Knowledge gained from books is always superficial, true understanding comes only through practice. Thinking alone is useless, action is what makes things happen.
After finalizing contracts with Chu Nanchuan and Ren Xiyao, Liu Shanjun re-recorded a new version of The Sky is Vast and the Sea is Wide in the studio and uploaded it to his account. He had already registered the copyright for The Sky is Vast and the Sea is Wide on the music copyright website. After finishing the recording, he freshened up and climbed into bed. When Lin Wanxing entered the room, he specifically reminded her to lock the door. Then, with a click, the room plunged into darkness.
Lin Wanxing, June, when I said next time last night, I didn't mean the very next day. Liu Shanjun, I don't care. You said continue. Continue. The next day. Villa 18, Yunqi Manor. A doorbell rang. Everyone was puzzled the property management hadn't notified them of any visitors. Lin Wanxing opened the door to find none other than Qin Shuawei standing there. Qin Shuawei seemed to notice their confusion. Pointing to Villa 19 next door, she said, "We're neighbors now. Come visit often." The four froze in unison.
They heard Villa 19 had changed hands, but none expected Qin Shuawei to be the buyer.
Jinghai is great.
Jinghai is so livable. I decided to buy a place here while filming center stage, Qin Shuawei declared, trying to cover up her true intentions.
Bull. The three girls in the room knew exactly who that was aimed at.
Ren Xiyao, you don't even spare an old man in a wheelchair.
Qin Tianho, you're really hungry.
Lin Wanxing froze for a moment, then put on a smile and invited Qin Shuawei inside. It was already late November. After last night's rain in Jinghai, the temperature had dropped again. The wind brought a bone-chilling cold. Still nurturing people? The villa's thermostat-controlled air conditioning had been running since early morning, making the interior feel rather warm upon entry. Qin Shuawei took off her trench coat and hung it on a rack, removed her high heels, and slipped into a pair of cotton slippers. Catching Liu Shanjuan's gaze, she silently cursed, "Stop staring.
I'm wearing pants today.
No horse oil, no strappy gray stockings.
Weren't last night's photos enough?
Lord Liu Shan, you really are greedy."
Just recalling Lord Liu Shan's insatiable expression last night made Qin Shuawei curl her toes in disgust.
She was such a pushover. When Lord Liu Shan declared, "I want it all," she actually gave it to him. Lin Wanxing brewed Qin Shuawei a cup of hot tea to warm her up. It was that Da Hong Pao sent by Director Li. The group settled onto the living room sofa.
Yoga mats still lay scattered on the floor. Chu Nanshuang and Ren Xiyao had just been following along with an exercise routine on TV.
Seeing the two women in their tight yoga pants, even Qin Shuawei felt a pang of envy.
Did Liu Shanjun eat this well at home? Chapter 123, Lord Liu Shan's Guidance, Qin Shuawei's Epiphany.
Qin Shuawei sat down, sipped her hot tea, and said, "I watched your livestream yesterday. It was a huge success.
Thank you for your recognition, Teacher Qin Shuawei. I'll work even harder to bring better content to my viewers." Look at Liu Shanjuan's deadpan expression.
Using the trainee's tone from center position to subtly mock her. But she had only herself to blame. Her earlier remarks had indeed sounded a bit too official.
Someone's watching. Can't be as reckless as on WeChat. After giving Qin Tianho a little jab, Liu Shanjun immediately followed up. Did you watch the entire livestream last night? MHM.
Qin Shuawei nodded, offering no denial. What's more, she'd converted all the payment Liu Shanjun gave her into hot air balloons and showered them on him.
Why couldn't she control her hands?
Just seeing the cheeky face of Liu Shanjun's made her want to shower him with gifts. The thing was, Liu Shanjun never thanked her for the gifts, whereas Ren Xiyao had thanked her multiple times.
After watching the entire livestream last night, what were your thoughts? Liu Shanjun was curious to hear Qin Shuawei's perspective on the livestream.
The livestream was too short. She only sang one song, Qin Shuawei remarked with a hint of disappointment. It really wasn't enough. Even if Lord Liu Shan had just chatted with them on camera, it would have been delightful. But the guy was lazy as hell. He'd barely been on for an hour before rushing to end the stream.
It was enough. There wasn't much more to talk about. Liu Shan looked utterly disinterested, making Qin Shuawei want to strangle this ungrateful jerk on behalf of the hundreds of thousands of fans in the livestream. You've kept us waiting 20 years. What's wrong with chatting a little longer? They say absence makes the heart grow fonder. You come back and do this half-hearted thing? Liu Shanjun, are you even capable?
Qin Shuawei shot him a reproachful glance, but she couldn't do anything about this stubborn man. She just feared he'd vanish without a word again, just like he did 20 years ago. Changing the subject, she asked, Lord Liu Shan, are you selling the cover rights to your song, The Sky is Vast and the Sea is Wide?
Sell it?
Of course.
You want to sing it?
Qin Shuawei nodded.
I've been thinking about it. That song really moved me. I even shed a few tears yesterday.
If it were anyone else, I'd sell it 800 times over. But for the Queen of Pop, Qin, I'd still advise you don't waste your money.
Why?
Qin Shuawei furrowed her delicate brows.
You look down on me? Think I'm unworthy to sing your songs? Look at what you're saying. Women are emotional creatures,
always arming their sensitive hearts with the sharpest words.
If I really looked down on you, who would handle composing, lyric writing, and arranging for your new album, providing full service support? Answer me.
What a hypocrite.
Send over that horse oil from last night. Make amends.
Speak up, Lord Ryuzhen. Liu Shanjun shot Qin Shuawei a look of utter contempt, as if she were a complete idiot at her increasingly unreasonable behavior. He cut straight to the point. You can't capture the essence of the sky is vast and the sea is deep.
I can't capture the essence of vast sky? Qin Shuawei's first reaction was to retort. Who was she?
A Mandarin ballad queen with 12 years in the industry and album sales exceeding 5 million copies. Even if she wasn't in the National League, she was still a top-tier singer.
If Liu Shanjun dared question her singing ability, what did that make Wang Taoyue?
Liu Shanjun saw Qin Shuawei's expression and knew exactly what she was thinking. It was like glancing at someone's rear end and instantly knowing whether they had diarrhea or constipation.
He clarified, I'm not questioning your singing ability.
On the contrary, I believe your technique has reached a level of consummate mastery. A sweet word fed to her, and Qin Shuawei immediately perked up with pride.
Finally, you're speaking sense. However, Liu Shanjun shifted his tone. Empress Qin, these past years have been far too smooth sailing for you. What do you mean? Qin Shuawei frowned. Do you know why I insisted you record What I Long For and A Thousand Blossoms, A Mother's Sorrow here with me? Why?
Because back in your studio, even if you recorded a pile of crap, your people would still praise it to the skies. Liu Shanjuan's tone turned sharp, her words like poison arrows. So true, yet so painful. It's precisely because your path has been too smooth. You've never experienced life's confusion, nor felt the spiritual turmoil when ideals clash with reality. That's why you can't sing the cry against fate, the resilience in the face of hardship, or the exhilaration of breaking free from shackles. Even with 10,000 vocal techniques, you're merely singing, merely delivering lyrics to a melody. You can't empathize, nor can you evoke emotional resonance. Even my newly recorded version of "The Sky is Vast and the Sea is Wide" is merely a clumsy imitation of last night's livestream. That feeling, once it's gone, it's gone. Liu Shanjun's words were profoundly mysterious, talking about empathy and emotional resonance, utterly sentimental. But Qin Shuawei understood exactly what Liu Shanjun was trying to convey. It's hard to explain in words, but some songs just touch your soul. Like those sweet little love songs she used to sing back then, she'd project all her emotions onto Liu Xian. She fantasized daily about dating him, and those songs were genuinely sweet enough to make your teeth ache. Yet as she grew older and gained experience, she matured. The price of maturity was a dulling of emotional sharpness. Pure rationality became devoid of sentiment. As Liashanjin said, her later works were merely mechanical renditions of lyrics through melody devoid of any emotional investment. This inevitably led to growing skepticism from her fans. She remained baffled. She had poured every ounce of her skill into her work, so why weren't fans buying it anymore? She had enlisted the industry's most renowned lyricists, composers, and arrangers, so why were people declaring her talent exhausted? Qin Shuawei could only recall one saying: talent is often wasted on the undeserving. People can never truly empathize with experiences they haven't lived through. That's why we have sayings like "why not eat meat porridge" and "the emperor's golden hoe." Liu Shanjuan's words struck her like a thunderclap, bringing sudden clarity. She now possessed no shortage of musical technique. What she lacked was emotional resonance. Without personal experience, she could never make her audience feel what she felt. Therefore, she must experience it firsthand. Let a scumbag toy with her emotions, wounding her deeply. Experience love, then experience heartbreak. Then she would pour that raw emotion into her singing. Liu Shanjun, I found my calling. Qin Shuawei shot the man an enlightened expression, followed by a faint, enigmatic smile. It made Liu Shanjun feel a bit uneasy. Qin Shuawei, what are you up to? Chapter 124, Happy Anniversary officially released. Neither of them delved deeper into the topic. Qin Shuawei had her own plans. I don't want a cover song. I only want a song written exclusively for me by Liu Shanjun. She shifted the conversation. Liu Shan, are you really going to be a guest at my concert? MHM. Liu Shan nodded. After Happy Death Day releases, I'll check the box office numbers and head to Lake City. Besides filming a new promo for Directorly, I'll take a look at the Lake City arena layout for you. Lord Liu Shan, he really. I'm crying my eyes out. This man may be a dog, but his sudden tenderness always hits Qin Shuawei's weak spot. I'll go with you to Lake City, Qin Shuawei blurted out. Your new album's out, no promotional events? I haven't held a concert in 2 years. Of course I need to check out the venue for the concert. Qin Shuawei's excuse was flawless. Liu Shanjun nodded, and for now, it was settled. At your concert, I'll duet with you on "What I Miss" and 10,000 Flower Buds. Plus, I'm preparing to release another new song. You can use me as a gimmick to start building hype. Liu Shanjun was going to perform a new song at her concert? You're going this big? Going all out to help me like this? Qin Shuawei was genuinely overwhelmed by the honor. After 2 decades, Liu Xian's return to the concert stage even as a guest performer would easily double the ticket prices. The battle for front row VIP tickets was bound to be a bloodbath. Just say it. What cut do you want? Qin Shuawei said readily. What do you mean? Liu Shanjun frowned. Qin Shuawei looked at him with complete candor. The concert ticket revenue share, of course. You wouldn't be doing me a favor for free, would you? By the end of her sentence, Qin Shuawei was laughing. Knowing Liu Shanjun, he'd be the type to squeeze every last drop, dig deep into the ground. He'd want it all. There was no way he'd do it for free. Let's get down to business. Unexpectedly, Liu Shanjun's face twisted into a look of anger and embarrassment. Qin Shuawei, what do you take me for? Ha? Qin Shuawei stammered, I think you're Liu Shanjun. Same deal as always, 30%? How foolish of me, Lord Liu Shan said gloomily, I thought we were friends. So Empress Qin prefers to settle matters with money. Then why did you agree so readily to star in Happy Death Day back then? Because you're the immortal Liu. You're the man I've loved for 20 years. You're the hero of every love song I've ever sung. But you're also Qin Shuawei. Even after leaving Lord Liu Shan's home, Qin Shuawei's mind was still foggy. The walk from Liu Shanjun's place to her own home felt like she was floating on air. One phrase echoed relentlessly in her mind, but you are also Qin Shuawei. Was it because she was Qin Shuawei that he supported her concert without reservation?
Even that greedy, money-hungry nature had been restrained because of her?
Back home, she kicked off her high heels, flopped onto the sofa, and eagerly pulled out her phone. She opened the chat with Liu Shanjun, typing and deleting words, deleting and typing, struggling for half an hour to form a single sentence she wanted to say.
Ding! Ding! Liu Shanjun received 2 transfers from Qin Tianho. One for 520. One for 1314. What does this mean? Are you copying me? I'm Puaingu. Qin Tianho, what are you doing? Is that it? Liu Shanjun sent a smug emoji.
Qin Shuawei received the message and felt a pang of unease.
Could Liu Shanjun have misunderstood? She wasn't insulting him with money.
She just wanted to send Liu Shanjun some cash.
Just sending 520? Can't even spare 5,200?
Qin Shuawei couldn't help but laugh out loud, her small fong biting into her rosy lips.
The greedy Lord Liu Shan was back online. Transfer 5,200. Transferring 13,140.
Lord Liu Shan accepted them all without hesitation, not even skipping the earlier 520 and 1314.
Now that's more like it.
The recipient of red envelopes now acts like a big shot, being picky and choosy. Qin Shuawei laughed so hard she rolled over.
Tap tap tap, she typed rapidly. Hey! When are we heading to Lake City? Qin Shuawei couldn't wait to check out the concert venue. Awaiting notification.
Oh, okay.
Come over later. What for? I've got a few Balenciaga pieces left here. Take them back and wear them tonight. He's back. Everything's back.
Lord Liu Shan is still the same Lord Liu Shan.
December 1st, 8 p.m. Happy Death Day went live on schedule.
After 7 days of hype, advance bookings for Happy Death Day have already surpassed 1 million. Meaning by 8 p.m., Happy Death Day had already grossed over 6 million in box office revenue.
Liu Shanjun's 70% share amounted to 4.2 million. The true box office explosion, however, was yet to come just 6 minutes later. Happy Death Day's free preview lasts exactly 6 minutes.
Liu Shanjun timed it perfectly right when the clown-masked killer appears,
teasing the audience with cliffhangers.
Ho Chengdong, vice president of Penguin Entertainment, monitored the back-end data in real time. Within the first second of airing, Happy Death Day drew in 2 million viewers, with pre-booked viewers accounting for about 10% of the total.
The remaining 90% would reveal Happy Death Day's true earning power.
Everything hinged on the conversion rate after those 6 minutes. Breaking 10 million yuan at the box office was a sure thing. 20 million yuan should be achievable, and even 30 million yuan wasn't impossible with a bit of effort. Beyond that, Ho Chengdong dares not dream of more.
It's just a web film. Are they really treating it like a theatrical release?
Liu Shanjun, Lin Wanxing, Ren Xiyao, and Xu Nanshuang were gathered at home, huddled around the TV, watching the official premiere of Happy Death Day.
Another girl, Liu Ruyan, was currently performing gigs in the capital.
At this moment, she was snuggled up in bed with Huang Zihan and Xin Jiayu, watching Happy Death Day. When director Liu Shanjuan's face appeared in the center of the screen, Huang Zihan and Xin Jiayu immediately pulled out their phones to snap photos and send them directly to Liu Shanjun himself.
Boss, we're all here watching your movie together. Liu Ruyan watched the two girls' fawning expressions with utter contempt.
She, however, was different. She had merely sent a message to her family group chat saying she was watching Happy Death Day.
Chapter 125, Happy Death Day box office surpasses 10 million. Shuang. Your legs are longer than my life. Ren Xiyao ate a mango while pushing up Chu Nanshuang's pajama bottoms and gave her a good wipe.
Her smile was wickedly lewd.
Are you trying to get yourself killed, Yao Yao? Chu Nanshuang gasped in embarrassment. On the TV, the scene where Lord Liu Shan slapped Chu Nanshuang's leg was playing.
Pink soles, white toes, arched insteps, and pale ankles. The camera slowly panned upward. Long legs like jade pillars. Lord Liu Shan knew exactly what the masses wanted to see, and that's what he filmed.
The Liu Xian moniker was meant to draw more viewers to the film Happy Death Day. But the conversion rate?
That depended entirely on Xu Nanshuang's legs.
What could he possibly achieve in a 6-minute preview?
At best, he'd introduce the concept of time reversal and plant the mystery of a masked killer. These two hooks were designed to reel in viewers.
But Xu Nanshuang's legs? That's the highlight, the moment that makes the audience's eyes light up.
Unconsciously, they'll smile in recognition.
The director gets me.
And in Happy Death Day, there are at least 3 pairs of legs of this caliber. Don't think Lord Liu Shan only targets Chu Nanshuang. Li Jiqing and Qin Shuawei also get leg close-ups. Lord Liu Shan doesn't produce legs himself, he's merely the courier for those beautiful legs and jade-like feet.
It's about bringing a work of art to the screen.
There's nothing shameful about it, it's the creator's favor upon you, allowing more people to appreciate it, which is a blessing to the region. Liu Shanjun always finds noble-sounding excuses to justify his shameless desires.
At the Capital Hotel, Huang Zihan also stroked Liu Ruyan's long legs, grinning as he teased, "Ruyan, the boss loves long legs." With such a gem at home, aren't you worried that when you return, Chu Nanchuan might become your stepmom? Huang Zihan, do you think everyone's as reckless as you?
Liu Ruyan rolled her eyes. She just glanced at Huang Zihan and Lu Shanjuan's chat interface. The photos exchanged were far more than just that movie screenshot.
I'm a show-off by nature. Huang Zihan admitted with righteous indignation. Otherwise, how else could I drink ice-cold water at 0°C and still pee at 37°C? Unbelievable. Lu Shanjun is just as hot-blooded as you. No. Boss is the warm-hearted type. Hopeless. Huang Zihan, you can just die.
Liu Ruyan stopped paying attention to her best friend. Her gaze shifted to Chu Nanchuan on the screen. A faint smile touched her lips.
Ren Xiyao might be possible. Even Wanxing could be a possibility. But Nanchuan? Absolutely impossible. Proud as Nanchuan was, how could she possibly fancy a 38-year-old, half-paralyzed uncle? This world was just too absurd. Huang Zihan hugged the fragrant Liu Ruyan tightly and said, Ruyan, you're so lucky to have joined Shanghai. I heard Qingting bought my contract, and they're the biggest rivals of Penguin. If these two companies start a war, I hope I don't get caught in the crossfire. Lucky? Liu Ruyan let out a cold laugh. Her contract had 2 years left.
During those 2 years at Shanghai, she intended to give Hu Qiunan a run for his money.
As for Huang Zihan's concern, it wasn't entirely unfounded.
Qingting Entertainment and Penguin Entertainment had always regarded each other as their fiercest rivals. If Qingting deliberately blocked Huang Zihan from accessing Penguin's resources, Penguin would certainly refuse to let Huang Zihan tap into Qingting's resources. These two giants had deep pockets. They could easily afford a 2-year legal battle.
But Huang Zihan's career could be ruined in the process.
Though Liu Ruyan had scolded Huang Zihan for being reckless, the three women actually shared a strong bond. After all, they had supported each other through the grueling competition of center stage, forging a revolutionary friendship that could withstand any test. After a long pause, she said, Zihan, come visit my place more often.
Make yourself visible to Lord Liu Shan.
Even if things turn out worst-case scenario, in 2 years' time, with Lord Liu Shan's backing, you can still make a comeback.
Ruyan. Huang Zihan's voice tightened.
And Jiayu, you should come too. Liu Ruyan glanced at Xin Jiayu sleeping on the other side. Stop being such a wallflower. Every time we visit my place, you hide the farthest away. Out of the three of us, Lord Liu Shan clearly favors you the most.
Ah.
Xin Jiayu lowered her head shyly. Boss just has a tiny bit of recognition for my talent.
He definitely doesn't have any other intentions. Liu Ruyan continued her lecture. Since Lord Liu Shan admires you so much, don't be shy. Just ask him for a song. If he doesn't use that overflowing talent of his on you, he'll use it on someone else. I heard that Qin Shuawei. Teacher Qin Shuawei? What about her? Xin Jiayu clutched Liu Ruyan's arm, her curiosity piqued. Humph. Liu Ruyan chuckled. She actually bought a villa in Yunqi Garden just to be neighbors with Lord Liu Shan and get him to compose for her. There are plenty of people eyeing what's inside Lord Liu Shan's head. Nothing to be shy about, just be bold and demand it. Is teacher Qin Shuawei really that underhanded? Using the near water first to get the moon tactic? Xin Jiayu pondered thoughtfully. Don't let the water flow to strangers' fields. Ever since hearing that Qin Shuawei had splurged 28 million to buy Villa 19 in Yunqi Garden, Liu Ruyan had finally woken up to just how much of a hot commodity her father really was. Rather than letting outsiders reap the benefits, it was better to keep it within the family. Even if Liashanjin offered her resources tied to Shanghai's contract, she wouldn't accept them. Not a single penny would go to that vicious biological mother. But the other three ladies in the villa, her two closest confidants, were perfectly capable of harnessing Lord Liu Shan's overflowing talent. After all, it was better to keep the benefits within the family. To hand over such pure, white as snow talent to outsiders? That would be a sin. Liu Ruyan might seem unfeeling to outsiders, but to her own people, she was utterly generous and loyal. Within half an hour of its release, Happy Death Day successfully surpassed 10 million yuan at the box office. Ho Qingdong witnessed the milestone firsthand and immediately ordered the operations team in the WeChat group to rush out promotional posters, announcing the good news on Weibo. He tagged the main creative team, Lu Shanjun, Xu Nanchuan, and Qin Shuawei. Sharing joy is better than enjoying it alone. Ho Qingdong even considered tagging Qingting Entertainment's official account. Originally, Qingting Video had a small win with 2 web series this year, producing the hit Blind Swordsman, which grossed over 35 million yuan. Unexpected. Truly unexpected. A pie had literally fallen from the sky. They delivered Lu Shanjuan's Happy Death Day. Thinking 35 million yuan would make you this year's online film box office champion? I'll add another 5 million yuan to that. Judging by Happy Death Day's box office trajectory, 40 million is entirely within reach. This year's annual report? I've got something to write about. This moment of turning despair into opportunity, like finding a village beyond the Willow Grove when all seems lost, prompted Ho Qingdong to immediately dial Lu Shanjun. Congratulations, Director Liu.
In just half an hour, the box office surpassed 10 million, setting the fastest time for a Chinese online film to break the 10 million mark.
It's a promising start. But it's mainly thanks to Tencent Video's massive promotion. Otherwise, Happy Death Day wouldn't have achieved this.
Chapter 126, Composing for Lake Brushes, Exploring Li Jiqing's New Style. The two engaged in a round of mutual business praise.
Hypocritical yet sincere.
The three women's gazes all fell upon Liu Shanjun. They saw the word spirited written all over him. Who would have thought that half a year ago, this man couldn't even hold his own? Half a year later, he was already chatting and laughing with the vice president of Penguin Entertainment. Ren Xiyao watched Lin Wanxing, her face gentle as she performed rehabilitation exercises on Liu Shanjuan's legs. Uncle will get better, right?
Lin Wanxing gave her an affirming look. But once Shanjun regains full control of his body, what about the two of us? How will we face Ruyan in the future? After the movie ended, Ren Xiyao immediately went on high alert, diving into the comments section of Happy Death Day.
She switched to battle mode and started sparring with the negative reviewers. Liu Shanjun couldn't fathom why this little girl enjoyed online arguments so much.
She was relentless, finding pure joy in it. It was like a holy crusade.
According to Ren Xiyao, it was because she'd worn a mask for too long in the live streaming world, making her especially eager to vent her emotions online.
Uncle, play with my ears. Yao wants you to play with her while guarding your glory. Holy paladin?
Liu Shanjun chuckled as he gently tugged at Yao's jade-like earlobe, eliciting a soft, mosquito-like squeak from her.
A phone rang. It was Chu Nanchuang's phone. Hello? Dad. Did you see the movie? Next time I'll let you play the dad of the female lead yourself? Cut the nonsense. Even if I agreed, the director would never approve. More money? This isn't about the pay. The director is that Liu Xian. Rumors.
I told you, rumored boyfriend, publicity stunt.
I'm not with him. Stop spreading nonsense.
Chu Nanchuang held her phone, backing away further. How could her father be so gossipy, just like a woman? Mr. Chu Jiangnan, the renowned entrepreneur, spoke earnestly over the phone. Shuang. Your father isn't like your brother, an old-fashioned fossil with such futile ideas. Age isn't the issue, love defies logic. Your sister-in-law is 15 years younger than your brother too. Next time he double standards you, tell your father. I'll stand up for you. It's just... But what? But? Well, that Liu Xian is in a wheelchair now. Does that affect his fertility? Watching her father spiral into absurdity, Chu Nanchuang felt so embarrassed she could practically dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of her toes. Dad, you're getting way off track. Besides, he goes by Liu Shanjun now, not Liu Xian.
My relationship with Liu Shanjun isn't what you and brother imagine. We're just ordinary friends. Keep this up, and I'm blocking your number. No, Dad was wrong. I admit it. Don't block me. Chu Jiangnan quickly begged for mercy. On the other end of the line, he muttered under his breath, young people these days. More conservative than my generation. If you're dating, just date. If it doesn't work out, break up. It's not like you have to marry after every relationship. Dad. Chu Nanchuang stamped her little foot. If you keep gossiping, I'll really get angry. Chu Nanjiang immediately snapped to attention and apologized. Then he said, Shuang. You haven't been home in 3 months. Your mom, your brother, and your sister-in-law all miss you terribly. Have you been busy lately? When will you come home again? At the mention of family, a smile touched Chu Nanchuang's lips. She pouted playfully, what about you? Don't you miss me, Dad? What nonsense. Your father has 1,000 matters to attend to. How could he be preoccupied with sentimental matters? Of course I miss you. I miss you more than anyone in this family. Shuang, please come home. I'll cook for you myself. Now that's more like it. Chu Nanchuang pouted slightly. Then I'll wrap up things here and come home in a few days. The formidable tycoon grinned like a fool. Is he coming home with you? Which he? Chu Nanchuang froze. Dad, I really have blocked you. Click. Chu Nanchuang hung up the phone. You old fart, go reflect in the dark room. Back in the living room, Chu Nanchuang told the three that she needed to return home for a couple days. Liu Shanjun nodded, acknowledging the information. Go ahead. I happen to be heading to Lake City these days to film a video for director Li. Speak of the devil. Li Jiqing's call came in. Congratulations. Director Liu, your first film has achieved such remarkable success. Li Jiqing's voice was soft and gentle, like a cotton swab gently swirling in one's ear canal, sending a tingling sensation through the listener. Without Director Li's dedication, I wouldn't be where I am today, Liu Shanjun offered a compliment. Don't even mention it. Li Jiqing's phoenix-like eyes narrowed in feigned annoyance. Her bestie had sent another movie screenshot. Who asked you to film me kicking off my high heels like that? After exchanging a few casual words with Liu Shanjun, Li Jiqing got down to business. When are you coming to Lake City, Liu Shanjun? Huqing's cultural tourism needs you.
I'll head over on Friday and shoot the video over the weekend. I'll finish writing the BGM for it these next few days.
Listen to that.
That's what talent looks like. Writing a song sounds as easy as eating or drinking water to her.
Li Jiqing murmured softly,
She curled her legs up. She knew Lord Liu Shan was gearing up for another big production. Any video he scored was bound to go viral. From Anha Bridge to Secret That Cannot Be Told, and now the Chinese-style horror piece
Liu Shanjun, how many more surprises are you hiding, waiting for me to uncover? What style is this song?
Just so we're clear, no more stuff like she that dabbles in superstition.
You can touch that, but I can't. Don't worry. This time it's a traditional Chinese-style song.
And it was specifically written to accompany the filming of Who Brushes. Li Jiqing's heart leapt with delight upon hearing Liu Shanjun's song was written specifically for the Who Brush. She replied lazily, "You're thoughtful. This time, you control the boundaries.
I'll follow your lead." Li Jiqing knew Liu Shanjun's strengths well.
Saying "you decide" was already pushing her limits.
She trusted Liu Shanjun understood the boundaries and would navigate them safely.
The only issue was her own discomfort. She'd likely face teasing from her girlfriends.
Oh well.
A favor deserves a favor. If Liu Shanjun wanted to film, then let him film. Unexpectedly, Liu Shanjun shook his head.
Director Li, this video won't follow the usual formula. They will be the most restrained we've ever done. I want to explore a new style for you. If possible, your Douyin account should stick to this style going forward.
Oh?
Li Jiqing's eyes lit up.
It was rare for Lord Liu Shan to turn down something practically handed to him.
What style? It's hard to explain over the phone.
When I come to Lake City, we'll shoot and discuss it then. A woman's curiosity is 10 times that of a man's.
That deadbeat Liu Shanjun, he's got me hooked. First it's custom songwriting, now a new video style. If the shoot doesn't go well, she'll be furious.
Punish him by making him shoot 10 more videos for her.
Chapter 127, Ren Xiyao's meticulous planning.
A large sedan cruised along the highway heading toward Lake City.
Liu Shanjun hadn't intended to be so conspicuous, but the small FA was being driven home by Chu Nanshuang.
Wanxing. After we get back from Lake City, let's go buy a minivan, Liu Shanjun said from the back seat.
Sure. This Lao is too big, it's actually uncomfortable to drive. How about getting you a driver? That way you won't have to drive anymore, it's exhausting. Liu Shanjuan's tone softened. That won't be necessary.
We don't have room for more people at home, Lin Wanxing replied meaningfully. Qin Shuawei, seated in the front passenger seat, missed the subtext entirely, simply gazing out the window.
Road trip. So awesome.
Ren Xiyao slipped off her shoes and lay sideways across Liu Shanjuan's lap, letting his little finger probe her ear canal. Truthfully, her ears were as spotless as Lin Wanxing's freshly mopped floor. But Ren Xiyao loved the way his little finger swirled inside her ear canal. The sensation was so pleasurable she almost moaned aloud.
Uncle, there's another one. You should clean that one too. Ren Xiyao rolled over, facing Liu Shanjuan's lower abdomen.
As for wrapping her arms around his waist, that was just a natural thing to do.
Why not let me pick your nose too? Liu Shanjun teased with a laugh. Then see if there are any snacks in there. If there are, dig those out too.
Ren Xiyao tilted her head back, lifting her nose, and she was dead serious.
Uncle, just use your pinky finger. Don't poke my nostrils too big. Qin Shuawei watched Ren Xiyao's unrestrained antics in the rearview mirror.
This little girl was quite the character. While cleaning Ren Xiyao's ears, Liu Shanjun struck up a conversation with Qin Shuawei, Empress Qin.
How's that album selling? So.
Qin Shuawei replied modestly.
It's just edging out Wang Taoyue's new album, tongue-tied for the top spot on the Penguin Music album sales chart for now. Oh my. Look at that smug face.
Qin Shuawei snorted. Too bad mine dropped at year's end, otherwise I'd be gunning for the top spot on the annual sales charts. Her face radiated pride.
What about you?
How's the box office for Happy Death Day?
Liu Shanjun looked downcast. Only 28 million yuan as of yesterday. Might have just passed 30 million by now. Listen to this guy, does he even speak human language?
I heard Tencent signed you to a 70-30 split, you get 70%, they get 30%, with no operational fees deducted.
That deal alone netted you over 20 million, Liu Shanjun. Even selling followers wouldn't yield such profits. Qin Shuawei's smile grew even brighter. Guess you movie folks really rake it in fast. Same here. $12 for 2 songs on an album. Queen Qin's sales aren't any lower than my box office. My album sales don't include your 30% cut? You bastard. You're sucking me dry.
But this was also Liu Shanjun's confidence. He knew these 2 songs would definitely be hits, so he chose to sign a revenue-sharing contract. Besides, Qin Shuawei knew she was riding on Liu Shanjun's coattails. His songwriting and arranging skills were major selling points. Not to mention how much he'd supported her concert.
Favors owed must be repaid with her legs. The colors of stockings left for Qin Shuawei were running low. Lu Shan, you've made quite a bit over the past 6 months, haven't you? You still have a 30% share of the box office revenue for Happy Death Day, and with the songs you've released this half year, the streaming and copyright royalties must be in the 8-figure range by now? Lu Shanjun nodded. There was no need to hide this. In the Chinese entertainment industry, a top-tier star's earning power rivals that of a publicly listed company, and that's no exaggeration. Don't underestimate Qin Shuawei. She'd be over the moon just receiving a 520 red envelope from him. But Qin Shuawei's net worth? She's got several small goals covered. The reason she took out a loan to buy Yunxi Manor was simply because the returns that 20 million yuan could generate in her hands were higher than the mortgage interest. Would you like me to recommend a wealth management company? They handle asset allocation with both domestic and international projects, offering guaranteed returns, a better option than bank deposits. Qin Shuawei spoke these words with considerable caution. She had never recommended financial products to anyone in her circle, fearing it might get her into trouble. But Lu Shanjun. She hesitated, but even if it risked Lu Shanjun misunderstanding her, she had to mention it. She knew Lu Shanjun was an ambitious man, but she feared his ambition might be too great. Overreaching could lead to disaster. High returns inevitably came with high risks. Women like her preferred more conservative financial strategies, earning less but sustaining gains over the long term. In truth, through the power of compound interest over time, her returns had far exceeded her expectations. Lu Shanjun shook his head, declining Qin Shuawei's offer. I plan to use this money to produce a new film. I knew it. Qin Shuawei wore an understanding expression. Men are synonymous with greed. They never know when to be satisfied. But Qin Shuawei didn't dislike Lu Shanjun's greed, it was simply in his nature. Qin Shuawei glanced at Lu Shanjun. Lu Shanjun understood the meaning in her eyes. If we run short of funds later, I can let you invest a little. Qin Shuawei hummed in acknowledgement. A little money, but not much. If you need it, just ask. The four arrived in Lake City and headed straight for the Moon Bay Hotel. Ren Xiyao presented their IDs at the front desk and booked rooms. As she approached with 2 room keys in hand, the other 3 were a bit stunned. Qin Shuawei, how are we supposed to sleep? Of course you get 1 room. The 3 of us share another. Rooms here are so expensive, uncle. We won't waste that money. I booked a double bed. You take 1 bed tonight, and I'll share with Wanxing. Ren Xiao's frugality was entirely directed toward Lu Shanjun. Chapter 128, Short Video Script, Recreating the Hu Brush Craftsmanship. After unloading their luggage, Xiao Chui's Passat was already parked below the hotel. A large SUV like that wasn't really suitable for driving directly into the government compound. Upon entering Li Jiqing's office, it wasn't as spacious as Lu Shanjun had imagined, but the office layout was largely identical. The national flag and party flag hung side by side, alongside the retired cadre's ceramic teacup. As everyone pushed open the door, Li Jiqing rose from her seat. She greeted Lu Shanjun with a casual, "You're here?" Lu Shanjun glanced at Director Li. She wore the same silver-gray executive suit from their first meeting. But her feet now adorned pointed toe stiletto heels, the additional 2 centimeters in height accentuating her already slender frame. Her makeup was light. Her willow leaf brows had been meticulously groomed, appearing slender and narrow. Director Li never wore lipstick, at most applying a touch of lip balm to keep her lips moist. Today, however, she wore a shade of whiskey brown red, paired with a light dusting of blush on her rosy cheeks. Her complexion was radiant, like a blooming camellia. Such a clever little trick by Director Li. Before Lu Shanjun could speak, Ren Xiyao bounced excitedly forward, hooked her arm through Director Li's, and exclaimed delightedly, "Sis Qing, how did you get even prettier? If you keep looking this gorgeous, will you even leave any room for us ordinary girls?" Li Jiqing tapped her nose with a playful giggle. Truly, she was the young girl Lord Lu Shan kept by his side. A master produces a worthy disciple. Your master hasn't even started sucking up yet, but you're already working hard at it, you little sycophant. Uncle, hurry up and take a photo of me and Sister Qing. What a clever little thing. She knew exactly who to butter up for the greatest reward. Even with Qin Shuawei, to be honest, Ren Xiyao wasn't this eager. After all the commotion, the slight awkwardness from not seeing each other for days vanished completely. After inviting Lord Lu Shan and his party to sit on the sofa, Cui Mingyu served them hot tea. Li Jiqing spoke first. "We're truly sorry to keep troubling Mr. Lu to make the trip to Lake City." That polite nicety was for the outsider's ears. On WeChat, I didn't see a shred of it. Commissioner Li, you're too kind. I should be thanking you for letting me contribute to Huqing's cultural tourism development. Fine. Since you're so fond of laying bricks and adding tiles, you can build the entire Hu City Cultural Tourism Tower from now on. Li Jiqing's lips tightened slightly. She lifted her teacup and took a sip of hot tea, but her peripheral vision darted toward Lu Shanjun. Women sure do have their little ways. I wonder what kind of subject Mr. Lu intends to film this time. If you have any requirements, please feel free to let me know.
The entire Hu City Cultural Tourism Department will do its utmost to assist Mr. Liu.
Not much to ask for, really. The biggest request is you, Director Li.
Lu Shanjun pulled out his laptop, opened the script for the new video, and handed it to Li Jiqing. Li Jiqing cradled the laptop and began reviewing it intently.
The preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection?
When tracing it, the brushstroke felt unnatural.
Should I personally craft a calligraphy brush? Then use this very brush I made to complete the preface?
Li Jiqing furrowed her brow slightly.
Hadn't seen this kind of content on short videos before. Another one of Lu Shanjun's sudden inspirations? But it actually seemed pretty promising.
Below the script lay some storyboard sketches drawn by Lord Lu Shan. Misty mountains, murmuring mountain streams. A woman paddles a bamboo raft across the water. She wears a simple, unadorned robe of the Warring States period. The mountain breeze stirs her sleeves, and her dark hair rises with the wind, ethereal as a fallen immortal. A beauty amidst the mountains and waters, a magnificent sight in this world.
Moreover, Lord Liu Shang had even sketched the woman's features, her bright, moon-like face and gentle smile. Could it be anyone other than Li Jiqing herself? Just imagining that scene filled Li Jiqing with awe at its unparalleled beauty.
If this were filmed, her follower count would surely skyrocket.
Oh no!
If Lord Lu Shan stopped filming short videos for her, she'd never capture his artistic touch on her own.
The contrast between their work would make her look downright ugly. Wouldn't that mean she'd be utterly dependent on Lord Lu Shan forever? Lord Liu Shang truly understood artistry.
Director Li, besides this Warring States robe, I've prepared another outfit for you.
Seeing Lord Liu Shan's expression, Li Jiqing's breath caught.
There was definitely a trap, yet she found herself wanting to walk right into it.
Exhaling a breath of stale air,
Li Jiqing set down her laptop and looked at Lu Shanjun.
Can we finish the shoot in 2 days over the weekend? No problem. I've already had Mingyu scout the location. We'll shoot in Shanyan, the hometown of Hu Brushes. It has mountains and water, and the Hu Brush factory workers can demonstrate the production process.
I'll just need to edit it later. Lu Shanjun, you really have thought of everything. Li Jiqing recalled something Lu Shanjun had mentioned earlier.
Mr. Liu, you said last time that I could shoot in this style going forward. What did you mean by that?
Lu Shanjun smiled and explained, Director Li, this is just a template, it can be mass-produced. Today I filmed 2 brushes, but next time you can film the production process of any other 3 of the 4 treasures of the study. After covering the 4 treasures, move on to intangible cultural heritage. I've always believed our traditional culture is a treasure trove. What it lacks is keeping pace with modern trends.
Don't get stuck in old ways.
Discard the dross and embrace the essence, then pair it with explosive modern marketing tactics. Some of our nearly lost cultural treasures will find new life.
Li Jiqing listened, somewhat lost in thought.
Who would have thought that beneath that vulgar exterior, Lord Lu Shan harbored such a pure heart dedicated to preserving traditional Chinese culture? He truly was a wolf in sheep's clothing. She had been prejudiced against Lord Lu Shan, assuming he only knew how to make those art films. In truth, he truly understood art. Only now did Li Jiqing feel he truly deserved to be called Master Lu. She had misjudged him. She even felt a pang of regret for him.
Lord Lu Shan, you gave me such a great topic? This subject is bound to be hot. One account could easily rake in millions. I'll handle it.
This favor is too great to repay.
Li Jiqing frowned.
She hated being indebted to someone. It might haunt her for the rest of her life. Like Qin Shuiwei, Li Jiqing was a strong-willed woman who disliked owing favors to others. She understood the art of quid pro quo, but what Lu Shanjun was doing now was intertwining practical interests with personal feelings. You and me and you. In response to Li Jiqing's concerns, Lu Shanjun thoughtfully presented her with an opportunity to repay the favor.
Director Li, my next production is in preparation. I'd like to shoot at Huqing Film Studio again. We might need to borrow some administrative resources like clearing out certain streets. Lu Shanjun, you're playing for high stakes? Clearing streets? What's next? Borrowing fighter jets from the military zone? Li Jiqing didn't immediately agree.
Making guarantees was not something that would come out of her mouth. After a moment's thought, she replied, submit a detailed proposal outlining your specific plan.
I'll coordinate and communicate accordingly.
I can't guarantee success, but I'll do my utmost. Lu Shanjun was merely offering Li Jiqing reassurance, letting her know he still needed her help so their relationship could grow closer.
It's still early days. My film hasn't even been greenlit yet. The review process might prove a bit tricky. Film approval? First, get the screenplay done.
I'll take you to dinner with the folks from Jinghai Film Studio.
Director Li has connections everywhere. They didn't delve deeper into the topic.
As Lu Shanjun said, it was still early days. When the time came, she'd definitely seek Director Li's help.
Li Jiqing wasn't afraid that Lord Lu Shan would bother her. She was afraid he wouldn't bother her. She immediately pressed on. What about that song you paired with the video? Let me hear it. What?
Qin Shuiwei's eyes widened in surprise.
Lu Shanjun, you wrote a song for Li Jiqing but not for me? Is Li Jiqing your lover? Why are you so eager to give her songs? Chapter 129, A Song of the Orchid Pavilion Preface. The Orchid Pavilion Preface? Li Jiqing glanced at the song title. It does tie in with the video. She tapped to play the audio. The sound of an era filled the air. The era truly lives up to its reputation as the instrument of sorrow. The moment the melody began, 1,000 shades of melancholy filled the air. The highest honor bestowed upon a singer is the title soul, signifying an emotional resonance. Even in this mere prelude, Li Jiqing was already utterly captivated. Her mood shifted, and a thread of sorrow welled up in her heart. Joining Li Jiqing in appreciating this rendition of the Orchid Pavilion Preface was the diva Qin Shuawei. As a professional, Qin Shuawei heard not only the arrow in the prelude, but also piano, cello, tambourine, bass, and drum set. Qin Shuawei closed her eyes, her brows slightly furrowed. There was also the sound of wind chimes. In terms of arrangement alone, Lu Shanjun had already mastered the art. To put it boldly, domestically, none could surpass him. Listening to Lu Shanjun's arrangements was a pleasure, an art form. From Melancholy Land to Jingwei, he had merely scratched the surface. But in Anha Bridge, that section of the horsehead fiddle is nothing short of divine. Qin Shuawei struggled to describe the feeling she had upon first hearing Anha Bridge. To say she felt like she'd found a treasure would be no exaggeration. At the time, she didn't know Liushanjin was the same as Lu Xian, but she felt Liushanjin possessed talent that rivaled Liuxian's. Yet in Superstar, the same arrow opening feels entirely different from this preface to the Orchid Pavilion. With just a single arrow, Lu Shanjun has mastered it to perfection. As for Secret and What I Miss, Lu Shanjun reigned in his sharp brilliance. The classic piano arrangements were simple yet deeply masterful. It wasn't until her rendition of 1,000 Flower Buds, A Mother's Sorrow and Ren Xiao's Double Happiness that Lu Shanjun once again showcased his virtuosity to the world. The chanting in My Mother's Sorrow amidst thousands of flower buds. The Swana interlude in Double Happiness. In Qin Shuawei's mind, it rivaled the horsehead fiddle in Anha Bridge, or perhaps fell just slightly short. Market response reflected this sentiment just as vividly. The interludes in Anha Bridge, 1,000 Flower Buds, A Mother's Sorrow, and Double Happiness are the most frequently mentioned. Oh! And then there's Vast Sea, Boundless Sky, a song that's brilliant from start to finish, from its intro to its outro, from its interlude to its lyrics. It's so steeped in Lu Xian's spirit that it deserves its own separate discussion. Lu Shanjun is stingy, he won't let me cover it. The little ledger in Qin Tianho's heart keeps track of everything, crystal clear. Now, another entry has been added. He used the Orchid Pavilion preface in the video he shot for Li Jiqing. Li Jiqing, female, average looks, only her legs are passable. Lord Lu Shan has truly terrible taste and no conscience. Do you think Li Jiqing would ever send you leg shots? Copying the Orchid Pavilion preface, running script flows like clouds and water, moonlit door pushed open. Your meticulous heart makes your steps hurried and frantic. 1,000-year-old steel is easy to rub, yet impossible to capture your beauty. The genuine article, the true heart, to whom can it be given? The moment Lord Lu Shan opened his voice, Qin Shuawei's heart grew even more bitter. A song like this, written for Li Jiqing, is like a fresh, crisp cabbage trampled by a pig. What a waste. Does she even understand it? Yet you wrote it. Ha! Qin Shuawei was startled. Lu Shanjuan's voice. From Anha Bridge and The Sky is Wide and the Sea is Vast, Qin Shuawei had detected a smoky quality in Lu Shanjuan's voice, a testament to alcohol's trials and tobacco's influence. But in this rendition of the Orchid Pavilion preface, Lu Shanjuan's voice had somehow regained the youthful quality of his younger days. Is Lu Shanjun still evolving? Qin Shuawei stared blankly at Lu Shanjun. Li Jiqing, however, lacked Qin Shuawei's professional discernment. The feeling it evoked in her ears could be summed up in 2 words: it sounded good. If one more word were added, it was very beautiful. Very, very beautiful. Universally, unbeatably beautiful. It was likely because this song was written for her by Lord Lu Shan, and director Li carried a special fondness for it. The tender vocals, the classical Chinese melody, the meticulously crafted lyrics. Each element unlocked Li Jiqing's heart. A pastoral flute plays, yellow wine, and simple dishes by the plate. The fading sunset glows, like your shy, tipsy blush. The copy is easy to write, yet the ink's fragrance lingers, leaving an aftertaste shared with you. A single stroke of vermilion ink, whom does it truly encircle? Li Jiqing couldn't help stealing a glance at Lord Lu Shan, only to find him looking back at her. He offered a gentle smile, radiating scholarly grace. Caught red-handed, Li Jiqing hastily turned her head away, her heart thudding violently against her chest. The lingering glow of the setting sun, like your shy, intoxicated blush. Lord Lu Shan, tell me in these lyrics, who is the you? In your eyes, could I ever rival the beauty of the setting sun melting into gold? Flatterer. Even the song is buttering you up. Unrelated to romance, I inscribe this preface awaiting your reply. Hanging the brush, a masterpiece waves upon waves at the shore. How to define love? No words seem right. Yet I alone lack your lifelong understanding.
As the chorus swelled, Qin Shuawei froze, transfixed. These lyrics, she could never write them in a lifetime. Sure enough, Lord Lu Shan's unrestrained nature remained unchanged. Those wild lyrics in Jingwei, did you write them after drinking counterfeit wine, Lord Lu Shan? At first, she refused to believe it, convinced Lord Lu Shan was performing some kind of avant-garde art. Later, she realized these lyrics were just that, utterly disconnected, as unrelated as wind and horses or oxen and cows, pure nonsense scribbled by Lord Lu Shan. As the singing ceased and the interlude began, the era's melody returned. This time, however, it carried no trace of sorrow. Li Jiqing recognized it, triumph, the exultation of having won the fair maiden's heart. The lyrics remained the same, but now they were sung in an operatic style. Unrelated to romance, I'll write the preface and wait for your return. Li Jiqing got goosebumps all over her arm. Lord Lu Shan, what kind of deity are you? You're way too perfect. Just now, that little sycophant Yao Yao said I'm leaving no hope for women everywhere. That line was clearly meant for you, Lord Lu Shan. The song ended. Li Jiqing exhaled a breath of stale air, having been utterly absorbed in the song. A hint of hesitation flitted across her face as she asked, Lord Lu Shan, using such a magnificent song as background music for my video, wouldn't that be a bit of a waste of talent? Lord Lu Shan smiled faintly. When it comes to Director Li, there's no such thing as overkill. I only fear this song might not be worthy of Director Li. Honestly, Li Jiqing was starting to find this man's mouth unbearable. You're the best at sucking up, the best at flattery. Yao Yao's picked up all your bad habits. She's a little sycophant, but you're the grandmaster of flattery. Li Jiqing glanced at the time and said, wait until 5. We'll clock out sharp. I'm treating you to dinner. We'll have a drink tonight. Li Jiqing's mood had lifted. On the way to the restaurant, Qin Shuawei caught up with Lu Shanjun and whispered, Shanjun, have you finished writing the song for my concert? I'd love to hear it. Humph. That fiery competitive spirit of women. Chapter 130, the company's development plan for next year. After a light drink, everyone returned home. Lu Shanjun and his group also returned to the Moon Bay Hotel. Lin Wanxing was the last to take a shower. By the time she finished showering and blow-dried her hair, unsurprisingly, Yao Yao was already on Lu Shanjun's bed. Seated between Lord Lu Shan's legs, he wrapped his arms around her under the arms, cradling her as they watched television. The slight height difference allowed Lu Shanjun to rest his chin on Ren Xiao's head. She leaned back, curling completely into his embrace. Lin Wanxing smiled gently. The scene was quite heartwarming. Spotting Lin Wanxing emerge, Ren Xiao immediately called out, Wanxing, come quick. I've warmed up the bed for you. Not the slightest bit of privacy? Lin Wanxing sat on the edge of the bed, applying body lotion as she asked, what are you two watching? Lu Shanjun chuckled, watching your Yao Yao go head to head with someone. Lin Wanxing turned her head. My Yao Yao? Not your Yao Yao? After finishing the lotion, Lin Wanxing lifted a corner of the quilt and slipped inside. Lu Shanjun wrapped his arms around her willowy waist, pulling her close beside him. Lin Wanxing glanced at the laptop and asked, is the match over? Lu Shanjun patted Yao Yao's head and said, give the laptop to Little Mom. Little Mom needs to do the accounting. With the year-end approaching, it was time to file taxes. Ren Xiyao promptly closed Douyin and Weibo, obediently handing the laptop to Lin Wanxing. Lu Shanjun picked up the tablet from the bedside table and handed it to Ren Xiyao, dotingly saying, play with this. Why are you spoiling me so much, uncle? Ren Xiyao turned back, planted a kiss on Lu Shanjun's lips, then happily returned to her online game. That was just her uncompromising nature. Recently, Lu Shanjun had faced an overwhelming amount of malicious attacks. Whether it was the short videos for Happy Death Day or they were flooded with negative comments. It felt like a shadowy force was orchestrating it all, a deliberate, organized campaign to destroy Lu Shanjun's reputation. Lu Shanjun dismissed it all with disdain. He had long seen through the entertainment industry's true nature. As long as he didn't make major mistakes that would draw the attention of the state apparatus, an artist's reputation would always be defined by their work. As long as the work is solid enough, even minor moral flaws won't detract from the whole. Scholars will defend my principles. Ren Xiyao understood this too. When dealing with her own public image, she knew to keep her mouth shut. But when it came to Lord Lu Shan, she couldn't control herself. Whoever criticized the old man, she would lash out at them. Such a simple set of values. Lu Shanjun massaged Ren Xiao's stomach. She'd had too much ice-cold cola at the dinner party, leaving her stomach bloated and uncomfortable. She needed Lu Shanjun to rub it out. Watching Lin Wanxing work on the ledgers, Lord Lu Shan suggested, should we hire an accountant? It could lighten your workload. Lin Wanxing shook her head. No need. I don't feel comfortable handing financial matters over to outsiders. Over the past 6 months, Lin Wanxing had earned her accounting certification through self-study and had organized Wanxing Entertainment's books with crystal clarity. But now, as the year drew to a close, a hefty tax payment loomed. Though she knew it was her duty, the thought still stung. Shanjun, stop messing around, I'm working.
Lin Wanxing shot Liu Shanjun a reproachful glance.
She pressed her legs together, clamping down on the mischief.
Go play with Yao Yao. Stop bothering me.
Lin Wanxing exhaled sharply and snuggled closer to Liu Shanjun. The box office share for Happy Death Day, Qin Shuowei's sales commission, and Sing Girl's Dragon Country dialect has also launched.
These payments probably won't come through until next year. Uncle, should we start planning our company's strategy for next year?
Wanxing Entertainment wasn't exactly massive. They only had one streamer, Ren Xiyao, one artist, Xu Nanshuang, and one pending signing, Shen Yuncheng, the male lead of Happy Death Day. Beyond that, it held the Douyin operation rights for Liu Ruyan and her two partners. But Late Star Entertainment was raking in serious cash. Even without those pending royalties, this year's earnings from Liu Shanjun's songs alone had already surpassed 8 figures.
Lin Wanxing knew Liu Shanjun's ambitions wouldn't be satisfied with just a modest 8-figure sum.
To grow and strengthen the company, it must become formalized in corporate.
Resident Evil is definitely happening next year. As for songs, I'll release them at my own pace. And then there's Douyin's MCN.
Liu Shanjun patted Ren Xiao's little belly. I told you to recruit some streamers, but it's either windy or rainy.
You didn't take my word seriously, did you? Ouch. Ren Xiyao hummed contentedly.
No, Yao Yao wouldn't dare.
I remember everything you said, boss.
I'm working hard. 2 fairly big streamers are already interested. I'll lure them to Jinghai first, then sign a contract with you, uncle.
Now we're talking. Then you'll get to live like a landlady too. Earning money while lounging at home.
Lin Wanxing saved the spreadsheet, placed the laptop back on the nightstand, and turned off the lights, leaving only the soft, warm glow of the bedside lamp.
Leaning against Liu Shanjun's shoulder, she whispered to him. Jun.
If we do this, our company will need to hire corresponding staff next year.
We'll split into 2 departments, an artist department and a self-media department.
The former will handle entertainment industry resources, while the latter will manage Douyin TikTok platforms, photography, and livestream operations.
We'll need to recruit staff for both. Isn't this a bit too ambitious? Lin Wanxing sniffed. It's fine. I can handle this scale. The bold thrive, the timid starve. After finishing this short video, we'll head back to Jinghai and start building the company structure. We can also run Qin Shuowei's concert concurrently. The key is whether the hires are reliable and competent. Better to hire no one than bring in useless people. Liu Shanjun was the epitome of a social climber. As long as they were capable, he could even overlook moral flaws. Lin Wanxing nodded. All right.
Once we're back in Jinghai and Nanshuang returns, I'll have her accompany you to finalize the company location.
Ha?
Liu Shanjun's gaze shifted toward her.
Why involve Nanshuang?
Lin Wanxing smiled gently, taking a deep breath of Liu Shanjun's scent before explaining, I'd much rather stay home and cook you a delicious dinner than be out in public. Besides, Nanshuang is your rumored girlfriend. It won't matter if she gets snapped by paparazzi. Next year, I've planned our company's 2 departments like this. Nanshuang will handle the artist side, and Yao Yao will manage the streamer side. Lin Wanxing was highly rational when she needed to be, yet when emotions took hold, she favored those closest to her. She didn't trust others, so her only thought was to place family members in the company's most crucial positions. There were 5 members in her family now.
Ruyan is Lord Liushan's daughter, an established fact that cannot be changed. Yao Yao clings to Lord Liushan even more than she does, essentially functioning as his accessory.
Only Nanshuang might feel some distance.
How could there be distance within a family? We're meant to be together for life. Not a single one of us can be missing. Late Star, Ren Xiyao called out in a sweet, clingy voice. HM? Turn off the lights.
Ren Xiyao pressed the tablet off, tossed it aside, and mumbled with a bit of slur.
All right.
Lin Wanxing propped herself up halfway, and with a click, the room plunged into darkness. Deprived of sight, the 2 women's other senses grew ever more acute.
Chapter 131, Arriving at Lake Brush Town, filming a new video. The next day, the group traveled to Lake Brush Town in 2 vehicles.
Faced with the choice between Shui Mingyu's solo Passat and the already crowded large sedan, Li Jiqing decisively opted for the latter.
Shui Mingyu sighed inwardly. Even the director was like this?
She'd rather squeeze into the back seat of the large sedan with 3 others than ride alone in the Passat reserved just for her. The rear space of the large sedan was quite spacious. Even with 3 people crammed in, it didn't feel crowded. Qin Shuowei, originally seated in the front passenger seat, had intended to switch places with Li Jiqing. But Li Jiqing dismissed the idea with a simple, I'm used to sitting in the back. What a load of officialese. Qin Shuowei inwardly scoffed. Everyone knew the truth. Li Jiqing, you're such a plastic bag. How can you put on such an act? Yesterday's recitation of the preface to the Orchid Pavilion still stung Qin Shuowei to this day. With Li Jiqing present, Ren Xiyao refrained from treating Liu Shanjun like a human pillow as she usually did, maintaining a much more dignified demeanor. Apart from Lin Wanxing, Li Jiqing probably made her feel the most intimidated. Li Jiqing tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and asked Liu Shanjun beside her, Liu Shanjun, are you sure I don't need to wear high heels? She'd asked him last night what she should wear today. Based on her understanding of Liu Shanjun, black stockings and high heels were a given. She never expected Liu Shanjun wouldn't need any of that. A sow climbing a tree? Li Jiqing couldn't help but marvel. Today, Director Li was dressed casually in blue skinny jeans paired with a pair of brown dad sneakers. Suits and heels certainly flattered her figure, but they were nowhere near as comfortable as jeans and sneakers. He wore a white crew neck sweater underneath, no flashy patterns or designs, just simple and elegant. The sweater was clearly made of wool, carrying a distinct milky scent. Some might find the scent pungent, but to Liu Shanjun, it was utterly captivating. He couldn't help but take a few extra sniffs. Only then did he reply, no need. I won't be wearing heels or stockings this time. Has she truly changed her ways? Li Jiqing still harbored a hint of doubt. Truthfully, she didn't refuse collaborating with Liu Shanjun on art. Sometimes her words contradicted her thoughts. It was merely to maintain her image. She couldn't be like a model, eagerly throwing herself at him. It wasn't exactly playing hard to get, but she always needed to keep some room for herself. Someone as sharp as Liu Shanjun understood her signals, otherwise, he wouldn't keep testing the boundaries time and again. This time, had Liu Shanjun simply lost his mind? Li Jiqing pondered this until the moment filming officially began, when she finally realized the absurdity of her own thoughts. A leopard can't change its spots. Hupen town lay in the southeastern corner of Hu City, bordering Jia City. It was a town similar to the ancient town of Nanxuan. But it lacked Nanxuan's bustling crowds and commercialization. Houses range from Western-style villas to flat-roofed dwellings with white walls and blue-gray tiles. Narrow ancient bridges paved with blue stone slabs stand alongside 100-meter-long bridges built of reinforced concrete. This town adapts to the times while preserving vestiges of the past. Two vehicles headed toward Nyojia Mountain, the filming location chosen by Liu Shanjun. Reaching the mountain's base, they wound their way up the serpentine road. Like the peach blossom springtail, the path began narrow, barely a few hundred meters long, then suddenly opened up. A landscape of misty rain and deep green spread out like a painting of southern Jiangnan. Along both sides of the road, vast stretches of bamboo stood as tall as trees. Even in winter, the bamboo leaves remained a tender green. As far as the eye could see, a sea of bamboo stretched endlessly. Jiangnan seems to have a particular fondness for bamboo. Opening the car window slightly, the early winter breeze felt cool, and the mountain air was even chillier, yet it carried the fragrance of bamboo. It was invigorating and calming, soothing the heart. Nyojia Mountain is not tall compared to the towering peaks and rugged landscapes of the northern frontier, it is but a small hill. Northern mountains stand majestic and vast. Southern mountains are graceful and refined. The land shapes its people. Halfway up the mountain, the car reached a deep pool, emerald green and profoundly serene, its crystal clear depths invisible. By the water's edge stood a pavilion, its corners adorned with bracket sets and pillars wrapped in red lacquer. Lord Liu Shan, how did you even find a place like this? Even Li Jiqing, a native of Lake City, never imagined such a secluded spot could be hidden deep within these ancient woods. Lord Liu Shan replied honestly, scrolling through Douyin. Some people have a knack for uncovering beauty others overlook. After disembarking, Lord Liu Shan first had Lin Wanxing push him around to survey the scenery, then mentally sketched out the composition for the shoot. Mingyu, could you set up a scene at the pavilion? Cui Mingyu was only too happy to receive orders from Liu Shanjun. Brother Liu, it's been ages since you gave me a task. You don't even treat me like family anymore. He scampered over to the trunk of the pickup truck and began unloading the materials Liu Shanjun had prepared. Wow, Lord Liu Shan, you really went all out for this video. The four treasures of the study: brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. A fair hand grinding ink, a crimson sleeve adding fragrance. There were also specially ordered white curtains printed with brushstrokes and ink. A closer look revealed they were covered in Wang Shiji's preface to the Orchid Pavilion. Master Liu Shan directed Cui Mingyu to set up a folding ladder, using these curtains to enclose the entire pavilion. The curtains had to be hung in a specific order, not a single one could be placed wrong, or the characters wouldn't align. The four treasures of the study and the beast-headed incense burner were all placed upon the stone chairs within the pavilion. Once everything was prepared, Liu Shanjun looked at Li Jiqing. A radiant smile spread across her face. He truly possessed the unparalleled charm of a peerless gentleman. Director Li, go change your clothes in the car. Don't worry, the privacy glass is so thick, even if someone glued their eyes to the window, they wouldn't see a thing inside. What about the clothes? Liu Shan handed Li Jiqing a light linen monk's robe. What about shoes? What shoes? Today's shoot is all about Director Li's bare feet. Probably this style. Chapter 132, Li Jiqing was put through the ringer. Li Jiqing grabbed the collar and pulled off her sweater. That old dog Liu Shanjun never changes his ways. She'd actually thought today's Liu Shanjun would stick to simple shots, but he'd gone too far, getting carried away and wanting more. The car's air conditioning was on, but Li Jiqing still shivered after taking off her sweater. Had she known the clothes prepared for her were this style, she would have worn plain undergarments. Who knew if this purple would show through? After shedding her sneakers and skinny jeans, Li Jiqing was left wearing only a pair of high-waisted black tights. Though Lu Shanjun had said no more photos, what if? Li Jiqing had still prepared a backup plan for him. But this time, it seemed she truly wouldn't need it. Li Jiqing rolled the stockings down her legs, forming two black donut-like loops. She slipped into the linen garment Lu Shanjun had prepared for her. The soft, close-fitting fabric carried a slight coarse texture. As it brushed against her skin, it felt like the delicate fibers of cattail fluff gently tugging at her skin. Not prickly, but tantalizing. She pushed open the car door, one barefoot stepping out first onto the ground. The door served as a screen, revealing the beauty only after much anticipation. Dressed in simple, elegant monastic robes, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall. A mountain breeze swept through, sending strands of hair flying across her face. Cold! The biting wind whistled through the slit in her robe, rushing straight into her chest. Li Jiqing shivered violently, her delicate brows furrowing. One hand gripped the doorframe, the other clutched her collar tightly. Click! A flash of light. Lu Shanjun captured the moment with his phone. Delete it! Li Jiqing gritted her teeth. It's beautiful. Lu Shanjun pulled out his phone and pulled up the photo he'd snapped. The woman turned her head toward the car door, shielding herself from the wind. The photo didn't capture director Li's face, but it did capture the woman's delicate, helpless vulnerability, a sight that stirred pity. Send it to me. Those two words were the highest praise for Lu Shanjun's photography skills. Li Jiqing, clad in plain monastic robes, walked barefoot into the pavilion. Lu Shanjun watched those bare feet the entire time. In a daze, he felt a surreal sensation, as if each step created golden lotus flowers. She's breathtaking, director Li. Just as Li Jiqing wondered where Lu Shanjun's flattery had vanished, it arrived as if summoned. A slight frown spoke volumes without words. Sis Qing, you look so ethereal. Ren Xiyao wrapped her arms around Li Jiqing's, rubbing her cheek against her arm and taking a deep sniff. I thought the Warring States robes I wore for the Bai's Hangji shoot were gorgeous. But seeing you, Sis Qing, makes me feel like a clown. Don't pick up bad habits from that jerk Lord Lu Shan, Li Jiqing said affectionately, pinching Ren Xiao's little upturned nose. Ren Xiyao had seen that Warring States robe at Bai's Hangji. It was truly breathtaking. It blended into the backdrop so seamlessly. But she was an old auntie herself, how could she compare to Yao Yao? Lu Shanjun approached in his wheelchair, his expression solemn. Director Li, may I speak frankly? Save the flattery. Li Jiqing knew exactly what Lu Shanjun was going to say without even thinking. Fine. Then I have nothing to say. Lu Shanjun spread his hands helplessly. These days, no one lets you speak your mind anymore. Though Li Jiqing constantly reminded herself not to fall for Lu Shanjun's sweet talk and flattery, sometimes even the strongest mental defenses couldn't hold. One sentence, and he'd charmed director Li again. That damn mouth. Li Jiqing wanted to shove something in it and shut it up, lest she be blinded by all that flattery sooner or later. Hurry up and take the photo, Li Jiqing urged with a soft snort. She wouldn't give Lu Shanjun any room to maneuver. During the Wei and Jin dynasties, philosophical discourse became the prevailing trend. At that time, Buddhism had arrived from the West, and the three schools of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism were just beginning to take shape. Lord Lu Shan was merely filming a short video, no need for such meticulous attention to detail. Take this monk's robe, for instance. It wasn't even a garment of the Wei Jin era. Wei Jin attire wasn't so covered up back then. The trend among intellectuals was to bare their chests and return to their natural state. It was all about that one word, eccentricity. Yet this scene, framed by calligraphic fabric curtains, beautifully preserves the elegance of the Wei and Jin dynasties while shedding that wild edge. The sheer Zen robe offers subtle coverage, neither overly concealing nor exposing the chest and breasts like those eccentric madmen. Chinese culture is inherently reserved, and Lord Lu Shan dislikes leaning toward the edgier aspects of it. Yet the concept of elegance holds a profound place within traditional Chinese culture. Elegance does not equate to vulgarity. It embodies a spirit of artistic freedom and unrestrained grace. It is the hearty laughter as one strides forth, declaring, "We are no common folk." It is also the blushing retreat when a guest enters, hastily adjusting one's golden hairpin and slippers, then leaning against the door to glance back and inhale the fragrance of green plums. Director Li, let her graceful hands add fragrance to the inkstone. Why must you speak out of turn? Li Jiqing glared, lit the incense burner, and dripped a few drops of water into the inkstone. With a delicate finger, she picked up the inkstick, then swept her left sleeve aside to mix the ink with water. Black ink in clear water, a streak of white, fairer than frost, purer than snow. Lord Lu Shan couldn't resist patting Li Jiqing's ink-grinding hand relentlessly. Her fingers were long and slender, her bones and flesh perfectly proportioned, edible grade beauty. Pale blue nails, slender finger bones, and a wrist as smooth as congealed fat. Only when Li Jiqing finished grinding the ink and set the slab aside did Lord Lu Shan exclaimed in awe, "Masterly, flawless. Say one more word, and I'll tear your filthy mouth apart." Li Jiqing nervously tucked her hands into her sleeves. She unfolded the rice paper and dipped her brush to write. Incense smoke curled gently from the burner, while behind her, the cloth curtain billowed in the breeze, her long black hair dancing freely in the wind. Setting aside Lord Liu Shan's filming techniques, Li Jiqing believed his compositional skills were truly unparalleled. Translating ideas from one's mind onto the screen was no simple feat. And Lord Liushanjin possessed precisely that ability. Without a scene, he could create one of unparalleled beauty. Li Jiqing's modeling evoked the ancient charm of Jiangnan, yet her eyes held a fierce intensity, cold, solitary, and distant. Liu Shanjun knew exactly how to capture Li Jiqing's fierce spirit, what we'd call a powerhouse woman today, or a dominant female lead in fantasy novels. Wow! Director Li's period costume truly evokes an irresistible urge to conquer. What a pity, sighed Liu Shanjun. I should have found a model skilled in calligraphy to do the calligraphy for the cutout. It was ultimately an oversight. Li Jiqing overheard and asked, "You want to photograph me writing the Orchid Pavilion preface?" "I can do that." Director Li practices calligraphy? Li Jiqing lifted her chin slightly, a hint of pride in her expression. Underestimating me? Which style do you want? Slender gold, Wei steel, Zhang's cursive, Wang's running. Though I'm a bit rough around the edges, what I write is passable enough. Director Li had truly delivered more surprises than expected. Lord Liu Shan, Wang Shiji's running script will do. The 9th year of Yonghe, the year of Guizhou. Lord Liu Shan knew nothing of calligraphy, yet these few characters, once written, truly felt pleasing to the eye. The eyes never lie. The genuine wonder in Lord Liu Shan's gaze, that quiet, heartfelt admiration, meant more to Li Jiqing than any flattery spoken aloud. Short videos had time constraints, and though Lord Liu Shan longed for Li Jiqing to finish writing, watching Director Li write was pure enjoyment. But he called a halt, signaling that Li Jiqing had noticed the brush tip was off. After rinsing the brush and unfurling its bristles, he discovered they were already worn short. This formally kicked off the process of crafting a new brush by hand. Before the pavilion lay a deep pool. Its name was unknown, and no myths had been passed down about it. It was simply an unnamed little pond. Director Li, I'm afraid you'll have to paddle the raft around the pond a few times. No trouble. Just a tough life, Li Jiqing quipped. A look of quiet resentment. It's just a life spent at your beck and call. December in Jiangnan already carried a biting chill, especially in the mountains. Even nearing noon, a cool crispness lingered. Lord Liu Shan demanded that Li Jiqing stand barefoot on the bamboo raft, propelling it through the pool with a pole. The center of the bamboo raft was soaked, and the pond water was bitterly cold. The moment she stepped onto it, Li Jiqing sucked in a sharp breath. Would you like to wear shoes? Lord Liu Shan asked, his voice tinged with reluctance. No need, Li Jiqing frowned and refused. She knew exactly what Lord Liu Shan wanted to capture, and she wanted him to capture it. Why hide a precious jade in a box? A bamboo pole dipped, and the raft drifted through the pool. Liu Shanjun launched the drone, aiming its lens at the entire deep pool. Beside him, Cui Mingyu warmed up, ready for rescue at any moment. Only Brother Liu could make Director Li take such risks. He couldn't imagine anyone else who could. Li Jiqing couldn't fathom why she so willingly drank the intoxicating potion Liu Shanjun offered. It was likely a case of mutual benefit. Liu Shanjun saw the artistry in Li Jiqing, while Li Jiqing hoped Liu Shanjun could capture her as art. The camera slowly pulled back. Green mountains and clear waters, a woman in white. Boating on a deep pool, a sight of unparalleled beauty. A bamboo pole parted the waves, delicate feet dipped in the water. Ethereal as a celestial being, not of this mortal world. Chapter 133, this body knew no sorrow, yet fears most the gentle touch. After filming the boat scene in the pool. Only when Li Jiqing pushed her bamboo pole ashore and stepped onto solid ground did Cui Mingyu's taut nerves finally relax. Thank heavens, the gods have protected us. Safe and sound is all that matters. Li Jiqing wrung the water from her skirt hem and smiled at Lord Liu Shan. That was quite fun. I'll come again when I have time. Cui Mingyu nearly dropped to his knees before Li Jiqing. Director Li, I almost wet myself. I'm not even married yet. Lord Liu Shan rolled his wheelchair up to Li Jiqing, pointed to his thigh, and said, Step up. What's up? Li Jiqing was puzzled, but her foot instinctively stepped onto it. Trusting him, she acted first and asked questions later. Liu Shanjun said nothing, gripping her sleeve like a towel as he meticulously wiped every drop of water from that snow-white foot. Switch to the other one. Liu Shanjun patted the other leg. Li Jiqing felt a bit dazed, yet she obeyed the command as if compelled by some unseen force. Watching Lord Liu Shan meticulously wipe her feet, the man's gaze was so tender, as if handling a precious treasure. He wiped carefully, not even skipping the droplets between her toes. This body once knew no sorrow, yet now fears most the touch of tenderness. Standing on one leg, Li Jiqing momentarily lost her balance. Fortunately, Lin Wanxing, who had been standing nearby, acted swiftly, grabbing her arm and steadying her. Sister Qing, she said with a smile, be careful. Li Jiqing hadn't interacted deeply with Lin Wanxing, only knowing the young girl had a gentle nature, spoke little, yet was exceptionally attentive to Lord Lushan. She immediately thanked her.
Meanwhile, Lord Lushan had dried off the water droplets. Yao Yao, did you bring the shoes? Here they are. Ren Xiyao presented Li Jiqing's dad's shoes. Seeing Li Jiqing hadn't moved, Lord Lushan quipped, directorly, wiping your feet was to prevent you catching a chill, but putting on your shoes? That's a different story. Get lost. I'd love to kick that smug, arrogant face of his. I have my own hands, I don't need you to put my shoes on, much less wipe my feet. Li Jiqing took the shoes, thanked Ren Xiyao, then slipped her feet inside. Lu Shanjun, Yao Yao, no socks? Wearing shoes barefoot will make your feet stink. I do. But Sister Ching probably needs to put these socks back in the carriage. Just as Ren Xiyao reached for the socks, Li Jiqing quickly stopped her. Don't let Lord Lu Shan see them. What? Director Li, would I steal your socks? Li Ziqing shot the man a glare, then pulled Ren Xiyao back to the car and stashed the stockings in a corner. What's next for filming? Having stashed the stockings, Li Jiqing smoothed her disheveled hair and asked Lu Shanjun. Head to the bamboo grove. Cut some bamboo. The group arrived at the bamboo grove. Li Jiqing brought a pair of shears and selected a tender, green bamboo shoot to cut. After filming a segment, Lu Shanjun furrowed his brow slightly. It just feels like something's missing. Li Jiqing asked curiously, what's missing? Lu Shanjun didn't answer, merely furrowing his brow as he pondered intently. Everyone instinctively refrained from disturbing him, waiting quietly for his answer. Until a sudden realization dawned on him, and he instructed, Mingyu, fetch me a bottle of mineral water from the car. Brother Lu's thirsty? Got it. Shui Mingyu sprinted all the way, nearly bursting his bladder, and handed over this bottle of life-giving water. Lord Lushan stared at the bamboo grove before him, unscrewed the cap, and poured it out. The entire group stood dumbfounded, utterly baffled by Lord Lushan's actions. Mingyu, mix the mud. Got it. Without hesitation, Chui Mingyu crouched down and mixed the damp bamboo forest soil with the withered yellow bamboo leaves. It reminded him of mixing mud with urine as a child. Childhood memories, indeed. Only after churning up a muddy puddle did Lu Shanjun glance at Li Jiqing, clad in plain white robes. She grew wary. Lu Shanjun, your magic cloak. Step right in, Director Li. Ha! Li Jiqing nearly let out a curse. Step both feet in, Lord Lushan commanded. But they were just cleaned. Li Jiqing rolled her eyes, slipped off her shoes, and felt her two delicate white feet enveloped in mud. EW. That cold, viscous, sticky sensation. Like a black slug crawling across her soles. Li Jiqing clenched her fists, her teeth grinding so hard they nearly shattered. Lord Lushan, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation this time, I won't let this go. Only after both feet were thoroughly coated in mud did Lord Lushan pat his thigh. Step up. Li Jiqing thought Lord Lushan was a madman. It's filthy. It's fine, step on it. Li Jiqing looked hesitant, but lifted her foot and stepped onto Lu Shanjun's still damp trousers. Lu Shanjun carefully wiped away the excess mud for Li Jiqing, then applied a bit more around her ankles. As he shaped the desired image, he murmured to himself, beauty perfected becomes divine. What surpasses even divine beauty? Li Jiqing watched her snow-white foot being casually played with by Lu Shanjun. Her brows furrowed as she pondered the question, yet no answer came. Lord Lushan answered his own question, it is the defiled immortal maiden. Director Li, you are too ethereal. I must pull you back down to earth. Lu Shanjun's words flowed like a stream of consciousness, yet Li Jiqing faintly grasped the essence of his intent. Mankind creates gods and destroys them. The Lord of Willow Mountain didn't want to shape her into such an ethereal being, trapping her in the shackles of undeserved blame. This was an early attempt to help her shed her mystique. All right. Director Li, trim the bamboo branches again. Li Jiqing obediently snipped several more shoots of tender green bamboo. Leaving the bamboo grove, Lord Lushan instructed Li Jiqing to carry the green bamboo stalks as they walked forward, while he filmed her back from behind. In the frame, Li Jiqing wore simple monastic robes layered beneath a white gauze overgarment. Her pristine skirt trailed along the ground, leaving a trail of muddy footprints behind her. It was as if a bodhisattva had descended to the mortal world. They walked back to the pavilion and approached the deep pool. Director Li, wash your feet. Li Jiqing sat by the pool, while Lu Shanjun knelt at her feet, positioning the camera to capture her. Director Li, scoop water, don't wash them. Pour it down from above. Transparent mountain spring water cascaded like a thread of the Milky Way from the heavens, landing upon Li Jiqing's jade-like toes. Water droplets splashed out, the mud washed away by the clear spring, revealing that hint of snow-white skin. Lu Shanjun filmed with intense focus, utterly immersed in his own world. Bull about beauty reaching its zenith being divine, what's more divine than a desecrated goddess? Li Jiqing felt Lord Lushan had made these dumplings purely out of jealousy. You just want to photograph me washing my feet. Staring at the face mere inches away, Li Jiqing felt an overwhelming urge. Chapter 134, Lord Liu Shan is a thoroughly heartless capitalist.
By the time they finished filming the footbath scene, dusk was approaching. Everyone headed home, rested overnight, and returned to the Lake Brush town. Today, Lord Liu Shan planned to film the craftsmanship behind who brushes. This was also an exploration for him and Li Jiqing. Previously, they had simply promoted Lake City's scenery to attract more tourists.
Once visitors arrived, their spending on food, lodging, and entertainment would boost Lake City's GDP.
This time, however, Lord Liu Shan planned to promote lake brushes through this video.
Li Jiqing's Douyin account's showcase was also eagerly awaiting content.
Agriculture, rural areas, and farmers may not be Douyin's biggest traffic pool, but they are undoubtedly a key focus for the platform's promotional efforts.
Capitalists may be greedy, but they aren't stupid. They know how to assess the situation and follow national policies. Li Jiqing also sees great potential in Douyin's e-commerce market. If her account can boost sales of Lake City's local specialties, wouldn't that be a boon for the community?
Reports are for the higher-ups, but truly filling the people's wallets, that's what makes a term in office worthwhile. If Lord Liu Shan truly succeeds in boosting Who Brush sales this time, next time he can promote whatever he wants, I won't object.
Cui Mingyu had already made arrangements with a Who Brush factory, awaiting Lord Liu Shan's arrival. A red carpet lay out before them. The factory owner, dressed in a crisp suit, stood flanked by nearly 20 employees lining both sides of the path, waiting for the group to step out of their vehicle. Clap! 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 A thunderous round of applause erupted. A banner trailed behind them, a warm welcome to Director Li Jiqing of Huqing Culture and Tourism for her guidance. As soon as Li Jiqing appeared, the factory owner raised his hand, setting off a burst of firecrackers. He then hurried forward, his body hunched, knees slightly bent, taking quick, compact steps. It was an odd running posture, comical yet not laughable. Though Li Jiqing seemed somewhat at a disadvantage in front of Lord Liu Shan. But don't mistake the Director of Culture and Tourism for just any official. Seeing this elaborate display, Li Jiqing's brow furrowed slightly. Turning to the approaching factory owner, she said, "Mr. Su, there's no need for such formalities. We're here to learn."
Mr. Su flattered with a smile, "Not at all. It's an honor for our factory to have Director Li here to guide our work." Given the way things were, Li Jiqing let the matter drop. Instead, she turned her gaze toward Liu Shanjun, bending down to ask, "Liu Shanjun, how should we proceed with filming?" "We'll fully cooperate." Mr. Su glanced toward Liu Shanjun, stunned by the profound influence this man in a wheelchair must wield. Even Director Li was bending down to speak with him. But when he recognized Liu Shanjun's face and the wheelchair, he froze. Liu Xian. It was Liu Shanjun. This factory owner wasn't a fan of Lord Liu Shan, nor had he ever been particularly fond of rock music in his youth. But he couldn't resist the fact that the entire internet was now filled with legends about Liu Shanjun. From movie commentary Happy Death Day to songs dominating every music chart, Liu Shanjun's name was everywhere. Livestream clips on Douyin kept resurfacing, and those short videos he made with Ren Xiyao had gone viral all over again. Lately, the entertainment industry's trending topics have been practically monopolized by Lord Liu Shan. This factory owner doesn't follow Longwa's entertainment scene, but he couldn't help but notice the names Liu Xian and Liu Shanjun everywhere. Combined with that iconic wheelchair, he instantly recognized Liu Shanjun. Even Mr. Su, who wasn't one to chase celebrities, approached Liu Shanjun discreetly after welcoming Li Jiqing to the factory. With genuine humility, he asked, "Mr. Liu, would you mind taking a photo with me?" Liu Shanjun wasn't one to put on airs. He graciously obliged for the photo. People often have a bit of a collector's streak. Factory owners like him were particularly keen on taking photos with celebrities, sometimes even framing them. Once inside the factory, Li Jiqing reiterated to Mr. Su that she was there solely to film the production process of Who Brushes, reassuring the workers that they needn't feel constrained following behind them. Like extras in a film. Once everyone was back at their stations, filming commenced. To capture the process of making Who Brushes, you can't just film the brush making itself. You must capture the selection of bristle material, specifically, the small tuft of wool from a sheep's armpit. A single Who Brush may require wool from as many as 10 sheep. To capture the human story behind Who Brushes, you can't just film female factory workers soaking wool in water and meticulously combing it with horncombs to separate usable fibers. You must film their hands, swollen and blistered from prolonged immersion. You must film the wrinkles on the faces of the elderly women in the factory, women who traded their youth for each brush, each a work of art. Lord Liu Shan directed Li Jiqing, dressed in monk's robes, to sit beside the grandmother. Holding wool in one hand and a buffalo horn comb in the other, both hands submerged in water, she meticulously sorted the raw material strand by strand. Clumsy Li Jiqing drew a kind smile from the grandmother, who turned sideways to teach the bureau chief, beautiful as a celestial being, how to properly comb the wool, guiding her step by step. Her hands, wrinkled like tree bark, grasped Director Li's hands, smooth as jade. The scene froze in that moment, where cultural inheritance became tangible. Liu Shanjun excelled at creating stark contrasts in his videos, masterfully manipulating viewers' emotions. He knew precisely which images would send a jolt through their hearts and which would bring a lump to their throats.
Of course, Lu Shanjun wouldn't have Li Jiqing actually pluck every single goat hair needed for a hu brush from a basin of water.
Prioritizing impact, he only needed viewers to grasp the intricate, largely manual process behind crafting a hu brush.
The rest could be handled by his editing techniques.
Take the brush handle, for instance.
The tender bamboo Li Jiqing cut yesterday wouldn't have dried in the shade that quickly.
A quick tap on the screen, a few swishes of the editing tool, and time flies by. When it reached Li Jiqing's hands, it was already a dried, yellowed section of bamboo. But when it came to drilling holes, Lu Shanjun needed an old-fashioned carpenter's bow drill. It worked on the same principle as drilling wood to make fire, with a bow-shaped rope that was pulled and turned to drill holes in the bamboo rod.
This tool was hard to come by.
Mr. Su had to search through several old carpenters in the town before finding one.
Nowadays, everyone uses electric drills.
Asking for this kind of old-fashioned pull drill, Lu Shanjun really knew how to make things difficult.
Li Jiqing showed a hint of confusion. Lord Liushang explained, electric drills save effort, but they don't add value. Are industrial goods and handmade crafts really worth the same?
Don't pursue low profit margins and high volume, you must add value to the product.
Calligraphy brushes aren't fast-moving consumer goods.
A single large factory could churn out every brush in the country if they just mass-produced them. To make Huzhou brushes thrive, you need to weave stories into them, sell sentiment. You're not just buying a brush, you're buying the scholarly elegance of ink and paper, the legacy of cultural heritage, and the youth of a craftsman.
Li Jiqing rolled her eyes. No matter how you dress it up, Lord Lu Shan, you're just a greedy capitalist. Now I'm tainted too, wallowing in the same filth as Lord Lu Shan.
After crafting the hu brushes, the group left the factory and returned to the pavilion. Director Li picked up his brush and effortlessly completed a copy of the Orchid Pavilion preface. After filming all the footage, they had a simple meal and returned to the hotel.
Lu Shanjun worked overtime editing the video.
Tomorrow, he accompanied Qin Shu away to Wuching Stadium to finalize the concert schedule. After her shower, the soft and fragrant Ren Xiyao sat right in the middle of Lu Shanjun's lap. She absolutely adored this position, being held entirely in the big guy's embrace.
She wished they could become one.
She didn't disturb Lu Shanjun's work, playing quietly with her phone on silent. Every so often, she'd give him a playful kiss, inhale the scent lingering on his skin, or nibble his neck before returning to her own contented little world.
Uncle.
That she video finally hit 2 million likes.
Chapter 135, going with Qin Shu away to select a concert venue. Whoa! Finally hit 2 million?
Lu Shanjun pushed his laptop aside, scooped Ren Xiyao back up as she slid down, and took a deep sniff at her neck.
Late stars smelled like green lime, while Yao Yao had a milky fragrance.
Both were delightful. Lin Wanxing sat nearby, propped against a pillow, flipping through a book as she watched the two of them with serene eyes.
A heartwarming scene.
A ding sounded in Lu Shanjun's mind.
Ren Xiyao side quest, video reaches 20 million views and 2 million likes. Completed. Reward, 100 points.
As for Liu Ruyan's side quest, it had been completed long ago with the release of Dragon Nation Dialect. Lu Shanjun had drawn the reward of restored vocal ability, which explained why Qin Shuawei felt his singing prowess had returned to its peak during their performance of the Orchid Pavilion preface. Lu Shanjun glanced at the side quests for the three girls.
Xu Nanshuan's movie project was still premature.
As for his daughter, Liu Ruyan, her new side quest was to reach 2 million Weibo followers, currently at 1.35 million.
Not far off now. But the easiest target for quick gains was still the adorable Yao Yao.
Release Xiao Yao's side quest, achieve 1 million votes in a single PK battle.
Reward, 100 points.
Remember, Ren Xiyao once generated over 100 million yin yang in a single livestream.
Asking for just 1 million votes? That's practically free points.
Once back at the villa, Yao Yao will surely rack up a massive haul without needing any prompting. Armed with his newly acquired 100 points, Lord Lu Shan commenced his daily scratch-off lottery ritual.
The best part about this system? No thank you for your patronage message. Health +1. Health +1. Health +1. Ding.
Congratulations, host, you've won the complete set of Ghost Blows Out the Light.
Damn it. Lu Shanjun gripped Ren Xiao's waist, rolled over, and buried his gloomy mood deep within. Uncle. Evening Star Mom is watching. Ren Xiao grumbled. No more words followed.
Her 10 fingers dug deep into Lu Shanjun's hair.
I love it. Everything about Yao belongs to Uncle. After composing himself, Lu Shanjun glanced at the reward.
He certainly had no reason to dislike Ghost Blows Out the Light. Ghost Blows Out the Light was the pinnacle of toon rating novels in his eyes. It wasn't that the Grave Robbers Chronicles wasn't brilliant enough, it was just that his standards were exceptionally high.
Hu Bai, Wang Fatso, Shirley Yang.
Treasure-seeking commanders, tomb-opening generals, mountain-moving Taoists, ridge-clearing strongmen, mountain-watching protectors. The city of Jingjue, the Dragon Ridge Cave, the Insect Sea of Yunnan, the Kunlun Divine Palace.
How the hell did this bastard Tianxia Bakhang manage to write such brilliant novels? He must have transitioned from a doer to a theorist. He's practically writing his autobiography here.
And the Ghost Blows Out the Light series even spawned a blockbuster movie, The Monkey King, Hero is Back. This gave Lord Liu Shan a sudden flash of inspiration. Everyone criticizes Marvel for recycling old ideas, yet in the film industry, every studio dreams of becoming Marvel, of building their own cinematic universe.
Resident Evil is ultimately an imported franchise, and its world building isn't particularly impressive.
At its core, it's just about fighting monsters and leveling up, far too simplistic. But Ghost Blows Out the Light has the potential to build a tomb-raiding universe. It can't be done with just one Ghost Blows Out the Light movie. It'll take at least 4 or 5 sequels to establish this IP, especially with all the Taoist magic and mystical arts involved.
If we don't promote the cultural treasures left by our ancestors, someone else will claim them as their own.
Lord Liu Shan toyed with Ren Xiyao in his arms.
Wanxing, save me. Ren Xiyao pleaded for Lin Wanxing's help.
She dared not monopolize the affection of the man she loved.
The next day,
Lu Shanjun and Qin Shuawei arrived at Huqing Gymnasium to scout the location. It was Monday, and Director Li was already at work. He hadn't accompanied the 4 of them, but he had contacted the director of the Huqing Gymnasium in advance.
Commissioner Li seemed to wield considerable influence in Lake City.
Many matters weren't about whether he could help, but whether he wanted to. Spanning 31.3 hectares, Huqing Stadium represented a total investment of approximately 1.5 billion yuan, with its complex covering 114,200 square meters.
The main stadium, named Lily Stadium, resembled a blooming lily and could accommodate 40,000 spectators. It also served as the home ground for the Zhejiang provincial football team.
The venue's scale was large enough to host a major concert.
Even Qin Shuawei felt the space was too vast. Did she really have enough fans to fill it? Qin Shuawei glanced uncertainly at the man in the wheelchair. He responded with a smile. Qin Shuawei immediately felt reassured.
She had forgotten Lu Shanjun was her concert guest.
With him in attendance, 40,000 seats might not even be enough.
Qin Shuawei did a quick calculation. Even at the starting price of 198 per ticket revenue alone would top 10 million.
But the actual sales would be far higher. Do you think scalp tickets are all just scalp tickets?
Most are simply stars wanting to maintain their reputation without selling themselves short. They cut a slice of the pie, letting scalpers shoulder the backlash, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Qin Shuawei pushed Lu Shanjun along the rubber track of the Lily Stadium.
Lu Shanjun surveyed the vast arena and nodded with satisfaction.
The most spectacular cultural and sports centers he'd ever seen were Beijing's Bird's Nest Stadium and the Las Vegas Sphere.
Though the Lily Stadium couldn't rival these two cultural and sports centers, it was perfectly adequate.
Only an infrastructure-obsessed Dragon Nation could foreign stars' concert venues fall short of such standards.
Qin Shuawei pushed Lu Shanjun and asked, Lu Shanjun, do you think this place will work? Though Qin Shuawei was the one holding the concert, the final decisions rested with Lu Shanjun. After relying on someone for so long, dependence naturally sets in.
Take Li Jiqing, once a formidable independent woman. Now, whenever a decision needed making and Lu Shanjun was present, her first words were always, Lu Shanjun, what do you think?
Thinking was exhausting work. Mental labor was no easier than physical labor.
That was exactly how Qin Shuawei felt now.
With Lord Liu Shan here, why would I need my own brain? With Lord Liu Shan here, why should I bother thinking? That would be a waste of his talents.
Everyone around Lord Liu Shan seemed to tacitly accept that he would make the most correct choice. Even if it wasn't the absolute best, it was undoubtedly better than theirs. They clinged to Lord Liu Shan with utter self-assurance. Lord Liu Shan signaled to halt, surveying the entire venue. Though his eyes scanned the Lily Stadium, his mind was already sketching the stage design for Qin Shuawei's concert.
The venue is fine. 40,000 seats are fine. But I don't know if your team can pull it off. What do you mean? Qin Shuawei asked in surprise. It's just a concert. I've done this before. It's not that simple. Lu Shanjun shook his head. To be honest, the audiovisual quality of concerts in China just isn't on the same level as those abroad. Domestic concerts treat fans like cash cows. It's a bit tacky. They just set up a stage with a giant LED screen behind it displaying lyrics, and the stage effects are worse than the sea of glow sticks in the audience. If a concert lacks stunning audio visuals, you might as well just connect Bluetooth headphones at home. The sound quality would be better. But everyone does it this way. Lu Shanjun smiled, countering with a question, so just because everyone else does it, does that mean we have to follow suit? Chapter 136, Packing Up and Heading Home. Is there anything wrong with following the crowd? Countless stars treat concerts as the fastest way to cash in on their fans, so why shouldn't we? Why should we be the odd ones out, doing something that's all work and no reward?
Qin Shuawei had her own reservations. As someone in the industry, she knew full well how perfunctory domestic celebrity concerts were. Even many superstars shows amounted to little more than changing outfits multiple times. But
Lu Shan, do you have any idea how much money it takes to create a truly impressive audiovisual experience? And it's not just about throwing money at it.
China has no shortage of stage design teams, but those who can actually execute it well are rare.
Get it right, and it tells a story. Get it wrong, and it becomes an accident. Noticing Qin Shuowei's hesitation, Lu Shanjun offered both an explanation and a heartfelt observation. There's a saying in finance: confidence is more valuable than gold. Empress Qin, do you know how envious other countries are of our single market of 1.4 billion people? Just look at those Koreans drooling over our film market. Audiences have poured their hard-earned cash into creating the world's largest box office. How has our film industry repaid them? Qin Shuowei felt a pang in her heart. Truth be told, setting aside any biases, 95% of this year's big-budget releases couldn't hold a candle to Happy Death Day, which Lu Shanjun made on $1 million budget. And if she did apply her biases? In Qin Shuowei's eyes, not a single film released in the past 5 years could challenge Happy Death Day. Happy Death Day deserves a place in world cinema textbooks. With her and Lu Shanjun joining forces, it would be a two-word affair: total domination. But this year's box office is doing quite well, isn't it? All metrics have hit record highs. That's exactly what China's film market thought back then. But anyone with eyes could see that when an avalanche hits, no snowflake is innocent. The relationship between Chinese moviegoers and the film industry is like this: I give you my heart, and you pour piss on me. Tickets bought with hard-earned cash bring nothing but disappointment time and again. Each time, they console themselves with the same line: I'll trust you one more time. And every time, without fail, they went with high hopes and returned with their spirits crushed. It took 30 years to cultivate these moviegoers, yet they can be ruined in just 3. We all learned the story of the boy who cried wolf in elementary school, yet these people keep thinking, just one last cash grab, then I'll make proper films. The market's huge, one more crappy movie from me won't hurt. As long as others make good films. I'll shamelessly squeeze out every last dime, but damn it, how can you lot be even more shameless than me? Lu Shanjun had already endured this experience once and had no desire to repeat it. I won't even mention the films currently screening in Longhua. They're nothing but cash cows milking IPs with celebrity endorsements. Or they're remakes of obscure foreign films with high ratings, but the marketing is so absurd they don't even discuss the film itself. The biggest selling point is the actor's weight loss. Do you think this film market is normal? Qin Shuowei flushed. But movies everywhere are pretty terrible. I haven't seen other countries producing any great films either. This brought them back to their initial conversation. Just because others are bad, does that mean we have to be bad too? That's not how it works. When global taste is on the decline, we need to produce quality work even more, otherwise, how can we compete for market share? You're wallowing in the same cesspool as everyone else, and you're actually proud of it. At this point, Qin Shuowei had already sided with Lu Shanjun. Seeing his stern expression, she gently tugged at his sleeve. Stop lecturing me. I admit I was wrong. I'll listen to you, do whatever you want. Hold yourself to higher standards, Empress Qin. Qin Shuowei didn't argue back, obediently accepting Lu Shanjun's scolding. Deep down, she even felt justified. If she weren't so foolish, how could she showcase your brilliance, Lord Lu Shan? Your punishment is to take a photo of your silk lingerie tonight for me to critique. So that's where the emotional trap lies? In the end, Lord Lu Shan was still the same man she knew. Get lost. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Do you think I, Qin Shuowei, am some kind of cheap woman? Come begging me tonight. Lu Shanjun motioned for Qin Shuowei to keep pushing him forward, carefully studying the gymnasium's layout step by step. My mind was racing with ideas on how to build the stage. The stadium's 40,000 seats offer 360-degree views. Let's build a 4-sided stage. Place it right in the center of the football field. Create a 3D effect, bare eye 3D with a giant screen suspended overhead. Qin Shuowei's heart sank. Lu Shanjun, do you realize how much your casual suggestion of a 4-sided stage would cost? It could easily double the budget of a 3-sided stage. But the lighting and visual effects of a 4-sided stage would be truly spectacular. Moreover, a 4-sided stage maximizes capacity. All 40,000 seats can be utilized. A 3-sided stage would only sell 3/4 of the tickets. Balancing the two, it's hard to say whether it's a loss or a gain. Lu Shanjun pointed toward the sky again and said, ask the domestic teams if they can handle the dome's visual effects. If they can't, we'll bring in an international team. Qin Shuowei glanced upward. That dome was easily 2 or 3 football fields in size, achieving full visual coverage across it. She couldn't help but wince inwardly. My money. Gently tugging her sleeve, Lu Shanjun teased with a laugh, sell VIP tickets for the extra side, and you'll recoup every penny. Some expenses are worth it. It's precisely because domestic concerts neglect stage effects that we lack strong production teams. Our people are smarter than anyone. When there's profit to be made, talent isn't scarce. Domestic film special effects took off alongside the film market, didn't they? Technical lag isn't the issue. Where there's profit, people will leapfrog ahead. They'll blow the roof off the place.
This time, Liu Shanjun had only sketched out a rough concept.
The actual stage design would require a professional team to execute. Qin Shuawei was tasked with securing the right team.
As for how to proceed with the concert,
Qin Shuawei shot Liu Shanjun a pleading look.
"Once you find the team, come see me. I'll handle the coordination." She knew Lord Liu Shan was the type of man who was tough on the outside but soft on the inside. She'd reward him later back at the hotel.
"Lord Liu Shan, would you prefer the red silk worn on the outside? Or the red silk worn on the inside?"
After inspecting the venue, Liu Shanjun and his group bid farewell to Li Jiqing at the Cultural Tourism Bureau and rushed back to Jinghai that very night.
Back at Yunqi Manor. The lights at home were on. "Xuan, why are you back so soon?" Ren Xiyao asked.
Chu Nanxuan, munching on a cucumber, replied with a helpless expression, "Don't even get me started. My dad kept going on about how Lord Liu Shan didn't come home with us and how next time we absolutely must come back together. It was driving me crazy."
"Uncle, you really got me into this mess. Getting the benefit and still complaining? Lord Liu Shan, my appearance fee isn't cheap. Playing boyfriend to placate your parents? At least 1,000 a day. Get lost. Who asked you to pretend to be my boyfriend and come home with me?
Who knows, maybe my parents will come meet you in person someday." Chapter 137. From now on, Chu Nanchuang is in charge of looking after Liu Shanjun.
Lin Wanxing plucked the cucumber from Chu Nanchuan's mouth. "Hungry? I'll make you a bowl of wontons. You can't go hungry at night, it's bad for your stomach."
"Wanxing, you're the biggest stumbling block on my weight loss journey." The wontons were made by Lin Wanxing a few days ago, filled with shepherd's purse and pork. She tore a handful of nori, a handful of dried shrimp, a pinch of MSG, and a spoonful of lard into the bowl,
pouring boiling wonton broth over it. The aroma is intoxicating. Sizzle. Hot.
Chu Nanchuang stuck out her little pink tongue, hissing and puffing. She bit off half a wonton from the spoon, the other half still dancing around in her mouth.
"Take your time.
No one's trying to steal it from you," Lin Wanxing chuckled.
"Who said no one was taking it?" Ren Xiyao took a big bite, swallowing the remaining half of the dumpling from the spoon. "I want some soup too," Ren Xiyao declared shamelessly.
Chu Nanchuang indulged her, actually scooping a spoonful of soup to feed her. With her belly full and her thirst quenched, Ren Xiyao wore a satisfied expression.
"Uncle, pick me up."
She burrowed into Liu Shanjun's embrace like a clingy kitten, rubbing her face against his neck. This act of affection worked on both men and women. Lin Wanxing sat beside Chu Nanchuang, watching her daughter eat while asking, "Nanchuang, are you free the next few days? Accompany Uncle Liu to check out office buildings in Jinghai. We're preparing to launch the company."
"Finally going legit?
That's great news." A flicker of delight crossed Chu Nanchuang's face before it faded into confusion.
"Wanxing, why do I have to go with Uncle? Aren't you going with him?" Lin Wanxing shook her head.
"I'll try to minimize appearances with Uncle from now on. At home, I'll take care of him. Outside, you'll take care of him."
Ren Xiyao interjected, "Wanxing, can I accompany Uncle and Xuan?" "No.
You can't be too affectionate with Uncle in front of outsiders either. It wouldn't be good if someone with ulterior motives took pictures." Everyone understood Lin Wanxing's meaning. The plan was to push Chu Nanchuang forward. After all, rumors already linked the two. No matter how close they appeared, there would always be an excuse. But if someone photographed her and Ren Xiyao behaving too intimately with Lord Liu Shan, it would be a blow to Lord Liu Shan's public image. Chu Nanchuang's brow furrowed, and the dumplings she was about to eat lost their flavor. Not only had she stolen Ruyan's life, but now she was stealing Wanxing's too. All along, it was Wanxing who had cared for Uncle with unwavering devotion. Yet here she stood, like a thief, a predator, usurping that credit. Even she felt compelled to speak up for Lin Wanxing. "Wanxing, isn't this unfair to you? What are you talking about?" Lin Wanxing affectionately ruffled Chu Nanchuang's hair. "Didn't we agree on this from the start?" Ren Xiyao snuggled into Liu Shanjuan's embrace, giggling, "That's right. We said we'd be together forever. Lin Wanxing, family is family. We're all in this together." Chu Nanchuang felt a pang of emotion, quickly swallowing a wonton to suppress the lump in her throat. She grunted, "We agreed. Neither of you is allowed to marry anyone else." After all, she was a proud single woman. When they grew old, the four best friends would live together. "Oh, Anne and Uncle." Ren Xiyao hugged Liu Shanjun close and hummed in agreement. With Wanxing around, it wouldn't be her turn anyway. He. Outside, he was Xuan's. Inside the villa, he was hers. In the little room, he was Wanxing's. Fair enough. 10 o'clock at night. After finishing her late-night snack, Chu Nanchuang headed to watch the actor's self-cultivation. She already knew that Liu Shanjun had secured her next film Resident Evil. All she needed to do now was hone her acting skills. Meanwhile, Ren Xiyao headed off to do a PK battle. She hadn't streamed in 3 days, and her fans were bombarding the group chat daily, urging her to go live. "If I don't stream, all the Soundwaves and Uncle and Auntie's Douyin accounts will just go to who knows where."
Lin Wanxing and Liu Shanjun also went to bed. Liu Shanjun was still editing director Li's video.
Lin Wanxing watched for a while before a wave of exhaustion washed over her and she drifted off to sleep beside him. Liu Shanjun pressed a soft kiss to her lips and tucked the blanket around her.
A faint smile touched Lin Wanxing's lips. She didn't ask for much. Cooking for him was already the greatest happiness.
In the early hours of the morning, Lord Liu Shan finally finished editing the video and sent it to Li Jiqing. Setting the computer aside, he was about to hold the sweet, soft Wanxing close and fall asleep.
WeChat pinged. 1. Director Li, still awake? I've slept and just woke up, perfect timing for your delivery. Sleep issues? I happen to know a thing or two about massage. Next time, I'll give you a rubdown. What was he up to? I couldn't tell.
I feared it was just a skill, not massage skills.
Li Jiqing watched videos on her computer while chatting with Liu Shanjun on her phone. The videos Liu Shanjun shot never disappointed her. Those involved are often blind outsiders see things clearly. That plain monk's robe looked ordinary when Li Jiqing wore it. But when she appeared on camera, even she couldn't help but marvel at her own undeniable beauty.
Through Liu Shanjuan's lens, her simple robes made her appear pure and untouched, like a lotus emerging from muddy waters yet unstained, washed by clear ripples without becoming vulgar. Particularly in the scene of rowing across the tranquil pool, with green mountains and clear waters as the backdrop and her white robe as pure as snow, every frame was worthy of being a desktop wallpaper. Liu Shanjun was truly skilled. He could transform 7 parts of beauty into 12 parts of stunning perfection.
That foot washing scene?
Back then, Li Jiqing felt genuinely mortified, wishing she could have kicked Liu Shan right in the face. Yet in the video, it became the perfect finishing touch. In that single frame, only her hands held clear water. Droplets trickled slowly through her fingers, landing precisely on her toes. Upon contact, each droplet shattered into 8 fragments.
Liu Shanjun used enhanced frames.
He filmed an entire sequence of foot washing just for this single shot.
Li Jiqing gritted her teeth and spat. What a sleazebag.
She silently captured a screenshot of that frame.
Oh, right. Didn't you say you prepared 2 outfits for me? Why did you only shoot one? Li Jiqing remembered Liu Shanjun's words perfectly clearly.
She'd even harbored a little hope, but in the end, he never produced the second outfit he'd promised. She hadn't dared ask in front of others, but now she couldn't hold back any longer and messaged him on WeChat.
I was going to take a picture of it.
But the style of that outfit didn't quite match director Li's aura, so I didn't bring it out. Though Li Jiqing had a rough idea of what style the man had prepared, a woman's curiosity demanded she press further.
What style? Send me a picture. Better not. Director Li, just pretend I never said anything, okay?
Liu Shanjun sounded slightly awkward.
Liu Shanjun received only 2 words in response, sent it accompanied by 3 angry WeChat emojis. As far as she could recall, this was the first time director Li had ever used a WeChat emoji. Liu Shanjun couldn't resist this stubborn woman. Here you go. You asked for it. He sent over the online shopping image.
A purple, delicate gauze skirt.
Something like this style. Chapter 138, Company Location, Recruiting and Hiring. You want me to model this style with you? Liu Shanjun, I think you've truly had enough of living. Director Li, you told me to send it. I didn't even dare to mention it. So it's my fault then? Li Jiqing could have kicked Liu Shanjuan's head off. But Li Jiqing's finger slipped, zooming in on the image. Purple truly had a certain charm. Her favorite color was purple. This sheer dress truly struck a chord with her.
As for Liu Shanjun, that man, even if he had 1,000 faults, he had one redeeming quality, his impeccable taste. Purple, also known as sultry purple, exuded an inner allure, a quiet sensuality. Lord Liu Shan instantly saw through Li Jiqing's hidden little schemes. He firmly believed purple was the color that suited Li Jiqing best. Unfortunately, to capture this outfit's essence, one must convey that alluring charm. Eyes that flowed like water, glistening with allure. Graceful as a swirling snowstorm, her jade-like form stretched out.
Is this even shootable? Li Jiqing typed through gritted teeth. Humph. Women.
I said I wouldn't post it, yet you insisted I do.
Now that I have, this is your attitude?
Liu Shanjun was about to brush the topic aside.
Li Jiqing added, next time you come to Lake City, bring this outfit for me to see.
Sure enough, Director Li has a certain appreciation for art.
I'll bring it over on a snowy day.
We're only taking photos, no videos.
To capture that fleeting moment of beauty. Just for our own enjoyment, nothing online. Liu Shan, you talk too much. Just bring it over first. I just want to see the style of the clothes. Director Li's words were as watertight as ever. Check the clothes first, then decide whether to shoot later. Wanxing. I'll take uncle out now.
Xu Nanchuan fitted Lai Shanjun with a baseball cap and sunglasses before bidding Lin Wanxing farewell.
MHM.
Take good care of uncle while you're out.
Lin Wanxing watched them step into the elevator. Ren Xiyao hooked her arm through Lin Wanxing's, pouting.
Watching Liu Shanjun being pushed away from her sight by Chu Nanchuang, her heart felt hollow. This household had grown accustomed to uncle's presence.
Chu Nanchuang drove the big car, with Liu Shanjun in the passenger seat.
This was her first time going out alone with Liu Shanjun, and it felt odd.
They visited several office buildings, driving from downtown to the outskirts, venturing farther and farther.
The real estate market was sluggish, and commercial buildings were even worse off.
Rents kept dropping, and even suburban office buildings were offering incentives like 5-year leases with the first year rent-free.
Liu Shanjuan's demand was substantial.
Since they were going legit, they might as well go big.
His office needed to be spacious, and so did the offices for Chu Nanchuang and Ren Xiyao.
2 departments, an artist department and a self-media department, each with its own team. Outsource what could be outsourced, but certain positions were non-negotiable.
Self-media operations, videography, PR for the artist department, and talent agents. As Chu Nanchuang guided Liu Shanjun through potential locations for the new company and heard his demands,
she couldn't help but chuckle inwardly.
You men just love one word big.
As if everything else could be pushed aside as long as it's big. Uncle, why not just buy an elephant to put in the office? Liu Shanjun wasn't one to beat around the bush.
The location was perfect, the price within budget. He signed the contract on the spot.
After signing the contract and paying the deposit, Liu Shanjuan's bladder tightened as he glanced around. Chu Nanchuang asked curiously, Uncle, what are you looking for? Can I help you find it? Nanchuang.
How long would it take to drive home from here?
About half an hour. What if I step on it? Still about 20 minutes. Uncle, what's the rush? Why are you in such a hurry to get home?
Liu Shanjun beckoned her closer. Chu Nanchuang leaned in and whispered, I drank too much water.
I gotta go. Let's head back.
Chu Nanchuang's cheeks flushed slightly, but instead of taking Liu Shanjun home, she pushed him directly toward the restroom.
Unlike a shopping mall, this office building didn't have accessible restrooms.
Chu Nanchuang had no choice but to push Liu Shanjun into the men's room.
Nanchuang. I can hold it, Liu Shanjun protested.
This isn't something you can just hold in, Chu Nanchuang murmured softly, her face still slightly flushed. She pushed open a stall door.
Uncle, it's okay. Wanxing taught me how.
Chu Nanchuang bent down, letting Liu Shanjun wrap his arm around her shoulder. Using her body for support, he stood up.
Wanxing.
I'm not the same as before. I can steady myself now.
Don't talk.
Uncle, hold on to the other wall or we'll both fall. It's fine, Wanxing can do it, and so can I.
We're caregiver and patient now. Nothing to be shy about. Chu Nanchuang turned her head away.
It wasn't as hard to accept as she'd imagined. As long as she adjusted her mindset, it was manageable. As Wanxing said, this was a hurdle she had to cross. When she and Liu Shanjun were out in the world, they'd inevitably encounter situations like this.
Better to get used to it early. All set, Uncle? Yeah. Done. Hey, what are you doing with those wipes? We guys don't use that stuff. Chu Nanchuang rolled her eyes. Slob. You have zero hygiene.
Seriously, us guys really aren't that particular.
With the company address settled, the next step was bringing in the renovation crew. Ren Xiyao patted her chest and took full responsibility for this task.
Since Wanxing had claimed the company name, she'd make sure the office reflected her style. Nothing else matters. A hidden door must be installed between the general manager's office and her office as his personal secretary, so she can attend to him at any time. Meanwhile, Liu Shanjun focused his efforts on recruiting and building his forces. He had already set his sights on 2 individuals.
One was Li Hong, the former agent of Liu Ruyan and now with Xinda Company.
The other was Zhang Jialan from Douhai Music, responsible for his music copyright sales. Liu Shanjun reached out to both via WeChat, expressing his interest in recruiting them and inquiring when they might be available for a meeting.
Both women responded with considerable sincerity.
Zhang Jialan, who was in Shenzhen, would fly to Jinghai the very next day.
As for Li Hong, the moment Liu Shanjun sent his WeChat message, replied, Mr. Liu, are you home? Can I come over now?
Within half an hour, Li Hong arrived at Yunqi Garden.
Upon seeing Liu Shanjun, she couldn't hide her excitement. Mr. Liu. Miss Li, please sit.
This time, they didn't go to the back garden. Instead, they began their conversation on the living room sofa. Li Hong still remembered her first visit here with Liu Ruyan.
Back then, she'd only thought Liu Ruyan's father looked so young and handsome.
She'd been blind not to recognize him as the immortal Liu Xian. Now, Li Hong felt a new sense of restraint. Liu Ruyan's contract had been bought out by Mountain Sea, Huang Zihan's had been acquired by Green Vine, leaving only Xin Jiayu and the new batch of trainees under her management.
The boss wanted to replicate the success of Center Stage.
He instructed Li Hong to bring several fresh-faced young talents to audition for Youthful Boys, a boy band talent show co-produced by Green Vine and Mountain Sea. The goal was to form another group, debut them, and then sell their contracts for a profit. Did you forget how Liu Ruyan, Huang Zihan, and Xin Jiayu debuted? Do you really think it was thanks to us at Xinda? Li Hong could only think her boss had lost his mind. And at Shinda, she was growing increasingly disillusioned. When Liu Ruyan and Huang Zihan's contracts were resold, Shinda didn't give her a single penny in royalties. Li Hong felt her career, much like Shinda itself, had reached a dead end. Just as Lu Shanjun opened his mouth to say, "Miss Li," Li Hong eagerly cut him off. "I accept." Mr. Liu. Chapter 139, Li Hong and Zhang Jialan join the company. "Miss Li, let's discuss the terms first. The workload here is quite demanding." Lu Shanjuan's smile remained as warm and inviting as ever. Had it been any other company trying to poach her, Li Hong might have genuinely considered their offer. But the man before her was Lu Shanjun. Hesitating for even a second would be disrespectful to her own future. When one person succeeds, everyone around them benefits. Workability matters, but securing a platform to showcase that ability matters even more. Approaching 40, Li Hong had gained a certain clarity about life's realities. This world, from top to bottom, was a makeshift operation. Luck mattered far more than hard work. No wonder people start believing in fate as they approach middle age. After all, most people's achievements defied even their own comprehension. "Mr. Liu, please tell me." "I'm listening." Li Hong's face was urgent and obedient, meek and ingratiating. "So now it's Mr. Liu this and Mr. Liu that?" Setting aside his work skills, Lu Shanjun was quite taken with this sharp wit. "First off, our company currently has only 2 artists under contract, myself and Chu Nanchuan. There's also Shin Yunsung, but his contract with Shanghai runs until year-end. He won't officially become our company artist until he signs a new contract with us. Joining Late Star Entertainment means you can only manage me and Chu Nanchuan right now. Can you accept that?" "What kind of talk is this? What kind of talk is this? Just Chu Nanchuan alone would be enough and now you're throwing in Mr. Liu? Are you planning to pay me? I'd gladly chip in my own money to do this job." Li Hong nodded like a chick pecking at grain. "I couldn't be happier. Then all business matters involving Chu Nanchuan will be handled by you from now on. Keep a close eye on her. She's not short on money, but we can't let her get too idle. As a rising newcomer, we need to get her in front of the public as often as possible." Li Hong, what are you doing with your phone?" "Opening my memo app. Better to write it down than rely on memory." "Go ahead, Mr. Liu, I'm taking notes." That's exactly why I treasure Li Hong as an employee. Setting aside her work capabilities, her attitude is absolutely top-notch. Next, Lu Shanjun outlines several key points. The company is in its early stages. This is precisely when we need capable people. As a founding member and key player, you'll face a bit more pressure. Many positions require Li Hong to handle recruitment. Li Hong patted her chest and assured him she'd handle it. "Rest assured about recruitment, Mr. Liu. Li Hong has been in this industry for over a decade. She has access to casting resources and connections. I guarantee she'll assemble a team for you swiftly." Wanxing. Print out an employment contract and have Miss Li sign it. Let's start her salary at double what she earned at Shinda. How does that sound? That's more than enough. Li Hong received no commission from Chu Nanchuan and Lu Shanjuan's business dealings. Setting aside Lu Shanjun's current market value, even Chu Nanchuan, though not yet a household name, would generate substantial income at just 1% commission. Naturally, Lu Shanjun wouldn't let Li Hong take a percentage. However, moving forward, Li Hong could take a percentage from the artists she signed herself. Unlike Shinda, which dealt in reselling contracts, Late Star Entertainment was focused on nurturing talent. The entertainment projects under Lord Lu Shan's control possessed that potential. After signing the contract, Li Hong hesitated. "Mr. Liu, there's something I'm not sure if I should bring up." "Go ahead." "It's about Ruyan and the other 2 girls." Lu Shanjun hummed in acknowledgement. "What about them? Wasn't Ruyan's contract bought by Shanghai? Zihan seems to be at Qingting now, right?" "Jiayu." Li Hong nodded. "Ruyan and Zihan don't worry me. Both have joined production teams, landing leading lady roles right off the bat. It's just Jiayu. Even though her contract is with Shinda now, she's still been under your care, Mr. Liu. But she seems to have given up on herself lately. While her resources aren't as strong as Ruyan or Zihan's, Penguin Entertainment still arranged a 3rd female lead role for her. But for some reason, she turned it down. She's not taking any gigs or appearances either, just squandering her popularity. Now she's gone off to study Peking opera with some veteran actress. I'm worried about her. She's such a promising girl. I just fear she's heading down the wrong path. Mr. Liu, perhaps you could try to persuade her? If possible, we could buy out her contract. Shinda isn't asking for much for Jiayu right now." Shin Jiayu had sought Lu Shanjun's opinion first before visiting the leading actress to learn Peking opera vocal techniques. Only after receiving his approval did she proceed. Shin Jiayu had shared her plans with Lu Shanjun. First, to quiet her mind and cultivate herself. While she was still young, she wanted to immerse herself in diverse styles. Traveling thousands of miles was more valuable than reading thousands of books. Everything she saw and heard along the way would become her future treasure.
She wasn't just learning Peking opera next, she planned to go to Hong Kong to study Cantonese. Second, she wanted to suppress her contract value. Even if Shinda had softened its stance, her contract resale price still exceeded tens of millions. Boss, we couldn't possibly spend that much money unnecessarily. The young lady's calculations were remarkably shrewd. Shinda itself lacks resources, while Tencent's resources are like wolves fighting over scraps. Plenty want what you don't. They don't need Xin Jiayu. Once she vanishes from the entertainment scene, Xin Jiayu's contract value will hit rock bottom. Then Lord Lu Shan can snap her up for practically nothing. If that doesn't work, they'll just wait until her contract expires and sign all three of them to Late Star Entertainment. Lu Shanjuan's original intention was to let Xin Jiayu settle in. The girl had talent, but she lacked experience. It was like possessing a rainbow-colored pen. She could paint the most dazzling colors, but she couldn't figure out what she wanted to draw. This year or two of grounding would be nothing but beneficial for Xin Jiayu. The only potential loss was the popularity she might have gained on center stage. But when it came to popularity, would the artist Lu Shanjun intended to promote ever lack it? Li Hong genuinely regarded Xin Jiayu as her own daughter, which was why she hoped Lord Lu Shan would lend a helping hand. Her intentions were good, but Lord Lu Shan still rejected her proposal. Let Jiayu settle in for a while. We'll see after a year, or when her contract expires. I'll keep Jiayu's situation in mind. With Lord Lu Shan's assurance, Li Hong felt at ease. She immediately rose to take her leave and went to bid farewell to Shinda. The next day, Zhang Jialan of Douhai Music now occupied Li Hong's former position. Zhang Jialan was younger than Lu Shanjun had imagined. She was only 24 or 25. She had graduated from Shenzhen University less than 2 years prior. She had studied law in college, but through a series of twists and turns, she ended up at Douhai Music handling music artist copyright sales. Then, by another stroke of luck, she was assigned a music account Lu Shanjun. And then things spiraled out of control. It could be said that Zhang Jialan, aside from Lu Shanjun himself, had witnessed the most complete journey of how this account rose from obscurity to become Douhai Music's undisputed king. People today assume Lu Shanjun's success is inextricably linked to Lu Xian, that it was Lu Xian's legacy that built the Lu Shanjun who now dominates Douhai music charts with nearly every song. But Zhang Jialan knows the truth. Lu Shanjun's success has nothing to do with the name Lu Xian. His debut song Tragic Beauty went viral immediately, and his second track Jingwei became Douyin's most used short video BGM, with each of its 4 melodies achieving separate viral hits. Beyond filming at Baijiang Waterfall with the line first discussed the Hall of Mental Cultivation, then bow to the cascading waterfall. The intro became the ancestral theme song. Its intro became known as the ancestors' entrance theme. And now, a new version has gone viral on Douyin. Jingwei pays homage to Buddha. Truly, Jingwei is an unkillable hit, a song that gathers like a frenzy and scatters like a sky full of stars. Chapter 140, The company gets back on track, director Li repays a favor. What truly propelled the account Lu Shanjun into the mainstream was the song Anha Bridge. While others remained unaware, Zhang Jialan, as an insider, knew the full story. As an exclusive premiere, Anha Bridge brought in countless new users for the Douhai Music app. After Anha Bridge, the Liashanjun music account truly took off. Later, Lu Shanjun integrated his Douhai Music and Douhai short video accounts, amassing over 1 million followers. By this stage, Liashanjun had become Douhai Music's undisputed top creator. Later, when Lu Xian's identity was exposed, Lu Shanjun's account had already surpassed 8 million followers and was on the verge of reaching 10 million. Some netizens began digging up old stories, claiming Lu Shanjun built his account solely on the fame of Lu Xian. Zhang Jialan hadn't listened much to Lu Xian's music. She became a fan because of Lu Shanjun, starting with Heartbreakingly Beautiful and gradually evolving into a die-hard supporter. In Zhang Jialan's view, Liashanjun's work far surpasses Lu Xian's in brilliance and genius. Lu Xian was just rock, but Lu Shanjun represented 100 flowers blooming. In front of Lu Shanjun, Zhang Jialan was nothing but a complete fangirl, her speech stumbling and faltering. It took her quite a while to calm down before she could converse normally with Lu Shanjun, though her tone remained humble and reserved. Lu Shanjun recruited Zhang Jialan this time specifically for his copyright revenue. Beyond music rights, Happy Death Day's box office had now surpassed 50 million yuan, though its earning potential on Penguin Video was nearly maxed out. Next, they'd sell distribution rights to several video platforms, generating further revenue through membership clicks or outright copyright purchases. Local TV stations would also purchase broadcast rights. Unfortunately, video playback devices in Longhua had advanced too rapidly. They had skipped the television era entirely and entered the streaming age directly. VCDs and DVDs were merely a fleeting phenomenon. Unlike in the West, where CD sales generate substantial profits. Many big-budget Hollywood productions, despite suffering massive box office losses, recouped their investments later through merchandise and CD sales. Take Waterworld, for instance. This box office disaster, which cost over $200 million to produce and lost $80 million, actually turned a profit after more than 2 decades of losses. In contrast, Chinese films rely almost exclusively on box office revenue to recoup costs.
Fortunately, the emergence of several streaming platforms has opened up an additional revenue stream.
Liu Ruyan took things a step further by targeting local TV stations in 3rd and 4th tier cities. These stations barely produce original content anymore, yet they can't shut down.
To fill their broadcast schedules beyond the usual ads for senior shoes and health supplements, they must purchase content. Movies, typically lasting 1 to 2 hours, are perfect for these local stations. Selling broadcast rights at lower rates to multiple stations meant that even small profits added up. Diversifying copyright revenue streams and maximizing profits across multiple channels, that was Zhang Jialan's job. Her first move upon joining the company was to target her former employer Douhai Music. Renegotiate the copyright contract. This time, not only would Douhai Music receive no share of the profits, but they would also be charged a hefty licensing fee.
Zhang Jialan understood Liushanjin's user acquisition prowess. Any app prioritizes user acquisition above all else. As long as a content provider can bring new users to the platform operator doesn't mind, they're even willing to pay exorbitant commissions. Zhang Jialan conservatively estimated that if Liu Ruyan agreed to an exclusive deal, the figure wouldn't be less than 9 digits. The exact figure would depend on her negotiations. Zhang Jialan's mention of a 9-figure sum nearly created a medical miracle. Liu Ruyan nearly jumped up to kiss her. See? That's what you call professionalism. Leave the professional work to the professionals.
After signing Li Hong and Zhang Jialan, Liu Ruyan's makeshift team finally had a preliminary framework. Liu Ruyan then brought in Chu Nanchuan and Ren Xiyao.
As vice presidents of the company, don't you plan to contribute your share?
Ren Xiyao chuckled, I just want to be the president's secretary, handling his tasks when needed and keeping him company otherwise.
No interest in being vice president.
That little devil was turning the world upside down. Liu Ruyan gave her a sharp slap. In his hands, even a single sheet of toilet paper must be used to its fullest. Every grain of rice in the bowl, I must eat clean.
Why shouldn't I squeeze every last drop of labor value from these two?
Chu Nanchuan had connections in the film industry.
She de-brokered the deal for the Happy Death Day crew, and now, with Resident Evil about to start filming, she was poaching talent again.
This time, it won a small team of 8 or 9 like Happy Death Day.
Liu Ruyan was betting half a year's profits from Evening Star Entertainment on Resident Evil. They were desperately short-staffed, especially lacking professional talent.
As for Ren Xiyao, Liu Ruyan hadn't left her idle either.
For streamers, Liu Ruyan offered a carrot, a chance to appear in Resident Evil.
Every circle has its own hierarchy of contempt.
Just as traditional literature looks down on online literature, classical singers look down on pop singers.
In the streamer world, though many claim most celebrities earn less than them, if a chance to hit the big screen ever came up, not a single one would pass it up, they'd even take pride in it. Marriage is like a walled city, those outside yearn to enter, while those inside long to escape.
The entertainment industry is no different.
Uncle, you should have mentioned the cameos earlier.
If they knew about cameos, they'd have been here ages ago.
What these people are scheming, I know all too well.
A cameo in a big-budget film like this? Even Pai Yinji could sell tickets.
Oh? Liu Ruyan glanced at Ren Xiyao with a hint of meaning.
Ren Xiyao instantly understood, climbing onto Liu Ruyan's body and whispering into his ear, Yao Yao won't sell herself.
Yao Yao will give herself to you for free. This was beyond explicit. The rest, cameraman, operations, copywriting, I'm handing them over to you too. You're the head of the self-media department now. You need to look the part of a female boss. Come to my room tonight in your office lady uniform. I'll take a look.
Got it.
Late Star Entertainment gradually got back on track. Qin Shuawei's concert was also being scheduled. Director Li's message arrived as promised.
Mr. Liu Ruyan, have you finished your movie script? I'll be traveling to Jinghai tomorrow on business.
I'll introduce you to the leadership at Jinghai Film Studio. Have them review your script. If they approve, we'll get Jinghai Film Studio to greenlight the project. Chapter 141, Resident Evil approved for production by Jinghai Film Studio. Sky Hotel, 52nd floor. Overlooking the Qiantang River, where sky and water met in a single horizon. Director Who, this is Mr. Liu Ruyan from Evening Star Entertainment, whom I mentioned to you.
He's also the rock singer Liu Xian from 20 years ago.
Mr. Liu Ruyan. This is Hu Junchai, the head of Jinghai Film Studio. Director Who. Li Jiqing orchestrated this meeting to introduce Liu Ruyan. Just as Liu Ruyan was about to ask Chu Nanchuan for support to raise his glass to Director Hu Junkai stepped forward first. Long admired your reputation, Mr. Liu. I raise my glass to you. In this world where officialdom reigns supreme, having Director Hu initiate the toast clearly demonstrated that Liu Ruyan's influence far surpassed that of ordinary celebrities. A man's reputation is like a tree's shadow. When you reach the pinnacle of your field, everyone, be they noble or base, will show you respect.
Liu Ruyan repeatedly declined, gently clinking his wine cup against Hu's. When others show you respect, you must return the courtesy. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 courses of food, it was Li Jiqing who broke the ice, steering the conversation toward today's business. She picked up a piece of lobster meat with her chopsticks and served it to Lord Lushan, asking, "Lord Lushan, how did the box office fare for that film you shot at Huqing Film Studio, Happy Death Day?" Lord Lushan, as of yesterday, the box office stands at 53.76 million. Barring surprises, it should be this year's top-grossing online film. Congratulations! Li Jiqing raised her glass, clinking it against Lord Lushan's. A flush of wine red spread across her peach-blossom cheeks. Fine wine and a beauty, both were unparalleled delights of this world. As the head of Jinghai Film Studio, Hu Junkai was well aware of the phenomenal success of Happy Death Day. The film had achieved both critical acclaim and box office success. Before Happy Death Day, no one imagined time travel could be portrayed in such a way. The protagonist repeatedly reincarnates back to the original time point, gradually piecing together the identity of the true culprit. Hu Junkai had purchased a ticket for Happy Death Day himself. It was indeed a fine film, though constrained by budget, with somewhat sparse sets and slightly rough special effects. Its overall execution was remarkably polished. It tells a complete story. A film telling a complete story seems like a given. Yet many films fail at this most fundamental task. In today's Dragon Country film market, some movies even split their releases into 2 parts, enough to make Hu Junkai want to curse. It's as if they don't regard movie audiences as human beings at all. Hu Junkai spoke up. "I never imagined that Mr. Liu not only stands out in the music world, but has also delved deeply into the film industry." Lu Shanjun humbly replied, "Not at all, not at all." Li Jiqing then brought up Lu Shanjun's new film. "Mr. Liu, when will your next film begin production? Will you be returning to Huqing Film Studio?" The Huqing Film Studio had just been completed and urgently needed production crews to move in. More importantly, it desperately needed a blockbuster hit to establish its reputation. Li Jiqing's question was entirely reasonable. When the topic turned to the new film, Lu Shanjun frowned and sighed softly. "Director Li, the subject matter of the new film is a bit sensitive. I'm currently working on getting it approved." Hu Junkai perked up at this. This was right up their alley. While Jinghai Film Studio couldn't produce films, they could certainly handle project approvals. He immediately chimed in with some impatience. "Mr. Liu, give me a brief outline of your film's theme. Let me see if I can assist in any way." Lu Shanjun replied calmly, "The theme leans toward soft sci-fi. Currently, the sci-fi film market in Longwei is huge, but there aren't many films in this genre. It's a blue ocean. The story is set in the future, where a biotech company invents a gene-based drug codenamed T capable of curing diseases and repairing cells. However, this drug has a critical flaw. It can cause human mutations, leading to loss of rationality, turning people into mindless zombies that feed on human flesh. The virus spreads through air and water. One day, when the virus is accidentally shattered in the laboratory, everyone inside becomes infected. The AI system then shuts down the facility, killing all personnel to prevent the virus from escaping. The female protagonist, commissioned by the biotech company, leads a team into the underground lab to investigate the leak. As the lab workers mutate into zombies, she fights her way through the horde while uncovering the truth. By the time she escaped, the virus had already contaminated the entire city through ventilation ducts and groundwater. Every citizen had undergone mutation. Honestly, this story is pretty gripping. Especially the twist where the virus turns people into zombies that feed on humans. The novelty factor is off the charts. Though Ryuzan Koan only gave a rough outline, the core thrill is already laid out. Fighting monsters and leveling up, it never goes out of style and is always a source of pure satisfaction. If they could capture the terrifying essence of zombies, something you can see with your own eyes, this film's box office wouldn't disappoint. Li Jiqing listened silently, then turned her gaze toward Hu Junkai. Hu Junkai pondered for a long moment, then nodded in agreement before posing several questions. How are the government and military positioned in this film? Discovering such a massive public safety incident would inevitably trigger their deployment. Is the premise that they remain inactive? Lu Shanjun replied, "Currently, the film is set entirely within the underground laboratory of that biopharmaceutical company. 90% of the footage takes place there. Only at the very end will it briefly mention the citywide infection. Neither the government nor the military will appear. That will have to wait for the next installment." Ha! Lu Shanjun gave a self-deprecating chuckle. That is, if there is a sequel. Hu Junkai felt slightly relieved upon hearing there would be no government or military presence, but still frowned and asked, "What about that biopharmaceutical company? Is there a real-life prototype? Any allusions or references? Who is the film's antagonist? Any real-life counterpart? None of the above. The story is set in a future world." Hu Junkai nodded. "Then you've made the entire story fictional. Don't use real place names. It's best to set it abroad. Did you bring the script? I'll take it back for review. If it's okay, our Jinghai Film Studio can try to help submit it for approval on Mr. Liu's behalf."
As head of Jinghai Film Studio, Hu Junkai knew exactly which films could get greenlit and which couldn't. He understood which projects could barely scrape by and which would be rejected outright based on their subject matter alone. Upon hearing Hu Junsi say he could try, Liu Shanjun was overjoyed. At this point, it was practically a done deal. He exchanged a glance with Chu Nanchuan. Nanchuan, help me up so I can toast director Hu. Chapter 142, covering for Li Jiqing. The banquet concluded. No next round. Li Jiqing followed Liu Shanjun and Chu Nanchuan down from the Cloud Terrace to the ground-level parking lot. Nanchuan, wait in the car for a moment. I need to discuss something with Liu Shanjun. Li Jiqing took Liu Shanjun from Chu Nanchuan's arms. Though Wanxing had reminded her to look after the uncle while out, she felt completely at ease in trusting him to director Li. Okay. Sister Qing, I'll wait for you in the car. Li Jiqing pushed Liu Shanjun along the inner walkway, moving slowly. Both sides were lined with sycamore trees, their leaves golden. As the evening breeze stirred, it scattered a shower of golden rain. Li Jiqing pushed Liu Shanjun steadily, growing farther and farther away. For some reason, despite pushing the wheelchair, Li Jiqing felt a profound calm wash over her heart during this stretch. It felt like a warm winter sunbeam filtering through the window, as she lay lazily on a beanbag chair, idly flipping through a book, body and mind at ease. Li Jiqing stopped under a sycamore tree, facing the Qiantang River. Though it lacked the horizon where sky and water met seen from high above the clouds, the river breeze swept across the rolling waves. The winter moon, cold and desolate, cast its light upon the world, coating the river's waves with a layer of snow. Li Jiqing wore a gray cashmere trench coat, concealing her beauty while revealing only a sliver of calf encased in black stockings still utterly captivating. Her beige patent leather heels, with a hint of warmth, drew the eye. After Liu Shanjun repeatedly crossed boundaries time and again, Director Li no longer concealed his preference for black stockings and stiletto heels. This outfit truly looked stunning. That shameless Liu Shanjun. What are you staring at? Are my legs more beautiful than this river view? Liu Shan. Li Jiqing called softly, tucking a strand of hair ruffled by the river breeze behind her ear. That video you filmed for me went viral. It's already surpassed 2 million likes. Sales for Hu brushes have surged significantly. This approach is definitely viable. Next, I might try live streaming to sell Hu City's local specialties. That's fantastic. Liu Shanjun praised. It's truly a blessing for the region. Having Director Li as the head of the Cultural Tourism Bureau is a real stroke of luck for Hucheng. Flattery again? Li Jiqing couldn't help but twitch her lips, struggling to hold back her amusement. This man, his silver tongue is second to none. Usually, Director Li always says I'm a gentleman, all talk, no action. He says I'm nothing but a sycophant. This time, Liu Shanjun really threw out a tempting offer. Commissioner Li, how about we partner up to start a cultural company and jointly invest in the film Resident Evil? Li Jiqing shot Liu Shanjun a surprised glance. Who'd have thought this penny pincher would ever be so generous? He was even willing to spit out the meat he'd already grabbed to let her have a bite. Given Liu Shanjun's reputation and the critical success of Happy Death Day, making money off Resident Evil was practically a sure thing. Partnering to launch a company and invest in the Resident Evil project was essentially handing her money. The thought was appreciated, but starting a company was unnecessary. Li Jiqing shook her head, politely declining Liu Shanjun's proposal. You don't need to include me. I have enough to live on, and I can't accept this money anyway. But you should get Jinghai Film Studio, or rather, the Zhejiang Provincial Radio and Television Bureau behind it to invest. You're a smart person, I won't need to spell out the pros and cons. Liu Shanjun smiled. Exchanging cake for connections was perfectly normal. Those who only think of taking everything for themselves won't go far or last long. Is Director Li close with Director Hu from Jinghai Film Studio? Li Jiqing shook her head. Not particularly. But the station chief of Zhejiang Broadcasting has a history with my father. I've crossed paths with Director Hu a few times, but not much. Do you know who supplied the filming equipment you rented last time at Huqing Film Studio? Liu Shanjun raised an eyebrow, understanding the implication. Jinghai Film Studio? MHM. Since the conversation had turned to this topic, Li Jiqing decided to share a bit more with Liu Shanjun. Liu Shanjun, you know every province has its own film studio, right? But have you noticed that the credits for theatrical releases always list the same handful of studios? Ever wonder how the other provincial studios stay afloat? Selling approvals? Selling project proposals? That's one avenue. Another is producing extra-long TV series that only air on local stations. Every studio gets allocated funds from above, and you have to use them. Leftover money means less funding next year. You know how it works. Besides local dramas, they also buy equipment. But since studios don't have enough projects to keep it all busy, they rent out the gear to film studios instead of letting it gather dust. There's some profit to be made there too. My connection with Director Hu is neither deep nor shallow. But getting a project approved? Jinghai Studio would be thrilled to help. We'd owe them a favor, and they'd be grateful we brought them in.
You can repay that favor, but it doesn't have to be a huge one. Liu Shanjun had previously worked in MCNs and wasn't as familiar with the ins and outs of film studios.
This sort of thing, when laid out plainly, is just plain. He shrugged it off with a laugh. Changing the subject, he said, then I'll build a set at Huqing Film Studio. For the underground lab in Resident Evil we can't go underground, but we can build above ground.
A single Republican-era building is too limiting.
After I finish filming, Huqing Film Studio can still rent out the set. That's a viable proposal, Li Jiqing nodded.
We welcome production teams like yours that build authentic sets.
I can have the studio staff assist with management and rentals.
We can split the profits 50-50 or even 30-70. Your company takes the lion's share. I don't mind.
It would boost employment, generate long-term revenue, and expand the studio's scale. Nothing but benefits.
Li Jiqing wholeheartedly endorsed the idea.
Liu Shanjun might seem unorthodox on the surface, but he had a good heart and knew how to get along with people. Li Jiqing wrapped her coat tighter against the river breeze. She also revealed the matter she intended to discuss tonight, avoiding Chu Nanshuang.
Lord Liu Shan, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I'm about to move up.
Your Resident Evil project and Qin Shuawei's concert step up the pace. I'll strive to get them approved during my tenure.
This was truly good news. Director Li. No, Commissioner Li. Don't call me that.
Li Jiqing shot him a reproachful glance, pinching his lips between her fingers until they squished flat.
Lord Liu Shan, sing the Orchid Pavilion preface again. I want to hear it.
Sing the Orchid Pavilion preface, and then we'll head back. Liu Shanjun tapped his fingers on the wheelchair to accompany himself.
Copying the Orchid Pavilion preface, running script flows like drifting clouds and flowing water.
Moonlit door pushed open, your delicate steps as light as feathers. Li Jiqing listened, her lips and eyes curving into crescent moons. Even after hearing it 10,000 times, it still sounded so beautiful. Beyond love's embrace, I inscribe this preface awaiting your return.
Suspended brush, a masterpiece waves upon the shore, layer upon layer.
Li Jiqing hummed softly. Just this line alone could make her ears fall off. Seated in his wheelchair, Liu Shanjun drew his hand into his coat, aligning the cuff with Li Jiqing's delicate fingers before slipping it on. The night wind was strong, and the winter air was chilly. Director Li, don't let your hands freeze.
Li Jiqing's pupils flinched. Liu Shanjun, I think you really want to die. Ouch.
A man's hands were warm, after all.
Just this once. Never again. Chapter 143, 2 new female streamers join the company.
After confirming that Jinghai Film Studio would handle the production of Resident Evil,
Liu Shanjun brought Lin Wanxing and Qin Shuawei back to Lake City.
This time, the trio would be on an extended assignment in Huqing, primarily focused on constructing the underground laboratory set for Resident Evil and finalizing the stage design for Qin Shuawei's concert. Of course, director Li's sheer purple veil wasn't forgotten either. When Li Jiqing tried it on, it proved to be translucent. Draped over her body, it created a tantalizingly suggestive effect, more provocative than wearing nothing at all.
Liu Shanjun, you've got some nerve.
Now Li Jiqing dreaded the thought of snow falling in Lake City this winter.
Would it snow? Probably not, right?
She both hoped and dreaded it, her heart torn in two. Meanwhile, the two young attendants who had always been inseparable from Lord Liu Shan, Chu Nanshuang and Ren Xiyao, did not accompany him to Lake City.
The company was still in its infancy and couldn't function without the two vice presidents' management.
Chu Nanshuang was tasked with assembling the production team for Lord Liu Shan.
Ren Xiyao was tasked with expanding the MCN's talent roster.
Chu Nanshuang, who had just hired a new lighting technician, vented to Ren Xiyao, Yao, I thought I'd just be living the good life with the boss.
Turns out, I'm just another one of his workers now.
Ren Xiyao opened her thigh for Chu Nanshuang to rest her head on, offering a small comfort. Running her fingers through Chu Nanshuang's hair, she smiled wryly. If I really let you do nothing, you wouldn't agree.
Honestly, these past 6 months working with the boss have basically given me financial freedom.
If I live frugally, the money in my bank account would last me a lifetime of lounging around at home from now on.
But Xuangshuang, would you be willing to do that? Or given your family's circumstances, would you spend your whole life traveling the world, eating, drinking, and partying every day? Would you want to live like that? Chu Nanshuang yawned lazily. A year or two of that? I could handle it. But asking me to do it for the rest of my life? I've no interest in that. Exactly. Uncle once told me, freedom isn't about doing whatever you want, but about not having to do what you don't want to do. Now Uncle has mapped out our entire lives. You'll conquer the entertainment industry, and I'll dominate social media. These two fields alone are enough to sustain us for a lifetime. When you feel like working, give it your all. When you don't, just pout at Uncle and dump the work on him. What can he do? He'll just grudgingly give us time off. We're not working for Uncle, we're building our own careers, with Uncle always backing us up. Anyone who called Yao stupid would get an earful from Chu Nanshuang first. Ren Xiyao has always been the epitome of quiet intelligence in our dorm.
Xu Nanchuan snorted softly, Uncle sure does tell you a lot. Of course he has. I love cuddling with him to sleep. Especially in winter, when I press my cold little feet against his belly. Watching him grumble helplessly at her.
It was just too much fun. Xuan, you don't understand, and you don't need to.
A world for 3 could barely manage, but a world for 4 would be far too crowded.
Ren Xiyao mimicked how Lord Lu Shan treated her, gently twirling Xu Nanchuan's earlobe with her pinky finger. Xu Nanchuan's eyes closed in pure bliss. Inhaling Yao Yao's milky scent was pure bliss. Her voice couldn't help but soften with a hint of sweetness.
While playing with Xu Nanchuan, Ren Xiyao said, Xuan, tomorrow you'll come with me to the airport to pick up 2 people.
Who are we picking up?
Xu Nanchuan hummed with her eyes closed.
2 female streamers. New recruits. They'll appear in the Resident Evil movie too. As the female lead, you'll be vetting them for the boss. Recruiting more women? Xu Nanchuan frowned inside. Don't you think there are already enough women around the boss? Forget his fame, just look at his face. Even if he's in a wheelchair, do you really think no woman would have ulterior motives? I get that perfectly. I'm Uncle's biggest fan. You don't get it.
Uncle may be generous with money. He spent over 100,000 on stockings last time and just handed us the company card to use freely, but he's incredibly particular about one thing. He's never mentioned it, but I know for sure. If I dare hire a male streamer, I'll be in big trouble. Not only would I never dare hire a male streamer, but I even had the company replace my cameraman, operations manager, and Douyin livestream moderator with women.
Hey! Xu Nanchuan exclaimed. Yao, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. Uncle isn't that kind of person. Ren Xiyao teased with a laugh, then go hire male artists. They're way easier to recruit than female ones.
Xu Nanchuan's head snapped back, and she instantly lost all resolve, muttering, I won't.
If you won't hire them, I won't either.
Ren Xiyao continued to egg her on, just hire them.
You're different from me. Uncle's generous.
Find him more employees, and he'll definitely praise you for being capable.
Ren Xiyao, you're so mean. Xu Nanchuan pinched Ren Xiao's ticklish spot. Are you trying to ruin me?
Ren Xiyao, her weak spot pinched, begged for mercy. But one thing she meant sincerely, Xu Nanchuan wasn't like her.
She was dead set on Lu Shanjun. But you, Xu Nanchuan, don't have anything with Lu Shanjun. Why are you so timid?
Unless, you also harbor ill intentions toward the old man.
The next day,
Xu Nanchuan drove her big car, picking up Ren Xiyao and heading to Jinghai Airport to pick up 2 newly arrived female anchors. One was Wang Mengru, the other Liu. Both were top-tier talents in Douyin's beauty category, each boasting around 5 million followers. While not quite at the very top tier, they were not far off. Ren Xiyao had met these 2 girls by chance during a live stream competition. At first glance, she thought both girls were stunningly beautiful. Even with beauty filters applied, some girls possess a natural bone structure that shines through. They weren't the cookie-cutter V-shaped faces. Liu stands at 5 feet 7 inches, towering among women, yet she possesses a childlike face, a chubby, doll-like appearance that extends beyond her face to her entire body. But it's not fat, it's a voluptuous, well-proportioned fullness. She has a certain charm. When she speaks, her words are sticky and clingy, like the humid days of the rainy season in Jiangnan. Not listening to her is unbearable, but listening to her is unbearable for a whole day. She's a highly recognizable beauty icon. As for Wang Mengru, a cosplayer who's gained fame beyond the cosplay community, she excels at high-fidelity recreations and can pull off any character type. She looks slim in videos, but in real life, she's even slimmer. Ren Xiyao could easily wrap her hand around Wang Mengru's wrist with room to spare. Not just her hands, her legs are slender too, what people call chopstick legs, where thighs and calves look almost identical. At 5 feet 4 inches, she weighs only about 176 pounds. Even Xu Nanchuan, who's notoriously strict about her diet, thought Wang Mengru looked too thin at first glance.
But Ren Xiyao had seen Wang Mengnan's work. While her cosplay accuracy wasn't the most impressive, what truly earned Ren Xiao's admiration was Wang Mengru's androgynous charm.
She carried an innate heroic spirit, still possessing a feminine face, but with short hair and sharply arched brows, she exuded a unique charm. Chapter 144, Guild welcomes a new powerhouse. Lord Lu Shan takes on civil engineering in Lake City. As masters of the visual appeal category, Wang Mengru and Liu both faced a common challenge: limited monetization potential. Growing from 1 million followers to 5 million didn't translate to a 5-fold income increase. In fact, it felt like treading water. Naturally, their eyes turned to the live streaming arena. By chance, they faced off against Ren Xiyao in a PK battle. Though Ren Xiyao had fewer followers than them, her points were 10 times higher. A single battle netted her 100,000 points, leaving her in awe of how streamers truly rake in the cash. Later, after Ren Xiyao gained exposure through Lu Shanjun and became the Lu family's little princess, her monetization capabilities became truly terrifying. She had effectively entered the high-stakes arena. With just a brief warm-up, a single showdown could rack up millions of votes.
For Wang Mengru and Liu Yu to claim they weren't envious would be pure self-deception.
Their sponsored deals barely brought in that much money, and they didn't even get them every day. Sometimes they'd go 10 days or even half a month without landing a single one. When Ren Xiyao first extended an olive branch, Wang Mengru and Liu Yu hesitated about leaving their comfort zone to explore the live streaming arena with her. Later, when they learned Liu Xian was the boss of Ren Xiao's MCN company, their hearts were instantly won over. With Liu Shanjuan's additional offer to feature them in Resident Evil, the two women didn't hesitate. They packed their bags immediately and traveled thousands of miles to Jinghai. A silver-hued Rolls-Royce pulled up before them. Stepping inside, the starlit ceiling above them still gave the two women a slight jolt of surprise. When would they ever own an RR? Inside the car, Wang Mengru and Liu Yu were visibly nervous and stiff. Liu Yu was noticeably more timid, sitting beside Wang Mengru and gripping her slender arm. Wang Mengru asked, "Yao Yao, is our boss easy to get along with?" He seemed pretty approachable during his livestream. Is he different in person? He's not easy to get along with, kind of a creep, actually. You two better not get too close to him. Ren Xiyao shamelessly slung mud at Liu Shanjun. Whether the old man is easygoing or not, just don't associate with him. I'll handle the self-media accounts. I'll collect your rent and pass it on to Mr. Liu. For now, you'll stay at my place. I've found a villa, but the livestream studio needs renovations. You can move in a few days later. But remember, the company covers lodging, not meals. Plus, new hosts will eventually move into the villa too. If you want to move out, the company offers a 2,000 yuan monthly housing subsidy. It's your choice. With a spacious villa available, who would choose an apartment? Even in the suburbs, both women preferred the villa. Renting a villa for the second daughter was a direct order from Liu Shanjun himself, a calculated investment to set an example for future streamers. Besides, free-range upbringing breeds untamable wildness, while controlled environments facilitate management. When Liu Shanjun was a boss, he'd learned this lesson the hard way. Whenever an event came up, he'd be picking up one girl here, another there. Even with his temperament, this routine was enough to set him off. Hardly any of the girls were punctual. They'd all confirm via WeChat, "Okay, I'm ready," but every time he went downstairs, they were at least 20 minutes late. I could take a shower and grab breakfast in that time. Living together, renting a suburban villa was cheaper than renting apartments. Plus, living under one roof meant no need for motivation. Whoever got 100,000 votes today, whose exhibition hall got sponsored by a big spender, these girls would secretly compete among themselves. Their KPIs skyrocketed. Wang Mengru and Liu Yu's contracts have already been signed online by Liushanjun. Commercial deals remain their own responsibility. Liushanjun's company only handles the live streaming aspect. Since Liu Shanjun ceded control over commercial advertising, he takes a hefty cut from the live streaming revenue, a straight 50-50 split after the platform's commission. Wang Mengru and Liu Yu never had much traction in the live streaming arena to begin with. While the split might seem steep, if they truly succeed in live streaming, they'd gladly accept even a larger company cut. As for Yao Yao's commission, Liu Shanjun gave her 20% of the proceeds after the platform's cut. It was a way of letting Yao Yao collect her share of the rent, too. Back at Yunxi Garden, Ren Xiyao pulled out a white lab coat and had the youthful-looking Liu Yu put it on. That's right, don't button it up. Show off your unique features, Ren Xiyao instructed earnestly. I'll send the boss your fitting photos. It's for that role I promised you, a lab researcher. Heard it has quite a few scenes. Liu Yu proudly displayed her assets, a pristine white lab coat over a black knit top. Liu Shanjun had cast her as the younger sister of the first film's male lead, a researcher at the Hive Lab who had been investigating the T-virus all along. Liu Shanjun had undoubtedly chosen this role precisely because it suited Liu Yu's strengths. Ren Xiyao snapped a test outfit photo and sent it to Liu Shanjun. Noticing Wang Mengru's hesitant expression, she smiled and said, "You've got your role sorted too. It's a substantial part. You're a member of the special task force. The costume isn't ready yet, but I hear it's pretty cool. Just hang in there a bit longer." Wang Mengru breathed a sigh of relief. After years in the workforce, she'd been scammed countless times, from renting apartments to job hunting, leaving her somewhat traumatized. Just having a role was enough, even one without lines would do. She and Yu weren't asking for much, just a chance to appear on the big screen, to let their families catch a glimpse. Though they hadn't earned a fortune, they were relatively well off materially. Beyond financial freedom, their next pursuit lay in fulfilling spiritual needs. Like appearing on the big screen, gaining the title of actor, becoming their parents' pride, and earning a thumbs up from relatives during the new year. These things might seem vain, but they mattered deeply. In Lake City, Liu Shanjun received the photos Ren Xiyao had sent. He nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Then he anticipated Yao Yao's next question. Not as big as yours. During the days Wang Mengru and Liu Yu stayed at Yunxi Garden, Ren Xiyao led them into an intense competition. How to make money. It was an art in itself. With Ren Xiao's meticulous guidance and traffic diversion, the two girls also captured a wave of traffic from Lord Lu Shan. Together with Ren Xiyao, they formed the small group Little Princesses of the Liu family. Lord Liu Shan didn't mind them siphoning his traffic at all. His only fear was that the girls wouldn't be able to handle the influx and turn it into cash. Fortunately, Ren Xiyao, the seasoned veteran, was there to oversee things. These days, Wang Mengru and Liu Yu occasionally broke 100,000 votes in a single PK battle. Though inconsistent, things were steadily improving. Meanwhile, Lord Liu Shan was overseeing operations in Lake City. It must be said across all industries, when it comes to efficiency, civil engineering takes the cake. Blueprints were finalized in 3 days, construction commenced in 5, and pile driving began by the 7th day. Chapter 145, Concert tickets sold out in seconds. The civil engineering project personally supervised by Liu Shanjun had a simple requirement: a research laboratory must have the feel of a research laboratory. You couldn't just transplant high school lab experiments onto the big screen, having our nation's top scientists fiddling with test tubes and beakers. Foreigners would see this and assume our country can't afford proper research funding. Domestic films and TV shows get called out for looking fake at first glance. That's precisely where the problem lies. Costumes, props, and sets are often slapped together with obvious sloppiness. A research lab made to look like a middle school classroom. Injuries are portrayed by wrapping a bandage around an area and dabbing it with red ink. After a fierce gunfight, the actors' faces look cleaner than the audience's. Some issues stem from actors' exorbitant salaries eating up most of the film budget, leaving pitiful funds for costumes and props. But mostly, it's down to directors and screenwriters who don't care, who take it lightly, who just go through the motions. I'll shove it right in your faces, so what? Are you here to watch the actors' performances, or to admire the costumes and props? Fine, let the rich kid wear and drive a MG. After all, most viewers aren't rich kids. But a low-level company employee living in a courtyard house inside Beijing's second ring road? That's just rubbing the audience's intelligence in the dirt. Haven't people experienced the perks of being a wealthy young master or endured the hardships of a laborer? Resident Evil is at least a sci-fi film. While it can't match the Wandering Earth's standards, it should at least show the same respect for its audience. How the T-virus was developed. Dr. Miyazaki isn't an expert, so he couldn't recreate that scene. They just skipped it entirely. That laser corridor, however, stands as the film's signature gore sequence. Director Miyazaki scrutinized every detail, determined to avoid any hint of cheapness in the final effect. Cold steel, dazzling lights, psychedelic glass walls. It could be fake, but it couldn't be tacky. In Lake City, besides overseeing the set construction for his own film, Lord Liu Shan also had to manage the stage design for Qin Shuai's concert. Promotion was already underway. The concert was set for December 31st, ringing in the new year with fans. Liu Shanjun and Qin Shuai filmed a short video announcing he would be a guest performer at her concert, where he would debut a new song. Liu Shan's return to the stage after 2 decades alone is already the biggest draw for Qin Shuai's concert. Combined with the new song release, it has elevated the concert's buzz to unprecedented heights. Li Jiqing had also coordinated with Hucheng's cultural publicity department to secure free advertising for Qin Shuai's concert. They would display lightbox advertisements and digital screen promotions across Hucheng's shopping malls, landmarks, and transportation hubs. The goal was to let more Hu City residents know about the concert happening right in their backyard and spark ticket sales. Otherwise, if attendance turned out dismal, not only would Qin Shuai lose face, but even she, as the head of the Culture and Tourism Bureau, would be embarrassed. However, judging by the current online buzz surrounding this concert, it's no longer a question of whether Hu City residents want to buy tickets, it's whether they can actually get their hands on them. Even before tickets went on sale, Qin Shuai's official Weibo, the official Weibo account, and the Douyin comments section for Liu Shanjun were already flooded with desperate pleas from fans. Qin Shuai's stage production required 3 of China's top advertising agencies to handle the setup. Just renting the sound equipment from abroad cost $1 million. This blow would have cut deep into Qin Shuai's heart in the past, leaving her bleeding with pain. But she'd taken Liu Shanjuan's advice to heart: a craftsman must sharpen his tools to do the job right, and went all out on top-tier equipment. Whether I sing well or poorly is irrelevant, the stage production must be maximized. After Liu Shanjun coordinated with the advertising agency, the dome of the Lily Stadium was transformed into a starry sky effect. This alone was another near 7-figure expense. Thousands of lights alone represented a substantial expense, not to mention the aerial truss structure. A central pillar was erected right in the middle of the stage to mount the 4-sided giant screen. Using this pillar as the load-bearing axis, bridges were gradually extended outward in all directions. All for the sake of achieving the ultimate stage effect. Had it not been for Lord Liu Shan, Qin Shuai would never have mobilized such extensive resources. This was practically an act of defiance against the entire industry. Qin Shuai's lavish spending on stage design effectively redefined the standards for top-tier singer concerts. Contrast only deepens the sting. If any up-and-comer later charged the same ticket prices as Qin Shuai but delivered a shoddy stage production, they'd inevitably face a barrage of criticism, accused of being greedy and tacky.
Lord Lushan, you've ruined me this time. Qin Shuewei huffed. Then why are you smiling? We were all making good money before, but you insisted I make the stage production this elaborate. Now I'm the one breaking industry norms. Countless people will be talking behind my back, accusing me of ruining their livelihoods. Who cares? If they need to be weeded out, so be it. Just like the movie market, if they want to wallow in their own filth, that's their choice. I'm not joining them. Lu Shanjun's sharp edge had always been this formidable. Ever since her teenage years, Qin Shuewei had adored Lu Shanjuan's unapologetic sharpness. 2 weeks before the concert, the ticket system opened. Tickets sold out in a matter of seconds. Naturally, a portion of these included internal tickets, which began circulating through various channels. Front row VIP seats were scalped for a staggering 200,000 yuan each on the very first day. Even Qin Shuewei was alarmed. Mr. Lushan, aren't we making a bit too much off this? You're worried about someone who'd spend 200,000 on a concert ticket? Later, film a short video with me urging fans to stay rational. As for ticket scalping, those who will still scalp. Neither you nor I can stop it. Qin Shuewei voiced her concern, but won't this damage your reputation? You know fans' actions reflect on the star. With your massive following now, marketing accounts will definitely try to ride your coattails for negative buzz. Lu Shanjun shrugged. Can't be helped. Every advantage has its downside. You can't expect to make money and not get criticized. What's the difference between that and being a hypocrite? I'm not like that. Qin Shuewei playfully punched Lu Shanjun. I just feel bad for you. You were only a concert guest, yet you got dragged into this mess for no reason. How about I share some of the ticket sales with you? You shouldn't have to take all the heat for nothing. No need for ticket shares, Lu Shanjun declined politely. But Lu Shanjun's gaze lingered on Qin Shuewei's legs. Qin Shuewei flushed. Biting her lip, she muttered under her breath, Lu Shanjun, you bloody pervert. Bare legs this time. Chapter 146, Jinghai Broadcasting Television injects capital, pumping up the new girl. 2 weeks remained until Qin Shuewei's concert. During these 2 weeks, besides accompanying Qin Shuewei to rehearsals, Lu Shanjun also returned to Jinghai with Li Jiqing. He had a meal with the deputy director of Jinghai Broadcasting Group. As former state-designated film and cultural production entities, provincial broadcasting groups across the country still command half the market in Longgua's film and television industry. Deeply involved in all aspects of content production, many domestic entertainment companies have the shadow of provincial broadcasting groups behind them. For Lu Shanjun to establish himself in the film and television industry, the broadcasting sector was an unavoidable obstacle. No one could single-handedly challenge capital, but even all capital combined couldn't rival. This time, Lu Shanjun owed Li Jiqing another major favor. It was Li Jiqing who brokered the deal, securing Zhejiang Provincial Radio and Television's participation in the Resident Evil project. The total budget amounted to a modest target. Zhejiang Province invested 30 million yuan for a 30% stake, Hucheng Cultural Tourism City Investment contributed 20 million yuan for a 20% stake, and the remaining 50% was held by Lu Shanjun as director and company investor. Lu Shanjun had never imagined financing the entire production of Resident Evil on his own. Securing investment from these two entities was essentially them doing him a favor. By the day after the contract was signed, Resident Evil had already been successfully greenlit. And this was merely the most superficial, minuscule benefit. The real benefit was securing the connection with Zhejiang Provincial Radio and Television. That's what they call sitting under a big tree for shade. Zhejiang Broadcasting granted Lu Shanjun full creative control. He would direct Resident Evil from start to finish, and they wouldn't even assign a producer to the project. Distribution would also be handled entirely by Zhejiang Broadcasting. Such extensive autonomy was granted not only because of Li Jiqing's connections, but also because they recognized Lu Shanjun's current influence within the Chinese entertainment industry. During a dinner gathering, the deputy station chief casually mentioned that if Zhejiang Radio and Television were to launch a new variety show in the future, they hoped Mr. Lu would grace them with his presence. Mutual benefit, win-win cooperation. Lu Shanjun needed Zhejiang Broadcasting's endorsement, while Zhejiang Broadcasting needed Lu Shanjun's star power. After all, provincial broadcasting authorities are fiercely competitive. Only after securing funding from Zhejiang Broadcasting did production on Resident Evil truly get underway. Casting auditions, crew recruitment, set construction. Logistics must be in place before the troops move. This wasn't a makeshift operation like Happy Death Day. How much Resident Evil would earn depended entirely on how hot Mr. Lu could make the production during filming. Only by first making audiences aware of the film's existence and getting them into theaters could word-of-mouth momentum build later, drawing more moviegoers to buy tickets. After signing the contract, Li Jiqing returned to Hucheng with the representatives from Hucheng Cultural Tourism Investment. Lu Shanjun, however, headed back to Yunxi Manor. Having been away from home for nearly 2 weeks, Lu Shanjun was immediately pounced upon by Ren Xiyao the moment he walked in. She showered him with affection non-stop. She stayed at Yunxi Manor for the night.
The next day, Liu Shanjun summoned Wang Mengru and Li Yuyu, the two newly recruited female streamers, to Yunxi Manor for a chat. Seeing Lord Liu Shan confined to a wheelchair, the two women felt a sense of unreality. Li Yuyu stammered, "Mr. Liu, you're even more handsome in person than on camera. And you're even prettier in person than in your photos." A simple compliment from someone in a position of power made Li Yuyu feel secretly delighted. Though she was a 5 million follower beauty icon on Douhai, her most impressive achievements still paled in comparison when placed before Liu Shanjun. Across the entire Wanxing entertainment, only Liu Shanjun commanded a fanbase in the tens of millions. A boss who outshone her even in her own field could only inspire awe. Wang Mengru appeared more poised and graceful than Li Yuyu, carrying a hint of reserve but none of the timidity Li Yuyu displayed. She politely inquired, "Mr. Liu, would it be possible to take a photo with you for Douyin?" "Of course. Yuyu, let's shoot a short video too. We should have done this ages ago, but unfortunately I've been in Lake City these past few days." Though it was a polite gesture, the faint trace of regret in Liu Shanjuan's words still made the two women feel deeply gratified. They felt genuinely respected. Originally, the two women had been somewhat apprehensive, especially after being intimidated several times by Ren Xiyao, who had warned them that Liu Shanjun was a genius with an aloof and solitary personality, making him difficult to get along with. But after just one meeting, all the slander Ren Xiyao had hurled at him was completely washed away. Liu Shanjun even designed a small transition for their short video, making it more engaging. He also offered a blessing, encouraging fans who saw it to give the two girls a follow. The two girls were genuinely flattered and a bit overwhelmed. Who knew a big star could be so down to earth? Who knew the company's boss could be so gentle and considerate? Liu Shanjun had summoned the two girls primarily to introduce them to Wang Mengru and Li Yuyu. After assessing their appearances, he concluded they were indeed suitable for supporting roles in a film. Resident Evil was never a strictly scientific sci-fi genre. It leaned more toward the exploitation film category. In such films, beyond gore and horror, softcore eroticism was also a crucial element. Liu Shanjun felt it was unfair to burden Chu Nanchuan with too much. The arrival of Wang Mengru and Li Yuyu would significantly lighten Chu Nanchuan's load. Especially Li Yuyu. Big bears will always be a man's weakness. Just like that movie where Guyu invented the split-screen terminal, the exact title has long slipped Liu Shanjun's mind, and the plot has grown hazy, but the character of Fanwei the secretary remains vivid in his memory to this day. And then there's that hairdresser lady again, Fanwei emerging from the water. I never realized before how much substance that hairdresser lady had. What ordinary person could withstand such a test? And Li Yuyu? She takes it to a whole new level. Liu Shanjun truly knows how to capture women on film. As long as you have distinctive features, he will capture your unique charm. As for Wang Mengru, she has a petite frame but excellent bone structure. True beauty lies in the bones, not the skin. Lord Liu Shan had seen her male persona videos. She truly possessed a certain charm. Give her a short haircut, tweak the Umbrella Corporation task force uniform a bit, and she'd absolutely shine. Liu Shanjun appraised the two women, nodding with satisfaction. He then inquired about their live streaming activities and whether they needed any assistance from the company. Though Liu Shanjun was an old hand in this area, he refrained from offering excessive guidance, instead delegating greater authority to Ren Xiyao. She would guide the two girls to boost their performance. Compared to their previous scattered, sporadic earnings, these 2 weeks in Jinghai were the most lucrative fortnight they'd ever experienced. They had truly witnessed the terrifying money-making power of PK streamers. A single 6-minute PK battle could generate 100,000 votes, equivalent to 10,000 yuan. For top PK streamers like Ren Xiyao, reaching the highest Diamond 5-star PK rating on the first day of each month required an astonishing 2 million sound waves in a single day. 20 million per day wasn't the limit for top streamers like them, it was Douyin's limit. No wonder they can afford luxury cars and 30 million yuan villas. It doesn't take long, just 1 year of monetization is enough. With Ren Xiyao setting the standard, the two women shifted their focus to live streaming. Over the past 2 weeks, they've driven massive revenue growth for the company. Liu Shanjun was thoroughly satisfied with their performance. He rewarded them accordingly. Mengru, Yao Yao. Keep competing for another half month. Come to Huqing with Yao Yao on the 31st. You can watch Qin Shuowei's concert right from my VIP lounge. For Qin Shuowei's concert, front row VIP seats were priced at 200,000 yuan each, and Liu Shanjun's VIP lounge offered even closer proximity to the stage. Moreover, Liu Shanjun promised they could get autographs and photos with Qin Shuowei after the concert, even filming a short video. When it came to lavish rewards at others' expense, Lord Liu Shan was always generous. Yet the two girls were completely dumbfounded. They'd definitely made the right choice coming to this company. Even if they hadn't earned much money yet, their social standing had skyrocketed. They nodded vigorously, like garlic being pounded. Boss, we'll work our hardest and absolutely live up to your expectations. Go for it. This is just the beginning, your future holds limitless potential. Liu Shanjuan's motivational speech filled the two girls to the brim.
Chapter 147, Concert Opener What I Miss. December 31st. Qin Shuawei's concert commenced punctually. At Lake City Stadium, Lake City Culture Tourism capitalized on the concert's buzz by hosting a small auto show and real estate expo. Qin Shuawei rented the venue rent-free, while Huqian Cultural Tourism raked in substantial profits from booth fees. This also set an example for other cities. Some money could be recouped through other avenues. To boost attendance for the merchants brought in by director Li, Qin Shuawei and Liu Ruyan specially held a 2-hour autograph session in the afternoon. It was a gesture of reciprocity. Online, traffic equals money. Offline, foot traffic translates directly into hard cash. Qin Shuawei, Huqian Culture Tourism, Huqian Forest Dealerships, and real estate developers a three-way win. Multiple departments in Huqian coordinated efforts, deploying nearly 1,000 personnel to maintain order on site. Though crowded, the flow remained manageable. 7 o'clock in the evening. Concertgoers began streaming in, while nearby auto show and real estate expo vendors gradually packed up to make way for the event. Li Jiqing sat in the stadium lounge, her phone ringing non-stop. She even had to direct vendors to dismantle their booths in an orderly fashion. Only after every vendor had exited Huqian Stadium did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. The manpower and resources required for a large-scale gathering involving 40,000 people were not something that could be explained in a few simple words. Liu Ruyan and Qin Shuawei had scouted locations and conducted rehearsals a month in advance, while Li Jiqing had expended no less effort. She had made countless trips to coordinate between departments, conducted advanced drills, and prepared for contingencies. That nothing went wrong was the greatest blessing. "It's in your hands now," Li Jiqing said, glancing at Liu Ruyan. "We'll get the job done, Director Li." Liu Ruyan saluted. "How old are you, anyway? Can't you act your age?" Li Jiqing rolled her eyes. 8 o'clock in the evening. The Huqian Stadium was packed to capacity with 40,000 seats filled to the brim. With tickets averaging nearly 1,000 yuan each, the single concert alone generated ticket revenue approaching half a small fortune. This money-making power was enough to astonish any top superstar worldwide. Longwa stands as the world's largest single market. With its massive population of 1.4 billion, even a small slice of its pie represents a national-level investment elsewhere. Thus, miracles are often born in Longwa. Suspended above the center stage, a four-sided screen faced the four quadrants of the arena. A countdown began playing on the screens. 10, 9, 8. As the numbers slowly count down to 0, the lights throughout the entire stadium began to dim one by one, until complete darkness enveloped the space. Yet beneath the dome of Lake City Arena, stars began to appear. As if the entire Milky Way had been pulled down from the heavens and presented before the audience. The visual impact elicited waves of gasps from the crowd. Almost everyone pulled out their phones to record the spectacle. 3,000 tiny lights strung together, weaving a dazzling celestial river. The audience felt as though they could reach out and touch it. With just this opening alone, Qin Shuawei had already achieved the pinnacle of what a celebrity concert in China could be. No opening remarks, no small talk, no nostalgic music videos. Qin Shuawei launched straight into her performance. As a spotlight descended upon the center of the stage, Qin Shuawei, dressed in a white gown, rose slowly via a lift platform. The song title flashed on the screen. What I Miss. No beating around the bush, straight into the climax. I ask why. Why did that girl text me? And why? Stay silent with your head down. Should I believe you love me deeply? Or unwilling to brush me off? Qin Shuawei's talent is undeniable. Love songs like this come effortlessly to her. With just a few vocal runs, she conveyed the bitterness and self-mockery of betrayal. It brought a lump to one's throat. The spotlight split in two, casting light upon a corner of the stage. A man in a white suit played the piano, providing accompaniment for the Queen of Pop. No introduction was needed. The moment he appeared, the venue erupted in a deafening roar of screams. 20 years, a full 20 years, and this man had finally returned. Even Qin Shuawei felt a pang of emotion when she saw that uniquely handsome man under the spotlight. I want to ask why I'm no longer your joy. But why do I just smile bitterly and say I understand everything? Pride often drags us down. Love's winding path. Even her voice carried a tremor. On stage, a holographic projection began flashing back intimate photos from their passionate courtship days. These were specially shot during rehearsals by Qin Shuawei and Liu Ruyan, projected onto the stage. One showed them snacking on the couch while watching TV. There were moments on the bed, where Qin Shuawei teased the sleeping Liu Ruyan with a feather, only to be playfully pinned down by the awakened Liu Ruyan. Scene after scene unfolded, the very moments captured in the song What I Mississippi. The piano abruptly stopped. After an interlude, Liu Ruyan's voice rang out. What I miss is sharing everything. What I miss is dreaming together. What I miss is the urge to love you. Still wanting to love you. Qin Shuawei provided backing vocals for Liu Ruyan. A song that resonates with your emotions is a good song. Who here hasn't experienced a failed romance?
First love remains that unforgettable white moonlight. Whenever I recall it, I can't help but smile. Yet first love is also like a scarlet birthmark, etched upon the heart, crimson as blood, causing a faint ache. Liu Shanjuan's voice gradually faded.
Qin Shuawei took over the chorus, with Liu Shanjun providing backing vocals.
But Liu Shanjun's voice grew fainter still. Lovers who part ways are like two intersecting lines after a brief entanglement, they drift further and further apart. The song gradually reached its conclusion. As Qin Shuawei sang the final note, her gaze drifted toward the man seated at the piano in the corner of the stage. As the coda began to play, Liu Shanjun, seated at the piano, suddenly stood up. Qin Shuawei lifted the hem of her skirt, spread her arms wide, and charged toward Liu Shanjun with reckless abandon. Just like the brave person she once was. The stage lights traced the outline of Liu Shanjun. But as Qin Shuawei embraced him, Liu Shanjun shattered into countless shimmering droplets of light, swirling around her. Until finally, they vanished into thin air. What was missed was lost forever. Meeting him now was worse than never having met him at all. Only then did the audience realize, Lord Liu Shan had been nothing but a holographic projection all along. The real Lord Liu Shan had remained hidden in the darkness. Only after the song What I Miss concluded was this secret revealed to the audience. Unbelievable. This was true stage artistry, transforming light and shadow into an art form. Chapter 148, 1,000 Petals, A Mother's Sorrow, Divine Holographic Manifestation. As Lord Liu Shan shattered into strands of light and shadow, the song What I Miss drew to a close. The venue plunged back into darkness. No one expected guest artist Liu Shanjun to appear during the very first song. After all, this was Qin Shuawei's concert. Bringing Liu Shanjun on for the opening song made it seem like they were co-headlining. It felt like she was stealing the spotlight. But Qin Shuawei didn't care. So what if she was playing second fiddle to Liu Shanjun? Sharing the stage with her former idol was already a blessing in itself. The audience was thrilled by Qin Shuawei's surprise edition. Frankly speaking, nearly two-thirds of the crowd had come specifically for Liu Shanjun, or primarily because of his name. Qin Shuawei's fans could have filled all 40,000 seats, but they certainly wouldn't have driven ticket prices to such astronomical levels. The front row VIP seats were unusually filled almost entirely by middle-aged men. They wore casual clothes, jackets, and many even suits, looking as if they were attending a meeting. Their hair was meticulously combed, wrinkles at the corners of their eyes bearing the marks of time. They wore no flashy accessories, save for the occasional expensive wristwatch on a left hand. You could tell at a glance whose fans they were. 20 grand to catch a glimpse of Liu Xian? Not a bad deal of steal, really. After a brief darkness, a crisp wooden fish sound echoed through the venue. Not the deep resonance of a large wooden fish, but the crisp sound of a handheld one. Following it, a Buddha's head descended upon the world. It descended, carrying an overwhelming aura of authority. A collective gasp rippled through the venue. Only those present could truly grasp the overwhelming pressure. The Buddha's head revealed a compassionate countenance to the world, yet carried supreme might. It has come. Once more, the song of Lord Liu Shan. 1,000 blossoms mourn the sorrow of a mother. This is a quintessential Liu Shanjun song. Liu Shanjun, not Liu Xian. Liu Xian's rock music back then was truly breathtaking, blazing a trail uniquely suited to that era. Yet it remained confined to the single genre of rock. At that time, the entire Dragon Nation was rebuilding from ruins. It was Liu Xian who roared and awakened the nation's musical path. He is revered as the godfather of rock and the pioneer of Dragon Nation's new music precisely because Liu Xian dared to be the first. In an era of repression and restraint, Liu Xian grabbed a guitar and shattered the rigid conventions of the time. The era in which Lord Liu Shan now finds himself is akin to the age of decline, where demons and monsters run rampant, and all manner of spirits and specters appear in the world. It's not just the Dragon Kingdom, the entire world's entertainment industry is rapidly regressing. Liu Shanjun has arrived. Songs like Melancholy Land, What I Miss, and The Secret That Cannot Be Told are undoubtedly top tier, yet they remain confined within the existing musical framework. While others might occasionally produce similar works through flashes of inspiration. But 1,000 Flower Buds, A Mother's Sorrow, Double Happiness, and The Orchid Pavilion Preface, these three songs are the very embodiment of Liu Shanjun's genius. No one else could have written them. Blending modern pop with traditional Dragon Kingdom music represents both the continuation and innovative renewal of Huaxia's cultural heritage. The Buddhist chants in Myriad Flower Buds, the Swanaziri Wedding in Double Happiness, the Era's poignant beauty in the Orchid Pavilion Preface, and its unforgettable, exquisite lyrics. Myriad Flower Buds and Double Happiness embody the path of demonic cultivation, while the Orchid Pavilion Preface leans more toward the orthodox Taoist tradition. Liu Shanjun embodies the pinnacle of cultivating both divine and demonic paths. It's hard to imagine these three songs could possibly come from the same person. The entire music scene of Longwei is left wondering, just how much untapped talent does Lord Liu Shan still possess? Late afternoon, alone in the house. A sudden downpour drenches the cypress trees beyond the window.
The one outside the door has yet to return. Stupidly waiting, stupidly holding an umbrella.
Qin Shuowei's voice filled the air, yet she herself was nowhere to be seen on stage.
Spotlights fell upon a figure clad in a dragon and tiger embroidered skirt and a bagua belly-bearing vest.
Left hand gripped a purple flame serpent spear, right hand held an 8-petaled embroidered flower ball. A Qianquan ring encircled her neck as she pressed palms together, chanting the Taoist 9-word mantra.
All warriors advance in formation.
Simultaneously, a colossal statue of the Great Sea Assembly God rose from the ground.
The crowd was bewildered yet profoundly awestruck.
Only those born in Fujian knew this apparition was a spirit medium, capable of channeling deities.
Sure enough, after the great god of the 3 altars and ocean assembly, lights began to flicker on one by one. White crane boy, slaying without salvation. Great black Buddha mother, master of myriad dharma gates.
And Qin Shuowei, clad in a crimson robe, appeared at the center of the stage.
With a thunderous cry, Namo Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva.
Behind Qin Shuowei, a divine image of Guanyin materialized, 1,000-armed Guanyin, dancing across the heavens.
It was exhilarating.
This was a special collaboration Qin Shuowei arranged with Fujian's stage design team, bringing the local customs of spirit mediums and shamans onto the grand stage, perfectly aligning with the song The Sorrow of the Compassionate Mother Among 10,000 Flower Buds. Needless to say, it was Lord Lu Shan's idea again.
Lord Lu Shan had a particular fondness for these mystical and spiritual elements. Qin Shuowei tried it out and discovered Lord Lu Shan's taste was truly unique.
Fortunately, she heeded Lord Lu Shan's advice and hired the nation's top stage design team, otherwise, this earth-shaking visual spectacle would never have been possible. The 8-figure stage production, all wrapped up together, was worth every penny at that moment. Qin Shuowei herself hailed from Fujian province, yet she never imagined she'd one day bring local cultural elements like spirit mediums and shamans to the stage.
Traditional culture truly is like a treasure trove, waiting for Dragon Nation's entertainment professionals to unearth its riches. After this concert, she believed more musicians would bring local customs to the stage in modernized forms. Simply put, the visual impact is unparalleled.
Divine majesty reigns supreme, the Buddha Mother's compassion endures. The forms of sentient beings, the forms of gods and Buddhas. The mere appearance of the divine image propelled the venue's atmosphere to its peak. Exclamations of awe rose and fell in waves.
Even Qin Shuowei herself felt a profound reverence upon seeing the divine image.
Paired with that thunderous voice, it could easily rank among the top 10 moments of this year's concerts.
This concert was destined to become legendary, as Qin Shuowei herself declared, not even the Buddha could stop it. Chapter 149, Welcoming Guests in Lake City, A Song of Immortal Maiden.
After performing 2 songs written for her by Lord Lu Shan,
Qin Shuowei launched into one of her own classic hits. The Bicycle Bell, the Summer Cicadas chorus, instantly transporting everyone back to that midsummer of youth. A quintessential Qin-style sweet song.
Her soft voice and sticky sweet delivery. It was like a completely different person from the one who had just sung 1,000 Flower Buds, A Mother's Sorrow.
Western Castles, Carriages, Glass Slippers, another of Qin Shuowei's signature hits. Backstage lounge. Lu Shanjun watched the performance with his household's young ladies. This was the first time Wang Mengru and Li Yuyu had ever experienced a concert from this vantage point.
Though the visual experience lacked the immediacy and impact of the audience seats, being here transcended such concerns. It felt more like an embellishment of their status. Much like the front row VIP seats, often offering poorer audio-visual quality than the back rows because they're too close to the stage, sometimes even blocking the full view. Yet the ticket prices still skyrocketed. The concert reached its midpoint. Qin Shuowei was exhausted from singing, drenched in sweat despite the bitter cold of the dead of winter. That exquisite yet intricate costume weighed over 10 pounds, binding her like shackles. After 2 solid hours of singing, the Queen of Pop's voice was strained, and her legs felt weak. How she longed for that bastard Lu Shan to come massage her feet and legs to ease her fatigue. Another signature song concluded. Instead of taking her bow immediately, Qin Shuowei chatted with the audience for a while after the thunderous applause died down. This served to extend the concert's duration, engage with fans, and usher in a new chapter of the performance. On stage, Qin Shuowei thanked every single fan in attendance. It is you who have made Qin Shuowei on this stage possible. Without you, there would be no Qin Shuowei standing here today. 12 years since my debut, I've wanted to give up on music countless times. But because of you, my dear fans, I persevered. Her voice trembled with emotion, her eyes welling up as she covered her mouth to stifle a sob. Backstage, Lu Shanjun called over Chu Nanchuan. Nanchuan, look at this, that's what you call acting. She can even fool herself with her own lies. You should learn a thing or two from teacher Qin Shuowei. Chu Nanchuan nodded obediently. Miss Qin Shuowei didn't even show such outstanding acting skills in Happy Death Day. How come the moment she steps onto the concert stage, it's like she's unlocked her full potential? Truly the Queen of Pop. Even as a singer, her acting was no less impressive. Lu Shanjun had heard countless versions of that fan thanking speech, the usual "I wanted to quit so many times, but I stayed because I couldn't bear to leave my fans behind." In this industry, the only ones who quit are those who can't cut it anymore or when the authorities step in. The money flows in this industry like a full-speed printing press. Without divine retribution, who would willingly walk away? With money, there's never enough. But these words must be spoken. It's like a couple in love, you don't have to say I love you constantly, but you absolutely must say it. Fans pour real money into loving you. If celebrities can't repay that with physical affection, they should at least offer some heartfelt words. Qin Shuawei bowed to the audience in all four directions before stepping off the stage. After shedding her heavy gown, Qin Shuawei made her way to Lord Lu Shan's dressing room. A faint smile touched her lips as she said, "Your turn, Lord Lu Shan." Lu Shan raised an eyebrow at the woman. "What? Afraid I'll ruin your show? That shameless bastard." Qin Shuawei felt both love and hate for him, wishing she could bite into that thick-skinned bastard's cheek to vent her frustration. After Qin Shuawei's heartfelt interlude, the regular concert-goers in attendance knew the main event was about to begin. The first song, What I Miss, featured Qin Shuawei as the backing vocalist, warming up the venue and building the energy. Now, it was finally Lu Shanjun's time to shine. Would he choose The Bridge of Peace and Harmony, his most streamed song? Would it be the most streamed Anha Bridge? Or the rock anthem, The Sky is Wide and the Sea is Vast, performed during his comeback livestream? Or the critically acclaimed The Orchid Pavilion preface? Or perhaps the most enigmatic Double Happiness? Or perhaps he'll dust off an old hit, bringing the 4,000-strong Whose City Stadium back to its former glory. The Milky Way sky opens once more. A hazy light on stage outlines a man's silhouette. He's here. And he stands. Lord Lu Shan has recovered. A piercing sham blast, like a ray of dawn piercing through the haze, split the inky darkness. One by one, the lights in the entire venue ignited, bright as day. Alone on center stage, a figure stood. A microphone stood before him. Dressed in retro hippie-style black motorcycle jacket, exaggerated pendants. An electric guitar hung around his neck. A complete embodiment of unrestrained, free-spirited rebellion. His legs were fitted with mechanical prosthetics, the very devices that now allowed Lu Shan to stand on stage once more. Yet Lu Shan showed no trace of despondency, his eyes and brows radiated spirited vigor. The sham's notes grew ever more piercing. This sham intro was unlike any of Lu Shanjun's previous songs. Everyone knew Lord Lu Shan would perform a new song at this concert, but no one expected him to drop the bomb right at the start, unleashing the new track immediately. The more the audience listened to this intro, the more they felt it possessed a magical quality. Amidst the sham's notes, they could almost taste joy. Lu Shan raised his right index finger and pinky, curling the other three fingers inward as he thrust his hand toward the sky. The rock and roll hand gesture. He grabbed the microphone stand in front of him and bellowed, "Lake City! Get ready! Holy!" The entire venue erupted in an inexplicable frenzy. The 40,000 spectators felt an irresistible urge to stand up, shake their bodies, and jump around. That's the power of Lu Shanjun's stage presence. Step onto the stage, and you're a star. Hucheng! Get ready! Lu Shanjun! Let's hear it! When the east fails to light, the west will shine. As the setting sun fades, I bask in sorrow. The night before was quiet, but the night after was hectic. After dreaming of gold, I dream of millet. What on earth is this? Not only were the 40,000 audience members baffled, but even backstage in the green room, Xunanshuan, Ren Xiyao, Li Jiqing, and the other girls were utterly perplexed. Only Lin Wanxing and Qin Shuawei, who had participated in the entire rehearsal, managed to suppress a smile. Lord Lu Shan has gone mad again. Just watch him make a scene. Spring rain cannot dampen true hearts. Ghostly autumn chills the lovesick soul. Longing for heaven, longing for earth, longing for a kindred spirit. Gazing at mountains, waters, and the dawn I watch. Accompanied by Swana music, Lu Shanjun's electric guitar solo made him resemble Jigong in that fleeting moment of transcending worldly attachments. This world is inherently a farce and absurdity, why should we take it too seriously? Off-key singing, magical and dreamlike melodies. Thus was born this song, Immortal Maiden. It is the Lu Xian of the past and the Lu Shanjun of the present. Unrestrained and carefree. Though fallen among mortals, I remain unfettered. Originally a carefree immortal in heaven. I care not for earthly things. Only fine wine stirs my heartstrings. Lord Lu Shan once again redefines what it means to be an immortal. Some seek wealth, some seek fame, some seek beauty, some seek love, but I seek only freedom. The song Immortal reveals Lord Lu Shan's stance toward this world. A human life is but a season, a plant's life is but a day. Cast aside your worries, embrace the moment, and live as your true self desires. At first, the 40,000-strong crowd was bewildered, never having heard music like this before. It felt like a group of rock-hard men performing a duet on stage, absurd and magical. It's hard to imagine what state of mind Lu Shanjun was in when he created Xiener. But by the chorus, the crowd's collective spirit seemed swept away by Lu Shanjun. They couldn't help but sing along with Lu Shanjun. I plead with heaven, I plead with earth, I plead with myself. Forget the mountains, forget the rivers, I forget my lover.
I yearn for heaven and earth, yearn for heaven and my soulmate. Urging heaven, urging earth, urging heaven, urging myself. Longing for heaven and earth, longing for a soulmate, gazing at mountains and rivers, I long for dawn. Urging heaven, urging earth, urging myself, forget mountains, forget rivers, I forget my lover. Chapter 150, Lord Liu Shan. He broke his promise, said he'd sing one new song, yet he sang two. One song finished, the Sham fell silent. The entire venue seemed immersed in that carefree spirit of I stand among men, yet remain at ease. Even the middle-aged men in the front rows, dressed in crisp suits and meticulous attire, waved their glow sticks in a sea of light for Lord Liu Shan. Some even shouted directly toward the stage, Lord Liu Shan, I love you. His secretary beside him stared in astonishment at his boss. You old fossil, did you ever have such wild moments? Lord Liu Shan smiled on stage. Below the stage, Qin Shuawei promptly pushed his wheelchair forward. Even with the support of his mechanical arms, Lord Liu Shan couldn't stand for long. He needed to sit down for a while after about one song. Qin Shuawei helped Lord Liu Shan down into the seat. Seeing the man drenched in sweat, she sniffed softly, then caught the hem of his sleeve to wipe the beads of perspiration from his forehead. The venue erupted in the loudest screams since the show began. Holy crap, Qin Shuawei wiped Liu Shanjuan's sweat. Lord Liu Shan possessed almond-shaped eyes that radiated deep affection. He could make even a dog seem romantic, sparking shipping with anyone. The Junyao romance from back then still had a huge following. Now, with Qin Shuawei's single wipe, tomorrow's trending topics are already guaranteed. Backstage. Ren Xiyao crossed her arms in frustration. What is she doing? What is she doing? I sent her to deliver a wheelchair, but she ended up wiping sweat? Is that even her job? Li Jiqing giggled, covering her mouth. Yao Yao is just too adorable. But Qin Shuawei really did cross the line, as if she wanted the whole world to misunderstand them. On stage. Liu Shanjun thanked Qin Shuawei. The latter actually flushed crimson. She lost her mind, forgetting that 40,000 pairs of eyes were fixed on them. Seeing Lord Liu Shan drenched in sweat from singing for her, she felt a pang of pity and instinctively wiped his brow. Only when the venue erupted in screams loud enough to shatter the dome did she realize tomorrow's headlines would be impossible to explain away. Liu Shanjun raised his hand to quiet the roaring crowd. Qin Shuawei handed the microphone to Lord Liu Shan. Liu Shan tapped the microphone and said, "Long time no see." The arena erupted in screams. That simple "long time no see" had been 20 years in the making. Once the screams died down slightly, Liu Shanjun continued, 20 years apart, and it seems everyone has changed quite a bit. I'm no exception, once a dashing young man, now a crippled old man. Times change, and people change. Sometimes, the passage of time truly kills. Seeing the refined, wheelchair-bound figure of Lord Liu Shan on stage, it was hard to connect him to the bare-chested, long-haired Liu Xian of 20 years ago, the one who used to toss his hair like a broom. Liu Xian had matured, and they had aged. The middle-aged audience members in the venue had slightly blurred vision. They simply didn't have the energy to chase stars anymore. Coming here this time was nothing more than paying homage to their lost youth. As long as Lord Liu Shan remained, their youth seemed to never have aged. Looking out at the audience below, Liu Shan spoke as if sharing a casual family story. Taking the stage at teacher Qin Shuawei's concert this time is also my way of letting everyone know I'm okay. It's true, as you've all heard, I had an accident. My lower body is now disabled. Many have shown concern for my health. It's nothing serious, just a few bumps and bruises. It was this accident that inspired me to write the song Xiener. Life, huh? It's such a pain in the ass. But we've still got to live it to the fullest, right? Liu Shanjun gave a playful chuckle. Another wave of applause and screams erupted throughout the venue. Laughter, scorn, and anger all become part of the story. The Liu Xian of old was a voice of furious protest, but the Liu Shanjun of today carries an air of carefree playfulness. Reaching middle age, his fiery spirit had mellowed, yielding to a calmer demeanor. He knew he was no dashing swordsman roaming the world in a green robe. He was merely one of countless NPCs in this vast world. Accepting fate. Yet cherishing life all the more. Live life to the fullest, simple, plain words, just like their lives, peaceful and content. Liu Shanjun continued, for reasons everyone knows, I can't sing those old songs anymore. So the name Liu Xian must be put to rest. As Liu Shanjun now, I'm doing quite well, money, leisure, a pretty sweet life. No need for anyone to worry about me. This statement laid bare the truth about his falling out with his former teammates. Since Shanghai Entertainment had copyrighted all the old songs, even Liu Xian, the original singer, could no longer use them. It was a regret, but Liu Shanjun didn't dwell on it. Let bygones be bygones. Focus on the future, focus on making money. A smile spread across his face as Liu Shanjun beamed, alright. Enough with the sentimental stuff. Any more and I'd sound like an old man's rambling. Music, let's go. A song titled Anha Bridge, singing a verse of regret. The current Lord Liu Shan's talent even surpasses that of the former immortal Liu. The Liu Xian of old could never have composed such breathtaking folk songs.
As the melodious horsehead fiddle began to play, that lingering regret automatically surfaced in his mind.
I know. Those summers, like youth, can never return. What replaces dreams can only be a reluctant substitute. Though billed as Qin Shuowei's concert, the second half was actually a joint performance by Qin Shuowei and Liu Shanjun.
It's basically one song by Liu Shanjun and two songs by Qin Shuowei. Over the past 6 months, he's basically sung every song he's written. He even performed a duet with Ren Xiyao on Double Happiness, further proving she's the one he favors most, allowing her to openly bask in his spotlight. Until the arrow prelude of the Orchid Pavilion preface began to play. Qin Shuowei and Liu Shanjun took the stage together for a duet. The audience realized this must be the final song. An inkwash painting unfolded in the air. Brushstrokes as sharp as iron, strokes as graceful as silver hooks the poetic charm of Jiangnan. Liu, copying the Orchid Pavilion preface, running script flows like drifting clouds and flowing water. Qin, moonlit door pushed open, your footsteps light as your thoughtful heart. Both, in haste 1,000-year-old steel is easy to rub, yet your beauty remains untouched. The genuine article is rare, to whom can true heart be given? As the song draws to a close, even the most perfect story must come to an end. A vast scroll unfurls, bearing the entire preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection. Suspended by wires, Liu and Qin tread upon the scroll, step by step ascending toward the heavens, as if soaring upward. Finally, as the scroll shatters, the preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection draws to a close. The entire venue plunges back into darkness, illuminated only by a sea of glowsticks. Amidst the swaying of 40,000 glowsticks and the unified roar of the crowd. One more song. One more song. One more song. The chanting lasted a full 2 minutes. The giant screen lit up once more. At the same time, Lord Ryuzen's voice came through. A hint of resignation, yet also a touch of indulgence. You guys? Hey! I said this is the last one. The big screen flickered with a series of zzzzz sounds. 2 characters appeared as the song title Mountains and Seas. Lord Liu Shan broke his promise. He said he'd sing one new song, yet he ended up singing 2. Chapter 151, Mountains and Seas, a song for middle-aged men. Head-on confrontation? Seeing the words Mountains and Seas inevitably drew connections to the entertainment company of the same name founded by Su Jinan, the former drummer of Liu Shanjun's band. Could there truly be a reconcilable conflict between the two? Had Su Jinan conspired with other band members to betray Liu Xian? Suddenly, a hint of conspiracy shrouded Liu Xian's 20-year hiatus. As the song titled Mountains and Seas appeared on the 4-sided screens, a wave of crimson light washed over the stage as the Dragon Nation flag rose at its center, a crimson ribbon swirling around it. This set design was a faithful recreation of the panoramic backdrop from Liu Xian's concert at Hong Kong Coliseum 20 years prior. That very concert had fired the first shot for mainland rock in Longwa, with Hong Kong's 4 heavenly kings all in attendance to show their support. Liu Shanjun appeared before the crowd, bare-chested, clad in black leather pants, towering in oversized Dr. Martens boots, an electric guitar slung around his neck. He combed his flowing long hair back with his fingers splayed like claws. Ah! The venue erupted in a frenzy of shrieks, as if the very stars themselves were about to be shaken from the heavens. All right. I'll indulge you one last time. After all, you fell for a guy like me, a total unreliable man. Tonight was a reenactment of that scene from 20 years ago. The only difference was the bandmate who once sat behind Liu Xian, sharing every applause with her. Now the drummer is Qin Shuowei, and the bassist is Lin Wanxing. They, hidden in the most remote corner of the stage, bathed in no spotlight, were willing to be the women behind this man, needing not a single ray of starlight. Strings plucked, the intro began. Liu Shanjun opened his voice. I watch my naive self appearing in a story without me, waiting for my response. For a reason that brought me here. Low and husky, deep and resonant, carrying a hint of languid decadence. Like a middle-aged man leaning against a wall, lighting a cigarette, watching the smoke curl upward, his eyes hollow, his gaze unfocused, lost and bewildered. He doesn't know what's so fascinating about this wisp of smoke, but it seems there's nothing else to do but watch it rise slowly. The drumbeat erupts, propelling the entire musical rhythm to its climax. Liu Shanjun furiously strums the strings. Like a cry and a challenge to the era from 20 years ago. He sang out loud. He understands, I can't give it. So he turned and walked into the mountains. He understood, I couldn't give it. So he turned and walked toward the sea. Yeah. Everyone in the venue followed Liu Shan's roar, unrestrainedly venting their emotions. This kind of singing until your voice cracks, that's the purest rock and roll. It's about screaming, it's about roaring, it's about reckless, hysterical frenzy. To the ears of both male and female listeners, this soul-shaking cry from Lord Liu Shan carried 2 distinct meanings. Female listeners might hear it as she understands, I can't give her what she needs, so she turns and walks into the mountains. They interpret it as a tragic love song about 2 people who can't be together. The man can't provide her with a good material life, so he withdraws out of inferiority. To male listeners, however, it becomes a confrontation between their youthful selves and their middle-aged selves. A foul stench filled the room, and I searched for its source for ages. Until one day, I discovered it was my moldy dreams and rotting aspirations hidden inside the pillow. Beneath the bed lay a corpse, my younger self. This is a song Liu Ruyan wrote for middle-aged men. In middle age, one often finds oneself constrained by circumstances beyond control. Life grows increasingly monotonous. Wake up, go to work, come home. Many men share a habit. After work, they drive back to the garage but don't head straight home. They leave the engine running, play their favorite music, and quietly light one up. In these moments, a man is free. All shackles cast aside. No need to think about anything. Watching the meaningless wisps of smoke rise and dissipate in the air, just like those days at school leaning against the window, staring blankly at the white clouds drifting across the sky. Life may not change, but one's state of mind can. In the previous poem, Immortal Maiden, Lord Liu Ruyan sought freedom. This one, Mountains and Seas, sees Lord Liu Ruyan questioning dreams. In youth, I forced myself to feel sorrow for the sake of new verse. Now, it's simply autumn's chill is most delightful. When Lord Liu Ruyan once again roared with hysterical intensity, shouting that line he understood, I cannot give it, and then turned to walk into the mountains. Many middle-aged men, however, silently bow their heads, hands pressed to their foreheads. They don't know whether to laugh or cry, only feeling deeply sorry for their younger selves. Finally, they followed Lord Liu Ruyan as he turned and walked toward the sea. The entire stadium plunged back into darkness. This time, when the lights came back on, the 4 giant screens remained shrouded in darkness. There was no next song. No one knew who rose first to leave, but soon the crowd began to rise from their seats one after another. They came with high hopes and left with high hopes. There was nothing to be dissatisfied about. Liu Ruyan had even surpassed their expectations, delivering many unexpected surprises. Veteran artists with 2 decades of experience were itching to act. Why not make one last push? Join Lord Liu Ruyan in his comeback and once again stand atop the Chinese music scene? And those who were originally Qin Shuai's fans, audience members who bought tickets for her, were also stunned by Liu Ruyan's performance tonight. Never before had they witnessed a male singer command such overwhelming power on stage. So powerful that even Qin Shuai seemed destined to play second fiddle to him, and willingly so, content to be the woman behind him. Could it be that their Queen Qin Spring had finally arrived? This mature lady should have married long ago, and Lord Liu Ruyan would be perfect. The moment Qin Shuai wiped the sweat from Liu Ruyan's brow was truly sweet enough to burst. Backstage at the concert, Liu Ruyan was panting heavily, buried in Ren Xiyao's embrace. "Yao Yao, give me some air. Uncle, you're seriously gorgeous." Ren Xiyao never hid her worshipful devotion to Liu Ruyan. She was his #1 superfan. And only she could so brazenly claim his body in front of everyone. Other women care about their dignity. She doesn't. Spoiled women have the best luck. Shameless women get to eat and drink their fill. This concert had left Lord Liu Ruyan utterly exhausted. Fortunately, everything went smoothly without any mishaps. Li Jiqing glanced at her phone and smiled. "Douyin is flooded with clips from your concert right now. The buzz has exploded. The 8 p.m. show has dominated entertainment headlines since it started. Its heat has even surpassed New Year's Eve. Liu Ruyan, you're truly on fire." Li Jiqing's casual glance held a hint of meaning, her smile tinged with amusement. Huqing had specially prepared a New Year's Eve event this time, specifically to attract this concert audience. In the New Year's Eve city rankings, this third-tier small city of Huqing was actually competing in popularity with the metropolises of Beijing and Shanghai. Li Jiqing couldn't help but want to pinch Lord Liu Ruyan's shamelessly thick-skinned face. "You really are something else." Over the past 6 months, through her collaboration with Liu Ruyan, Huqing had transformed into an internet-famous city. Her cultural tourism reports this year were nothing short of dazzling. If it snowed in Huqing tonight, she might even consider rewarding Liu Ruyan. But unfortunately, there was no snow in Huqing tonight. Chapter 152, Chu Nanshuang's Six-Pack. After the Huqing concert concluded, everyone went their separate ways. Lord Liu Ruyan brought his entire family back to Jinghai. Returning to Yunqi Manor, Liu Ruyan was overjoyed. Holding the chubby Yao Yao, with Lin Wanxing and Chu Nanshuang seated beside him, this home truly felt like a home. "Where my heart finds peace is my home. My home is where my heart finds peace." Yet life back in Jinghai wasn't as carefree and unstructured as before. Lord Liu Ruyan's focus remained firmly on Resident Evil. With the Lunar New Year falling in late January, time was tight. Production could only commence after the holiday. Yet within the remaining month, Lord Liu Ruyan needed to assemble the entire production crew. And the entire cast. Chu Nanshuang was cast as the female lead, a decision Liu Ruyan had made long ago. This Resident Evil adaptation was designed as a female-centric film, with its biggest draw being the female protagonist Alice battling zombies. In the film market, most productions feature male leads. Crafting a compelling supporting male character is relatively straightforward, but creating a female lead who can truly shine alongside the male protagonist is exceptionally challenging. In most films, the female lead storyline boils down to princess kidnapped by a dragon, hero battles dragon to rescue princess. Not only does this make the heroine seem like a mere prop, but she often becomes more detestable than the villain. Terms like do-gooder heroine or more harm than good describe the foolish actions of such film heroines. Later, some directors developed a new approach. Since the hero rescues damsel trope often backfires with audiences, they simply cut back on the heroine's screen time. This created clear gender roles. The male lead delivers thrilling action sequences, while the female lead provides sensual appeal, offering the audience a treat. This structure of distinct roles for male and female leads enjoyed popularity for a time, spawning numerous pure thrillers that hooked audiences. Later still, directors flipped the script. Instead of co-starring leads, they reversed genders, making the heroine the knight and the hero the damsel in distress. Now the heroine battles the dragon to rescue the hero. The quintessential example is Green Snake. It's not about gender. Whomever acts foolishly will grate on the audience's nerves. Su Xian's character was also heavily criticized by audiences for quite some time. These female-led narratives, concentrating both action sequences and romantic scenes on the heroine, naturally foster iconic characters. Sophie Yu's portrayal of the White Snake could easily rival her role as Xiao Qian as her finest screen performance. As for Sui Hart, in his youth he was truly a prodigy of boundless talent and unmatched brilliance. In a Chinese ghost story, the White Snake was portrayed as both alluring and ethereal. Moreover, the film is rich in metaphors, intertwining Zen philosophy with sensuality, blending true affection with desire. Is the Buddha free from selfish desires? Can demons possess genuine feelings? A great film endures repeated viewings, each time revealing fresh insights. But Lord Liu Shan is different. Resident Evil is pure, unadulterated entertainment from start to finish. It simply swaps the dragon-slaying hero for a phoenix-slaying one. Xu Nanchuan must handle both the sensuality and the action. Xin Yunqing's male lead is purely a decorative prop, existing solely to provide a stage for the heroine's grandstanding. In the original Resident Evil, Milla Jovovich as Alice was undeniably stunning. Yet one flaw marred the experience: the action lacked intensity. The original Resident Evil relied too heavily on firearms. While this makes sense after all, you need heavy firepower to survive massive zombie hordes. It fails to capture the audience's attention. The relentless Gatling gun barrage just can't match the visceral thrill of bone-crunching hand-to-hand combat. A good action flick can have gunfights, but in the end, it should come down to hand-to-hand combat to decide the winner and loser. And the world's finest action choreographer resides in Hong Kong. Through connections facilitated by Zhujiang Broadcasting, Lord Liu Shan reached out to Yuan Ping, one of Hong Kong's 4 great action directors. He spent 1 million yuan to hire Master Yuan as the fight choreographer for Resident Evil, designing the action sequences between Xu Nanchuan and the Special Task Force. Meanwhile, Xu Nanchuan spent her days training relentlessly at the villa. Lord Liu even splurged on hiring a Hong Kong Jeet Kune Do master to coach her. Seeing the bruises and contusions covering Xu Nanchuan's body, Lin Wanxing couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. June, must you push Nanchuan so hard? Overprotective mothers spoil their children. If she can't endure this level of hardship and keeps demanding stunt doubles, Xu Nanchuan might as well go back and inherit the family business. Xu Nanchuan was stubborn by nature. She never once complained about the hardship. Even when Lin Wanxing tried to plead for her, she stopped her. As the uncle said, if she couldn't endure this much hardship, she might as well return to inherit the billion-dollar fortune. After over half a month of training, Xu Nanchuan remained slender, yet her muscular contours were clearly visible. Uncle, feel my abs. Pretty impressive, huh? Xu Nanchuan flexed her muscles as she talked about her tank top, causing her lower abdomen to dip slightly. Developing abs is 10 times harder for women than for men, and the muscle definition isn't as pronounced. Achieving that dip when flexing already meant her abs were basically formed. Lu Shanjun ran his fingers along the V-line's contour, pinching and squeezing. Not bad, Nanchuan. Ha! Xu Nanchuan lifted his chin proudly. Pride. Like it? It was earned through countless brutal workouts. Xu Nanchuan relaxed her grip, and the soft, springy feel returned to her lower abdomen. Still pinching? Uncle, that tickles. Smack. Xu Nanchuan slapped Lu Shanjuan's hand. Watch out, or I'll punch your dog head to smithereens. I've been learning Jeet Kune Do now. Uncle, do you like six-pack abs? Yao Yao can work on them too. The sycophant Ren Xiyao would do anything Lu Shanjun liked. Lu Shanjun shook his head. Don't go and lose your most distinctive feature. Men get bigger the more they train, women get smaller. Xu Nanchuan had visibly shrunk lately. Xu Nanchuan wouldn't recommend Ren Xiyao wading into this mess either. She'd rather suffer the hardships alone. Yao Yao is better suited to being sweet, soft, and bouncy. She's perfect as a human-shaped pillow. Hugging Yao Yao to sleep was pure bliss. The group sat down. Xu Nanchuan asked, Uncle, have you found that special effects company yet? If not, I can ask around for you. Lu Shanjun, already sorted.
Ho Chung-dong from Penguin Entertainment hooked me up.
One Stroke opens Heaven Visual Effects. I've seen their work for international projects. They're basically world-class, only a notch below Industrial Light Magic.
Chapter 153, Liu Ruyan returns home. Movie special effects? One word sums it up: money burning. But Liu Shanjun could afford it. The actor's pay for this Resident Evil film was practically negligible. The most expensive was Chu Nanchuan, who received 1 million yuan from Liu Shanjun, with her own company recouping 200,000 yuan. Even the male lead, Shin Yunsheng, was from his own company. The remaining actors with significant roles, namely the Special Forces team members, were cast from Zhejiang Broadcasting's talent pool, with Penguin Entertainment squeezing in 2 of their own. They were all minor players. 5 or 6 of them combined barely reached 1 million yuan. As for the other 2 supporting female roles, Wang Mengru as the female task force member and Li Yuyu as the female researcher, the younger sister of the male lead Matt. Liu Shanjun didn't charge them, and the 2 young women were already deeply grateful.
With actor fees squeezed to the absolute minimum, Resident Evil had ample budget elsewhere. Not only did it bring in top-tier visual effects teams from China and around the world, but also featured on-location sets, including a research facility built at Lake City Film Studio. This was yet another gift from Liu Shanjun to Li Jiqing. The greatest advantage of working with director Li was that he never disappointed. No matter where you shoot a film, large-scale scenes require cooperation from local authorities. From minor road closures to major military equipment support, these aren't things you can simply buy with money. Most hinge on personal connections. Otherwise, a single piece of paper could hold you hostage until you're ready to die. You'd be begging everyone under the sun with nowhere to turn. Director Li was Liu Shanjun's only connection, and remarkably, he proved exceptionally useful. Li Jiqing wielded influence far exceeding the authority of a cultural tourism bureau chief in a third-tier city. Combined with the military-grade tea exclusively supplied by director Li, Shanjun could guess part of the story but chose not to verify it. Their current relationship was just right, somewhere between friends and knowing each other inside out. Chu Nanchuan munched on a plum, dressed in a sports tank top and shorts, her hair tied up, radiating youthful charm. Fitness was addictive, and Chu Nanchuan was thoroughly pleased with her current physique. Ren Xiyao was green with envy, touching her here and there, tilting her head up with an adoring look.
Chu Nanchuan relished that kind of gaze from Yao Yao. She was quite generous, letting her touch freely. Turning to Liu Shanjun, she asked, "Uncle, did you find anyone for the special effects makeup for Resident Evil?" "I contacted a few makeup artists from the original crew, but while they're decent at regular makeup, they're not quite up to par for this kind of special effects work. I've asked several makeup artists, but none of them have experience with this before." "Found them?" Liu Shanjun nodded. "I didn't realize special effects makeup artists were so scarce in the film industry. Thankfully, Yao Yao reminded me to look on Douyin. I actually found a few bloggers who do special effects makeup. I checked their work, it's pretty good. While it doesn't match the top international standards, it's on par with movie effects and will do the job. I've already negotiated with them. They'll come after the new year. You handle the final details and sign them to the company." "Great." Just as Chu Nanchuan nodded, a sudden shriek pierced the air. "Ah! Yao Yao, are you trying to get yourself killed?" "Not here. That's too much. All I let you do was touch my abs, and you're already pushing your luck." Smack! Chu Nanchuan slapped her. Ren Xiyao wore a mischievous grin of triumph. She burrowed into Lord Liushan's embrace. "Uncle, smell this." Yao Yao earned it with a beating. Ren Xiao's antics left even Lord Liushan momentarily speechless. Days slipped by in a whirlwind of playful warmth. With just 1 week left until the new year, Liu Ruyan, who had been away from home for nearly 3 months, finally returned for the holiday. Setting down her luggage, she looked at the 4 family members gathered there. Liu Ruyan's lips turned into a pout, her eyes brimming with warmth. She missed them all so much. "Mom! Nanchuan! Ren Xiyao, you little brat, stop pinching my butt!" Liu Ruyan hugged the 3 girls. Finally, it was Liu Shanjuan's turn. "Humph!" He lifted his head haughtily. Lin Wanxing frowned, displeased. "Ruyan! What did I tell you on WeChat?" "Fine. Fine." Liu Ruyan immediately softened, stepping before Liu Shanjun. She gave him a hug and reluctantly called out, "Dad." Lin Wanxing wore a satisfied expression, pleased with her progress. He affectionately ruffled Liu Ruyan's hair. Liu Ruyan, who had been pouting and feeling wronged moments ago, instantly brightened up. She snuggled up to Lin Wanxing. She was going to let her little mom spoil her. Over the past 3 months, Liu Ruyan had secured a role through Penguin Entertainment, starring as the second female lead in a legal drama. For the role, she'd even cut her hair short. Her once waist-length locks now fell just past her shoulders. Now in a bodycon skirt, she exuded a certain sharp, professional aura. Though she'd been away for 3 months, Liu Ruyan remained well informed about everyone's lives. Lin Wanxing posted daily updates in their family group chat, much like how Chu Nanchuan had kept them informed during her own filming trips. They never missed a moment of the new man living in their home.
During Liu Ruyan's absence, she would send photos and short videos showing Liu Ruyan what they were up to.
This included Jin Shuowei's concert. Lin Wanxing recorded every moment Liu Shanjun appeared on stage and sent it to Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan's verdict? All show and no substance. This was Liu Ruyan's first acting role, and she sent over many stills from the set. Just like when Xu Nanchuan landed her first role. Sometimes, all 4 family members would gather for a video call with Liu Ruyan. It felt like a biological father with 3 stepmothers, watching his daughter succeed with unmistakable pride and satisfaction written all over his face. Among them, Xu Nanchuan offered the most substantial help to Liu Ruyan. Though Xu Nanchuan's own acting skills were merely superficial, she had more than enough expertise to guide Liu Ruyan. This included how to build good relationships with the crew. All you need to do is buy bubble tea. Treating people to bubble tea every now and then means the production assistants will naturally announce who bought it. A cup of bubble tea isn't expensive, but it's a tangible favor. After that, everyone on set will greet you, Liu Ruyan, with a smile and call you Teacher Liu. Lin Wanxing had already air-dried Liu Ruyan's quilt and replaced the bedding with a fresh set. The moment Liu Ruyan returned home, she could slip into her familiar, beloved little bed soft, warm, and fragrant. Taking Liu Ruyan's suitcase, Lin Wanxing found the usual pile of dirty laundry waiting for her. Lin Wanxing sorted them out one by one. Liu Shanjun frowned. Tell her to wash them herself. She's old enough. Stop indulging her bad habits. Lin Wanxing offered a gentle smile. It's no trouble. Washing clothes while traveling isn't convenient. They'll come out cleaner at home. You're the one who spoiled her rotten. Liu Ruyan shot Liu Shanjun a defiant look. Mom just loves spoiling me. What business is it of yours? She tossed the dirty clothes into the washing machine. Lin Wanxing sat down, and Liu Ruyan immediately clung to her. Lin Wanxing embraced this 20-year-old child and asked with a smile, "You won't be going out again after coming home this time, right?" Chapter 154, Staying in Jinghai for the New Year. I won't be going out. Liu Ruyan stretched lazily. Enjoy your holiday break. After the new year, I'll demand resources from Shanghai. Still want to make money? If so, make sure you promote me properly. Useless company, they don't even know how to allocate resources. Like father, like daughter. Liu Ruyan's thick-skinned nature was becoming increasingly like her father's. It's only natural for the company to allocate resources, nothing to be embarrassed about. The company already takes a cut from her earnings. If you want to make money, make her a star. Only when she's famous can she land more roles, letting Shanghai take its cut in profit. Otherwise, the cost of buying her contract alone would be more than Shanghai could recoup. With Lord Liu Shan backing her, Liu Ruyan acted with utter impunity. So what if she's your biological mother? If you've got the guts, don't take her commission. Emotions are one thing, money is another. You can't trade emotional favors for financial gain from me. In this regard, Lord Liu Shan might be a beast, but at least he acted like a father. Her current fame was entirely thanks to Lord Liu Shan. Liu Ruyan glanced at Liu Shanjun. He treats that little Ren Xiyao like a pet to stroke. For some reason, just seeing that old bastard's passable face made her furious. Does she still hate Lord Liu Shan? Of course she does. After all, she'd hated him her whole life. Back then, her greatest dream was to become self-reliant, move out of this house, and never have anything to do with Liu Shanjun again. After entering university, she did indeed sever all ties with Liu Shanjun. But then the hospital called to say Liu Shanjun had suffered a stroke and was paralyzed. She desperately wanted to arrange euthanasia for him, yet she still rushed to bring him home immediately. If Liu Shanjun died, she would truly become an orphan. Thankfully, Wanxing was there. Otherwise, Liu Ruyan wouldn't have known how to care for Liu Shanjun alone. Though she cursed him to die and stop burdening her, deep down, Liu Ruyan undoubtedly wanted him to live. Even if it meant him being bedridden like before, she could at least check on him after work each day. But now, Liu Shanjun was living a bit too comfortably. I never wanted you dead, but I never imagined you'd live so comfortably either. The root of Liu Ruyan's complex feelings toward Liu Shanjun could be summed up in 4 words: love turned to hate. As for Hu Qianan, the biological mother who abandoned her at 8, Liu Ruyan felt nothing, neither love nor deep hatred. Her memory of Hu was too hazy, like a stranger. Even if Hu were hit by a car tomorrow, Liu Ruyan wouldn't feel a ripple of emotion. But Liu Shanjun was different. She had watched him grow up. At the very time she craved a father's love, he wallowed in drunkenness and debauchery day after day. How could she not hate him? Hate, too, is an emotion. Truthfully, the young Liu Ruyan had been quite obedient. She would collect empty bottles for Liu Shanjun and, when he lay unconscious from drunkenness, fearing he might catch cold, she would fetch a blanket from the bedroom to cover him. Then she would curl up in his arms, pull his hand to hold her, pretending he was rocking her to sleep. When she couldn't sleep, she'd tell her father about things that happened at school and sing him nursery rhymes she'd just learned. Though her father's response was always just his drunken mutterings, Liu Ruyan was still quite happy back then. As long as her father didn't disappear like her mother did, that was enough.
Later, during her rebellious teenage years, she and Liu Shanjun became like oil and water. Now that Liu Shanjun has finally started acting like a proper adult, Liu Ruyan has only grown more rebellious. To sum it up in one sentence, I don't care. The fatherly love I lacked in my childhood is what you, Liu Shanjun, owe me. You have to spoil me like I'm your precious daughter. Make up for what you failed to give me as a child. That little Ren Xiyao stole my spot. I should be the one sleeping on dad's lap while he coaxes me. Liu Ruyan pouted again. Lin Wanxing chuckled as she ruffled Liu Ruyan's hair. You brought this on yourself, Ruyan. If you want something, you have to fight for it. Could Yao Yao really outcompete you, the legitimate daughter? She looked at Uncle Liu Shan and asked, Uncle Liu, are you going back to that little town for the new year this year? Liu Shanjun played with the little meat bun and replied, No, I won't. This is my home now. From now on, I'll spend every new year here. True to his nomadic ways, Uncle Liu Shan was a master at turning the tables. Nanchuan's home belongs to everyone anyway. No need for formalities. What about you, Wanxing? Are you going back to your hometown? Lin Wanxing shook her head. After my mom passed away, I don't have many close relatives back home anymore. I'll be staying here for the new year too. Oh, that's wonderful. Liu Ruyan immediately hugged her little mom tightly. Wanxing must have stayed to keep her company during the holidays, worried she'd be lonely. The best Wanxing little mommy in the world. What about you, Nanchuan? Shu Nanchuan replied, I'm heading back tomorrow. I've already made arrangements with my family. But I can come back early to spend time with you guys. What about Yao Yao? Ren Xiyao, I'm going back the day after tomorrow. I'll be back on the 4th day of the new year. Uncle, don't miss me too much. Over the next 2 days, Shu Nanchuan and Ren Xiyao left Yunqi Garden one after the other to return home for the new year. The house suddenly felt much quieter. But it also felt more like a traditional nuclear family. Mom was cooking in the kitchen, Dad was watching TV with his daughter in the living room. Liu Ruyan could finally monopolize Liu Shanjun without restraint. Liu Shanjun, your thigh is so uncomfortable to sleep on, Liu Ruyan complained. Then you don't have to sleep there, Liu Shanjun retorted, showing no indulgence. Liu Ruyan immediately called out to the kitchen, Mom Wanxing, listen to what Liu Shanjun said. He's picking on me again. Lin Wanxing's gentle voice drifted from the kitchen, after I finish cooking, you can sleep on my lap. My thighs are plump and comfortable. No. I'm sleeping on Lord Liu Shan's lap. If I'm uncomfortable, he won't be comfortable either. Truth be told, Liu Shanjun's lap was quite comfortable to sleep on, otherwise, Ren Xiyao wouldn't have monopolized it all this time. Liu Ruyan was the classic example of mouth says no, body says yes. My ears itch. Scratch them. Liu Ruyan handed Liu Shanjun a cotton swab. Liu Shanjun looked down at the 2-year-old baby sleeping on his thigh, his expression resigned. Call me, and I'll scratch it for you. No way. Then I won't scratch it. You scratch it first, then I'll call. You call first, then I'll do it. Liu Ruyan bit her lip, glaring at Liu Shanjun. Fine, I'll call, but you better not back out. Whoever backs out is a little dog. Only then did Liu Ruyan reluctantly utter a single word, Dad. Too quiet. Can't hear you. You scoundrel. Liu Ruyan sprang to her feet, yanked Liu Shanjun's ear, and yelled, Dad. 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 Did you hear me? Rebellious daughter. In the kitchen, Lin Wanxing, preparing lunch, watched the father and daughter playing in the living room and smiled gently. This household was starting to feel more and more like a real home. She hadn't misjudged him. She knew all along that Shanjun would be a good father. Chapter 155, New Year's Eve. During the final days of the new year, the family of 3 enjoyed their own quiet moments. They slept until they woke naturally. In the afternoons, they went out together to buy some New Year's goods. Before they knew it, New Year's Eve had arrived. Liu Ruyan stood on a chair to paste the couplets. Lin Wanxing pushed Liu Shanjun to help Liu Ruyan check the angle. A little more to the right, it's crooked. Standing on tiptoe, Liu Ruyan held the couplets aloft, adjusting them inch by inch. It didn't take long before she grew annoyed. Mr. Liu Shan, can your eyes even see straight? With a slap, she stuck the couplets in place. She looked down and sure enough, it was crooked. Only to be met with Lord Liu Shan's sarcastic retort, those in the thick of things are blind, the bystander sees clearly. I'll kill you, Lord Liu Shan. Ever since I could remember, Liu Ruyan's family never hung couplets. Every New Year's Eve was indistinguishable from any ordinary day. Liu Shanjun would drink himself into a stupor, while she watched the bustle of other households from her windowsill. If the couplets weren't hung properly, it was all Lord Liu Shan's fault, his failure as a father for not teaching her. Alright. These couplets will do just fine. Even crooked ones have their festive charm. Lord Liu Shan handed Liu Ruyan a box of firecrackers. Dad's going to make dinner with Wanxing. You go play on your own. Liu Shanjun, what do you take me for? How could I possibly play with such childish things? Mr. Liu shoved the firecrackers into Liu Ruyan's hands before being wheeled inside by Lin Wanxing. Liu Ruyan stared at the firecrackers in her hands, biting her lip.
I'll just play with one. Just one, then I'll stop. Then. Dad, do you have any more firecrackers? Oh, come on.
Saying one thing but doing another perfectly describes Liu Ruyan. Lin Wanxing was preparing the New Year's Eve dinner for 3 in the kitchen.
5 dishes in one: soup, poached chicken, braised lamb, grilled beef short ribs, blanched river shrimp, blanched Chinese cabbage, and grasscarp and tofu soup. It wasn't as lavish as most households prepared, because there were fewer people. 3 of them couldn't even finish it all.
If Yao Yao and Man Shuang were home for the new year next time, she could prepare something more substantial.
Liu Ruyan set off 3 boxes of firecrackers before she was satisfied. Now she dragged Liu Shanjun into it too. Lord Liu Shan, help me film a celebratory video.
I'm just 2,000 followers short of hitting 2 million on Weibo. Let's aim to break that milestone on New Year's Eve. Speaking of Liu Ruyan's Weibo followers, her current side quest is to hit 2 million followers. Meanwhile, Lord Liu Shan still had one task-based lottery draw unused. It was the one from when Ren Xiyao won over 1 million votes in a PK battle. After failing to draw Health Plus 1 several times in a row, Lord Liu Shan decided to play it safe and prepare for a double draw. It's like padding your attacks in DNF, letting the system screw you over once to boost your success rate. If Liu Ruyan surpasses 2 million followers tonight, he'll pull the trigger. This thing just can't be saved. Once you have it, you have to use it. On screen, Liu Ruyan, dressed in a red gown, beamed as she bowed and clasped her hands, cheerfully wishing everyone, "May the year of the Jade Rabbit bring you boundless fortune. Prosperity, family happiness, and ever-rising success. May all your wishes come true." As the year of the rabbit approached, Liu Ruyan appeared in the video with rabbit ear effects adorning her head, looking utterly adorable. After filming the New Year greeting video for Liu Ruyan, Liu Shanjun handed the phone back to her.
Record 1 for Dad too.
Liu Ruyan took the phone and activated the Jade Rabbit effect for Liu Shanjun too, this time, a pink rabbit.
Watching Liu Shanjun's appearance in the frame, with 2 rabbit ears perched on his head, Liu Ruyan could barely hold back her laughter. But when Liu Shanjun began reciting his New Year's greeting, Liu Ruyan exploded. Liu Shanjun, you're shameless. You plagiarized my words. Nonsense. If I post it first, you're copying me. Father and daughter were at it again on the sofa, locked in a fierce battle.
Watching from the kitchen, Lin Wanxing pressed her hand to her forehead.
Ruyan, couldn't you just let your father have his way? As dusk fell, the family, exhausted after a year of hard work, sat down to their New Year's Eve dinner. It wasn't lavish, but every bite was savored. Lin Wanxing glanced at the liquor rack and asked, "Shanjun, care for a drink tonight?"
Liu Shanjun licked his lips, glancing at Liu Ruyan. For the first time, he spoke with humility to his daughter, Ruyan.
"Would it be alright if Dad had a glass of white wine?" Liu Ruyan moistened her lips, a pang of emotion stinging her nose.
Liu Shanjun had truly become human. He was actually asking her opinion before drinking. Sometimes, all she wanted was a gesture of consideration. Her face tightened as she huffed, "Then promise me you won't get drunk."
"If you get drunk again this time, I won't tuck you in. Daddy promises." Liu Ruyan personally brought Liu Shanjun his Mao Tai. The family sat around the dining table. Liu Ruyan opened the bottle, first filling Liu Shanjun's cup to the brim, then turning to Lin Wanxing, "Wanxing, would you like some?" Lin Wanxing's smile bloomed like a flower. "I'll have a little. Today's a happy occasion." Liu Ruyan poured Lin Wanxing a cup, then finally poured for herself. Liu Shanjun interjected, "Children shouldn't drink." "I'm an adult now," Liu Ruyan huffed. The 3 raised their cups. "Cheers! Happy New Year's Eve!" The 3 gathered around, eating and drinking. During the meal, Xu Nanchuan and Ren Xiyao both called via video chat. Lin Wanxing simply set up a WeChat conference call, bringing all 3 families together for the meal. Xuan, let Daddy see Lord Liu Shan. Daddy could be Lord Liu Shan's fan too. Zhou Kai.
Xu Nanchuan shielded the camera fiercely, refusing to let her family see Liu Shanjun's face. The WeChat video chat was instantly filled with lively cheer.
Ren Xiyao's family consisted of 4 members.
She also had a younger brother who was in high school. Judging by the home decor, they were a middle-class family in Zhejiang province. They weren't wealthy, but her parents' speech and demeanor showed they were well-educated, polite, and gracious. They also expressed their gratitude to Lord Liu Shan for taking such good care of their daughter.
Without Liu Shanjun, Ren Xiyao wouldn't be where she is today.
In truth, Ren Xiyao's parents had never supported her career as a streamer. In their eyes, returning to their hometown, securing a government job, marrying a colleague from the same unit, having children, and living a smooth, uneventful life was perfectly acceptable. It was only this year, when Ren Xiyao showed them her bank balance, that they finally stopped harping on the same old tune.
For both men and women, the thickness of your wallet is the attitude you carry when you speak.
After the New Year's Eve dinner,
Liu Shanjun and the others headed to the garden. A massive fireworks display, a 999-shot magnificent landscape, was set up in the garden.
Liu Ruyan volunteered to light the fireworks, but upon seeing the long fuse, she hesitated. "Here. You light it." Lord Liu Shan looked at his rebellious daughter. "You really are a filial daughter.
Light the firework. Lin Wanxing pulled Liu Shanjun back to a safe distance. She helped the man to his feet. Now, Liu Shanjun's condition had improved somewhat. With support, he could stand. One hand gripped the wheelchair, the other pulled Lin Wanxing into his embrace. Lin Wanxing's cheeks flushed crimson. Liu Ruyan is still here. Liu Ruyan turned her head away. Does it matter whether I'm here or not? Everyone in the family knows about your little affairs. Lord Liu Shan beckoned to Liu Ruyan. Come here. Liu Ruyan pouted. Reluctantly, she walked over and let Lord Liu embrace her. The head of the household stood in the middle, his arms wrapped around his beloved wife and precious daughter. The fuse burned out. A cannon roared. Whoosh! A firework shot skyward, bursting into a tapestry of mountains and rivers. Vibrant and dazzling in every hue. Wow! Liu Ruyan gasped in awe, nestled in Liu Shanjun's embrace. Though 12 years late, she was truly happy now. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Lord Liu Shan's mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the Liu Ruyan side quest. Reward, 100 points. Host has drawn twice. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the skill, 36 moves of Dong Zhuanzi. Congratulations, host, on gaining +1 to physical health. Chapter 156, Mountain Lord. Do you still want me to give Ruyan a little brother? That Dong Zhuanzi 36 techniques thing? Lord Liu Shan didn't give it a second thought. All he saw was that he'd finally rolled health +1. Wanxing. Ruyan. Let go of me. I think I can stand on my own now. Lin Wanxing and Liu Ruyan turned to look at him with astonished expressions. Their breath caught in their throats. Liu Ruyan was the first to release her embrace, watching him nervously with muscles tense, ready to rush over and support him at any moment. But Lord Liu Shan stood perfectly steady. He then signaled with his eyes that Lin Wanxing didn't need to support him either. Lin Wanxing bit her lip, loosened her arms from around Liu Shanjuan's waist, and slowly stepped back from his embrace. Inch by inch, with extreme caution. Only when she had completely withdrawn from Lord Liu Shan's embrace did he remain standing as firm as a pine tree, without relying on any external support. He even lifted his leg and took a step forward. Lin Wanxing had waited half a year for this step. In an instant, she covered her mouth as tears streamed down her cheeks. Tears of joy. What a commotion! Lord Liu Shan stepped forward, coming to Lin Wanxing's side, and gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Why are you crying? The child is still here. He pulled the gentle, water-like girl back into his embrace. This time, however, he didn't need to place his arm around Lin Wanxing's shoulder to support her. He then beckoned to Liu Ruyan. Come here. Let daddy hold you. The three watched as fireworks shot one by one into the sky, painting the night sky ever more brilliantly. Lin Wanxing held Liu Ruyan's hand, leaning gently against the man's embrace. If time could freeze in this moment, it would be the happiest of her life. After setting off the fireworks, the three returned indoors. The Spring Festival Gala played on the television. Liu Ruyan held her phone, its screen displaying a video conference. Dad! Take 2 more steps. Liu Shanjun looked utterly speechless. Seeing Liu Shanjun moving freely, the other 2 women in the video conference let out shrieks of surprise. Is uncle really back to full health? Liu Shanjun took the phone, watching the ecstatic Ren Xiyao and Xu Nanchuan on the screen. He smiled, looks like he's fully recovered. He wasn't exactly striding like the wind, but he was walking with perfect posture. All this was thanks to Lin Wanxing. If she hadn't massaged his leg muscles every day whenever she had free time, his calf muscles would have atrophied beyond recognition after 6 months of paralysis. June. You're just getting better, don't walk too far, Lin Wanxing said, a hint of concern in her voice. Ren Xiyao and Xu Nanchuan nodded vigorously in agreement. Right. Take it easy, uncle. These 3 girls truly cherished him like a precious treasure. They held him in the palm of their hands, afraid the wind might blow him away. They held him in their mouths, afraid he might melt. Liu Shanjun frowned in exasperation. Was he really that useless? The girls chattered away, completely oblivious to the Spring Festival Gala playing on the TV. Their conversation revolved entirely around this man, Liu Shanjun. Little did they expect that on New Year's Eve, Liu Shanjun would deliver such earth-shattering news. This year's closing was nothing short of perfect. The 4 women watched TV, drank wine, and chatted, spending the New Year's Eve in lively commotion until the first firecrackers of the new year rang out. Amidst the sea of lights, they bid farewell to the old and welcomed the new. This round of firecrackers lasted a full half-hour before the noise gradually subsided. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, wisps of smoke drifting through the night sky. This was the true spirit of the new year. How could one celebrate the new year without fireworks and firecrackers? 1 a.m. The 4 women exchanged goodnights and ended their video call. Liu Ruyan turned off the TV, bid the 2 girls goodnight, and went to bed. In the living room, only Liu Shanjun and Lin Wanxing remained. Normally, Lin Wanxing would help Liu Shanjun bathe before they both retired for the night. But tonight, Liu Shanjun gazed at Lin Wanxing, her cheeks flushed a delicate peach-pink hue.
He whispered softly into her ear, I can't reach my back. Could you help me wash it? Lin Wanxing murmured a barely audible After bathing and slipping into her dark green pajamas, Lin Wanxing hesitated outside Liu Shanjun's door. Originally, she had shared the room under the pretense of caring for Lord Liu Shan. But now that Lord Liu Shan had recovered, she no longer had a valid reason to share his room. Just one last night. Tomorrow I'll move my bedding back. Then I'll sleep in a separate room from June. It wasn't that she wanted to, but since she hadn't packed up the bedding today, she'd just have to make do for one more night. Lin Wanxing turned the doorknob, stepped inside, and locked the door behind her. Inside, Lord Liu Shan was as usual, leaning against the headboard watching a movie. Seeing Lin Wanxing enter, he naturally lifted a corner of the quilt for her. Lin Wanxing bit her lip. Compared to her usual ease, she felt unusually awkward today. The short distance of a dozen steps felt like an eternity as she dragged her feet. Only when she slipped under the covers and inhaled the man's familiar, comforting scent did her restless heart gradually settle. His small hand remained as unruly as ever. At some point, Liu Shanjun had tossed the laptop to the foot of the bed. After a flurry of kisses, Lin Wanxing's eyes glowed with desire. Liu Shanjun pressed against Lin Wanxing, whispering into her ear, Wanxing. Shall we give Ruyan a little brother? Eat? Lin Wanxing blushed deeply. No refusal meant tacit agreement. I'll turn off the light. Lord Liu Shan leaned forward, his bare upper body exposed, reaching to switch off the lamp. But Lin Wanxing grabbed his hand. The bashful young woman pinned beneath him shook her head. No. Don't turn off the light. I want to watch you, Shanjun. A woman only gets this moment once. I want to remember this scene. All right. Ugh. Lin Wanxing's frown was filled with sorrowful longing, tugging at Liu Shanjun's heartstrings. He even began to blame himself. It was true that Lord Liu Shan was a beast, but he cherished Lin Wanxing above all else. For the first time, his heart ached for her. Her 3,000 strands of black hair cascaded down her back like a giant dark peony in full bloom. Seeing the man's self-reproachful expression, Lin Wanxing felt even more heartbroken than Liu Shanjun himself. She cupped his cheeks with both hands, tilted her head back, and pressed a deep kiss upon his lips. It doesn't hurt. Shanjun, don't feel sorry. I can entrust my most precious thing to the one I love most. You should be happy for me. Lin Wanxing wrapped her arms around his waist and whispered into Liu Shanjun's ear, Shanjun. Do you still want me to give Ruyan a little brother? Chapter 157, New Year's Day. The next day. Liu Ruyan descended the stairs in her pajamas, yawning. The kitchen filled with the aroma of silver ear fungus. Liu Ruyan grabbed a bottle of coconut milk from the fridge, sipping it as she walked into the kitchen. Wanxing, she asked, it's New Year's Day. Aren't you going to give yourself a break? But when Liu Ruyan looked closer, she realized it wasn't her stepmother bustling about in the kitchen. A tall man, wearing an apron, was carefully simmering a silver ear fungus and lotus seed soup. Liu Shan? Liu Ruyan rubbed her eyes in disbelief, wondering if she was still half asleep and hallucinating. What are you doing in the kitchen? Making lotus seed soup. What, are you blind? Liu Shanjun poured the finished soup into porcelain bowls. It was crystal clear and thick, with a few red dates added for a rich, sweet aroma. This stuff was the real deal. Good for blood and energy. Who would have thought she'd live to see her own father making her breakfast? Humph. Liu Ruyan snorted haughtily. Well then, I'll graciously accept and take a bite. Smack. Liu Shanjun slapped her hand. This is for Wanxing. Your breakfast is in the pot. Liu Shanjun scooped a bowl of sesame glutinous rice balls from the pot beside him, each one as big as the next. Ugh. That darn Liu Shanjun, why do I only get frozen dumplings? I want silver ear fungus and lotus seed soup with red dates too. But Lord Liu Shan had already picked up the lotus seed soup and headed toward his own room. Lin Wanxing, who rarely lingered in bed, was making an exception today. She wasn't usually this delicate, but since the man wouldn't let her get up, she had no choice. She'd always obeyed Lord Liu Shan's every word before, and after last night, having given him her body, she naturally became even more compliant. Lord Liu. I can manage on my own. No, I must feed you myself. This lovey-dovey pair. Lord Liu Shan's teeth ached, and it really was quite a chore. He let Lin Wanxing lean against his chest, spoon-feeding her like this. The sight was utterly nauseating. Yet Lin Wanxing was utterly captivated by it all. She felt as if she were floating on a cloud, her mind hazy and disoriented, unable to tell east from west. All she felt was the lotus seed soup sweetening her heart. Wanxing. Lord Liu Shan bullied me again. Liu Ruyan threw herself into Lin Wanxing's arms, pouting as she complained to her little mother about Lord Liu Shan's mistreatment. Lin Wanxing gently rubbed the little head and asked softly, how did Shanjun bully you? He made you silver ear fungus and lotus seed soup, but only gave me frozen dumplings. Liu Ruyan's little mouth puckered in pout. Pitiful little thing. Liu Ruyan suspected her nose was broken. Why did Wanxing's scent grow more and more like Liu Shan's? Lin Wanxing naturally wouldn't say a single word against Lord Liu Shan, nor would she scold Liu Ruyan for making trouble out of nothing.
Instead, she said with infinite indulgence, "How about I make you some lotus seed soup?"
Such a spoiler of children.
Will you spoil your own child like this someday?
A doting mother spoils her child.
Of course, Liu Ruyan didn't actually ask Lin Wanxing to make the lotus seed soup.
She was still feeling stuffed from the frozen tang yuan she'd just eaten. She just wanted to make a point: if dad won't spoil her, mom can.
The moment the new year arrives, people turn lazy. After breakfast, the three of them flopped back onto the sofa. The TV was replaying last night's Spring Festival gala.
Around noon, the New Year's greetings calls started ringing.
The first person to wish Liu Shanjun a happy new year was Huang Zihan. On the screen, Huang Zihan hadn't gotten out of bed yet, wearing a white tank top that clearly showed she wasn't wearing anything underneath. Just a little playful tease. "Boss. Happy New Year." Huang Zihan's voice was soft and sleepy, as if she hadn't fully woken up yet. "Moa." She blew a kiss across the screen. Liu Ruyan rolled her eyes beside her. This Huang Zihan is even more shameless than Ren Xiyao. Every single one of my girlfriends wants to be my mom. What's so great about Liu Shanjun? He's just a bit talented and somewhat good-looking. Is he really worth all this fawning? Disgusting. Huang Zihan stretched lazily, making him look even more imposing, and said in a syrupy voice, "Boss. Can Jiayu and I come over to your place on the 5th day of the new year to pay our respects?" "Sure. Come on the 5th. Come at noon, we'll have lunch at home." "Great. Boss, I learned several new dishes from my mom this year. I'll be the chef guaranteed to make you lick your fingers." Huang Zihan deliberately emphasized the last three words, even sticking out her little tongue. Liu Ruyan thought Liu Shanjuan's phone was beyond redemption utterly vulgar. Compared to Huang Zihan, even that little Ren Xiyao seemed cute to her now. If you dare show up on the 5th day, she'll teach this bestie a lesson. Liu Shanjun is her father, what you're doing is incest. After hanging up with Huang Zihan, Shin Jiayu called too. The two sisters called one after the other. Shin Jiayu spoke in a slow, soothing voice, perfect for a sleep-inducing podcast host. In her own room, reclining in her computer chair, she chatted leisurely with Liu Shanjun. It felt less like a New Year's greeting and more like using the occasion to chat with Liu Shanjun. Following Huang Zihan and Shin Jiayu, Li Yuyu and Wang Mengru also called to extend their New Year greetings. "Mr. Liu, Happy New Year. Wishing you all the best." Both women hailed from Northeast China. Li Yuyu had the stature of a Northeastern girl but the temperament of a Southern girl. Wang Mengru possessed the looks of a Southern girl but the personality of a Northern girl. These two best friends complemented each other perfectly. They would return to Jinghai on the 7th day of the new year and pay their respects then. This New Year's Day was spent solely answering New Year's greetings. "Hello? Qin Tianho, what a coincidence. I was just about to call you." Qin Shuawei, far away in southern Fujian, rolled her eyes. "How coincidental is that? I waited all day for your call, but you never called. The moment I call you, you were just about to call me?" But then, Liu Shanjun sent over a 520 red envelope. Qin Shuawei's little bit of resentment vanished instantly. The amount was small, but the number looked festive. "Liu Shan, what are your plans after the new year?" "Shooting Resident Evil after the new year. Besides filming? There's a variety show that invited me, they're still looking for a mentor. Interested?" Chapter 158, Empress Qin and Director Li. "What kind of variety show?" Liu Shanjun asked. "It's like a talent show similar to Center Stage. Want to join? I can talk to the production team and make you the main star." "Not really interested." Liu Shanjun declined bluntly, then turned to advise Qin Shuawei, "You shouldn't do too many variety shows either. It affects your public image. After all, in these talent shows, the mentor's star power is just used to elevate the contestants' fame. We've seen contestants skyrocket to fame through these shows, but never a mentor who became a household name just by appearing on them. In fact, mentors on these shows often end up backfiring. Harsher critiques label them as old-timers clinging to their status, stifling younger talent. A kinder assessment might call them coasting by, playing the nice guy the show would run just fine with or without them. If they accidentally eliminate a talented contestant, accusations of foul play will fly, potentially getting them fired on the spot. This is precisely why big names rarely appear on variety shows or even expose themselves to the public eye. The notion of maintaining an air of mystery is just self-aggrandizement. They simply fear that speaking too much invites more mistakes. Once you reach a certain level of stardom, you have to learn from politicians. If you can stay silent, stay silent. If you can speak less, speak less. What you say might as well not have been said. Qin Shuawei froze. No one had ever mentioned this to her before. Her willow brows furrowed slightly as she voiced her dilemma. "But what about my studio? So many people depend on me for their livelihoods. If I don't participate in variety shows, I lose a steady income stream." Without the ability to generate income, Liu Shanjun generally doesn't recommend starting a studio. It's like many Bilibili content creators when the industry is booming, they desperately try to expand their scale. But once the market tightens and the industry slows down, they suddenly realize how enormous the cost of maintaining a team truly is. Capitalists buy machines because the machines themselves produce goods. But for many celebrities and content creators who set up studios, they themselves are the machine, while the people around them are merely there to keep it running smoothly. If it were me, Liu remarked casually, I'd disband the entire team, keeping only one agent, maybe add a makeup artist at most. No way, Jin Shuawei immediately shook her head in refusal. They've been with me for years. If I let them go, they're at that awkward age where finding new jobs would be tough. You know full well that with their skills, landing a decent job would be tough. Jin Shuawei, you're not stupid after all. Jin Shuawei's lips pouted slightly as she turned to look at Liu Shanjun, her eyes carrying a hint of pleading. Help me, Liu Shanjun. The longer Empress Qin spent with Lord Liu Shan, the less she felt like thinking for herself. When faced with indecision, she simply consulted this man. Liu Shanjun, go ahead with the concerts. The Lake City show got great feedback, you can do a few more. The stage design doesn't need to be as spectacular as Lake City, but you've got to invest in the production. Your studio can pivot to specializing in concerts. If they can't handle this, tell them to pack their bags. 20 shows a year will keep you well fed. What about concert guests? Jin Shuawei looked at Liu Shanjun with hopeful eyes. No time. Find them yourself. Liu Shanjun snapped irritably. Guess I was just wishful thinking. Jin Shuawei pouted, her voice tinged with bitterness. Jin Shuawei, cut the crap. I'm blocking you on WeChat. Liu Shanjun, you? So you don't respond to reason or force, but you'll respond to legs, huh? Jin Shuawei flipped the camera, pointing the lens downward as if by accident to frame her own long legs. Gray silk is lovely. Gray silk is alluring. Stepping on the white bunny slippers, 5 jade-like toes wrapped in gray silk. Under Lord Liu Shan's guidance, Qin Tianho grew increasingly adept at the art of the camera. I don't mind not being a guest, but I want to release a song. Lord Liu Shan. Whoa. Is there a full-length mirror? Get over to the mirror. What are you doing? Jin Shuawei asked, her body already moving toward the full-length mirror. Her tall, slender figure was clad in a black spaghetti strap nightgown. The length of the gray stockings, extending past her knees, was perfect. Black on top, gray below, with a section of snow-white skin in between. Kneel. Liu Shanjun commanded. Liu Shanjun, don't push it too far, Jin Shuawei gritted out. I have a little inspiration, but not much. Smack. Jin Shuawei dropped to her knees instantly, clean and decisive. Inspiration is truly surging, Empress Qin. What a hypocrite. That's all you've got, Lord Liu Shan. Jin Shuawei cursed as she sat on her own feet, leaning sideways with the camera trained on the full-length mirror. Tell me, has Li Jiqing ever agreed to your outrageous demands as shamelessly as I have? Lord Liu Shan, if you dare show these photos to anyone, I'll kill you. Director Li, wishing you a happy new year. Li Jiqing was the only person Liu Shanjun had proactively sought out to greet for the new year. The moment the video call connected, Lord Liu Shan clearly saw Li Jiqing's eyebrows lift slightly and the corners of her lips turn inward. Li Bureau was secretly pleased. A barely audible sniffle. Li Jiqing smiled faintly. Happy New Year, Liu Shanjun. I thought you'd be sleeping in. Up so early? Not too early. If I didn't come to pay my respects now, Director Li might even block me on WeChat. You know that? Since I can't be the first to wish Director Li a happy new year, I'll be the last to do so. At this hour, there shouldn't be too many people competing with me, right? Only you, Lord Liu Shan, could say something like that. So many people competing with you? What's the hidden meaning behind your words? Using New Year's greetings as a cover for something else? Li Jiqing flicked her hair lightly. Not many people are competing with you. But you are the first to greet me this way. Calling this late and still acting so righteous. You're something else, Lord Liu Shan. Late is good. Late means I can chat with Director Li a little longer. Whoa! That mouth of yours. Li Jiqing was a bit overwhelmed. She wanted to twist Liu Shanjuan's arm, the damn cheeky attitude, who knows where he picked it up. Director Li, you're not at home? Liu Shanjun glanced around at the unfamiliar surroundings. I'm at my parents' place. By the way, Liu Shanjun, did you finish that tea from last time? Just a little left. Hold on. Li Jiqing stood up. The camera swayed as she passed through the living room and entered the study. Liu Shanjuan's keen eyes spotted a military uniform. A golden pine branch flashed by. Whoa! Liu Shanjun sucked in a sharp breath. Li Jiqing rummaged through drawers. Ha! I'm sure the tea was in this drawer? Suddenly, a stern and authoritative voice rang out. Xingqing. What are you looking for? Dad can help you find it. The screen went black as Li Jiqing abruptly ended the video call. Chapter 159, Ren Xiyao, eager to return home. Lin Wanxing was too exhausted to lift a finger.
Gently cradled in the man's arms, she could only respond with soft moans as his lips traced her ear, her slender neck, and her collarbone. She had intended to come to the room to pack up the bedding and move it back to her own room upstairs. But the moment he drew near, she lost control. Everything that followed unfolded as naturally as water flowing downstream. This really could lead to pregnancy, Lord Liu Shan. Lin Wanxing rolled over to face Liu Shanjun, wrapping an arm around his waist. She drew him close, inhaling deeply, imprinting his scent into her memory. Shanjun. I can't sleep here anymore. It wouldn't be good if Ruyan saw us. Do you think Ruyan doesn't know about us? Liu Shanjun countered with a smile. Liu Ruyan wasn't blind, how could she not see? She'd just been turning a blind eye, pretending ignorance. Lin Wanxing planted a soft peck on Liu Shanjun's collarbone. Precisely because Ruyan is pretending not to know, I can't expose this relationship. Since she doesn't want me to be her mother yet, let's just play along with her charade. Liu Shanjun pinched Lin Wanxing's buttocks and chuckled, you just keep spoiling her like this. Do we really have to cater to her moods? Am I her father, or is she mine? You. Lin Wanxing shot him a playful glare. She's still young. If we don't spoil her now, who will? We adults need to consider Ruyan's self-esteem. Look, she already calls you dad, that's progress enough. Keep encouraging her, and in time, she'll naturally accept our relationship. Lin Wanxing radiated maternal warmth from head to toe. She doted on all three girls in the villa like they were her own children. I'll listen to you. I trust you to handle things at home. They spent a sunny second day of the new year. On the third day of the Lunar New Year, Liu Shanjun and the others were playing cards in the living room. Liu Ruyan's beautiful face was plastered with sticky notes. She was furious, on the verge of tears. Don't move! Liu Shanjun tore off a sticky note, licked it with his tongue, flicked aside Liu Ruyan's bangs, and slapped it on. Liu Shanjun, couldn't you just let me win? Liu Ruyan whined, what kind of father are you? I hate you. Silly daughter. Hate me all you want. No father-son bonds at the card table. Still playing? If not, I'll watch yoga exercises instead. Before Liu Ruyan could answer, the door handle turned. It was only the third day of the new year. Who had returned? All three turned toward the doorway. A tiny figure appeared, dragging an oversized suitcase into the room. The moment they entered, the suitcase was tossed aside, and they lunged toward Liu Shanjun. Uncle! Liu Shanjun stood up, catching Ren Xiyao as she landed safely in his arms. His hands clasped beneath her, supporting her weight. Ren Xiyao wrapped her legs around his waist and hooked her arms around the back of his neck. She pressed her lips impatiently against his neck. Uncle, I missed you so much. Mum. A low, throaty moan escaped her lips. She clung to Liu Shanjun, refusing to let go. Didn't you say you'd return on the fourth day of the new year? Why come back early? Liu Shanjun cradled Ren Xiyao, preventing her from falling, as he asked in a gentle spring breeze tone. I actually wanted to come back on New Year's Day. On New Year's Eve, I saw you could stand up again, and I was so happy I couldn't sleep all night. On New Year's Day, I visited Grandpa and Grandma. On the second day, I went to see Grandma and Uncle. After paying respects to those two families, the other relatives weren't that important, so I came back. Ren Xiyao nuzzled against Liu Shanjuan's neck like a kitten licking sweet milk foam. Liu Ruyan rolled her eyes. This little beaker doesn't even bother hiding anymore. Treating the villa's living room like your master bedroom? Why not just get it on right here on the couch? Uncle, put me down. Ren Xiyao climbed down from Liu Shanjuan's lap. Uncle, walk a few steps for me. Uncle, you're so handsome. Take a few more steps. Uncle, just stand there holding me like this. Liu Shan stood as steady as a pine tree, while Ren Xiyao sat on his right arm, her smile as radiant as a flower. Late star, help me take a picture with this gentleman. Liu Ruyan rolled her eyes watching from the sidelines. Ren Xiyao sure knew how to suck up to her dad. In Ren Xiao's eyes, she'd probably go sniff every fart Lord Liu Shan let out to see if it smelled sweet or foul. Still, Liu Ruyan hadn't expected Lord Liu Shan to possess such formidable arm strength he could actually support the 100-plus pound Ren Xiyao with just one arm. Watching Ren Xiyao cling to Lord Liu Shan's neck, beaming with delight, Liu Ruyan felt a pang of envy and jealousy. Ruyan, would you like to take a picture too? Lord Liu Shan noticed the envy in Liu Ruyan's eyes. Liu Ruyan pouted. No way. Go on, Ruyan. I'll take the picture for you. Lin Wanxing gave Liu Ruyan a gentle push. Come on. I remember how much you loved being lifted high by Daddy when you were little. You remember that? How long has it been since you last did it? Liu Ruyan bit her lip. Liu Shanjun crouched down, and Liu Ruyan climbed onto his shoulders. She clung to him timidly, her voice trembling. Dad, be careful. Don't drop me. Liu Shanjun stood up, and Liu Ruyan grabbed hold of his hair. Liu Shanjun grimaced in pain, while Liu Ruyan looked timid and shy. This scene was perfectly captured by Lin Wanxing's camera. Liu Shanjun set Liu Ruyan down and complained bitterly, no more next time. I'm never playing this again.
You're going to pull my hair right off my head. Liu Ruyan glared at him. I don't care. Even if I go bald, I'll still hold it up. You owe me this, Liu Shanjun. We're playing again next time.
Watching Liu Ruyan grow increasingly willful, Lin Wanxing's lips tightened slightly. Only now did Ruyan begin to resemble a proper young lady.
Lin Wanxing watched Liu Ruyan. Ren Xiyao, however, was watching her. Her large, sparkling eyes darted about, scheming something new. 11 o'clock at night. Ren Xiyao, dressed in a spaghetti-strap nightgown, turned the doorknob of Liu Shanjuan's room. Uncle, I can't sleep.
The excuse was cliché, but it worked. Wanxing went back to her room to sleep. If you want her to tuck you in, go upstairs.
Really? Little Mom Wanxing isn't here? Ren Xiyao let out a soft "oh."
She glanced furtively left and right, confirmed no one was around, then darted swiftly into the room.
Click. The door locked. She slipped into Lord Liushan's bed. Tonight, Uncle will tuck me in. Chapter 160, Lin Wanxing makes way for Ren Xiyao. Ren Xiyao nestled into Liu Shanjun's embrace.
When a woman gets lustful, men become irrelevant.
Ren Xiyao seemed utterly addicted to Liu Shanjun, possessed by an extraordinary fascination with his body.
Liu Shanjun, for his part, was no prude.
He always believed in seizing the day.
If something could be settled in the first half of the night, he wouldn't wait until the second half.
The cumbersome spaghetti strap nightgown was carelessly tossed aside. Ren Xiyao clung to the last shred of lucidity.
Her hands braced against his chest as she murmured, "Uncle.
Did you do it with Wanxing? I can't go before her. What do you think?" Ren Xiyao playfully stuck out her tongue. On this very bed? Even the position is identical. That left Ren Xiyao with no psychological burden whatsoever. Ren Xiyao frowned in anguish. Ren Xiyao exhaled a long, heavy breath.
She kissed away the sweat droplets on his collarbone, still clinging to him like an octopus. Her eyes were vacant as she stared at the ceiling, murmuring to herself, "Uncle, these past 21 years of my life have been wasted. If I'd known it could feel this good, I should have met you sooner."
That won't do. It's illegal before 18. Then I've lost 3 whole years? Over 1,000 days? You've got to make it up to me, Uncle.
The purest Ren Xiyao uttered the most vulgar words.
Uncle, do you think this counts as exercise?
I'm sweating just as much as Shuang.
If we keep working out like this, do you think one day I could get abs like hers?
Honestly, if Ren Xiyao controlled her diet and kept up this relentless training, she might just carve out those abs. After all, that's exactly how he got his six-pack.
Ren Xiao's mind was always filled with wildly imaginative thoughts. Shuang is such a fool. She's miserable, running every day, doing strength training, working her butt. Unlike me, I get my workout done while lying down. You've got some nerve saying that. Don't you know how much energy I burn? Liu Shanjun gave Ren Xiyao a swat on the butt. Come on. Go to your room and sleep. Ren Xiao's expression flickered with confusion before her cheeks flushed crimson.
Sliding into her nightgown, Ren Xiyao clung to Liu Shanjun like a koala as he carried her up to the 3rd floor. Flush and flustered, she murmured, "Uncle.
Is this some kind of illness? Should I go to the hospital get checked?"
Liu Shanjun cradled the little meatball and chuckled, "No, this is a special gift.
Not every woman has your constitution. He.
Little Meat Yao giggled mischievously.
The next day at noon,
Lin Wanxing had prepared a silver ear fungus and lotus seed soup for Ren Xiyao.
Ren Xiyao flung herself into Lin Wanxing's arms, clinging to her affectionately. "Mom Wanxing, thank you."
Ren Xiyao knew Lin Wanxing had given way to her last night.
Lin Wanxing affectionately tickled Ren Xiao's little nose. "We're family, no need for thank yous." He. Ren Xiyao gave a silly grin. She began gulping down the silver ear fungus soup. "Ren Xiyao, you're up so early?" Liu Ruyan yawned as she came downstairs.
Spotting Ren Xiyao in the dining room, she looked surprised.
"You're drinking silver ear fungus soup too? You deserve it? What a waste of food. I'm the one who should be drinking it." Liu Ruyan and Ren Xiyao didn't love each other, they only hated each other.
Though Ren Xiyao usually had the upper hand in their verbal sparring, Liu Ruyan's tongue was equally sharp and venomous. Ren Xiyao polished off the silver ear fungus soup in a few gulps, grinning as she said, "Not even fit for a dog to eat." Liu Ruyan snorted derisively, "Right, feed it to the dog."
Only then did Ren Xiyao realize her slip of the tongue. "Liu Ruyan, you."
"Wait, that's cursing myself." Lin Wanxing wrapped his arms around Liu Ruyan, his face full of doting affection.
He said to Ren Xiyao, Yao. You'll have to give Ruyan more leeway from now on, understand?" Ren Xiyao deflated like a punctured balloon, muttering, "Got it." But treating Liu Ruyan like a daughter? She just couldn't do it. No big deal. She'd just have a child with her uncle. Then she'd fight Liu Ruyan for the family inheritance. She'd be the wicked stepmother straight out of a novel. Chapter 161, the 5th day of the new year, Huang Zihan and Xin Jiayu come to pay New Year's greetings. On the 4th day of the first lunar month, they welcomed the god of wealth.
Xu Nanchuang also returned to her little nest that day.
Ha! Yao Yao, why are you back so early? Didn't you say you'd return on the 4th day? Ren Xiyao flashed a mischievous grin. Better safe than sorry. 1 day earlier meant 1 day sooner to enjoy. Xuanchuan, didn't you say you'd return on the 5th day? Why did you come back early too? Xu Nanchuan plopped down on the sofa and sighed, don't even ask. My dad's been nagging me nonstop, telling me to bring that guy home.
I couldn't take it anymore, so I came back early. For the first time, I realized my dad can be even more of a nag than my mom. Parents everywhere are the same when it comes to nagging about marriage. Xu Nanchuang nudged Lu Shanjun with her toe, her expression languid.
Uncle. How about we break up? I've already made a statement.
I said we're just ordinary friends, but they just won't believe me. Lu Shanjun sighed helplessly. It was partly because this pair was just too stunning together. Unless one of them officially announced something, the fans shipping Jun Shuang would never give up. Ever since learning of Lu Shanjuan's recovery, Xu Nanchuang's father had become the #1 CP leader. He'd been nagging Xu Nanchuang daily to video call Lu Shanjun. Dear son-in-law, I have some fine wine. When shall we share a drink? Xu Nanchuang felt like tackling her own father to the ground. Munching on potato chips, Xu Nanchuang muttered to herself, fine, uncle.
You can stay my nominal boyfriend.
Without you as my shield, who knows how many weirdos they try to set me up with. The 5th day of the Lunar New Year. Yunqi Manor came alive with activity. Huang Zihan, Xin Jiayu, and Li Hong arrived early to pay New Year's respects to Lord Lu Shan. When they saw Lord Lu Shan standing at the door, personally opening it for them,
Huang Zihan thought she was seeing things and rubbed her eyes in disbelief.
Only upon hearing the news that Lord Lu Shan had fully recovered did Huang Zihan leap to her feet, throwing herself into his arms. There were no tears of joy in her eyes, only a burning desire for Lord Lu Shan. With even his last weakness overcome, Lord Lu Shan seemed to have returned to the man Liu Ruyan remembered. Women were truly just a matter of her father snapping his fingers.
Hey, hey, hey! Huang Zihan, watch yourself, this is my father, your uncle. Liu Ruyan yanked Huang Zihan out of Lord Lu Shan's embrace.
Huang Zihan, however, paid no heed. She licked her lips, eager and ready. As for Xin Jiayu behind Huang Zihan, her emotions were far more restrained.
She merely exchanged a glance with Lu Shanjun, a faint smile touching her lips. Silent words. Silently, she plucked a small red sachet adorned with golden threads from around her neck. It was a talisman for safety she had specially obtained for Lu Shanjun from the most renowned Lao Jun temple in Shanha province during her apprenticeship there. The temple's master instructed her to wear it close to her skin and recite the Heart Sutra daily for 360 days. Her wish was granted. Sincerity moves mountains. Come the new year, she would return to Lao Jun temple to fulfill her vow. Lord Lu Shan also turned his gaze toward this girl, the most reserved of the 3 sisters. His regard for Xin Jiayu far surpassed that for Huang Zihan. Approaching the young girl, he inquired, how has your progress been with the Qingyi singing style these past days? Xin Jiayu replied, I've learned a great deal from Master Li these past days and have largely grasped the breath control for the Qingyi's opening notes. Progress from here won't come from study alone, it requires practice. After the new year, I plan to visit Hong Kong to meet with the composers and lyricists behind those classic Cantonese pop songs. Though Cantonese may be declining now, I believe its vocal techniques possess unique qualities compared to Mandarin. Lu Shanjun nodded in agreement.
Xin Jiayu's musical intuition far surpassed that of Huang Zihan and Liu Ruyan. The distinctive flavor of Cantonese songs lay in its 9 tones and 6 pitches, along with the art of crafting lyrics to fit the melody.
The emotional resonance in classic Cantonese songs is more potent than their Mandarin counterparts. Moreover, dissecting Cantonese lyrics reveals they tell complete stories.
As a musician, you may not sing Cantonese songs, but you must understand them.
Follow me.
I'll test your Qingyi singing style.
Everyone watched as Xin Jiayu followed Lu Shanjun into the elevator, heading down to the recording studio in the basement.
Huang Zihan remarked sourly, who knows why the boss favors Xin Jiayu so much.
He gives her special treatment every single day.
Lu Shanjuan's favoritism toward Xin Jiayu was no secret. Among the 3 girls, Xin Jiayu was the least accomplished, yet she was the one most favored by Lu Shanjun.
Liu Ruyan couldn't figure it out either.
Within the team, Xin Jiayu wasn't the prettiest, nor did she have the best figure, nor was she as skilled at sucking up as Huang Zihan. Yet Lu Shanjuan's admiration for her had reached the point of blatant favoritism.
Could talent be that compelling in a woman?
After Lord Lu Shan and Xin Jiayu returned from the recording studio,
Huang Zihan and Liu Ruyan immediately pulled Xin Jiayu close. Jiayu, you didn't hook up with the boss, did you? What?
Xin Jiayu nearly died of embarrassment.
I'm completely innocent with the boss. The 2 girls sniffed all over Xin Jiayu like little dogs. Indeed, they didn't detect any strong scent of Lu Shanjun on her. Then why are you blushing so much? Jiayu, did my dad bully you in the recording studio?
Tell me, and I'll take care of him. No, Xin Jiayu murmured, her voice barely above a whisper.
The boss is really nice.
He just had me sing a few opera passages in the studio. And he pinched her little but once. But that was just a little habit between them, hardly bullying.
What's this? Huang Zihan's sharp eye spotted a corner of paper peeking from Xin Jiayu's pocket and snatched it out. Zihan. Give it back. That's the song the boss wrote for me.
Xin Jiayu panicked and lunged to grab it.
Ruyan. Hold her. Huang Zihan dodged the grab and glanced at the sheet music. Goodbye Nyan Bashi?
Yeah. The boss just wrote it in the studio. It's a Cantonese song, and he told me to learn Cantonese properly before singing it. He's giving it to me now as a little reward for how well I've mastered the theatrical singing style.
Huang Zihan's eyes stung with envy.
Holding this song, Goodbye Nyan Bashi, she poured out her grievances to reuse in Koan.
Boss, I can learn opera singing too. Can you give me a little reward as well?
Liu Shanjun took Goodbye Nyan Bashi from Huang Zihan's hands with 2 fingers and handed it back to Xin Jiayu. He cupped Huang Zihan's waist with one hand, preventing her from slipping off him. He chuckled.
What? Think the resources Qingteng gave you aren't enough?
I saw Qingteng officially announced you're releasing a new song with Wang Taoyue.
Huang Zihan sneered. Is Wang Taoyue even in the same league as you, boss?
He's not worthy to tie your shoelaces.
Flatterer. Huang Zihan giggled. Well, I'm only a sycophant who kisses up to the boss.
Ha! I told you to suck up, but you're groping? Liu Shanjun pondered for a moment before saying, all right.
Have your agent at Qingteng contact me to request a song? During your 2 years at Qingteng, you shouldn't just focus on acting.
Release some singles too. Maintaining your core fan base is sufficient. Once you sign with me, I'll pour resources into you.
I knew the boss loved me. Huang Zihan instantly perked up, his spirits soaring. He clung to Liu Shanjun, refusing to let go. Chapter 162, The Last Day of Annual Leave.
Huang Zihan was the sweet, girlish type. Her voice had that cotton candy softness, tinged with a hint of cloying sweetness. Simply put, she had that Taiwanese girl vibe. A certain singer's song actually came to mind that would suit Huang Zihan perfectly.
But he wouldn't let Huang Zihan get too big for her boots. This girl wasn't as innocent and naive as she appeared on the surface.
She was utterly pragmatic, and even while clinging to him like this, she was calculating her next move. Like a greedy cat, she'd follow whoever held the most tempting treat.
Unlike Xin Jiayu, who was loyal to her people. But Liu Shanjun actually rather liked Huang Zihan's nature. Ambition was a good thing. It gave people the drive to climb upward.
Employees with drive don't need constant supervision. They'll earn profits for the company on their own.
Sales champions raking in commissions? That's exactly what the company wants to see. Climb higher, let the boss rake in more.
As the former agent of the 3 girls, Li Hong turned a blind eye to the ambiguous relationship between her 3 former charges and her current boss. It wasn't that Huang Zihan was too forward, it was that general manager Liu was simply too charismatic. Liu Shanjun gently pushed Huang Zihan away, crossed his legs, and instructed Liu Ruyan, Ruyan, Sister Hong now works under me.
Even though you have a new agent at Shanghai, you can still consult her about anything. Whether it's taking on projects or setting rates, asking Li Hong for advice won't hurt. Liu Ruyan was Liu Shanjuan's daughter, destined to sign with Wanxing Entertainment. Li Hong understood the CEO's implication. Ruyan would likely be placed under her guidance soon. Moreover, the company's 2 top talents Liu Shanjun and Chu Nanchuan were entirely under Liu Shanjuan's control, with Li Hong having minimal involvement. The one truly worthy of her dedicated mentorship would be Liu Ruyan, the 3rd daughter, in 2 years' time. Li Hong nodded in agreement.
Ruyan, if you ever need my advice, don't hesitate to reach out.
My phone is on 24/7. Liu Ruyan gave a soft mm.
As the person who had guided her into the industry, she felt an inexplicable trust and closeness toward this Sister Hong.
Ms. Liu, Li Hong asked cautiously, I recently signed 2 newcomers.
I'm considering having them audition for Qingteng Video's talent show, Youthful Aspirations.
What do you think? The group, previously engaged in casual conversation, fell silent.
Though Youthful Stars was Qingteng Video's boy band audition program, it was co-produced with Shanghai Entertainment. And the decision-maker at Mountain Sea Entertainment was none other than Su Jinan, the former drummer of the Liu Shanjun band.
And the boss of Mountain Sea Entertainment was none other than Liu Shanjun's ex-wife Hu Qiunan. At Qin Shuiwei's concert, Liu Shanjun once performed a song titled Mountains and Seas.
To claim it had absolutely no connection to Mountains and Seas Entertainment, well, no one would believe that. The crowd's cautious attitude amused Lord Liu Shan. He beckoned to Ren Xiyao, who obediently came over to become the white cat nestled in the godfather's arms. Lord Liu Shan enjoyed playing with her daily. She felt incredibly soft to the touch.
Li Hong, I know what you're hesitating about.
Let me be clear today, our company's artists should collaborate with whomever they need to. There's no need to be swayed by my personal grudges.
If Wanxing Entertainment wants to grow, we can't avoid competing and collaborating with our peers. Stop this isolationist mindset. Acting like Wanxing is invincible. The company is still in its infancy. My popularity is a training ground for the company's new talent.
Our artists can benefit from it, but relying solely on my popularity isn't sustainable.
Think more about partnering with the top entertainment production houses in the industry. It's not just Penguin Entertainment, consider Qingting Entertainment and Mango Entertainment too.
In recent years, aside from the serious dramas produced by China Media Group, the major productions have all come from these three. Find ways to establish cooperative relationships with them. Remember this, cooperation is the only path to mutual success.
Liu Shanjuan's meaning was crystal clear.
Do not let his personal grudges influence company decisions.
And above all, don't resist collaboration, actively pursue it.
Forming strategic partnerships with China's top 3 entertainment content producers was the next major focus for Wanxing Entertainment.
Originally, these tasks fell to Chu Nanshuang.
However, Chu Nanshuang would soon be joining Liu Shanjun on the set of Resident Evil, leaving her unable to attend to company affairs. Liu Shanjun therefore delegated these responsibilities to Li Hong and Zhang Jialan. It's no exaggeration to say Wanxing Entertainment currently rests entirely on Liu Shanjuan's shoulders, with too few capable of contributing back to the company. While many firms in the entertainment industry thrive by milking top talent dry, Liu Shanjun, accustomed to being the boss, operates on the principle of achieving personal financial freedom by exploiting others' labor value. After wrapping up the blockbuster film Resident Evil, Liu Shanjun planned to venture into long-form television series.
Liu Shanjun discussed some company matters with Li Hong. Huang Zihan listened for a while before heading to the kitchen. Sister Wanxing, let me help you. Today she arrived fully prepared. She genuinely learned to cook from her mother over the holidays. Whether it tasted good or not didn't matter. What counted was showing Liu Shanjun her heartfelt effort. No wonder they say Huang Zihan is such a clever little thing. Even her own daughter wasn't as thoughtful as Huang Zihan.
The 6th day of the Lunar New Year.
The holiday break was drawing to a close.
Qin Shuawei, who had returned to her hometown in southern Fujian for the new year, was back at Yunxi Garden.
She pressed the doorbell.
When she saw Liu Shanjun standing before her, her expression froze for a moment before giving way to delight. Then, her expression turned to anger and embarrassment.
Liu Shanjun, why didn't you tell me your leg was healed?
See, when a woman wants to get angry, she'll always find a reason.
Can't I just surprise you? You. Qin Shuawei twisted the man's waist.
You sure know how to sweet-talk your way out of trouble. After lunch at Lord Liu Shan's residence, Qin Shuawei suggested they seize the last moments of the holiday to go shopping together.
Everyone disguised themselves.
Back when Lord Liu Shan was confined to his wheelchair, taking him out was like carrying a bright spotlight. Wherever they went, anyone could easily recognize him.
Now that Lord Liu Shan could move freely, it took some disguising before they finally blended in. Wearing sunglasses and masks, they walked through the mall. Though passers-by cast curious glances their way, no one approached to ask questions without absolute certainty.
Qin Shuawei called it window shopping, but her real purpose was to buy clothes for Lord Liu Shan. On this point, she and Ren Xiyao were in complete agreement. They firmly believed that a dark suit with a peak lapel collar was the most suitable attire for a middle-aged man like Lord Liu Shan.
Though the finest suits were custom-made, Qin Shuawei and Ren Xiyao clearly couldn't wait that long.
At a tailor shop Qin Shuawei knew well, they took Liu Shanjuan's measurements and ordered 2 suits. Qin Shuawei personally selected a navy blue suit for him, paired with a millet-colored silk shirt.
No tie was worn.
She simply draped the suit over him. The top 2 buttons of the silk shirt were undone, revealing a hint of skin around the man's neck and collarbone. Enough to make Ren Xiyao drool over the screen.
Liu Shanjuan's looks were beyond reproach.
Even Qin Shuawei found him utterly irresistible.
From the suit to the leather shoes. From socks to underwear. Liu Shanjun's wardrobe was entirely managed by the women.
Even the color of his underwear and the material of his socks were meticulously vetted by the women. Liu Shanjun didn't have any particular need for these external trappings, but he couldn't resist the women's obsession with such details. Women not only enjoy dressing themselves up, but they also love dressing up the men around them.
Chapter 163, Preparing to film Resident Evil in Lake City.
Ren Xiyao bit off the stem of an eggplant, lit a Gaoshiba cigarette for Lord Liu Shan, then nestled into his embrace. Late star, take a picture.
Liu Shanjun chuckled.
This little vixen seemed to enjoy being his pet girl. Maybe in a past life, she was the big white cat nestled in his arms.
Uncle, don't take your clothes off tonight. Just keep this suit on.
Ren Xiyao whispered lewd words into Liu Shanjun's ear. The 7th day of the first lunar month.
Wang Mengru and Li Yuyu also returned to Jinghai.
When they saw Liu Shanjun in his suit, both girls' eyes widened in awe. The mature charm radiating from Liu Shanjun was like walking testosterone to these 20-year-old girls.
Wang Mengru plucked up the courage to ask Liu Shanjun to film a short video with her. But Ren Xiyao refused her as if guarding her territory. Uncle Liu was her screen couple, and she wouldn't let anyone else lay a finger on him. Liu Shanjun gently pulled away, smiling as he agreed, "We'll have a chance, but not now.
When we go to Hucheng to film Resident Evil, we'll find time to shoot a few videos."
Yuyu, do you want to film?
Li Yuyu looked slightly surprised.
Ha! I can film too? It's not like we're shooting adult videos, just short clips.
You're video bloggers, you need content.
Besides Wang Mengru and Li Yuyu,
the two special effects makeup artists Lu Shanjun had contacted before the new year also arrived in Jinghai that day. The two young women were named Li Qing and Zhang Huan. New to the place, both girls were quite shy, even feeling a sense of inferiority that made it hard for them to settle in a villa like Yunqi Garden.
Not every girl was as bold as Ren Xiyao.
Most young women, thrust into unfamiliar surroundings, would instinctively activate their defense mechanisms, retreating into shyness and reserve to shield themselves from the unknown.
Lu Shanjun knew a thing or two about women. He poured 2 cups of hot tea for the girls and handed them each a pillow to hold. Then, seated on the sofa, he began chatting with the two girls. It was mostly him asking questions, and the two girls simply answered. It was clear that Li Qing and Zhang Huan lacked much social experience. Whatever Lu Shan asked, they answered truthfully, leaving no detail out and hiding nothing. The only thing Lu Shanjun didn't ask about was personal privacy, otherwise, the two girls might have even given him their ID numbers. After this icebreaker, Li Cheng and Zhang Huan felt slightly less awed by this legendary superstar. He wasn't as aloof as they'd imagined, but rather approachable, like a friendly older brother next door. Only then did Lord Lu Shan instruct the two girls to demonstrate their true skills. The models were Wang Mengru and Li Yuyu. Lu Shan produced his sketches, detailing the specific appearance of the zombies. Unlike the later zombie film boom, where makeup effects leaned heavily into gore and horror. In this Resident Evil, Lu Shanjun didn't want to make the zombie makeup overly disgusting, relying solely on gory effects to create terror. In Lu Shanjun's sketches, the zombies actually bore little resemblance to ordinary humans.
The key distinction lay in their eyes. The whites of their eyes were more prominent than normal, and within the eyeballs, dense networks of blood vessels were drawn to differentiate them from living humans. Their skin tone also leaned toward the pallid, corpse-like pallor. At a glance, you could tell the transformed zombies weren't healthy humans, but the difference couldn't be too stark, just enough to make you suspicious without being certain. Then, have the zombies launch sudden attacks to achieve a terrifying effect. After reviewing Lord Lu Shan's draft, Li Cheng and Zhang Huan immediately set to work. Opening her portable makeup case, she began applying makeup to Wang Mengru and Li Yuyu's faces. The corpse-like pallor was easy to achieve, just mix the foundation to a bluish-white tone. But for the look of bulging veins that Lord Lu Shan required, the two women had to personally apply the veins to Wang Mengru and Li Yuyu's foreheads, necks, and faces. Bloodshot pupils required specially customized colored contact lenses. When the makeup was complete, Ren Xiyao and the others stared at Wang Mengru and Li Yuyu in their zombie makeup, gasping in surprise.
It actually looks pretty good. Wang Mengru and Li Yuyu checked their reflection in a mirror. Though their complexions were pale and bluish, they possessed a terrifying beauty. A hint of allure shimmered beneath the grotesque. Li Yuyu donned the lab technician's white coat, adding a layer of professional uniform allure to the zombie makeup. She opened her mouth and bit into Wang Mengru's neck. The originally chilling atmosphere gradually veered off in a different direction. Mengru.
I think this makeup would be perfect for a video, Li Yuyu remarked. True to her nature as a video blogger, her first thought was to capture it on camera.
Wang Mengru nodded in agreement. It really looks great. You're so talented, Lu.
Lu Shanjun hadn't expected the two women to make the zombie makeup look so alluring. It just proved they had naturally stunning features. Once the colored contacts are ready, you two could shoot some zombie-themed short videos to promote the movie. As for Li Cheng and Zhang Huan, their work was far more complex than just applying zombie makeup. Not every zombie in the film could look as pristine as Wang Mengru and Li Yuyu. Some would have visible wounds. This is where Li Cheng and Zhang Huan's special effects makeup came into play. Gunshot wounds, knife cuts, broken bones piercing through skin, all these effects fell to Li Cheng and Zhang Huan.
Lu Shanjun brought 2 employment contracts, formally hiring the two women as employees of Wanxing Entertainment.
By the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, most Wanxing Entertainment staff had reported for duty.
Lu Shanjun also formally assembled the Resident Evil production team, moving into Huqing Film Studio on the 10th day of the new year to prepare for filming. On the eve of their departure,
Lin Wanxing summoned Xu Nanshuang to her room.
Nanshuang. I won't be accompanying Uncle Lu to Huqing this time.
I'm counting on you to take care of Uncle Lu's daily needs while he's there.
Can you handle that?
Ha? Xu Nanshuan looked surprised.
Wanxing, you're not going to Lake City?
Yes.
Neither Yao Yao nor I will be going. Though there aren't many matters at the company, someone still needs to oversee things. Xu Nanshuang frowned and pouted. But Wanxing, what if I can't take good care of Uncle? Lin Wanxing smiled gently. Uncle is very easy to care for.
Plus, he's fully recovered now, no need to help him bathe or use the restroom. Just remind him to eat and sleep on schedule.
If possible, help him wash his clothes. If he's reluctant, just let them pile up. Yao Yao and I will visit occasionally and help you wash them then. Xu Nanshuang flushed.
In Lin Wanxing's eyes, she was still just a child.
Wanxing.
I'll take good care of Uncle. But you and Yao Yao must visit often, Uncle will miss you.
Lin Wanxing nodded.
After parting with Chu Nanshuang, Lin Wanxing went to the small room on the first floor. Watching Yao Yao snuggled in the man's arms, she pinched the plump little cheeks between two fingers and said affectionately, "Get up.
I'm changing the sheets." Chapter 164, A Token of Appreciation for Director Li. By the shores of Taihu Lake, Liu Shanjun led the Resident Evil crew in holding a kickoff ceremony.
They paid homage to the four directions.
First bow, to the eastern deities for their protection.
Second bow, for smooth filming in the south. Third bow, for favorable weather in the west. Fourth, to the north for all things auspicious. The wealthier one is, the more they believe in feng shui and mystical theories. Perhaps it's simply a matter of sincere devotion. Lord Ryuzan was not one to break protocol. He adhered to every rule without fail. Director Li also attended the kickoff ceremony for the Resident Evil film crew, though he came in the capacity of Lord Liu Shan's friend. After all, this was a form of superstitious ritual. His attire was not overly formal, a long trench coat as he took his seat among the guests. He watched Lord Liu Shan lead dozens of crew members and actors in offering incense to all manner of spirits and deities. "Director Li, here you go." Liu Shan personally handed a red envelope to Li Jiqing.
Li Jiqing's eyes crinkled with amusement as she teased, "What? Trying to bribe me? Director Li, what a thing to say. You've no conscience," Lord Liu Shan declared, clutching his chest dramatically. "You have one?"
Li Jiqing raised an eyebrow, her smile growing even brighter.
Li Jiqing opened the red envelope and turned to Liu Shanjun with a puzzled look.
Typically, these New Year's red envelopes contain just 5 or 10 yuan, a token gesture for good luck and goodwill.
But the red envelope Liu Shanjun gave her contained a gold bracelet.
And it was a zodiac bracelet, a golden snake bringing good fortune.
"Liu Shanjun, are you seriously trying to corrupt me? Drag me down into the same murky waters as you? I'm not even dirty, where would the water come from?"
"Director Li, your words are truly hurtful," Lord Liu Shan said, mimicking Daiyu's tearful gesture. It made Li Jiqing want to slap him.
"We're all friends here. Exchanging gifts is perfectly normal, right?" Li Jiqing's lips curved into a smile. "But I'm not a snake. Lord Liu Shan, have you mixed up my zodiac sign with some other woman's? I'm the snake. That's why I'm here to share the good news with Director Li."
"That mouth of yours," Li Jiqing shot him a playful glare.
"You could make the dead come back to life with your words." Li Jiqing accepted Liu Shanjun's gift of friendship.
Whether she'd wear it or not depended entirely on her mood.
"When does filming for Resident Evil start?" "Filming officially starts tomorrow. If there's anything I can assist with, just let me know," Li Jiqing said. Liu Shanjun gave an awkward smile.
"I'll handle things myself whenever possible to avoid troubling you."
"Politeness is fine, but don't stand on ceremony with me." Li Jiqing didn't mind being troubled by Liu Shanjun, while Liu Shanjun disliked Li Jiqing handling too many trivial matters for him.
"Liu Shanjun, while you're filming, keep an eye out for any shortcomings at Huqing Film Studio.
Report any issues to me immediately, including management and operations. You'll be my eyes on the ground, keeping an eye on things for me." "You want me to be your informant? Officer? How will you reward me?" "I'll keep an eye on things for you. But there's one obvious problem with Lake City Film Studio." "What is it? Tell me." Li Jiqing couldn't wait to ask. "It's about the extras."
Whose City Film Studio is brand new. If it truly wants to grow into a major film hub, it must prioritize production teams and build the necessary support infrastructure. Beyond sets and props, the most crucial element is the extras. For this shoot, I still had to source extras from other studios paid by the month. The Lake City Film Studio wasn't just a political achievement during Li Jiqing's tenure, it was a sustainable path she genuinely wanted to leave behind for Lake City. Li Jiqing furrowed her delicate brows.
"Mr. Liu Shan, you're an insider. Do you have any suggestions? I'm all ears. My advice is to copy others' homework.
If we can't be number one in the country, being top tier domestically is acceptable. The film studio's work must be grounded in reality. It should serve the production crews and extras, not the other way around."
"Humph." Li Jiqing snorted softly. "Asked for advice, and you start off so blunt and direct? Are you just talking about the film studio, or is there some hidden meaning here? I'll personally oversee the film studio's operations. How about I serve you personally, Director Liu?" "Women." That sarcastic edge is ingrained in their very bones.
If it were any other woman, Liu Shanjun's 2 fingers would already be pinching a certain spot just hard enough to leave a lasting impression.
But who made her Director Li? Director Li, fancy playing an extra again this time? Liu Shanjun asked. "Not this time.
It wouldn't look good to keep appearing in your projects. When the opportunity arises, you can shoot a few short videos for me. The year has just begun, and the Cultural Tourism Bureau's budget is still relatively generous."
Li Ziqing hadn't paid Liu Shanjun for the previous 2 projects. She remembered that.
Anyway, she owed this man quite a few favors, and he owed her some too. It was a tangled mess that couldn't be untangled.
Might as well just muddle through this entanglement. Chapter 165, Chu Nanshuang through Liu Shanjuan's lens.
The opening scene of a film, much like the beginning of a novel, must grab the audience's attention and draw them in. In the original Resident Evil film, the opening scene showed the heroine Alice waking up completely naked in a bathtub. This intensely sensual shot instantly elevated the film's appeal. At the time, lead actress Milla Jovovich was the official girlfriend of director Paul W.S. Anderson. One can only say that Anderson embodied the phrase devotion to art through his own actions. French actress Sophie Marceau shares Anderson's spirit, willingly dedicating herself to art. What a noble soul! A true artist. Yu Shanjun is deeply impressed by this as well. Of course, he supports others doing this. But if it were him? No way. The filming location for Liu Shanjun's version was a villa by Taihu Lake Taihu Manor. A Western-style villa from the Republican era. Similarly, Chu Nanchuang awoke in the villa's bathtub. Liu Shanjun's camera slowly panned upward from Chu Nanchuang's jade-like feet. Her slender, perfectly proportioned calves, skin is delicate as ice. The shot abruptly stops at Chu Nanchuang's thighs. Then the camera pulls back. In the bathtub, Chu Nanchuang, clad in a white bathrobe, struggles to wake up. Sacrificing for art up to the thighs was Liu Shanjun's limit. Of course, there was also a bit of personal self-interest involved. Liu Shanjun was fiercely protective of his territory. From Happy Death Day to Resident Evil, Chu Nanchuang had plenty of sensual scenes, but not a single intimate scene. At most, she held hands with the male lead or exchanged loving glances, conveying the message of their romance to the audience. Like a flawless jade in Liu Shanjun's hands, he delighted in showing it off but never let anyone else touch it. Liu Shanjun's approach to filming women draws inspiration from Sui Hark and Jiang Wen. Unlike Tarantino's foot fetishism where extreme close-ups of feet frequently dominate the screen, as if he were unaware of his own peculiar inclinations. His mastery of feminine grace leans toward Eastern aesthetics, embodying restraint and subtlety. Take Zhou Yun and Jiang Wen's lens, a feather-blowing gesture and a circular aperture focus through a telescope lens left Liu Shanjun utterly spellbound by her beauty at the time. In Liu Shanjun's lens, Chu Nanshuang slowly rises from the bathtub wrapped in a towel. Her half-damp hair still clung to droplets of water, trickling down the ends and pooling in the hollow of her collarbone. Like clear waves held in a jade bowl. Her flawlessly white feet pressed against the non-slip, water-absorbing bath mat. If you're going to photograph feet, you can't just photograph feet. You must capture the jade-like feet imprinting a footprint into the woolen rug. You must capture the clear water gliding over the pale pink skin of her instep. You must capture the jade-like toes curling gracefully with each step of Chu Nanchuang, a sight to feast your eyes upon. Finally, Chu Nanchuang pauses before the full-length mirror, while Lord Liu Shan exits the bathroom. Through the doorframe, the camera focused on Chu Nanchuang preparing to change. The square doorframe aligned perfectly with the square full-length mirror, fitting together seamlessly. The focal point is her silhouette and her face reflected in the full-length mirror. This scene resembled the intricately shaped arched doorways found in Suzhou Gardens, artificially crafted to frame the desired view, yet seamlessly integrated into the natural surroundings. The bath towel fell to the floor. As the camera panned upward, Chu Nanchuang had already changed into her signature battle attire, a red spaghetti strap dress. Two slender straps rest upon her snow-white shoulders. The slightly parted V neckline tempts viewers to glimpse the true form of the peaks beneath. The hemline, reaching just above the thigh, perfectly balances the line of censorship. A swirling hemline cascaded down to her calves, adding a touch of design flair to this garment born for sensual allure. Click. Perfect. Perfect. Chu Nanchuang approached Lord Liu Shan wearing that red strapless dress. The shyness she'd felt during the shoot was now fully evident on her face. Liu Shanjun flipped through the footage with intense excitement, his mouth involuntarily uttering those words. It was the highest praise for Chu Nanchuang, yet she took the opportunity to give Liu Shanjun a gentle twist in the blind spot. Uncle. Control yourself. This isn't Yunchi Garden Rain and that pretentious appreciation of art. You've seen legs at home before, why get so worked up? Chu Nanchuang didn't understand a man seeing a perfect female form truly couldn't help but feel aroused. It was both a physical impulse and a psychological admiration for beauty. If captured through one's own lens, that sense of accomplishment deepens threefold. Liu Shanjun paid no heed to Chu Nanchuang's girlish reserve, instead bellowing, Yunsheng. Yunsheng. Coming, director. The male lead, Shin Yunsheng, hurried over. Ever since Liu Shanjun extended an olive branch to Shin Yunsheng last time, Shin had accepted with almost no hesitation. Late Star Entertainment was newly established, short on talent and resources, a perfect opportunity for Shin Yunsheng to seize the moment. He naturally became the lead actor in Resident Evil. Fortune's favor always arrived in the most unexpected ways. While Chu Nanchuang dared to act like a spoiled little girl around Liu Shanjun, Shin Yunsheng treated him like a god. At Lord Liu Shan's slightest command, he'd be ready to kneel and receive his decree. The weight of a patron in one's destiny was no less than that of a second parent. Yunsheng. Next up is your scene with Nanchuang. Don't be nervous, just act naturally. Shin Yunsheng nodded vigorously. Then the next scene began. After changing into her battle attire, the female lead Chu Nanchuang stepped out of the bathroom.
For some reason, a fragment of her memory seemed missing, yet the villa surroundings felt eerily familiar. She even spotted her wedding photo on the table.
The husband in the photo felt both unfamiliar and strangely familiar. A sudden noise startled Chu Nanchuang. Following the sound, she saw someone rummaging through drawers and cabinets, none other than the male lead, Shin Yuncheng.
Through Shin Yuncheng's narration, the story background of Resident Evil was revealed.
This also introduced the series' primary antagonist, the Umbrella Corporation.
Currently, Umbrella Corporation was researching a virus known as the T-virus.
Though Umbrella claimed to be working for the benefit of all humanity, Shin Yuncheng's environmental organization learned through an insider that this virus might be a biochemical military weapon developed by Umbrella to create an undead army. Humans infected with the T-virus transform into mindless, pain-insensitive zombies driven solely by the urge to kill.
This mansion serves as the entrance to Umbrella Corporation's underground research facility. Classic apocalyptic disaster, then superhuman hero saves the world. If the West can film it, why can't we in the East?
Chapter 166, Special Forces female member Wang Mengru. After Shin Yuncheng finished explaining the background of Resident Evil, Liu Shanjun immediately began arranging the next scene. It was also the final scene of the day. The Umbrella Corporation's special forces descended from above, smashing through windows to rendezvous with the protagonists and prepare to open the entrance to Umbrella's underground research facility. The action sequence of the SWAT team rappelling down from above using grappling hooks to break through the window has become a cliché whose origins are now lost to history. But undeniably, this move has become an iconic action sequence that no spy film can avoid. Much like John Woo's iconic white doves in church scenes or The Matrix's bullet time, it has been referenced countless times in subsequent films. Many master filmmakers possess their own signature visual language, bearing a distinct personal stamp. Yu San-gun would never be so presumptuous as to compare himself to these cinematic giants. His only slightly noteworthy skill in filming lies in his grasp of the beauty of the female form. This window-smashing scene marks the first appearance of the 5 special agents. These 5 task force members are arguably the most important supporting characters in Resident Evil.
Among them was Wang Mengru, a female streamer under Liu Shanjun's management.
To further highlight Wang Mengru, she is the sole female member of the entire task force. In an all-male team, the sudden appearance of a woman naturally draws heightened audience attention. There's no need to elaborate on her abilities, the audience will fill in the gaps themselves. To further emphasize Wang Mengru's prominence, Liu Shanjun had her clad in minimal gear, barely covering her face, with a mask in stark contrast to the fully armored male members.
Wang Mengru's task force uniform was stripped down to the bare minimum.
Beneath her bulletproof vest, she wore only a black, form-fitting tank top, a choice that cleverly concealed her most noticeable physical trait, a smaller bust. The crotchless leggings were so short they made Wang Mengru feel slightly embarrassed. To make matters worse, a sliver of her pale, slender belly was deliberately exposed, leaving her delicate navel exposed to the air. All of this was Liu Shanjuan's deliberate design,
sacrificing some plausibility to enrich the visual language of the entire film.
A pair of black Dr. Martens boots made Wang Mengru, already tall and slender, appear even more gracefully elongated. For this role as a special task force member, Wang Mengru made significant sacrifices. She steeled her resolve and cut off the long hair she had grown for 3 years. Her hair now fell just past her ears, framing starry eyes and sharp brows.
With a masculine demeanor and commanding presence.
No wonder she was the woman Lord Liu Shan chose at first glance. Though audiences could instantly recognize Wang Mengru as a woman in this androgynous outfit, the sharpness in her gaze far surpassed that of the other 4 task force members. She wielded a Colt M4A1, with a Beretta 92 holstered at her waist and a Nepalese dagger tucked into her boot.
This Nepalese dagger was merely temporarily in Wang Mengru's possession. It was actually intended by Lord Liu Shan for Chu Nanchuang.
Before filming Resident Evil, Liu Shanjun had already set the core tone. While hails of hot metal firepower would be present, the entire film wouldn't rely solely on firearms. Cold steel and hand-to-hand combat were what truly sent the audience's adrenaline surging. The task force members were responsible for the hail of bullets from hot weapons. The female lead, Chu Nanchuang, would handle the cold weapon combat and hand-to-hand fighting. Among these, the Nepalese knife battle against zombie dogs was a fight scene Liu Shanjun intended to highlight. Go, Mengru! Li Yuyu cheered Wang Mengru on. Li Yuyu could have arrived a few days later, as her scenes hadn't been filmed yet. But she and Wang Mengru shared an inseparable bond, like 2 peas in a pod. Where Wang Mengru went, she followed. The 2 women were inseparable, with Li Yuyu constantly clinging to Wang Mengru. It gave off the vibe of a hometown lily in full bloom. Liu Shanjun approached Wang Mengru, adjusting her clothing as a gesture of care. Wang Mengru then followed the other 4 team members to their designated positions. Li Yuyu watched Wang Mengru, her delicate face betraying a hint of worry. She turned to Liu Shanjun and asked, "Director Liu, nothing unexpected will happen, right? That glass won't cut Mengru, will it? What are you thinking?"
For a window smashing scene, we wouldn't use real glass, it's all tempered glass.
After getting scolded by Lu Shanjun, Liu stuck out her little tongue in embarrassment and gave a silly, sheepish grin. As official employees of Lu Shanjun and the top two streamers in the MCN after Ren Xiyao, Liu and Wang Mengru were closer to Lu Shanjun than other staff members.
Liu wasn't great at socializing with others either.
While Wang Mengru was filming, she'd stick right behind Lu Shanjun like a little shadow, acting as his personal assistant. Following Lord Lu Shan to the director's monitor, Liu obediently pulled up a small stool and sat beside him. As the director, Lu Shanjun didn't run around the set carrying a camera following actors. The crew had dedicated personnel called cinematographers for that.
But Lu Shanjun's presence behind the scenes didn't mean he couldn't operate the camera himself.
For instance, he personally handled the scene with Chu Nanshuang earlier. If he'd handed it to someone else, they wouldn't have captured the exact flavor he envisioned. Not every cinematographer can become a director, but every director must be a cinematographer. Take Zhang Yimou, for instance. He began as Chun Kaiga's personal cinematographer before striking out on his own, ultimately surpassing his mentor. The wildest rumor circulating online claims Zhang Yimou suddenly gained inspiration after witnessing a UFO, leading him to shoot Red Sorghum and achieve overnight fame.
They say he was blessed by aliens. Though this nonsense has its followers, Zhang's directorial career did indeed sail smoothly, as if on autopilot, propelling him to the status of national master. Until his later years, when his reputation was tarnished. Throughout history, countless masters have been undone by failing to maintain their integrity in their twilight years. In any case, Lord Lu Shan understood clearly, when it's time to make way for the next generation, you must step aside. A person should accept their age when energy wanes, one should quietly enjoy their remaining years. Those who stubbornly refuse to admit their age and insist on struggling on, serving up crap to the audience, will find the young truly capable of ting all over them. For this scene, Lord Lu Shan arranged 3 camera angles.
One outside the villa, capturing the task force smashing through the window. One inside the villa, capturing the moment the task force smashed through the window from outside. The third camera focused on the leads. As the task force smashed the window, shards flew everywhere.
Instinctively, the female lead, Chu Nanshuang, grabbed Shen Yunqing to shield him from the glass.
This also subtly hints at the female lead's formidable combat skills.
Her body instinctively executed defensive movements in response to the perceived danger. Chapter 167, Chu Nanshuang washes Lu Shanjuan's underwear and socks.
This window smashing scene was nailed in one take.
Thankfully it was a one-take wonder. Otherwise, rebuilding the set and props would have cost at least another 2 or 3 days. Lu Shanjun could pinch Wang Mengru's butt until it turned blue. The ensuing conversation between the task force captain and the female lead, Chu Nanshuang, revealed her true identity. Both Chu Nanshuang and her husband were Umbrella Corporation employees. Their sham marriage served to guard the entrance to the corporation's underground research facility. A virus leak had just occurred in the underground facility. To prevent its spread, the facility's supercomputer, Red Queen, killed all personnel inside. Chu Nanshuan was caught in the crossfire but suffered only minor exposure to the toxic gas, resulting in temporary memory loss. 3 scenes completed a small narrative loop. It begins with the heroine waking up in a bathtub with amnesia, piquing the audience's curiosity. Then, through the Special Forces team, the truth is revealed to the audience, only to introduce an even bigger mystery: the virus leak in the underground lab, where all personnel were killed by the supercomputer Red Queen. The heroine and hero follow the Special Forces team into the underground lab to begin unraveling the mystery. Resident Evil is a highly polished script, with layers of truth peeling back while constantly setting traps for the audience. The film's pace races forward relentlessly. It's pure entertainment, delivering non-stop thrills from start to finish, leaving no time for deep reflection. Only after watching the entire film, stepping out of the theater, lighting a cigarette, and letting out a satisfied curse does the audience utter one word: awesome. The film itself lacks much substance, like knowledge that schemes over your mind without leaving a trace. You watch it, yet struggle to articulate its meaning. Lu Shanjun craves precisely this kind of pure thrill ride. Movies are meant to be entertainment, not heavy lectures. The Spring Festival Gala becomes tedious precisely because it's loaded with too many moral lessons. Audiences just want to kill 2 hours, not be lectured on how to live. After wrapping these 3 scenes, the first day of filming drew to a close. Back at the hotel, Chu Nanshuang swiped her keycard to open Lu Shanjun's room. Lu Shanjun sat at the desk, reviewing today's footage. Noticing Chu Nanshuang enter, he murmured a puzzled "Uncle, you should go take a shower. After you're done, I'll wash your clothes for you. The hotel has laundry and ironing services. Underwear and socks need to be hand-washed. Mixing them with other clothes gross." Chu Nanshuang furrowed her delicate brows. Lu Shanjun recalled how Chu Nanshuang had once wiped him down with a wet wipe. Yao Ming chuckled, "Shuangshuang, we men aren't really that particular." "No. You have to be particular." Chu Nanshuang stiffened her face and snorted. "It doesn't matter. Wanxing isn't here, so you're under my care now.
Besides, your underwear is silk, can't be machine washed, only hand washed. You don't even need to shower. Just take them off now and hand them to me. I'll wash them for you. Lu Shanjun fell silent. Sometimes, a woman's care can be pretty annoying. Xu Nanchuan shoved Lu Shanjun into the bathroom, where he spent 5 minutes washing up. After coming out, Xu Nanchuan sat him down on a chair and proceeded to blow dry his hair. To be honest, Xu Nanchuan's hair drying technique was rather sloppy. But from Lu Shanjun's mouth came constant praise, making Xu Nanchuan blush with embarrassment. Then I'll blow dry your hair again next time, uncle, Xu Nanchuan said with a satisfied smile. Though her technique was a bit sloppy, it was still far more comfortable than doing it himself. Flattery should be used sparingly. Where's my underwear? I took them off in the bathroom. All right. As a pampered young lady who never lifted a finger or knew anything about farming, this was Xu Nanchuan's first time washing a man's underwear. It was only because Lin Wanxing had specifically asked her that she couldn't refuse. If it were anyone else, even if they begged her on their knees, Xu Nanchuan would just smile. But scrubbing away vigorously with the soap wasn't as unbearable as she'd imagined. After all, she'd already helped with that sort of thing before. Xu Nanchuan quickly talked herself into it. After washing them clean, she took them to the laundry room to dry alongside her own undergarments. Fresh and fragrant, that's how they should be worn. She stuffed the clothes back into Lu Shanjuan's wardrobe when the jingling sound of running water stopped. Lin Wanxing had called her on video. Hello? Wanxing, Yao Yao. Yeah. Are you in your room? Nanchuan. I'm with uncle here. Xu Nanchuan glanced at Lu Shanjun on the bed. I just finished washing uncle's underwear and socks. Such a good girl. You're truly the most obedient Nanchuan baby. Lin Wanxing coaxed. Xu Nanchuan snorted, her face beaming with pride. Ugh. Xuanchuan, how could you actually wash that guy's underwear? Now I lost $100 to Wanxing. Ren Xiyao looked utterly aggrieved. Ha ha. Lin Wanxing burst into laughter. Watching Ren Xiyao sulk was practically a dorm tradition. Yao Yao was just too adorable. As the three girls chatted, Xu Nanchuan approached Lu Shanjun. Knowing who the other two wanted to see, she naturally sat down on the bedside, resting her head against Lu Shanjuan's shoulder. Uncle, come on, say hello. Lu Shanjun smiled and waved, then returned to his work. That workaholic freak. Xu Nanchuan lay down on the bed too, pointing the camera at Lu Shanjuan's computer. Uncle, why are you writing songs again? Who's this for? Xu Nanchuan glanced at the song title Curly Eyelashes. It screamed girly and cute. Curly lashes, eyes blinking away. Xu Nanchuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Uncle, are you writing a children's song? What do you know? This is the song Qingting Entertainment booked for Huang Zihan and me. It's not a nursery rhyme, it's called a sweet girl song. Huang Zihan? That little who blatantly hit on you? You really spoil her, don't you? Xu Nanchuan hummed lightly. But I haven't seen you write a song for me, have I? Yet for outsiders, the moment someone asks, you just hand it over? Lu Shanjun flipped Xu Nanchuan over and gave her a few light swats, teasingly scolding, don't try to copy Yao Yao's act. What? What? Uncle, what do you mean by that? Ren Xiyao cried out on the other end of the phone. Xu Nanchuan took the scolding without anger, pulled back the covers, and crawled in. Leaning against Lu Shanjun, she chatted with the two girls. Lu Shanjun was the villa's communal pillow. With Wanxing and Yao Yao absent, usage rights belonged to Xu Nanchuan. Xu Nanchuan continued stirring the pot. Wanxing, Yao Yao, look how uncle spoils that flashy, cheap woman outside. This little songwriter churns them out so fast. Probably buy one, get one free. She hadn't realized Xu Nanchuan could be so mischievous before. Chapter 168, Liu, come to my room tonight. Xu Nanchuan, don't act all innocent after getting what you want. If you really want me to treat you like I treated Huang Zihan, then swap places with her. I'll write songs for you, and I'll invite her to star in the movie. No. Xu Nanchuan flung herself over, half-perched on Lu Shanjuan's chest, cooing sweetly as she apologized. Uncle, Xuanchuan was wrong. Please don't punish me like this. Before Lu Shanjun could respond, Ren Xiyao on the other end of the line was already stomping her feet. Xu Nanchuan, she said, enunciating each word clearly, you are not allowed to get this close to uncle. He. Xu Nanchuan flashed a coy smile. What? Is Yao Yao jealous? Xu Nanchuan's mischievous hand slipped open Lord Lu Shan's bathrobe, running a hand inside. I'm just taking advantage of uncle. What are you gonna do about it? If Lin Wanxing was the little mom of the dorm, then Xu Nanchuan was the eldest sister doting when she wanted to, but also delighting in teasing and tormenting her two younger sisters. Watching Ren Xiyao grind her molars in frustration, she laughed until she was shaking like a leaf. It was as if she'd defiled her little sister's most cherished toy. Uncle. I'm cold, Xu Nanchuan called out in a pitifully soft voice. She lifted Lu Shanjun's left arm and buried herself in his embrace. Then, right in front of Ren Xiyao, she placed his hand around her waist and held him close. Xu. Nan.
Xuan. Ren Xiao's eyes blazed with fury, her face twisted with indignation. All right. Stop teasing Yao Yao.
Lu Shanjun intervened, taking the phone from Chu Nanshuang's hand and striking up a conversation with Ren Xiao to calm her down.
But uncle, why are you playing with my waist while chatting with Yao Yao?
While Lu Shanjun spoke to Ren Xiao on the phone, his left hand remained busy, slipping beneath her shirt to lightly trace Chu Nanshuang's abs.
Stop picking at my belly button, you jerk.
After hanging up, Ren Xiyao hugged the soft and fragrant Lin Wanxing, flashing a mischievous grin.
Wanxing mama, remember? We promised our family would stay together forever. If one person's missing, it's not a family. Lin Wanxing affectionately ruffled Ren Xiao's hair and praised, Yao Yao, you're amazing.
Though Lu Shanjun had ended the call, his left arm remained wrapped around Chu Nanshuang while his right hand continued working. The man hadn't withdrawn, and Chu Nanshuang tacitly accepted the gesture, her hands fiddling with her phone as she played a minigame. The soothing scent of green lime wafting from Lu Shanjun calmed her spirit. Every so often, she'd tilt her head back, glance at the man's profile, then look back at the sheet music on her computer screen. Seeing he remained focused on his work, she returned to her own little game.
Until drowsiness finally overtook her. Chu Nanshuang couldn't bring herself to spend the night in Lu Shanjun's room. Uncle, I'm going back to sleep.
Lu Shanjun murmured a soft releasing his grip. Stepping out of the warmth, the sudden chill made Chu Nanshuang shiver, and a wave of disappointment washed over her. By the time she returned to her own room and burrowed into her cold, empty bed, the contrast felt even more stark. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury back to frugality. Sleeping in a shared bed with someone else was so much more comfortable. No wonder Yao Yao loved clinging to her uncle so much. A man's body seemed tailor-made for a woman.
Especially in winter, a man is a woman's perfect hot water bottle.
She'd only been out for a moment, yet her feet were already frozen, impossible to warm up.
Resident Evil filming location. Liu. Can you walk with your chest out? Lu Shanjun rolled the call sheet into a tube and tapped Liu on the head with it. Director. That hurts. Liu whimpered softly.
Wang Mengru felt her heart ache.
Director Liu had no sense of chivalry. How could he be so harsh with Yu?
Liu tugged her white coat tighter, pouting, Mr. Liu.
If I stand any straighter, it'll look even bigger. Use your professional title when working. Lu Shanjun snorted coldly. Don't you understand why I picked you? Wang Mengru, tell your best friend what your greatest strength is.
Wang Mengru stepped in front of Liu, one hand supporting her waist, the other pressing down on her lower abdomen.
Yu. It looks better when you stand up straight.
Liu walked with a slight stoop, a habit Lu Shanjun had noticed long ago. It likely stemmed from her teenage years, when her prominent figure drew pointed stares, leaving her with this ingrained bad habit.
Back then, she didn't understand.
She thought she was just being laughed at for a moment, but she could laugh at others for a lifetime. This had left Liu with an inherent lack of confidence, causing her to instinctively slouch and hunch over, trying to make herself less noticeable. This hunched posture became even more disastrous in the wide-angle shots that flattered her figure. This shot was a long take, almost a single continuous frame. It begins with Liu entering the elevator that takes her straight to the underground research facility, continues as she changes into a white lab coat, then moves to the break room where she grabs a cup of coffee, greets her colleagues, and finally enters the lab to retrieve the T-virus. By following Liu's perspective, the entire layout of the underground hive laboratory is revealed to the audience. Lu Shanjun certainly put considerable effort into developing the characters of Wang Mengru and Liu. But while Wang Mengru flawlessly executed her window-smashing scene, Liu left him deeply disappointed. Lu Shanjun's expression grew increasingly grave, making Liu even more nervous.
You? Move on to the next scene, Lu Shanjun ordered the crew with a cold expression.
Then, turning to Liu, he said, after dinner tonight, come to my room.
Wang Mengru, you come too. Chapter 169, using Wang Mengru to control Liu. After wrapping up the day's filming, Wang Mengru accompanied a nervous Liu as they knocked on Lu Shanjun's door.
Inside, Lu Shanjun's room was identical to theirs, a standard double room, with no director's privileges. The room was immaculately clean and tidy, carrying a faint scent of green lime.
Wang Mengru inwardly scoffed, this place is so spotless. Director Liu, are you or something? Lu Shanjun raised an eyebrow and glanced at Liu.
He noticed a subtle shift in their stance. Though the two women appeared to stand side by side, Wang Mengru had subtly stepped forward, shielding Liu behind her.
Lu Shanjun got straight to the point. Liu, do you know why I asked you here?
Honestly, when Liu first heard Lu Shanjun's request, her initial thought was that the boss was trying to pull some under-the-table deal with her. But when he called Wang Mengru over too, that idea vanished.
Mr. Liu wouldn't be that bold, would he?
Two fingers hooked onto Wang Mengru's sleeve as she meekly admitted, I've let Mr. Liu down. A very accurate assessment of the problem, Lu Shanjun remarked, his tone shifting abruptly. Since you recognize your mistakes so clearly yet refuse to change, you clearly don't take this role seriously.
Then you can quit.
Buy a high-speed rail ticket back to Jinghai tomorrow.
Li Yuyu's eyes instantly blurred with tears. Mr. Liu. Please, don't replace Yuyu. She'll change. She absolutely will.
I beg you, don't replace her. Wang Mengru stepped forward, her heart racing. Clasping her hands together, she pleaded relentlessly for Li Yuyu, stopping just short of kneeling to beg Lu Shanjun for another chance.
Lu Shanjun had never been the patient, gentle mentor type.
On the set of Happy Death Day, he was known as a devil.
Either you deliver or you're out.
Lu Shanjun didn't even glance at Wang Mengru, his gaze fixed intently on the timid, head-down Li Yuyu. His voice was devoid of emotion, cold as a machine. Let Li Yuyu speak for herself.
Can she do it? Or can't she? Clack.
A single tear fell.
A distinct sniffle echoed. Li Yuyu's soft, slightly aggrieved voice rose. Mr. Liu. I'll change. I'll do exactly as you ask. Didn't eat dinner? Having an extra meal here? Seeing Li Yuyu's sniffling, aggrieved expression, even the stern mentor Lu Shanjun couldn't help but chuckle. He managed to suppress his amusement. He continued, Li Yuyu. I don't understand why you feel ashamed of having large breasts. If I had 20 centimeters, I'd practically flaunt it every day. Put. Li Yuyu couldn't help but laugh out loud.
The sudden burst of laughter caused her snot to spray out, and she quickly covered her nose with her hand.
In that moment, Li Yuyu wished she could die. She was utterly humiliated.
Hands away, Lu Shanjun commanded firmly. He picked up a tissue and wiped the snot from Li Yuyu's nose. At that moment, Li Yuyu's shame reached its peak, followed by a strange sense of relief like a broken pot that had finally given up. Since General Manager Liu had already seen her looking this ugly, how could she possibly look any worse than she did today?
Lu Shanjun turned to Wang Mengru. Did you bring what I asked for?
Yes, I did, Wang Mengru replied in a soft, chirping voice. She pulled out a pair of high heels and handed them to Lu Shanjun.
8 centimeters, with rhinestones? Li Yuyu couldn't fathom what Lu Shanjun was up to.
Until Lu Shanjun kicked off her slippers and stepped into Wang Mengru's size 35 diamond-studded heels. The situation rapidly spiraled into an increasingly bizarre direction.
Mr. Liu, are you into cosplay? Or? Lu Shanjun stepped into the heels. Though they didn't fit, half his foot was exposed. He steadied himself after a moment of adjustment.
Then, he extended a telescopic cane. The tip pointed at Wang Mengru.
You. Get on the bed and lie down.
Wang Mengru looked utterly bewildered and helpless, yet she obeyed without a word of protest, crawling onto the bed.
Lu Shanjun positioned himself beside Li Yuyu.
She tapped Li Yuyu's calf, thigh, and buttocks with the cane.
Do you know why I had you wear high heels? Besides the obvious height boost, they also serve to enhance a woman's figure.
They make your calves appear longer and slimmer, your thighs more delicate, and your buttocks, as you consciously maintain balance, unwittingly tighten the muscles, making them appear fuller. To correct Li Yuyu's habit of slouching and hunching her shoulders, Lord Lu Shan even took it upon himself to demonstrate personally. He personally donned high heels to teach Li Yuyu how to walk with confidence. Mr. Liu, he really. Li Yuyu's lips puckered, her nose twitched, and a salty taste filled her mouth. This tender affection, beyond mere kindness, was the most heart-stirring.
Come. Follow my lead. Lu Shanjun suddenly took on a seductive air. Whoever said that when men get fired up, women have no place in it? Another saying goes, contemporary male aesthetics, slender legs, narrow waists, perky buttocks, sharp shoulders are actually common traits found in men.
Mr. Liu, you're a rare beauty in this world. Li Yuyu found herself unconsciously mesmerized by Lu Shanjun's pert behind.
Lu Shanjun turned back in confusion. Li Yuyu, you damn it. The whip cracked. Wang Mengru let out a piercing scream. Li Yuyu, if you get distracted again, I'll whip Wang Mengru to death. Mr. Liu, what are you doing? Li Yuyu threw herself onto Wang Mengru. How could this man be so heartless, whipping Mengrus but so hard? Li Yuyu's eyes instantly welled up with pain. But the tyrant Lu Shanjun only sneered coldly. Li Yuyu, if you want Wang Mengru to suffer less, you'd better walk properly. Mr. Liu, hit me instead. Don't hit Mengru. What good would hitting you do? Why would he still beat Wang Mengru? Lu Shanjun had seen how close the two women were. Using Wang Mengru to control Li Yuyu. Li Yuyu, you don't want Wang Mengru to suffer because of you, do you? Wang Mengru felt the sharp sting on her backside painful, yes, but she also understood how much effort and dedication Lu Shanjun had poured into training Li Yuyu. If Li Yuyu couldn't pass this test, Lord Lu would show no mercy whatsoever. Facing the heartbroken Li Yuyu, Wang Mengru sucked in a sharp breath but did not accept her kindness. Instead, she sided with Lord Lu Shan, barking, "Hurry up and learn from Lord Lu. If you truly care about me, have some confidence. The better you learn, the less I'll suffer." Li Yuyu looked at Lu Shanjun through tear-filled eyes. But not a shred of pity came from Lu Shanjun. He jabbed her waist with his teaching rod and barked, "Come here. Walk tall and proud." Li Yuyu bit her lip and reluctantly approached Lu Shanjun. Lu Shanjun used the pointer to correct her posture as she walked. The moment she instinctively slumped her shoulders again. Smack. Ding. The swipe of a card opening the door.
Just as Chu Nanchuang saw Lord Lu Shan's whip strike down, Liu threw herself onto Wang Mengru in distress.
My apologies. I've arrived at an inopportune moment. Excuse me. Chapter 170, Liu Ruyan cries out for her father again. You mean you beat Wang Mengru to force Liu to improve? After hearing the entire story, Chu Nanchuang was utterly speechless. Lu Shanjun nodded coldly. Liu sniffled, her face twisted with grievance. Wang Mengru clutched her pillow, gasping for breath. Those lashes from Mr. Liu hurt, yes, but not as much as she'd imagined. After questioning her own understanding several times, Chu Nanchuang finally accepted this reality. Watching Wang Mengru and Liu, she felt heartbroken. Uncle, I know you meant well for Yu, but you shouldn't have hit Mengru. Finally finding someone to speak up for her, Liu bursting with grievance threw herself into Chu Nanchuang's embrace. Like a little lamb, she bleated, Nanchuang's sister. Chu Nanchuang gently smoothed Liu's hair and shot Lu Shanjun a reproachful glance. Look at this, such a good girl, and what you've turned her into. How could you bring yourself to be so cruel? Lu Shanjun, however, pretended not to hear. He jabbed the whip tip into Liu's lower back and said expressionlessly, come here. Keep walking. Don't think you've found a protector. Lu Shanjun raised an eyebrow, glanced at Chu Nanchuang, and pointed at the bed. You get on the bed too. Liu, you don't want Sister Nanchuang, who stood up for you, to be dragged down by you, do you? After sending Liu and Wang Mengru away, Chu Nanchuang, propped up on her elbow while lying on her side, pressed her slender leg against Lu Shanjun's lower back and chuckled, Uncle, you really don't see Liu and Wang Mengru as women, do you? Why such a heavy hand? Lu Shanjun pinched her foot with one hand and tickled the pink sole. Chu Nanchuang nearly bounced off the bed. Oh, Uncle. I'm sorry. Please don't tickle my feet. After Wang Mengru and Liu returned to their room, Liu held the red flower oil given to her by Lord Lu Shan, gazing at the crimson marks on Wang Mengru's snow-white skin. Her heart ached, and tears welled up once more. How could Mr. Liu actually hit you? Mengru, I'll never associate with him again. What nonsense are you spouting? Wang Mengru flicked Liu's forehead playfully, teasing her with a smile. Mr. Liu only cares about you. The scariest thing would be if he didn't care at all. But I did something wrong. He should hit me. It's none of your business. What good does hitting you do? You stubborn fool, even a beating won't make you let out a loud fart. Enough talk. Put the oil on and rub it in. This red flower oil, who knows what it's made of, but as soon as she poured it onto the red mark and rubbed it in, Wang Mengru felt both warmth and heat. Ouch. Ouch. She let out strange sounds. Does it hurt, Mengru? Wang Mengru buried her face in the pillow. She couldn't describe this feeling. It didn't actually hurt, but it was a bit. Yet if she said that, Liu would only think Wang Mengru was trying to comfort her. She simply commanded, keep going. Harder. I'm struggling. Heavier? Her best friend had such delicate skin. Liu was afraid she might break it. Uncle. Go take a shower. Chu Nanchuang pushed Lord Lu Shan back into the bathroom. After washing Lu Shanjun's undergarments, she had already crawled into bed without being asked. The spring chill was biting, freezing the young to the bone. The early spring arriving at year's end was the most biting cold in Jiangnan. It was also when the people of Jiangnan cherished warm beds most. She placed her icy cold little feet on Lord Lu Shan's thigh. She could clearly see Lord Lu Shan shiver all over. Chu Nanchuang rewarded him with a hearty laugh. Isn't that exactly how men are meant to be used? Uncle, I'm posting this photo in the group chat. Chu Nanchuang showed Lord Lu Shan the photo she'd taken of him wearing high heels. Naturally, Lu Shanjun objected, but whether or not it got posted was entirely up to Chu Nanchuang. Liu Ruyan was the first to react. That's painful to look at. Lin Wanxing was a smiling emoji. Ren Xiyao was the most unrestrained, even going so far as to lick the screen. She genuinely loved Lu Shanjun's bizarre outfit. Chu Nanchuang initiated a 4-person video call. When Liu Ruyan saw Chu Nanchuang sleeping beside her own father, she was utterly dumbfounded, her face turning pale. Nanchuang, how could even you? Me? What's wrong with me? Would I ever doubt Uncle's character? Liu Ruyan looked utterly bewildered. Does the word integrity even exist in Lord Lu Shan's dictionary? Of course. Uncle respects me. Anyway, he's so handsome, I'm not losing out here. Chu Nanchuang let out a wicked chuckle. Ruyan, do you think I could actually become your mom? Technically, I'm Uncle's girlfriend now. Shouldn't you start calling me Aunt Chu? Chu Nanchuang, you. Liu Ruyan pointed an accusing finger, eyes wide with fury, signaling Chu Nanchuang to think of the consequences before speaking. Call me Auntie Chu? You're nothing but a toad dreaming of the moon, utterly delusional. This family isn't yours for the taking. What about Wanxing? Liu Ruyan's background was also a hotel. She was currently filming a wuxia drama at the Northwest Film Studio. This project was a resource secured for her by Shanghai.
It featured a dual lead female cast, with a top-tier actress paired with a rising star. Both Liu Ruyan and Huang Zihan had risen in status. Among the 11 Sing girls, while they weren't the absolute top in terms of resources, they were definitely in the first tier. As for the lowest tier member, that would undoubtedly be Xin Jiayu, who is currently in Hong Kong visiting musicians. The girls chatted for a while. Chu Nanchuan glanced at Lu Shanjun. "Uncle, how could you be so inconsiderate?" She took hold of Lu Shanjuan's left arm and wrapped it around her. This was just to give Yao Yao a good nudge to see her sour grapes jealousy face when she couldn't have the grapes. Lu Shanjun didn't join the girls' discussion, she just wasn't on the same wavelength. But Liu Ruyan unexpectedly called out to him, "Dad." The other three women immediately fell silent. Lu Shanjun set aside his work and appeared in Chu Nanchuan's camera frame. "Growing up? Dad didn't even have to ask, and you called me on your own?" That smug expression was unbearable to Liu Ruyan. She wanted to punch it to smithereens. And now he was embracing her best friend, making Liu Ruyan's pain even more acute. Liu Ruyan's use of "dad" wasn't random, it had a reason. With a light snort, she declared haughtily, "Dad. After I finish this film, both Shanghai and Penguin have lined up variety show slots for me. I'm a bit torn, could you help me decide?" "No problem when it's Lu Shanjun, but suddenly daddy when you need something, right?" Lu Shanjun teased her playfully, his fingers tracing the definition of her abs. "What? Planning to drag dad onto Mango TV's Dad, where are we going?" Lu Shanjun. Liu Ruyan's hair stood on end with fury. "If you keep bullying me like this, I'll never call you dad again for the rest of my life." The other three women doubled over laughing, while Chu Nanchuan giggled uncontrollably in Lord Lu Shan's arms. Never seen such a mean dad. This man was truly wicked, even picking on his own daughter. Seeing Liu Ruyan's outburst, Lu Shanjun finally dropped his teasing facade. "All right. Which two variety shows? I'll help you figure it out. One is Qingteng Entertainment's Chinese restaurant, and the other is Penguin Entertainment's Countryside Life." Chapter 171, Paving the Way for Liu Ruyan. Lu Shanjun wasn't very familiar with variety shows, so he had to look up the details on the spot. Chinese Restaurant was a travel-based variety show where the production team filmed local scenic spots and delicacies across different regions. The show's MC would then prepare these dishes for the guests to sample. Countryside Life is a rural-themed show where the hosts cultivate fruits and vegetables at a farmstead. Each episode invites guests to experience pastoral living. Both shows maintain decent production standards, featuring top-tier domestic celebrities as hosts. The visuals were polished, backed by ample budgets. To be honest, Liu Ruyan landing roles on these shows was a stretch for her. Which show should I choose? Liu Ruyan acted like a student who only pulled out their summer homework on the last day of vacation, rushing straight to the answer key from the very start. "I don't care. Thinking is your job, Lord Lu Shan. I just need the right answer." She milked her parents with righteous indignation. Lu Shan didn't disappoint Liu Ruyan's expectations, immediately stating his choice. Countryside Life. "All right." Liu Ruyan agreed immediately. "Once I get on Country Life, I'll come find you. Then you can teach me how to interact with the others." "You? Liu Ruyan, do I owe you?" Liu Ruyan huffed haughtily, "You do owe me. If you find it bothersome, you can disown me as your daughter." Lin Wanxing, who had been smiling warmly while watching the father-daughter banter, instantly turned cold. Her tone grew sharp. "Ruyan, don't push me to buy a ticket to the Northwest right now and beat you up." Lin Wanxing's greatest pet peeve was when family members hurled thoughtless insults at each other. It cuts deepest. The moment Liu Ruyan opened her mouth, she knew she'd said the wrong thing. She instinctively glanced at Lin Wanxing, and sure enough, Lin Wanxing was furious. She immediately cringed like a fawning puppy, plastering on a smile and speaking in a submissive tone, "Mom Wanxing. I know I was wrong. I'll never say things like that again." Ren Xiyao stood nearby, gloating and fanning the flames. "Liu Ruyan, you're done for. Wanxing mom doesn't love you anymore. You're just an unwanted child." Lin Wanxing's expression grew even colder. "Ren Xiyao, come to my room immediately." Lin Wanxing's anger had nowhere to vent, and Ren Xiyao, that fearless fool, was charging straight into the line of fire. Seeing Ren Xiao's regretful and dejected expression, a classic case of shooting herself in the foot, the video chat instantly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. The smiles didn't vanish, they simply shifted from Ren Xiao's face to everyone else's. The screen went black. The video call ended. Lu Shanjun chuckled, "Wanxing sure knows how to handle you lot." Chu Nanchuan chuckled back, "You bet. Who in our dorm hasn't had their butt spanked by her? Admit your mistakes and stand at attention when you get punished." "Even you?" "Hit." Chu Nanchuan snorted. "I hit less often, but I hit harder." Chu Nanchuan pulled back the covers, seating Lu Shanjun on the bed's edge before positioning herself astride his thighs, her hips raised high. "There. That's how it's done. I swear your butt was just begging to be spanked." Her buttocks were full and round like a full moon, tempting one to give them a good smack. Lu Shanjun steadied Chu Nanchuan's body to restrain his own impulsive hand. Chu Nanshuang stretched lazily, revealing a slender section of her waist. Then she crawled back under the covers and asked the question Liu Ruyan hadn't. Uncle, why did you choose the variety show Countryside Life for Ruyan?
Because Penguin Entertainment is backing Country Life. That's the only reason? Chu Nanshuang was taken aback. She had assumed there was some deeper reasoning behind it.
Little did she know that the choice was determined solely by the differing capital backing. It's that simple, Liu Shanjun explained briefly. Although I told Li Hong we need to build good relationships with all three major content producers Penguin, Qingting, and Mango, there are still degrees of closeness among friends.
Similarly, partners naturally fall into first-tier and second-tier categories. Penguin is the top priority for Wanxing Entertainment's future development.
Plus, we've already had one very close collaboration.
I have to give them this favor. In 2 years, Ruyan will definitely sign with my company.
Her future path will involve me providing content, then launching on Penguin Entertainment's platform. Right now, we need to lay a solid foundation for her.
I didn't realize you were thinking so far ahead, Uncle, Chu Nanshuang murmured. Liu Shanjun chuckled, I'm just looking out for myself too. I can't cook, but I can manage to grow some vegetables in the field. Ha!
A spark of excitement flashed across Chu Nanshuang's face.
Uncle, are you planning to join Countryside Life too? Why wouldn't I? Liu Shanjun chuckled. Do you think Ruyan's star power alone is enough to land a permanent MC spot on a variety show? This old man's face still carries weight in the entertainment industry. Even if it's just returning the favor, I'll go on for one episode as a guest.
Perhaps from spending so much time with Liu Shanjun, Chu Nanshuang had grown accustomed to treating him like family, forgetting his standing in the Chinese entertainment industry. The man before her, Uncle Qing, was a coveted prize in the eyes of countless people.
The next day, Liu Shan personally carried the camera equipment to film Li Yu's scenes in the underground lab.
Dressed in a white lab coat over a deep gray knit sweater, Li Yu showcased her flawless figure to perfection.
Liu Shanjuan's camera angle persistently lingered on one of Li Yu's most distinctive features. Using Li Yu's viewpoint, they completed filming the entire layout of the underground laboratory.
Of course, Li Yu still couldn't help but instinctively hunch her shoulders, resulting in several takes being scrapped. A hint of anger flashed across Liu Shanjun's face. Wang Mengru quickly stepped in to calm him, whispering, Mr. Liu, don't scare Yu. If you're angry, I'll let you take it out on me tonight.
Don't lose your temper, Yu will be frightened. A heartwarming and touching friendship. Chapter 172, Action Director 8 arrives in Lake City. 1 full week into filming Resident Evil, Chu Nanshuang received an important task from Liu Shanjun driving
from Lake City to Jinghai Airport.
Uncle, who is it? Such a big deal that you have to personally pick them up? Liu Shanjun smiled. The 8th Master. Yuan Ping, the world's foremost stunt coordinator, revered in the industry as 8th Master. Chu Nanshuang fell silent instantly. Speaking of the 8th Master, one cannot help but mention the once glorious Hong Kong cinema. Back then, describing Hong Kong cinema as being at its zenith was no exaggeration.
To this day, its lingering influence profoundly shaped Southeast Asia's cultural market, and even Western action films bear the imprint of Hong Kong kung fu cinema. Forging this legacy were the martial arts superstars on screen and the Hong Kong stunt coordinators behind it, led by 8th Master. Throughout human history, there has always been a phenomenon where genius clusters together. In certain eras, brilliant stars shine together, illuminating a magnificent panorama. After reaching its zenith, it inevitably enters a period of decline, awaiting the next eruption of genius. The golden age of Hong Kong kung fu cinema coincided with Hollywood's own era of prolific cinematic excellence. Today, both East and West seem to have entered an age of decline. When heroes are scarce, even mediocrities gain fame.
Master Yuan, hello.
Upon seeing Yuan Ping, Liu Shanjun hurried forward a few steps and took his hand first.
Yuan Ping returned the handshake, speaking in a Hong Kong accented Mandarin, Mr. Liu, you're too kind. I'm truly embarrassed that you came to greet me personally.
Chu Nanshuang's first impression of Yuan Ping fell far short of the distinguished figure she imagined. He was just a dry, scrawny old man. He wore a navy blue long mandarin jacket and black cloth shoes, his step steady and deliberate. 2 middle-aged men followed behind him. They weren't the tall, imposing bodyguard types. In fact, they were even a few centimeters shorter than her.
Yet their faces bore a resolute determination as they kept close behind Yuan Ping.
Immediately after, Liu Shanjun introduced Chu Nanshuang to Yuan Ping. Chu Nanshuang.
She's the female lead in my film. She's been a fan of yours since childhood, Master Yuan.
The moment she heard I was coming to pick you up, she insisted on tagging along.
She even insisted on driving you herself.
Though it was clearly a forced assignment, Liu Shanjun made it sound like she volunteered.
But Chu Nanshuang knew this was Uncle Yuan paving the way for her. While money ruled the entertainment industry, connections and networks mattered just as much. Sometimes, connections and influence even trumped money.
Certain circles only recognized their own members for projects no amount of money could buy entry. Seeing this radiant, tall, and affluent young woman, Yuan Ping could roughly guess the nature of her relationship with Lord Liu Shan. Even if they weren't lovers, they were undoubtedly extremely close friends of the opposite sex. Xu Nanshuang extended both hands to greet Yuan Ping, clasping his with a hint of girlish delight. "Mr. Yuan, it's a pleasure to meet you." Yuan Ping responded calmly, releasing her hand after a brief touch. He smiled and remarked, "Miss Nanshuang, you possess an extraordinary face of wealth and nobility." In Hong Kong, the arts of feng shui and mysticism flourished, and Yuan Ping had some basic knowledge of physiognomy and bone reading. This remark was no mere flattery. Xu Nanshuang's appearance truly radiated a certain aura of fortune. Yuan Ping cast a meaningful glance toward Lord Liu Shan and added, "She's destined to bring even greater fortune to her husband." Xu Nanshuang caught every nuance of Yuan Ping's meaningful gaze. Master Yuan was mistaken, it was actually the uncle who would bring her fortune. Lord Liu Shan grinned, choosing not to dwell on the subject. Instead, he turned to the two attendants behind Master Yuan and inquired, "Master Yuan, who might these two be?" Yuan Ping introduced them. The stern-faced man in black leather was his eldest disciple, Yuan Xiaolong. The one in the green windbreaker and blue jeans, wearing a faint smile, was his second apprentice, Yuan Xiaohu. Liu Shanjun stepped forward and shook hands with both men. From the firmness of their handshakes, it was clear both were trained fighters with backgrounds in martial arts. He was already calculating in his mind how much to offer them. Back then, paying 1 million yuan to hire Yuan Ping as the stunt coordinator for Resident Evil was solely for his services. And that was after Yuan Ping had cut him a discount as a favor to Zhejiang Broadcasting. To hire the entire Yuan family team at market rates would cost around 5 million yuan. But this time, Yuan Ping offered a friendship rate of 1 million yuan and even brought 2 apprentices to assist. Favors settled with money were the best kind. Liu Shanjun invited Yuan Ping and his 2 companions into the car, with Xu Nanshuang still behind the wheel. In the back seat, Liu Shanjun struck up a conversation with the 8th master. They didn't dive straight into the topic of Resident Evil, instead chatting about Hong Kong's entertainment gossip. For instance, whether a certain actress had really swallowed a golf ball. After meandering through various topics, the conversation inevitably circled back to the action choreographer for Resident Evil. Unlike the straightforward nature of the Hong family, the 8th master's stunt coordinator was more receptive to the director's input. It wasn't a case of him designing the fight sequences however he pleased. Instead, he first listens to the director's desired visuals or the fighting style they want to present, then designs the sequences based on the scenes. Liu Shanjun didn't mince words, laying out his desired visuals one by one. Resident Evil isn't a Hong Kong kung fu flick, no wall running or lightning-fast swordplay. The actor's action sequences need to be grounded in reality. They should look impressive while still conveying raw power. Pointing at Xu Nanshuang, Liu Shanjun chuckled, "8th master. Don't treat her like a woman. Go all out with the intensity when needed. I want 3 scenes. First, a knife fight where the heroine slashes zombie dogs. I've already had the dog handlers train the Dobermans. You'll need to observe how to make the cuts look impactful. Second, a gunfight where she wields an M4A1, unleashing a hail of bullets. Third, a hand-to-hand combat scene where she takes on over a dozen zombies alone." Xu Nanshuang in the driver's seat felt like crying. "Uncle, are you even speaking human? You call me fighting over a dozen zombies alone, single combat?" Liu Shanjun continued, "The punches and kicks must be clean and crisp. For the gore level, we're going with bone breaking and neck twisting. The scene can lean towards the bloody side." Yuan Ping listened intently, even pulling out paper and pen to meticulously jot down every one of Liu Shanjuan's demands. "Look at that now, that's what you call a veteran artist. That's the attitude." From Jinghai Airport to Hucheng, Liu Shanjun and Xu Nanshuang stayed at budget hotels themselves, but they booked Moon Bay for Yuan Ping and his 2 companions. The first restaurant they took the trio to was Cantonese cuisine Li Yuan. Yuan Ping wasn't some inexperienced youngster who took Liu Shanjuan's gestures for granted. Whether it was personally picking him up from the airport, booking such a fine hotel, or catering to his taste by choosing a Cantonese restaurant. From Liu Shanjun, Yuan Ping saw only 2 words: respect.